Family, it's so explosive. I, an ordinary office worker, have crossed into the world of One Piece. Just as I was surrounded by pirates, I bit into a devil fruit, my hands turned into straw, and I suddenly grew to 8 meters tall, using my giant scythe made of straw to fight back against the pirates. Just as I was dealing with the remaining enemies, a Navy warship arrived, and on board were Garp and Aokiji. What should I do? I was dumbfounded on the spot. My hands suddenly turned into straw. Before I could react, my whole body inflated like a balloon, and in an instant, I grew to 8 meters tall. I looked down and saw that the pirates who had been so arrogant just moments ago were now like little chicks beneath me. But how did things develop to this point? I have to start from the beginning. Let me tell you, when I opened my eyes, I was stunned. An ordinary office worker, was just fighting against a bug 1 second, and the next second, I was directly transported to the world of One Piece. Outside, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Waves as tall as small mountains crashed against my little boat, making it feel like it could fall apart at any moment. That wasn't even the worst part. The worst part was that I had just merged with the memories of his body and hadn't even had time to reflect on life before I realized we were surrounded by 3 pirate ships. Who understands, family? I was holding a devil fruit that I had just snatched from a hapless guy. This thing was worth at least 80 million berries, and I was planning to sell it to Kaido or Doflamingo for some startup funds. What happened? Before I could escape, I was blocked. At that moment, I shouted to my remaining brothers, there's no way out. Let's fight them. Then, the battle began. Let me tell you, that scene was completely different from what you see in anime. Cannonballs were flying everywhere, swords clashing, and I watched helplessly as my brother, Aokiji, who had just been joking with me a moment ago, was blown to bits right in front of me. The smell of blood mixed with gunpowder almost made me throw up my dinner. I was a programmer. I had never seen this kind of scene. I ended up vomiting, really fighting while throwing up. As I watched my men fall one by one, we were left with just a few survivors. It's over, I thought. Just then, I looked down at the oddly shaped devil fruit in my hand. I gambled. Whatever happens, whether I turn into a dragon or a tiger or just a regular human, it all depends on this bite. I steeled myself and took a bite out of the fruit. The taste. Oh my God. It was like taking stinky tofu that had fermented in a toilet for a week, drying it out, grinding it into powder, and then pouring it into my mouth. Yuck. I instantly felt like throwing up even more. But the next second, a miracle happened. I felt the chaos around me suddenly quiet down, and when I looked down, my brothers and the enemies were all staring at me with a look of horror, as if they were looking at a monster. I looked at my hands. Oh no, my brain crashed. This was the straw fruit of the Supernova Hawkins, right? My 80 million berries. I exchanged it for this thing? No way. I can't let this money go to waste. Someone has to pay. So, the scene at the beginning happened. I transformed into an 8-meter-tall giant scarecrow, wielding a giant scythe made from a dozen swords, standing on the deck, ready to give the enemies a little scarecrow shock. Those pirates were initially quite arrogant, pointing and laughing at us like we were easy prey. But when they saw my transformation, their smiles froze instantly, and their faces turned pale. What the hell? A devil fruit user? What the hell is that? Screams and panic ensued, turning into a chaotic mess. I didn't care about that, swinging my huge scythe like a farmer harvesting wheat. I cut down one after another. Those pirates who had just seemed fierce were now like weaklings in front of me, their heads rolling down. They wanted to run, but the ship was so small, where could they escape? They were scared and crying for their mothers, and some even jumped directly into the sea. But this was the vast ocean. Brother jumping and was no different from feeding the fish. Captain, help! They started begging their captain for help. Of course, what was there to fight? I was 8 meters tall, wielding 7 or 8 big swords like a fly swatter. Their numbers weren't even enough for me to swat. The captains of those 3 ships turned green, their eyes filled with fear that they couldn't hide. They had been in the sea for a while, but they had never seen such a scene. We surrender. One of the captains trembled as he raised his hands. The other 2 quickly followed suit, raising their hands and shouting, "We surrender. Don't kill us." I stopped, coldly staring at them with my expressionless scarecrow face. The little minions who had initially wanted to encourage their captain to fight me were suddenly forced to kneel by their own captain holding a knife. Okay, I slowly spoke, my voice booming like thunder due to my enormous size. But if anyone dares to play tricks, you know what will happen next. My surviving brothers cried out, wanting me to kill them all and avenge our fallen brothers. But I knew in my heart that our ship was already severely understaffed. Killing these surrendered soldiers would be a waste. They could still be useful. I had to think about the future. Just as I weighed the pros and cons and my mind was racing, the scene changed, and guess what? Not far from our sea area, a Navy warship was leisurely sailing by. To make matters worse, 2 heavyweight figures were on board. One was the Navy hero Garp, and the other was the future Admiral Aokiji. This old man was lying on the deck, basking in the sun, cursing and blowing his beard in anger. Why? Because his precious grandson Luffy was always shouting about wanting to be the Pirate King, driving him crazy. He had just had a beautiful dream where all three of his grandsons were wearing Navy uniforms. But upon waking up, he was so angry his fists were clenched. Meanwhile, I finally had time to sort out the information in my mind. It turned out that the original owner of this body was not a pirate at all, but rather a bounty hunter like Zoro. Damn, I worried for nothing. Thinking further about the timeline, I suddenly jolted. At this point in time, Luffy had probably not set sail yet. Shanks had just lost his arm in Fuchsia Village, and Buggy the Clown was still in East Blue. Oh my god, there's so many opportunities here. Should I go hug Luffy's thigh, or find Shanks to get familiar, or simply go persuade the future Emperor Buggy? I had so many options that my CPU was almost burning up. Just when I was deeply conflicted, one of my subordinates suddenly rolled into the cabin. "Captain, it's bad. A Navy warship is approaching us." I was stunned. The Navy? My first reaction was to run. My mind had only one word: escape. I shouted full speed ahead. "Let's get out of here." Are you kidding me? Going head-to-head with the Navy? My little arms and legs aren't enough for them to use as toothpicks. The crew was also dumbfounded, frantically trying to speed up. But just as I finished shouting, my mind went buzz, and I suddenly turned a corner. Who understands family? What am I running for? I'm a bounty hunter, not a pirate. What do I have to be afraid of? My loot from those 3 ships, isn't this just walking berries? I can sell it directly to the Navy, and won't they give me a banner and a few 100,000 berries? Those 3 ships could sell for quite a bit too. Goodness, I'm a commercial genius. I immediately regretted it, waving my hand and roaring, "Stop! Turn around! Bring the ship closer!" In that moment, I felt like I had become Jack, exuding an overwhelming aura. Although I remembered that Jack seemed to have sunk later. Cough, never mind. The momentum was right. I turned the bow of the ship and boldly charged towards the warship. On the opposite warship, a tall, lazy figure was watching us through binoculars. I tell you, his expression was like he was watching a monkey show, with his mouth almost stretched to his ears, and his eyes seemed to say just this. He put down the binoculars and said something to his adjutant beside him, after which all the Navy on the warship began to prepare for battle like clockwork. That tall figure picked up the binoculars again, watching us with great interest. After a while, his adjutant ran over and handed him a report, chattering a lot. I guessed it was about the bounty on my 3 ships of cargo. Something like One-Eyed Dragon Reynolds at 900,000, Iron Hand First Mate at 450,000. In any case, just a bunch of small-time characters from the East China Sea. After hearing this, the tall figure smirked disdainfully, but then furrowed his brows, pointing at my ship and asking, "What about that ship? No information? Are they trying to pull off a big score and ended up bumping into me?" His adjutant awkwardly replied, "Admiral, that ship seems to be a bounty hunter team. From the footage, they appear to have been captured by pirates." "Oh, captured?" The tall figure, who is Aokiji, raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, "What's the captain's name?" Reporting to the admiral, "The name is Pirate Phantom Lock." Aokiji repeated my nickname, his expression becoming even more amused as he raised the binoculars again. At that moment, with a loud boom, a hearty laugh almost lifted the deck of the warship. "Ha ha ha, these little brats, hanging on old longevity looking for death." I didn't even need to look, just hearing that laughter made my DNA react. Garp, the naval hero Garp. Good heavens, on this ship, there was an Admiral Aokiji and a naval legend. Garp. This configuration was simply a moving Yonko crew. The Navy saw this. The 2 Dinghai Shenzhens appeared invigorated, their eyes filled with sympathy, as if they were gazing upon a group of wayward youths destined for transformation in the city. Qingji, upon spotting Garp, brightened and hurried over to report the situation. After listening, Garp sighed and mused, "Ah, if only my grandson Luffy could become a bounty hunter, that would be far better than being a pirate." At that moment, I wanted to interject, "My dear sir, your grandson is no ordinary pirate. He is destined to become the Pirate King." After Garp's lament, he began to stretch his limbs, joints cracking, and instructed his subordinates, "Pass me the cannonballs. I'll keep an eye on him as I throw." Meanwhile, the pirate captives aboard my ship were on the verge of madness, huddled in the captain's quarters, as restless as ants on a hot stove. What on earth was Locke planning? Surely he wouldn't send us to be cannon fodder against a warship? What was the purpose? They were utterly unaware of my true identity, their faces pale with fear. As for me, I held the telescope, my palms slick with sweat. Through the lens, Garp and Qingji appeared as vivid as characters stepped straight from a comic, animated and alive. I felt as though I were not standing on a ship, but rather on a cloud, my legs turning to jelly. I was not feigning. The oppressive aura from hundreds of meters away could flatten me. My meager strength was no different from that of paper in their presence. I even began to fantasize about whether I could hold my own against them if I mastered the 3 types of haki. I wondered if these 2 formidable figures would take on apprentices. Just as I was lost in thought, I saw Garp's iconic white teeth glimmering in the sunlight. And then he moved. I watched in disbelief as he hurled a cannonball with the force of shot put, sending it hurtling towards us with a piercing shriek. In that instant, my spirit fled, and a singular thought consumed my mind. I'm done for. I'll be smashed into a pancake. Would I drown if I fell into the sea? Terrified, I shut my eyes. After what felt like an eternity, silence ensued. Cautiously, I opened one eye. Wait, what? Why were all the cannonballs landing on the 3 pirate ships beside me? Moreover, the explosions were executed with such artistry. They shredded the sails and blasted the rudders. It spared the crew and left the ships afloat. I understood instantly. This was precision striking, a warning shot from Garp, who was also securing my cargo. I was so exhilarated that I nearly burst into tears, shouting hoarsely, "White flag! Quick, raise our white flag!" My crew scrambled to the highest point, raising the flag. Immediately, the cannon fire ceased. Garp, seeing our white flag, grinned widely and remarked to his subordinates, "It seems they recognize my prowess." Yet, he felt something was amiss and muttered, "These pirates are so vicious. The bounty hunters aboard must be done for." The Navy personnel beside him froze, their smiles faltering. However, Garp quickly shook his head. "No, these pirates intend to use the bounty hunter's ship as a disguise to approach us. Alas, in the face of absolute power, cunning tricks are mere jokes. Let us move forward and reap the fruits of victory." The Navy ship approached, and the captured pirates were thoroughly demoralized. A captain with a scruffy beard trembled like a leaf as he approached me, stuttering, "Luo, Locke, what? What should we do?" I gazed at his cowardice, delighting in his discomfort, and coldly replied, "You are now my captives. Obey me and return to the port to face justice." Once aboard the Navy vessel, and after clarifying the situation, Garp, while absent-mindedly picking his nose, muttered without decorum, "So, you're the devil fruit user? What type? Paramecia? Zoan? You seem decent enough. You Haven T harm civilians. Interested in joining the Navy? Information, sharing, and ample funds await. My friends, did I even need to think? One path led to a life of peril, where one could meet their end at any moment. The other offered a stable Navy career, with the chance to learn skills from top-tier mentors, to master the 6 styles and haki. This was an incredible opportunity, a fortune falling right into my lap. Though I had contemplated the freedom of being a pirate, as a time traveler, I was aware of the narrative, yet lacked the strength. I couldn't even defeat a Navy elite. Wouldn't venturing out be tantamount to seeking death? It was far more prudent to bide my time, leveraging the Navy's resources to pursue my aspirations. I was no extremist like Akainu. Thus, for the next 6 months, I must tell you, my life was nothing short of extraordinary. At the Navy base, I was subjected daily to Qingji's frosty prowess. His ice fruit needed no haki. The mere chill was enough to freeze me to my core, making my blood feel as though returning to ice shards. "Kid, this straw fruit is quite intriguing," Qingji remarked lazily while encasing me in ice. "But relying solely on your fruit won't suffice. You must integrate it with physical techniques." I shivered and managed a bitter smile. "Admiral, you make it sound easy. My ability is rather inconsistent." "Don't underestimate yourself," he retorted, kicking me away. "Now, show me your limits." Under this grueling training regimen, I was indeed pushed to my limits. I learned to create clones with the straw fruit and execute decoy attacks. Although I was still defeated by Qingji in a single strike, his gaze towards me had changed. He praised me as a genius. Most importantly, amidst the daily beatings, I sensed it. The 2 dormant powers within me began to awaken. Those flickering embers signified the onset of Kenbunchika haki and Busashoku haki. The rest was purely a matter of perseverance. However, just as I felt myself growing stronger by the day, ready to soar, a thunderbolt of misfortune struck me. My devilish mentor, who played the roles of both father and mother, was leaving. My friends, who could understand my dismay. I was utterly stunned, my heart heavy with reluctance. Over these past 6 months, despite the beatings, he had truly treated me like a cherished disciple. I rushed to find him, words tumbling out clumsily. "Admiral, are you really leaving?" Qingji maintained his usual relaxed demeanor, patting my shoulder. "Locke, all good things must come to an end. You have graduated. Your path is your own." At that moment, I felt a profound sense of loss. Bowing my head like a forlorn spouse, murmuring, "I just can't bear to part with you." He rarely smiled, but I understood the sentiment in his eyes. He truly regarded me as one of his own. He said, "I'll miss you too, kid. But remember, don't give up. I'll be watching you." On the day of our farewell, I stood at the dock, watching him ride away on that old bicycle, freezing the entire sea as he pedaled leisurely. What a grand exit, truly impressive. With Qingji's departure, my days of rigorous training came to an end. Yet, to be honest, the only thing that sustained me through those hellish 6 months, aside from the desire to grow stronger, was a more significant emotional anchor. Nami. My Nami. The mere thought of her perfect figure and vibrant spirit made every bruise worth it. Considering my current strength, I could easily return and defeat that fishman Arlong. However, the crux of the matter is that I'm a devil fruit user. A landlubber. If I fall into the sea, it's game over. I need a foolproof plan to rescue Nami without jeopardizing myself. Furthermore, I recalled that the Grand Line also had Robin and Hancock, without strength. How could I ever meet my future wives? Instantly, I was filled with renewed vigor. Let us get to work. Back at the C-404 Navy base, I had risen to the rank of warrant officer, complete with my own office. But who cared about that? What mattered was the reflection in the mirror of me clad in a crisp Navy uniform. I must say, when I caught sight of myself in the mirror, I was utterly captivated. This deep blue military attire, adorned with golden epaulets, paired with my face, was simply dazzling. I couldn't help but indulge in a moment of vanity. Oh dear, I'm so handsome. I must be charming a multitude of young ladies. This is truly my personal Riz era. However, mere handsomeness is insufficient. One must possess real power. My ambition is to personally lead a team to capture those notorious pirates with bounties in the millions, and I must swiftly rise to the rank of second lieutenant. After all, in this dilapidated base, the highest military rank attainable is merely captain. Yet, reality is harsh. In a vast ocean, finding pirates is more challenging than finding a partner. I have sailed with my fleet for several days without even catching a glimpse of a pirate. To make matters worse, the navigators at the base are utterly incompetent, frequently running the warships aground. This only strengthens my resolve to rescue Nami. However, Arlong's bounty of 20 million is indeed considered a small boss in the East Blue, particularly adept in underwater combat. I must contemplate carefully. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck me. If I cannot defeat them, I shall rally support. No, rather, invest in the future. I must forge a good relationship with my dear brother, Luffy, the future Pirate King. Heading to Garibo Mountain to find him at this juncture is akin to providing timely assistance. Once he becomes the Pirate King, I will be his angel investor. Without delay, I gathered my trusted confidants, boarded the warship, and set sail. Along the way, in an effort to showcase my prowess to my subordinates and to prepare a gift for Luffy, I glanced into the sea and spotted a gigantic fish over 10 meters long. Without hesitation, I struck the surface of the water with my fist. With a resounding crash, the massive fish was propelled from the water, crashing onto the deck like a cannonball, meeting its demise on the spot. My soldiers were left dumbfounded, mouths agape, as if they had never witnessed such a spectacle. The first-class soldier, Suya, stammered, "Lord Luoluo, your strength is truly terrifying." I merely smiled gently and waved my hand. "Lift it aboard. It will make a splendid gift for Luffy. I am certain he will appreciate it." Upon reaching Garibo Mountain, we lit a bonfire, roasted the giant fish, and uncorked some rum. The atmosphere instantly transformed. Let me tell you, that roasted fish was sizzling with oil, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, so fragrant it made one drool. Luffy and I, with our arms around each other, one hand clutching a bottle of liquor and the other grabbing fish meat, competed to see who could eat more and drink faster. It was pure bliss. This lad's personality is exuberant, drinking heartily and feasting voraciously, making him my perfect brother in arms. Over the past 6 months, we have gathered like this every few days, forging an unbreakable bond. I embraced him warmly, sincerely stating, "Luffy, you are destined to be the future Pirate King," while others regarded him as a fool. I believed in him. This lad was moved to tears, thumping his chest and assuring me, "Rock, you are my brother. Anyone who dares to bully you will face my wrath as the future Pirate King." Dear friends, is this investment not sound? If Luffy truly becomes the Pirate King, I will be the man who embraced the Pirate King. What a status that would be. Moreover, I train with him, unlike his grandfather, Garp, who often resorts to the iron fist of love to teach a lesson. I engage him in a manner that is both exhilarating and safe. This lad now regards me with more fondness than he does for his own grandfather. That night, Having indulged a bit too much in drink, I drifted off to sleep, knowing that Luffy would not set sail for another year and a half. Thus, no chaos would ensue in the East Blue for the time being. This journey has been filled with abundance and joy, a delightful public-funded excursion. I have come to realize that this task is indeed a divine calling. The funds for sailing, as well as the Navy's salary, are all provided by the world government. I merely sail the seas, tackling small pirates and capturing large fish. Those giant fish, over 10 meters long, can easily be sold for over 100,000 berries, all of which become my private fortune. It would be foolish not to profit from the government's money. Those who are maintained by government funds are the true kings. The cowards at the base, those afraid to venture into the sea, have unwittingly left all opportunities for me. In this fishing pond of the East Blue, any bounty under 10 million is, to me, merely a moving ATM. The most crucial task now is to cultivate my own trusted subordinates. Should I one day feel a whim to abandon my naval career and try my hand at being a pirate, the only constant in this world is change. One day, while I was reclining in the cabin reading the newspaper, my subordinate, the mustached Reno, burst in with a loud bang, anxiously exclaiming, "Captain Rock, there is a pirate ship ahead." I didn't even lift my eyelids, leisurely blowing a smoke ring. What is the fuss? First, let us check their bounty. Reno paused, and I continued, "Remember my rules. If the bounty exceeds 5 million, we proceed with caution. If it's under 1 million, we don't waste words. We sink them with cannon fire. No boarding battles. That's just a waste of time." Before long, Reno returned, "Captain, it's confirmed. Their bounty is only 700,000. I raise an eyebrow. Oh, then why be courteous? Prepare to fire." With a command, my gunners eagerly took their positions. After several rounds of volley, their shabby little ship was obliterated into mere fragments. Afterward, I stood at the bow, savoring the sea breeze, feeling utterly elated. I then turned to my subordinates, issuing new orders. Send a small boat over to retrieve the bodies. Those with bounties should be brought back for a reward. As for those without bounties, let them feed the fish. If any are still alive, don't hesitate with your bullets. Grant them a peanut as a farewell. Remember, as long as their heads remain intact, the headquarters will acknowledge the bounty. I added a note of caution. Take good care of yourselves. You are worth far more than those scum. My subordinates were deeply moved, brimming with enthusiasm as they set off to collect the spoils. They had learned well. Upon discovering a survivor clinging to a piece of wood worth 100,000 berries, several soldiers rode over with friendly faces. "Don't be afraid. We are the Navy, here to rescue you." They coaxed that naive lad aboard, and as soon as he relaxed his guard, a shot rang out, swiftly ending his life. In his final moments, the pirate's eyes were filled with confusion. Why would the Navy kill captives? The answer is simple. I had long instructed my men. Why keep captives of no value? It wastes resources and requires supervision. Sending them on their way is far more efficient. But just as I believed I could traverse the East Blue with ease, happily accumulating wealth until Luffy set sail, an urgent intelligence report completely disrupted my plans. A communique intercepted from a sunken naval communications ship landed in my hands. Goodness, a formidable character has emerged in the East Blue. One named Jax the Darkblade, also known as the Sovereign of Shadows, with a staggering bounty of 75 million berries. His ship, the Night Arbiter, already bears an ominous reputation. This fellow, along with his band of monsters, had recently annihilated one of our communication vessels like phantoms. To make matters worse, the intelligence indicated that Admiral Aokiji had already departed the East Blue. Jax was evidently aware of this news and was gearing up for a grand takeover in the East Blue. I perused the records of his crew, noting the first mate, Iron Wall, with a bounty of 58 million, and the assassin, Shadow Walker, boasting 49 million, each capable of thriving along the Grand Line. Leaning back in my chair, I scrutinized the intelligence for the first time, feeling a sense of pressure. This was no longer about fishing in a pond. A shark had entered the fray. Jax was clearly aiming to exploit the power vacuum left by Aokiji's departure, and I found myself right in the center of his stage. Meanwhile, these so-called night arbitrators were on their ship, toasting with champagne in jubilant celebration. The scene was nothing short of a preemptive victory banquet. They gathered around a grand table, their wine glasses raised with exuberance, as if they had already trampled me underfoot. One hulking man, named Leonardo, boisterously proclaimed that the C-404 base was established by his mentor, Aokiji, asserting that with Aokiji gone, there was nothing left to fear. Then a woman named Lillian cackled, dismissing me. "Rock? Just an inexperienced youngling who can't stir any waves." She confidently claimed that I could not fathom her true strength. I wondered if she was some kind of hidden SSR. How could I not see through her? Another named Max was even more amusing, holding his wine glass and feigning profundity, declaring that no matter how sturdy a fortress might be, it could not withstand their impending storm. Family. Who understands this kind of adolescent rhetoric? Listening to it makes me want to dig my toes into the ground in sympathy. The most absurd of all is a girl named Ilika, clutching a violin, proclaiming that once she plays a melody, our resolve will shatter. I mean, seriously? Are you heading to the Golden Hall in Vienna or preparing for battle? Can a mere violin truly bring me to my knees? Do you comprehend physical combat? Or are you versed in magical assaults? Then there was the leader, GXCC, who simply smiled as he listened to his boastful subordinates, ultimately raising his glass and proclaiming a toast to our next objective, the C404 base, stating that they intended to use my location as a stepping stone to their legendary status. It truly made me both furious and amused. These individuals, brimming with collective confidence, are utterly oblivious to the reality they face. What they fail to realize is that my mentor, Qingji, has not strayed far. He is currently lounging on a little-known island nearby, basking in the sun while fishing. I must tell you, at that moment, old man Garp even called him, his tone reminiscent of a school principal inquiring about a student's recent behavior. In response, Qingji remained remarkably composed, assuring my master, "Rest easy, teacher. I know that brat. Luck." His tenacity is more than sufficient to handle a few pirate crews with bounties in the tens of millions. Let him have his fun. Youth requires experience. I can almost envision the smile on his face, a mix of pride and satisfaction. Of course, he added that if I truly found myself in a bind, he would intervene. His eyes can calm any troublemaker. This is what one might call the poise of a top-tier figure. He treats me as if I am a max-level character cast out into the wilderness beyond the novice village while he hides in the bushes, observing. To be honest, during that time in the EC, I found myself rather bored. Each day, I would patrol the waters, encountering nothing but the most wretched of characters. Those with bounties of 2 to 3 million were hardly worth my effort. My equipment was subpar, and my mind was dulled. Capturing them was simpler than eating a meal, devoid of any challenge. What to do when funds run low? Naturally, I sought a side venture. You know me. I tend to tread unconventional paths. I headed straight to the largest black market in the area. The place is a den of chaos, rife with corruption, but I have my connections. I sought out my old partner, a black market broker named Sofinuo, known by the alias Dark Smirk. This fellow is a shrewd businessman by nature. Upon our reunion, he greeted me warmly, patting my shoulder and exclaiming, "Locke, old friend, it has been too long." Our relationship has become something of an open secret in the black market. A Navy ensign associating with the top broker? Quite the surreal image, wouldn't you say? I wasted no time with pleasantries and stated, as per our usual arrangement, "I have new goods." Sofinuo's eyes lit up. The last batch of devilish tuna had his clients clamoring. "What do you have this time?" I smiled and informed him that I had acquired some exceedingly rare deep-sea varieties. These were legitimately caught during our patrols, above board and fair. I quoted a price, and without hesitation, he accepted. "You're always so straightforward." I then instructed my subordinates to begin unloading. You see, I have principles when it comes to my work. My two privates were murmuring softly as they carried boxes, commenting on how the high-ranking Navy officials in their offices are greedier than one could imagine. If they were in this business, they would likely sell even the ship's anchor. They expressed their comfort in following me, knowing I never dabble in the dirty dealings. Well, these two understood me quite well. I approached them to impart a lesson. "Listen, remember, we're not like those parasites. What we sell are fish we have skillfully harvested from the sea, legitimate spoils. Not a single thread of Navy equipment should be touched. This is our bottom line, understood?" They immediately stood at attention, their eyes full of admiration. Yes. Ensign Locke. Looking at them, I felt a wave of emotion. Family, who understands? The most detestable aspect within the Navy is those corrupt individuals who betray their own. They sell naval equipment to pirates, essentially handing a knife to a butcher to slay innocents. Just the thought of it makes me nauseous. As long as I wear this uniform, I will never stoop to their level. Moreover, my view of pirates differs from that of others. Most pirates in this world are not dreamers like Luffy. They are merely scoundrels who exploit their power to commit heinous acts, especially those who prey on civilians. In my eyes, they are even worse than refuse. My history lessons were not in vain. I despise those who bully defenseless common folk. Therefore, Anyone daring to harm civilians for the sake of bounty will meet a singular fate, death. There will be no second chances. Speaking of such scum, one has just appeared. Intelligence reports mention a fellow named Shuizhua Luolunshi with a bounty of 800,000 berries. Not high, but truly notorious. This scoundrel delights in leading his crew, the Butcher Shadows, to pillage remote villages. He wears iron claws said to be stained with blood. After looting, he burns the houses, leaving one standing as a marker. Do you think you are an artist? This is no performance art. In his latest escapade, he slaughtered an entire village after one of the villagers refused to hand over their life savings. Yes, you heard correctly. He massacred everyone. Afterward, he ordered the village to be set ablaze, attempting to erase all evidence. Picture him amidst the towering flames, wearing a twisted smile as if he holds dominion over life and death. But just as his bravado began to wane, anxiety seized him. Why? Because his bounty was on the verge of surpassing 10 million berries. You might think this is a cause for celebration, greater notoriety. But in the pirate world, this signifies a forced transition from the novice village to the high-stakes arena, where he will no longer face mere bounty hunters, but formidable monsters capable of altering the world's balance. His greatest fear is a rising star under the command of Admiral Qingji at the Navy headquarters, an ensign named Locke. This fellow has ascended rapidly in the EC, employing ruthless tactics. Luolunshi is painfully aware that his petty deeds have likely long been noted in Locke's KPI list. Ironically, rather than reflecting on the sins he has committed, he blames the villagers he slaughtered for his predicament, believing their refusal to pay was the cause of his troubles. One of his old pirates suggested, "Captain, why don't we change course to avoid Navy patrol hotspots?" Yet Luolunshi stubbornly retorted, "No way. Running away is not the style of Bloodclaw." I found his bravado laughable. The man was trembling as if he were a sewing machine, yet still trying to appear tough. While he boasted of pulling off something monumental, he was secretly plotting how to find allies and grow in strength. Meanwhile, let us shift our focus to our protagonist, Locke. Ensign Locke currently stands on the deck of a Navy warship, basking in the beautiful weather, enjoying a peaceful moment. As a Navy officer, his daily routine involves patrolling, protecting merchant ships, and combating pirates. While he might be thinking, another peaceful day, deep down, he likely longs for an indiscreet pirate to stretch his muscles. On the other side, the recently notorious Luolunshi dives headfirst into a place known as Phantom Harbor, which is essentially a pirate's den of vice, filled with gambling, drugs, and all manner of illicit activities. This group storms into a nightclub called the Shadow Dance Hall, where the dance floor is filled with alluring women, the air thick with the mingling scents of liquor and perfume. Luolunshi quickly succumbs to the atmosphere, spending money as if it were water. But just as he revels in his drunken state, embracing a beauty and feeling as though he has reached the pinnacle of life, an odd occurrence unfolds. He suddenly felt as though his mind was no longer under his control, as if a remote Trojan program had been implanted within him, rendering him immobile and locking away his thoughts. In that instant, he realized he had encountered a wielder of the devil fruit, once a formidable pirate lord of the seas. He had now been reduced to a mere puppet on strings. A cold voice issued a series of unyielding commands within his mind. Who among his family could comprehend this plight? Just a moment ago, he had been mingling with models at a club, and now he found himself transformed into a captain of a suicide squad. As dawn broke, Luolunshi moved like a soulless husk, steering his ship towards an unknown naval vessel. Anger and hatred surged within him, yet he was powerless to resist, fully aware that the consequences of refusal were beyond his endurance. Before long, the lookout on Locke's ship detected the stealthy approach of the pirate vessel. "Report, Second Lieutenant Locke. A pirate ship is closing in," a soldier nervously announced. Locke raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening instantly. He merely nodded calmly and commanded, "Verify their identity immediately. All personnel, prepare for battle. Do not fire yet. I wish to see what tricks they intend to play." Information soon arrived, and the lieutenant reported, "Sir, it is the ship known as Shadow Claw, captained by Bloodclaw Luolunshi, a minor character who typically operates in the shadows." Locke's unease deepened upon hearing this. A pirate with a bounty of millions dared to approach him alone? Something was amiss. He instructed his aide to contact nearby allies and directed the technical department to activate detection systems, ensuring no ambush awaited them. Then, Locke resolved to confront Luolunshi personally. As communication was established, Luolunshi's scarred visage appeared on the screen. Attempting to maintain an air of composure, he forced a smile and said, "Second Lieutenant Locke." It is an honor to meet you. Perhaps we could discuss matters? Locke internally scoffed, yet maintained a steady voice, replying, Luolunshi, your audacity piques my curiosity. However, I am inclined to hear your proposal. Following the commands echoing in his mind, Luolunshi began to lay out the bait. Lieutenant, we may find common ground in cooperation. We share an enemy. Locke's brow furrowed at the escalating complexity of the situation, yet he replied nonchalantly, elaborate. Simultaneously, Luolunshi was lamenting his predicament. He had not sought death. He was acutely aware of how his bounty had been accumulated through the slaughter of innocent civilians. Now, he was merely a pawn, pushed into the line of fire by an unseen hand. He cursed the duplicitous Locke and the shadowy puppeteer behind it all. He could only gamble, hoping Locke would see through the ruse or that he might find an opportunity to strike back. Locke's aide soon reported that the surrounding waters were devoid of any other vessels. Hearing this, Locke's lips curled into a sardonic smile. He had deduced that Luolunshi was merely a tool, seeking to use him as a stepping stone to gain notoriety in the East Sea. Locke was unwavering in his resolve. As long as he identified someone as a villain, he had no interest in hearing further. He denied Luolunshi the opportunity to continue his charade. Turning to the messenger and commanding, all gunners, prepare. Target, Shadow Claw. Deliver a precise strike, so this captain understands who holds dominion over the East Sea. As the order was given, the turrets slowly rotated. Locke stood on the bridge, his gaze icy. While Luolunshi awaited negotiations, Locke decisively waved his hand. Fire! Boom! 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 The cannonballs, howling through the air, swiftly enveloped the Shadow Claw. Luolunshi was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never imagined this young man would act so unpredictably, launching an attack without hesitation. Quick! Evade! Return fire! He screamed, his voice brimming with panic and fury. The first shot blasted a gaping hole in the ship's side, sending splinters and flames flying. The second and third shots caused the entire vessel to shudder violently, as though it might tear apart at any moment. Luolunshi was dumbfounded, cursing Locke profusely. Damn you, Locke, you treacherous, smile-faced tiger. He had expected at least a semblance of formality. Instead, the table had been flipped. This was a real-life embodiment of their ship being attacked. As he watched the naval ship bombard them relentlessly, it dawned on him that the firepower was simply incomprehensible. Was the ammunition store a bottomless pit? His decades of pirate experience were rendered utterly insignificant in the face of such overwhelming firepower. He bitterly chuckled. Had the times truly changed? Was he obsolete? But one might assume that the ships might lay in its artillery? That would be mistaken. Locke himself was a formidable force. He had not utilized the ship's cannons. Rather, he unleashed his own devil fruit abilities. His form transformed into a colossal scarecrow, extending countless invisible tendrils that intercepted the incoming cannonballs mid-air. And guess what? He hurled them all back. What a spectacle. This was no mere battle. It was a demonstration of reflexive superiority. One man became a mobile artillery platform, rebounding firepower that surpassed a barrage from a dozen ships. His naval subordinates stood in stunned silence, mouths agape in disbelief. Was their commander even human? Accompanying him at sea felt akin to being mere cheerleaders. The battle concluded with astonishing swiftness, as the pirate ship was obliterated under its own cannon fire. Slowly sinking beneath the waves, Locke reverted to human form, his violet eyes betraying no emotion as he coolly gestured, clear the battlefield, apprehend the survivors for interrogation, and grant the deceased a sea burial, allowing the ocean to serve as their final resting place. The naval soldiers immediately sprang into action, retrieving bodies and binding the survivors. Meanwhile, Locke stood at the bow, an unsettling sense of strangeness lingering about the entire affair. In the dim recesses of the sinking pirate ship, a solitary figure remained still. His eyes were pitch black, devoid of any spark, as if he were a shell from which the soul had been extracted. The air around him seemed distorted, unnoticed by any pirate. I must tell you, the entire event was a grand scheme. The mastermind was a woman named Ilika, who, through her unique voice magic, silently controlled this hapless pawn and indirectly manipulated the entire Bloodclaw pirate crew. She orchestrated this elaborate ruse solely to test the true capabilities of Second Lieutenant Locke. Indeed, this woman was a cunning strategist, and you might wonder? In the next moment, Ilika revealed her plans to her crew. Her demeanor was one of confident composure. Clearing her throat, her voice resonated like surround sound as she addressed everyone. Brothers, that performance was my direction. I must say, her crew was utterly flabbergasted. Ilika calmly explained that Locke had been garnering too much attention in the EC, necessitating her personal involvement to gauge Locke's true depth. Thus, she had utilized her voice magic to control a hapless individual, sending him along with Bloodclaw Luolanshi and his foolish cohorts to deliver their heads, purely to assess Locke's reaction, tactics, and that monstrous combat prowess. She concluded her summary. The verdict is that this man is exceptionally formidable, capable of altering the dynamics of the EC. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The true trials lie ahead. Her captain, a man named Jieka, was left speechless, gripping the knife at his waist, his brow twisted in disbelief. You mean to say that Locke, having consumed the fruit for only half a year, has reached such heights? His voice quivered, as if the entire plan had been disrupted by Locke's unforeseen variable. Jieka decisively declared, "It appears that a head-on confrontation offers us no advantage. Ilika, you must devise a strategy to infiltrate or orchestrate an assassination. We must uncover his weaknesses and dismantle him from within." Ilika nodded, radiating confidence. "Understood, Captain. I shall investigate his background and, in the process, attempt to rally a few like-minded factions who share my disdain for him, aiming for a concerted internal and external assault." The scene shifts back to our protagonist, Loaka. The once arrogant Bloodclaw, Lawrence, now resembles a beaten dog, dragged onto the deck of the warship, bloodied and etched with bitterness. Loaka descends from the lookout tower, exuding an air of judgment. His subordinates report that the man is still alive, to which Loaka nods and coldly instructs. "Give him a brief treatment, but do not allow him to perish. I wish to interrogate him personally." Approaching Lawrence, Loaka's presence is imposing. Standing at an impressive height of 2 meters and 8 centimeters. He crouches down, locking eyes with Lawrence, and straightforwardly demands, "Speak. Who sent you? What is your intention in testing my strength?" Lawrence, clinging to his bravado, coughs up blood and retorts, "I'm simply tired of living and wish to see how formidable the Navy truly is." Does he genuinely believe his own words? Loaka laughs derisively, regarding him as nothing more than a fool. "My friend, cease your theatrics. You have one final opportunity to confess. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Unable to withstand Loaka's unyielding gaze, Lawrence, driven by a primal instinct for survival, gasps for breath and divulges, "It was the Shadow Weaver, Ilika Main. She claims you are the greatest variable in the EC. We are merely her pawns." Upon uttering those words, Lawrence comprehends the gravity of his situation. How many pirates, with bounties in the millions, would be expendable? Coupled with that eerie ability of control, the answer becomes evident. Upon hearing Ilika Main's name, Loaka's expression shifts dramatically. He is no stranger to this name, recognizing it as that of a cunning mastermind operating from the shadows. Rising to his feet, he instructs the medics to attend to Lawrence while his mind races with calculations. He turns to his aide and commands, "Administer that drug to him. Keep him alive, but ensure he is not too comfortable." This strategy is undeniably ruthless. Loaka intends to keep Lawrence alive, not only as a public example to deter miscreants, but also as bait to lure in the formidable Ilika. However, Loaka is perplexed. He possesses no recollection of such a formidable organization in the EC. Why would a figure with a bounty of several tens of millions fixate on him? Is it merely due to his connection with Admiral Qingji? Do they seek to capture him for negotiations with the world government? The thought is overwhelming. Revealing his strength too soon could lead to a cascade of troubles. The more he contemplates, the more suspicious he becomes. If Ilika intends to test him, she must be observing nearby. He rushes back to the lookout tower and inquires of the sentinels. Are there any other vessels in the vicinity? Both the sentinels and communications personnel report that the radar is devoid of any signals, save for their own and that of the Bloodclaw. Loaka furrows his brow in deeper concern. This is illogical. He promptly commands, "Contact the base and investigate all navigational records. Alert the diving team to search the waters for any submarines." What do you suppose the outcome was? The diving team scoured the area, but found nothing. This is absurd. Does Ilika's group possess the ability to cloak themselves? Standing on the deck, feeling the sea breeze, Loaka senses he is ensnared within an invisible net. Unable to locate anyone, Loaka resolves to address immediate matters. He seizes the phone bug and directly contacts the C-404 naval base, reporting his achievements. "I have captured Bloodclaw Lawrence, with a bounty of 8 million berries." He then dispatches a message via carrier pigeon, ensuring the news spreads across all islands, demonstrating that the Navy is not to be trifled with. This I tell you, is Loaka engaging in a battle of public opinion, aiming to stabilize the morale of the populace. Regrettably, he is acutely aware that the Navy's internal affairs are a quagmire. Even to mobilize a diving team necessitates the approval of the arms-dealing base commander, a man known for his unscrupulous dealings. Loaka is disinclined to waste words on him. Upon Loaka's return to the C-404 base, a grand spectacle awaits him, drums resounding and firecrackers erupting. A lavish welcoming ceremony is organized, with banners unfurled and high-ranking naval officers lined up to shake his hand. Loaka is ushered onto the stage of the commendation ceremony, facing a throng of people, and delivers a succinct address, emphasizing that this is merely the beginning and cautioning against premature celebration, for more formidable battles lie ahead. That evening's celebratory banquet is filled with fervor. However, a figure emerges who repulses Loaka, Captain Jack, a corpulent man with a grin reminiscent of a human trafficker. This individual is the aforementioned parasite of arms dealing, the largest black market figure within the Navy. He approaches Loaka, cup in hand, oily and overly familiar. "Ah, Major Loaka, such youthful promise. Allow me to toast to you." Those present can hardly comprehend the discomfort Loaka feels witnessing such a man reveling at a celebratory event. He nearly retches but manages to suppress his disgust, forcing a strained smile as he clinks glasses with Jack. Observing the genuinely jubilant soldiers around him juxtaposed with Jack's despicable demeanor, Loaka suddenly feels disheartened, understanding why Luffy's father chose to lead the Revolutionary Army. This world is thoroughly rotten. The following day, Loaka visits the training grounds. Observing the fresh recruits, their faces brimming with youthful innocence, he experiences a tumult of emotions. He recognizes that mere passion will not suffice to survive in this harsh world. To impart a small shock to these young souls and ignite their fighting spirit, Loaka resolves to demonstrate the Navy's 6 styles himself. He positions himself at the center of the training area, radiating authority. Initiating with the moonwalk, he seemingly ascends invisible stairs, captivating the new recruits who watch in awe, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. Next comes the shave, and with a swift whoosh, Loaka vanishes, reappearing meters away in the blink of an eye, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. The recruits' minds are overwhelmed, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, convinced they are witnessing an illusion. But the spectacle does not end there. Loaka then directs his attention toward a distant wooden post and executes the finger pistol technique. With a mere jab of his finger, a muffled thud echoes as a deep hole appears in the sturdy wood. The entire training ground falls silent, the recruits rendered speechless as if paralyzed, observing their astonished expressions. Loaka nods with satisfaction and intently states, "Behold, this is the Navy's 6 styles. Few in the East Sea possess such skills. But remember, power is meant to protect the weak." He hopes that among them, there will be those who surpass him in the future. With that, Loaka turns and departs, leaving behind an impressive silhouette. The recruits, gazing at his retreating figure, are ablaze with fervor. Loaka understands that teaching them to fight is merely the first step. More importantly, they must grasp the cruelty of this world. Thus, he turns around and imparts another lesson to these fledgling recruits. His voice, suddenly grave and resolute, resonates. "Listen closely. We, the Navy, are the final line of defense on this vast ocean. But remember, strength is not for the purpose of boasting. It is to safeguard the innocent." His gaze deepens, as if recalling painful memories. "I have witnessed far too many suffer and perish due to their weakness. Therefore, this burden upon our shoulders is far heavier than you can imagine. We do not strive to be the world's strongest. We aim to ensure that ordinary people can sleep soundly. Every time we draw our swords, it is to protect, not to conquer." These words ignite a fervor within the recruits, their eyes ablaze with newfound understanding. They realize that being part of the Navy is not about personal gain. It is about carrying the weight of lives. Inspired by Loaka's words, they roar with determination, rallying for their homes and justice, and subsequently immerse themselves in rigorous training. Yet, while Loaka passionately delivers his speech, akin to a walking CPU upgrading the recruits' resolve, in the office above, Captain Jack begins to engage in a dramatic internal monologue. "I must tell you, the gentleman surnamed Jia is hiding behind the blinds, holding a teacup, resembling an old bureaucrat, squinting his eyes as he covertly observes the training grounds. His brows are furrowed, capable of squashing a fly. He mutters to himself, his voice barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. 'Luo Ku, are you cultivating a navy? or merely consolidating your own little faction? Your reputation grows day by day. Am I soon to lose my position as the base commander? He sips his tea, his gaze revealing a complex array of emotions. Deep down, he understands that Luo Ku is a double-edged sword, capable of enhancing combat effectiveness while simultaneously undermining his authority. He murmurs to himself, "This cannot continue. I must devise a strategy." As for Luo Ku, he pays no heed to these musings. Once training concludes, he returns directly to his office. Upon entering, he shuts the door behind him and leans against it, exhaling a sigh of relief. He gazes at the naval diagram hanging on the wall, filled with a sense of melancholy. This remarkable piece of work is so intricate that very few in the Navy can comprehend it. It truly troubles him. After some contemplation, he decides he needs to rally support. He picks up the telephone on his desk and dials a number for the naval headquarters, reaching out to his mentor, Admiral Qing Ji. "Hello, Master. This is Luo Ku." He speaks with a hint of urgency. The East Sea has become increasingly tumultuous, with several pirates offering bounties in the tens of millions, causing chaos. Could you find the time to return and assist me in dealing with them? On the other end, he hears Qing Ji's languid voice, unmistakably still half asleep. "Oh, Luo Ku, I'm afraid I cannot. I'm currently occupied in the latter half of the Grand Line, handling a group of billion bounty pirates on Red Soil Continent. I must oversee things personally." Luo Ku can't help but chuckle bitterly at his mentor's perpetual frontline bravado, always battling the fiercest foes, leaving him with little hope for assistance. "Very well, Master. Please take care." After hanging up, Luo Ku sinks into deep contemplation, aware that he has become a living target. The more pirates he has defeated in the past, the more individuals seek to elevate themselves over him. Taking down one or two with bounties in the tens of millions is feasible, but now they're banding together, and as a user of a devil fruit, if he were to fall into the water, it would be disastrous. This approach is untenable. Conventional tactics will surely lead to defeat. Wolkiskivi Gosuins. And a daring plan begins to take shape in his mind. He intends to play the role of bait. By presenting himself as the most enticing target, he will deliberately spread false information about discovering a colossal treasure on some remote island, luring all the pirates to that location. Let me tell you, Luo Ku is quite cunning. He knows he is out of his depth in naval battles, but on land, particularly in the familiar terrain of jungles and mountains, he reigns supreme. It is a pure trap, waiting for the pirates to walk right into it. This is a grand gamble, relying on human nature and cunning. He begins to secretly contact a trusted elite team, sketching out every trap in detail on a map with utmost clarity. Meanwhile, in Captain Jack's office, he has also come across Luo Ku's fishing plan. As he peruses the report, he shakes his head and sips tea, feigning concern. "Luo Ku, your confidence is excessive. Is this a heroic act or a foolish sacrifice?" However, what is he doing behind the scenes? He embellishes the half-true information in Luo Ku's plan, transforming it into more precise and enticing secret intelligence, which he sells to the pirates through his channels. Ladies and gentlemen, isn't this operation quite audacious? Luo Ku is on one level, believing he is fishing. The pirates are on another, thinking they have obtained insider information to turn the tables on the hunter. Jack, the schemer, is on a third level, convinced he can play both sides. Yet, none of them realize that in a hidden corner, Qing Ji is quietly observing everything with a mysterious smile, murmuring to himself, "This Luo Ku possesses a depth of thought far beyond the ordinary." Guess what? Luo Ku is not that naive fool on the first level. He has long since figured it out. He is not foolish. Why would the world government promote him while allowing someone like Jack to remain by his side? Admiral Qing Ji has previously been stationed at this base. How could he be unaware of Jack's misdeeds? It is evident that Jack is merely a stepping stone for him, a means to assess whether Luo Ku can handle these pirates, a grand workplace pressure test. Thus, Luo Ku plays along with the scheme, knowing Qing Ji is undoubtedly watching from the shadows. Therefore, he not only aims to win, but to do so spectacularly. He deliberately strolls around the island, occasionally using his observation haki to sense his surroundings and employing armament haki to shatter rocks, subtly showcasing his strength for the hidden observer. Rest assured, this group of small fry is no match for me. Of course, Luo Ku is also feeling the pressure. He understands that he is merely a pawn for the world government, laboring tirelessly for the celestial dragons, only to find the elder stars looming above, with even the marshal obliged to obey. As for himself, he has yet to awaken his conqueror's haki. He lacks the means to overturn the table. His only thought is, if I cannot defeat them, can I not escape? As long as I run fast enough, no one can manipulate me. Consequently, he contemplates how to ascend to the ranks of Rear Admiral and Admiral while simultaneously plotting his escape route. At this moment, the pirates designated as targets, such as TB Leonard Duo and Ning Lillian, are gathered together, celebrating with champagne. They hold the precise intelligence purchased from Jack, exhilarated as they discuss whether to sell Luo Ku to the 4 emperors or present him as a gift to the 7 warlords. They believe their success is assured. After all, what an accomplishment it would be to capture the disciple of Qing Ji. A land battle? Perfect. It saves them the trouble of pursuit at sea. These individuals have been meticulously maneuvered, yet they remain blissfully unaware of the storm approaching, for they are about to confront not an ordinary ensign, but a madman who has schemed against them all. Let me tell you, the moment these pirates set foot on the island, their arrogance knows no bounds. They treat it as their own backyard. The one named Ilika even strums a harp, her music resonating throughout the island as she calls out, "Ensign Luo Ku, stop hiding. We know where you are. Come out and chat." At that moment, I felt compelled to ask, "Dear friends, where does such confidence stem from?" Volkiskiviko, observing this group of clowns through the command center surveillance, nearly bursts into laughter. However, he restrains himself and deliberately responds through the island's loudspeaker in a notably calm tone. "Ah, Miss Amoine, your music is delightful. But every blade of grass and tree on this island serves as my eyes and ears. I admire your confidence, but do not forget, this is land, my domain." Despite his outward demeanor, Luo Ku has already deemed them as fish in a barrel. The pirates, however, are convinced and swagger confidently forward. As they encounter a few traps, spike pits, rope nets, they easily dismantle them. With each trap dismantled, they boast loudly, "Luo Ku, is this all you've got? Is this it?" Let me assure you, they remain oblivious. Luo Ku is nearly bursting with suppressed laughter. He feigns a nervous demeanor, sweating profusely, stammering, "How is this possible?" In truth, he is overjoyed because all the intelligence regarding these traps was supplied by the traitorous Captain Jack from the Navy base. The easier they dismantle the traps, the more it reveals Jack's thorough betrayal. This is the evidence Luo Ku desires. The pirates, still under the impression that victory is in their grasp, shout, "Luo Ku, come out and surrender. Stop wasting time." At the height of their arrogance, Luo Ku's voice suddenly transformed, turning icy and filled with murderous intent, resonating through the island's loudspeakers. Now, the game is over. As his words echoed, the very terrain of the island began to rumble and shift. Flat land morphed into cliffs. Paths transformed into dead ends, and from all directions emerged countless elite bandits under Luo Ku's command, sealing off all possible escape routes. The pirates were left dumbfounded, their expressions akin to that of someone witnessing AI-generated videos for the first time in 2025, astonished and bewildered. "Did you think this was the end?" "No." Luo Ku's voice rang out once more, laced with mockery. "Did you think acquiring intelligence guaranteed your victory? The true essence of war lies in the disparity of information." With that, flames erupted from the other side of the island, revealing a formidable contingent of well-equipped Navy personnel and several massive mechanical devices. It turned out that the information Jack provided was merely a diluted version. The real trump card had just been unveiled. The 4 pirate leaders, Luo Nardo, Lilian, and their companions, turned pale, realizing they had been deceived from the very beginning. However, as pirates, they needed to maintain a facade of bravado. Just as they attempted to muster some words of defiance to fight back, Luo Ku interjected with a surprisingly sincere tone. "Endless violence is rather uninteresting. We can cooperate to confront the true enemy." While the pirates were momentarily taken aback, believing a glimmer of hope had emerged, the sky abruptly darkened. A colossal shadow descended, enveloping them. What was it? It was Luo Ku. In an explosive transformation, he became a towering scarecrow, adorned with an array of cannonballs and blades. A veritable mobile armory. Negotiation? Certainly. The scarecrow's mouth emitted a terrifying echo, but first, you must understand who holds the authority. With that, countless strands of straw surged forth from his form, ensnaring the ordinary pirates with unbreakable bonds. Upon witnessing their subordinates being bound, the 4 captains panicked and charged forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Heavy sword strikes, ghostly ambushes, muscle-bound punches, and deafening sonic assaults, all directed at Luo Ku. The result? It was as if they were merely scratching the surface. Every assault struck Luo Ku's armored straw body, leaving no mark, while they themselves were left reeling from the backlash, their bones rattling. Luo Nardo, spitting blood, bellowed, This is impossible. Your strength. Luoku's enormous scarecrow head shook, his voice exuding an air of overwhelming calm. I trained under Admiral Qing Ji for half a year, each day feeling like 10 years. Your meager skills truly fall short. Li Lian attempted a swift ambush, but Luoku's Kinbunchika haki operated as if he had omniscient awareness, predicting her every move and leaving her in a state of disarray. Ultimately, all 4 pirate leaders lay defeated on the ground, battered and bruised, gazing up at the towering scarecrow with expressions of despair and regret. Only then did Luoku gradually descend, reverting to his human form before them. At that moment, a languid voice emerged from the side. "Well done, Luoku." Everyone turned to see, their souls nearly escaping in fright. Who was it? Admiral Qing Ji. He had been observing the entire ordeal. Upon sighting Qing Ji, the 4 pirate captains felt their legs weaken, their former bravado evaporating, leading them to confess their sordid dealings with Captain Jack in a torrent of words. It turned out that Jack had aimed to eliminate Luoku, employing them to meet their demise. Qing Ji's face darkened upon hearing this, coldly declaring, "The scum of the Navy must be eradicated." Luoku was also taken aback. He had suspected Jack would betray him, but he never imagined it would be to such an extent. Following this revelation, proceedings moved swiftly. The world government dispatched investigators, and Luoku was exonerated, while Captain Jack was promptly sentenced to execution, much to the public's relief. The most gratifying moment arrived when the Navy headquarters officially promoted Luoku from ensign to lieutenant colonel due to his significant contributions, assigning him command of the entire Donghai C-404 naval base, elevating him to the position of supreme commander. Before his departure to assume his new role in the East Sea, Qing Ji took the time to speak with him, cautioning that with greater power comes greater responsibility, advising vigilance against internal corruption. The day Luoku returned to the base, the scene was one of jubilant celebration, with drums beating and firecrackers exploding. Clad in his pristine lieutenant colonel uniform, he became the idol and backbone of the soldiers. In the days that followed, Luoku undertook sweeping reforms within the base, establishing an utterly loyal and combat-ready cadre, fortifying the C-404 base into an impregnable stronghold. As a year elapsed, Luoku's name became synonymous with justice and iron-fisted authority throughout the East Sea. This reputation was not unearned. I must tell you, I hardly had a moment's respite during that year. In spring, I aided fellow villagers in repelling pirates. In summer, I led teams to root out their strongholds. In autumn, I instituted rigorous training. And in winter, I braved snowstorms to rescue those in peril. Throughout 365 days, my focus remained on steadfast companionship, transforming myself into a model of diligence in the East Sea, earning the moniker Iron Wall Luoku. Initially, I believed my days would continue in this manner, battling monsters and gaining levels, until one day, an unusual occurrence arose. A place called Chui Wu Dao dispatched a carrier pigeon with an urgent plea for help. They reported that inexplicable disappearances had been plaguing their island, with fishermen claiming to have seen a pair of blood-red eyes in the mist, resembling 2 lanterns, suspecting it to be the work of some sea monster. Upon hearing this, my DNA ignited with excitement. A monster? How much more intriguing than capturing those petty pirate minions? I felt invigorated, abandoning my responsibilities at the base. Without even a soldier in tow, I commandeered a high-speed patrol boat and sped towards Chui Wu Dao. I was determined to uncover which fiend dared to disturb my territory. Upon my arrival at Chui Wu Dao, the scene was utterly astonishing. The entire village, young and old, congregated at the dock, their gazes fixed on me as though I were their savior. The village elder grasped my hand, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaiming, "Lieutenant Colonel Luoku, you have finally arrived. You are our last hope." I quickly urged him to forego the theatrics and get straight to the point. The elder led me, surrounded by villagers, who began to recount their plight. They explained that a month prior, someone had first seen a red glow in the mist. Initially disregarded, it soon led to the disappearance of villagers who ventured out at night. One by one, they vanished, with each incident preceded by sightings of those ominous red eyes. As I listened, a frown creased my brow. The situation reeked of the sinister. I inquired if they had any evidence, and a young man timidly presented a battered piece of wood, claiming it belonged to his father's fishing boat. Upon examining it, I discovered deep, jagged scratches that were far beyond the capabilities of any ordinary shark or sea creature. I estimated that whatever had left such marks must have been at least 70 to 80 meters long. Those who understand Know that a creature of that size should be residing in the calm zones or deeper waters, not wreaking havoc in the beginner's East Sea. I sensed that this matter was far from straightforward, and there was surely something sinister lurking beneath the surface. After assuring the villagers I would resolve the issue, a bold idea began to form in my mind. That very night, armed with no weapons, I strolled along the beach, planning to act as a living target, daring it to reveal itself. And guess what? Those two glaring red eyes indeed appeared. From the depths of the mist, they flickered and watched me from afar, remaining motionless. As I advanced, it retreated, as if assessing my combat prowess as a potential midnight snack. I found myself amused. This creature was clever, recognizing I was no easy prey. Thus began a standoff that lasted 3 long nights. It returned nightly to check in, yet remained at a distance, and my patience was wearing thin. I contemplated for a moment. Well, if you choose not to emerge, I shall intensify the pressure. On the 4th day, I committed an unforgettable act of audacity. I had several baskets of putrid fish entrails dragged out from the warehouse. The stench was such that it rendered the surrounding area barren, and a mere whiff could elevate one to ethereal realms. Gritting my teeth, I smeared this foul substance all over myself, leaving no inch of skin untouched. Ultimately, I curled up amidst the rotting fish, burying myself within, leaving only my eyes exposed. The strategy was to masquerade as a decayed buffet, patiently waiting for the creature to take the bait. As night fell, the noxious odor indeed proved effective. The pair of crimson eyes soon appeared, hesitating for a considerable time, yet ultimately succumbing to the allure of the feast, slowly rising from the sea. I held my breath, watching as a massive shadow broke through the mist. This being was even larger than I had imagined, covered in dark scales, its head resembling that of a small truck. Most crucially, I could clearly see a vast, gruesome wound on its neck, flesh torn and exposed, indicative of a fierce battle it had lost, having fled from its homeland. No wonder it appeared so timid. It was evidently a grievously injured creature. Just as it approached within 10 meters, preparing to open its mouth, it seemed to suddenly catch a whiff of something amiss. Those red eyes instantly locked onto my position. Noticing its awareness, I no longer feigned ignorance and revealed my true self. I leaped from the pile of rotten fish, my inner dominance surging, as the technique from the Navy's 6 styles, the spear finger, coalesced at my fingertips. Aimed directly at the creature's head, I unleashed a shot. With a thunderous roar, the air trembled. This was a definitive assault. The colossal form froze abruptly, its eyes widening in disbelief, unable to fathom how this foul-smelling midnight snack could also wield a weapon. Then, it fell straight down onto the beach, sending waves surging higher than a 3-story building. After the deed was done, I gazed at the creature's lifeless body, feeling a complex array of emotions. This unfortunate being had met a tragic fate. Without further contemplation, I retrieved my den mushy and contacted the Navy headquarters, requesting the scientific team to come and study this creature's condition, while also contributing to the East Sea's biological database. At dawn, the villagers emerged to witness the colossal figure sprawled on the beach, and upon seeing me, standing there unperturbed, they erupted into cheers, nearly shattering my eardrums. I briefly explained that scientists from the Navy would be arriving and advised them not to touch anything, thus bringing this matter to a temporary close. After handing over the follow-up tasks, I departed on a speedboat back to base. To be honest, watching the specialized researchers arrive on the island filled me with a sense of reflection. While I was adept at combat, when it came to intellectual pursuits, it was the scientists who truly excelled in deciphering the underlying logic of this world. As someone who had traversed dimensions, I felt akin to a mere elementary student in comparison. I resolved to faithfully serve as a Navy officer, safeguarding peace with my fists. While I pondered the essence of life, a group of brash newcomers emerged in the East Sea. A small, shabby vessel named Free Wind carried a band of freshly minted pirates, celebrating their first successful heist with exuberance. They had recently ravaged a coastal village, seizing hundreds of thousands of berries, and reveled in the belief that they had reached the pinnacle of their lives, on the brink of sailing the Grand Line with swagger. These fools were utterly oblivious to the irony of their earlier ferocity, bullying the vulnerable, juxtaposed against their current naive jubilation. Little did they know, the wheels of fate were already in motion. Consequently, the hapless Free Wind sailed directly into my line of sight. I must tell you, these novice pirates wore their inexperience like a badge, clearly marked as greenhorns. The crew was intoxicated, staggering about, completely oblivious to their surroundings. What can one say? The operational capabilities of this generation of pirates were indeed concerning. I mused, was this not a gift-wrapped opportunity? Silently, I stealthily boarded the ship, gliding through the chaos as if returning home. As I navigated through the bodies strewn about, I couldn't help but reflect on these young souls. They were, to put it kindly, yearning for freedom. To put it bluntly, they were merely engaging in a drunken escapade at sea. I swiftly made my way to the control room, taking command of the vessel with ease. Then I pulled out my din mushy, directly contacting the base. Hello? Is this the base? Yes, it's me, Luo-ko. I've soloed this. No need for reinforcements. It's a bit cramped. Just prepare to receive a full shipment. Having ended the call, I realized I could not simply return them as they were. I believed in winning people over through virtue. Activating my devil fruit ability, I conjured several rods of straw, sturdier than steel, which silently bound every crew member on deck, ensuring they would awaken unable to move, yet unharmed. Once I was settled, I perused their navigation logs. To my surprise, they had indeed raided a village, yet the entries were filled with indecision. They wished to rob without causing harm, leading to multiple internal conflicts. I chuckled at the realization that they were merely a group of adolescents yet to fully embrace their darker sides. Sure enough, as dawn broke, the captain, named Jax, awoke with a start, only to find himself restrained. His face flushed with anger as he shouted at me, "You cowardly scoundrel! If you have the courage, face me in a duel." I nearly burst into laughter. I replied, "Young lad, are you still half asleep? A duel? Do you think you are worthy? However, I'm in a good mood today and shall offer you a choice. I have read your logs and understand you are not irredeemable scum. You have two paths. First, return with me to the base and face judgment. Or second, lay down your weapons and accompany me back to the village you looted, compensating for all damages and volunteering until the villagers forgive you. Only when you prove you are not trash can we discuss dueling." Upon hearing my words, the once menacing young pirates were left dumbfounded. A few, unable to handle the psychological pressure, broke down in tears, lamenting their transformation, exclaiming their regret. Jax, however, retained some semblance of pride, gritting his teeth and staring at me for what felt like an eternity before finally exclaiming, "Fine, I accept. Wait for me, Luo-ko. I will prove myself to you." In due course, I did escort them back to the village and even arrange for them to hold an apology meeting with the villagers. Jax, in front of everyone, bowed deeply, demonstrating utmost sincerity. The villagers, being simple folk, forgave them upon witnessing their contrition. However, this matter was far from over. To ensure Jax truly understood and to allow him to vent his pent-up frustration, I confronted him at the village entrance, stating, "Come now, did you not seek a duel? I offer you this chance." His eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he charged at me. What transpired next? I assure you, in a mere flash, with a deft maneuver, I pinned him firmly to the ground. I feared I might have applied too much force and inadvertently caused him harm. This display left everyone astonished. I informed them that the loss of hundreds of thousands of berries would be repaid through labor. Observing their transformation from pirates to repairmen, fishermen, and security guards, harmoniously integrating with the villagers, filled me with a sense of reflection. Indeed, this world is not merely black and white. Yet, just as I believe this chapter concluded satisfactorily, a genuine calamity arrived at my doorstep. I must tell you, there exists a formidable figure in the East Sea, known as Bloodblade Kronos, with a bounty of 12 million berries. This individual is no mere intern like Aokiji. Rather, he embodies pure malice, delighting in the torment of the innocent. A true psychopath. Upon hearing that I had persuaded an entire ship of pirates to adopt virtuous behavior, he felt his profession as a pirate was insulted. Believing I was undermining their reputation, he boldly proclaimed aboard his vessel, "A bunch of useless fools." They were swayed by the mere words of the Navy. He even singled me out, saying, "Lieutenant Luo-ko, just a self-righteous fool. He'd better not cross my path, for I would make him acquainted with true terror." Following this, the madman ordered his ship, the Inu Linghao, to proceed at full speed towards the village where Aokiji and the others were undergoing labor reform. He intended to cleanse his domain and teach me what it truly means to be a pirate. The ominous vessel, known as Kronos, emerged from the horizon, exuding an aura of murderous intent. The villagers were paralyzed with fear, yet Aokiji and his unfortunate crew, having enjoyed a few days of peace, stood resolute. They armed themselves and formed a protective barrier around the villagers, ringing the alarm bell, ready to fight to the death. They even resolved that if they survived, they would join the Navy. However, I must tell you, ideals can be grand, yet reality is brutally stark. The scene was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Gyekusi and his crew's meager skills were as fragile as paper against an adversary of Kronos' caliber. One by one, they fell, blood flowing like a river. Kronos stood upon the body of a half-dead pirate, his face twisted in derision. Brainwashed weaklings, how laughable. Yet, that barely breathing pirate, mustering his last breath, shouted defiantly, "Lieutenant Luo, Ku will never let you go." I tell you, the moment those words left his lips, he perished instantly. The island fell into a profound silence. I was on the bridge, listening to the final reports from the front line through the transponder snail. Lieutenant Luo, Ku's expression was as dark as a soot-stained pot. Not a word escaped his lips as he stood there, fists clenched so tightly that veins protruded, and I feared he might crush his own bones. Those young pirates, initially a ragtag bunch of street urchins, had been inspired by Luo Ku to strive for goodness and protect their home, only to have it all stripped away by that beast named Kronos, leaving nothing but devastation in his wake. They had once held the promise of a future. Luo Ku's voice was low, akin to a whisper emerging from the depths of the earth, each word laced with blood. Who among the families could comprehend the helplessness of watching the seedlings they nurtured turn to ash in a great conflagration, a feeling that could drive one to madness? In the next instant, he spun around, his eyes burning with fury, and roared at us, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Set sail immediately. Target that village." His voice was no longer that of a lieutenant, but rather that of a beast poised to devour. He ordered the mobilization of all available Navy forces in the East Sea to confront Kronos head-on. At that moment, a singular thought consumed me. It was over. The winds of change were about to sweep across the East Sea. When we hastily arrived at the village, the sight was one I would never forget. The village resembled a war-torn wasteland, charred wood and crumbling walls littering the landscape, the air thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder and blood, nauseating in its intensity. Kronos had long vanished, leaving behind a sea of corpses. Luo Ku walked through the ruins, each step laden with weight. He halted as his gaze fell upon Gyekusi, the very first to challenge Luo Ku, lying amidst a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, clutching a broken blade with an expression of utter defiance. Luo Ku approached slowly, crouching down, and I noticed his hand tremble. Gently, he closed Gyekusi's eyes. In that instant, the air around us seemed to freeze. Luo Ku uttered not a single word. Yet the overwhelming fury and sorrow emanating from him were palpable even from a great distance. Through gritted teeth, he spat out the name Kronos, his voice chilling as ice. "I swear, you shall pay in blood for your deeds." And then, the most explosive moment arrived. Just as Luo Ku stood up, his body suddenly swayed. And I initially thought it was a result of his grief, but something was amiss. His expression had altered. A terrifying aura of killing intent, I assure you. It was no jest. It was the kind of presence that could instill fear in one's very soul, erupting from him without warning. It was as if a domain had unfolded around him, causing every Navy personnel standing nearby to falter, their legs weakening, their heads spinning, as if the sky itself were collapsing, rendering them breathless. An officer attempted to approach him, but the moment he took a step, he collapsed to his knees, unable to rise. Luo Ku himself appeared dazed, clutching his head as if battling some internal struggle. I later discovered that he had pushed himself to the brink of rage, inadvertently awakening the legendary conqueror's haki. What a revelation, for he himself had become the most formidable adversary. Yet at that moment, he could not control the power surging within him, and it seemed he was on the verge of exploding, threatening to overwhelm even his own comrades. In the final seconds before his consciousness faded, he summoned an indomitable will to forcefully suppress that power. Then he collapsed unconscious. When he awakened, the world was shrouded in darkness. He propped himself up, surveying the disarray of his subordinates strewn about, including the dazed seabirds, initially bewildered, but then he suddenly laughed. It was a laugh filled with the incredulity of having survived a catastrophe. He realized that he had reached the limits of his fury and inadvertently awakened something extraordinary. Of course, he was not yet adept in wielding this newfound power, resembling an unfinished product, erratic in its manifestation. Nevertheless, Luo Ku's gaze towards Kronos had fundamentally transformed. In his eyes was a message. "You, scoundrel, wait and see. You have provoked my wrath and inadvertently bestowed upon me a boon. This debt shall be settled in due course." Subsequently, Luoku issued a command to lay a comprehensive trap for Kronos, silently spreading throughout the East Sea. All intelligence operatives and informants were mobilized, scouring the world for the whereabouts of that scoundrel. As the scene shifted, you might be curious what that scoundrel Kronos was up to. He, along with his crew, having just ravaged the village, boarded a colossal gambling ship named Huan Hai Chi Ming, heading for a lavish celebration. I assure you, that ship was ostentatious beyond belief, resplendent in gold and jewels. A veritable den of iniquity upon the seas. Inside, casinos and beautiful women abounded, the air thick with the sense of money and hormones. Kronos reclined in the most opulent suite, surrounded by companions, sipping top-shelf rum as if nothing had transpired. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the ship was teeming with informants eager to exchange his head for bounty. Our Navy's intelligence network had long since infiltrated his ranks. Every move he made was meticulously observed. On our end, Luo Ku led an elite fleet, racing towards the Huan Hai Chi Ming, poised to ensnare their quarry. Just as we were about to close the net, a mysterious woman in his suite suddenly whispered to him, "Kronos, your information has been compromised. If you do not leave now, there will be no escape." With that, she patted his shoulder and turned to depart. Kronos was taken aback, his intoxication fading. Being a cunning character, he quickly grasped the situation without hesitation. He arranged for a clandestine retreat. By the time we stormed the gambling ship, kicking open the suite's door, all that awaited us were remnants of feasts long abandoned. The room empty. Luoku's face turned a shade of green with rage. At that moment, a woman clad in a fiery red qipao emerged, her movements enchanting. She twirled a fan, smiling sweetly at Luoku. "Oh dear, Lieutenant Luoku, such a grand display has frightened our guests. The person you seek is not here." The tone and gaze unmistakably conveyed the message. "I know where he is, yet I shan't divulge that information. What can you do about it?" Luoku regarded her coldly, uttering not a single word, and with a mere gesture commanded us to search. The woman's complexion grew momentarily pallid, yet she swiftly donned an even more alluring smile, languidly indicating a direction before gliding past her, leaving behind a parting remark. "Colonel, should you persist in your search, you may find yourself unable to contain the depths of this situation. The waters of Donghai are indeed profound." Upon hearing this, Luoku comprehended the underlying implications. The vessel was shielded by high-ranking naval officials, residing within a murky realm. Should he forcefully intrude now, it would not only yield no results, but also offend formidable figures he could ill afford to cross. Thus, Luoku offered a knowing smile and promptly ordered withdrawal. Although we did not apprehend, we at least gained insight into the nature of these individuals. As he led us away, it was evident to all that this matter was far from resolved. Just as Luoku departed, Hu and his associates scurried away like rats spotting a cat, the chaos resembling a scene of utter pandemonium. They had long plotted their escape, each commandeering a small speedboat, swiftly plunging into the ink-black sea, scattering like petals in the wind. Kolonosu, the old rogue, was genuinely rattled. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he contemplated rendezvousing at a secret island. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, akin to the prickling sensation of being watched from all angles. The rhythm of his heartbeat crescendoed, echoing the thought that not only the Navy, but even his former underworld allies sought his demise. His exposure had effectively overturned the entire underground profit chain. He inquired over the radio, only to be met with a series of unfortunate circumstances, either encountering treacherous weather or being pursued by unidentified vessels. The simplicity of his retreat plan had devolved into a perilous game, where each step could lead to his demise. His thoughts were a tumultuous mess. One moment, he envisioned a piercing gaze. The next, he pondered which traitorous wretch had sold him out. The more he mulled over it, the angrier he grew, pressing the accelerator to the floor. Yet, upon glimpsing the distant lights of the naval fleet, his bravado evaporated. Fear enveloped him like icy waters, chilling him to the core. As for us, Luoku remained remarkably composed. He was not amidst the main force, but rather stood alone on a dilapidated wooden boat, ghost-like upon the water. He refrained from illuminating any lights, focusing instead on cultivating an atmosphere of psychological pressure upon, suggesting he was encircled. The main naval fleet trailed far behind, having laid an invisible net. Luoku, akin to a master hunter, maneuvered using ocean currents, wind directions, and even Kavu's own anticipations, methodically driving him into a trap. Observing the small light frantically fleeing in the distance, his smile widened. not out of arrogance, but from unwavering confidence in the impending arrival of justice. At that moment, Kurulonosu noticed Luokura as well. He beheld the solitary figure on the small boat, clad in a naval uniform, epaulets glimmering in the moonlight. A sudden, misguided notion struck him. He concocted a scheme to seize this individual as a hostage. He believed that by capturing this naval colonel, the formidable warships would be forced to comply. In an instant, a desperate and frenzied smile crept across his face, and he jerked the steering wheel, propelling the speedboat towards like a rabid dog. On our flagship, we observed through night vision equipment the scene unfolding clearly. Everyone on the bridge was rendered speechless. A young officer exclaimed, "Is this fellow out of his mind? He intends to attack Colonel Luka?" An old veteran shook his head. He must be desperate. However, this chap seems to understand the gravity of his actions. Amidst the murmurs, Luokura's voice resonated through the communication channel, calm and collected. "Initiate Plan B, prepare for support, but do not rush in." The scene was beyond comprehension. Kurulonosu's speedboat drew nearer, and he continued to shout, "How dare a mere colonel obstruct my path?" Yet Luokura did not even flinch. At the moment of imminent collision, he leapt gracefully, executing an exquisite arc in midair. Then, to the astonishment of all, he flicked a single straw from his fingers. Yes, you heard correctly, just a straw. It landed squarely upon Kurulonosu's forehead with a soft thud. Time seemed to freeze. The arrogance on Kurulonosu's face solidified, and in an instant, he collapsed, lifeless. As if a switch had been flipped, the notorious pirate, valued at 12 million BV, was thus felled by a mere straw. Initially, our vessel fell into a stunned silence, which was swiftly shattered by thunderous cheers proclaiming, "Colonel, you are magnificent." Luokura lightly leaped back onto the small boat, a smile gracing his lips, though his eyes conveyed deeper intentions. He understood this was merely the beginning. The unfortunate was subsequently escorted to the C-404 Naval Base, a notorious underground fortress reserved for high-profile criminals, from which escape was unthinkable. The cell, constructed from high-strength alloy, was soundproofed, rendering any cries for help futile. Upon his arrival, Kurulonosu attempted to resist, shouting, "Let me out. I can offer you boundless wealth." Yet the leading officer paid him no heed, raising his firearm to his forehead, coldly declaring, "A scoundrel like you deserves no mercy. You shall rot here, reflecting on your crimes. Spare me your pretenses. Your fear is palpable." At that moment, Kurulonosu's facade crumbled entirely. He slumped onto the bed, his gaze vacant. It dawned on him that his previous cruelty stemmed from an innate fear of the strong. Now, faced with unyielding reality, all pretenses were shattered. During the interrogation, he divulged everything, weeping profusely, filled with regret. Awaiting him was the most fearsome prison in existence. Just as one issue was resolved, another emerged. A slave ship named Shadow Shackles had recently been wreaking havoc in the East Sea. The situation was dire, as the vessel resembled a hell on earth, filled with innocent civilians imprisoned within. The captain, a greasy and cunning old rogue, was currently boasting to his mysterious client about his latest haul. Luokura received orders to dismantle this ship. However, he harbored doubts. The slave trade was a murky affair, often entangled with the ton. Moreover, he had been assigned a partner, a female lieutenant named Ailison Weiduolia. Upon hearing the name and description of this woman, long, flowing black hair, fiery red lips, both alluring and captivating, his expression darkened. He thought to himself, surely this is someone sent to experience the thrill of the hunt, a beautiful liability. He detested such partnerships, worried they would hinder progress. Yet, when the command room door swung open, Ailison strode in, exuding an aura of authority that was palpable. Her gait was firm, and her gaze sharp. She was not one to be underestimated. As she spoke, her voice resonated with strength. "Colonel, is an honor. Our objective is to complete the mission, not engage in futile conjecture." Luokura was momentarily taken aback. He realized his assumptions had been misplaced. This woman emanated a genuine aura of strength, confidence earned through valor. He stowed away his disdain and nodded. "Lieutenant Ailison, I look forward to a fruitful collaboration." The two immediately commenced analyzing intelligence, and as Okur delved deeper into conversation, he became increasingly astounded, recognizing that Ailison possessed not only a keen strategic mind, but also an uncanny precision in detail. His initial prejudice transformed into profound respect. As they convened, within the confines of the ship known as an Ing Jiasaw, several women, captured and cornered, curled up in fear. Their faces, etched with terror and exhaustion, still bore the remnants of a dignified past. Remarkably, despite their dire circumstances, the indomitable spirit within these women remained unextinguished, their eyes reflecting a flicker of defiance against their plight. Meanwhile, my elder brother, Luo Ku, had meticulously prepared, eagerly awaiting the moment when that decrepit vessel would unwittingly drift into the trap laid for it. He and AI Li Sun conducted a final review of their strategy, ensuring every detail regarding the terrain and the safety of the hostages was meticulously accounted for. I must say, AI Li Sun is truly remarkable. She proposed several contingency plans that left Luo Ku nodding in approval, bringing him a sense of reassurance. As darkness enveloped the night, the time to act had arrived. Luo Ku and AI Li Sun, accompanied by a cadre of elite operatives, stealthily approached in a small boat, resembling phantoms in the night. Under the moonlight, the Aning Jia Suo appeared ominous and rusted, exuding a foul scent of malevolence. With a thunderous command, Luo Ku bellowed into the communicator, and our small craft surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. AI Li Sun, with remarkable agility, swung a rope onto the deck, her movements as graceful as a shadowy feline. In a flash, several guards fell before they even comprehended the threat, meeting their demise swiftly. Luo Ku followed closely, his presence announced by the resounding thuds of his footsteps upon the deck, reminiscent of a mighty giant. Chaos erupted in an instant. The deck became a cacophony of clashing blades and tumultuous sounds. Meanwhile, those confined within the ship, initially steeped in despair, began to perk up at the commotion outside. Despite their fear, they experienced a flicker of hope, akin to glimpsing a sliver of light after an eternity in darkness. They listened intently to the sounds of battle, their hearts racing with a mixture of trepidation and exhilaration. One bold young man clenched his fists, yearning for a different outcome this time. On the deck, the captain of the slave ship, a man named Han Mengda, watched in horror as his men fell like autumn leaves. His complexion paled, and desperation set in as he opened his mouth, likely to rally his crew or unleash a formidable counterattack. However, to his utter dismay, no sound escaped his lips. AI Li Sun unleashed her might. I assure you, the sight was spectacular. She radiated a silvery aura, as if adorned with ethereal effects. With a swift motion, she raised her sword, sending a crescent-shaped blade of energy soaring forth, executing the moonshadow slash with such speed that it left no trace. In an instant, the captain's head was severed from his body, his lifeless form collapsing to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief, etched with the horror of being defeated in a heartbeat. With their leader slain, the remaining minions disintegrated into chaos, their resolve shattered as if confronted by a specter. It was absurd. Their captain had been dispatched with a single strike, leaving them utterly demoralized. The sound of clattering weapons filled the air as they discarded their arms in surrender. Luo Ku called out, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." Immediately, they fell to their knees, heads cradled in their arms, their capitulation swift and decisive. Once the skirmish concluded, Luo Ku approached AI Li Sun, gazing down at the lifeless head that refused to close its eyes, his expression a blend of complexity. He sighed, "Sister, while you have certainly maximized the damage, we now have no prisoners, and thus, our leads are severed." AI Li Sun sheathed her sword, casting him a measured glance, as if to convey, "Little brother, you do not comprehend." She replied, "I understand your concerns, Luo Ku. However, this mission was unique, and I shall be more cautious in the future." Upon hearing this, Luo Ku grasped her intent immediately. This was a game of high stakes. Some matters were better left unspoken. He nodded, a mutual understanding passing between them, their bond deepening. "All right, clear the area," Luo Ku commanded, exhibiting a professional demeanor. He directed the crew to secure the ship, tend to the wounded, and bind the captives with seamless efficiency. He personally led a team into the dark, foul-smelling hold, addressing the tormented slaves with a softened voice. "Do not fear. We are here to rescue you." After completing these tasks, Luo Ku returned to his quarters, intending to rest. Just as he settled in, his wrist communicator buzzed to life. Upon answering, he was startled to find it was his superior, Admiral Qingji. "Good evening, Luo Ku," came the languid voice. "Volkiski kosat akret, Admiral. Are you still awake? I hear you've captured a slave ship today." Qingji broached the subject directly. "Indeed, Admiral. Volkiski ko anfirmet." "Well done." Qingji praised before shifting his tone. "However, In the future, it would be prudent to consult me before taking action. Let me remind you, such vessels are likely tied to the celestial dragons. The mention of celestial dragons sent a shiver down Luo Ku's spine, realizing the gravity of his situation. He felt as though he had unwittingly stirred a hornet's nest. This predicament was akin to quantum entanglement. Once entangled, escape seemed impossible. Yes, Qing Ji's voice grew somber. Those individuals have caused headaches, even for higher-ups. Do not dwell on this. Focus on your duties and strengthen your capabilities. As you grow, the understanding will come. After hanging up, Luo Ku found sleep elusive, his mind racing with thoughts of the celestial dragons and the enigmatic elders, their looming presence weighing heavily upon him. He tossed and turned, fixated on the belief that he must become stronger. The following day, before dawn broke, the naval base lay shrouded in silence as Luo Ku made his way to the training grounds to hone his skills. He practiced the 6 forms of the Navy, executing shave, moonwalk, gale foot, and iron block with such finesse that his speed left behind after images. Each kick sent the air humming in protest. A few early rising soldiers witnessed this spectacle, their jaws dropping in disbelief. My goodness, what sort of creature is our commander? Is it even possible to be this formidable solely through physical prowess? How can we compete? Drenched in sweat, Luo Ku remained resolute, fixated on a singular thought. Regardless of the celestial dragons, once I attain the strength to pierce the heavens, I shall see who dares to challenge me. As the soldiers gathered for morning drills, Luo Ku finished his training just in time. He approached a new recruit, clapping him on the shoulder with a smile. Train hard. Young man, let's strive together. The soldiers watched his departing figure, invigorated with newfound energy, their training shouts resonating with renewed fervor. Returning to his quarters, Luo Ku took a shower and gazed at his muscular reflection in the mirror, momentarily lost in thought. Sitting by the window, he breathed in the ocean breeze as he began to strategize his next moves. Unbeknownst to him, at naval headquarters, Admiral Qing Ji grappled with a ludicrous directive from the higher-ups, a decision that directly pertained to him. This decree, I assure you, could induce cardiac distress. Qing Ji paced his office, the floor nearly igniting from his agitation. The elders and celestial dragons had issued an uncompromising command. He was to mold Luo Ku into the sharpest instrument of their will. You see, Qing Ji held his own sense of justice, one that sought to protect the common folk and guide promising newcomers, not to become a butcher for those ensconced in their lofty towers. Yet, the weight of authority compelled him to comply. Thus, he found himself in a quandary, striving to fulfill his duties while preventing Luo Ku from succumbing to darkness, hoping to leave him a path to redemption. It was akin to walking a tightrope over a fathomless abyss. After much contemplation, Qing Ji resolved not to confront Luo Ku just yet. He needed to grant the young man time to experience the world, to encounter its harsh realities. Qing Ji reassured himself, Luo Ku, hold strong. Rest assured, I will be your guiding light, even as you traverse the shadows. In a shift of focus, we follow Luo Ku as he embarks on his first mission to a place known as Chuiyu Dao in the EC. On this island, I must tell you, lies the grandest casino of the entire Donghai, a veritable den of iniquity known as Huanxiangjicheng. That place is practically constructed from gold and desire. Those who enter either amass wealth overnight or lose even their undergarments. At this moment, Luo Ku stands within the opulent hall of the casino. He is not clad in naval uniform, but rather in a rather ordinary jacket, blending seamlessly into the crowd, with no one able to discern that he is a formidable character. The task assigned to him by Qing Ji can be succinctly summarized in 4 words: a solitary battle. Without comrades or support, he is to experience firsthand the essence of a life that is both free and fraught with peril. Let me tell you, Luo Ku is quite adept at the art of baiting. He strides directly to the exchange counter, converting a substantial amount of cash into chips, creating a veritable mountain of them, and then brazenly clinks them, as though anxious for others to notice his wealth. His demeanor practically screams the phrase, "Foolish and rich, come and fleece me." The eyes of the surrounding gamblers glisten green with greed, their avarice glaringly apparent. Luo Ku is fully aware of the effect he seeks. He aims to be ostentatious, drawing the sharks of this casino into his trap, preparing for a reverse hunt. As anticipated, within moments, several burly, tattooed men converge upon him. The leader, with a mouthful of yellowed teeth, grins widely like Mithriya Buddha, and immediately engages in familiarity. "Ah, brother, you seem unfamiliar, spending so lavishly. Which young heir is here to experience life? Luaka internally revels in amusement, but feigns innocence and a hint of pride, his performance reaching its zenith. Oh, esteemed gentlemen, you jest. I have no background whatsoever. My name is Jieka, just a humble fisherman. Recently, I returned from the sea with a chest full of gold. Having struck it rich, I simply wish to broaden my horizons and see if fortune would continue to favor me. This performance deserves an accolade. I would bestow upon him the title of Best Actor for the year. Upon hearing his words, the burly men exchanged glances, their smiles evaporating instantly. The leader, a hulking figure, slammed his hand on the table, his expression darkening. What? You have the audacity to come here with counterfeit money? Seeking death, are we? A classic scenario unfolds. A shakedown, a setup, a full-service operation. Luaka sprang to his feet, feigning panic, his voice trembling with a hint of a sob. Impossible, brother. This is a grave misunderstanding. My money was exchanged at the bank. How could it be fake? I even have the bank's check as proof. He fumbled in his pocket, embodying the image of an innocent man wronged. He certainly understands their intentions. He is merely biding his time for them to act, ready to defend himself legitimately and escalate the situation to uncover who truly supports this casino. Ultimately, the counter attendant, under the scrutinizing gazes of the burly men, trembled as he searched frantically, only to eventually confess that he could not find the check. Luaka smirked internally. His acute observation had already revealed that the attendant had hidden the check beneath the counter. So, they wish to play this game, do they? Luaka immediately exerted reverse pressure, raising his voice so that all present could hear. Can't find it? In such a grand casino, a customer's proof of funds can simply vanish? I refuse to believe it. I demand to see the surveillance footage. If the footage shows no record of me submitting the check, I shall concede. But if the footage proves my honesty, then you must provide me with an explanation today. The burly men would not relent, unleashing a torrent of curses. To hell with you. You're here to cause trouble. Brothers, take him down. Luaka shook his head, sighed, his expression conveying a sentiment of reluctance. Since reason fails, do not blame me for my heavy hand. No sooner had he spoken than the men lunged at him with a roar. The scene was akin to a martial arts film. The first brute swung a fist, slicing through the air, yet Luaka sidestepped gracefully, giving a light push that sent the man flying like a bowling ball, crashing into a gambling table. The second assailant attempted a sneak attack from behind. Without even turning around, Luaka tripped him, and he collided with the exchange counter, producing a resounding crash as the bulletproof glass shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. Boom! Bang! Crash! In less than 10 seconds, the once menacing brutes lay sprawled on the floor, groaning, none able to rise. Throughout the ordeal, Luaka remained impeccably composed, his prowess far surpassing the ordinary. The room fell silent. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. The attendant at the counter quaked, his legs trembling, an unmistakable odor of fear wafting through the air. My friends, he had soiled himself in terror. Luaka dusted off non-existent specks of dust and strolled leisurely to the counter, gazing at the nearly weeping attendant. His voice low yet crystal clear. Now, can we have a proper discussion regarding that check? The attendant, now thoroughly cowed, dared not argue, his soul nearly fleeing in fear. Hastily retrieving the check from the compartment, his voice quavering. I apologize, sir. It was a misunderstanding, a colossal misunderstanding. I must have inadvertently placed it in the wrong spot. At that moment, applause erupted from the second floor. A distinguished middle-aged gentleman, dressed impeccably and exuding an air of sophistication, raised a glass of red wine. Smiling at Luaka. Splendid. Truly splendid. Young man, your skill and courage have opened my eyes. He introduced himself as Chowers, the proprietor of this casino. He not only declared that he would cover all of Luaka's expenses for the night, but also cast a sharp, icy glance at the attendant. A look that could chill one to the bone. Let me tell you, this owner is genuinely formidable. While he verbally praised Luaka, a mere glance commanded his subordinates, who understood the unspoken message. The urine-soaked attendant, along with the incapacitated henchman, were quietly whisked away that very night, destined for a deep-sea excursion, to be fed to the fish along with their secrets. In this realm, those deemed useless face but one fate. Chowers warmly invited Luaka to the second floor for further discussion, and Luaka, amidst the awe and envy of the crowd, ascended the stairs step by step. He understood that the true prize had finally taken a bait. Downstairs, the casino's ladies were nearly glued to Luaka, whispering among themselves, their gazes practically devouring him. Hey, look at that newcomer. So generous and poised. He is undoubtedly the center of attention tonight. Let me tell you, the women in this casino were positively envious. Each one, like a shark sensing blood, gravitated towards him. One in a fiery red dress spoke first, her voice like nails on a chalkboard. Oh, what's the point of hanging around those thugs? Every day is the same. It's all so tiresome. Another, draped in a silver fringed gown, was even more direct, her eyes never leaving Loaka. Exactly. Those fellows lack promise, but this young man? He is a potential gold mine. This is our future. Ah, my friends, little do they know, these women have already begun crafting narratives of soaring to greatness. Thoughts of wealthy bachelors and life-altering fortunes danced in their heads, treating Loaka as the most promising investment of the year. The atmosphere was charged, akin to a war without gunfire, as each one aspired to be the chosen one favored by Lady Luck. Poor Loaka, unaware that he had become the most coveted prize, even more so than the chips. As these women continued to spin their fantasies, Loaka had already meandered into the VIP section of the casino. The lights illuminated a man standing confidently, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, radiating an aura that seemed to command the world beneath his feet. Who is this man? The grand proprietor of the casino, Chires Fandolite. I assure you, this gentleman is no ordinary tycoon. The naval authorities have placed a staggering bounty upon his head, not for any crimes of theft or destruction, but because he plays the game on a scale so grand it defies comprehension. He uses this casino as a facade while secretly engaging in human trafficking and various illicit trades, amassing wealth that could bury a person and establishing connections that reach the upper echelons of certain nations. The Navy is at a loss on how to handle him, resorting to sending in their ace undercover agent, Loaka, to find an opportunity for a decisive strike. As Loaka contemplates his next move in this intricate game, a server quietly approaches, presenting him with an exquisitely crafted invitation, stating, "Sir, Lord Charles requests your presence at a private party on the top floor. The opportunity has arrived." Loaka understands this is the moment he has been waiting for. The party is a lavish affair, and amidst the throng of revelers, Loaka navigates with an air of nonchalance while his eyes, like radar, meticulously analyze every movement of Charles. When the two engage in conversation, it is akin to a duel between masters, each word laden with traps and tests. Loaka maintains a calm demeanor, adeptly countering every advance. In the ensuing days, Loaka experiences what can only be described as a life of luxury. It is a scene he had only ever witnessed in anime, now unfolding before him daily. With a mere gesture, he commands attention, and the sensation of control almost makes him forget his true purpose. Especially during a yacht party, with the sea breeze whispering and beautiful women by his side, gazing at the distant city lights, he finds himself momentarily lost in thought, questioning his very existence. Should he simply succumb and remain here as a lord? However, who is Loaka, after all? In the stillness of the night, gazing at the stars, his sense of justice stirs within him once more. He recalls his ideals from before his journey began. To fall from grace now would be to betray his original self. This realization shifts Loaka's mindset entirely. He begins to dance behind a mask, outwardly enjoying himself while secretly gathering evidence for a significant reveal. Meanwhile, Charles grows increasingly perplexed by Loaka. Over the past month, he orchestrates one test after another, offering money, women, and treasures, yet Loaka remains unresponsive to these temptations. The astute women he sends to report back describe Loaka as an enigma, preferring to stroll through the streets discussing art, philosophy, and the night sky rather than engaging in meaningful pursuits. Charles, bewildered, sits in his study, listening to the sounds of a woman pouring wine and lighting cigars, his mind filled with questions. What is Loaka's true identity? How can a Navy elite show no interest in wealth or beauty? Is he scheming for something greater? Or is he simply an extraordinary actor? As Charles ponders these questions, he decides to take drastic measures. That evening, he dispatches his most formidable henchman, known as the Nightblade, offering a bounty of 70 million berries. Concealed, he prepares to witness Loaka's prowess firsthand. The Nightblade stealthily approaches Loaka from behind, his blade glinting ominously. But what unfolds next is a spectacle of sheer prowess. Loaka seemingly possesses a sixth sense, effortlessly sidestepping the attack, countering with a twist that results in a sickening crack as he breaks the assassin's wrist. A swift elbow strike sends the formidable Nightblade flying several meters away. The entire encounter transpires so swiftly that Charles barely registers it. In just 2 moves, his most skilled henchman lies incapacitated. Luaka, clearly holding back, is only prevented from delivering a fatal blow by a companion's timely intervention. Charles is left utterly stunned, realizing he may have provoked an unfathomable monster. No longer willing to play games, he directly invites Luaka to his private study. Under the dim glow of the lamp, Charles addresses him candidly. Let's lay our cards on the table. I know you are not an ordinary individual. You may even have connections to the Navy. Tell me, what is it that you desire? Wealth? Power? Whatever it is, I am willing to negotiate. Luaka perceives the situation with clarity. He understands that even if he were to eliminate Charles now, the vast criminal empire would not crumble. Those beneath would swiftly install a new leader. Thus, he refrains from revealing his true intentions, instead offering a wry smile. Charles, you overestimate me. I am neither a pirate nor a Navy officer, merely a traveler passing through, finding your operations quite intriguing and simply enjoying the spectacle. Your empire is akin to a complex machine. I initially thought removing you as a cog would suffice, only to discover that the machine can replace its parts without consequence. Upon hearing this, cold sweat breaks out on Charles's brow. For the first time, he feels a deep-seated fear. In Luaka's eyes, his proud empire is reduced to an analyzable model, and he himself is merely a replaceable cog. Panic seizes Charles, and he gazes at the eerily calm young man before him, suddenly proposing a wild idea. Luaka, since you are so astute, why not assume that role? You could even take my place as my successor. What do you say? What an astonishing turn of events. While engaged in an undercover mission, Luaka is thrust into the prospect of inheriting a criminal empire. His mind races with conflicting thoughts. On one hand, the righteous fist of Admiral Aokiji, and, on the other, the allure of leadership. If he were to become a boss, how would he explain this to the Admiral? Report, Admiral, I dismantled the criminal organization by becoming their leader. Does it make sense? The dilemma weighs heavily on Luaka as he contemplates his response. Finally, he proposes a brilliant plan. Charles, I have no interest in your position. However, we can collaborate differently. I will help you eliminate the disobedient elements within your ranks, and in return, you grant me trust and resources. How does that sound? Charles pauses, then bursts into laughter, filled with admiration. Luaka, you never cease to amaze me. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Thus, a thrilling confrontation transforms into an extraordinary alliance. From that moment forward, Luaka's identity undergoes a profound transformation. At the casino and the docks, everyone greets him with respect. Addressing him as Master Luaka, Charles publicly announces Luaka as his successor, igniting rumors that he is Charles's illegitimate son. Luaka allows these rumors to circulate, as they serve his interests. In the stillness of the night, he secretly retrieves a green telephone bug to contact Admiral Aokiji at Navy headquarters. Admiral, it's me. Charles has appointed me as his successor, and I am gaining access to increasingly vital intelligence. The voice on the other end, lazy yet resolute, replies, Well done, Luaka. Your current position is precisely what we require. Remember your mission. After ending the call, Luaka gazes at his reflection in the mirror, unable to suppress a bitter smile. By day, he is the spotlighted heir to a criminal empire, reveling in boundless power and luxury. By night, he is a solitary undercover agent, plotting in the shadows for the sake of justice. This dual existence is exhilarating, yet undeniably complex. Just as he reflects on this, another task arises. Being an undercover agent means socializing by day and performing grim duties by night. Tonight's target is a slave trader known as Blackthorn, a despicable creature beyond redemption. It is said he was once saved by a slave ship during hard times, but, lacking gratitude, became a more perverse leader, committing heinous acts. Such a person has no place in this world and must be dealt with. Truth be told, every time he undertakes such tasks, a pang of unease grips his heart. In his days with the Navy, he fought for justice alongside comrades. Now, he finds himself immersed in shadows, engaging in assassinations. Yet, there is no alternative. Under the eaves, one must bow or face dire consequences. For the sake of his grand plan, he is willing to dirty his hands, even if it means tearing his soul apart. I shall refrain from elaborating on the infiltration process. Suffice it to say, it involves scaling walls and evading a multitude of mercenaries and traps laid by some malevolent entity. Armed with a map provided by my informant, I navigated through the premises as though engaging in a video game, ultimately arriving at the doorstep of Heiji. That old rogue. To my astonishment, he was indulging in a fine drink, blissfully unaware that death was live-streaming just outside his window. As for the two guards at the entrance, I dispatched them with two swift punches, silencing any chance for them to raise an alarm. Upon entering the room, the old scoundrel was rendered speechless, his wine glass slipping from his grasp. I declared, "Hey G, your nefarious career has reached its conclusion." And then, there was nothing more to follow. Tranquility enveloped the world. Eliminating him was merely the first step. In passing, I stumbled upon a trove of intelligence, uncovering a more extensive slave network behind him, even implicating certain high-ranking officials within the empire. This information was a timely boon, positioning me as a pivotal piece in this grand chess game. Having concluded that chapter, I stood atop the rooftop, the cold wind whipping around me. Yet my mind was far from idle. Suddenly, I pondered the enigmatic figure of Admiral Qingji. How could such a formidable naval force align itself with someone like Blackbeard? This conundrum had long plagued my thoughts. Who among my compatriots could comprehend this? Perhaps the titans of the world have discerned that life is not merely a dichotomy of black and white, and that the lines between justice and malevolence are as blurred as a mosaic. Perhaps he, too, was left with no choice, compelled to embark on an incomprehensible path for a greater purpose. Much like myself, during the day, I am the prince of the underworld, while at night, I serve as an agent of justice. Who can truly delineate the differences? I dismissed such thoughts, for overthinking only leads to headaches. There were still matters at hand. Though Aokiji was no more, his cadre of senior officials remained. I made my way directly to their clandestine hideout, a dilapidated wooden shack. Upon pushing the door open, I was met with a sight. Over a dozen individuals, their faces painted with confusion and dread, whispering among themselves like middle schoolers on their first day. As I stepped inside, silence fell over the room, the air thick with tension. I surveyed them and stated plainly, "Your leader, Aokiji, will not be returning." With that, I produced a letter, a forged suicide note from Aokiji, and tossed it onto the table. His own words. Read for yourselves. The letters circulated among them, their faces shifting like a painter's palette. Truly a spectacle. In it, I had Aokiji confess to his downfall and command them to pledge allegiance to the Charles Empire, to heed my directives. This unexpected turn of events left their minds reeling. I could sense their thoughts, my voice steady, yet clear. The era of Aokiji has come to an end. Before you lie two paths, one leading to the grave alongside him, the other towards the Charles Empire, a more stable and prosperous future. I could see some wavering, while others grappled with the concept of loyalty. I did not press them, merely stating, "You have until sunrise to deliberate. Remember, this opportunity is singular." With that, I exited, leaving them to their deliberations. I was curious to see how many among them possessed wisdom. Outside, I found a chair and sat, listening to the cacophony within, akin to a bustling marketplace. A muscular man named Iron Fist Mike was the first to slam his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could our leader simply perish and expect us to side with our archenemy?" Another, a lanky figure named Cunning Sam, adjusted his glasses and calmly replied, "Mike, be pragmatic. The letter is here. It indicates he anticipated this. It matters not who we align with. Survival is paramount." A female cadre named Shadow Leah hesitated. "But we have followed our leader for so many years. Our entire team is on the brink of collapse." Their bickering echoed in my mind, reminiscent of corporate executives deliberating whether to resign en masse or await a new acquisition. Before long, the door swung open, and Sam emerged first, followed closely by Leah. They approached me, signaling their decision. The remaining individuals erupted in outrage, a burly man named Mountain Bear bellowing, "You traitors! What of our oath?" Sam turned, his gaze as cold as ice. "This is not betrayal. It is a choice to survive. The leader wished for our survival, not for us to accompany him to the grave." Leah remained silent, her eyes conveying a complex narrative worthy of an essay. I observed the scene with indifference. Sam and Leah stood before me, bowing their heads. "Mr. Locke, we wish to follow you. We are aware of all of Aokiji's resources and connections and are willing to offer them all, seeking only the assurance of our safety." I smiled, rising to pat their shoulders, a wise decision. "Rest assured, as long as you remain loyal, the Charles Empire will not neglect any of you." I glanced back at the closed wooden door, hoping those loyalists within would come to their senses. Times have changed. Clinging to old customs leads only to ruin. As soon as I finished speaking, the door opened again. A man named Smiling Tiger Tom led the remaining few outside, his face adorned with a feigned smile. "Mr. Locke, Misunderstandings, all misunderstandings. We have come to our senses and wish to ally with you. He approached me, nearly prostrating himself. Yet, I noticed several of his companions subtly reaching for their weapons, their eyes glinting like wolves. A performance? I relish watching such theatrics. I feigned ignorance, nodding, "Oh, it's good that you've come to your senses." Just as Smiling Tiger neared within 3 meters of me, he suddenly lunged, akin to a leopard pouncing. Simultaneously, his companions drew their blades, encircling me with lethal intent. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong adversary. I sidestepped effortlessly, evading Tom's assault, and with a swift motion, struck his neck, rendering him unconscious without a sound. As for the others, my observation hockey was fully engaged. Their movements appeared in slow motion. I elegantly evaded their attacks, gliding through the chaos, dispatching them one by one. In less than 10 seconds, the battle concluded. Aside from Sam and Leah, the remainder lay sprawled on the ground, either maimed or incapacitated, unable to utter a sound. I brushed off non-existent dust from my attire and coldly remarked, "I offered you a chance." The air was thick with the scent of blood, and I coughed twice, turning to the visibly pale Sam and Leah. Their former comrades lay at their feet, their expressions filled with terror. I regarded them coolly. "You two must make a choice. Will you adhere to outdated loyalties or embrace the possibilities of the future?" Who among my compatriots could understand? This was not merely a choice. It was an ultimatum. Sam and Leah trembled, exchanging glances, recognizing both fear and resolve in each other's eyes. Ultimately, Sam drew a short staff, while Leah tightened her grip on her dagger, advancing step by step towards their fallen comrades. Soon, silence enveloped the scene. I even clapped my hands, the sound jarring against the stillness of the night. "Well done. From this moment forth, you are part of the Charles Empire." Sam and Leah stood there, trembling, their faces ashen, as if they had just emerged from the depths of water. To end the lives of their companions was no small burden. I approached them, speaking gently. "I understand this is not easy. Yet in this world, survival always exacts a price. Let it go. Together we shall embrace a new beginning." Truth be told, my trust in them was negligible. Once they betrayed their leader, they could easily do the same to me. However, given their meager skills, with a bounty only worth 30 to 40 million, did they truly believe they could scheme against me? Such notions were laughable. As long as they remained useful, I could ensure their continued existence. The days ahead would be filled with the mundane intricacies of business acquisitions, albeit conducted with knives and blood. With Sam and Leah by my side, leveraging their understanding of the Heiji network, I commenced a meticulous infiltration, dismantling, and ultimately subsuming the entire slave trade chain. I promised those willing to submit positions of power and wealth, declaring to them that by following me, they would no longer be mere rats in the gutter, but lions basking in the sunlight. A few months later, I presented the entirety of Heiji's operations before the Charles Empire. As I announced this news in the Imperial Conference Room, the upper echelons regarded me with a mixture of admiration and a hint of trepidation. Meanwhile, in a clandestine room unknown to anyone, Sam and Leah trembled in fear. "Sam, have we made a grave mistake?" Leah's voice quivered with sorrow. Sam sighed deeply. Weariness etched across his face. "There is no turning back. We have killed our brother to earn Locke's trust, but this trust hangs over us like a sword, ready to fall at any moment." Despair crept into Leah's voice as she asked, "But can we truly escape?" I interjected, "Escape? Where'd we go?" Locke's influence is akin to a spider's web, thoroughly infiltrating all our previous connections and channels. We are now but two isolated commanders, waiting for him to drain our last ounce of value, leading us down a path to certain death. However, waiting idly was not a viable option. Sam, quick-witted as ever, proposed, "No, we must turn Locke's ambition to our advantage. He desires to achieve great things, and for that, he will need professionals like us to manage a trade chain. We still hold value." Leah's eyes sparkled with realization. "Yes, we must find a way to make ourselves indispensable. While feigning loyalty and serving Locke diligently to lower his guard, we must secretly build our own influence, seek external assistance, and prepare an escape route. This is a high-stakes corporate espionage drama." As they plotted their survival strategy, they remained unaware that their new boss, Locke, was the true mastermind behind the scenes. You may find it hard to believe, but his true identity was that of a top undercover agent sent by the world government to the Charles Empire, directly under the command of Admiral Qingji. His mission was not to engage in unscrupulous trade, but to uproot the entire illegal trading network in the East China Sea from within. Just moments ago, Locke had been trying to contact Qingji, only to find the line unresponsive. If his superior was unreachable, it indicated that he would have to rely solely on himself. Each step had to be executed flawlessly. One misstep would lead to irrevocable consequences. Yet, his mindset was remarkably composed, contemplating that without orders, he was free from constraints. This presented both a challenge and an opportunity. He resolved to utilize Sam and Leah's expertise, employing them while quietly investigating, preparing to turn this nefarious empire upside down. Within days, Locke, the clever strategist, took Sam and Leah to an island under the guise of inspecting business operations. This island was no paradise. It served as a transshipment point for the Charles Empire's slave trade. Upon seeing Locke's smiling face, their spirits nearly plummeted, but they forced themselves to maintain composure. Sam quickly reported, "Mr. Locke, our recent shipment has been selling well, with robust market demand. We must replenish our stock." Leah chimed in, "We have also intensified patrols to prevent any escape attempts." They desperately tried to demonstrate their value, fearing that a single misstep could lead to their dismissal. Locke nodded, acknowledging their efforts, yet he shifted the conversation, stating that relying solely on a single channel was too risky and diversification was essential. His foresight left Sam and Leah momentarily stunned. Following in Locke's wake, they dared not breathe, exchanging frantic glances laden with apprehension. Had he uncovered something? Was he testing them? The atmosphere was so tense one could almost wring water from it. They ventured to the cliff's edge, where the sea wind howled. Suddenly, Locke halted, turning to face them with eyes as deep as the ocean. He spoke without preamble, laying his cards on the table. "Enough of the charade. I know you harbor secrets. Your loyalty to me and the Empire is not as steadfast as you pretend." Sam and Leah's faces drained of color, their thoughts racing with dread. Then Locke delivered a shocking proposition. "I am willing to offer you a chance. Assist me in sabotaging a few slave transactions, allowing me to present a case to the world government that the East China Trade Network is collapsing. If successful, I will ensure your survival." What a twist! Sam and Leah exchanged glances, astonished and bewildered, yet exhilarated at the prospect of grasping a lifeline. Sam stammered, "Are you serious? Can you guarantee our safety?" Leah, gritting her teeth, declared, "As long as we can survive, we are willing to do anything. But how can we trust you?" Locke smiled, exuding calme assurance. "Whether you trust me or not, you will soon see. I, Locke, am a man of my word." Not being naive, they regrouped privately to analyze Locke's identity. Leah questioned, "Is he a revolutionary or a naval spy?" Sam pondered, "The revolutionaries primarily aim to liberate slaves. Yet Locke seems intent on dismantling the entire trade chain. His methods resemble those of the Navy's hounds. It seems we are closing in on the truth." They resolved to play along with Locke's plan, acting as double agents, waiting for the right moment to extricate themselves completely. Thus, Locke took Leah, disguising them as a wealthy couple seeking thrills, and infiltrated a place known as Shadow Gladiatorial Island. This location was akin to a real-life depiction of a crime-ridden city. By day, it resembled a barren isle, but by night, it transformed into a vibrant arena filled with gladiatorial contests, casinos, and the most repugnant slave auctions. Countless slaves fought for their lives, and the fairest female slaves were paraded as commodities for sale. Not long after their arrival, they caught the attention of several thuggish men adorned with menacing wolf tattoos. Observing Locke's polished appearance and Leah's stunning beauty, they quickly devised nefarious intentions. Whispers and lewd laughter echoed across the distance. "Look at that kid, so fresh-faced. And that girl by his side, what a catch. Let us teach him a lesson about the rules around here." Unfazed, Locke maintained his composure, even sporting a hint of sardonic amusement. Leah, understanding the situation, raised her voice slightly, playfully addressing Locke. "Darling, it seems the evening's entertainment is about to commence early." She twirled, her skirt billowing, captivating the attention of the thugs. Locke leaned in closer, murmuring in her ear, "Let us teach them a lesson, so that no riffraff dares approach us." With that, they quickened their pace, leading the thugs into a secluded corner of the marketplace. Upon reaching their destination, Locke abruptly turned, and the wolf-tattooed men closed in. The leader, a burly figure with a lewd grin, licked his lips and leered, "Hey, gorgeous couple. Care to join us for a drink? We promise you an unforgettable night." Another scrawny thug fixated on Leah, his gaze predatory. Just as tensions escalated, Locke uttered a statement that left everyone dumbfounded. He turned to Leah and said, "Since these gentlemen have invited you to keep them company, why not indulge them and brighten their evening?" The thugs paused, then erupted into uproarious laughter. "Ha ha, this kid has a sense of humor." The leading brute laughed, revealing his yellowed teeth, while one of his lackeys eagerly reached out to grasp Leah's arm, exclaiming, "Come here, sweetheart. Let me show you what a real man is." Leah let out a gentle sigh, an expression of resignation crossing her face. Just as that filthy hand was about to touch her, she swiftly evaded it, moving like a dancer. In the same instant, a glint of cold steel flashed as a dagger appeared in her hand. What did her family understand? Luoku had bestowed upon her the authorization code to unleash her formidable prowess. Leah's voice was both sweet and icy as she declared, "Apologies. But it seems you must first learn how to write the word respect." In the next moment, Leah transformed into a streak of black lightning, weaving through the crowd. The dagger in her hand blossomed into blood-red lotuses, both beautiful and lethal. The once arrogant wolf-headed men failed to react, their tendons severed cleanly by her swift strikes. A piercing wail echoed through the night. Those who had been so boastful moments ago were now writhing on the ground, pleading for mercy, crying out, "Spare us. We were wrong. We won't dare again." Leah stood among them, looking down with an icy demeanor devoid of emotion, stating, "You do not fear me. You only fear death at this moment." This ruthless display left several spies hidden in the surrounding grass utterly dumbfounded, and they scrambled back to report, "Quick, tell the boss. 2 formidable opponents have arrived. Do not provoke them." Meanwhile, on the island, a local tyrant named Bakes, a rotund man resembling a bloated bun, was buzzing with excitement after receiving his subordinate's report. He had always disliked using his brain, but when his underlings mentioned Leah's beauty and wild spirit, greed ignited in his small eyes, and he nearly drooled. "Oh, such an intriguing woman," Bakes exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. "I relish taming such a thorny stallion. Arrange for me to meet her personally. Perhaps she could become a precious addition to my collection." Let me tell you, upon hearing of this thorny rose, Bakes was filled with exuberance, akin to a person invigorated by a surge of energy, insisting on personally taming her. Little did he know that what he sought to collect was not a treasure, but a death knell. After dismissing his subordinates, he found himself alone in his room, his thoughts becoming increasingly sinister. This man was purely a pervert. His mind was not occupied with how to communicate normally with others, but rather how to utterly crush them and possess them entirely. His room was a chilling sight, with a shelf in the corner adorned with grotesque art pieces. Can you guess what they were? All fashioned from human bones. Intricate carvings and pendants decorated the space. It was said that this man, unable to sleep at night, would go over to touch those bones, muttering about how love ran too deep. And this was the only way to keep them close. I was left stunned. "Brother, your love is far too heavy. Transforming people into specimens is not love." In 2025, this would surely make headlines. In his twisted world, this was the epitome of possession. Even in death, their souls were to belong to him. On the other hand, Luoku and Leah were utterly unconcerned with the matter. After dispatching the wolf-headed thugs, the news spread like wildfire across the island. They strolled through the market with an air of confidence, exuding a presence akin to that of a walking quality inspection officer, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Nearby vendors and tourists conducted their business while stealing glances at the duo, their expressions a mixture of fear and curiosity. The crowd instinctively parted to grant them passage. Luoku maintained a smile that suggested he had everything under control, while Leah trailed behind, her eyes scanning the surroundings with the keen focus of a hawk. Luoku quietly remarked to Leah, "It seems we've made quite a stir. We must proceed with caution in our search for what we need." Just then, a well-dressed, overly cheerful fat man named Jakes approached them, flanked by 2 bodyguards. He proclaimed himself the most renowned merchant on the island. His smile was as artificial as plastic, his eyes glinting with calculation as he launched into a barrage of flattery. "Ah, esteemed guests, your strength is unparalleled. I have long admired your names. I am hosting a private auction featuring treasures unseen by 90% of slave owners on this island. Would you honor me with your presence?" Luoku and Leah exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the bait laid before them. Although Luoku found Jake's arrogance irksome, he suppressed his irritation for the sake of gathering intelligence, replying nonchalantly, "Very well, let's expand our horizons. However, let it be known that we are not easily impressed." Upon hearing this, Jake's smile grew even wider, and he quickly bent at the waist, saying, of course, I understand your refined tastes. Please this way. I assure you it will be worth your while. The auction was shrouded in secrecy. Following Jakes through a labyrinthine path, they arrived at an underground entrance marked with a sign that read Confinement of Elegance. Upon entering, they were met with opulence akin to a royal palace, adorned with animal skin carpets and a gleaming black marble dais at the center, surrounded by affluent individuals clad in gold and silver. The air thick with the scent of money and perfume. However, the most striking sight was the circle of iron cages surrounding the room. Inside were slaves, each adorned with iron chains, their gazes either numb or filled with despair, though some burned with a flicker of defiance. Beside each cage stood two brawny guards, expressionless and wielding whips, their eyes sharp as daggers, ready to strike at the slightest movement. Luoku and Leah chose a corner to observe the scene coldly. Just then, Bake's subordinates rushed to the market, only to find that their quarry had vanished. Panic-stricken and drenched in sweat, they feared they would face Bake's wrath upon returning empty-handed. Frantically offering money for information, they finally learned from a spice merchant that the duo had followed Jakes to the Eastern auction. Their eyes lit up with excitement. They saw this as a golden opportunity to gain favor. Hurry, let us block them before the auction ends and invite the boss over. This accomplishment will be ours, the leader declared as they hurried toward the Confinement of Elegance. Upon arrival, they dared not storm in, but instead lurked at the entrance, whispering amongst themselves. What if they refuse to come with us? One suggested, just say our boss Bakes has taken an interest and wishes to invite them for tea. On this island, who would dare to refuse Bakes? Another chimed in, and let us boast that our boss possesses even rarer treasures. They will regret missing out. While these fools were busy dreaming of promotion and wealth, even speculating which female slave Bakes might reward them with, the atmosphere inside the auction was reaching its zenith. The auctioneer, animated as ever, passionately introduced each girl treated as merchandise. Ladies and gentlemen, our next item up for bid is a pearl from the East, fair-skinned and beautiful, proficient in music, chess, poetry, and painting. Starting bid, 50,000 gold coins. The audience erupted into fervor, the bidding war igniting like wildfire. Luoku and Leah's expressions grew increasingly grim, their internal flames of anger intensifying. As soon as the auction concluded, Luoku led Leah outside. The buyers who had just secured their prizes wore triumphant expressions, as if they had discovered a great treasure. Observing them, Luoku quietly remarked to Leah, "This cannot continue." As they stepped outside, Luoku immediately sensed several malevolent gazes piercing through the darkness, fixated upon them. He let out a cold laugh and said to Leah, "It seems we were rather lenient before, failing to inflict any real pain upon them. Since they have come to us willingly, let us take advantage of the situation and follow the trail to reel in the big fish behind us." Thus, the two deliberately slowed their pace, feigning interest in the scenery as they moved towards a less crowded area. Sure enough, a young man approached with a grin, one of Baku's subordinates. He feigned utmost respect, greeting, "Good evening, esteemed guests. I see you have a keen interest in the wonders of confinement. Perhaps I could be of assistance?" Luoku raised an eyebrow. "Oh, in what way could you assist us?" The young man immediately lowered his voice. "Our boss, a very important friend, wishes to meet both of you." Luoku exchanged a glance with Leah. This was it. He pretended to ponder for a moment before nodding. "Very well, lead the way. I hope this meeting does not disappoint us." The subordinates were thrilled, eagerly leading the way while indulging in fantasies of the rewards they expected to receive. Luoku and Leah followed closely behind, listening intently to their sordid conversations, fists clenched in anticipation. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a heavily guarded mansion. "Here we are. Lord Bakusi is waiting for you inside." One of the subordinates pushed open the large door, gesturing for them to enter. Luoku and Leah entered without changing their expressions. As they stepped inside, the mingled stench of sweat and decay nearly overwhelmed them. Leah wrinkled her nose instinctively. Upon seeing Bakusi adorned with bone jewelry, her disgust was impossible to conceal. Bakusi, the rotund figure, felt no embarrassment. Rather, he found Leah's reaction amusing and wore a self-satisfied smile. He squinted at Luoku, beginning to interrogate. "So, tell me, what brings you here? What kind of goods are you seeking?" Luoku, with an acting prowess deserving of an award, smiled casually, disguising himself as a frivolous wealthy heir. "Mr. Bakusi, you misunderstand. I have no background. I am merely a bored merchant, having heard that you possess fine treasures and came to broaden my horizons." Bakusi, somewhat skeptical, decided to humor him. All right then, as a guest, I must not disappoint you. Come, I shall show you some true rarities. He waited for someone to lead the way, his mind racing with thoughts of how he would ensnare Luo Ku and Leah as his new prey. Lowering his voice to a magnetic tone, he added, however, before we view the goods, I must first conduct a small welcoming ceremony for my new friends. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates silently blocked any escape routes. Luo Ku and Leah understood clearly that they were caught in a trap. Luo Ku maintained an indifferent demeanor. Then, we shall rely on you, Mr. Bakasi. As they followed Bakasi down a damp, dim corridor, a loud clang echoed through the air as a massive iron cage descended from above, trapping them inside. Bakasi stood outside the cage, grinning with triumph. What do you think, Mr. Luoko? Your journey ends here. He then turned his gaze toward Leah, presenting what he believed to be an irresistible proposition. As for you, beautiful lady, should you wish to become my woman, I assure you a life of luxury. Leah regarded him as one would a piece of refuse, her voice icy enough to chill. Your power and wealth are worthless in my eyes. I will not submit to you. Bakusi's face darkened, taken aback by her abrupt rejection. Enraged, he waved his hand. Very well. If you refuse my hospitality, let us present them with a welcome gift to help them come to their senses. His subordinates immediately surrounded them, grinning menacingly. However, Luo leaned against the cage unperturbed and chuckled, addressing the subordinates. Laugh all you want, but you have no idea whom you are provoking. Release us now, and I will consider this matter forgotten. Otherwise, when you discover my true identity, it will be too late for regrets. His words carried such authority that the subordinates were genuinely intimidated, exchanging glances and wavering in their resolve. This scene rendered Bakasi speechless, only to erupt in fury. He slammed his hand against the iron cage, producing a thunderous sound, and bellowed at his subordinates. Fools! When did it become your place to negotiate with prisoners? In this forbidden domain island I, Bakusi, am a law. Pointing to his own chest, he advanced towards the cage, his gaze predatory. I will make you all understand the consequences of challenging me. He then fixated on Luo Ku and Leah, a cruel and mocking smile adorning his face. As for you two, my new friends, I will ensure you experience true despair. You will beg me for a chance to become my slaves. Just then, his subordinates scurried in with a searing branding iron. It was astonishing that even in 2025, they still resorted to such medieval methods. Leah's expression turned anxious as she focused intently on Luo Ku, her eyes reflecting both concern and an anticipation that her man was about to showcase his prowess. Luo Ku smiled, an air of calm confidence enveloping him, as if he were merely brushing off dust from his shoulders. He glanced at the branding iron and said with tranquil composure, I offered you a chance, but you squandered it. Now, the opportunity is lost. In the next moment, an absurd occurrence transpired. The glowing iron halted abruptly in midair, as if it had been paused. Everyone present was left in stunned silence, eyes wide and jaws dropped. Luo Ku's voice turned frigid. Do you really think this piece of scrap metal could harm me? Before he finished speaking, a sharp crack echoed as the iron cage, forged from steel and sturdier than one would imagine, shattered like tofu under his hand. Bakisi's pupils constricted in horror. Even more shocking, his once mighty subordinates, who had been so arrogant moments ago, collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. Not even a sound escaping their lips as they fell lifelessly to the ground. The cellar fell into an eerie silence, Bakusi's expression shifting from rage to terror. His voice trembling. What have you done? Luo Ku, as if merely brushing off dust, responded with a nonchalant demeanor, his gaze suggesting he had just crushed a few ants. He leisurely replied, I offered them a choice, but unfortunately, they made the wrong one. Fear can transform into rage when one reaches the pinnacle of terror. Bakasi was the epitome of this, as he roared in frustration, swinging a massive blade at Luo Ku with the intention of cleaving the entire cellar in two. What happened next? Luo Ku dodged effortlessly, akin to a leaf caught in the wind. Then, with a flick of his wrist, countless strands of straw materialized around him. Yes, you heard correctly, ordinary straw. These straws danced around him as if animated, clashing against Bakusi's blade with a cacophony of sound. Bakasi was utterly bewildered. He realized this must be the power of a devil fruit, yet it was so abstract. The straw alternated between serving as shields against his fierce attacks and darting toward him like poison projectiles. Before long, Bakusi was exhausted, drenched in sweat. In a moment of respite, Luo Ku accelerated, weaving the straw into a large net that ensnared Aokiji tightly. Despite his robust physique, Aokiji managed to break free from the straw bindings, though it cost him dearly, leaving him bloodied and bruised. Luoku observed in astonishment. Impressive resilience. But now, you shall be unable to escape. Aokiji was aware that today would require his utmost effort. He took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of strength within him, and unleashed the move known as Confront Juliangjan. The fury of his blade created a gust so fierce that the very earth beneath began to tremble. Observing this spectacle, Luoku did not look back, but calmly instructed him, gather the others and leave. This place is about to collapse. Without hesitation, Liya organized the other prisoners to evacuate. Meanwhile, confronted with the cataclysmic strike, Luoku merely commanded the straw before him to form shield. With a thunderous roar, the ground quaked, yet the straw shield remained utterly unmoved. Your power is impressive, echoed S voice through the cellar, but here, it must be reduced to dust. At that moment, the cellar began to rain stones, walls cracked, and it appeared imminent that they would be entombed alive. In a panic, Aokiji shouted, "What do you intend to do?" Emerging from the shadows, Luoku replied coolly, "Let me tell you, true strength lies in protection, not destruction." In the next instant, a resounding crash ensued, and the entire cellar collapsed. As the dust settled, Luoku emerged unscathed from the rubble, dragging a lifeless dog, the unconscious Aokiji. Casually, he tossed Bu into the center of the estate, and the pirates, who once exuded bravado, now shrank back in fear, resembling frightened quails. Luoku surveyed the scene, his voice low yet clear. "Now, you have two choices. First, avenge your leader by stepping forward, and I shall send you on your way. Second, lay down your weapons and surrender, and I will ensure your survival." The silence was palpable, as if one could hear a pin drop. Moments later, an elder pirate cast down his knife and knelt. This act triggered a domino effect as weapons clattered to the ground, and the pirates fell to their knees en masse. Having dealt with Aokiji, Luoku's foremost task was to dismantle the slave trade on this island. Remarkably, the pirates were docile, answering questions with eagerness, fearing that a slow response could cost them their lives. With minimal effort, Luoku extracted Aokiji's criminal network and all financial records. To his astonishment, he discovered that besides Aokiji, there were 4 other formidable figures on the island, each with bounties nearing 80 to 90 million. The notorious figures included the Night Stalker Aokiji, the Redbeard of the Crimson Tide Pirate Aokiji, the ghostly captain of the Phantom Fleet Aokiji, and the Iron Fist of the Iron Anchor Alliance. It was a veritable gathering of villains. In a bold maneuver, Luoku announced his intent to take over Aokiji's operations and expand them. This news bewildered the 4 leaders, leaving them unsure of his true intentions. They remained cautious and discreetly sent observers to monitor him. After several days, Luoku sent each of the 4 leaders an invitation to a business dinner. Although they suspected it might be a trap, they were intrigued enough to attend, bringing their elite subordinates along. At the banquet, Luoku was the epitome of hospitality, raising his glass and extolling the virtues of cooperation and shared success. The 4 leaders were momentarily mesmerized, the atmosphere harmonious. Yet, unbeknownst to them, while they feasted and sang, the elite forces of the Empire, armed with this map, stealthily laid siege to their strongholds, executing a clean and efficient operation. By the time they received word, their homes had been reduced to ashes. Even more astonishingly, midway through the banquet, the 4 leaders, in a bid to test him, presented him with 4 exquisite beauties as gifts. I observed this unfold, thinking to myself, this is it. These leaders are about to be duped by Aokiji's performance. I noticed that his eyes widened, his mouth nearly watering. The expression on his face could not have been more genuine. The 4 leaders exchanged glances, their hearts elated, believing Luoku to be a mere fool, even easier to manipulate than Aokiji. Just as they reveled in their triumph, a subordinate burst in, breathless, whispering urgently into his leader's ear. In an instant, the expressions of all 4 turned ashen. "Our camp has been attacked." Redbeard could not contain his outrage, exclaiming. They immediately attempted to leave, but Aokiji feigned concern, saying, "Please, gentlemen, do not rush to depart. It may well be a misunderstanding." As they reached the door, his voice, laced with mirth, echoed ominously from behind, chilling the air in the hall. "When did I ever say you could leave?" The 4 men whirled around, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Redbeard Kaluasu squinted, demanding, "Luoku, what do you mean by this? Was today a spectacle all your design?" The Night Stalker's voice was frigid as ice. It seems we have underestimated you. To dare to confront all four of us simultaneously, your ambitions are considerable. The female Captain displayed a glimmer of admiration, though her words dripped with caution. You orchestrated all this, attempting to ensnare us. Your audacity is commendable, but do consider whether you can bear the consequences. Iron Fist, more direct in his approach, stepped forward, fists clenched, his anchor crashing heavily onto the floor with a dull thud. Speak, Luoker. What is your purpose? Do you wish to fight or to negotiate? Do not presume that controlling the situation allows you to toy with us. Luoker smiled subtly, a blend of cunning and sincerity illuminating his expression. Gentlemen, I harbor no desire to be your adversary, yet the slave trade upon this island must come to an end. My proposition is simple. Either join me in establishing a new order or be swept away as remnants of the old era, discarded by the tide of progress. Everything today is for the promise of a brighter tomorrow, which I hope you will comprehend. As his words settled, the atmosphere in the banquet hall grew tense. The four leaders exchanged glances, aware that the decisions made this night would determine their fates. The tension was palpable, a standoff between and the four leaders on the precipice of conflict, while guests with ties to the slave trade sensed the unusual air around them. They began to realize that this was not merely a transfer of power, but a storm intended to upend the existing order. Anxiety and fear flickered in their eyes, many seeking an opportunity to discreetly exit, attempting to escape the impending vortex. However, they were unaware that Leah had already woven a web of traps. Like a ghost in the night, she silently patrolled the periphery of the banquet hall, capturing any guests attempting to slip away with an unyielding yet subtle grip. Her presence was like an invisible lock, securing all within the historic venue. As the banquet unfolded, the expressions of the guests, thwarted in their escape attempts, shifted gradually. Some revealed panic, others confusion, while a significant number exhibited disbelief. They exchanged anxious glances, murmuring to one another, attempting to grasp the truth behind it all. Luoker's audacity and strategic mind exceeded their wildest imaginations. The young heir they had dismissed was far more calculated and formidable than they had anticipated. Luoker maintained a delicate balance, exuding an air of unassailable authority while also radiating a hint of enigmatic warmth. The four leaders, spurred by Luoker's declaration, displayed a range of emotions, yet all shared a glimmer of anger and disdain in their eyes. Red-bearded Kaloosi first let out a derisive laugh, waving his massive blade, which sliced through the air with a chilling gleam. Kid, who do you think you are? With the four of us joining forces, you will be reduced to nothing. His tone dripped with provocation. Loke's taunts were merely a jest. The composed shading Jayajisi slowly drew forth his sleek, ebony sword, its glimmering blade reflecting the dim light with an icy sharpness. Loke, you underestimate our patience and overestimate your own strength. His voice, though unperturbed, carried an unmistakable threat. Eleanor of the Ghost Shadow Fleet sneered with contempt, gracefully flicking her slender whip, which seemed to crackle through the air. What a pity. I had thought you a worthy opponent, yet you turn out to be nothing but a conceited fool. Her words were laced with amusement, clearly dismissing Loke. Iron-fisted Makeage directly slammed his iron anchor onto the ground, causing the floor to tremble with a thunderous roar. Enough chatter, let us fight. His demeanor was blunt, exuding impatience. In the face of the quartet's anger, Loke remained calm, his expression unperturbed, his eyes revealing no flicker of fear as he seemed to have everything under control. He gently shook his head, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips, radiating confidence in the unfolding situation. It appeared that explanations were superfluous. Then, as you wish. With a thunderous proclamation, Loke's words shattered the tranquility of the banquet hall. Guests reacted with a spectrum of emotions: fear, confusion, shock, and above all, profound dread. What on earth is happening? A guest stammered, unable to believe the scene before them. Loke, has he lost his mind? How dare he provoke those four? Another murmured, his voice trembling. Should we flee? Some began to whisper among themselves, paralyzed by fear. Meanwhile, Loke stood at the eye of the storm, his tranquil gaze sweeping across each guest, ultimately resting on the four leaders. In his eyes lay an undeniable resolve and chilling determination. He was prepared to face whatever came next, even anticipating this very moment. With a spine-chilling command, the four leaders did not choose to unite, but almost simultaneously launched their assaults, transforming the banquet hall into a battlefield rife with smoke and fire. Red-bearded Kaloosa's fiery blade traced blazing arcs in the air, roaring as it hurtled toward Loke, slicing the air with a searing intensity. His boisterous laughter was intertwined with a fervor for the impending clash. Shading Aokiji moved like a shadow in the night, his speed almost imperceptible. The gleaming sword in his hand flickered with cold light, each swing appearing to slice through the very fabric of space, each strike silent yet perilously threatening. Aiming to deliver a lethal blow from Loke's blind spot, Eleanor of the Ghost Shadow, fleet, gracefully twirled her long whip, the tip slicing through the air like a serpent. Each crack precise and deadly, weaving a net to ensnare Loke's every movement. Her attacks bore the rhythm of a dance, yet concealed a lethal cadence. Iron-fisted Maekage embodied sheer strength, wielding his heavy anchor with each strike shaking the ground and stirring clouds of dust, the air reverberating with his might. Roaring, every blow sought to obliterate any obstacle with overwhelming force. Yet, Loke remained undisturbed in the face of this onslaught. His form was light, blending seamlessly with the environment. Each evasion executed with impeccable timing, as though he had foreseen his opponent's every move. He wielded no overt weapon, yet each of his actions exuded an intangible strength. At times, he transformed into invisible waves. At others, he manifested as tangible blades of straw, overcoming brute force with grace, triumphing over the tangible with the intangible. The banquet hall, under the baptism of battle, became unrecognizable. Opulent decorations lay in ruins, tables overturned, utensils scattered, wine mingling with debris, and candle flames flickering amidst the tumultuous air, casting fierce shadows. Guests scrambled in terror, screams and shouts echoing, as the hall morphed into another realm, a stage where power and will clashed. In this tumultuous environment, the battle between Loke and the four leaders grew exceedingly intense, each second laden with uncertainty, each encounter potentially deciding victory or defeat. Yet Loke's gaze remained steady, searching for the key to breaking the impasse amidst the storm. In a mere 30 seconds, the ferocity of the banquet's battle was suffocating, the leaders' attacks falling like a relentless tempest. Yet Loke stood as an unyielding pillar amidst the chaos, unfazed. As time progressed, their expressions grew grave. The initial disdain morphed into an astonishing focus as they realized that even united, they could not subdue Loke in such a short span, a stark deviation from their expectations. For the first time, beads of sweat appeared on red-bearded Kelosi's brow as the weight of his relentless strikes began to take its toll. Each seemingly fatal attack was dodged or countered by Loke at improbable angles. He found himself inwardly questioning, is this fellow truly human? Shading Aokiji's movements became even swifter, attempting to exploit his speed to uncover Loke's vulnerabilities. Yet each advance felt like colliding with an invisible barrier. The elusive blades of straw flickered in and out of darkness, instilling in him an unprecedented sense of defeat. This was not merely a contest of speed and strength. Eleanor's whip swirled like a tempest as she altered her tactics to ensnare Loke, but each attempt to bind him was effortlessly unraveled by her opponent. A glimmer of doubt flashing in her eyes. This fight feels like a game against a shadow. Iron-fisted Maekage's every swing resonated like an earthquake. But Loke consistently evaded at the last possible moment. Exhaustion crept in, and he began to question, why does this clash of power seem endless? Loke remained composed, exuding an extraordinary calm and a sense of omniscience, every eventuality having been anticipated. Each word he spoke was imbued with undeniable confidence. My dear Four, your alliance is indeed formidable, but combat transcends mere strength. It is also about intellect and strategy. You have now fallen into the trap I have set. A mix of trepidation and newfound respect washed over the guests as their whispers transformed into hushed tones. Is Loke a monster? How could one man stand against four? He cannot be human. He must be the embodiment of a demon. The atmosphere in the banquet hall grew heavy with the tension of this extraordinary confrontation, as all bore witness to a contest beyond imagination. Loke was demonstrating what absolute power truly meant. A faint smile graced Loke's lips, a mixture of provocation and an eagerness for battle as he casually remarked, "Gentlemen, unleash your true power. Such attacks are rather dull to me." With this, he maintained a demeanor of ease, as if relishing this clash of strength. Provoked by Loke's words, the spirits of the four leaders ignited in an instant. They exchanged determined glances, their resolve unwavering as they ceased to hold back. Red-bearded Kelosi's blade blazed even more fiercely, while shading Aokij's speed approached the realm of illusion. The shadows of the ghostly fleet, led by Aili Nuwa, became increasingly impenetrable. Every swing of Tai Quan, my Kugo Lei's iron fist, shook the very ground. For distinct elemental storms converged with the intent to engulf Luo Ku. Yet, in the face of this unprecedented pressure, Luo Ku exhibited not a trace of panic. Instead, he closed his eyes in tranquility, communing with an unseen force. Upon reopening them, he was enveloped in an ethereal aura reminiscent of straw. This straw, though seemingly soft, concealed an indescribable resilience and strength. With a willful grace, it wove into a barrier of protection. The environment around him intensified amidst the chaos of battle. Decorations from the banquet were scattered by the turbulent winds, tables and chairs overturned, wine glasses shattered, and dishes lay in disarray, while candlelight flickered in the gusts, casting shadows on the guests' terror-stricken faces. The guests erupted in a cacophony of screams and gasps. Some fled in panic, while others stood frozen, unable to believe the extraordinary conflict unfolding before them. What immense power was this? Luo Ku stood alone against 4 formidable foes. Such an unprecedented feat had never been witnessed on the island. Whispers of awe and astonishment filled the air, the magnitude of this battle far exceeding their expectations. In that moment, Luo Ku's image was irrevocably transformed. As the 4 leaders unleashed their ultimate techniques, the ferocity of the combat escalated, transforming the banquet hall into the eye of a storm. The fiery blade of Hong, Hu Zika Luo Si clashed with the iron anchor of Tai Quan, Mai Kugo Lei, sending shockwaves through the air, while the swift swordplay of an Ing Jiagusi intertwined with Aileen Nua's whip net, forming a complex system of offense and defense. Yet, amidst this chaos, Luo Ku maneuvered with ease, his straw aura weaving through attacks, deftly neutralizing one lethal strike after another. The guests' heartbeats synchronized with the battle, each clash rendering their breaths momentarily suspended, a blend of fear and astonishment enveloping them. However, as the fight persisted, Luo Ku's actions grew increasingly composed, effortlessly finding openings even in the midst of crisis, turning his adversaries' assaults against them. The straw aura, under his command, solidified into blades at times, while at others it remained supple, defending and countering with impeccable precision. Ultimately, after a fierce exchange, everything came to an abrupt halt. Vorkiskiviko stod unskattet. The straw aura gently dissipating into nothingness. In contrast, the 4 leaders appeared weary, some gasping for breath, others in disbelief. They exchanged glances, and, for the first time, genuine awe for Luo Ku flickered in their eyes. The guests stood in stunned silence, the banquet hall enveloped in stillness, before erupting into astonishing discussions and exclamations. He truly accomplished the impossible. Luo Ku had triumphed against 4. What extraordinary strength! I have never witnessed such a battle. Luo Ku is our new king. The words of the crowd were interwoven with shock and reverence, as Luo Ku's form became a legend on the island. He proved his determination and will for change through sheer strength. One by one, the 4 leaders fell in the fierce combat, sprawled across the banquet hall, their faces marked by exhaustion and disbelief. Hong Hu Zika Luo C's blade lay beside him, its tip embedded in the floor, the fiery glow of the blade gradually fading. And Ing Jiagusi knelt, his sword leaning nearby, his outstretched hand too weak to grasp it. Aileen Nua's whip languidly lay at her side, powerless to move. Tai Quan Mai Kugu Lei's anchor rested heavily beside him, beyond his strength to lift. Their bodies bore the scars of ferocious battle, a mix of abrasions and sweat of fatigue. Their subordinates, witnessing the scene, were filled with a blend of shock and fear, none daring to move. Some had even quietly retreated, yet found no escape. Luo Ku's straw aura possessed a sentience, without a word from him. It discerned good from evil, mercilessly binding any who resisted while tenderly embracing those who submitted. For those attempting to flee, the straw morphed into ropes, swiftly ensnaring them, rendering them immobile, while those who remained still were gently wrapped, as if in protection, without causing harm. Luo Ku advanced slowly through the embrace of straw, each step signifying the establishment of a new order. His gaze swept over every corner, no longer a challenger, but a builder of the future. The banquet hall transitioned from chaos to order. The guests shifted from terror to admiration, some whispering and discussing Luo Ku's strength and courage, while others speculated on the forthcoming transformations of Jinji Dao. Luo Ku, though silent, spoke volumes through his actions. He seized control of the banquet, and thus the fate of the island. Standing there, He was not merely the victor of a battle, but the harbinger of a new era. Luo Ku's voice resonated in the silent hall, imbued with an undeniable authority and composure. Now, who among you wishes to stand with me to banish the darkness of this island and inaugurate a new chapter, and who remains tethered to the shadows of the past? Choosing to oppose justice? The stillness in the room felt palpable, each breath distinctly audible. In the firmness of Luo Ku's words, the crowd glimpsed a radically different future, a chance to break free from shackles and embrace a reality of liberty and justice. After a brief silence, a voice shattered the tranquility. Then, like a chain reaction, more voices joined in a resounding chorus. I am willing. I will follow you. We support you, Luo Ku. Among the guests, the prior dread and fear were supplanted by hope and fervor. They beheld a leader worth following, one who could bring about change. No one dared to reject the call of strength, especially when it promised light and justice. Luo Ku's gaze swept across the crowd, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The very response he had hoped for. Once more, he spoke, his voice infused with resolve and inclusivity. Excellent. I welcome all friends willing to join hands. At the banquet, the women who had been presented as gifts to Luo Ku, along with those who had once been enslaved, now regarded this young and powerful man with renewed perception. Luo Ku not only exhibited extraordinary wisdom and strength, but his handsome visage and commanding presence radiated an ineffable allure. Some among them, perhaps for the first time, encountered a figure embodying both power and charm, stirring ripples in their hearts. Each of Luo Ku's actions, every word, seemed to carve a brave and profound image within them. They began to imagine that standing alongside such a man might signify liberation from past chains and the dawn of an unknown yet hopeful tomorrow. This thought gently brushed through their minds, causing many a cheek to flush with shy crimson. They lowered their eyes, attempting to conceal their involuntary daydreams. Yet their lips betrayed them, curving into subtle smiles. In the radiance of Luo Ku, they perceived their own reflections illuminated, a newfound dignity and worth quietly sprouting within. Luo Ku's actions not only transformed the banquet's dynamics, but also planted a seed of aspiration in these women's hearts, a longing for a brighter future, a hope for a better life. This was not merely about following a strong leader. It was about embracing a belief in the potential for change. Their shyness and fluttering hearts embody the transformative power and hope represented by Luoka. On the outskirts of the city lies an inconspicuous building, its exterior indistinguishable from the dilapidated warehouses surrounding it. Only the intricately wrought iron door hints an unusual aura. The night is as dark as ink, and the moonlight sparsely casts a few silvery beams, draping this hidden establishment in a veil of mystery. Upon pushing open the heavy iron door, a melange of aged tobacco, alcohol, and an indescribable metallic scent assaults the senses, a testament to time that has settled and crystallized into the very air. Under the dim light, several weathered faces are half illuminated, their gazes flickering with shrewdness and calculation, honed from years of navigating the treacherous games of power and wealth. In the center of the room, a long mahogany table is surrounded by several middle-aged men. Their finely tailored attire fails to conceal the faint undercurrents of blood and the stench of copper seeping from beneath. Each of these men is a titan in their respective realms, accustomed to sitting atop the hierarchy, yet gathered here due to a shared concern. Their intricate web of interests, nourished by countless greedy desires, is now in disarray, disrupted by an unknown pawn. Who is it? A voice, deep and resonant, breaks the oppressive silence, its tone akin to a question forced from the depths of the throat. He violently flicks the ash from his cigar, the sparks tracing a brief, blinding arc through the air, mirroring their current emotions, a volatile mix of anger and unease. At first, none regarded this inconspicuous character with any seriousness. Another man interjects, his words laced with frustration and resentment. Yet, it is precisely this individual who has unraveled our plans step by step, his cunning tactics almost beyond belief. Scattered across the table are documents and photographs, each chronicling the movements of this unknown pawn, from his initial insignificance to now becoming an indelible shadow in their minds. They ponder in silence, exchanging whispers, as the air thickens with tension and anxiety. We can no longer afford to remain passive. Finally, a stern-faced man breaks the brief discussion. We must identify his weaknesses and deliver a decisive blow. Our interests are not to be trifled with. Anyone who dares challenge us must pay the price. With these words, the room descends into a deeper silence, punctuated only by the occasional rustle of the night wind outside, heralding an impending storm. Could it be? One of the men speaks slowly, his voice tinged with barely perceptible worry. Have we overlooked some whispers of the wind? So much so that even the elites in the major naval bases of Donghai remain oblivious to this lurking threat? Upon this utterance, the atmosphere grows even more delicate, as every gaze instinctively seeks answers in the eyes of others. Yet, soon, such thoughts are interrupted by self-deprecating laughter. I almost let this ridiculous notion lead me astray. The first voiced out shakes his head in self-mockery, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Each of us, seated here, is a figure of influence in the power landscape of Donghai. If we cannot perceive the changes, how much can those naval bases possibly know? His words carry an undeniable confidence, yet they also reveal a sense of sorrow. In this web woven of wealth and power, they are both hunters and prey. No rustle of the grass should escape their keen perception. Yet, it is this very confidence that renders them unprepared in the face of an unexpected crisis. We must not underestimate any adversary, even if he is an unknown pawn. Another voice interjects calmly, shattering the moment of introspection. Perhaps it is our excessive confidence that has afforded this individual an opportunity. Now, the key is to swiftly identify his vulnerabilities and regain control of the situation. In a concealed corner of Donghai, beneath the shroud of night, an abandoned dock witnesses a man clad in pirate garb stealthily boarding a moored medium-sized sailing vessel. This man is Loaka, once a naval elite, now bearing the arduous task of infiltrating the pirate ranks as an undercover agent, intent on unraveling and dismantling the criminal networks threatening the stability of Donghai. His appearance has undergone meticulous alteration by the Naval Intelligence Agency. Every inch of his skin, every feature, now bears no resemblance to his former self. Even the once idealistic glint in his eyes has been deliberately trained to embody the cunning and defiance characteristic of a pirate. Luaka understands that to successfully assimilate into the pirate circle, he must completely shed his past identity. Even when necessary, he must display ruthless indifference toward former comrades. From this moment forth, I am no longer Naval Major Luaka, but Pirate Luaka, a marauder yearning for wealth and freedom. He recites this silently, his voice soft yet resolute. Recalling the scene where he received his final orders at naval headquarters, the profound gaze of Qingji seems to convey to him that for the greater good, some sacrifices are imperative. Upon stepping onto the deck, Luaka merges with a group of genuine pirates, some adorned with tattoos, others laughing boisterously, casting scrutinizing glances at this unfamiliar face. However, under the aura he carefully cultivates in his disguise, it isn't long before someone approaches him, inviting him to join the evening's revelries. In the days that follow, Luaka, leveraging his remarkable intelligence-gathering skills and keen understanding of pirate psychology, quickly establishes his position within the crew. He participates in several plundering missions, yet manages to discreetly protect the innocent at crucial moments while simultaneously collecting vital intelligence. Each night, when silence envelopes the surroundings, he sits alone on the deck, gazing at the starry sky, his heart a tumult of emotions. There is a yearning for the success of his mission and a nostalgia for his transformed identity. In the world of pirates, Luaka swims like a fish navigating hidden currents, meticulously weaving an invisible net, ready to ensnare those evils that threaten the tranquility of Donghai at the opportune moment. And all of this remains unknown to the Navy of Donghai, including those comrades who once fought alongside him. Not long after Luaka arrives on the island, he encounters female slaves, some possessing alluring figures and voluptuous curves, their gazes imbued with an indescribable allure. Others are renowned for their enchanting grace, exuding a primal beauty that transcends constraints. From the very moment Luaka appears, these women seem to harbor an irresistible interest in him. One evening, while strolling alone along the island's sandy shore, the moonlight bathes him, adding an air of mystery to his carefully crafted facade. Suddenly, a gentle yet somewhat hurried footfall disrupts the tranquility as several strikingly beautiful female slaves quietly approach him. "Esteemed guest, you are the most captivating among the outsiders," speaks one woman, her voice deep and magnetic, her gaze seemingly penetrating the soul. "On this forsaken land, few can stir the desires that lie deep within us as you do." Another woman gently takes Luaka's hand, her fingertips cold yet imbued with an unusual warmth. "Allow us to serve you," to warm your solitude with our bodies and bring you unprecedented joy. Luaka's heart tightens. He had not anticipated encountering such direct and intense temptation. With a swift withdrawal of his hand, a flicker of caution and hesitation crossed his gaze. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I am burdened with a more pressing mission. Striving to maintain composure, yet unable to conceal a hint of panic in my tone, I realized I could not linger here for long, lest I attract further complications. A trace of disappointment flitted across the women's faces, only to be quickly replaced by an extraordinary calmness. Terrified, Locke fled in that moment. As time progressed, Locke's status within the pirate crew solidified, becoming the captain's most trusted confidant, thanks to his exceptional strength and intellect. This time, he accompanied the captain to a mysterious trading post nestled in the depths of the ocean. A place that served not only as a haven for illicit transactions, but also as a showcase for the darker facets of humanity. Unlike ordinary commerce, the wares here were living beings, innocent souls unfortunate enough to be captured by pirates, treated as commodities and sold at price tags. The trading post was located in a secret cove, encircled by colossal coral reefs, with intricate underwater passages and hidden sentries, accessible only to a select few invited buyers. As Locke and the captain approached in their small boat, everything was enveloped in a thick mist, adding an air of eeriness and foreboding. Upon entering the trading post, dim lights illuminated a chaotic assembly of individuals, their hushed conversations rife with greed and desire. Locke surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of not only pirates but also smugglers from various nations, black market merchants, and even seemingly respectable nobles. All donned masks, concealing their true identities, intent on conducting unspeakable transactions in this lawless realm. Under the captain's guidance, Locke entered a more private trading room. In the center stood a heavy iron barrier separating buyers from sellers. Behind the bars, rows of despondent, emaciated individuals awaited their fates, their eyes devoid of luster, as if they had resigned themselves to being treated as mere goods. "Look, these are our latest acquisitions," the captain whispered to Locke, his tone devoid of sympathy. "The strong can be sold as laborers, while the beautiful women are favorites among certain buyers. In this place, wealth could procure anything one desired." Locke's heart was a tumult of emotions. As a naval undercover agent, he understood the necessity of patience and the importance of gathering evidence to dismantle this nefarious operation. Yet he was human, and witnessing his compatriots in such dire straits filled him with rage and sorrow. Resolutely forcing himself to remain calm, he meticulously observed every detail of the transaction, etching these crimes into his memory. "Remember, Locke," the captain suddenly intensified his tone, as if perceiving Locke's inner turmoil. "Here, emotions are the least needed commodity. We're here to make money, not to save the world." Locke nodded slightly, silently vowing that one day he would bring all of this to an end. Inside the trading post, the dim yellow light cast shadows that danced eerily, and the air was thick with oppression and unease. Locke followed closely behind the captain, navigating through the throngs of people, the low murmur of negotiations and the occasional cold laughter echoing in the confined space, creating an unsettling cacophony. "Look at this batch. They're the latest captures. Robust and ideal for labor, a man clad in tattered leather, bearing scars across his face, pitched to the captain, the whip in his hand cracking through the air to assert his authority. The captain cast a sidelong glance, clearly displeased. "We seek those who can fetch a high price. Understand? The types favored by nobles and wealthy merchants." The scarred man instantly grasped the hint, a cunning smile creeping onto his lips. "Of course, this way, please. We have just the exquisite specimens that will satisfy your most discerning buyers." They traversed a narrow corridor to a more concealed chamber, where the lighting was even dimmer, and a nauseating stench permeated the air. At the center stood a circular display platform, upon which several men and women, shackled by iron chains, stood in tattered clothing. Yet their features were fair, their eyes brimming with fear and helplessness. "This young lady boasts noble lineage and is fluent in multiple languages. Truly top-grade merchandise." The scarred man proudly pointed to one of the young women. The captain nodded, signaling Locke to step forward to inspect. Locke approached, feigning nonchalance while his heart ached like a blade. He quietly inquired about each individual's name and origin, knowing full well that this information was irrelevant to the current transaction, yet wishing to offer them a modicum of human compassion. "What is your name?" Locke gently asked the noble lady, striving to soften her fear. Trembling, with tears brimming in her eyes, she mustered the strength to respond. "I am Allison, from a small nation in the southern continent. Anger and sorrow surged within Locke as he swiftly noted this information, committing every detail to memory, including the traitor's appearances, the room's layout, and the marks on slaves. "Captain, this batch seems of good quality. We should consider it." Locke turned to the captain, his tone laced with a barely perceptible indifference, a role he must assume as an undercover agent. The captain nodded, initiating negotiations with the scarred man, while Locke remained at the periphery, keeping a watchful eye on everything. Waves of unease washed over Locke. The scene before him starkly contrasted the intelligence he had procured from the Charles Empire. According to reports, the naval forces should have established a stringent surveillance network here to combat such illicit activities. Yet the reality was that this place had seemingly become a nest of iniquity, devoid of any naval presence. "This is peculiar," Locke mused inwardly, his brow furrowed as he scanned the crowd for potential leads. He could not help but wonder if the Charles Empire was deliberately misleading him. However, this thought quickly dissipated, for although the Empire operated with secrecy, it was unlikely they would deceive him at such a critical juncture. After all, both parties shared a common goal of maintaining maritime order. "Captain, the situation here appears somewhat amiss." Locke murmured to the captain beside him, his voice tinged with concern. "Logically, the Navy should be taking action. Why is it so tranquil here?" The captain, upon hearing this, donned a contemplative expression and replied in a hushed tone, "Indeed, this exceeds our expectations. Perhaps there are issues within the Navy or deeper underlying reasons. Regardless, let us complete this transaction first, and we shall investigate further upon our return." Locke nodded, yet his vigilance intensified, realizing that a grander conspiracy might be at play, potentially orchestrated by a force that hindered the Navy's ability to fulfill its duties. Such a revelation complicated and endangered his mission as an undercover agent. Throughout the transaction, Locke remained vigilant, subtly gathering more information while engaging in discussions with various sellers, attempting to uncover any whispers of corruption within the Navy or signs of external forces intervening in legitimate law enforcement activities. Rumor has it that the winds have been tightening lately. How do you manage such secure transactions? Locke feigned curiosity, inquiring of one seller. The seller flashed a sly grin and lowered his voice. "You may not be aware, but we have inside information, allowing us to receive news in advance and evade the patrol schedules of the Navy. Moreover, it is rumored that there are influential figures providing protection, though I cannot disclose their identities." A chill ran down Locke's spine. These words confirmed some of his suspicions. It appears that the issue extends beyond mere negligence on the part of the Navy. It is likely that high-level support has enabled these dark transactions to flourish. This realization dawned upon him. He must not only expose this trading hub, but also trace the threads back to the powerful hand orchestrating it all. Just as Locke and the captain were about to depart from the trading post, an unforeseen event shattered the fragile calm. A young slave, perhaps unable to bear the impending fate of being sold, seized the moment amidst the chaos of the crowd, struggling desperately to break free from the iron chains binding him. In his eyes burned the fervent desire for freedom, even as that flame flickered feebly in the abyss of despair. "I want freedom. I would rather die than become your merchandise," he shouted, his voice resonating with resolute defiance. Yet, reality is often merciless. Just as he was on the verge of grasping freedom, the sharp crack of a gunshot pierced the night air, followed by the thud of a heavy body hitting the ground. The vibrant red of his blood instantly stained the cold earth, a stark contrast against the darkness. The light in the young man's eyes gradually faded, his struggles morphing into feeble convulsions before succumbing to silence. The surrounding crowd, after a brief moment of shock, quickly resumed their indifference, some wearing expressions of apathy, as if such scenes were commonplace. For them, this was merely an insignificant interlude in the course of trade. Even worse, some began to curse, condemning the slave for his ingratitude. "What a fool! I sent it better to live. Why seek death?" A coarse voice sneered with disdain. Locke's heart was profoundly shaken, yet he suppressed his inner fury, refusing to let his emotions surface. The scene before him only strengthened his resolve to dismantle this nefarious chain. The tragedies of these slaves were not merely individual failures of resistance, but rather a reflection of a twisted and unjust system. On the return journey, Locke remained silent, the echo of the gunshot and the young man's final cry reverberating in his mind. Since he could not obtain the information he sought, the utility of the ship of pirates had come to an end. Their lives were no longer worth preserving. On that decisive night, Locke acted swiftly and resolutely, uttering no superfluous words, leaving behind only a series of concise and lethal movements. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting mottled shadows on the deck, adding a cold, silver sheen to this silent purge. Locke navigated through the ship's hold, every shadow seeming to serve as his cover. His movements were agile and precise, each strike aimed at vital points, leaving no room for mercy. Those pirates still lost in slumber met their end unawares. Those who awoke and attempted to resist fell in shock and terror, never even having the chance to plead for their lives. The blade's passage left behind only glimmers of cold light and the low sounds of cutting, each of Locke's strikes encapsulating the training and decisiveness of a naval elite. In this confined and enclosed space, he seemed to transform into an envoy of justice. Though his methods were extreme, his goal was clear: to eradicate the culprits that brought endless suffering to the seas. As the last gasp faded, the pirate ship fell into a profound silence, with only the sound of waves lapping against the hull bearing witness to it all. Locke stood at the center of the ship, breathing somewhat heavily, yet his gaze remained steadfast. He surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no detail was overlooked, feeling both a sense of relief and an indescribable weight in his heart. In the dimness of the hold, Locke's shadow stretched long, symbolizing the heavy and far-reaching mission he bore. Tightly gripping his wristwatch communicator, he dialed a familiar number, his face devoid of unnecessary expression, embodying only determination and calm. The operator on the other end greeted him with standard, formulaic pleasantries. Locke swiftly and succinctly briefed the situation. In a remote area of the East Sea, at coordinates latitude north, longitude east, a pirate ship has been discovered with a large number of imprisoned slaves on board. The pirates appear to have perished, the cause unknown, possibly due to internal conflict. Please dispatch personnel for rescue as soon as possible. His words held no trace of emotional fluctuation, as if reporting a routine matter. Yet in truth, every step had been meticulously planned. Just as the operator was about to inquire further, Locke decisively terminated the call, denying any opportunity for additional questions. He understood that excess information would only heighten the risk of exposure. His current identity necessitated utmost secrecy. Subsequently, Locke turned towards the edge of the ship, releasing a small boat from its concealed hold. The sea breeze caressed his face as moonlight spilled over the shimmering waters, imparting an air of mystery to this extraordinary night. Skillfully untying the ropes, he boarded the small vessel, starting the engine and slowly departing from the pirate ship, now shrouded in death. The wake of the small boat traced a slender ripple across the sea, gradually distancing itself from the bloodshed and evil. Locke's silhouette appeared solitary yet resolute against the night. He felt both the relief of impending liberation and a calm assessment of the consequences to come. Although this operation had successfully rescued slaves, it had also ensnared him in a more complex predicament, as the games with the Navy, pirates, and even certain unknown forces had only just begun. As the small boat receded further, the pirate ship gradually faded from view, ultimately disappearing into the night, leaving behind silence and the vessel carrying hope, steering towards an uncertain dawn. Once the operator hung up, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, promptly relaying the information to the command center. Within the naval base, a series of urgent mobilization orders were swiftly disseminated, the blaring of ship horns shattering the tranquility of the night, blending tension and solemnity with the sea breeze. Inside the brightly lit base, Navy soldiers busily rushed about, preparing vessels and checking equipment, all proceeding in an orderly and efficient manner to reach the marked coordinates as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, a senior officer at the naval base, upon learning of the emergency deployment at night, furrowed his brow, a foreboding premonition enveloping his mind. He strode purposefully through the corridor back to his office, shutting the door behind him. The dim light of a solitary desk lamp cast mottled shadows within. He retrieved a special telephone bug from a drawer, a direct line to the intelligence department. He immediately ordered an investigation into all suspicious trading activities in the nearby waters today, particularly those involving the slave trade. His voice was low and resolute, radiating undeniable authority. While awaiting a response, he clenched his hands into fists, his gaze reflecting both hatred for the criminals and self-reproach for failing to prevent it all. The other end of the line quickly provided feedback. A series of names and transaction details were reported one by one. The officer listened intently, occasionally jotting down key information on a notepad, his expression growing increasingly grave. As the information accumulated, leads began to converge, pointing towards several suspicious large criminal organizations. He realized that tonight's incident might merely be the tip of the iceberg, concealing a far larger dark network. Monitor these groups closely. I need every one of their actions within our sights, the officer commanded. The tone revealed an uncompromising resolve. After hanging up the phone, he gazed out at the pitch-black sea, where the naval fleet was heading towards an unknown battle. The commander vowed silently that he would uproot this dark force, no matter how deep its roots ran. Hawe Galanta. The years had etched marks of calmness and wisdom on his chiseled face. At this moment, beneath his tightly knitted brows, his sharp eyes wandered over the nautical charts, seemingly in search of some elusive answer. His heart was filled with doubt and unease. Colonel Aokiji had indeed suggested canceling patrols in that area, citing recent intelligence that indicated relative tranquility and the absence of the need for additional forces. However, the emergence of a ship of slaves stood in stark contrast to that previous assessment. A bitter smile curled at the corners of Hawe's mouth. His long naval career had taught him not to trust the surface calm too easily. He wondered if there were deeper machinations at play, or, as he suspected, internal issues were at hand. The possibility of naval informants leaking information sent a chill down his spine. After all, in the shadows of power and interests, loyalty sometimes appeared particularly fragile. Was there someone among them green-lighting those sordid transactions? Hawe pondered. His gaze deepened. As a lieutenant colonel, he understood that his responsibility extended beyond combating external crime. He must also safeguard the purity and honor of the Navy. With this thought in mind, he resolved to investigate personally and unveil the shrouded truth. Hawe stood up, walked to his desk, picked up the phone, and spoke in a low voice that only a trusted partner could hear. Contact Intelligence Officer Jiang Suan and inform him that I require a comprehensive internal review plan, focusing on recent operational reports and personnel movements concerning the Donghai region. I have a premonition that certain dark tendrils have already infiltrated our ranks. After hanging up, Hawe Galanta's face appeared even more resolute, his middle-aged visage exuding an indomitable authority. He was acutely aware that, within the vast and intricate structure of a navy, being the highest commander of the base without a few loyal confidants and informants was akin to a blind man riding a blind horse into a deep chasm at midnight. Thus, he had meticulously arranged his early years, cultivating a cadre of faithful and capable insiders. They were scattered throughout the base, like his eyes and ears, ever ready to gather intelligence and handle matters that could not be publicly addressed. Colonel Aokiji was no exception. He swiftly received unsettling news from his trusted associates. Seated in his spacious office, with his back to the window, the contrast between the night outside and the dim light within added an inscrutable depth to his expression. Appearing to listen calmly to the reports from his confidants, his heart was already tumultuous. Those seemingly inconspicuous junior officers and soldiers turned out to be pawns he had strategically placed within the Navy, concealing his deeper dealings and transactions. A barely perceptible cold smile curled at the corners of Aokiji's mouth, his eyes glinting with calculation. For him, the slave trade was not merely a lucrative illegal venture, but also a demonstration of control and power. Utilizing the influence of the Charles Empire as a facade, he secretly orchestrated everything to ensure the smooth execution of each transaction, all while the Navy remained oblivious. Those fellows from the Charles Empire think they can play with power. Little do they know that I, Aokiji, am the true master of the game. He scoffed inwardly, recognizing that the outward displays of loyalty and obedience were merely facades he had meticulously woven. Relishing the thrill of this dual identity and the intoxicating feel of power, he remained vigilant against the dangers of exposure. To achieve two goals with one action, Colonel Aokiji began devising a series of intricate maneuvers. He planned to use this incident to eliminate some obsolete pawns while diverting the Navy's attention, steering investigations away from himself and towards external threats. Skillfully fabricating evidence and laying out clues, he ensured that even if the investigation deepened, he could extricate himself unscathed, and perhaps even seize the opportunity to eliminate potential rivals or unwanted individuals. Colonel Aokiji's plan resembled a web, each strand meticulously designed. He was confident that, with deft handling, he could not only solidify his position within the Navy, but also expand his covert influence. In this maritime realm, he aspired to be the true sovereign, not merely a superficial colonel. In the stillness, Aokiji gently caressed a classified document on his desk, containing hidden secrets and transactions from a clandestine agreement with a high-ranking official of the Charles Empire. Slowly closing his eyes, he contemplated his next move, a smile of anticipation lingering at the corners of his mouth as he envisioned himself standing atop the pinnacle of power. Yet, amidst this intricate game of power, whether he could truly realize his ambitions remained uncertain. As Colonel Luo Ka immersed himself in his thoughts and schemes, he was entirely unprepared for the sudden arrival of Lieutenant Colonel Hawei. A hasty knock on the door interrupted his reverie. Luo Ka feigned composure and called out, "Come in," while his mind raced with various contingency plans. Lieutenant Colonel Hawei entered, his expression grave, almost rushing into the office to address the crux of the issue. Each of his analyses struck home, edging ever closer to Colonel Luo Ka's unspeakable secrets. Luo Ka maintained the calm demeanor expected of a leader, but internally, he was in turmoil. He never anticipated that the trap he had set would confront him with such imminent peril. Hawei's voice echoed in the room, each word hammering against Luo Ka's heart, imparting an unprecedented sense of pressure. He began to realize that Hawei's sharpness and tenacity might have exceeded his expectations, and the loopholes he had created were becoming shackles binding him. "This is impossible," Luo Ka attempted to stall for time with questions and denials, seeking to buy himself some space to think. Yet, Hawei's subsequent deductions were like arrows meticulously aimed at the bullseye, rendering Luo Ka's rebuttals feeble and ineffective. Luo Ka's gaze began to flicker uncertainly, struggling to mask his inner turmoil, though a barely detectable ferocity lurked within the depths of his pupils. This was an instinctive reaction of one who had long occupied the pinnacle of power. Faced with a threat, he would go to any lengths to protect his secrets, even from his most loyal subordinates. "Hawei, are you questioning my judgment?" Luo Ka's tone suddenly turned stern, attempting to suppress Hawei's momentum with authority while simultaneously issuing a warning, a reminder not to cross the invisible boundary. Yet, he understood that this might only be a temporary stalling tactic. The true storm lay ahead. Lieutenant Colonel Hawei appeared momentarily taken aback by Luo Ka's demeanor. However, his loyalty and sense of justice propelled him forward, albeit with a hint of confusion and complexity in his gaze. The atmosphere was charged with subtle tension, a confrontation between two senior naval officers. This exchange was not merely a transfer of intelligence, but a test of faith and loyalty. Colonel Luo Ka calculated that he must act swiftly. He needed to neutralize this potential threat while ensuring that his secrets remained concealed. However, gazing upon Hawei's righteous countenance, he felt a fleeting pang of reluctance. This made him more conflicted and increasingly infuriated. This tumultuous contest is quietly altering the fates of two individuals, as well as the future of the entire naval base. Colonel Luoka's smile momentarily froze, concealing a chilling resolve beneath its facade. He swiftly advanced, ostensibly toward the coffee table, yet in truth, seeking to shorten the distance between himself and Major Harvey. Before Harvey could perceive the impending danger, Luoka abruptly unsheathed the dagger from his waist, his movement as swift as lightning, as if the air itself had crystallized in that instant. Although Major Harvey remained vigilant, the sudden onslaught caught him off guard. The blade flashed. He barely managed to evade, yet the keen edge still grazed his arm, blood instantly seeping forth, staining his sleeve crimson. A mixture of pain, shock, and confusion marred Harvey's countenance as he gazed incredulously at Luoka, the atmosphere plummeting to an icy silence. "Colonel Luoka, what does this mean?" Harvey's voice trembled, laden with disbelief. He struggled to steady himself, despite the unbearable pain emanating from his wound. Yet what chilled him further was the act of betrayal from Luoka. Sheathing his dagger, Luoka's gaze had transformed from its customary warmth to one of coldness and determination. "Harvey, you have been too clever for your own good. Knowing too much can be detrimental." His words were stark and merciless, irrevocably shattering the trust that had once existed between them. The atmosphere in the office shifted from tranquility to a stifling tension, as the scent of blood and ominous foreboding filled the air. Harvey's injury was akin to a boulder cast into a serene lake, stirring ripples that unveiled Luoka's true nature. "I once believed we fought under the same banner," Harvey managed to utter, struggling to comprehend, yet unable to accept the unfolding reality. Luoka stepped closer, his voice low and commanding. "In this world, the game of power is far more intricate than you can fathom. Sometimes, sacrifice is necessary for the greater good." A sense of sorrow permeated his words, yet an undeniable resolve lay beneath. Major Harvey, enduring the pain, straightened his posture, his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. Before him stood Colonel Luoka, no longer the comrade in arms but a foe to confront. Despite the disparity in strength, Harvey resolved to take a stand, to fight for justice. Luoka observed coldly, the glint of his dagger flashing ominously, his movements steady and lethal, each strike revealing the sharpness honed by years of warfare. Knight's judgment, Luoka intoned sharply, his blade carving a dark trajectory aimed at Harvey's vital points, the air seeming to part with a faint whistle. Harvey barely dodged, sweat mingling with blood obscuring his vision. Gritting his teeth, he utilized the surrounding furniture as makeshift cover, his heart surging with the conviction of naval justice. Shield of justice, Harvey cried out, though weaponless. He summoned all his strength to hurl a chair, thwarting Luoka's fierce assault. Simultaneously, he rolled away, seeking distance to mount a counteroffensive. Luoka, noting this, sneered, his onslaught intensifying, his techniques growing increasingly ferocious. Shadow dance slash. His form transformed into a series of fleeting silhouettes, the blade raining down like a torrential downpour, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Harvey. Aware that a direct confrontation was futile, Major Harvey relied on his wits and the environment. Adversity counterattack. Using the slick blood on the floor as his pivot, he deftly altered his course, evading Luoka's relentless barrage. Seizing the moment, he snatched a nearby naval manual as an improvised weapon and hurled it towards Luoka, compelling him to momentarily retreat. Luoka's reflexes were sharp. He sidestepped the manual effortlessly, a flicker of anger igniting within him, his desire for combat thoroughly awakened. Final judgment. Luoka launched a ferocious assault once more, each strike infused with his full might, the air shrieking from the blade's rending force, placing Harvey in an increasingly perilous position. Severely weakened, he struggled to maintain an effective defense. The glory of the Navy shall never fade. Harvey expended his last ounce of strength, using words in place of weapons in a desperate attempt to awaken Luoka's lingering sense of justice. Yet Luoka appeared ensnared in his own ambitions and darkness, unyielding. As the battle neared its conclusion, the outcome seemed inevitable. In that tense standoff, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Colonel Luoka's eyes, fully aware that this confrontation left no room for retreat. Major Harvey, the loyal and righteous officer, despite his efforts to awaken Luoka's conscience, could not sway Luoka's determination. An ominous aura pervaded the air, heralding the impending tragedy. Luoka's movements were as swift as lightning, his sword tracing a silver arc through the air, aimed directly at Harvey. Harvey reacted with alacrity, doing his utmost to defend, yet the severity of his wounds hampered his once agile reflexes. Their clash sparked vivid flashes, the sound of metal colliding reverberating through the confined space, resonating in the hearts of all present. However, the disparity in strength and the unforeseen assault swiftly tilted the balance of the battle. Leveraging his extensive experience and cold resolve, Luoka discerned the flaw in Harvey's defense. In a decisive moment, Luoka seized the opportunity, his sword executing a precise thrust that penetrated Harvey's defenses, piercing his heart. Time seemed to freeze. Harvey's expression crystallized in shock and disbelief. He had never anticipated that a former comrade would inflict such treachery upon him. Slowly, Harvey's body descended, his eyes widening, staring at the ceiling as if seeking answers or perhaps lingering on his last connection to the world. Luoka remained rooted, his sword dripping with the blood of his companion, devoid of any triumph, only complex emotions of regret, resolution, and even emptiness. The room was filled solely with heavy breaths and the cooling blade. Silence enveloped everything, leaving behind a lamentation of power, betrayal, and sacrifice that echoed in the air. Colonel Luoka's gaze lingered on Harvey's lifeless form. In those deep-set eyes flickered not just fatigue, but profound conflict and self-inquisition. He slowly turned away, not hastening to address the aftermath, but instead approaching the private tea cabinet behind the desk, deftly preparing a cup of tea. The fragrant steam rose, contrasting sharply with the oppressive atmosphere of the room, as if attempting to dissipate the weight of guilt and dread. Settling into a spacious leather chair, Luoka gently blew at the steam above the tea's surface, each sip a contemplation of his choices and the road ahead. He understood that this moment of silence and tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Resolving how to quell this turmoil and safeguard his position and secrets became his foremost concern. A plan began to crystallize in his mind. First, he would fabricate a convincing narrative, attributing Harvey's demise to an accident or external interference. Luoka was acutely aware that within the base, His voice and influence could sway the opinions of many. The internal concerns regarding security threats and the sensitive topics of loyalty and betrayal may be utilized to guide public opinion, leading everyone to believe that Hai met with an unfortunate demise while executing a perilous mission. Subsequently, Luoka plans to discreetly contact his partners in the black market to expedite the transactions of equipment and slaves, ensuring that all dealings are completed and all traces erased before any potential exposure. Concurrently, he seeks to identify several trustworthy subordinates to draw into his inner circle, constructing a protective network within, just in case. More importantly, Luoka intends to leverage this incident to strengthen his control over the base through a series of reforms and reorganizations, eliminating those who may pose a threat to him while promoting those loyal to his cause to secure his power. However, all these machinations cannot conceal the emptiness and struggle deep within Luoka's heart. He realizes that he is gradually slipping into an irreversible abyss, with each meticulously crafted lie deepening his isolation and guilt. Yet, within this web woven of power, fear, and interests, there is no room for choice. Luoka sets down his teacup, his gaze once again resolute and cold. His fingers glide over the touchscreen of the communicator, and a series of numbers spring forth, emergency contact codes for several trusted subordinates. In the brief moment of waiting for the connection, a glint of icy determination flashes in his eyes, as if preparing himself mentally for the impending manipulation and scheming. Once the call connects, Luoka's voice resonates deeply and powerfully, each word imbued with undeniable authority. Emergency meeting, my office immediately. Without further explanation, he ends the call. He knows that for his confidants, his command is everything. As dawn breaks, Luoka's office gathers his core team, each face etched with tension and curiosity. Luoka surveys the room, clears his throat, and begins to lay out his plans. As they listen to one unbelievable and lethal revelation after another, the atmosphere in the conference room becomes palpably tense. Each expression varies, some shocked, others skeptical, and a few visibly fearful. Yet, they all remain silent, awaiting further clarification. A young officer breaks the silence first, his voice trembling yet imbued with undeniable courage. Colonel, how is this possible? Lieutenant Colonel Hai has always been known for his loyalty and integrity. It is hard for me to believe he would act in such a manner. Although the questioning voice is soft, it sends ripples across the quiet room, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. A cold expression flits across Luoka's face. He strides towards the center of the room, his gaze sweeping over each individual, his voice steady and resolute. I understand this is difficult to accept. I too was reluctant to believe it. However, facts speak louder than words. Last night, he was here in my office, attempting to assassinate me. Had I not sensed the danger in time, it is likely I would not be standing here now. As he speaks, he points to a faint bloodstain on the floor, evidence left from Hai's confrontation with him. An older officer furrows his brow and inquires, "But is it possible there has been a misunderstanding? Could it be that the lieutenant colonel discovered something and misinterpreted it as a threat from you, leading him to take such extreme measures?" His words carry a hint of caution, seeking a logical explanation. Luoka exhales softly, as if lamenting Hai's actions. This was my initial conjecture, but I later discovered deeper motivations behind his conduct. We searched his residence and found encrypted files communicating with hostile forces, along with records of illegal transactions. These actions were solely his own and contradicted the Navy's stance. His words strike like a hammer, resonating heavily in the hearts of those present. Although some still were expressions of doubt, Luoka's authority and the evidence he presents instill a sense of reverence in most, silencing further discourse. Now Luoka continues. We must unite and publicly announce this unfortunate news, swiftly initiating internal reforms to ensure the safety and stability of the base. I will personally oversee the handling of Lieutenant Colonel Hai's affairs, granting him the respect he deserves despite the sorrow his actions have caused. Under Luoka's guidance, the atmosphere in the conference room shifts from initial shock and skepticism to acceptance and readiness for action. Each expression grows serious, as they understand that a series of arduous tasks await them in the days to come. As the last traces of blood are meticulously wiped clean, Colonel Luoka surveys his surroundings. The pristine environment seems to erase all remnants of last night's events, yet cannot alleviate the weight on his heart. He slowly approaches the window, gazing through the transparent glass into the distance, his thoughts drifting back to those innocent and pure days. During their time at the Navy Academy, Luoka and Hai were two idealistic youths, running side by side in the morning light, sweating on the training grounds. At that time, their eyes were filled only with each other's silhouettes and the distant horizon, their shared dreams binding them closely together. In spring, they would argue tactics beneath the cherry blossom trees, occasionally becoming red-faced over differing opinions. Yet, after each quarrel, they would share a smile, their friendship growing stronger. On summer evenings, they would sneak out of campus to the seaside, sharing their dreams and aspirations for the future. The sea breeze caressed them, whisking away the fatigue of the day, leaving behind endless laughter and youthful vows. In autumn, they participated together in simulated combat competitions, with Luoka's daring and Hai's wisdom seamlessly complementing each other, securing countless victories and etching their names into academy lore. On winter nights, under the warm glow of the library's lights, they buried themselves in study, encouraging each other, occasionally glancing up and smiling, a silent bond of support. Akin to the warm sun in winter, those years were filled with joy and challenges as they grew together, transforming from naive recruits into responsible officers, with each significant moment accompanied by the other's presence. Now, reflecting on those cherished times, Luoka is filled with a complex array of emotions. He cannot help but ponder what led them down such divergent paths. Was it the allure of power, or the capriciousness of fate? Closing his eyes, he can almost hear Hai's hearty laughter, envisioning that carefree youth illuminated by the sun. However, the harsh and chilling reality renders this memory distant and burdensome. Luoka takes a deep breath, slowly opening his eyes as the present reality sharpens once more. He understands he can no longer linger in the past. The future holds more challenges awaiting him. As the news of Lieutenant Colonel Hai's demise spreads throughout the naval base, Colonel Luoka is acutely aware that this incident will undoubtedly attract the Navy headquarters' intense scrutiny, potentially inciting a thorough investigation, leaving no room for fate's whims. He had already set in motion contingency plans from the outset, ensuring everything unfolds according to his script. Luoka convenes his most trusted intelligence officers and legal advisors to begin drafting a comprehensive report. This report not only meticulously details the supposed events of Lieutenant Colonel Hai's betrayal, but also cunningly embeds a series of fabricated evidence, including altered communication records, forged financial documents, and meticulously arranged scene photographs. All these elements point to Hai's betrayal. Luoka described in the report how Hai, dissatisfied with his promotion, secretly colluded with adversarial forces in an attempt to steal naval secrets and compromise base security. He emphasized how he discerned Hai's plot at a critical moment and, in a regrettable act of self-defense, inadvertently caused Hai's demise. Additionally, he included the so-called Hai's last words, a seemingly remorseful letter expressing apologies to the Navy and regret for his actions, further solidifying the authenticity of Luoka's narrative. Luoka was acutely aware that a mere written report would not suffice. He arranged for several key witnesses, all carefully selected subordinates who were easily manipulable, ensuring they would present a unified front before the headquarters investigators. He trained them repeatedly, ensuring every detail aligned with the report's content, leaving no room for discrepancies. When a naval headquarters investigation team arrived at the base, Luoka appeared both cooperative and composed. He proactively provided all evidence and personally accompanied the investigators in reviewing the scene, narrating the sequence of events. His calm demeanor and seemingly flawless chain of evidence posed little resistance at the initial stages of the investigation. However, Luoka understood that such a setup was not without its flaws. He discreetly implemented an alternative plan in case the investigation delved into areas beyond his control. He prepared contingency measures, including the relocation of sensitive materials, the creation of scapegoats, and even contemplated emergency evacuation routes. In the game of power and deception, Luoka had long learned to tread carefully, ensuring each step left an escape route. Beneath the surface tranquility of the naval base, a tumultuous current of power, loyalty, and betrayal surged. Every move Colonel Luoka made was executed with caution, yet whether he could truly deceive the heavens remained to be seen. Admiral Qingji sat behind a vast desk, his furrowed brow and penetrating gaze scanning through layers of documents as if attempting to pierce through the hidden currents beneath the calm facade. The report concerning Colonel Hai lay quietly on the desk, each page filled with Colonel Luoka's intricately woven tale. Admiral Qingji understood that while Luoka's report was thorough, the truth often lay concealed within the unspoken nuances between the lines. The Donghai, a region that had witnessed turbulent undercurrents in recent years, had seen many naval high-ranking officials entangled with the underworld, their interests interwoven. Hai's death was far from simple. It resembled a stone cast into a lake, the ripples gradually expanding, threatening the stability within the Navy. Qingji recognized that if this incident was not addressed swiftly and accurately, it could irreparably damage the Navy's credibility. He pressed the internal communicator, his deep voice resonating. An emergency meeting was immediately summoned to discuss the incident involving Colonel Hai and the recent situation in the Donghai. I require the attendance of all key department heads. With the issuance of the command, a race against time was about to commence. In the conference room, naval high-ranking officials gathered, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Qingji briefly outlined the incident before directly addressing the crux of the matter. We cannot be content with superficial reports. We must delve deeper, uncovering the truth. The issues in the Donghai have reached a critical juncture. We can no longer allow them to fester. His sharp gaze swept across each individual as he continued. I need your utmost cooperation, regardless of who is implicated. We must pursue the matter to its conclusion. Simultaneously, we must remain vigilant to prevent the situation from further deteriorating. The peace and stability of the Donghai, and indeed the reputation of the entire Navy, hinge upon this. Under Qingji's direct intervention, the investigation team received unprecedented authorization and support. They not only re-examined the evidence provided by Colonel Aokiji, but also secretly initiated a series of peripheral investigations, attempting to navigate around Luoka's fog of deception and directly reach the core of the incident. Meanwhile, Colonel Luoka felt an unprecedented pressure. He realized that Admiral Qingji's involvement signified an unprecedented challenge to his carefully laid plans. Luoka began to discreetly activate his contingency plan. On one hand, he tightened control over his faction. On the other, he accelerated the transfer of certain sensitive information, ensuring that even if the investigation deepened, he could protect himself to the greatest extent possible. Above the Donghai, a storm was brewing. In this contest of power, loyalty, and betrayal, Luoka and Qingji each maneuvered with caution. Ultimately, the outcome of this clandestine battle would not only determine the fates of the two men, but also impact the naval forces and the world at large. Locke sat alone in his dimly lit office, the cold moonlight spilling through the window, illuminating his furrowed brow and the calculating glint in his eyes. His mind, like waves whipped up by a tempest, was inundated with questions and scenarios. The intentions of Admiral Qingji left him bewildered and cautious, fearing entanglement in this whirlpool of treachery, dancing on the edge of a knife, where a single misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. Yet what chilled him further was the shadow behind it all, seemingly pointing to corruption within the upper echelons of the Navy in the Donghai, a place where naval power was deeply intertwined. Without the protection of insiders, such nefarious dealings could not flourish unchecked. Locke's thoughts raced as he began to contemplate various possibilities. Was he truly destined to stage a dramatic self-inflicted severing of ties, betraying the Navy and eliminating colleagues to mask his true intentions, thereby infiltrating the pirates in search of truth or self-preservation? This notion sent shivers down his spine. Yet he could not deny that it might be the most perilous, yet potentially the only path to unveil the truth and escape unscathed. Rising, he approached the window, gazing at the pitch-black sea outside. The surface appeared calm, yet beneath it roiled with currents, mirroring his own turbulent state of mind. Locke understood that once he embarked on this irreversible path, he would face not only the dangers posed by pirates, but also potential retribution from within the Navy. He pondered how he had returned to the Charles Empire, encountering a formidable master along the way. One of the 7 warlords, known as the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk stood against the vast expanse of the sea, a solitary silhouette. The dying rays of the sunset fell upon his distinctive black coat, and the golden sunlight could not diminish the chilling aura that surrounded him. Instead, it added an air of mystery and defiance to this proud swordsman. Tall and upright, he resembled a sword poised to strike at any moment. His facial features were chiseled, with a slightly raised chin, exuding an undeniable authority beneath his aloof demeanor. His straight nose and tightly pressed lips hinted at his taciturn nature and decisive character. What Mihawk was most renowned for was undoubtedly his world-famous black sword, Uru, with its long, slender blade radiating an ominous gleam. Even when sheathed, the sound of the blade seemed to echo, heralding its master's unparalleled swordsmanship and undefeated legend. Whether in a leisurely stroll or the fierce execution of lethal sword techniques, The presence of Mihawk commanded an involuntary awe and reverence. Every appearance of Mihawk was accompanied by an ineffable sense of pressure. This confidence and composure stem from an absolute mastery of strength, never reliant on ostentatious techniques or superfluous words. Each strike of the sword is succinct, precise, and lethal, perfectly embodying the pinnacle of swordsmanship. On this great route plagued by pirates, Hawkeye, with his solitary might, has established an unassailable monument that few dare to challenge, becoming the lofty ideal for countless swordsmen. Luo Ku was taken aback. He had never anticipated encountering one of the Shichibukai, Hawkeye Mihawk, at this moment and in this place, let alone in such a direct manner of conversation. The sea breeze, cool and invigorating, brushed against Luo Ku's taut nerves as he endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. Turning to face the legendary swordsman, his eyes reflecting both astonishment and wariness. Hawkeye's intelligence was indeed impressive. It was true that I had the fortune to meet with red-haired Shanks on an island, an unforgettable experience. Luo Ku's tones sought to convey a sense of ease, but internally he rapidly calculated the purpose behind Hawkeye's visit. Regarding the matter of the slave trade chain you mentioned, this is evidently a misunderstanding. You, more than I, should grasp the essence of the Navy's justice. My actions have always been aimed at preserving the order of these waters. Hawkeye narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Luo Ku with a gaze sharp enough to pierce the depths of one's soul. Justice? The Navy's righteousness. These terms often carry multiple meanings along the Grand Line. Nevertheless, your eyes reveal that you possess your own reasons, perhaps more intricate than they appear. Casually spoken, the black blade Yoru remained silent in its sheath. Yet the atmosphere around them shifted subtly due to his words. I have no intention of interfering with your choices. After all, every individual has their own battlefield and reasons for fighting. Hawkeye's tone suddenly lightened, as if the preceding topic had never transpired. But remember, a true warrior, regardless of the adversities faced, should never lose sight of their core. Should you genuinely seek something, I hope it arises from a sincere desire within you, rather than from coercion. Luo Ku sensed the underlying challenge in Hawkeye's words and the mounting pressure in the air, causing him to hold his breath. His gaze inadvertently drawn to the quietly resting black blade Yoru, as if he could feel the chill emanating from the renowned sword. Internally, Luo Ku assessed the prospect of facing the world's strongest swordsman. Even in a spar, the inherent dangers were evident. However, any aspiring warrior would find it difficult to refuse such an invitation. Moreover, it represented a splendid opportunity to validate his own strength. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, his eyes now resolute and calm. I am honored by your regard, and though I dare not claim to be a master swordsman, should the chance arise to spar with you, I shall dedicate myself fully. In his words lay a quiet preparation. Years of training had honed his ability to summon all his strength in an instant, ready for the impending challenge. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile, a glimmer of yearning and anticipation for battle. Excellent. Then let us proceed. Remember, there are no weaklings beneath the sword, and I shall not hold back. As his words resonated, he moved with the swiftness of a meteor streaking across the night sky, closing the distance between himself and Luo Ku in an instant. The sea breeze howled, and beneath the moonlight, the two figures stood entwined, exuding an aura of sword intent. Luo Ku drew his sword from his waist, the blade flashing with silver brilliance. His focus sharpened. He melded into the essence of his sword, preparing to embrace this unprecedented trial. With the sharp clang of metal colliding, their blades danced in a flurry, creating ripples of energy that disturbed the sea surface, stirring waves in their wake. The clash between Luo Ku and Hawkeye was not merely a conversation of swords, but also a contest of wills and convictions. In that moment, Luo Ku felt as if he had touched another realm of swordsmanship, transcending mere technique and strength, delving into the exploration of his own limits. Despite the ferocity of Hawkeye's every strike, imbued with the power to cleave mountains, Luo Ku managed to parry with his exceptional sword skills and remarkable reflexes, occasionally launching counterattacks. While he did not gain the upper hand, he had not been entirely vanquished either. This duel became a silent exchange between the two, as well as an introspective journey for Luo Ku, a testament to his inner self. As time progressed, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. The interplay of light and shadow on the sea resembling fireworks in the night sky, resplendent and intense. Luo Ku gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, sweat trickling down his cheeks, each breath feeling exceptionally heavy. He recognized that his confrontation with Hawkeye was not solely a contest of skill, but also a supreme test of will and endurance. Before this world's strongest swordsman, he experienced for the first time the insurmountable chasm that lay between himself and true masters. Hawkeye's smile bore an unmistakable hint of arrogance and indifference as he spoke slowly. Your potential is commendable, yet your current strength is still far from rivaling mine. My presence here today was indeed at someone else's behest to assess your capabilities. It seems my task is now complete. His gaze a mix of resentment and admiration. Each of Hawkeye's words struck him like a hammer, instilling a sense of defeat, yet igniting an unprecedented fighting spirit within him. This was a rare learning opportunity, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime event. Thank you, Hawkeye, for your guidance. Each of your strikes has imparted invaluable lessons. Luo Ku, despite his weariness, mustered the strength to reply with conviction. I shall remember today as defeat, drawing from it the experience to enhance myself. Hawkeye nodded slightly before turning towards the distinctive small boat marked by a cross, the sea breeze caressing his figure, elongating his silhouette in the moonlight, rendering him increasingly solitary and mysterious. Remember, a true swordsman grows through continuous failures and challenges. Whether you can surpass yourself and reach new heights depends entirely on your resolve and dedication. With that, he lightly leapt onto the small boat, gradually fading into the night as the waves ebbed and flowed, leaving Luo Ku with a profound silhouette and endless contemplation. Luo Ku gazed in the direction Hawkeye departed, his heart a tumult of emotions. This sudden clash felt like a dream, yet left a deeper imprint than any practical training could offer. He began to reflect on each move and technique, striving to capture elusive insights and revelations. This was not mere luck. It marked a significant turning point in his swordsmanship journey. As night descended and the sea regained its tranquility, Luo Ku's heart remained tumultuous. Hawkeye's appearance was akin to a lightning bolt illuminating his path, revealing his inadequacies and igniting the flame of his pursuit for superior swordsmanship. Although Luo Ku remained unaware of the orders or requests that prompted Hawkeye's actions, he believed that acquiring 2 techniques to sweep through the East Blue should not pose a challenge. In a late-night office, the only sound resonating in the stillness was the pressing of telephone keys. Luo Ku took a deep breath, dialed the final number, and awaited a response from the other end. Soon, the steady yet slightly surprised voice of Admiral Aokiji came through. Is there something urgent, Luo Ku, at this late hour? Luo Ku did not respond immediately, gathering his thoughts before speaking plainly and directly. Admiral, let me be candid regarding the recent situation and your anticipated role for me. I believe I have discerned your intentions. Are you hoping for me to act as a traitor within the Navy, infiltrating the pirates to uncover those hidden secrets? Qingzhi remained silent for a moment on the other end of the phone. This sudden and direct inquiry clearly caught him off guard. He had initially believed that everything was still in the shadows of strategic planning, only to discover that Luaka was remarkably astute. Adjusting his emotions, a subtle note of appreciation laced his voice. Luaka, you indeed possess keen insight. However, this is not merely a matter of role-playing. The situation is far more intricate than you may imagine, entangled with deeper layers of vested interests beyond the Navy itself. Luaka discerned the gravity of Qingzhi's words and continued. I comprehend the risks involved, but having been drawn into this, I wish to seize control of the situation. If this is your plan, I hope to receive further information and the necessary support, including freedom of action and assurances of safety. After a moment of contemplation, Qingzhi made his decision. You're a clever man, Luaka. Indeed, we need someone to infiltrate the den of wolves to unearth the secrets hidden in darkness. I will arrange the necessary resources for you, including intelligence and cover. But you must also understand that once you step into that world, every move will be fraught with peril. After hanging up, Luaka stood alone by the window, the night outside seeming deeper than before. He had taken an irreversible step, and what lay ahead would be a battlefield far more complex and dangerous than his confrontation with Ingyan. Yet, he did not waver. Instead, an unprecedented determination ignited within him. Luaka contemplated the reality that becoming an undercover agent meant entering a state of isolation. The pirates would not trust him, and the Navy might regard him as a traitor. It was a gamble with everything at stake. As a strategist, he began to devise how to leverage his unique ability, the Daoqiao, to carve out the greatest possible space for survival in this perilous game. He murmured to himself, my Daoqiao allows me to have countless substitutes. These doppelgangers can not only confuse others but also serve as tools for establishing my position among the pirates. As long as I operate with caution, I can let these substitutes absorb fatal attacks when necessary while gathering the intelligence I seek. In the brightly lit conference room of the Navy headquarters, a tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloped every high-ranking officer present. On the table lay neatly arranged sealed folders, containing not merely cold documents, but irrefutable evidence capable of shaking the very foundations of the Navy. Evidence revealing collusion among several colonels in the EC Navy involving slave trading and illegal arms dealings had been meticulously uncovered and laid bare to the light of day. Admiral Qingji sat at the head of the table, his countenance grave. He slowly opened one of the folders, his gaze skimming over rows of shocking text that confirmed his earlier suspicions. Beneath the surface calm of the East Sea lay turbulent undercurrents. The malignant tumor of corruption had deeply entrenched itself in certain corners, eroding the Navy's integrity. The evidence is undeniable. We can no longer tolerate treachery. Qingji's voice was cold and resolute, shattering the silence of the conference room. This cleansing of the East Sea must be swift and thorough. We must demonstrate to the world that the Navy's justice is beyond reproach. An unprecedented operation was being meticulously prepared. Loaka stood by the window, his gaze penetrating the stillness of the night as he stared into the distance, where the East Sea awaited a brewing storm. His heart was both anxious and resolute as he anticipated the impending upheaval. Since that day of confrontation with Ing Yen, his fate had quietly altered. Tonight's conversation with Qingji had irrevocably thrust him into the eye of the storm. The East Sea, seemingly tranquil, would soon be stirred by his actions. Loaka silently vowed, a complex smile gracing his face. Becoming a traitor to the Navy, once loyal, was undoubtedly a painful betrayal. Yet for the greater justice, to expose the corruption lurking in the shadows, he was willing to bear this stigma. Memories of fighting alongside his comrades, those days spent safeguarding justice, stirred a bittersweet ache within him. Those slaying comrades might be the most direct and shocking means of proof that sacrifice would forever be a wound in his heart. This was not mere betrayal, but a profound self-redemption of the soul, a resolute act of sacrificing the self for the greater good. Becoming an undercover agent among pirates would be a path fraught with challenges greater than anyone else would face. Loaka silently swore to utilize the power of the Dao Chaogua to pave a secretive and intricate path for himself. He must cultivate trust among the pirates while meticulously gathering evidence. Each use of a substitute must be calculated, concealing his true identity while ensuring the smooth execution of his mission. Loaka's thoughts surged like a tide. Vivid images of the Navy colonels destined to fall beneath his sword flashing through his mind. They had once been comrades in arms. Yet beneath their veneer of honor lay despicable crimes, selling civilians into slavery, diverting military equipment meant to protect the people to pirates. Their transgressions were beyond count. Their actions had long surpassed the boundaries of justice, inciting widespread outrage and dissatisfaction even within the Navy. No longer protectors, they had transformed into demons more fearsome than pirates. Loaka sighed inwardly. Their deeds not only betrayed the Navy's ideals, but also insulted the entire world. In the balance of justice, their lives had been crushed beneath the weight of their sins. To perish at the hands of a just man might be the best conclusion for them. Loaka understood that severing these malignant roots, though a reluctant choice, was necessary to eradicate corruption within the Navy and restore justice. He envisioned himself as the sword of retribution. Despite the pain and struggle involved, he would forge ahead unwaveringly. Let all this end by my hand. It is my pledge to justice. Loaka's gaze hardened, ready to face the impending storm, even if it meant bearing the heavy burden of guilt and solitude. Walking the fine line between morality and law, he must ensure that his actions would genuinely guide the Navy back to its rightful path, allowing the East Sea and the world to bask once more in the light of justice. News swept through the East Sea like a sudden spring breeze. Those Navy colonels, tightly bound within the web of interests, who had anxiously speculated about the forthcoming storm, were unexpectedly met with shocking yet exhilarating news. Admiral Qingji, one of the three great admirals of the Navy, was imminently arriving in the East Sea. Moreover, his purpose was to hold a promotion ceremony, elevating them all to the esteemed rank of Rear Admiral. This sudden stroke of good fortune left the previously anxious colonels momentarily at a loss. They exchanged incredulous glances, their hearts a mixture of surprise and confusion. Many among them had privately worried whether their dealings had been discovered. Yet now, Admiral Qingji's actions seemed to provide them with a sense of reassurance, as if all their clouds of uncertainty had been swept away. Admiral Qingji, why would he make such a decision at this critical juncture? Could it be that our actions have truly gone unnoticed? One colonel quietly inquired, his tone laced with 3 parts relief and 7 parts uncertainty. Another displayed a smug smile. It appears that our previous concerns were indeed unwarranted. The actions of Qingji Darren undoubtedly affirm our contributions in the East Sea, and perhaps our endeavors have even bestowed additional benefits upon the Navy. They gathered in clusters, animatedly discussing the forthcoming promotion ceremony, envisioning how the enhancement of power and status would facilitate their illicit undertakings. In their eyes, this was not merely a promotion, but a comprehensive acknowledgement of their current way of life, a consolidation and expansion of authority. However, unbeknownst to them, a meticulously orchestrated storm was quietly brewing behind this euphoria. Locke, the soon-to-be pirate infiltrator within the Navy, was acutely aware of all that transpired. He understood that the actions of Admiral Qingji were far more complex than they appeared on the surface. This promotion ceremony was, in fact, a carefully arranged inapot. The arrival of Admiral Qingji heralded the Navy headquarters' decisive action against the corruption plaguing the East Sea. Behind the glamorous facade of the promotion lay an invisible net, poised to ensnare these avaricious officers. Locke felt a tumult of emotions within, cognizant that he would play a pivotal role in this tempest, both as a betrayer and as an executor of justice. On that fateful day, the sky above the East Sea was exceptionally clear, the sunlight illuminating the Navy base, yet failing to dispel the chilling undercurrents. The base was immersed in an unprecedented atmosphere of festivity and splendor, with the stars in the night sky bearing witness to this extraordinary moment. Inside and outside the base, lights blazed brightly, colorful flags fluttered, and various lanterns and neon lights intertwined to create a resplendent sea, reflecting the joy and anticipation on every face. The melodies of music and laughter intermingled, crafting a festive ambience that nearly obscured the solemnity of this military stronghold. High-ranking officials convened from all directions, their figures weaving through the dazzling lights, their conversations and laughter creating a peculiar harmony. These naval elites, seldom seen together, now conversed freely like ordinary friends, relishing the honor and joy bestowed by this special evening. Clad in splendid military uniforms and adorned with various medals, they displayed their status and achievements through cordial exchanges and congratulations, as if heralding the dawn of a new golden era. Yet, beneath this veneer of joy, a subtle tension coursed through the air. Locke remained vigilant amidst the crowd, his gaze scanning the jubilant throngs, scrutinizing every detail while silently calculating the impending plan. Tonight's promotion ceremony was merely a meticulously staged theatrical performance, and he was poised to be the protagonist unveiling the truth. As the ceremony approached, a temporary stage in the central square of the base appeared particularly solemn under the illumination. On that platform, Admiral Qingji's figure commanded respect as he stood under the watchful eyes of the assembly. Silent, yet his profound gaze seemed capable of penetrating all, instilling awe in those present. Every naval officer, whether a newly minted brigadier or a seasoned veteran, held their breath in anticipation of Admiral Qingji's address, unaware of the new chapter this legendary figure was about to unveil. Standing atop the platform, Admiral Qingji's voice, though calm and detached, carried an undeniable authority. His words flowed through the air, each syllable seemingly weighed with deliberation. Tonight, we gather not merely to celebrate, but to witness the rebirth of the East Sea Navy's strength. Esteemed colonels, your efforts and contributions have not gone unnoticed by the Navy headquarters. Therefore, on behalf of the Navy headquarters, I formally announce your promotion to brigadier. As his words resonated, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, mingled with jubilant cheers, akin to waves crashing upon the shore, relentless and enduring. The soon-to-be promoted colonels beamed with uncontainable joy and pride, embracing one another and sharing this unexpected honor with their comrades. To them, this was the pinnacle of recognition for their past endeavors. Little did they know, it also marked the onset of their fateful turning point. One colonel, with a smug smile, turned to his subordinates. Those soldiers and aides, who usually obeyed without question, now advanced to express their congratulations and flattery with fervor. They extolled his leadership or boasted of his illustrious military exploits, each word dripping with sycophancy, as everyone sought to leave a lasting impression on the newly promoted brigadier. "Sir," You are indeed the pride of our East Sea. Your promotion to brigadier is well-deserved. One aide exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Another subordinate quickly concurred, indeed, sir. Your wisdom and courage are unparalleled. We believe that under your leadership, the East Sea Navy will reach even greater heights. Amidst this chorus of flattery, the colonel's smile grew even more self-satisfied, relishing the attention, oblivious to the subtle tension in the surrounding air. Locke, concealed within the crowd, observed this scene with a cold, discerning gaze, his heart a tumult of emotions. Behind those hypocritical smiles and congratulations lay the tempest that was about to unfold. He would be the key to unveiling the truth. As night deepened, the promotion celebration gradually transformed into a revelry for the officers. The Navy base morphing into a city that never sleeps. At the banquet, exquisite food and fine wine abounded, and amidst the clinking of glasses, many officers were already inebriated, some embracing one another, singing boisterously, while others stumbled into dance, liberating themselves from the constraints of daily life. Under the influence of alcohol, the myriad facets of humanity emerged. Some officers laughed heartily, while others sobbed quietly, and some, emboldened by intoxication, divulged secrets and aspirations they dared not speak of in sobriety. In one corner of the banquet, those sycophantic high-ranking officials formed small circles. Their faces bore meticulously crafted smiles, their eyes glinting with calculation and flattery. Surrounding the newly minted brigadiers, they engaged in a silent contest of praise, vying to articulate the most melodious compliments that would resonate with the brigadier's sentiments. Every utterance of congratulations on your promotion, or you are the pride of our East Sea, concealed individual calculations of interests and power dynamics. Locke navigated through the crowd, seemingly celebrating alongside everyone, yet maintaining a state of vigilance and clarity. He observed each individual's behavior, quietly committing their faces to memory. Among them were potential future allies, as well as enemies that needed to be exposed. Locke wore a faint smile, yet no one could decipher the depth of his thoughts. As the night grew darker, the atmosphere at the banquet reached its zenith, yet Locke's heart remained remarkably composed. This celebration was merely the calm before the storm, for the true contest was about to commence. Locke's gaze inadvertently locked with Admiral Qingji's amidst the throng. In that moment, he discerned a barely perceptible signal emanating from Qingji's seemingly tranquil yet profound eyes, conveying that the time had come. Locke's heart raced as he realized this was the prearranged signal, indicating that the plan was on the brink of entering its most critical execution phase. Amidst the clamor of the banquet, Admiral Qingji seized a suitable moment to discreetly withdraw, his departing figure shrouded in mystery and laden with significance. Locke adjusted his position with a calm demeanor, ensuring that he could closely monitor all forthcoming developments. Shortly thereafter, several newly promoted brigadiers and other key figures gathered together in an unspoken agreement. They raised their glasses in a toast, seemingly celebrating, yet the atmosphere was permeated with a subtle yet tense vibe. Their gazes met at the rims of their cups, exchanging glimmers of understanding that conveyed significant and secretive messages only they could decipher. Locke astutely perceived these nuanced interactions. The glances hinted at something beyond mere celebration, possibly a conspiracy for future actions or anxiety regarding impending changes. While the alcohol relaxed their expressions, the vigilance in their eyes remained unyielding. Locke's heart raced with both tension and exhilaration. It was time for him to act. He moved stealthily, utilizing the abilities of his straw fruit to discreetly establish his eyes among the crowd, preparing to play a pivotal role at a critical moment. As the atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith, with music and laughter intertwining into a cacophony, an unexpected turn of events shattered all joy and pretense. Lieutenant Colonel Locke, who had appeared to be immersed in celebration, suddenly navigated through the crowd with agility, his gaze sharp as an eagle, targeting the newly promoted brigadiers and their inner circle. In the astonished stares of those present, Locke's hand glided slowly to the hilt of his sword, a signal that the banquet was about to transform into a battlefield. Straw blood sword. Locke's voice resonated throughout the banquet hall, not merely an announcement, but a cry from his heart, a judgment upon the betrayers of justice. As his words fell, Locke vanished in a flash, akin to lightning in the night breeze, his sword glimmering with an undeniable resolve. The greedy souls, still ensnared in the illusion woven by alcohol and flattery, could hardly react. Locke's blade had arrived, its sharp edge reflecting a cold light under the moon. Each strike precise and deadly. The sounds of clashing steel rang out, followed by startled gasps. Then all fell silent, save for the shattering of wine glasses and the dull thud of bodies collapsing. Those present, including the brigadiers previously lost in dreams of power, suddenly awoke from their stupor, shock and fear washing over their faces. In the instant Locke drew his weapon, the jubilant sounds ceased abruptly, replaced by an eerie stillness. Confusion, terror, and disbelief rapidly cycled through the expressions of the crowd. Some stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, struggling to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Others recoiled, attempting to distance themselves from this sudden vortex of violence. Still, others instinctively reached for their weapons, hesitating in their uncertainty, evidently unprepared for such an abrupt upheaval. "Locke, what are you doing?" A captain, once on amicable terms with Locke, exclaimed, his voice laced with shock, confusion, and a hint of fear. Locke did not respond immediately. His gaze scanned the surroundings, sharp as an eagle searching for the next target. Ultimately, he sheathed his sword, standing firm, his voice cold yet resolute. "Everything I have done stems solely from my own volition." At this declaration, the atmosphere erupted, fervent dialogues and questions rising in a tumult. "Have you lost your mind? They're our colleagues, even our friends," a young major demanded angrily. "Indeed, Locke, what proof do you have?" "This is no jest. Taking lives indiscriminately invites legal retribution." An older lieutenant colonel attempted to reason, yet his voice trembled despite his efforts. Locke understood that this series of thunderous actions, though swift and decisive, had placed him squarely in the line of fire. If he paused, he would be met with relentless pursuit and unimaginable consequences. Thus, in that fleeting moment of silence, Locke swiftly resolved to escape amidst the chaos. "Justice has been served. I act with a clear conscience. Yet, I know I must depart to unearth a greater truth." Locke murmured, determination flashing in his eyes. Using the panic and turmoil of the crowd to his advantage, he silently exited the banquet hall, hastening toward his prearranged escape route. The high-ranking officials, who had narrowly escaped harm, soon regained their senses and recognized the gravity of the situation. Some were furious, others panicked, but most harbored a deep-seated animosity and thirst for revenge against Locke. To them, Locke's actions were an egregious affront to their authority, an unforgivable betrayal. "Quick, seal all exits of the base, initiate emergency protocols. We cannot let Locke escape," a high-ranking general bellowed, his voice piercing through the chaos. As the order was issued, alarms blared throughout the base, lights flashing. The Navy base, once steeped in festive cheer, instantly transformed into a battleground as soldiers swiftly mobilized to hunt down Locke. Meanwhile, Locke, leveraging his familiarity with the base's layout and the abilities of his straw fruit, continually shifted his guise, skillfully evading one search party after another as he advanced toward the designated extraction point. Should he be captured, not only would his life be at stake, but the mission of revealing the truth would also vanish. Therefore, every step was taken with utmost caution, his heart racing yet resolute. The chase and flight resembled a cat-and-mouse game in the darkness, tense and exhilarating. Each of Locke's steps treaded upon a razor's edge. Yet his mind was singularly focused on one thought. He must not be caught. Along Locke's hasty escape route, the faint moonlight revealed subtle shards of ice quietly spreading beneath his feet, leaving delicate frost traces with each step. This slight alteration went largely unnoticed. Yet for those perceptive souls acutely attuned to their surroundings, it signaled the presence of Admiral Qingji, who seemed to be guarding something in the shadows. Although Qingji did not manifest among the crowd, his aura permeated every corner of the base. His signature ice fruit ability silently paved a concealed and safe pathway for Locke's escape, obstructing the pursuer's advance and granting Locke precious time. This offered a silent support, a validation of the path Locke had chosen. In his flight, Locke keenly sensed this subtle shift, warmth flooding his heart. Though he trod a solitary and perilous road, he was not alone in his struggle. Admiral Qingji's covert assistance enveloped him in a sense of warmth and hope amidst the frigid night. "Admiral Qingji, I shall not let you down," Locke vowed internally, his steps growing ever more resolute. Utilizing the abilities of his straw fruit, he cleverly disguised himself, while concurrently maintaining distance from the pursuing soldiers impeded by the ice. Gradually, he approached the designated safe zone. The Navy soldiers, eager to capture Locke, found themselves ill-prepared for the sudden appearance of the icy surface. They slipped and stumbled, their precious opportunity to pursue delayed amidst the chaos. While they cursed the weather and lamented their fate, they remained oblivious to the fact that this was all orchestrated by the mysterious and formidable general. a silent supporter of the path of justice, concealed by shards of ice. Luoku skillfully utilized his familiarity with the base's terrain and the decoys created from straw fruit to evade his relentless pursuers. He navigated a winding path to a secluded dock at the edge of the base, where an unassuming small boat awaited him. The very means of retreat he had meticulously prepared. In the night, the sea breeze carried a hint of chill, and the gentle waves caressed the boat's hull, creating a tranquil and steady rhythm. Luoku swiftly boarded the small vessel with decisive movements, harboring no hesitation. He understood that time equated to life, and should he be discovered, even this modest dock would not guarantee his safety. Unraveling the ropes and gently pushing the oars, the boat silently glided into the sea, merging seamlessly with the inky darkness of the night. As the distance from the base increased, Luoku's emotions grew increasingly complex. A mix of relief at escaping the chase and uncertainty about the future. Glancing back, he beheld the distant naval base ablaze with lights, once his battlefield and the birthplace of his dreams. Now, he could only bid it a distant farewell. On the surface of the sea, Luoku found a moment of serenity, yet his thoughts remained tumultuous. From this moment forth, he was no longer an ordinary naval commander, but a renegade, a solitary warrior burdened with the mission of revealing the truth. Ahead lay endless challenges and the unknown, yet his heart burned with an unwavering flame, a passion for justice and a yearning for light. Under his command, the small boat faced the sea breeze, sailing deeper into the ocean, the stars twinkling as guides for his journey. Taking a deep breath of the briny air, he silently vowed that no matter the path ahead, he would forge ahead, for the true honor of the Navy, for justice and peace in this world. As Luoku's figure melded into the night, vanishing beyond the horizon, General Qing Ji slowly entered the banquet hall. His arrival felt like the calm after a storm, imbued with an indescribable air of authority and composure. The chaos and clamor of the scene were subdued by an unseen force the moment he stepped in, gradually restoring tranquility. Qing Ji surveyed his surroundings, his gaze profound, sweeping over the shaken officers and the colleagues sprawled on the ground. His face revealed little emotional fluctuation, yet his eyes betrayed a subtle complexity, a blend of understanding and tacit approval of Luoku's actions, tinged with a hint of regret. As silence enveloped the room, Qing Ji's voice, though soft, resonated like a tolling bell, commanding the attention of the officers still engaged in fervent discussions. All eyes turned toward him, awaiting the next directive from the esteemed naval general. "I trust you have all witnessed the events of this evening," Qing Ji stated succinctly yet powerfully. "The naval headquarters will launch a full-scale manhunt for Commander Luoku, ensuring he comprehends the consequences of opposing the world government." As Qing Ji's words hung in the air, the officers at the banquet seemed to regain a sense of equilibrium. They exchanged relieved glances, which soon erupted into a wave of cheers. For them, Qing Ji's announcement of the manhunt for Luoku not only signified an official stance on the abrupt turn of events, but also served as a safeguard for naval order, a promise that the familiar rules and notions of justice would endure. For the glory of the Navy, one officer proclaimed loudly, prompting others to join in, raising their glasses in celebration of a victory, a joy in the restoration of normalcy. However, this scene struck Qing Ji as somewhat ironic. Deep within, he was beset by a complex array of emotions regarding Luoku's choices. Luoku was now traversing a path fraught with thorns, a naval officer forced into the role of a pirate infiltrator. This was a torment of the soul, far more profound than any physical suffering. What Luoku endured was not merely a change of identity, but a relentless interrogation of his beliefs and loyalties, with each breath teetering between justice and betrayal. Qing Ji stared into the dark expanse of the sea, pondering silently. "Luoku, you have chosen a path that few would dare tread. May your decision illuminate the dark corners of the Navy, allowing true justice to be reborn. And for us who remain in the light, we must constantly reflect, lest we descend into that endless abyss." The officers present, immersed in their brief revelry, remained unaware of Qing Ji's weighty contemplations. Some among them may have sensed a creeping unease, murmuring within their hearts. If Luoku could do this today, would the same fate befall them tomorrow? This latent anxiety surged silently within them, like an undercurrent, yet none dared voice their concerns aloud. Qing Ji understood that this transformation was not only a test for Luoku, but also a warning for all members of the Navy. Turning away, he prepared to address the ensuing matters, silently vowing to use this incident as a catalyst to purge the corruption within the Navy. restoring it to the trusted bastion of justice in the hearts of the people. The shadow of Luo would linger in his memory, a constant reminder of the heavy toll of justice. The following morning, before the first rays of sunlight fully illuminated the streets of various cities, the cries of newsboys echoed, waving the latest edition of a newspaper, its headline striking and shocking. Breaking news. Major upheaval at the East Sea Naval Base. Former Commander Luo defects. 6 colonels slain. The newspaper's cover featured an illustration of Luo standing with a sword, surrounded by fallen comrades and scattered naval caps, vivid and impactful, capturing attention. The article detailed the astonishing events that transpired the previous night at the East Sea Naval Base. From the exuberance of the celebration to Luo's sudden rebellion and his clever escape utilizing the straw fruit ability, each narrative segment resonated deeply with the public. The text suggested that while Luo's actions were audacious and shocking, they seemed to carry a more profound significance, hinting at the Navy's zero-tolerance stance toward corruption and its steadfast defense of justice. Additionally, the report quoted anonymous naval insiders, stating that this incident served as a crucial warning for internal reform, foretelling that the naval headquarters would implement stricter measures to eradicate corruption. Most notably, the announcement of a bounty for Luo Hart, the former East Sea Naval Commander, now deemed a significant defector, detailed his straw fruit abilities, with a staggering reward of 150 million berries. This revelation caused a tremendous uproar in the New World and across the seas. People buzzed with curiosity and speculation about this former naval officer who had suddenly become the center of attention. The publication of this newspaper sent ripples through the calm surface of the sea, igniting widespread discussions among ordinary citizens, as well as stirring significant reactions among pirates, navies, governments, and various factions worldwide. In the vast expanses of the other 4 seas, high-ranking officers within naval bases gathered, their brows furrowed as they passed around the newspaper documenting the Luo incident. Every individual who has perused the report bears a countenance etched with intricate emotions, shock, skepticism, concern, and even a subtle hint of reverence. Rear Admiral Harvey C. of Beihai sits behind a spacious desk, his keen gaze sweeping over the subordinates gathered around the conference table. Gentlemen, you are all aware of the events unfolding in the East China Sea. Locke, a former comrade, has ruthlessly turned against our compatriots and defected. This is not merely an affront to the Navy. It serves as a clarion call for us all. Pausing for emphasis, his tone grows grave. We cannot permit such events to recur in Beihai. Internal scrutiny must be intensified, and the malignant tumor of corruption must be eradicated. Admiral Allison of Shihai whispers to her trusted aide, "Consider Locke, once a paragon among us, who has now embarked upon this irrevocable path, regardless of his initial intentions. This constitutes a betrayal of the Navy's principles." Yet, she shakes her head, a flicker of conflict gleaming in her eyes. We ought to engage in self-reflection, ensuring our hands are untainted, and that our swords are forever directed at the true adversaries. Brigadier General Max of Nanhai addresses a group of spirited young naval recruits on the training grounds. You have likely heard of Locke's actions. Remember, loyalty and justice are the bedrock of our Navy. Regardless of external turmoil, steadfastly uphold your convictions. Do not allow anything to corrode your beliefs. Should you ever face similar temptations or dilemmas, I hope you will make the right choices, rather than seeking justice through erroneous means as Locke did. In a private study, Vice Admiral Oliver of Southeast China Sea engages in discussion with his think tank. Locke's actions undoubtedly declare war on the world, including ourselves. In an unremarkable corner of the East China Sea Naval Base, Locke's former subordinates congregate in a modest lounge, their expressions a blend of astonishment, confusion, and disbelief. The oversized headline from a newspaper lies at the center of the table, prominently displaying Locke's image, marked by the bold word defection, akin to a sharp blade piercing their hearts. Carl, a former direct subordinate of Locke, clenches his fists, his voice trembling. This cannot be. Chief, how could he do such a thing? He always taught us to remain loyal to the Navy and justice. How could he betray us and the Navy? This must be a misunderstanding. Someone must have framed him. Mia, one of the few female members at the base, fights back tears. I remember, every time we returned from a mission, no matter how exhausted he was always the last to rest and the first to rise and check the equipment. How could he? Jack, a hulking figure at the base, pounds his fist heavily on the table. I must confront him, demand to know the truth. How could he abandon us, forsake the Navy to engage in such actions? I refuse to believe it. I must see him and hear his explanation. In a dimly lit, story-laden tavern, Major Locke sits alone in a remote corner, the surrounding clamor seemingly distant from him. The tavern's flickering lights cast mottled shadows from the dilapidated wooden beams, adding a sense of time-worn melancholy to the ambience. He grips a glass of frothy stout, the dark liquid shimmering alluringly under the light, the solitary highlight in this somber space. At times, Locke gazes intently at his drink, and at others, his eyes wander aimlessly over the backs of other patrons, a wry smile playing at the corners of his lips. His thoughts drift back to the recent act of defection, a meticulously orchestrated betrayal, a challenge to the very navy he once served. From that moment of profound significance, he transformed from a loyal officer into a wanted traitor across the entire maritime expanse. Yet, it was also at that moment that he felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. The bounty on his head soaring to a staggering 150 million belly-filled Locke with an odd sense of pride rather than fear. This figure represented not only a definitive break from his past constraints, but also an acknowledgement of his capabilities, even if achieved through such extreme and socially unaccepted means. In this lawless realm, where the lines between the Navy and piracy are blurred, his name, Locke, transcends mere identification. It has become woven into the fabric of legend, a tale of power, betrayal, and freedom. He disdainfully shakes his head and drains the glass of stout. The bittersweet taste seems to encapsulate the essence of his life. Locke understands that from this moment forward, each step will tread upon the edge of a knife. Yet, it is this very uncertainty and peril that ignites within him an insatiable thirst for adventure. Amidst the vast ocean of opportunities and crises, he intends to inscribe his own narrative, navigating forward with an unwavering spirit and resolute determination, regardless of the obstacles that may arise. On that tempestuous night, the truth of Locke's defection lurks like a deep-sea current, concealed beneath the surface, known to but a select few. Admiral Aokiji, one of the Navy's 3 admirals, with his calm wisdom and unique understanding of justice, stand among the scant few privy to Locke's true motives. Beyond Aokiji, perhaps only the seasoned strategist, who occupies the highest echelons of the Navy, possesses the entirety of the secrets surrounding Locke. Locke's defection was not a mere impulse, but rather an eruption of long-standing dissatisfaction with the corruption and systemic issues within the Navy. Having witnessed too many conflicts between ideals and reality, the hypocrisy and sacrifices made in the name of justice ultimately compelled him to make this decision. Yet, such a choice undeniably cast him as a traitor in the eyes of the Navy, transforming former comrades into adversaries intent on his capture. In the world of piracy, Locke's identity is equally precarious. His former status as a naval officer clings to him like an indelible mark, engendering suspicion and even hostility among many pirates. They question Locke's true intentions, fearing he may be an undercover agent of the Navy or harboring undisclosed missions. Consequently, Locke finds himself ensnared in a dilemma. Pursued by the Navy, yet unable to fully gain the trust of the pirates, Locke's gaze gradually settles upon a somewhat pristine newspaper before him, its headline boldly emblazoned with his photograph, depicting him in a neatly pressed naval uniform, his eyes sharp and resolute. That was his past self, a loyal naval officer. Now, this image has morphed into a bounty notice, heralding his irrevocable severance from his former life. Locke lightly caresses the cold surface of the paper, his heart a tumult of emotions. The trajectory of his future life, akin to the tempestuous seas, is unpredictable yet brims with infinite possibilities. Regarding Admiral Aokiji, Locke harbors complex sentiments. He realizes that this individual, who once served as both mentor and commander, is poised to make a world-shattering decision, departing from Navy headquarters to join the infamous Blackbeard Pirates, where he will ascend to the role of second-in-command. Such news, once revealed, will undoubtedly reverberate throughout the world of pirates, stirring all factions to take note. Locke ponders whether, when that day arrives, the truth of his defection will also emerge, or if it shall remain forever concealed within the annals of history. As Locke immerses himself in contemplation of the future, an unsettling atmosphere quietly approaches. In the tavern, several burly men adorned with tattoos frequently cast their glances in his direction, their expressions revealing a distinct blend of interest and provocation. Luo could keenly perceive this unfriendly attention. However, he did not react immediately. Instead, he subtly adjusted his posture, feigning nonchalance while secretly preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Luo could remain composed. leisurely savoring the nearly empty glass of dark beer. Yet in reality, he had already discerned every whispered word of the tattooed men. Their voices were soft, but under Luo Ku's acute hearing, each syllable resonated with clarity as if amplified. Internally, he scoffed at their attempts to betray others for a bounty, dismissing their actions with disdain, while simultaneously recognizing this moment as a potential test of his survival skills in a new environment. The gazes of the tattooed men grew increasingly fervent, exchanging triumphant looks as if they could already envision the substantial reward beckoning them. The atmosphere around Luo Ku turned tense, an oppressive sensation akin to the calm before a storm pervading the air. Other regular patrons of the tavern were drawn to the sudden commotion, some out of curiosity, others sensing the impending escalation. Luo Ku's face, strikingly similar to that in newspapers, became the focal point of attention, sparking a chorus of murmurs. Amidst this undercurrent, Luo Ku slowly set down his glass, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. He stood up with deliberate calmness, an aura emanating from him that diminished the surrounding clamor. His gaze swept over the restless men, eventually settling in the center of the tavern, issuing a silent challenge and a warning. Good fellows, it seems the winds are rather strong tonight, even unsettling the peace of this tavern with unwelcome guests. Luo Ku's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the tavern with undeniable authority. If anyone has doubts regarding my identity, feel free to verify it personally. But remember, the bounty is not so easily claimed, especially when facing me, Luo Ku. Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the tavern, all eyes fixated on Luo Ku and the tattooed men. As a potential conflict seemed on the verge of eruption, Luo Ku stood there, composed, fully in control, awaiting the forthcoming challenge. At that moment, the man whose wrist had been twisted grimaced, feigning pain, while his other hand stealthily reached towards his groin, attempting to retrieve a concealed weapon for a desperate final stand. Yet, Luo Ku's intuition was remarkably sharp. He sensed the subtle shift in the atmosphere even before the man made his move. Foolish action, Luo Ku muttered to himself. He slightly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the man's blind spot. Suddenly, the man lunged, roaring, "Come at me, you little brat." His concealed weapon struck like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Luo Ku's vital points. However, Luo Ku's reflexes exceeded all expectations. He swiftly sidestepped, the weapon whistling past his ear and embedding itself into the tavern wall. Following this, Luo Ku's movements were lightning quick, his palm gliding smoothly across the man's neck. This strike, appearing effortless, encapsulated the essence of Luo Ku's years of martial arts mastery, delivering just the right amount of force. The man's body froze, his eyes losing their luster as his massive frame helplessly toppled to one side. Ultimately propelled by Luo Ku's gentle push, soaring through the tavern window and vanishing into the night. The tavern was instantly engulfed in an eerie silence, all patrons aghast, unable to believe the scene before them. Luo Ku slowly retracted his hand, his attire unruffled, his demeanor still calm. Everything that had transpired was merely an inconsequential interlude. His gaze once more swept across every individual present, his eyes seemingly conveying that challenging him led to such an outcome. Now, Luo Ku's voice resonated again, imbued with an undeniable authority. "I anticipate your wise choices." With this proclamation, the previously restless men had completely lost their will to fight. Hastily discarding their weapons and scattering in all directions, none daring to meet Luo Ku's gaze. Luo Ku offered a slight smile, returning to his seat, picking up the now cold dark beer and gently swirling it. After Luo Ku's astonishing display, the atmosphere in the tavern grew exceptionally heavy. The men, who had been intoxicated by the allure of the bounty and alcohol, were now starkly aware, each rendered speechless, involuntarily swallowing dryly. They watched as Luo Ku calmly adjusted his attire, as if nothing had occurred, striding towards the tavern entrance. His steps were steady and powerful, each footfall resonating against the floor, echoing a silent declaration of his formidable presence. As he passed the bar, he paused momentarily, retrieving a small pouch of berry from his pocket and placing it gently on the counter, covering the cost of the dark beer he had yet to settle. This simple act conveyed an inexplicable strangeness that left all present in awe. The tavern owner trembled as he accepted the berry, a forced smile playing on his lips, reflecting both acknowledgement of Luo Ku's prowess and apprehension regarding the recent incident. The owner's expression was intricate, a mixture of admiration for Luo Ku's handling of the situation and concern for the future of his humble tavern. A figure like Luo Ku, once departed, would undoubtedly leave behind tales that would linger in the tavern's lore. Yet, he silently wished for his establishment to remain untouched by further turmoil. Luo turned, uttering no more words, leaving behind a solitary, aloof silhouette before pushing open the tavern's weathered door and stepping into the night. Outside, the night breeze was cool, the starry sky dazzling. Luo inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling with a blend of fearless acceptance of the unknown and a yearning for a life of freedom. Meanwhile, within the tavern, patrons remained in a daze long after Luo's departure, the simplicity of his exit leaving an indelible mark on each of their hearts. Luo's story was akin to a tempest, brief yet intense, sweeping through the old tavern and etching an unforgettable memory. In the shadow of Luo's departure, profound transformations quietly unfolded within the Navy. Admiral Qingji, known for his calmness and wisdom, embarked on a series of formidable actions, having anticipated the shifting tides of the future. Utilizing his acute understanding of the situation, he meticulously purged those who had once sheltered corruption and malevolence within the Navy's ranks. Under Qingji's iron-fisted approach, what once seemed deeply entrenched was uprooted, severing the chains of evil in the East Sea, rendering the rampant criminal activities vulnerable without the Navy's protective cloak. These reforms undoubtedly heralded a long-awaited reprieve for the East Sea, as many regions finally welcomed a return to peace and tranquility. Yet, amidst these achievements, Luo's name remained unmentioned, his figure fading into the backdrop of history, becoming the invisible catalyst of a silent revolution. The choices made by Luo have led him down a solitary and convoluted path. No longer a member of the Navy, he does not wholly belong to the realm of pirates either. Instead, he traverses the blurred line between good and evil as a lone wanderer, navigating the moral gray areas. He fervently pursues justice in his own unique manner, even though this sense of righteousness is often misunderstood by society. Each step taken by Luo embodies a steadfast adherence to his beliefs and a fierce resistance against the injustices of the world. Like a solitary wolf, he confronts the unknown challenges that lie ahead. He embodies neither pure goodness nor utter malevolence, but rather seeks to establish his own rules of survival within this chaotic world. On this ambiguous path, Luo experiences an unprecedented sense of freedom and solitude. His tale may never be officially documented, yet through the whispers of the common folk, it gradually transforms into a legend, a complex narrative of courage, betrayal, and redemption. For Luo, this pursuit signifies a quest for true freedom and value that transcends the bounty on his head, as well as the identities of Navy and pirate. During his days away from the Navy, one of Luo's most treasured possessions became the training manual imparted to him in private by Admiral Qingji. This substantial tome, with a worn cover, faintly displays the words three-color Overlord Training Guide, hinting at its extraordinary worth. Furthermore, the book meticulously details methods for awakening the powers of devil fruits, particularly exhaustive insights regarding the Kusa no Mi he possesses. Each time the night descends into silence, Luo finds himself alone in a secluded cave or abandoned ship's cabin, desperately poring over this manual under the dim light. The hands that once firmly grasped a sword now turn the pages with utmost caution, as each word bears the weight of profound knowledge and power. Luo's eyes occasionally glisten with excitement, akin to a famished traveler discovering an oasis in the desert, as he diligently follows the guidance of the book. The moment Luo makes his choice, the burly man with the broken wrist momentarily reveals a glint of ferocity in his eyes, feigning agony as he clutches his injured wrist. His other hand stealthily slips towards his trousers, attempting to retrieve a concealed weapon for a final desperate struggle. However, Luo's instincts are astutely sharp. He perceives the subtle shift in the air before the man even makes his move. What a foolish act, Luo murmurs to himself, with a slight shift of his body. He effortlessly evades the man's blind spot. Suddenly, the brute lunges forth, roaring, "Come at me, you little brat." The concealed weapon strikes like a venomous serpent, aiming directly at Luo's vitals. Yet, Luo's reflexes exceed the realm of ordinary comprehension. In a flash, he deftly sidesteps, and the weapon whizzes past his ear, embedding itself into the tavern wall. Following this, Luo's movements are as swift as lightning. His palm transforms into a mere shadow, gracefully gliding across the man's neck. This strike, seemingly effortless, encapsulates the essence of Luo's martial prowess honed over years. The force is precisely measured. The man's body stiffens, his eyes instantly losing their luster as his massive form collapses helplessly to the side. With a gentle push, Loaka sends him soaring out of the tavern window, disappearing into the night. The tavern is immediately engulfed in a suffocating silence, all present rendered speechless, unable to fathom the spectacle they have just witnessed. Loaka slowly retracts his hand, his attire unruffled, his expression remaining serene. What transpired moments ago was merely a trivial interlude. His gaze sweeps across each individual in attendance, as if conveying that challenging him leads to such a fate. Now, Loaka's voice resounds once more, calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. I anticipate your wise decisions. With these words, the previously restless men have now completely lost their will to fight, discarding their weapons and fleeing in disarray, none daring to meet Loaka's gaze. A subtle smile graces Loaka's lips as he returns to his seat, lifting the now cold black beer, gently swirling it. Following Loaka's astonishing display, an atmosphere of gravity envelopes the tavern. The men, once intoxicated with bounty and alcohol, have now sobered up, each appearing as if turned to stone, involuntarily swallowing hard. They watch as Loaka methodically adjusts his attire, as though nothing had transpired, walking step by step toward the tavern's entrance. Loaka's footsteps are steady and forceful, each step resonating on the floor, echoing a silent proclamation of his formidable presence. As he passes the bar, he pauses briefly, retrieving a small pouch of belly from his pocket and placing it gently on the counter, payment for the black beer he had not yet settled. This simple act conveys an indescribable peculiarity, leaving all present in a state of bewildering astonishment. The tavern owner, trembling hands accepting the belly, manages a strained smile, a mixture of acknowledgement for Loaka's strength and apprehension about the recent events reflected in his expression. The owner's gaze is complex, filled with admiration for Loaka's handling of the situation and tinged with concern for the future of this enigmatic patron. A figure like Loaka, upon departing, will undoubtedly leave tales that endure within the tavern. Yet he silently prays that his establishment does not become ensnared in further turmoil. Turning away, Loaka offers no superfluous words, leaving behind only a solitary silhouette before pushing open the tavern's weathered door and stepping into the night. Outside, the night breeze is cool, the starry sky resplendent. As Loaka inhales deeply, his chest rising and falling, a reflection of his fearless acceptance of an uncertain fate and an ardent yearning for a life of freedom. Meanwhile, within the tavern, patrons remain transfixed long after Loaka's departure, the simplicity of his exit leaving an indelible mark upon each heart. Loaka's story swirls like a tempest, brief yet intense, leaving behind an unforgettable memory in this old tavern. In the shadow of Loaka's departure, seismic shifts quietly unfold within the Navy. Admiral Aokiji, renowned for his calm demeanor and sagacity, embarks on a series of thunderous actions, having foreseen the forthcoming storms. Utilizing his keen understanding of the situation, he discreetly purges those who once sheltered corruption and vice from the Navy bases and colonels. Under Aokiji's iron grip, forces that once seemed deeply entrenched are uprooted, severing the chains of crime in the East Sea. The once rampant criminal activities, now stripped of their naval protection, crumble with ease. These reforms herald a much-needed respite for the East Sea, as many regions finally embrace the long-awaited peace and tranquility. However, amidst these achievements, Loaka's name goes unmentioned. His figure fades into the annals of history, becoming an unseen catalyst of this silent revolution. Loaka's choices have led him down a solitary and convoluted path. No longer a member of the Navy, he does not wholly belong to the realm of pirates either. Instead, he traverses the blurred line between good and evil as a lone wanderer. Navigating the moral gray areas, he fervently pursues justice in his own unique manner, even though this sense of righteousness is often misunderstood by society. Each step taken by Loaka embodies a steadfast adherence to his beliefs and a fierce resistance against the injustices of the world. Like a solitary wolf, he faces the unknown challenges that lie ahead. Neither purely virtuous nor entirely malevolent, he seeks to uncover his own survival principles within this chaotic world. On this ambiguous path of righteousness and wickedness, Loaka experiences an unprecedented sense of freedom and solitude. His tale may never be officially recorded, yet it gradually transforms into a legend through the whispers of the common folk, a complex narrative of courage, betrayal, and redemption. For Loaka, This pursuit signifies a quest for true freedom and value that transcends the mere bounty on his head, surpassing the identities of both Navy and pirate. During his time away from the Navy, one of Luaka's most treasured possessions is the secret training manual imparted to him by Admiral Chingji. This hefty tome, its cover worn and faded, bears the faint inscription of a three-color hockey training guide, hinting at its extraordinary worth. Furthermore, the book meticulously details the esoteric methods for awakening the powers of the devil fruit, particularly tailored for Luaka's straw fruit. Its contents rich enough to leave one in awe. In the stillness of the night, Luaka often finds himself alone in a secluded cave or an abandoned ship's cabin, studying this manual under the dim light with insatiable fervor. His hands, once tightly gripping the hilt of a sword, now turn the pages with utmost care. Each word bears the weight of profound knowledge and power. At times, his gaze is intensely focused, while at others, it sparkles with excitement, akin to a famished traveler discovering an oasis in the desert. Following the guidance within the book, Luaka's laughter echoes through the depths of the cave. That sense of achievement invigorates him like the crisp mountain air. Stretching his somewhat stiff body, he feels the new strength coursing within him, a testament to the countless nights of arduous training. Mastery of the Conqueror's hockey signifies not merely an enhancement of power, but also a leap in will and spirit. Luaka understands that from this moment forward, he will be increasingly difficult to defeat, be it against the Navy's pursuit or the pirates' challenges. However, this joy is soon interrupted by an unexpected pang of hunger, as his stomach protests at the most inopportune moment. With a wry smile, Luaka realizes that he has been so engrossed in his training that he has neglected basic necessities. Surveying his surroundings, he finds nothing but stone walls and his worn training manuals. Well, it seems it's time to temporarily set aside these books to attend to my physiological needs, Luaka mutters to himself. He carefully stows the manuals in the pockets of his attire, fully aware of the invaluable knowledge they contain. As he steps into the morning mist, his keen eyes catch an unusual movement nearby. Perched on the towering ancient tree not far away is a mountain creature, stealthily camouflaged amidst the lush canopy, nearly blending into its surroundings. This creature, with a well-proportioned physique and mottled gray-brown fur strikingly similar to the bark of the tree, reveals its position only through its bright, piercing green eyes that glimmer in the morning light. Its camouflage is so masterful that even seasoned hunters might easily overlook it, but Luaka is different. His perception has sharpened significantly due to his training in Conqueror's hockey. Their gazes intersect in the air, though silent. An electric current seems to ignite a wordless contest. The creature's eyes shimmer with primal wildness and vigilance, while Luaka maintains a calm demeanor tinged with intrigue for the unknown challenge. This standoff embodies not only the instinctual response between predator and prey, but also a clash of survival wisdom. Just as Luaka slightly tilts his head, preparing to continue his journey, the creature seems to detect a signal and makes a decisive move. Its body tenses, akin to a coiled spring. In the next instant, it leaps from the treetops with astonishing speed, the air tearing apart in its wake with a faint whoosh. Yet, Luaka's reaction is equally swift. Almost the moment the creature takes flight, he senses the impending danger, sidestepping effortlessly to evade the formidable strike. As the creature lands, Luaka's movements are as swift as lightning. One hand silently lands upon its back, a gentle yet irresistible force emanating from his palm. In that instant, the creature's onslaught is halted, its vitality seemingly suppressed by an invisible power. A subtle tension fills the air, and then all returns to tranquility. Luaka gazes down at the now-still creature, its green light fading, the spark of life extinguished. A flicker of regret and respect crosses Luaka's eyes. This creature was a skilled hunter. Yet in the grand scheme of nature's laws, every encounter is fraught with uncertainty, particularly for this creature, which chose the wrong adversary. Returning to the familiar yet concealed cave, Luaka finds it dim and tranquil, the flickering shadows cast by the torch in his hand the only disturbance. He swiftly gathers some dry twigs and leaves, igniting a fire with the flint he carries. The flames leap to life, dispelling the chill within the cave and illuminating the focus and determination etched upon his face. Under the glow of the firelight, Luaka skillfully prepares the creature. His movements are clean and decisive, as though this skill has become second nature. The sharp dagger dances in his hand, and soon, the creature's hide is meticulously skinned, revealing its crimson flesh and bones. He recognizes the quality of the hide. its clear pattern, understanding that if brought to market, it could fetch a handsome price, augmenting his resources for the journey ahead. Next, he divides the meat into even pieces, skewering them onto makeshift sticks and placing them over the fire to roast slowly. Before long, the cave is enveloped in the tantalizing aroma of sizzling meat, the fat dripping onto the flames and creating a delightful crackle, contrasting sharply with the external silence. Luaka patiently turns the skewers until the surface takes on a golden hue, the meat firm and juicy. He gently blows on the heat and takes a bite. The primal, unadulterated flavor explodes in his mouth, the tender meat harmoniously melding with the perfect char, providing immense comfort to his weary body and spirit. As he savors this simple yet satisfying meal, an indescribable sentiment wells up within Luaka. From navy to wanderer, and now to surviving alone in the wilderness, each experience has shaped him, fortifying his resilience. After finishing his meal, Luaka tidies everything up, and the cave returns to its serene state. Lying on the makeshift bed he has prepared, he gazes at the cave's ceiling, contemplating his next course of action. In this vast world, numerous unknowns await exploration, and many challenges lie ahead. Luaka has already set his sights on his next destination. In the Grand Line, there exists a renowned island city, celebrated among pirates and adventurers as Freedom Harbor, Granxia Island. This island features an exotic cityscape, home to approximately 30 million inhabitants. It serves not only as a hub for maritime trade, but also as a sanctuary for countless dreamers aspiring to become the Pirate King. Granxia Island is surrounded by the sea, and its architecture showcases a unique blend of ancient pirate relics and the bases of emerging pirate crews. In the heart of the city stands a colossal golden compass statue, symbolizing the courage and determination that guide sailors into uncharted territories, serving as the spirit of the entire metropolis. Lining the streets are taverns, armories, and navigational chart shops, each corner emanating a potent aura of piracy. Amongst the bustling thoroughfare, a diverse array of pirates and adventurers traverse the scene, each adorned in distinctive attire. Some don skull bandanas, others wield peculiar weapons, and yet others wear exotic garments from distant lands. Here, individuals of varied races and backgrounds converge, driven by their dreams, exchanging intelligence or preparing provisions for their next voyage. At one end of the city lies a vast marketplace, known as Wanwu Jiayizuo, where one can procure any items necessary for a pirate's expedition, from robust ship parts and rare devil fruits to ancient treasure maps and bounties on notorious pirates. The market is a cacophony of haggling voices, laughter, and arguments, exuding an extraordinary vibrancy. As night descends, the other side of Granxia Island reveals itself. Within the taverns, the atmosphere is lively, filled with pirates sharing tales of glory and adventure, occasionally igniting fierce disputes over legendary treasures. The melodies of music intertwine with laughter, and the air is thick with the scent of rum, making it the perfect sanctuary for releasing pent-up emotions from sea. Tucked away in a corner of the city is a mysterious antique shop, rumored to provide customers with secret clues leading to the new world or unraveling the mysteries of the devil fruits, though such services often come at a steep price. The skies above Granxia Island frequently showcase bizarre meteorological phenomena, such as rainbow-hued clouds and mirage-like illusions, all unique natural occurrences of the Grand Line that add an air of mystique to the city. At the edge of the city, the docks are perpetually lined with an assortment of vessels, from well-equipped warships to rudimentary rafts, all poised to embark on journeys across unknown seas in pursuit of the legendary One Piece and the ultimate dream of becoming the Pirate King. Locke's movements are both casual and wild as he stands in a glade embraced by nature, holding a piece of charcoal freshly drawn from the fire. Its end still flickering with embers and wisps of smoke. Without excess tools or a meticulous makeup kit, he begins to adorn his face, his gestures rough yet purposeful, as the black marks take shape in irregular patterns across his cheeks, forehead, and nose, becoming one with the natural world. Locke paints not only his face, but also smears charcoal on his arms and neck, further blurring his outline, harmonizing his appearance with the surrounding environment. Upon completing this simple yet effective disguise, Locke believes that the average villager would never envision him as a pirate with a bounty of 150 million berries. Thus, he strides confidently down the mountain, aware that for such a distant destination, securing a suitable vessel is prudent for convenience and ease. Locke's pace slows involuntarily amidst the dense forest, a subtle sensation of being watched creeping over him like invisible vines entwining around his mind. Sunlight dapples through the treetops, casting patterns on the winding path, yet it cannot dissipate the lurking chill. Stopping to listen intently, he hears only the occasional bird call and the distant babbling of stream, as the surroundings seem devoid of any anomaly. Despite his doubts, years of experience have taught him to mask any signs of panic. Locke slowly turns, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, scanning every corner in an attempt to catch sight of the hidden eyes watching him. The leaves rustle gently, each gust of wind heightening his senses. But what creature could approach him undetected in such secrecy? An ancient and primal intuition awakens within him. This seemingly tranquil forest harbors countless unknowns and dangers. Perhaps it conceals undiscovered beings or adversaries more cunning than mere beasts. Other pirates, bounty hunters, or even elite forces of the Navy. Locke grips his sword tightly, ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. In this vast expanse of nature, humanity does not always hold the advantage. Just as he prepares to proceed, a faint and peculiar sound drifts from the northeast. It resembles a low, mournful wail, akin to the wind echoing through unique caverns, enticing yet warning him. Locke takes a deep breath, his chest swelling with confidence. As a wielder of the three types of haki, he fears little in the East Blue. The overwhelming presence of his Conqueror's haki, the impenetrability of his Armament haki, and the keen perception of his Observation haki allow him to navigate most challenges with ease. The only entities that genuinely instill fear within him are the monarchs of the New World or high-ranking Navy officials, certainly not a nameless village. His curiosity and desire for exploration are ignited, and Locke steps forward, no longer cautiously testing the waters, but advancing with undeniable momentum towards the source of the mysterious sound. In his mind, even if the forest harbors some unknown creature, it could not pose a substantial threat to him. This conviction sharpens his gaze, each step crackling the fallen leaves beneath his feet, as if proclaiming his arrival to the unknown. As he draws nearer, the mournful sound becomes clearer, intermingled with an unusual rhythm, reminiscent of an ancient ritual's call or a unique form of communication among beings. Locke unleashes his Observation haki, an invisible ripple emanating from him, capturing every subtle movement. His heartbeat quickens as he approaches the truth, yet his expression remains calm and composed. Come forth, whoever you are, or whatever you may be. Let me see what you are capable of, Locke murmurs, his words laced with provocation and a thirst for the unknown challenge. In this seemingly ordinary forest, an encounter born from curiosity is on the verge of unfolding, and Locke is prepared to embrace whatever awaits him. Standing at the cave's entrance, the howling winds, accompanied by the damp, cold air, send a shiver down his spine. The walls are adorned with slippery moss, and the sound of dripping water echoes within the depths of the cave, heightening its air of mystery and unease. The light halts just outside the entrance, revealing an unknown darkness within, a gateway to another world, concealing ancient secrets. The breathing emanates from deep within the cave, heavy and resonant, each inhalation seeming to vibrate the surrounding air. Though Locke experiences a moment of hesitation, it is swiftly replaced by an overwhelming curiosity and the pride of a formidable warrior. Even if some unknown creature lurks within, what fear could it instill in him, given his current prowess? Locke suppresses any sense of underestimating the situation, allowing a faint gleam of Armament haki to envelop his hands, preparing himself for the impending unknown challenge. Taking a deep breath, he ignites the torch on his back, casting a dim light into the pitch-black cave, illuminating the ground a few steps ahead, yet the depths remain engulfed in shadow. Regardless of your existence, I, Luo Ku, shall witness it today. The words reverberated through the cave, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Luo Ku treaded cautiously into the cavern, the flickering flames casting elongated shadows that intertwined with the silhouettes on the cave walls, resembling the explorers depicted in ancient murals. As he ventured deeper, the sound of breathing grew increasingly distinct, each inhalation whispering in his ear, testing his nerves. Yet, he did not falter, rather, it ignited an even greater desire to explore the unknown. In this perilous journey where uncertainty and danger coexisted, Luo Ku was determined to unveil the secrets of the cave, even if those secrets concealed unimaginable power. After the echo of Luo Ku's resolute words faded, the darkness within the depths of the cave seemed to respond to his indomitable will, gradually revealing its hidden aspects. Those green, glimmering eyes, initially just a flicker of eerie light, gradually expanded, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, piercing through the thick darkness and locking onto Luo Ku's gaze. They exuded an ancient and primal luminescence, mingling curiosity with caution. Accompanying the appearance of the eyes, a shape began to take form. It was a visage almost fused with the cave's rocky wall, its skin cloaked in a bluish-gray moss, as though it were a child of nature, harmoniously coexisting with the environment after enduring the ravages of time. Its countenance was contorted, simultaneously expressing pain and anticipation, as low moans emerged, seemingly narrating an unspeakable solitude and yearning. How long has it been? This thought spiraled within its mind, more a self-murmur than a question. Time had lost its significance here, leaving only endless waiting and periodic despair. It had long forgotten its name, the outside world, even the reason for its imprisonment. Yet, the breath of a living being, especially Luo Ku's extraordinary aura, awakened its long-dormant consciousness, stirring a flicker of life within its parched soul. Luo Ku sensed this peculiar energy fluctuation, activating his Kinbunchika haki, discerning every subtle shift in the creature's emotions. What lay before him was likely more than just an unknown entity. It was an artifact from a forgotten era, perhaps a vessel of secrets and stories. Who are you? Luo Ku inquired slowly, his tone laced with both wariness and curiosity. Each step he took was exceptionally cautious, intended not only to avoid startling the entity, but also to afford himself ample room for response. The creature, or what once might have been human, appeared to react to Luo Ku's question. Its groans gradually softened, transforming into a low, indistinct tone, as if attempting to respond, but had lost the ability to articulate after years of silence. Yet its gaze shifted, the green light beginning to flicker with a desire for communication and a profound yearning for freedom. Suddenly, the creature's emotions erupted like a volcano, anger and resentment pouring forth from its eyes, the green glow turning frantic and restless. It began to speak in an ancient, raspy tongue. Although the words were fragmented and difficult to decipher, Luo Ku, through his acute Kinbunchika haki, gradually pieced together the tale long shrouded in dust. It was those self-proclaimed just men who imprison me here, forcing me to consume the devil fruit. Its voice echoed within the cave, each word laden with heavy history and endless resentment. I was once a pirate, sailing the vast oceans in pursuit of freedom and treasure, until that day when my dreams and hopes were utterly overturned by that cursed fruit. As it recounted its tale, Luo Ku envisioned vivid scenes unfolding in his mind. Ships sailing through the waves, bands of pirates charging forth, and that former human being among them, smiling broadly, eyes sparkling with dreams of the unknown world. Yet all this beauty was abruptly halted upon the forced consumption of the devil fruit, which granted it unfathomable power while simultaneously stripping away its freedom, confining it eternally within this lightless cave. My body has become this form, unable to touch the sea. Thus, my pirate's journey was irrevocably severed. The voice was filled with sorrow and fury. The green eyes burned with a hatred for past enemies, reflecting complex emotions towards Luo Ku, the unexpected visitor, both wariness and an inexplicable anticipation, perhaps because Luo Ku's arrival shattered its long-standing solitude and despair. Luo Ku listened intently, his heart a tumult of emotions. As a pirate, he empathized with the yearning for freedom and felt indignant at the injustice of such a deprivation of choice. Before him stood a being, though rendered unrecognizable. Yet its deep-seated desire for freedom resonated with his own. I shall remember your story, Luo Ku replied slowly, his tone imbued with unprecedented seriousness. Tell me, what do you wish for? Perhaps I can help you, at the very least, to have your voice heard once more in the outside world. Luo Ku's proposal shone like a beacon, piercing through the cave's darkness and illuminating the long-dormant hope within the creature's heart. For the first time, a glimmer of light flickered in its eyes, a yearning for possible liberation, as well as trust in Luo Ku, this powerful and enigmatic visitor. Luo Ku furrowed his brow, his gaze drifting over the creature's massive form, contemplating deeply. The creature's shape left him perplexed. Its skin, as hard as stone, was almost indistinguishable from the cave's rock, indicating that the devil fruit it had consumed endowed it with the ability to control or transform into some mineral. Searching his memory for all known devil fruit illustrations, he attempted to find matching clues. The Gaon fruit? No, it does not manipulate the earth itself, Luo Ku murmured, dismissing one possibility. He then considered the stone fruit. Yet that power seemed to pertain more to the creation and manipulation of rock, rather than fundamentally altering the composition of a living being. The rock fruit sounded closer, but still failed to explain why this creature was permanently bound to the cave, becoming an inseparable part of this natural structure. A more peculiar thought crossed his mind. Could it be the solidification fruit? A fruit that could transform living organisms into solid matter, even merging them permanently with their surroundings? Though it sounded more like a product of fantasy, in this world brimming with wonders and mysteries, anything was possible. Gazing at the creature, he felt both sympathy and curiosity. Sympathy for its eternally shackled fate and curiosity about such a peculiar fruit's existence. This was not merely an issue of a devil fruit. It also involved some special conditions or cost associated with wielding this power, which led to such a tragic outcome. Regardless of what fruit it was, Luo Ku resolved quietly. If you are willing, I shall seek a way to free you from your shackles. The creature's emotions surged to a boiling point. It raised its head towards the cave's ceiling and let out a deafening roar. It was a cry mingled with anger and despair, echoing throughout the cave, lingering endlessly. With this resounding cry, it began to falteringly utter a name that resonated in the air, filled with curses and hatred. Hong Tuyekye. It was he who imprisoned me here. Every word seemed to be extricated from its throat, imbued with profound resentment towards that name. Luo Ku could sense that behind this name lay a complex and brutal tale, one capable of utterly transforming a being. Gripping the hilt of his sword, a tumult of emotions surged within him. On one hand, there was sympathy for the creature's plight. On the other, curiosity and wariness regarding the name Hongtu Jieku. Hongtu Jieku, Luo Ku murmured, engraving this name in his heart. Pray tell, why does Hongtu Jieku treat you thus? What enmity exists between you? His voice echoed in the tranquil cave, hoping to glean more information from this creature, for it might prove to be the crucial lead in aiding its quest for freedom. The creature's gaze flickered with a fiery wrath, yet soon, this fury was intertwined with an almost imperceptible fear, as memories brushed against a past that rendered it profoundly uneasy. Its speech became disjointed, repeating the terms Tianlongren and Naval Vice Admiral, each mention accompanied by an almost undetectable tremor in its form. Luo Ku noted this shift, his mind awash with further inquiries. The Tianlongren in these waters are exalted beings who wield the core power of the world government. Meanwhile, the Naval Vice Admiral represents the elite of the Navy, with both typically embodying authority and order upon the seas. The creature's association with them undoubtedly added layers of complexity and peril to the current situation. Consciously, Luo Ku approached, attempting to adopt a gentler tone. What connection do the Tianlongren and the Naval Vice Admiral have to your captivity? Were you once part of their scheme? Or have you become a casualty of their power struggles? His words were slow and careful, fearful of awakening deeper fears and pains within the creature. The cave was so silent that only their breaths could be heard, alongside the distant sound of water droplets falling into a deep pool. The creature's voice was low and hoarse, as if each word was forced from the depths of its throat. I am the product of their experiments, a failed endeavor to amalgamate various devil fruit powers. Upon uttering this, its body quivered slightly from the recollection, and the fear in its eyes was replaced by a strange resolve. The Tianlongren crave power, boundless power. The naval vice admirals are not merely defenders of justice. Some among them secretly participated in these experiments, seeking to create warriors that transcend human limits. Luo Ku was taken aback, the revelation shaking him to his core. The emergence of devil fruits had always been regarded as a mysterious and uncontrollable phenomenon of nature. Yet now, the creature's account unveiled the potential for human intervention and malevolence lurking beneath. What powers do you possess? Luo Ku inquired cautiously, almost anticipating the astonishing nature of the answer. The creature closed its eyes, seemingly concentrating on the tumultuous yet potent force within. I bear the curse of fire, storm, and gravity. Each power tears at my soul, yet grants me the strength to resist. As it spoke, the air within the cave suddenly rippled, an invisible pressure rendering Luo Ku's breaths labored. He realized that before him stood not merely a victim, but a living testament to the lengths some forces would go to in their pursuit of power, trampling ethical boundaries without a second thought. The creature's voice gradually weakened, each word a struggle against the indescribable force within. The experiment was a failure, or perhaps a different kind of success. Mao may be the only part that has not been entirely consumed. Yet, through day after day of torment and trials, my body began to rebel. It no longer obeys my commands. Instead, An irreversible petrification slowly invades me. Each day, I awaken, I feel myself drifting further from this world, until at last, I find myself in this darkness, realizing I have become one with the cave, a part of it. Luo listened, the shock within him ineffable. He gazed at this being, which once may have been a free soul, now forced to endure endless solitude and confinement. You are not alone, Luo declared resolutely. His thoughts raced, as his experiences far exceeded those of an ordinary person, particularly regarding the myriad secrets of the new world, especially the intersection of technology and devil fruits. In the later stages of the pirate era, advancements in technology rendered the creation of artificial devil fruits and enhanced warriors no longer a secret. Scientists behind the Navy headquarters and the world government, in their quest for a balance of power, had crossed moral boundaries. I may know more than you imagine, Luo stated solemnly, a flicker of determination in his eyes. The progress of technology has led some to blindly pursue power, artificial devil fruits, and enhanced beings, which ought not to exist, are clandestinely altering the world's dynamics. Your situation, I fear, is one of those so-called sacrifices of progress. The creature's voice was deep and weary. Each word, a heavy burden, rested from its very soul. Luo, I have pondered long. Rather than wandering in this endless darkness, grant me a swift release. I have been trapped here too long, my body's petrification worsening by the day. Soon, I shall become an ordinary stone upon this land, devoid of all perception and thought. If you truly possess the power to end my hopeless suffering, please assist me. Upon hearing this, Luo's countenance grew grave, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly, the internal conflict and struggle evident. As a Navy officer, he had witnessed countless battles and deaths, yet this request bore an unprecedented weight. Luo remained silent for a moment, before suddenly breaking into a smile, dispelling the heavy atmosphere. Speaking of which, I don't even know your name. Pray tell, who were you? Your name, and your legendary bounty. Perhaps one day in the annals of history, I could uncover your tale, allowing your story to endure. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the creature's eyes, finding a sliver of light amid the relentless despair. It strained to recall, laboriously dredging up the identity that once belonged to it from the depths of ancient memory. I am Luo, once a hurricane upon these seas, a pirate who caused the Navy no small amount of trouble. My bounty, I recall, was 120 million berries. As it spoke these words, a spark of its former glory flashed in Luo's eyes, a nostalgic longing for freedom and adventure. Luo nodded, silently committing this name and number to memory. Luo, the Hurricane Luo. I shall remember you, a name deserving of respect. Luo understood that facing an opponent who has amalgamated multiple devil fruit powers, even a one-spirit strength would be immeasurable. Thus, he resolved to employ the fruits of his years of training in Busashoka Haki. This advanced combat technique allows the user's attacks to penetrate the defenses of devil fruit users. His gaze hardened, the energy within him seeming to respond to his resolve, coursing through his veins and gathering in his hands, enveloping the sword in an invisible yet extraordinarily robust layer of haki. Quangfingzhan, Locke murmured, this phrase serving as both a summons of his own capabilities and a forewarning of the impending battle. As his words echoed through the cavern, the air began to ripple violently, an invisible tempest of energy seemingly awakened by his utterance, swirling around him to form a miniature whirlwind. Locke's figure flickered amidst the storm, exuding a force akin to a torrential flood, instantly saturating the entire space. The rocks suspended from the cavern's ceiling trembled under this tremendous power, crashing down with a resounding roar. I shall grant you a swift conclusion. A cascade of sparks erupted from the humanoid stone creature, illuminating the previously pitch-black cavern as if it had transformed into a blazing bonfire. After this brilliant display, Locke could distinctly sense that the creature before him was not devoid of life. A sense of helplessness slowly exhaled from its mouth. It seemed that I must gradually succumb to the passage of time, ultimately becoming a motionless stone. One day, the essence of death will completely engulf this battered form of mine. You have indeed tried your best. The voice of Ross reverberated through the cavern, tinged with a hint of mockery and resignation, acknowledging Locke's strength while simultaneously revealing the solitude and sorrow that accompanied his immortal existence. As the words fell, a faint glow emanated from Ross's stone body, seemingly responding to Locke's previous fierce yet non-fatal strike. You may not comprehend, Ross continued in a tone almost akin to a whisper the torment of being trapped in this state, neither alive nor dead. My existence has transcended the boundaries of reason. The power of the devil fruit has granted me immortality, yet it has equally bestowed upon me eternal solitude. Locke gazed at the creature before him, a complex array of emotions swelling within him. As a warrior, he respected every opponent worthy of reverence. As a human, he felt a twinge of sympathy for the eternal suffering endured by Ross. Your will is admirable, Ross. Locke's voice resonated with a calm, yet profound authority. You have underestimated me. As his words echoed, the dark red aura coiling around his sword surged explosively. Like a raging tide, it intertwined with the previous black armor, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This was not merely a display of power, but an exhibition of regal demeanor. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Ross's eyes, soon replaced by a profound curiosity and shock. Gazing at Locke, it seemed he glimpsed fragments of a past imbued with a power that only a select few could master. Conqueror's Haki? He murmured, disbelief and a hint of excitement lacing his voice. Indeed, Locke affirmed Ross's conjecture, his tone imbued with pride. This is the Conqueror's Haki, a kingly power that can instill fear and compel the weak to submit. Unlike the armament Haki that merely enhances attack or defense, Conqueror's Haki is a rarer and deeper existence, a test of will and mastery over the essence of power. The atmosphere within the cavern grew increasingly oppressive due to this unveiled power. The air seemed to quiver, and even the once quiet stone walls appeared to respond to this force. Ross's expression fluctuated between fear and exhilaration, as he faced an opponent far more formidable and unfathomable than he had anticipated. It was highly likely that his long-cherished desire to avoid death could come to fruition today. Then, Ross's voice regained a semblance of calm, determination flickering in his gaze. Let us see if this legendary power can indeed conclude this battle, granting you, a being so tormented, a swift passage into death. Locke drew a deep breath, his body trembling slightly with anticipation. Clearly, even he found it no simple task to unleash such immense power. His gaze fixed resolutely on Ross. His eyes radiated both determination and an unyielding will. This time, there would be no reservations. As Locke's resolve crystallized, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, then began to oscillate violently. An indescribable energy surged forth from within him, akin to an invisible storm, swiftly engulfing the entire space. The dark red aura transformed from mere encirclement into a tangible vortex, spiraling wildly, expanding to the point where light itself became distorted. Minute fissures appeared in the fabric of space, heralding a moment when even the laws of the world had to yield. Ross felt an unprecedented pressure. This was not merely a physical oppression, but a profound shock that resonated deep within his soul. The surrounding space twisted ever more violently, the air reverberating with a deep rumble, the sound of power resonating in harmony with the very essence of the world. Locke's silhouette flickered in the warped light. This impending strike, undeniably representing the culmination of all his strength and will, aimed at delivering a fatal blow to Ross. Prepare yourself, Ross. Concourses destruction slash. With Locke's roar, the black-red energy coalesced into a cataclysmic blade of light, slicing through the boundaries of space as it surged toward Ross. This strike encapsulated all of Locke's pride and resolve. Its immense force shattered distant rocks, sending debris flying and altering the very colors of the sky. Locke's Conqueror's destruction descended like a meteor, targeting the very core of Ross. Despite Ross possessing a fragmented devil fruit ability, such an overwhelming force rendered his meager defenses as fragile as parchment. With a resounding crack, Ross's form trembled violently, crimson blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, a stark and shocking sight against his stone visage. Yet unexpectedly, Ross managed to curve his lips into a sickly yet eerie smile. This expression mingled relief, ecstasy, and a peculiar enjoyment of the unknown fate awaiting him. Ah, how ironic and beautiful! Ross spoke in a gravelly yet magnetic voice. In my long and endless life, I never anticipated experiencing such a deeply profound moment. Locke, you have allowed me to feel true pain and taste death, a release I have longed for yet could never grasp. A strange light flickered in Ross's eyes, as if he reveled in the moment's agony and the thrill of impending death. It seemed this experience surpassed any adventure he had ever encountered, more real and precious than anything before. Encountering you, the bearer of Conqueror's Haki, is the greatest fortune in my wretched life. Even in such dire straits, I feel an overwhelming sense of fulfillment and joy. As Ross's voice gradually faded, his form began to lose its luster. The stone exterior began to peel away, revealing a more vulnerable essence within. Under Locke's soul-shattering assault, Ross finally met the long-sought conclusion, not through an eternity of endless solitude, but rather finding solace in the glory and dignity of battle. Locke watched this unfolding scene, his heart a tumult of emotions. The elation of victory intertwined with a complex understanding of his opponent invoked profound reflections within him following the battle. Luo stood amidst the rubble-strewn cavern, where everything around him lay shattered from the recent cataclysmic blow. Gazing into the chaos, he sought the silhouette of Luo among the debris. Yet the scene before him rendered identification exceedingly challenging. Luo's unique stony form blended seamlessly with its surroundings, making it nearly impossible to discern which fragment marked its final resting place. Luo let out a soft sigh, his heart heavy with both relief and regret. He understood that, for Luo, such an end might be the ultimate liberation. In this silence, Luo murmured softly, his voice imbued with a subtle tenderness and respect. Though we encountered one another as adversaries, your resilience and yearning for freedom resonate deeply within me. Your tale shall remain etched in my memory. May you find true peace and freedom in another realm, my brother. Having spoken, Luo surveyed his surroundings, where every stone seemed to narrate the story of the recent fierce struggle. And Luo, once a captive, had now become a part of this cavern. Forever isolated from the world, Luo recognized that although the battle had concluded, this experience would indelibly mark his journey through life. It served as a reminder that upon this vast ocean, every individual and every life harbors its own legend. He turned to depart from this place that bore witness to their conflict. In the small village on this remote island, the night should have been tranquil and serene, yet tonight was anything but ordinary. The villagers were roused by a sudden tremor, a sensation of unprecedented fear as the order of the earth and sky was abruptly overturned. Houses shook, tiles fell, and cracks appeared in the walls. Each sound was akin to the whispers of death, heralding unknown calamity. An earthquake. It is an earthquake. No one knew who first uttered the words. That cry ignited a wave of panic throughout the village. The lights of every home flickered as terrified faces illuminated in the trembling glow. The cries of children, the screams of women, and the prayers of the elderly intermingled, forming a chaotic symphony of despair. Hurry to the seaside, it could be a tsunami. An elderly fisherman shouted hoarsely. Having weathered storms at sea, he instinctively sensed the gravity of this tremor. The villagers hastily gathered their belongings, assisting the elderly and clutching their children, stumbling towards the coast in a frantic escape. Under the moonlight, their figures appeared small and helpless, each step precariously balancing on the line between life and death. Along the way, the fissures in the buildings widened, and some aged structures, unable to bear the strain, collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust swirling into the night sky, forming a murky haze. The village square, once a place of joyful gatherings, had transformed into a scene of devastation, with overturned stone benches and broken trees, reminiscent of an apocalyptic vision. "Mom, I'm scared." A little girl clutched her mother's hand tightly, tears tracing paths down her grimy cheeks. The mother grasped back with determination, attempting to impart courage, though her own eyes mirrored confusion and unease. "Do not fear. We shall be all right, as long as we are together." Her voice trembled, yet remained resolute. On their flight, the people supported one another. Familial bonds, friendships, and neighborly ties were magnified in this moment. Even in the face of unknown terror, the warmth and resilience of humanity shone brightly, a beacon amidst the darkness. Finally, when everyone congregated on the beach and turned to gaze back at the village, their once beloved home appeared particularly desolate beneath the night sky. Yet the sea remained unexpectedly calm, devoid of signs of tsunami. Relief flooded the villagers' faces, although apprehension about the uncertain future lingered. As Luo stepped out of the cavern, the contrast was stark against the villagers' shocked and multifaceted gazes. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that not only the area near the cavern, but also the distant landscape bore the mark of the recent cataclysm. The once orderly structures across the island lay in ruins, dust still settling, while the air was thick with the scent of smoke and charred wood. The villagers had gathered at the port, their sheer numbers causing Luo to draw in a sharp breath. Their expressions varied, some filled with fear, others with curiosity. Yet many reflected a profound reverence for the unknown force. Luo Ku sensed the palpable unease emanating from them, instilling within him an indescribable sense of guilt. He realized that his overwhelming strike, in the eyes of ordinary people, could indeed be seen as cataclysmic. Luo Ku moved closer, gaining a clearer view of the traces of disaster. Some families had lost their shelters from the elements. Children huddled closely to their parents, their eyes revealing confusion and helplessness. Women conversed in hushed tones, tears glistening in their eyes, while men assessed the damages, deliberating on how to rebuild their homes. This sight weighed heavily on Luo Ku's heart. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to confront the consequences of his actions. Slowly, he advanced forward, and the villagers instinctively parted to grant him passage, all eyes fixated upon him. Friends, I had not anticipated that my power would yield such destruction. I'm deeply sorry for all that has transpired today. From this moment forth, I shall assist in restoring your homes to their former glory, transforming them anew. Yet, the sudden transformation of Luo Ku startled many villagers into a state of bewilderment. For before their eyes, an abundance of straw appeared, causing his form to swell tenfold. The villagers murmured amongst themselves, although they had heard tales of Luo Ku, the notorious fugitive with a staggering bounty. They never imagined such a legendary pirate would have such an immediate and profound impact on their lives. His casual action, even if unintentional, had nearly obliterated the village. This only added to the mystique surrounding their fear of him. The village chief tremulously retrieved the ancient telephone, their sole connection to the outside world. The phone's exterior was worn, its buttons frayed, bearing the marks of time. The chief struggled to dial the number, hoping to swiftly reach the naval base for assistance. However, in this remote island, even if the message reached its destination, awaiting the Navy's arrival would require time. During this interval, the unpredictability of Luo Ku's actions loomed over them, leaving the villagers filled with doubt and unease. Why had Luo Ku, a former naval officer, defected? What was the nature of his devil fruit ability? How could he cause such widespread devastation? These questions hung over their heads like ominous clouds, prompting whispered exchanges of worried glances around the campfire. As they dared not speak too loudly, Luo Ku stood at the periphery of the crowd, acutely aware of the complex emotions behind their gazes: fear, anger, confusion. He understood the weight of his power and recognized the calamity that could ensue if it remained unchecked. Yet, Luo Ku remained composed as he spoke. If you hope that I can restore your destroyed homes to their former glory before the Navy arrives, you must promptly inform me of the general condition of your original houses. Only then will I possess the capability to reconstruct the dwellings that have been devastated. I assure you, my abilities are more than sufficient to accomplish such a formidable task. A confident expression adorned Luo Ku's face, radiating an air of undeniable strength. As his words resonated, the atmosphere seemed to freeze momentarily. Villagers exchanged glances, their eyes intermingling hope and hesitation. Children clung tightly to their parents' garments, while the elders whispered, seemingly weighing trust against the risks of the unknown. Yet, it was not long before a young father broke the silence, his voice trembling yet resolute. My house is near the seaside, with a blue roof and an ancient oak tree in front, planted by my father. Inside, there hangs a family nautical chart. Following his brave declaration, others gradually found their courage. A woman spoke up next, her words hurried and glistening with tears. My cottage is on the eastern side of the village, adorned with a shell wind chime that jingles with the sea breeze, as if the ocean is singing. Please do not forget, beside the window, there is a row of roses I have tenderly cared for, red ones, which were the first gift my husband bestowed upon me. Children began to join in. A little girl with pigtails tugged at Luo Ku's sleeve, looking up with innocent eyes as she said, "My home has 2 stories. And at the corner of the staircase is my secret base, adorned with my drawings of starfish and whales. Also, the swing that Daddy promised to build for me is under the pear tree in the backyard, where I can see the ocean." Committing every detail to memory, a mysterious determination flickered in his gaze. In this world, there indeed exist many things that, once lost, cannot be restored, such as the passage of time or the smiles that fade away. However, the notion of home, with its tangible memories and warmth, is something I can resurrect. With a gentle smile, he conveyed both a sense of release regarding the past and a hopeful anticipation for the future. Turning to face the ruins, Luo Ku inhaled deeply. Emanating en extraordinary aura. This was the unique power bestowed upon him by the devil fruit, leaving the observing villagers in awe. He reached out to touch the scattered, cracked wood and rubble, and where his fingertips pressed, the straw began to sprout, as if imbued with life, intertwining with the broken building materials. Under his command, the seemingly ordinary straw became remarkably sturdy, surpassing even the most resilient steel. With agile movements, akin to an artist at work, although his brush wielded an intangible force. The paint was the enchanting straw. As Luo Ku gestured, wooden beams and bricks were precisely placed and secured at an astonishing speed. The process reminiscent of a child crafting a sandcastle, but far more orderly and robust. The reconstructed homes rapidly took shape before the astonished onlookers. With each wall solid and thick, the roofs covered in tightly woven straw, Luo can not only restore the appearance of the houses but infuse them with his power, endowing these new abodes with unimaginable defenses. Brushing off the dust from his hands, he surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. Now, these houses could provide shelter from a storm. Even in the face of ordinary artillery fire, they would remain unharmed. For here, the most fragile straw had transformed into the mightiest shield. When the villagers witnessed Luo Ku wielding the power of the devil fruit to instantaneously convert the dilapidated ruins into an impregnable home, their expressions were a blend of shock and disbelief. The crowd's reactions painted a vivid tableau. An elderly man, trembling as he touched the corner of the newly built house, his eyes shimmering with tears, murmured, "It is truly a miracle. I have weathered countless storms in my lifetime, yet I never imagined straw could be harder than steel, steadier than rock." Several young women huddled together, whispering in astonishment, "Look at those walls, how sturdy they are. And the roof, no storm shall disturb us again. Lord Luo Ku is a living legend." The children gazed wide-eyed with curiosity, jumping around the new house, excitedly discussing, "When I grow up, I too want to be like Mr. Luo Ku and protect our home." A little boy pointed at the swiftly forming structure, his face alight with admiration. Meanwhile, a few sturdy men stood at a distance, their expressions complex, quietly conversing, their words filled with both reverence and contemplation. This power brings comfort, yet instills fear. If only it could be used to safeguard this land. Yet, it was evident that these villagers needed to express their gratitude to Luo Ku at this moment. He gently waved his hand, declining the overwhelming thanks from the villagers, his gesture imbued with a sense of detachment and serenity. "My friends," Luo Ku's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "What has transpired today is merely a remedy for past inadvertent losses. The true heroes are those who support one another in the mundane days of life. Remember, it is your own hope and resilience that breathe new life into this land. Cherish this strength, and whatever challenges the future may hold, stand together courageously." With those words, he did not linger any longer, turning and setting forth. The wind gently swept through the rebuilt village, heralding new hope and beginnings. Luo Ku's image thus became a legend within the village, inspiring future generations to confront challenges head-on. Within the naval branch of the Eastern Sea Base, the atmosphere was unusually grave. When the urgent distress call from that remote island village was received, a heavy silence fell upon everyone. This was not merely a few lines of text or numbers. It signified a forewarning of an impending storm. The news spread rapidly throughout the base, each listener's expression turning somber. They understood well that the bounty of 150 million berries was placed upon none other than the former naval commander Luo Ku, a fierce individual who had mercilessly slain several naval colonels in plain sight. The discussions within the base surged, filled with anxiety and unease. "Our base commander is merely a colonel, if Luo Ku is truly there." A young soldier's words were cut short by a nearby veteran. The veteran's eyes held a calmness forged through experience. "We cannot retreat based solely on speculation. It is our duty to protect the populace, regardless of who the adversary may be." In the base commander's office, the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. Nautical charts sprawled across the table. Marking the location of the small village, the commander furrowed his brow, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the surface. Each tap seemed to calculate possible courses of action. "We cannot act rashly, yet we must not remain idle." His words were resolute, though the worry etched on his face betrayed his thoughts on a direct confrontation with Luo Ku. Even dispatching all elite forces, the outcome remained uncertain and potentially catastrophic. At the dock of the Donghai Jidi, several warships stood ready for departure, their decks lined with elite soldiers clad in naval uniforms. Their chests were held high, and their eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. The prominent characters for Jingyi on their uniforms fluttered in the sea breeze, whispering the beliefs and resolve within each warrior's heart. There were no grandiose speeches, nor emotional farewells, only steadfast exchanges of glances and an intangible momentum that coalesced among them. These naval elites understood that the concept of justice was not easily attained. It demanded the baptism of iron and blood, countless battles, and sacrifices to forge. Faced with the bounty of 150 million berries on the head of Luo Ku, they did not flinch, but rather ignited the fierce passion within them. With the command of the base commander, the ship's horns blared, and the massive propellers churned the waves, as the fleet slowly departed the harbor. The salty sea breeze caressed each soldier's face, yet their expressions bore no trace of fear, only loyalty to their mission and a yearning for victory. Among this fleet, there were seasoned veterans, their eyes reflecting memories of past battles, intertwined with the gravity of the current mission, and fresh recruits, though still somewhat naive in appearance. Their eyes shone with the fearless courage of youth, equally resolute. In this moment, they fought for a singular purpose: to protect the people and uphold the peace and justice of the seas. The fleet cleaved through the waves like a sharp sword, heading toward the distant and unknown battlefield. Although each individual understood the peril that lay ahead, they cast aside concerns of life and death, determined not to betray the two characters of Zheng Yi emblazoned upon them, nor the honor and responsibility of being a sailor. Upon this vast ocean, a confrontation between justice and evil was poised to unfold, and they stood as the most steadfast line of defense. On the opposite side of the Donghai Jidi, those naval personnel who could not embark with the fleet stood silently at the dock, gazing at the gradually receding warships until they vanished over the horizon. Reduced to mere specks, the sea breeze, mingled with a briny taste, brushed against their faces but could not dry the tears that silently slipped from their eyes. Their expressions revealed not only reluctance, but also deep concern for the safety of their comrades and uncertainty about the future. Despite the tumult of complex emotions within, every naval officer present endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. The naval mission was one of guardianship, of sacrifice, and of unwavering resolve in the face of formidable foes. Though they could not personally embark on the journey, they supported their comrades at the front lines in their own way, safeguarding the base and preparing for any challenges that might arise. The words Zheng Yi were not merely inscribed on their uniforms, but were indelibly etched in their hearts. This sense of responsibility allowed them to retain their dignity and strength even in the face of potential farewells. They exchanged glances, reading the same determination and persistence in one another's eyes, a commitment to defend the honor of the Navy and ensure the tranquility of their homeland. Regardless of the outcome, they vowed to hold their posts until the final moment. A sergeant's deep and powerful voice shattered the silence, his words serving as a tonic that straightened the spines of the assembled sailors. Whether on the front lines or as guardians in the rear, they were all indispensable components in the maintenance of justice. Thus, tears were quietly wiped away, replaced by resolute gazes and clenched fists. The naval fleet accelerated across the surface of the sea, each heart heavy with the weight of foreboding, envisioning the village they were approaching as a potential wasteland, the shadows of war looming ominously in their minds. However, as the warships drew near and they peered through binoculars at the coastline, the scene that unfolded before them was starkly different from their expectations. The village did not present the anticipated devastation. Rather, its modest homes stood in orderly fashion, with wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, seemingly retaining a sense of tranquility and harmony. There was no smoke of battle, no cries of sorrow, nor the bloody scenes they dreaded. This tableau caused furrowed brows among all aboard, as confusion and uncertainty quietly arose within them. Report: the village appeared entirely normal, devoid of any signs of conflict or traces of victims. A naval soldier reported through the intercom, his voice laced with astonishment and bewilderment. On the bridge, the commander scrutinized this sudden calm, his inner tension not entirely dissipating, but rather intensifying his caution. Remain vigilant, everyone. This unusual tranquility may conceal something. We will land as originally planned and conduct a thorough investigation. His voice was steady and resolute. As the warship slowly approached, the sailors prepared to disembark, their hearts a tumult of emotions. They felt a flicker of relief at the absence of widespread tragedy, yet were equally perplexed and deeply skeptical of this sudden calm. Each individual braced themselves for the unknown, whether it would be a surprise or another enigma. As their feet touched the shore and they stepped into the village, the villagers' gazes reflected both curiosity and gratitude. The sailors began to inquire from house to house, attempting to piece together the full picture. As the investigation deepened, the name Luo Ku was mentioned repeatedly, but accompanying it was not a tale of brutal slaughter, but rather astonishing accounts of his efforts to help rebuild the community. Confusion gradually transformed into astonishment as the sailors realized that sometimes the truth is far more intricate and unexpected than the narratives they had constructed. Luo Ku's actions, though stemming from a former adversary, oddly resonated with the notion of zhongyi they bore on their shoulders. The commander of the naval base stood on the bridge, gazing at the receding outline of the village, the sea breeze lifting his collar but failing to dispel the doubts and reflections swirling within him. Recalling his conversations with the villagers, the sincerity and gratitude woven into their simple words contrasted sharply with the prior descriptions of Colonel Luo Ku. An unprecedented complexity of emotions unfurled within him, not merely an unexpected outcome of the mission, but a profound contemplation of the capricious nature of humanity. Upon returning to the base, the commander did not immediately convene a meeting. Instead, he entered his office alone, closing the door behind him, and sat quietly at his desk, where lay the original report of the urgent plea for help alongside an old photograph of Colonel Luo Ku. In the photograph, Luo Ku's gaze was sharp, exuding an undeniable coldness. Yet now all of this seemed to require reassessment. He picked up the phone, dialing a direct line to his superiors, his heart racing as he awaited connection, replaying the events of the past few days in his mind. On the other end of the line came a familiar and authoritative voice. Clearing his throat, the commander spoke with a hint of hesitation. "Sir, I need to make a special report regarding the incident involving Colonel Luo Ku." He detailed the events of the voyage, including the actual conditions of the village, the villagers' evaluations of Luo Ku, and the changes he had observed. As he reached this point, his voice trembled slightly. "Sir, I understand we had a preconceived notion of Luo Ku. However, witnessing the transformation firsthand compels me to reconsider. Once a ruthless defector, now regarded as a beacon of hope among the villagers, the transformation of this individual is both astonishing and difficult to comprehend." A brief silence enveloped the phone call, followed by the calm response of the commanding officer. "I shall give your report due consideration, Base Commander. Remember, the Navy's duty is to protect the people and uphold justice. At times, this necessitates the courage to challenge established views and even redefine justice. The information you have brought back is crucial. It may unveil a deeper narrative. I will arrange for further investigation. In the meantime, please prepare a comprehensive written report that includes your observations, analyses, and recommendations." After hanging up, the base commander sat for an extended period, gazing out at the horizon, as if the unknown seed within him had begun to take root and sprout. Deep within the Eastern Sea base, in a concealed conference room, the atmosphere was tense and grave. The base commander was seated with several high-ranking officers around a long table, engaged in discussions about Colonel Locke and the astonishing attack traces he had left in a remote village. "I have meticulously reviewed all the data we have collected, including photographs from the scene and accounts from the villagers," began a young major as he swiped his finger across the projection screen, revealing a series of destruction that appeared to be caused by a natural disaster. The scale of devastation was beyond explanation by ordinary means, so extensive and powerful that it resembled a form of natural calamity. However, to my knowledge, there had been no records of extreme weather in that area recently. The base commander frowned, his gaze deep and troubled, clearly disturbed by the implications. Indeed, these traces exceeded conventional understanding. Moreover, based on my intuition and combat experience, the magnitude of destruction could only be attributed to a formidable force. Pausing, I surveyed the room, weighing whether to utter the term, unless it is the manifestation of Haushiku Haki. Silence fell upon the room. Everyone understood the weight of the phrase Haushiku Haki. It was a power possessed by only a rare few legendary figures, capable of influencing the environment with sheer will, even incapacitating the weak unconsciously, with strength sufficient to alter the course of battle. A middle-aged admiral broke the silence. "If that is the case, the situation is grave. Haushiku Haki typically manifests in those who can lead an era. If Colonel Locke has indeed awakened this ability, he will pose an extremely dangerous presence for us. But as brigadiers or admirals, we lack the authority to make such determinations," added another admiral, his brow furrowed with concern. "We must report to headquarters for a judgment from higher-ranking elite admirals." Indeed, the base commander nodded in agreement. "Let us compile all intelligence, alongside my personal analysis, for submission. Meanwhile, We must enhance patrols in the surrounding waters and closely monitor Locke's movements. Regardless of whether he truly possesses Haoshiku, we cannot afford to be complacent. As the decision was made, the atmosphere in the conference room grew even heavier. Each individual understood that if it were confirmed that Locke wielded Haoshiku Haki, it would present a formidable challenge not only to the Navy, but to the entire world. In the most central conference room of Navy headquarters, the atmosphere was exceptionally solemn. Sunlight filtered through the heavy curtains, casting dappled light on the contemplative faces of the two individuals seated at the table. On one side sat Fleet Admiral Sengoku, a strategist seasoned by countless storms, gripping the report from the Eastern Sea base, his gaze traversing the words with gravity and contemplation. Opposite him was Admiral Aokiji, known for his calm demeanor and his sharp insight, scrutinizing the accompanying aerial images with keen focus. The visible signs of destruction told a silent yet astonishing tale. Admiral Sengoku, what are your thoughts? Aokiji's voice pierced the silence, calm and deep, as if wary of disturbing the stillness. Sengoku pondered for a moment before responding slowly. This report and these images undoubtedly pose a serious question. If Locke has indeed caused such devastation single-handedly, his strength may far exceed our previous estimations. Particularly regarding the battle traces, the intertwining use of Haoshiku and Busashoku Haki is a rarity, even among the strongest in the New World. Aokiji nodded gently, tapping his fingertips on the table as he considered every detail. Indeed, the magnitude of this destruction is hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the Navy headquarters conference room lightened as Sengoku and Aokiji exchanged smiles, reminiscent of old friends sharing an unexpected jest. I never anticipated Locke would reach this point. Sengoku's laughter carried a note of nostalgia. If the report is accurate, he ought to consider venturing into the New World, joining one of the Yonko crews, and rising to a cadre-level position. That stage would better showcase his talents. Aokiji ran a hand through his signature curly hair, a hint of self-deprecation in his smile. Indeed, sometimes fate has a peculiar sense of humor. Though I am his mentor, his rapid growth and chosen path have truly surpassed my expectations. The awakening of Haoshiku Haki is not something that can be taught. It is a true blend of innate talent and relentless effort. Sengoku nodded, a flicker of pride in his eyes. Aokiji, you're always too modest. Your guidance and influence have undoubtedly played a significant role in Locke's development. However, ultimately, each individual's destiny rests in their own hands. Locke's choices are for us to observe. At present, only a handful of us in the Navy are aware that he remains one of ours. We should refrain from raising his bounty for now and allow him some time to hone his skills in the Eastern Sea. It should not take long. Aokiji smiled, continuing, Indeed, I am quite curious to see how he will wield this newfound power. Will he continue down his own path? Or will he truly immerse himself in a larger vortex? In any case, we must be prepared. After all, the Navy's responsibility is to maintain the balance of the world. Their conversation reflected a complex blend of regret and anticipation for Locke, along with a profound understanding of the Navy's mission. In this era of uncertainty, the choices of every powerful individual could potentially stir waves across the seas. As guardians, the Navy must remain vigilant, ever ready to respond. Let us first address the matters at hand. As for Locke, we shall allow time to reveal the answers. Sengoku regained his usual composure, standing as the meeting prepared to transition to the next topic. Aokiji followed suit, but he could not help but reflect once more on Locke's story. With the official announcement from Navy headquarters regarding Colonel Locke's possession of Haoshiku Haki, an atmosphere of tension enveloped all Navy bases in the Eastern Sea. This news detonated like a heavy bomb, shaking the very foundations of the Navy in the region. Especially in those smaller and weaker bases, a considerable panic has been ignited. How could this be possible? A defector lieutenant colonel has awakened the Conqueror's Haki? The commanding colonel of a naval base in the East Sea frowned, the documents in his hand unconsciously crumpling under the tension. Looking around, he saw the same anxious expressions reflected in the eyes of his subordinates, filled with unease and fear. We must reinforce the base's defenses and increase the frequency of patrols. We can no longer afford any negligence. The colonel swiftly issued orders, though a slight tremor betrayed his voice. Within the Navy, the Conqueror's Haki signifies an absolute disparity in strength. Even elite vice admirals would find it challenging to secure victory against an opponent who has awakened such power. Furthermore, the chasm in strength between them, the colonels and brigadiers, and Luo Ku is almost insurmountable. I recall the deeds of Lieutenant Colonel Luo Ku. He was no ordinary figure, capable of slaying his peers in plain sight. A brigadier quietly remarked, his voice echoing in the spacious operations room, causing every individual present to shudder involuntarily. We must request reinforcements from headquarters, or at least ensure that we can receive timely support, suggested another colonel. This proposal was met with unanimous agreement from those present. In the face of unknown fears, solidarity and support became their greatest psychological comfort. Meanwhile, the naval base in the East Sea commenced an unprecedented reinforcement operation, installing artillery and elevating alert levels. Simultaneously, all soldiers underwent emergency combat training to ensure swift responses in the face of potential crises. Nonetheless, the name Luo-ku, along with the label of Conqueror's Haki, loomed like a dark cloud over the hearts of the East Sea Navy. Against such an adversary, any oversight could lead to irretrievable consequences. The waters of the East Sea became increasingly turbulent, each wave seemingly foreshadowing an impending storm. Each member of the naval base silently prayed, hoping that the storm would bypass them and that the naval headquarters would swiftly take effective measures to capture or contain this rampaging individual. They gathered around a long table, discussing the peculiarities surrounding the bounty placed on Luo-ku, each voice hushed as if fearing eavesdroppers. This is utterly unreasonable. A person who has awakened the Conqueror's Haki has a bounty of merely 150 million berries? It feels like a jest. A middle-aged colonel broke the silence first. His fingers unconsciously drummed on the table, revealing an unmistakable anxiety. Indeed, according to common logic, a pirate possessing Conqueror's Haki would have a bounty no less than 500 million berries. Luo-ku's evident rise in strength, yet unchanged bounty must conceal some unknown reason. A young brigadier furrowed his brow, his eyes glimmering with contemplation, clearly perplexed by this enigma. The seasoned vice admiral seated at the head of the table maintained a composed demeanor, yet a flicker of disbelief shone in his eyes. Could it be that the naval headquarters believes Luo-ku's current actions do not pose a sufficient threat to the Navy? Or perhaps he has yet to demonstrate his Conqueror's Haki in public, hence the bounty remains unadjusted? However, the incident of slaying his peers is already quite severe. If that is not enough to raise the bounty, what must Luo-ku do to warrant it? A passionate major interjected, his voice quivering slightly, clearly incensed by this illogical situation. Calm down, everyone. The vice admiral raised his hand to signal for silence. His voice was steady and authoritative. We cannot merely speculate here. We must discern the underlying logic. Perhaps the naval headquarters possesses information we are unaware of, or it may be a strategic consideration to draw the snake from its hole. What we must do now is strengthen our vigilance while requesting more information from higher-ups to understand the details. The naval personnel present nodded in agreement. Although many doubts lingered in their hearts, they had at least found a temporary direction. As members of the Navy, maintaining calmness and professionalism in the face of the unknown and peril is paramount. Following this discussion, the atmosphere within the base grew increasingly tense. Soldiers engaged more deeply in training, and the frequency and scope of patrols significantly increased. Everyone understood that even when facing an opponent whose bounty appears to be incongruous, they must not let their guard down. In this tumultuous East Sea, any hint of laxity could become a fatal flaw. Meanwhile, the movements of Lieutenant Colonel Luo-ku hovered like a dark cloud, silently lingering above them, elusive yet ever a reminder that a storm could break at any moment. Luo-ku stood upon his humble yet sturdy little sailboat, the sea breeze tousling his hair, the edges of his clothing billowing in the wind. Before him lay an endless expanse of cerulean ocean, the surface disturbed only by the occasional splash of fish leaping out of the water. In the sky, an orange-red sun gradually descended, painting the surrounding clouds in resplendent gold, a breathtaking sight that also exuded an indescribable solitude. Is this the cost of becoming a lone wolf? Luo-ku mused to himself, his voice seeming small against the vastness of the sea, quickly swallowed by the wind. He recalled the legendary man, Hawk, I'm my Hawk, the acclaimed strongest swordsman in the world, always alone, with a single ship traversing the boundless ocean. In this moment, Luo-ku truly grasped the weight of that loneliness. It was not merely solitude, but a profound isolation deep within, a sense of loneliness that even the sea breeze could not dispel. Closing his eyes, he allowed his thoughts to ebb and flow with the waves, reminiscing about his journey from naval lieutenant colonel to defector, and now to solitary navigator. Each choice had drawn him further from the crowd. Until today, He had become the lone wolf in his own eyes. Yet within this solitude, he also sensed freedom, a liberation unbound, the ability to act according to his own will, even if it meant making mistakes. After all, it is merely the identity of a pirate. Who could have imagined that a defector from the Navy, who had slain his peers, would still retain the Navy's identity? Perhaps solitude is also a form of strength. Luo-ku whispered softly, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his lips. This strength afforded him the opportunity to reflect, to grow, and to understand what he truly sought deep within. He began to appreciate this loneliness, for though it was deeply etched in his heart, it was also an essential path toward becoming a stronger individual. As night fell, the stars adorned the night sky, and Luo-ku gazed up at the twinkling constellations. No longer feeling lonely, in the gentle embrace of the night, Luo-ku lay on the deck of his small sailboat, the sea breeze softly brushing against his cheeks, carrying the salty tang of the ocean and the coolness of the night. The scattered lights in the night sky flickered like the calls of a lighthouse on a distant island or whispers from loved ones far away. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in tranquility, but within, ripples of thought began to stir. Luo-ku had not anticipated that his actions in the East Sea, particularly the unintentional release of his conqueror's haki, would cause such a significant upheaval within the Navy. At this very moment, the naval base in the Donghai region is enveloped in tension and even panic due to his presence. His master, Admiral Qingji, although sensing the disturbance, has opted not to intervene for the time being. This leaves Locke oblivious to the external circumstances, still immersed in his own world. In his dreams, he appears to return to the crossroads that determined the trajectory of his life, witnessing the glory of his rank as a naval commander while also perceiving the shadows of betrayal and escape. The dreamer within him starkly contrasts with the solitude he faces in reality, surrounded by the laughter and trust of comrades. Yet, dreams are but ephemeral illusions. Upon waking, he is left with only the long, desolate night as his companion. As the first rays of dawn break the horizon, a new day is about to commence. Locke gently opens his eyes, gazing at the rising sun, heralding the beginning of yet another beautiful day. On the lookout of a medium-sized pirate ship, a dark-skinned pirate with keen eyes grips a telescope, his gaze piercing through the mist. He unexpectedly spots Locke, standing alone on a small sailboat not far away. The pirate's expression swiftly shifts from curiosity to excitement as he uncovers what he perceives to be a remarkable secret. Hastily lowering the telescope, he rushes toward the cabin, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Brothers, come out and take a look. I've discovered an intriguing fellow." Instantly, the deck erupts into a cacophony, as a diverse group of vividly characterized pirates halts their tasks and gathers around, their curiosity ignited, eager to comprehend what has stirred their comrades' fervor. "It's a lone wolf," the lookout pirate exclaims, pointing towards Locke's distant sailboat, animatedly gesturing. "One person, one small boat, right in the heart of the Donghai, looking as if he is challenging the entire world. Do you not find this fascinating?" The pirates respond with varied reactions. Some scoff, dismissing him as merely a desperate vagabond, while others ponder, touched by the solitary courage displayed. Among them, an older pirate with a grizzled beard and profound eyes speaks slowly. "In these waters, everyone harbors their own tale. Perhaps he has lost his companions, or maybe he has willingly chosen solitude. Regardless, to navigate these treacherous seas alone, he is no ordinary man." The sea breeze carries a hint of chill, brushing against each pirate's face as they fall into a momentary silence, contemplating the hidden past of the solitary figure. Suddenly, a young pirate shatters the quiet, proposing, "Hey, why don't we sail closer to sea? Perhaps we can extract some interesting information from him, or even recruit him." As this suggestion arises, the atmosphere aboard the ship reignites with vibrancy as the pirates enthusiastically discuss the plan. With the young pirate's proposal, more of the crew pick up their telescopes, directing their gaze toward the lone figure. They meticulously adjust the focus, attempting to capture more details about this enigmatic solitary sailor amidst the vast ocean. Among the curious onlookers, one figure stands out with exceptional focus. This pirate, responsible for trading weapons, possesses an extraordinary sensitivity and appreciation for various armaments. As he scrutinizes the silhouette of Locke's sword through the telescope, he gasps in astonishment. Although distant, his years of experience allow him to discern its exceptional quality. "Wait, everyone, look at that sword," he exclaims, his voice quivering with excitement. The craftsmanship, the lines. It is undoubtedly a masterpiece, conservatively valued at over 1 million berries. His words send a ripple of astonishment through the ship. For pirates, a sword symbolizes not only strength, but also identity and status. The revelation that a solitary sailor possesses such a priceless weapon undoubtedly ignites greater intrigue and avarice among them. A sword worth 1 million berries? Who is this fellow? One pirate marvels. Perhaps he is a fallen noble or has stolen it from some powerful figure, speculates another. A glint of greed flashing in his eyes. As discussions deepen, the initial sense of serendipity gradually transforms into a yearning for wealth. Observing this shift, the pirate captain furrows his brow, contemplating before speaking. Let us approach, but with caution. If he truly has a story, perhaps we can obtain that sword through means other than brute force. Remember, we are pirates, but we are also pirates with principles. Consequently, the medium-sized pirate ship subtly alters its course, quietly drawing closer to Locke's small sailboat. The captain, though aged, bears deep wrinkles on his forehead that seem to chronicle countless battles and strategic maneuvers. In these perilous waters, the balance of strength and intellect is the only rule for survival. As he gazes at the approaching sailboat, he strategizes the best approach. This solitary sailor, possessing a rare sword, is undoubtedly formidable. Acting rashly could lead to dire consequences. Slow down. Do not alarm him, the captain commands in a low voice, his gaze penetrating, seeking to capture every subtle movement of Locke from a distance. We shall observe first, searching for weaknesses in his demeanor. Remember, a true hunter always patiently awaits the optimal moment. The pirates heed their captain's directive, easing the ship's speed to maintain a cautious distance, lest they provoke Locke's vigilance. They resemble a pack of wolves poised to strike, fixating on their prey while refraining from revealing their fangs. In this delicate distance, the pirates begin to scrutinize Locke's every action, hoping to uncover a flaw within his daily routine. Locke, seemingly unaware of the unusual circumstances surrounding him, remains absorbed in his world, occasionally gazing at the horizon or polishing his invaluable sword. The sunlight casts a mystical and proud aura around him, further affirming the pirate's conviction that he is no ordinary individual. The captain nods subtly, his mind already formulating a plan. Let us first engage him in conversation, enticing him with our charm and potential benefits. If we can acquire that sword peacefully, it would be ideal. If not, we will resort to other means. Violence is not the sole solution. Sometimes, wisdom and strategy are the keys to treasure. Locke stands upon his sailboat, the sea breeze caressing him as he closes his eyes, seemingly attuned to the world around him. As a former naval commander proficient in the 3 forms of hockey, he senses the approaching pirate ship and its crew's intentions through the subtle fluctuations in the air. A faint smile graces Locke's lips as he muses, how amusing. Such encounters cannot be experienced aboard a naval vessel. If they believe I am an easily vanquished target, they are gravely mistaken. Locke opens his eyes, his gaze sharp as an eagle, focusing on the increasingly defined silhouette of the pirate ship. In this boundless ocean, both strength and intellect hold equal importance, and he possesses both. Gradually approaching the edge of his boat, he gently caresses the hilt of his sword, which symbolizes not merely a weapon, but also his identity and resolve. Come forth, for I am prepared for both dialogue and conflict. In his heart, Locke silently mused. A long-lost yearning for battle surged within him. He resolved not to strike first, but rather to observe the unfolding of events, curious about the true intentions concealed within the pirates' antics. As the distance between the 2 vessels diminished, the pirates began to attempt communication with Locke, their voices somewhat muddled by the sea breeze, yet he discerned every word. Hey there, sailor. It must be rather dull navigating these treacherous waters alone. Would you care to join us in sharing the thrill of adventure and the spoils of treasure? A slight smile graced Locke's face. He refrained from an immediate reply, deliberately maintaining an aura of mystery and unpredictability. Adjusting his tone and expression, he feigned innocence, wearing a somewhat bashful smile as he spoke in a tone tinged with admiration. Oh, I've long heard tales of courageous pirates like yourselves, free and unrestrained. I am but a young lord who has escaped the tedium of noble life, yearning to witness the world beyond. It would be splendid to learn some skills of survival at sea alongside you. As Locke's words concluded, laughter erupted from the pirate ship, mingled with a few sinister whispers. Clearly, they had been misled by the persona Locke had carefully crafted, believing this seemingly naive young master to be both defenseless and laden with wealth. A burly pirate guffawed, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Ah, Yao Muste. You've come to the right place. Stick with us, and we'll show you what true maritime adventure is. However, the tuition isn't cheap. The pirate captain maintained a facade of composure, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Luoka, though doubts lingered in his mind. He could not suppress the greedy thoughts that surged forth. Years of seafaring had taught him that unexpected fortune often bore risks, yet the allure was too great to resist. Very well, young master, welcome to our ranks. However, life at sea is not akin to your noble estate. There are rules to follow, understand? The captain feigned generosity, already plotting how to maximize the use of this unexpected gain. Luoka suppressed a cold smirk within, while outwardly sustaining his innocent facade, nodding in agreement. Of course, I am willing to learn and do anything, as long as I can share in your adventures. I am ready to endure any hardships. With a tacit understanding reached, the pirate ship slowly drew closer, preparing to welcome this new member. Yet, Luoka harbored his own intentions, seeking to exploit the pirate's misjudgment of him to lay the groundwork for the imminent upheaval. In these perilous waters, a meticulously crafted lesson was about to unfold. Who would emerge victorious remained uncertain. Standing upon the small sailboat, Luoka felt the palpable malice and greed in the air as the pirates lowered ropes to secure him, drawing him toward the deck of their ship. In that moment, he keenly sensed the avarice glimmering in their eyes, paired with contempt for the weak. While feigning innocence and curiosity, he inwardly scoffed, fully aware of the pirate's true nature. A greedy beast cannot hide its fangs, Luoka murmured internally. Yet, he maintained a facade of ease, speaking in a tone laced with nervous anticipation. Wow, is this your ship? It looks so impressive. Should I bring my belongings aboard? The pirates exchanged glances, and a stout pirate stepped forward, roughly patting Luoka on the shoulder, chuckling. Belongings? Don't worry, we'll take care of that for you, young master. But before that, according to our rules, a new member must prove his worth, right, Captain? The captain, with a dark expression, slowly nodded. His keen eyes could read the hearts of men. Indeed, you must have some valuable possessions, coming from a noble family. Why not let us see your sincerity first? Feigning hesitation, Luoka seemed to summon resolve as he slowly unsheathed a priceless longsword from his waist and offered it to the captain. This is my only treasure, brought from my family. If it can prove my sincerity, please accept it. The captain accepted the sword, inspecting it closely, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. As the other pirates stirred with anticipation at this unexpected windfall, Luoka silently calculated his next move. As the captain took hold of Luoka's sword, the other pirates eagerly began rummaging through every corner of the small sailboat, as if seeking hidden treasure within the modest vessel. They turned everything upside down, discarding clothing and daily necessities, leaving chaos in their wake. However, aside from some basic survival essentials, they found nothing of value. Captain, this kid-s sailboat is empty. Not even a glimmer of gold, a disgruntled pirate reported, kicking an empty wooden box in disappointment. The captain furrowed his brow, refocusing his gaze on Luoka, suspicion and scrutiny deepening in his expression. It seems you, the so-called noble young master, are not so simple after all. You claim to have fled your family, yet do you not carry any Bailey? Luoka feigned innocence, spreading his hands and shrugging. When I escaped, I took only the essentials. That sword is my most prized possession. As for Bailey, I truly have little, as I slipped away secretly. The pirates exchanged glances, evidently dissatisfied with Luoka's response. One pirate whispered to the captain, "Boss, perhaps this kid has hidden the money on him. We need to search him." The captain nodded, signaling two of his subordinates to step forward, preparing to search Luoka. At that moment, a barely perceptible smile crossed Luoka's face. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. Well, go ahead and search. I have nothing of value on me. Luoka feigned helplessness, while discreetly channeling his inner strength in preparation for the impending turn of events. However, it was clear that they would uncover nothing. Thus the thick rope, thicker than a thumb, drew ever closer to Luoka's body. Faced with the impending fate of being bound, Luoka displayed no sign of panic. Instead, a more pronounced cold smile curled at the corners of his lips, for everything was within his grasp. He calculated that the pirate's short-sightedness and greed were gradually falling into the trap he had meticulously laid. "Hey, everyone, hold on," Luoka suddenly interjected, his voice revealing an unusual calmness. "Before you tie me up, I have a proposal. The pirates halted their movements, confusion etched on their faces. Clearly taken aback by the noble youth's unexpected interjection, the captain narrowed his eyes, seemingly weighing the significance of Luaka's words. Luaka continued, I understand your concerns and what you seek. Have you ever contemplated that if you were to merely consider me a hostage in exchange for ransom, what you would gain is but a fleeting fortune? As a scion of a noble family, I possess resources that extend far beyond mere monetary wealth. At this juncture, Luaka deliberately paused, casting a glance around to ensure each pirate was attentively listening. The sea breeze, imbued with saltiness, swept across the deck, mingling with an air of tension and anticipation. I propose a collaboration. I am privy to certain clandestine trade routes, where true treasures lie hidden. Treasures that you have yearned for during these past days. Well, I know how to uncover them. I can assure you that the value of these treasures far exceeds any ransom you might obtain by treating me as mere cargo. The pirates exchanged glances, and a flicker of intrigue glimmered in the leader's eyes. Yet, suspicion lingered as he stepped closer to Luaka, his rough fingers almost brushing against Luaka's chin, his voice low and menacing. Boy, do you think we would believe the flowery words of a noble? If you deceive us, you know the fate that awaits you. Luaka met the leader's gaze without flinching and replied, Of course, I fully comprehend your concerns. Yet, I can swear that should I betray you, you may cast me into the sea to feed the sharks. However, if what I say holds truth, the wealth we share will transform the destinies of each one of you. After a vigorous discussion, the pirates ultimately resolved to grant Luaka a chance, at least temporarily refraining from binding him. Each harbored their own motives, some driven by greed, others by curiosity for the unknown treasure. Yet all held a glimmer of hope regarding Luaka's words. Thus, Luaka transitioned from a passive captive to a pivotal figure in this maritime venture. His gaze roamed over the faces of the pirates, calculating. Although he possessed the strength to easily vanquish this band of pirates, his astute mind suggested that living adversaries could serve as far more valuable pawns. Silently smirking, he recognized that the pirates' avarice and folly were leading them step by step into a trap he had meticulously set. Suddenly, Luaka spoke, his tone tinged with playful intrigue. I have a superior idea that will enable you to amass even more gold coins. You see, being of noble descent, my understanding of the secrets woven into this maritime domain far surpasses your imagination. The pirates displayed skepticism, yet their innate greed compelled them to listen further. Luaka continued, Before my family exiled me, I acquired certain exceptional nautical charts, marking several clandestine trading points frequented by slavers. Those locations are laden with riches, yet they are heavily guarded. Without my guidance, you might never find them in your lifetime. The pirate leader's eyes flickered, clearly affected by this tantalizing proposal. However, years of seafaring had taught him to be cautious. What makes you believe we should trust you? Luaka smiled slightly, as if everything was well within his grasp. It's quite simple. I require a ship and a crew to execute this transaction. In exchange, once the deal is concluded, I will present you with a nautical chart, along with a generous share of the profits. As for you, not only could you acquire immeasurable wealth, but you would also establish unprecedented prestige in these waters. The pirates began to murmur among themselves, debating, as Luaka's proposition undoubtedly ignited their greed and ambition. Meanwhile, Luaka chuckled inwardly, for this was precisely a part of his plan, to exploit the pirates' avarice and lure them into a meticulously crafted snare, ultimately rendering them as merchandise to be sold at his discretion. As the din of discussion gradually subsided, the pirate leader finally nodded in agreement to Luaka's scheme, choosing to take a chance on this seemingly fragile noble youth, embarking on an unknown yet enticing journey. Luaka maintained his composure, already scheming how to sell this band of pirates to those who preyed on slaves once the transaction was completed, securing his fortune entirely. Facing the pirates' curious yet awed gazes, Luaka stood at the bow of the ship, embracing the briny sea breeze, gazing toward the horizon of this mysterious realm filled with opportunity. This domain, even the seasoned pirates of the East Sea had yet to tread, lay hidden within the mists, awaiting brave or reckless explorers. A confident smile graced Luaka's lips. At this moment, his knowledge and lineage would serve as the most invaluable compass. This expanse of sea is known as Yulan Jinyu. Luaka slowly began to speak, his voice resonating with clarity in the wind, each word striking the hearts of the pirates. In ancient nautical logs, it was marked as a perilous territory, fraught with hidden reefs and frequent storms. Yet it was precisely for this reason that it became an ideal location for numerous clandestine transactions and buried treasures. The pirates gathered closer, some exchanging astonished glances. Many among them had never even heard the name of this sea prior, let alone the secrets that lay behind it. Luaka continued to narrate, mentioning histories and legends that circulated solely within noble circles, such as the ruins of lost kingdoms and the cursed Golden Fleet. These tales magnetically drew the pirates' attention, igniting their thirst for the unknown and fantasies of wealth. Under Luaka's guidance, the pirate ship cautiously navigated through the intricate waters, avoiding one natural trap after another. The pirates began to realize that this noble youth was not merely their guide, but the key to unlocking a new world. Their attitudes toward Luaka shifted from initial skepticism to reverence, and even a hint of admiration. Remember, knowledge is power, Luaka emphasized during an impromptu meeting on the deck. In this era, whoever possesses more information can steer their own destiny. This statement, like a seed, was sown in the hearts of the pirates, prompting them to reflect on their past methods of plunder, recognizing that wisdom and strategy held equal importance. Luaka stood at the ship's railing, his gaze sweeping through a telescope, meticulously observing the unusual pirate ships not far off. On the decks of those vessels, a row of wooden cages stood out starkly, each seemingly containing living souls, their faces etched with despair and fear. Luaka already held the answer in his heart, yet his expression remained calm and composed. Those are slave ships. Luaka's voice, steady and severe, shattered the surrounding whispers. The pirates exchanged glances, some displaying anger, others a glimmer of greed. The slave trade, in the shadowy corners of this world, remained rampant. Luaka continued to elucidate, his tone laced with a barely perceptible disdain. These ships were specifically designed to capture unfortunate fishermen, merchants, and even other pirates, selling them to distant lands for exorbitant profits. The pirate leader stepped forward, fixating on those slave ships, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. This is quite a lucrative venture, Luaka. Is the trading point you mentioned connected to these scoundrels? Luaka nodded gently, as his plan began to unfold methodically. Indeed, those slave traders opt for concealed islands for safe transactions, and the routes I know lead directly to their secret hubs. We can not only seize their wealth, but also rescue those innocent souls, achieving a dual purpose. Alternatively, we could trade those who are already enslaved. The pirates commenced an animated discussion, exhilarated by the prospect of striking down their rivals while simultaneously amassing wealth and fame. Locke stood resolutely at the center of the deck, his silhouette appearing particularly formidable under the moonlight. After meticulously inspecting the adjustments made to the vessel, he nodded in satisfaction. The pirates encircled him, each one brimming with vigor, wholly focused on awaiting his next command. Excellent. Our ship now resembles a sharp dagger, both agile and lethal. Locke's voice resonated through the night with undeniable authority. Just as Locke and the pirates readied themselves, filled with anticipation for the impending battle of justice, an unprecedented and bizarre phenomenon shattered all plans and expectations. In the sea breeze, slender strands of straw began to float in, seemingly from nowhere. At first, they went unnoticed, but soon these inconspicuous straws began to grow at an astonishing speed, ensnaring the ship, the items on the deck, and even the limbs of the pirates. The pirates were initially taken aback, but soon plunged into extreme panic and chaos. They attempted to fire their guns, only to discover that the bullets had no effect on the vigorously growing straws. Swinging their swords in an effort to sever them, they found the straws only tightened their grip, healing the severed points with a lifelike rapidity. In an instant, cries for help, curses, and the rustling sound of growing straw blended into an absurd tableau. A burly pirate, adorned with tattoos, glared wide-eyed, spitting curses. What devilry is this? His voice trembled with fear and rage. Flailing his arms against the straws, he only succeeded in tangling himself further. Another pirate, his eyes fixed on Locke's unperturbed figure, mumbled in disbelief, "Locke, what have you done?" His voice bore both confusion and a hint of accusation, his face contorting as he struggled against his bindings. Locke remained standing, as if surrounded by an invisible barrier. The frenzied growth of the straws dared not approach him. His gaze was calm and profound, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a blend of the nonchalance of a victor and a nuanced sympathy for his comrade's misfortunes. He spoke slowly, his voice cutting through the surrounding clamor with remarkable clarity. It seems that fate has different designs for each of us. A few pirates ceased their futile struggles, turning to Locke with expressions of terror and supplication, as if he were their only hope for salvation. Locke regarded them with a near-cold composure. The pleas for mercy rose and fell among them. Some wept, some cursed, while many extended desperate hands toward Locke, as if he were their sole redemption. "Master Locke, we implore you, save us. We are willing to follow you, to serve you." A pirate croaked. Others echoed his sentiment, their eyes glinting with fear and desperation. Locke halted, gazing at this group of former comrades with a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. He then slowly raised a hand, a gesture that conveyed an undeniable power and authority. The pirates fell silent, all eyes converging upon him, anticipating the miraculous. "I regret to inform you." Locke's voice was deep and clear, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of the pirates. "Your loyalty has come too late." As his words echoed, the air around them seemed to freeze, followed swiftly by a chilling revelation that pierced through all hope. "These straws are indeed my means of attack. I have consumed the devil fruit and become a true demon." Upon hearing this, the pirates' faces were etched with shock and disbelief. They appeared as if struck by lightning, rendered immobile. Until now, they had only perceived Locke as a clever and ambitious noble, never suspecting he harbored such an astonishing secret. They began to reassess their companion, realizing they had consistently underestimated his depth and danger. Locke's figure appeared even more solitary under the moonlight, the invisible pressure emanating from him instilling fear and awe. "The sea is ruthless, and I simply exploit its rules," he continued, his tone devoid of a victor's elation, tinged instead with sorrow. "Now, you shall pay the price for your choices." Locke's words fell like thunder upon the ears of the pirates, each syllable weighing heavily on their hearts. A sarcastic smile played upon his lips, his eyes glinting with a chilling light as he slowly said, "Was I not merely viewed as a wealthy heir to be toyed with, considered just an ignorant soul fascinated by the life of a pirate?" His tone carried a hint of amusement, yet also an unmistakable severity. "Let me tell you, Locke, I'm a defector of the Navy with a bounty of 150 million berries. In the East Sea, this name is enough to instill terror." Locke paused deliberately, allowing the weight of his words to settle into the hearts of those present. The pirates exchanged glances, fear and regret intertwining in their eyes, as they realized the gravity of the existence they had inadvertently provoked. "Indeed, I'm a user of the straw fruit, a ruthless individual who has personally slain several fellow captains." Locke's voice echoed in the night, each word landing like a punch, shattering the pirates' last vestiges of hope. They began to recall the details of Locke's journey, the wisdom and depth they had previously overlooked, now glaringly vivid. They were struck with the realization that they had been dancing with a slumbering lion. "Now, you understand the errors you have committed." Locke's tone bore no victor's joy, only profound sorrow. "But it is too late to know. This ocean does not forgive ignorance and disdain. My past is an abyss you shall never reach." The pirates' expressions contorted in despair and fear as they grasped that the noble heir they had initially dismissed was, in fact, a beast lurking in the shadows. They had unwittingly become the catalyst for awakening this beast. Locke's revelation was both an affirmation of his identity and a final decree on the fate of these pirates. As the truth unfolded, the astonishment and terror in the hearts of the pirates reached their zenith. They finally comprehended that beneath Locke's seemingly ordinary exterior lay a meticulously crafted disguise, perfectly concealing his true identity. No wonder this seemingly unremarkable noble had such unfathomable strength and background, for he was none other than the super pirate Colonel Locke, a figure that sent shivers down the spines of all pirates in the East Sea. The pirates fell to their knees, their previous bravado utterly extinguished, replaced by humble pleas and endless remorse. "Master Locke, we were blind to your greatness. Please, have mercy and spare our lives." One pirate trembled, tears and sweat mingling as they dripped onto the deck, leaving mottled traces. Others echoed in despair and fear, their voices merging into a chorus. "Indeed, Lord Luaka, we are willing to serve you, to pledge our unwavering loyalty unto death. Please grant us a chance for redemption." Their pleas surged towards Luaka like a tidal wave, hoping to touch the heart of this demon. Luaka stood silently, his expression inscrutable as he gazed down upon the scene. The moonlight bathed him, casting a mysterious silver glow that rendered him even more formidable. After a long pause, he spoke slowly, his voice soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Loyalty is not a word that should be invoked only in the face of death. However, since you wish to redeem yourselves, Let me witness your sincerity. This statement rekindled a flicker of hope in the eyes of the pirates. Deep within Loaka's heart, a scale wavered. On one hand, he yearned to eliminate these potential threats in the most direct manner. After all, eradicating them entirely would be the simplest and most thorough solution. Yet, on the other hand, a more astute notion quietly emerged, akin to a flickering flame in the darkness, illuminating an alternative path. These pirates were aware of his secret. Sparing their lives posed a significant risk. Yet, if he could sell them into slavery, he would not only profit but also further solidify his standing in the underworld, all while concealing his true intentions behind his defection from the Navy. A cold smile curled at the corners of Loaka's mouth as he surveyed his surroundings. The fear and despair reflected in the pirate's eyes seemed to serve as the weights in his deliberation. Do you think a few words of supplication can soften my heart? Loaka's voice was low and magnetic, resonating with undeniable authority. I have already made my decision. Upon hearing this, the flickering hope within the pirates was extinguished like a flame doused with cold water. Yet, they remained undeterred, continuing to plead desperately, hoping Loaka might show them mercy. His gaze swept over them one by one. Finally, he spoke again, his words carrying an unmistakable finality. Your fates will be determined by the market. Perhaps for some, you still hold value. But do not forget, it was you who chose this path. For the pirates, this decision was akin to leaping from one pit of fire into a deeper abyss. They finally realized that no matter how they struggled, they could not escape Loaka's grasp. He turned away, ignoring their desperate cries as he contemplated his next move. Transforming these pirates into commodities for sale would not only eliminate a threat, but also establish a formidable reputation in the black market, paving the way for his journey as the super pirate. As for the Navy, he had already devised a comprehensive strategy to ensure that the true purpose behind his defection would not be easily uncovered. In this game, Loaka was destined to emerge as the ultimate victor. Steering his ship, Loaka navigated skillfully through hidden passages, intimately familiar with the route to the slave trading post. In the night, the vessel sliced through the waves like a ghost gliding silently across the obsidian sea. The previous disguise had become a cumbersome burden, originally intended to test whether his crude masquerade could deceive the pirates of the sea. It now appeared that many of these pirates were indeed fools. For Loaka, this place was not merely a site of commerce, but a symbol of his power and influence. Meanwhile, scattered across various islands and reefs, the pirates were diligently executing their routine patrols. When Loaka's ship gradually entered their line of sight, they initially assumed it to be an ordinary trading vessel navigating by night. However, when the telescopic lens captured the fearsome visage upon the deck, shock coursed through them like a jolt of electricity. A young lookout, trembling so violently that he could barely grip the telescope, forced himself to steady his breath and whispered into the communicator, trading post, connect quickly. I just saw Colonel Loaka, the notorious super pirate Loaka, with a bounty of 150 million berries. He is right here, heading toward the trading post. His voice quivered with unmistakable fear and disbelief. This news spread like wildfire through the slave trading network, and chaos ensued within the trading post. Those who typically strutted with arrogance, the traders and guards alike, now exchanged pale, anxious glances, fully aware that Loaka's arrival was no coincidence. There was undoubtedly a purpose behind it, often heralding the onset of storm. As Loaka's ship drew closer to the island housing the trading post, the calm of the sea was replaced by the impending tempest, and an ominous premonition hung in the air. For each individual on the island, every passing second could prove to be a turning point in their fates. Loaka, the former naval colonel, now the super pirate, was gradually ensnaring them in his meticulously woven web of strategy. The atmosphere within the trading post was so thick with tension it felt as though one could wring water from it. Pirates congregated under dim lights, exchanging uneasy glances. They knew that, armed only with their own strength, opposing an ordinary naval colonel was already a stretch. Yet Loaka, capable of effortlessly dispatching peers of his rank, far surpassed their expectations in combat prowess. As they contemplated Loaka's potential objectives, a chill coursed through their veins. A massacre of this small trading post would be akin to child's play for him. Why has he come here? A tall, thin pirate anxiously rubbed his hands together, his voice trembling. Surely, Loaka must have discovered our secret. Secret? Another questioned, what could possibly be worth his personal visit? However, as if struck by a realization, his expression darkened further. No, could it be our transaction records? Silence. Stop speculating. An older pirate admonished, furrowing his brow, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. Now is not the time to chase reasons. What matters is how to respond. Luaka's appearance, whatever the reason, is not a good omen. They began to debate fervently. Some suggested immediate evacuation, taking essential valuables and fleeing to hidden locations. Others advocated for a desperate stand, using the island's terrain and traps to buy time while awaiting reinforcements. Yet each proposal was swiftly dismissed by the harsh realities. Luaka's strength was overwhelming, and any direct confrontation would undoubtedly be suicidal. At that moment, a usually reticent pirate voiced a bold suggestion. Why don't we attempt to negotiate with him? Perhaps Luaka has other motives for coming here, not necessarily to annihilate us. If we can trade our resources and intelligence for our survival, it may not be without merit. Upon hearing this, the group fell into a brief silence, quickly followed by a flurry of discussions. Although this suggestion was fraught with peril, in their current predicament, it seemed there were no better options available. They resolved to dispatch a loquacious representative to meet Luaka, bearing sincerity in hopes of securing a glimmer of survival before this formidable pirate. Meanwhile, Luaka remained blissfully unaware, contemplating how to leverage this unexpected visit as a robust foundation for his defection from the Navy. As Luaka's ship drew closer, the trading post buzzed with activity, not in preparation for battle, but to receive the uninvited guest. The pirates hurriedly adjusted their attire, striving to present themselves in a respectable manner. Though their inner trepidation had not entirely dissipated, they understood that only by exhibiting utmost sincerity could they hope to find a sliver of safety amidst the impending storm. When Luaka finally set foot on the shore, the grand doors of the trading post creaked open. A line of pirate leaders, wearing forced smiles, awaited the arrival of this superlative pirate. One among them, evidently chosen as the representative, stepped forward and, striving for composure, spoke in a steady tone. Esteemed Captain Luaka, your presence is both astonishing and delightful. Allow me to extend the warmest welcome on behalf of all of us. Luaka disembarked with unhurried steps, each stride exuding confidence and strength. He cast a sweeping glance over the assembled pirates, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, clearly perceiving their reactions with keen insight. Let us be frank. What do you propose in exchange for your safety? His voice, though measured, carried an undeniable authority. The representative swallowed hard, summoning courage to respond. Everything, Lord Luaka. We are willing to surrender all the slaves at the trading post, along with every last berry we possess. Furthermore, we can provide intelligence on other factions within the East Sea, including the Navy's movements, provided you spare us. Luaka narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly appraising the value of this proposition. After a moment, he nodded. Excellent. Your prudent decision pleases me. Remember, I hold in high regard those who possess the wisdom to read the tides of circumstance. Internally, Luaka scoffed at the pirate's compliance, feeling both surprised and justified. After all, in the face of absolute power, any resistance is futile. While maintaining an exterior of calm, he began to strategize his next move. The pirate's promises were as fragile as a candle in the wind, capable of extinguishing at any moment. Thus, he must remain vigilant. Loyalty must be proven through actions, not mere sweet words. Luaka's tone turned icy, imbued with an unassailable coldness. Now, I require you to immediately surrender all your berie and select 5 capable individuals from among your number of pirate leaders. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept over the faces of the visibly apprehensive pirate captains. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air, causing even these once arrogant marauders to instinctively tone down their bravado. I perceive your doubts, but time is precious, and I shall not engage in superfluous explanations. His words bore an undeniable authority. The selection of 5 capable subordinates served not only to test your so-called loyalty, but also in preparation for the imminent confrontation. Strong allies hold their value. Hearing this, the pirates exchanged glances, some quietly sizing each other up, contemplating who among them would be the chosen fortunate ones. In this seasoned band of marauders, identifying the skilled was not a daunting task, as each possessed their own unique talents, though opportunities to showcase them were scarce. Yet, they were growing older, not to mention, their faces bore the grease of time, fit to fry 2 pans of food. Could it be that the relatively youthful Luaka harbored some peculiar predilections? At this thought, a swift tightening gripped them. After all, they had encountered buyers of all kinds in the slave trade. However, even if Luaka intended to coerce them, they found themselves devoid of any viable alternatives. Remember, Luaka's voice rang out once more, imbued with a chilling insistence. This is both a trial and an opportunity. Perform well, and you may continue to roam these seas. Fail, and... He paused deliberately, his gaze lingering on one particularly corpulent, seemingly eldest pirate. This sea is not lacking in fodder for the sharks. At this, the pirate's expressions grew more solemn. A few bold souls exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent consensus as they mentally selected suitable candidates. Soon, 5 pirates emerged, distinguished either by agility or immense strength, standing out prominently among their peers. Loaka scrutinized the 5, a satisfied smile curling his lips. Very well. It appears you are not entirely foolish. His words were tinged with amusement. Now, surrender all your berry, and prepare yourselves for new challenges. From this moment forth, your fates are irrevocably intertwined with mine. As Loaka's declaration resonated, the pirates, though begrudging, recognized the futility of resistance and began to comply with the command. Faced with the choice between wealth and survival, they opted for the latter. What the future held was uncertain. They could only take one step at a time. To their astonishment, the pirates discovered that Loaka's ship bore a multitude of bound pirates of varying ages, some groaning, others cursing, yet all exuding an air of despair. This scene struck the pirate leaders like a thunderbolt, deepening their shock as fear and unease silently spread in their eyes. Loaka surveyed the surroundings, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, as if mocking their ignorance and credulity. In the merciless world of the sea, where pirates traded in their own kind, such was a commonplace rule of the game. His words pierced through the last vestiges of their misplaced hope. You self-righteous fools have crossed paths with me, Loaka. Thus, what awaits you is naught but this grim fate. The wind whipped across the sea, laden with salt and chill, seemingly augmenting the somberness of this struggle for power and survival. Loaka's pronouncement rang with ironclad certainty, compelling the once dominant pirate leaders to realize they had perhaps unwittingly entered an inescapable vortex. The bound pirates could no longer maintain even a semblance of their former dignity. As tears of regret and fear mingled with the salty breeze, cascading down their soiled faces, their once belligerent bravado had been submerged by the depths of despair. Some pleaded, while others cursed, but their only responses came from the indifferent handlers and Loaka's frigid gaze. These renegades, who once ravaged the seas in the name of freedom, now confronted the impending fate of becoming another slaves, finally awakening to the realization that the scales of retribution never favor anyone. Standing at the rail of the ship, Loaka observed this tableau with no trace of compassion, only an uncontainable sense of triumph and satisfaction. Heavy chests of buri were methodically loaded onto the vessel. The resplendent golden hue shone blindingly under the sun, each dull thud of placement resonating like the triumphant beats of a drum, striking his heart and stirring ripples of delight. These were not merely accumulations of wealth, but rather emblems of power and authority. The gentle sea breeze whisked away the last vestiges of commotion from the surface, leaving only the whispers of the victors and the lamentations of the vanquished. Luo gazed into the distance, seemingly plotting a grander blueprint. He felt no compassion for the pirate slaves who were soon to become mere pawns in his game. In this boundless ocean, the strong dictated the rules, while the weak were bound to obey. Luo understood this truth profoundly, and thus he could firmly maintain his position on this tumultuous stage, observing the shifting tides with a knowing smile. In his mind, he calculated that this meticulously orchestrated performance would soon spread like wildfire across every corner of the East Sea. Amidst a multitude of seemingly insatiable and untamed pirates, the eyes and spies of the Navy undoubtedly lay hidden. These individuals might be disguised as the most inconspicuous pawns, secretly monitoring every ripple on the sea, gathering intelligence, and waiting for the opportune moment to report back to the naval headquarters. A cold smile played on Luo's lips as he envisioned the Navy's undercover agents, witnessing how he ruthlessly purged these pirates and subsequently traded them as slaves. Their hearts undoubtedly a tumult of emotions. They would eagerly report to their superiors, exposing the traitors' misdeeds, depicting Luo as one who inflicted harm upon his kin and betrayed the so-called brotherhood among pirates. Luo harbored no qualms about being labeled a demon by the Navy. On the contrary, everything he meticulously crafted was to plant the seeds of chaos more deeply, intensifying the tension between the Navy and the pirates. Simultaneously, he aimed to establish a formidable reputation in the East Sea, a figure so ruthless that even his own kind would fear him. Aboard this massive vessel, Capable of accommodating hundreds of pirates, the atmosphere felt unusually sparse, occupied solely by Luo Ku and 5 minor leaders from the slave trading operations. Although these leaders had once been accomplices of the oppressors, they were now mere pawns in Luo Ku's hands, responsible for steering the ship, adjusting the sails and rudder, ensuring that this colossal entity could navigate its predetermined course. They exchanged puzzled and anxious glances, filled with confusion. Typically, vessels of such magnitude would be manned by a multitude of slave laborers engaged in various arduous tasks, including the maintenance of daily operations. Yet now, apart from her small group, the deck was nearly deserted. This abnormality filled them with both bewilderment and a vague sense of dread. What exactly was Lord Luo Ku planning? One of the leaders whispered, his voice laced with unease. Luo Ku's power far surpassed theirs. Any act of rebellion would be akin to suicide. Thus, despite their doubts, they could only comply with his commands and continue their nautical duties. Luo Ku stood at the ship's railing, his back to the others, gazing out at the distant horizon. Seemingly able to pierce through the fog and foresee the impending storm, he offered no direct response to the murmurs, merely allowing a knowing smile to grace his lips, a mockery of the unknown fate that awaited, as well as an anticipation of the chaos to come. "You need not know every detail," he declared, his voice cold and authoritative, echoing across the empty deck. "Simply understand that each one of you, including yourselves, plays an indispensable role in my grand scheme. This ship, along with all it carries, is destined to herald an unprecedented transformation." At the prow, unnoticed by anyone, Luo Ku's figure melded into the night and sea mist, murmuring incantations, each word imbued with an arcane power. He then gently produced a series of small straw effigies. These dolls, upon first glance, exuded an eerie charm. Their diminutive forms, roughly the size of a palm, were intricately woven from dried straw, each strand seemingly infused with vitality. As they swayed gently in the sea breeze, they appeared to possess their own will. Their features were skillfully molded to be both innocent and sinister, with eyes fashioned from black beans sparkling with an otherworldly light, and their mouths curved into a disconcerting semblance of a smile. Adorned with bizarre hats made of seaweed and cloaked in patches of fabric reflecting strange hues under the moonlight, these dolls exuded a mysterious allure. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could sense an ominous aura emanating from them, a whisper from the abyss that instilled an intangible sense of oppression. Each doll seemed to be encircled by a faint black mist, a devilish presence contrasting sharply with their seemingly innocuous exteriors, akin to deadly poison concealed beneath sweet confections, luring the unwary toward the precipice of doom. Luo Ku's gaze flitted between the effigies, each one infused with a fragment of his will and strength. They were not mere toys, but integral components of his intricate design. As he observed the receding figures of the dolls, a tumult of complex emotions surged within him. The power of the Daomao fruit he wielded was both precious and formidable. It was not merely an illusionary creation. It represented the transfer and manipulation of life itself. He spoke softly to the innocent and unfortunate effigies, stating, "Now, you are my shadows, my extensions, my alternate lives." A bittersweet smile tugged at his lips, an acknowledgement of his circumstances and abilities. 5, merely 5. This was the limit of what he could currently create. Yet, this sufficed. Each effigy represented an additional life, capable of shielding him from fatal blows at crucial moments. In this perilous ocean, such insurance was undeniably invaluable. Luo Ku's gaze deepened, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Those former slave leaders, their hands stained with sin, their lives held no significance for him. Should there come a day when these effigies bore the brunt of death in his stead, it would be their just deserts, a reckoning for their past transgressions. As his thoughts drifted, Luo Ku's focus returned to the vast expanse of the sea before him. He silently vowed to maximize the potential of this ability, whether against the Navy or other formidable pirate crews, ensuring his invincibility. The existence of the effigies granted Luo Ku greater leverage in the brutal maritime world, paving the way for his clandestine ambitions. On this path fraught with blood and fire, no one could predict the future. Yet I, Luo Ku, shall carve out my own dominion using the prowess of the Daomao fruit. As long as I live, the East Sea, and indeed the entirety of the Grand Line, shall echo with my name. A silent oath resonated within Luo Ku's heart. With a delicate cadence, Luo Ku's fingertips danced over invisible strings, and as his thoughts flowed, the images of the 5 effigies grew clearer in his mind. although on the surface, they remained diligently steering the ship, oblivious to all that transpired. In truth, Luaka has established a subtle yet formidable connection with them. The substitute dolls, akin to the gentlest of raindrops, silently permeate their bodies, merging as one. With his eyes shut, Luaka can distinctly sense the position of each substitute doll, their heartbeats, breaths, and even the minutest of movements, as if he were experiencing them firsthand. All captured by his keen perception. This sensation of mastering life imbues him with an unprecedented sense of power and satisfaction. A satisfied smile graces Luaka's lips. The thrill of manipulating life and death surpasses the allure of any treasure. Quietly, he murmurs within, as if testing this newfound power. And one of the substitute dolls suddenly halts its task, momentarily dazed. Yet, it resumes its work as if nothing has occurred, and Luaka observes every change with unwavering scrutiny. He reflects upon the use of the substitute dolls with a prudent mindset, despite the immense capabilities this power affords him, enabling him to turn peril into safety at critical moments. Its limitations cannot be overlooked. The sensory range between the substitute dolls and his original body is finite. Once exceeded, the connection will sever. This necessitates his constant vigilance regarding the distance to these life insurances, lest he lose their efficacy at a crucial juncture. His thoughts regarding the Navy deepen further. Had it not been for the Navy's in-depth research into the devil fruits, he would not have gained such clarity regarding the true power of the Daochao fruit, let alone how to deftly manipulate the substitute dolls. Within the East Sea Navy base, an urgent report swiftly circulates to the Corps Department, detailing Luaka's astonishing actions at a small slave trading post. In the conference room, dim lights cast a somber atmosphere as senior officers gather around a long table, their faces etched with seriousness and confusion. This report, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirs ripples of unrest. Luaka, a former Navy officer, has orchestrated such a large-scale cleansing operation right under our noses. What could his intentions be? A rear admiral furrows his brow, clutching the report tightly, as if seeking more clues within its confines. This individual is known for his inscrutable actions. Since Luaka's defection, we have been unable to discern his true motives. Another officer interjects, evidently having pondered the matter beforehand. One thing is certain, each of his actions has been meticulously planned, not merely a spur-of-the-moment whim. In a corner of the room, an elder officer speaks slowly, his voice deep and authoritative. Luaka was once a standout in the Navy, well-versed in our strategies and weaknesses. His brazen actions may be a means of conveying a message to us, or perhaps he is preparing for a larger scheme. Luaka stands upon the deck, the sea breeze brushing against him, offering a fleeting coolness that cannot dispel the anxiety within. Since acquiring the abilities of the Daochao fruit, he has increasingly realized that achieving his grand ambitions solely through individual effort is insurmountable. To establish a foothold in the East Sea, and indeed throughout the Grand Line, he must seek more formidable allies. The Revolutionary Army, as a significant force within the pirate world, naturally comes into his purview. Revolutionary Army, Luaka whispers, his brow furrowed. Having spent years in the East Sea, he has indeed heard little about the Revolutionary Army's precise movements. This enigmatic force appears to lurk in the shadows, revealing its sharp claws only at crucial moments. The tranquility of the East Sea may merely be a facade. The Revolutionary Army's influence likely permeates the region, concealed too deeply. Impelled down, a thought flashes through Luaka's mind. This underwater prison, located in the calm belt and renowned for its impregnable defenses, houses the world's most dangerous criminals. It is said that many key members of the Revolutionary Army have also been imprisoned there. Some have even managed to escape, and the information and connections within could prove invaluable to him. If only he could locate Bartholomew Kuma. Luaka contemplates, for Bartholomew Kuma, once a member of the Shichibukai, is in truth an officer of the Revolutionary Army, possessing the ability to propel individuals to various locations around the world. Should he harness Kuma's power, it would undoubtedly provide a swift route to the core of the Revolutionary Army. However, Luaka is acutely aware that this path is fraught with uncertainty and peril. Impel Down is heavily guarded, and Bartholomew Kuma himself is notoriously elusive. Furthermore, as a former Navy defector, he may very well become a target of suspicion within the Revolutionary Army. Yet, greater risks often yield greater rewards, and Luaka has never been one to shy away from challenges. If he is to act, he will do so decisively. His gaze hardens, a cold smile curling at his lips. If he cannot find leads within the East Sea, he shall venture beyond it, towards Impel Down and Bartholomew Kuma. Regardless of the route, he shall explore every avenue. Only by engaging with the Revolutionary Army can his plans advance further. Entering the cabin, he begins to formulate a new action plan. In Luaka's mind, a grander game has already begun to unfold, and he will be the puppeteer controlling the chessboard. Whether Navy, pirates, or the Revolutionary Army, each will play their part in this intricate game. Ultimately, Luaka shall lead them all towards the outcome he envisions. Standing in the center of the cabin, he gazes at the intricate routes on the nautical chart, his heart swelling with unprecedented ambition. As a transmigrant, he possesses the power to reshape the very fabric of this world. The mastery of the three types of haki, particularly the ability to wield the conqueror's haki with ease, sets him apart from many pirates, even allowing him to rival some minor officers within the Yonko crews. My journey as a transmigrant cannot end here. Deep within Luaka's heart, a fervent conviction ignites, a desire that transcends mere ambition for power, a yearning to alter the world's order. The conqueror's haki is not just a display of strength. It is the key to ushering in a transformative era. Reflecting on the myriad experiences in his original world, along with the familiar tales of heroes, he recognizes the Revolutionary Army as a potential starting point. Luaka resolves that the Revolutionary Army's status as a thorn in the side of the world government stems not merely from their military might, but from their pursuit of freedom and equality, ideals that resonate with some of his own deepest beliefs. Collaborating with the Revolutionary Army could provide him with a stage to showcase his own ideals and strength, while simultaneously serving as a pivotal step toward seizing the opportunity for change. The tranquility of the East Sea is but a temporary illusion. As he steps into broader waters, the genuine challenges will inevitably follow. Those legendary figures, such as the Yonko, Marine Admirals, and even the Revolutionary Army's leader, Dragon, each possess the capacity to shake the world. The pirates of the East Sea are but small fish in shallow waters, Luaka muses. His gaze reflects both anticipation for the future and trepidation towards the unknown. In the new world, he will face truly monstrous opponents. How far can he advance relying solely on his strength? Luaka realizes that going it alone is not a sustainable strategy. To secure his footing in these waters, he must seek allies, those capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with him in battle. Yet, such individuals are not easily encountered. They often reside high above the world or lurk in the shadows, with their very existence being a challenging journey. United by a shared purpose and formidable strength, Luo-ku whispered, his mind racing with potential names, only to shake his head in resignation. True powerhouses possess their own pride and convictions. Persuading them to join one's ranks requires more than mere strength. It necessitates common goals and beliefs. Perhaps, he mused, I should first focus on enhancing my own abilities. With a burgeoning plan in mind, Luo-ku resolved to refine his Sansbaki while seeking allies, particularly honing the mastery of the Haobaki to transcend to a higher realm. Concurrently, he needed to delve deeply into the capabilities of the Daochao fruit, exploring its profound powers to prepare for even mightier adversaries in the future. As night descended, the darkness deepened. Many matters would have to wait for tomorrow's consideration. These were not trivial issues that could resolve themselves in a day or two, but rather a protracted struggle. In this tumultuous maritime realm, a group of men, ensnared by fate aboard the same pirate vessel, harbored a mix of resentment and indignation, yet had to confront the cold reality. As the veil of night fell, the stars concealed, it was a time of surging undercurrents, and they gathered to quietly discuss a bold and perilous plan to ambush their opponent, the infamous Luo-ku. Wokiskiviko, a name echoing through the pirate world, wielded strength and cunning far beyond the reach of ordinary men. Those compelled to serve under him were acutely aware that even under the cover of night, the disparity in power between the two factions was akin to a chasm, not easily bridged by mere numerical superiority. Each individual comprehended that confronting Luo-ku head-on was tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. They cherished life, knowing it was singular. Faced with no retreat, reason dictated that blind sacrifice was folly. Moreover, this grand vessel, navigating through tumultuous waves, required a multitude of hands to operate effectively. Given the current severe shortage of crew, these few were nearly the last bastion for maintaining the ship's functionality. Should they act impulsively to eliminate Luo-ku, the ensuing turmoil would crash upon them like a monstrous wave. Who would steer the ship onward? who possessed the experience and capability to helm it through the perilous and uncharted waters that lay ahead. Within the cramped and crowded quarters of the ship, flickering flames illuminated the complex and troubled faces of the men. After a fervent debate and careful contemplation, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. Survival was the most pressing task at hand. Preserving strength and seeking opportunity would perhaps one day allow them to escape Luo Ku's shadow and reclaim their freedom. As dawn broke, the sea breeze carried a refreshing coolness, gently caressing the deck, heralding the arrival of a new day amidst the soft murmurs of the waves. Shigu rose from his modest bunk, rubbing his sleepy eyes, unexpectedly detecting a long-lost warmth in the air. Following the alluring scent, he discovered the dining table laden with steaming breakfast, a rare moment of comfort since being conscripted by Luo Ku. The aroma of grilled fish intertwined with the steam of hot tea, momentarily dispelling the persistent tension aboard the ship. Shigu surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over those who were once pirate captains but had now become his subordinates. Each bore a bittersweet smile, eyes veiled with unspoken complexity, diligently preparing utensils and cautiously attending to him. This reversal stirred a medley of emotions within Shigu, mingling pride with an almost imperceptible twinge of sympathy. In this harsh pirate world, shifts in status often occurred overnight. Former leaders became today's subordinates, a transformation that starkly mocked human nature and fate. Aokiji, the sovereign of pirates, had long ingrained the principle of the strong shall rule into his very being, demonstrating through his actions that only by perpetually strengthening oneself could one ascend to the apex of the food chain. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, those once mighty pirate chiefs congregated on deck, wearing strained yet respectful smiles as they greeted Luo Ku. Behind those smiles lay a fear of power, a yearning for survival, and an anxious uncertainty about the future. The crew gathered, their steps noticeably cautious, their eyes betraying both reverence and undeniable tension. As Luo Ku's figure became clearer, they halted, lining up in a display of utmost respect. "Good morning, Captain Luo Ku," spoke the lead former pirate chief, deliberately softening his tone, a forced smile gracing his lips. That smile lacked sincerity, yet brimmed with the implication of appeasing the strong for self-preservation. A slight bow and a perfectly angled tilt of the head conveyed respect while maintaining a semblance of dignity, albeit a dignity that felt fragile under the weight of power. Following suit, the others chimed in, their voices laced with a morning chill and a barely perceptible tremor. "Captain, may all go well for you today. May the wind god guide your journey, Lord Luo Ku." Each phrase was meticulously crafted, every word seemingly calculated to express loyalty while avoiding excessive humility. Luo Ku's gaze swept over the faces of the crew. They were merely interchangeable pawns, devoid of flesh and blood. A smirk of disdain played upon his lips, an expression of confidence in his comprehensive understanding of all transpiring upon the deck. Luo Ku refrained from elaboration, merely raising an arm, his long fingers tracing an invisible arc in the air before pointing to a nautical chart affixed to the cabin wall. This chart, adorned with countless islands, reefs, and routes, bore an unassuming location marked with a conspicuous black cross. This gesture, simple yet direct, held more authority than any words could convey. Luo Ku did not bother to utter the name of the destination, as if it were unworthy of his breath. The crew's eyes quickly followed the direction of his finger, fixating on the cross, instantly becoming their singular focus. No further explanation was needed. Years of unspoken understanding allowed them to grasp Luo Ku's intent immediately. Several seasoned ship captains exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both anxiety over the unknown voyage and an unwavering trust and obedience towards Luo Ku. After all, in these boundless seas, Luo Ku's commands represented their compass. His was their survival's law. "Prepare the ship. We set sail at once." Luo Ku's voice resonated, deep and powerful, penetrating every inch of the cabin, stirring a subtle tremor within all who heard it. There were no superfluous words, no rallying speeches. Luo Ku understood that in these waters, action spoke louder than rhetoric. The crew dispersed swiftly, each engrossed in their tasks, adjusting sails, inspecting cargo, tallying supplies, everything proceeding with meticulous precision. Despite their demeanor being rife with flattery and trepidation towards Luo Ku, each individual exhibited the pirates' inherent efficiency and professionalism while executing their duties. Luo Ku stood still, coldly observing the unfolding scene, his eyes shimmering with a complex light that reflected both anticipation and disdain for the impending adventure. On this vessel, Luo-ku was not merely the captain. He was the master, wielding direct control over this intricate human machine. The crew, whom he regarded as expendable, unknowingly wove the maritime legend that belonged to him. During these days, when the pirates were bound by mysterious forces, the seas seemed to fall into an unprecedented tranquility, mirroring their silence. The sky was clear, the waves boundless, and the sun shone like a fiery ruby embedded in the azure expanse, generously casting its golden rays over the vast ocean, draping it in a warm veil. In this period, the usual clamor and battles on the sea had dissipated, replaced only by the gentle caress of the sea breeze, carrying an unusual sense of peace. At last, the mysteries that had ensnared the pirates' curiosity began to unveil. Their leader Luo-ku had set his sights on the renowned and vast island of Granxia-dao, a formidable presence in the East Sea. This revelation swept through them like a powerful wind, dispelling the fog of uncertainty in their hearts, igniting within each a new flame of hope and trepidation. With the destination now clear, the journey ahead no longer seemed so distant. It was estimated that within half a day's sail, they would reach that fabled land. For those accustomed to battling the elements, this stretch of water felt almost within arm's reach, its clarity and allure starkly contrasting with the earlier unknowns. Moreover, the earlier struggles to command the colossal ship, requiring the strength of hundreds, now appeared trivial in light of their current unity. This behemoth, typically impervious to even the fiercest storms, had become docile through their collective effort. This was not just a test of physical endurance, but a testament to teamwork and willpower. With the burdens of forced struggle lifted, a voluntary drive surged within them, each harboring a fervent yearning for the impending adventure, their desire for freedom and exploration intensifying. Thus, with Luo-ku's command, the great ship seemed to be imbued with new life, cutting through the waves towards Granxia-dao. The waves lapped against the hull, creating a joyful rhythm. As they drew closer, the outline of Granxia-dao emerged in the morning light, like a brilliant pearl adorning the East Sea. The island's port was the first to come into view, revealing an unprecedented scene of prosperity. Within the harbor, a myriad of vessels traversed the waters. Merchant ships laden with cargo and adorned with sails jostled alongside opulent yachts exuding an air of nobility, some docked, others setting sail, all in an orderly yet bustling dance. The surface of the harbor rippled, each wave seemingly narrating tales of maritime trade and the island's affluence. The architectural ensemble on the island was breathtaking. From towering lighthouses to well-arranged residences, from grand palaces to vibrant markets, each structure showcased unique styles and charm, akin to a meticulously painted canvas unfurling before the eyes of the beholders. On the cobblestone streets, pedestrians flowed like a river, the shouts of vendors mingling with the laughter of children, composing a lively symphony of life. The market was a treasure trove, overflowing with diverse goods. From exotic spices to hand-woven textiles, from sparkling jewels to freshly caught seafood, epitomizing Granxia-dao's status as a hub of EC trade. Noteworthy were the churches adorned with spires and stained glass windows, shimmering under the sun, the ancient library, rich in volumes, each book bearing the weight of knowledge and history, and the noble residences with intricately carved balconies, quietly narrating tales of past glories. Every corner of the island exuded a vibrant yet harmonious atmosphere. Whether in the bustling harbor or the tranquil residential areas, each element interpreted the prosperity and flourishing of this grand island. Granxia-dao was not merely a geographical intersection. It resembled a pulsating heart, continually infusing the economy and cultural exchanges of the East Sea with fresh vitality. As Luo-ku stepped onto the dock of Granxia-dao, the wooden planks had yet to fully absorb the briny taste of the sea when an unexpected breeze swept past his waist. This wind was not of natural origin. It was the attempt of a self-important thief seeking to stealthily untie the pouch of coins hanging from Luo-ku's belt amidst the crowd. However, the seasoned pirate captain possessed a heightened awareness of his surroundings that far surpassed the norm. Even in the midst of a bustling harbor, no subtle movement escaped his notice. At the very moment the thief's hand brushed against the pouch, Luo-ku instinctively seized the wrist of the intruder. The twist was as swift as lightning, and the force rendered the thief powerless, causing him to involuntarily gasp in pain. The surrounding crowd seemed to freeze in that instant, all eyes drawn to this sudden confrontation. The thief looked up, Fear etched across his face as he met Luo Ku's deep, icy gaze, which seemed to penetrate his soul and awaken his primal instinct for survival. "Spare me, kind sir. I was merely starving and did not intend to steal." The thief's voice trembled with desperation, sweat trickling down his forehead to the dust-laden dock below. In the face of Luo Ku's silence and indifference, the thief's initial fear morphed into anger and defiance. Straightening his posture, his eyes sparkled with a mix of defiance and threat. A final desperate stand against the wall of hopelessness. "Are you seeking death? Do you even know who I am? I have backing in the Shadowclaw gang, and every time I act, I must hand over 30% of my gains to them. Do you think you can treat me this way and leave here unscathed?" The air around them seemed to thicken, the tension palpable as onlookers turned their heads, sensing the imminent confrontation. Luo Ku maintained his aloof demeanor, the threat before him insignificant in his eyes. He shook his head lightly, a glimmer of disdain and sorrow flickering in his gaze, as if pitying the thief's ignorance and short-sightedness. "Child," Luo Ku finally spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "In this world, no one can live in the shadow of another. Your backing may protect you today, but what of tomorrow?" No sooner had Luo Ku's words echoed than the atmosphere grew tense. The thief's anger and threats seemed to have little effect on Luo Ku, who merely sighed lightly, his expression tinged with resignation. Just as the crowd anticipated that Luo Ku would opt for a peaceful resolution, he suddenly moved. His speed so swift, it was nearly imperceptible. Luo Ku's hand lifted gently, and in an instant, the air seemed to split under an unseen force, emitting a faint hum. In the next moment, the thief let out a heart-wrenching scream as his arm, under Luo Ku's seemingly casual gesture, was severed with ease. Blood gushing forth. Chaos erupted on the dock, screams and gasps filling the air as the crowd began to scatter, the scent of blood permeating the atmosphere, heightening the nerves of all present. The several subordinates of Laoka were rendered speechless by the unfolding scene, exchanging incredulous glances filled with disbelief. Laoka's actions surpassed all expectations, prompting them to reassess their leader's strength and decisiveness. Yet, Laoka himself remained composed, as if the recent events were nothing more than trivial matters. With a fleeting glance at the struggling thief on the ground, he coldly stated, "This is my answer. In these waters, power speaks. Remember, do not easily provoke an opponent far more formidable than yourself." This display unequivocally showcased Laoka's formidable strength and his resolute approach to problem-solving. The metallic scent of blood permeating the dock served as a silent proclamation of Laoka's power. After a brief moment of shock, the surrounding crowd began to murmur, their voices coalescing into an incredulous cacophony of speculation. "Goodness, who is this newcomer? Quick to act, and so ruthlessly efficient," exclaimed a dockworker with wide eyes. "I hear he is called Laoka, an unfamiliar face, but judging by his aura, he is no ordinary character." Nearby, a vendor lowered his hat, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. "Well, he has directly incapacitated the local snakeheads men. I wonder how the Ingzhua gang will respond." An apparently seasoned old sailor shook his head, worry etched into his features. The mere mention of Ingzhua gang heightened the tension among the crowd. This gang controlled smuggling and extortion in the region, known for their brazen arrogance that left no one daring to cross them. The thief's wails continued, while Laoka's calm demeanor and overwhelming presence signified a declaration of war against the Ingzhua gang. Arriving with such audacity, he either lacked awareness of the dangers or possessed formidable backing. A dock security guard muttered to himself, scanning Laoka and his entourage for further clues. Among the crowd were those eager to witness the drama unfold, fully aware that if the Ingzhua gang did not respond forcefully to today's events, their authority would suffer a severe blow, jeopardizing their future collection of protection fees. Just wait and see. Tonight's dock will surely not remain tranquil. Whether Laoka's group was outrageously bold or genuinely fearless would soon be revealed. A gambler, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he envisioned the impending storm. As word spread rapidly throughout the dock, people paused, anticipating the Ingzhua gang's next move. Inside the casino, the dazzling lights and bustling voices starkly contrasted with the tense atmosphere outside. On the enormous screen at the center of the hall, the latest odds rolled endlessly, one particular line standing out. Laoka versus Ingzhua gang. Who will dominate the harbor? Chips exchanged hands on the tables like flowing water, each individual seeking a share in the looming tempest. "Hey, 5-1, Luaka will walk away unscathed, shouted a flamboyantly dressed gambler, his eyes glinting with desire for high returns. A nearby lady shook her head, elegantly flicking her cigarette, her demeanor poised and assured. No, I wager the Yinghua gang will respond within 3 days. 10-1 odds are worth the investment. Beside the betting table, a bespectacled middle-aged man scrutinized the screen's dynamic updates, adjusting his glasses as he spoke in hushed tones. You all overlook the crux. This confrontation is not merely about violence. Luaka's audacity suggests he is well prepared. I bet Luaka has powerful allies, and within a week, the Yinghua gang's status will be shaken. 2-1 odds, a prudent choice. Among the crowd, various speculations and discussions intertwined, each comment revealing a keen interest in this power struggle. Some spoke of Luaka's origins, while others reminisced about the Yinghua gang's iron-fisted rule over the area, and some were simply drawn to the thrill of the unknown, reveling in the exhilaration of dancing on the edge of a knife. In the dark yet opulent headquarters of the Yinghua gang, news traveled like lightning to the ears of the upper echelons. It was a chamber adorned with dark wood paneling and heavy curtains, where several core members of the Yinghua gang sat around a long conference table, their expressions grave and solemn. Luaka. The name resonated like a hard bone emerging from a crevice. A short-haired, middle-aged man drummed his fingers on the table, his gaze sharp as an eagle. How long has it been since we've encountered such a blatant challenge? Indeed, this is not merely a test of our authority, but a contempt for our years of hard work. A slender woman with piercing eyes interjected, her voice laced with undeniable steel. If we allow this to go unchecked, other small players will be emboldened. We must respond. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heavy, every breath seeming to ignite sparks in the air. At that moment, a deep voice from the shadows slowly emerged. The reason the Yinghua gang stands resilient is not solely due to brute force, but also through wisdom and strategy. Since Luaka dares to act, he must be prepared. We require more information. Knowing ourselves and our enemy is the key to invincibility. A robust man in a black uniform, bearing a noticeable scar on his face, rose respectfully. Rest assured, I will personally investigate Luaka's origins and background, ensuring he does not underestimate our Yinghua gang. After a brief silence in the conference room, a consensus was reached, and a new strategy began to take shape. This confrontation was not merely against Luaka. It was a test of the Yinghua gang's dominance. In the intertwining shadows and light of the underworld, a storm was on the horizon. The Yinghua gang had long been accustomed to navigating through tumultuous waters. This time, they too would prove through action that this realm remained under their dominion. Luaka and his group strode through the chaos of the dock. The recent events merely a trivial interlude. With purposeful strides, they moved unimpeded, the island's residents and vendors parting ways, their eyes reflecting both reverence and curiosity. Luaka's imposing presence and astonishing display had left a profound mark on the crowd, establishing him as a new and undeniable force upon the island. Upon entering the upscale hotel on the island, the ambience starkly contrasted with the external clamor, featuring elegant music and soft lighting that fostered a tranquil escape from the tumult. Upon seeing Luaka and his party, the staff immediately approached with respectful greetings. Their demeanor was cautious yet warm, clearly aware of the events transpiring outside. Mr. Luaka, do you have a reservation? The attendant politely inquired, a hint of barely perceptible trepidation glimmering in his eyes. No, Luaka replied with a fierce glare, prompting the hotel manager to cheerfully interject, ushering the staff to guide Luaka's party inside. Such an uninvited pest is best kept at a distance. Why engage in conflict with such lowly beings? The hotel manager couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow with a handkerchief pulled from his pocket. Soon, a group, guided by a waiter, settled at their reserved table. The table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, where the freshness of the seafood harmoniously blended with the island's unique spices, each bite a tantalizing tease for the palate. However, apart from the occasional clatter of cutlery, the dining area was enveloped in an almost palpable silence. Locke's entourage seemed to be intimidated by his ineffable aura, remaining on high alert throughout the meal. Locke himself appeared remarkably composed, occasionally savoring a sip of red wine, while his gaze seemed to penetrate the window, gazing out towards the horizon as he contemplated his next strategic move. For him, today's events were merely the inception of a grander game, the true contest just beginning. In these treacherous waters, it was crucial not only to solidify his own position, but also to convey to the Yinghua Bang the new player had entered the fray. This game would be irrevocably altered by his involvement, just as Locke and his team reveled in the culinary delights and the planning of their future. The hotel's door was gently pushed open, a soft breeze wafting in, carrying a hint of an unusual presence. All eyes instinctively turned towards the entrance, where a middle-aged gentleman clad in an elegant suit, exuding a demeanor of calm and a touch of aristocracy, strolled in. His arrival instantly captivated the attention of everyone present, the very air seeming to solidify in his presence. This unexpected guest made his way directly to Locke's table, and the waitstaff discreetly withdrew, offering no resistance. He paused, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a smile imbued with myriad meanings, polite pleasantries intertwined with a hidden sharpness. "Good evening, Mr. Locke. I am Jackson Ryan, the deputy leader of the Ingzhua Bang." He introduced himself, his voice deep and magnetic, each word meticulously crafted to convey both respect for Locke and the authority of his position within the gang. "Your name and exploits have spread throughout the island today. I am curious to know what manner of individual can so boldly flourish in our territory." Locke raised his gaze, meeting Jackson's steady eyes. His expression was calm, yet profound. "Mr. Ryan, it is a privilege to meet you here. I am but a transient, with no intention of engaging in conflict with anyone. However, I have my principles and boundaries, and when they are encroached upon, I must respond." Locke's words were straightforward, yet they exuded an undeniable strength. Upon hearing this, Jackson's lips curled into a knowing smile, and he pulled a chair closer, sitting down uninvited, showcasing his confidence and stature. "Principles and boundaries, I understand. Yet in these waters, the rules are often dictated by the powerful. I trust Mr. Locke is a man of understanding. We, the Ingzhua Bang, do not seek to create enemies. However, should the need arise, we are never afraid of a challenge." Between the two, a silent duel commenced without the sound of gunfire. The other diners became mere background figures, as only the two of them engaged in a verbal skirmish. A flicker of displeasure crossed Locke's eyes, his innate pride making it difficult for him to disguise his dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs. He gently set down his cutlery, fixing his gaze on Jackson, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Deputy Leader Ryan, I had anticipated that the Ingzhua Bang, as the sovereign of these waters, would exhibit a greater degree of sincerity. Your presence, if I may be blunt, has not met the level of consideration I expected." As Locke's words resonated, an eerie silence enveloped the restaurant, the tension in the air palpable. Jackson's expression shifted momentarily, but quickly regained its composure, a hint of amusement playing on his lips, seemingly unfazed by Locke's forthrightness. "Mr. Locke, you appear to have misunderstood my intentions. I have come to express the Ingzhua Bang's recognition of your prowess and our sincerity in seeking reconciliation. Of course, if you believe it necessary to speak directly with our leader, I can arrange that. But before we proceed, I hope we can openly discuss how to avoid unnecessary disputes." Jackson's tone carried a barely perceptible warning while revealing a willingness to negotiate. Upon hearing this, Locke's eyes gleamed with a flicker of insight as he weighed his options. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded gently, his demeanor softening slightly. "Very well then, let's be forthright. I have no intention of infringing upon the territory of the Ingzhua Bang, but I also have my own plans and ambitions. I hope our cooperation can be founded on mutual respect and shared interests, rather than one side's concession. For soon, your gang will become my subordinates. How can there be a need for compromise from one side?" Locke's words detonated like a bomb in the previously tranquil waters, instantly stirring up a tempest. The surrounding diners, astonished, were left in awe of his audacity and arrogance. A few timid souls even trembled as they set their glasses down, fearing they might unwittingly become casualties of this confrontation. Jackson Ryan's expression froze upon hearing Locke's declaration, only to morph into an inscrutable smile, his eyes, which had witnessed countless storms, now glimmering with intrigue. "Mr. Locke, I admire your ambition and confidence. However, to utter such words within the domain of the Ingzhua Bang, do you not think you're a tad overconfident?" His tone held a trace of disdain, yet concealed a curiosity about Locke's true strength. "Nevertheless, since you possess such lofty aspirations, I am willing to extend an opportunity to you. On the night of the Black Tide, 1 month from now, the Ingzhua Bang will host a grand gathering, where heroes from all walks of life will converge. Should you prove your strength that evening and earn the respect of all present, we might then sit down and discuss your earlier mention of subordinates." As Jackson's words settled, the atmosphere in the restaurant felt as though it had crystallized, all eyes eagerly awaiting Locke's response. This was not merely a simple invitation. It resembled a trial of power, testing whether Locke could indeed challenge the deeply entrenched authority of the Yingzhuabang. A faint smile graced Locke's lips, his gaze radiating determination and confidence. His words struck like thunder, reverberating through the restaurant and heightening the already tense atmosphere. The fire of challenge burned in his eyes as he unwaveringly met Jackson Ryan's gaze, each word resonating with conviction. Deputy Leader Ryan, I am not one to languish in anticipation, nor do I relish being bound by time. If you wish to witness my capabilities, let it be now, right here. I am prepared to impart you with an unforgettable lesson. The diners in the restaurant panicked, hastily retreating, fearful of being caught in the impending clash. The waitstaff ceased all service, anxiously observing the unfolding situation, the air thick with the scent of imminent conflict. A flicker of surprise crossed Jackson's face, quickly transforming into a complex expression of admiration mixed with irritation. He clapped his hands twice, and from a corner of the restaurant, several previously inconspicuous patrons suddenly stood up, exuding an aura that set them apart, clearly members of the Yingzhuabang. Mr. Locke, since you are so eager, let us proceed according to your wishes. Jackson's voice was calm, yet filled with authority. With a wave of his hand, the skilled fighters gradually closed in, forming a semicircle that enveloped Locke and his team. However, bear in mind that once you step into the fray, you must be prepared to face all consequences. As Jackson's words echoed, the entire restaurant seemed to transform into another realm, where a duel of power and might was about to unfold. Locke, unfazed, stood tall, his presence growing stronger, facing not a mere assembly of trained warriors, but a new collection of toys he was set to conquer. Very well. Let us see whether your Shadow Claw gang remains unbreakable, or if I, Locke, shall inscribe new rules upon this land. Locke's words exuded fearless dominance. Prepare yourselves, for whether in physical combat or mental confrontation, we shall engage. News spread like wildfire, extending beyond the confines of the restaurant, sweeping across the entire island. In casinos of all sizes, colossal screens abruptly switched their displays. The previously rolling odds and flashing gambling games were urgently interrupted, replaced by a live broadcast of the tense standoff in the restaurant. Every detail captured by the cameras was magnified, from Locke's resolute visage to the unyielding aura of authority emanating from Jackson. The patrons were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into waves of astonishment and chatter. Some who had been leisurely sipping drinks and placing bets found themselves irresistibly drawn to the screen, fixated on this unexpected live showdown. Many among them had thought this was merely a long-simmering power play, yet the sparks of conflict ignited with astonishing rapidity. Look, isn't that the notorious Locke? Exclaimed a lavishly dressed gambler, having heard tales of his formidable reputation in the outside world. The Deputy Chief Jackson is no pushover either. The Shadow Claw gang has endured on this island for years, not merely on reputation, commented an older gambler, adjusting his spectacles, his words laced with a hint of reverence. The atmosphere was charged, the excitement of gambling swiftly shifting to speculation about the impending duel. New wagers emerged on the tables regarding who would gain the upper hand in this clash between Locke and Jackson. Chips were tossed without hesitation, each movement revealing the gambler's exhilaration and anticipation. 5-1. I bet Locke will put the Shadow Claw gang in their place, shouted a spirited young man, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for adventure. Ha, the naive optimist. I would wager double that Jackson will show him who truly holds the reins here, retorted a seasoned gambler, a confident smile curling at the corners of his lips. Thus, a private vendetta unexpectedly became the focal point of the entire island, with everyone participating in their own way, eager to witness the moment when power and courage would collide. Locke's words sliced through the tense air like a sharp blade, his provocative gaze sweeping over every individual present, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. You call yourselves skilled? To me, you are nothing more than trifles. Do not think, even in pairs, you can maintain your footing before me. A collection of debris, to perish beneath my sword would only tarnish my blade. As these words escaped his lips, they resonated like pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of shock. The crowd was momentarily stunned before erupting into a cacophony of laughter, mingled with anger and ridicule. The seasoned fighters who had followed Jackson for years were battle-hardened, their reputations as fearsome figures in the world of piracy commanding bounties in the tens of millions of belly. How could they tolerate such scorn from an outsider? What an ignorant fool, one of the burly men scoffed. Do you think this is a place where you can run wild? Thinking you can bully a petty thief at the docks makes you a master? I want to even bully you. I'll merely show you a couple of moves. The atmosphere was tense, with the surrounding comrades echoing his disdain. Yet, in the blink of an eye, everything transpired too swiftly to fathom. Locke's figure flickered, seemingly merging with the shadows, re-emerging amidst several opponents. Silver flashed as each strike landed with pinpoint precision, accompanied by faint sounds of slicing air, and in an instant, the expressions of several fighters froze, followed by their silent collapse, a subtle scent of blood lingering in the air. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds, and when the spectators regained their senses, the once arrogant fighters lay lifeless on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Only Jackson remained, his eyes wide with disbelief, grappling with an unprecedented wave of shock and fear. Locke slowly sheathed his weapon, his gaze coldly fixed on Jackson, as if to say, "You're next." The laughter that had filled the space had dissipated, replaced by an eerie silence, the faces around reflecting shock and disbelief. Locke's actions had substantiated his bravado, revealing that this seemingly reckless outsider possessed a chilling power. At that moment, within and beyond the island's casinos, all commotion seemed to freeze. Only the sounds of heartbeats and breaths intertwined, as everyone awaited what would transpire next. The confrontation between Locke and Jackson had become the central focus of attention. Jackson Ryan's countenance instantaneously lost its composure, replaced by unmistakable astonishment and terror. Glancing around, he beheld the once familiar faces of comrades now cold, lifeless bodies. The transformation was jarringly swift, leaving him utterly unprepared. He swallowed hard, his voice involuntarily quaking. "Mr. Locke, your prowess surpasses my imagination. I concede I underestimated you." Striving to maintain a semblance of dignity, yet his tone bore an unmistakable plea. "Can we not speak amicably? I'm willing to open all avenues for you. The resources and connections of the Shadow Claw Gang can be at your disposal. Please grant me an opportunity, and in turn, allow us to become formidable allies." Locke's gaze was as frigid as ice, scrutinizing Jackson, seemingly weighing the sincerity and worth of his words. The restaurant remained steeped in silence, all eyes fixated on the duel between these two powerhouses, every subtle movement tugging at the heartstrings of those present. "Jackson, I have heard your proposal," Locke began slowly, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. "However, I'm not one to be easily bought. Today's events shall be put on hold. But understand this, the rules of engagement in these waters must be redefined henceforth." Locke's tone carried an air of unassailable dominance as he continued. "I shall not obliterate the Shadow Claw Gang, but you must realize that from this moment onward, you and your faction must comprehend your place. What I seek is not merely coexistence, but respect and collaboration. As for survival, it hinges on your future choices and actions. Under the formidable presence of Luaka." A flicker of bitterness crossed Jackson's face. Yet, he understood that at this moment compliance was his only option. He bowed deeply, signifying his submission. "I comprehend, Mr. Luaka. From this day forth, the Ingzhao Gang shall endeavor to contribute to your grand vision and collaboratively inscribe a new chapter in these waters." With Jackson's declaration, the tense atmosphere in the restaurant alleviated slightly. Currently, Jackson merely wished to agree wholeheartedly and seek support. Otherwise, relying solely on his individual strength would lead to no other outcome but death. He had no desire to perish, and thus, the prospect of battle was non-existent. In the casino, the previously heightened excitement and anticipation transformed into a cacophony of discontent. Those who had placed their bets on Jackson witnessed the unfolding scene in the restaurant, their expressions frozen in astonishment, anger, and disappointment palpable. On the screen, Jackson's pleas for mercy and submission starkly contrasted with the legendary image of him as a bloodthirsty avenger against naval vessels, creating a dissonance that was difficult for them to accept. "What? I bet all my savings on him just to see him beg like a dog." A lavishly dressed gambler pounded the table, his face contorted in rage. He had lost not merely money, but also his admiration and fantasies about strength. "What a useless fool. I expected to witness an epic showdown, and yet it turned into a farce," another shouted, his voice laced with sarcasm and resentment. The atmosphere in the casino quickly shifted from tension and excitement to a maelstrom of disappointment and fury. Gamblers began to voice their grievances, some cursing their luck, while others scorned Jackson's feeble display. Most of them had never anticipated that the legendary figure would be so easily vanquished before Luaka. "I told you, Luaka is no ordinary man. Look at the fate of those who underestimate newcomers." Amidst the clamor, a particularly calm voice emerged. A seasoned gambler who had quietly observed the unfolding events, seemingly skeptical of Jackson from the outset, now appeared particularly smug. Meanwhile, the few who had bet on Loaka reveled in their victory, some cheering exuberantly while others smugly exchanged their winnings, as if they too had participated in that decisive battle and shared in Loaka's glory. The atmosphere in the casino grew complex due to this unexpected twist, and Loaka's name rapidly spread among the gamblers, becoming the new topic of discussion. Jackson's pleas for mercy not only diminished his stature in the eyes of the gamblers, but also signaled an unprecedented upheaval in the power dynamics of the island. With Jackson's capitulation before Loaka, the outcome of this gambling game seemed to be settled. However, this was merely the inception of a far grander wager. The gamblers' attention swiftly shifted. Their curiosity and greed further ignited as they engaged in heated discussions surrounding whether the true leader of the Ingzhao gang, that mysterious and formidable entity, would accept Jackson's compromise and Loaka's terms. "Ladies and gentlemen, a new wager is upon us," the casino host announced, his voice resonating clearly amidst the din. "Place your bets. The stakes involve whether the leader of the Ingzhao gang will acquiesce to the agreement reached between Vice Leader Jackson and Loaka, whether he will willingly retreat to a subordinate role under Loaka's influence." Upon this declaration, the entire casino erupted once more. Gamblers quickly divided into two factions, one firmly believing that the leader of the Ingzhao gang would never accept such humiliation, asserting that a true warrior would never permit an outsider to so easily strip away their authority. The other faction contended that power dictated everything. Loaka's demonstrated strength was sufficient to compel anyone to reconsider, including the leader of the Ingzhao gang. They believed that reason would drive the leader to accept reality for the sake of the gang's survival and development. "I wager the leader will never bow down. The Ingzhao gang has dominated the seas for years and will not change for one man," a middle-aged man with a bushy beard proclaimed emphatically, unhesitatingly pushing a bag of gold coins forward, clearly driven by blind loyalty to the leader or unwavering faith in the logic of strength. On the other side, a finely dressed lady retorted with a light laugh, "My dear, you are too naive. In the game of power, it is always strength that speaks. I bet Loaka will become the new rule maker. If the leader is wise, he will recognize the shifting tides." As the stakes escalated, the debates among gamblers intensified, each attempting to interpret this power struggle from their own perspective. In this uncertain gamble, everyone was both an observer and a participant, placing their judgments and money on the volatile fortunes of the island. Behind this gambling facade, the confrontation between Loaka and the leader of the Ingzhao gang transcended a mere clash between two individuals or factions. It had evolved into a pivotal reshaping of order across the entire island and even the surrounding seas. Both Loaka's rise and the leader's response would indelibly etch their mark into the annals of history in this maritime realm. Now, I have a task for you. Have that vice leader or the leader or any of the higher-ups from that gang come to see me immediately. Otherwise, I am not averse to making changes." Loaka's words hung in the air, chilling the entire casino as if it were encased in ice, the atmosphere thickening with an unsettling tension. The tone of his voice carried not only a threat, but an irrefutable command that left everyone in stunned silence, exchanging glances in disbelief. A flash of astonishment crossed Jackson's face, soon replaced by profound anxiety. He understood all too well that Loaka's words were not mere bluster. The power exhibited by this enigmatic figure was formidable enough to support any of his audacious claims, yet compelling the leader of the Ingzhao gang, a figure who orchestrated from the shadows and seldom revealed himself, to bow down was undoubtedly a formidable and nearly insurmountable challenge. "Mr. Loaka, your demands are excessive." Jackson managed to utter these few words, his voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. "I recognize the strength you currently possess. However, our gang's traditions? Loaka interjected, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "From this day forth, I shall dictate the rules. Should they refuse to come, then you, Jackson Ryan, shall personally lead the Ingzhao gang to pledge allegiance to me. Remember, you have but this one opportunity." Beads of perspiration formed on Jackson's forehead as he found himself at a perilous crossroads. Submission would mean betraying long-held loyalty and tradition, while defiance would undoubtedly lead to self-destruction. After considerable deliberation, Jackson inhaled deeply and reached a resolution. "I will do my utmost to persuade them, Mr. Loaka. Please grant me a moment." Loaka nodded slightly, Seemingly satisfied with this response, he turned to leave, leaving behind a chilling remark. Time, I shall grant you. But remember, my patience is finite. As Luakura departed, the crowd within the hotel gradually emerged from their state of shock, commencing a hushed exchange of whispers. His words and actions undeniably cast a substantial shadow over their hearts, simultaneously igniting a curiosity and unease regarding the monumental changes that lay ahead. The gamblers readjusted their bets, no longer merely wagering on individual victories and defeats, but on the very fate of the Yinghua Bang and the future of the island itself. News spread like wildfire across the entire island. Whether in the bustling streets or the hidden recesses of the underground world, every corner buzzed with discussions about Uka and his revolutionary demands. Within the Yinghua Bang, his pronouncement detonated like a bomb, shattering the calm facade of the gang and precipitating an unprecedented storm. Some seasoned members expressed their outrage, perceiving it as an affront to the long-standing legacy of the Yinghua Bang, while younger members regarded this power with a sense of awe, believing it might herald an opportunity for the gang's transformation. Divergence and undercurrents surged within the organization, as everyone awaited the response of the enigmatic leader and the ultimate judgment on the fate of the Yinghua Bang. In the dimly lit secret base, a figure sat poised in the shadows. Those sharp eyes seemed capable of perceiving everything, shining brightly even in the gloom. Jie stumbled in, and before he could acclimate to the lighting, he felt an invisible pressure that compelled him to kneel. "Leader, I am guilty," he stammered, his voice quivering with fear and shame. "Luaka, that man, his power far surpasses our imagination. I cannot stop him." The leader remained silent, his penetrating gaze sending chills through Jie soul. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air. Each second of silence felt like a judgment. "Rise, Jie," the leader's voice, deep and powerful, finally shattered the stillness. "This is not your fault. Tell me, what conditions did Luaka propose?" Slowly, Jie stood, swallowing hard as he recounted Luakura's astonishing demands. Upon hearing them, the leader furrowed his brow, descending into contemplation. In the long history of the Yinghua Bang, they had never faced such a direct and unabashed challenge, let alone a demand for the leader to personally intervene. "Luaka, is it?" A hint of fluctuation appeared in the leader's voice. "It seems we must reassess this outsider. Summon all senior officials. We need to discuss our strategy." Soon, the conference room in the secret base was ablaze with light, all core members present, their faces etched with gravity. The leader sat at the head of the long table, his gaze sweeping over each individual before finally resting on Jie. "You witnessed the S power firsthand. Your opinion is crucial to us." The leader's words carried a weight of significance. Jie swallowed hard, summoning his courage. "Luaka's strength is beyond imagination. We have no chance in a direct confrontation. However, I believe we cannot simply yield. Perhaps we can attempt to engage with him while secretly investigating his weaknesses, preparing for potential conflicts in the future." The conference room fell into prolonged discussion, various opinions and strategies proposed and subsequently dismissed. It was not until deep into the night that a preliminary plan took shape. They decided to publicly agree to Luaka's demands in order to buy time, while clandestinely gathering information about him to identify vulnerabilities. "We, the Yinghua Bang, have stood firm at sea for many years. We shall not easily succumb to a single declared the leader, his voice resolute and cold. "But remember, we must not underestimate him. Every action must be cautious. Every decision could be a matter of life and death." Since Saka and his crew landed on Ganesha, everything on the island seemed shrouded in a subtle yet tense atmosphere. Their arrival was akin to a massive stone thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring up ripples and waves. Formerly dominant forces now chose to avoid confrontation. Wherever Va and his entourage went, they sensed the deliberate distance and unspoken reverence from those around them. Restaurants, bars, and even hotels on the island transformed into their free domain. Whenever Rook entered an establishment, owners and servers rushed to greet him, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles, fearful of any hint of neglect. "Master Rook, our finest private room is prepared for you tonight, with all expenses on the house. We hope you enjoy your meal here," said the owner of a seafood restaurant, both fearful and calculating in his gaze. After all, forging a connection with such a formidable figure could be an invisible boon for anyone. Luaka merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying little, fully aware of the motives hidden behind such flattery. However, as long as it did not impede his plans, he was willing to indulge in this nobility. In truth, Luoka's ambitions extended far beyond mere superficial respect. He sought to fundamentally alter the rules of this island and establish his own order. Residents and gang members began to circulate various rumors about him. Some claimed he was the heir of a reclusive family, while others speculated he was a top-tier expert who had defected from the Navy. Regardless of the narrative, each adorned Akuro with an aura of mystery and power. Under the weight of this influence, former bullies and ruffians now discreetly avoided Ika and his companions. Thus, Luoka's reputation spread across the island, becoming a figure both feared and intriguing. Yet beneath this veneer of tranquility, currents stirred. Many gang leaders began to privately convene, strategizing how to confront the threat posed by Aokiji. They understood that facing him alone would be futile, and perhaps unity offered a glimmer of hope. In a concealed and heavily guarded estate deep within the island, several leaders of major forces gathered around a long oak table. Scattered across the table were numerous documents, the topmost detailing comprehensive information about Each file had been meticulously examined. Creased pages and scattered coffee stains revealing their concern and anxiety regarding Aokiji. Look at this. An elder gang leader adjusted his glasses, his finger rapping emphatically on a file marked top secret. Luoka's, real name unknown, formerly of the Navy, held the rank of lieutenant colonel. But the crux is that he is a defector, reportedly having personally executed several naval colonels at a high-ranking officer's banquet before vanishing without a trace. A suffocating silence enveloped the room, each individual lost in thought, the atmosphere oppressive. A well-dressed, middle-aged woman, evidently one of the gang strategists, broke the silence. A person capable of causing such chaos within the Navy should not be underestimated. More importantly, we do not know why he has come here or what his true intentions are. A muscular man with a scarred face scoffed dismissively. Regardless of the motives, upon entering our territory, one must adhere to our rules. I propose that we join forces to teach him a lesson. No, that would be too reckless. A man shrouded in an aura of coldness, wearing a mask, interrupted him. We must exercise greater caution. The fact that he managed to escape right under the Navy's nose indicates that this individual is exceedingly cunning and possesses unfathomable strength. Acting blindly will only lead to our own downfall. After intense deliberation, they eventually reached a consensus. They would conduct a covert investigation to ascertain Luoka's background and intentions while bolstering alliances among the various factions to prepare for any potential conflict. As night descended, an unusual restlessness began to permeate the streets of Granxi Island. Information leaking from several powerful factions deep within the island ignited like sparks in the night wind, rapidly spreading to every corner. Luoka's identity and past became fodder for the discussions of pirate hunters and transformed into chilling tales shared among the common folk during their meals. Have you heard? A tavern server whispered conspiratorially to a few patrons nearby. That Luoka was once a defector, a Navy lieutenant who ruthlessly turned against his comrades at a banquet, someone who wouldn't spare even a Navy captain. Upon hearing this, the small circle fell silent, each person's eyes flickering with a mix of fear and curiosity. Such news was undoubtedly a bombshell for pirates accustomed to skirting the edges of the rules. In the realm of piracy, reputation and strength are equally crucial. Someone capable of turning on their own is unlikely to gain trust. Such a figure, let alone in the Navy, is infamous even among pirates. What could he possibly want on our island? A burly man with a beard murmured, his beer glass trembling slightly in his hand. Clearly, Luoka's past instilled a sense of foreboding within him. The speed at which rumors spread often surpasses imagination. Soon, various tales about Luoka proliferated across the island like a virus. Some claimed he sought revenge against past enemies within the Navy, while others speculated that he had been sent by a larger force to disrupt the local order. Regardless of the truth, Luoka's presence undoubtedly added an air of tension and unease to the island. The atmosphere grew increasingly delicate, and the once arrogant pirate gangs became more restrained, fearful of inadvertently offending this mysterious and perilous outsider. On the dimly lit streets, foot traffic dwindled, and the occasional sound of hurried footsteps seemed laden with anxiety and vigilance. Yet Luoka appeared oblivious to it all. On this restless night, several former slave leaders, recruited by Luoka, gathered in a shadowy warehouse. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with apprehension and dread. Those who once commanded respect in their domains now felt as if they were treading on thin ice, for they realized they had unwittingly boarded a vessel far more treacherous than they had anticipated. I tell you, After all these years, I've never encountered anyone like him. One elder slave leader whispered, his fingers nervously rubbing the coarse fabric of his clothes. Luaka is nothing short of a madman. His strength is terrifying, his methods ruthless, and he plays by no conventional rules. Indeed, I thought following him would lead to greater prospects, but upon arriving on the island, he openly confronted those powerful factions without even trying to disguise his intentions. Another younger leader interjected, regret evident on his face. This is not seeking allies. This is declaring war. The atmosphere within the warehouse grew increasingly tense. They had previously heard that Luaka was a formidable pirate, but they never expected such bold and efficient actions, seemingly indifferent to the enemies he was making, simply following his own agenda. This reckless demeanor instilled an unprecedented panic among those accustomed to navigating the gray areas. What should we do now? Staying with him will eventually drag us all into the abyss, a slender man quavered. What else can we do? At least we are alive for now. And he does have the strength to protect us from retaliation by those he has offended. The elder slave leader sighed, an expression of resignation in his eyes. We can only take it one step at a time and hope he truly has a way to resolve the impending troubles. Just as they conversed, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed outside the warehouse. The door was violently pushed open, and Luaka's figure appeared in the doorway, his gaze as cold as ice. Scrutinizing each person within, the oppressive aura compelled everyone present to hold their breath. I have heard you harbor discontent towards me. Luaka's voice was crisp and calm, as if penetrating to the very core of their thoughts. Remember, I am your captain and your only escape route. You can either join me in conquering these waters or become stepping stones in my path. With that, Luaka turned and departed, leaving them with a resolute silhouette. The warehouse fell silent once more, and within each heart stirred a tumult of emotions, fear, anger, and an undeniable sense of reverence. Regardless of the storm that lay ahead, they had already been swept into its midst, unable to turn back. In the dimly lit warehouse, the former slave leaders sat in a circle, exchanging bewildered and anxious glances. Unbeknownst to them, they remained completely unaware of the Luaka doll implanted within them, their internal worries and speculations shrouded in a heavy fog of uncertainty. They had no inkling that every thought, every emotional fluctuation, even their clandestine escape plans, were laid bare before Luaka's consciousness. Luaka's doppelganger ability wove an invisible net around them, silent and unnoticed. Meanwhile, Luaka, the enigmatic and formidable pirate, stood alone atop a high point on the island, gazing down at the night-enshrouded Granxy Island, while savoring the subtle connections forged through the puppets among his subordinates. A faint, almost imperceptible smile graced his lips. This secretive control instilled within him an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and confidence. They believed they were concealing their thoughts, unaware that Luaka, had already seen through everything. Inwardly, Luaka pondered his meticulously crafted plan, step by step. These individuals were merely pawns on a chessboard, expendable when necessary, or useful for strategic positioning. Under Luaka's careful orchestration, their every move inadvertently nudged events in the direction he desired. They were akin to marionettes, bound to follow a predetermined path, regardless of their discontent and fear. Until the moment Luaka chose to reveal all. This ignorance was both their tragedy and Luaka's weapon. Driven by the unknown and fear, they might become loyal allies in Luaka's path to conquest, or, alternatively, mere sacrifices. Yet, in this grand scheme, only Luaka himself remained the true helmsman. The news spread like wildfire across Grant Summer Island, and the revelation of Luaka's past as a naval traitor swiftly became the topic of heated discussions among the locals. The islanders' attitudes underwent a subtle transformation. Their initial fear and suspicion of this unfamiliar pirate gradually morphed into a complex blend of awe and curiosity. They began to whisper about Luaka's storied past, which undoubtedly added a layer of legend to his persona. As he traversed the island, people cast glances filled with both reverence and trepidation, quietly discussing his extraordinary attributes. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within the Shadow Claw Gang's lair was entirely different. Known for their ferocity and cunning, the pirate group erupted into intense debate upon discovering Luaka's true identity. Gang members gathered beneath the dim candlelight, their faces somber, their eyes flickering with a mix of recognition for Luaka's prowess and anxiety about the impending conflict. This man had once been a member of the Navy and had now become their most formidable adversary. An elder pirate drummed his fingers on the table, his voice low and grave. He knows all our tactics and how to counter them. But let us not forget, he is also a traitor, which implies he has his own principles. Perhaps we can uncover his weaknesses, suggested a younger pirate, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Principles? Scoffed a burly man. In a pirate world, can such things be of any use? The issue is not whether we can find his weaknesses, but whether we possess sufficient strength to exploit them. The leader of the Shadow Claw gang listened intently to his subordinate's discourse, the scar on his face appearing even more menacing in the flickering light. He spoke slowly. Luaka is indeed a formidable opponent, yet we of the Shadow Claw gang are not to be underestimated. We possess our own advantages, familiarity with these waters, along with years of accumulated resources and connections. If we confront him head-on, our chances may be slim, but if we can outsmart him. The leader's words plunged everyone into deep contemplation. Indeed, a direct confrontation with Luaka might be akin to striking a rock with an egg, but employing strategy, leveraging the terrain, intelligence, and insider information might reveal a crack through which we can break. After a fervent exchange and careful evaluation, the higher-ups of the Shadow Claw gang reached a consensus. Instead of waiting passively, they would actively seek an opportunity. Facing an adversary like Luaka, both astute and ruthless, mere inaction would only spell a slow demise. Thus, orchestrating a covert ambush became their all-or-nothing choice. As night fell once more, the coastline of Grant's Summer Island was gently outlined by the moonlight, the sea breeze carrying with it a salty tang and an undercurrent of tension. The elite members of the Shadow Claw gang gathered silently, clad in black, their faces painted with camouflage, well-equipped, and their eyes ablaze with resolute determination. Under their leader's direction, they split into several small teams, stealthily advancing toward the area where Luaka was presumed to be. With meticulous planning, they utilized the island's intricate terrain and their familiarity with the environment to evade any surveillance Luaka might have set up, gradually closing in on their target. The objective was Luaka's temporary hideout, a dimly lit warehouse, hoping to strike a decisive blow while Luaka and his core team were momentarily off guard. However, Luaka was no ordinary foe. He seemed to possess an uncanny premonition of the impending crisis. Just as the members of the Shadow Claw gang approached cautiously, the area around the warehouse suddenly illuminated, revealing a well-trained squad of guards who emerged from hiding, encircling the entire vicinity as if they had laid an intricate trap long ago. Ah, it seems my guests can no longer contain their eagerness to pay a visit. Luaka's voice resonated through the night, laced with amusement as he stood atop the warehouse roof, surveying how their meticulously planned ambush had devolved into a farcical snare. The members of the Shadow Claw gang exchanged glances, shock mingling with despair. Luaka's preparations were far more profound than they had anticipated. Every one of their movements appeared to be within his calculations. In the sudden illumination, all hidden aspects were laid bare. Surrender or fight until the last moment. The choice is yours. Luaka's voice was calm, yet authoritative, his demeanor unhurried as he offered them a chance to choose. This composed attitude exerted an invisible pressure on the members of the Shadow Claw gang. At their leader's command, the elite members, sharing a silent understanding, hesitated not for a moment as they simultaneously directed their assault toward Luaka, standing atop the warehouse. In this fleeting moment, their singular focus was clear: capture the leader first. Surround and eliminate. A powerful chant rippled through the ranks. The members swiftly adjusted their formations, resembling a pack of hunting wolves as they encircled from all directions, each executing their unique skills with the intent to breach Luaka's defenses in the shortest possible time. Piercing dawn, a lithe assassin emerged from the shadows, a dagger shimmering with icy brilliance, cutting through the night toward Luaka with blinding speed. Raging tide, simultaneously, a brawny man swung a heavy hammer, the head slicing through the air with a thunderous roar, aiming to shake the very ground Luaka stood upon with sheer brute force. Shadow chains. Additionally, a member skilled in ranged and control tactics flicked his fingers, sending forth a chain woven from dark energy, silently extending toward Luaka in an attempt to bind his movements, leaving him with no escape. This series of assaults tested not only Luaka's individual strength, but also showcased the synergy and tactical execution among the members of a Shadow Claw gang. In that moment, each individual cast aside their own lives, striving to secure a glimmer of hope for the gang amidst this gamble. Luaka, perched atop the warehouse, smiled coldly, having foreseen this very moment. Foolishness? No, this is courage. Unfortunately, courage cannot bridge the chasm of power. His words had barely escaped his lips when the surrounding air began to congeal, an oppressive force gradually permeating the atmosphere. As Luaka's declaration echoed, the seemingly inconspicuous strands of straw appeared to gain sentience, no longer mere scattered stalks. They began to converge around him, intertwining. Each straw shimmered with an eerie glow beneath the moonlight, merging into a cascade that enveloped Luaka, forming layer upon layer of armor. In this bizarre transformation, Luaka's figure expanded, growing to several times its original size, until he became a towering monstrosity, standing 10 meters tall. No longer a mere human clad in ordinary garments, but a colossal figure woven from straw and unknown powers, his eyes deep like black holes, emanating a chilling aura that made the very air tremble. "Behold my true form, the straw armor." Luaka's voice thundered through the night sky, reverberating with a disquieting resonance. As he proclaimed this, the light and shadow in the entire warehouse area seemed to warp, heralding the onset of an unprecedented battle. The hidden forces lurking in the darkness bore witness to Luaka's astonishing metamorphosis, their astonishment rendering them speechless, the shock they felt beyond words. In the world of the sea, the powers of those who wield the devil fruit are indeed not uncommon. However, it is indeed rare for someone like Luaka to manifest the abilities of the fruit to such an extraordinary extent, almost akin to a mythical being. What manner of power is this? A pirate captain, concealed atop a distant hill, whispered in astonishment, his crew equally incredulous. Though they had roamed the seas for many years, they had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. It was as if a malevolent spirit had emerged from ancient legends, murmured another observer from a foreign trade guild, his eyes reflecting both fear and excitement. For merchants, any powerful entity could become an object of trade or a risk to avoid. Luaka's Aokiji form, not only immense in size, seemed to embody unimaginable strength and resilience within its straw composition, coupled with the ominous aura it exuded. Even distant onlookers could sense an invisible pressure that made the very air tremble. Such power transcended the realm of humanity, remarked a seasoned bounty hunter, who had experienced countless battles, yet the scene before him left him profoundly shaken. Luaka's transformation undoubtedly served as a lesson to all present. In this world governed by the survival of the fittest, there will always be some people or things that surpass your imagination and challenge your understanding of power. Just as the crowd stood in stunned silence, Luaka's figure began to move slowly across the night sky, resembling a mobile fortress advancing towards the brave members of the Ingzhua gang below. Not far from the center of Granxia Island, the leaders of the dominant factions, who held the island's lifeblood in their hands, learned of this sudden conflict through their various channels. They either reclined in luxurious private boxes or gathered in clandestine underground bars, sipping expensive red wine while keeping a watchful eye on the battle's progress. Experienced as they were, they arrived at the same conclusion almost simultaneously. The Ingzhua gang's chances of victory against Luaka's Aokiji form were exceedingly slim. The courage of the Ingzhua gang was commendable, yet bravery could not alter the disparity in strength. A seasoned leader, clad in opulent attire, gently swirled the wine in his glass, his words tinged with a hint of regret, yet more so a cold assessment of the situation. Meanwhile, the various casinos on Granxia Island seemed to catch the scent of money and sprang into action. Beneath the neon lights, massive electronic screens began to broadcast the thrilling battle in real time, with various odds and predictions scrolling across the display, captivating the attention of residents and tourists alike. Gambling, one of the island's most popular pastimes, became even more frenzied due to this unexpected confrontation. Come place your bets. Will Lord Luaka crush everything? Or can the Ingzhua gang create a miracle? The casino host exclaimed passionately. His voice echoed through the hall, igniting a frenzy among the crowd as the enthusiasm for gambling was instantly rekindled. On the betting tables, gold coins, jewels, and even ship contracts became stakes, with each participant eager to claim a share in this uncertain conflict. However, behind this bustling scene lay a thread of sorrow. For most gamblers, the fate of the Ingzhua gang was merely a spice to heighten the thrill of gambling. Despite knowing the peril that lay ahead, the members of the Ingzhua gang understood that retreat would only hasten their demise. Exchanging resolute glances, they charged forward towards Luaka, akin to arrows released from a bow, launching their final assault without a shred of hesitation. The glint of swords flashed, fists howled, an array of weapons and skills collided against Luaka's massive straw form. What should have been a lethal blow yielded unexpected results. With each strike, rather than cleaving the straw, they sparked brilliant bursts of light as their blades met the hardened steel beneath. Sparks flew, illuminating the night and reflecting the astonished faces of the onlookers. This defiance of reason left everyone present in a state of unprecedented shock. How is this possible? A warrior from the Ingzhua gang exclaimed incredulously. The blade had sunk deep into Luca's straw body, yet it merely bent under the influence of an invisible force. This was no ordinary straw. It was the power of the devil fruit. The captain's realization brought no relief, but rather a heavier weight upon his heart. They faced an individual capable of manipulating the very essence of matter, transforming softness into something unbreakable. Among the crowd, astonishment and murmurs surged forth as many forgot to place their bets, utterly captivated by this surreal scene. The atmosphere in the casinos of Granxia Island grew tenser and more exhilarating due to this sudden twist, with betting odds fluctuating wildly, awakening the curiosity and greed of the onlookers. Luaka stood at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by an unyielding wall woven from straw. As the despair and fear of his attackers seemed to nourish his power, he faced the relentless assaults of the Ingzhua gang with ease. A hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth as he reveled in this game of overwhelming disparity. Ladies and gentlemen, I truly feel regret. Luaka's voice resonated through the night sky, imbued with an indescribable lightness and mockery. I offered you the chance to depart and seek a different way of life. Yet you chose to become the sacrifices of this night. Just look at yourselves, striving so hard, yet achieving so little. As his words faded, Luaka gently waved a massive arm formed from straw, a seemingly casual motion that instantly enveloped several of the foremost enemies. He then gripped tightly, the straw constricting with a sound that made one's teeth ache as the opponent's weapons and armor crumbled like children's toys before this incredible force. Tell me, when your blades cannot penetrate the straw, when your courage is worn down in despair, do you begin to question life itself? Luaka's words dripped with mockery as he strolled across the battlefield, each step accompanied by the cries of the enemies and the twisting of straw. The members of the Ingzhua gang gradually came to the realization that they were not contending with a mere man, but rather a power that transcended comprehension. Luaka dominated them not only physically, but also delivered a devastating blow to their spirits. Some sought to flee, only to discover that neither speed nor stealth could escape the web woven from straw. I have given you a chance. Luaka spoke once more, his voice cold and clear. Now, allow me to show you what true hopelessness looks like. With his declaration, the entire battlefield seemed to plunge into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the rustling of straw and the distant lapping of waves. Luaka's figure flickered in and out of sight, each appearance heralded by the wails of the enemies and their swift disappearance. This battle had transformed from an intense confrontation into a one-sided display of slaughter by Luaka. His nonchalant tone and derision became the most chilling memory of that night. In the shadows of Granxia Island, the leaders of various factions closely monitored the unfolding battle through their informants. They had initially believed this would be a contest of equals, but Luaka's displayed prowess far exceeded their expectations. Luaka not only withstood the relentless assault of the Ingzhua gang unscathed, but also counterattacked in a manner that seemed almost mocking. This overwhelming victory compelled all observers to reassess his status and influence on the island. This individual was far more than a mere troublesome adversary. Whispered a seasoned black market trader, his gaze fixed intently on his figure on the screen, his brow furrowed. In his mind, a plan began to quietly take shape. Yet he also recognized that any confrontation with her required utmost caution. Meanwhile, a pirate captain from afar turned to his aide and commanded, "Upon our return, summon everyone immediately. I must personally convey one matter. Henceforth, Luca's name shall top our blacklist. Should anyone inadvertently provoke him, they shall not escape my wrath." Across the corners of the island, news spread rapidly, and Luca's reputation ignited like wildfire. Overnight, his name became synonymous with fear and reverence. From petty thieves on the streets to the upper echelons of rival criminal organizations, all discreetly discussed his strength and methods, cautioning their subordinates while silently calculating how to avoid conflict with this newly risen sovereign. It seemed that the power dynamics of Granxia Island would inevitably shift because of him. A seasoned information broker whispered in his secret chamber, his fingers gliding gently across a map before pausing over the area marked as his territory, his expression reflecting deep contemplation. Within the casino of Granxia Island, as news of his apparent dominance circulated, those who had wagered on his victory could no longer contain their excitement, and the scene erupted in jubilation. They exchanged high fives and boisterously discussed how they had seen through the outcome of the battle. "I knew following Lord Oko was the right choice," exclaimed an exuberant gambler, eagerly ringing the service bell and calling out to the rushing bartender. "Bring me the finest beer and rum. Tonight we shall drink until we drop." The bartenders, inundated with requests, pushed carts laden with chilled beers and various spirits through the crowded throng, catering to the celebratory needs of these winners. The aroma of rum mingled with the delicate froth of beer in the air, creating a festive ambience. In a corner, several gamblers who had initially harbored reservations about her set aside their reticence, exchanging bittersweet smiles as they shook their heads and joined the revelry. One could not deny that was indeed a formidable character. "Next time such a wager arises, I must be more astute," remarked a middle-aged man, raising his glass to drink with others. The casino owner stood above, surveying the lively scene below, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. For him, the outcome of the wager was inconsequential. What mattered was that this confrontation attracted a substantial crowd and generated considerable profit. He quietly instructed his assistant, "Remember, when Lokura makes any moves, release the information in advance. He is our golden goose." Lokura gazed at the few remaining figures of the Ingzhua gang, appearing desolate. His clothes stained with blood, fatigue, and despair etched on his face. Under the moonlight, Lokura's expression was complex, embodying both the pride of victor and a barely perceptible sympathy. "Why must this be?" Lokura's voice carried a note of resignation. "My final act of mercy has been perceived as provocation. Let this end. No more suffering is required." However, the compassion offered was not embraced. Instead, it ignited the last vestiges of defiance among the Ingzhua gang's leaders. They roared, eyes gleaming with an unwavering refusal to yield, determined to assert their dignity and pride through one final stand. Staggering to their feet, they gripped their battered weapons tightly, launching a desperate charge at Okura with their last remnants of strength. Yet reality proved harsh. To their eyes, his form blurred, his movements swift as a tempest, akin to a flash of lightning. The sound of metal shattering was followed by heart-wrenching cries, and then silence enveloped the scene. As the dust settled, onlookers were horrified to discover that the last few leaders of the Ingzhua gang lay in a pool of blood, their weapons shattered, heads and bodies separated, quietly rolling on the ground like autumn leaves in desolation. Lokura stood there, untainted by a single drop of blood, his gaze betraying both a victorious indifference and a hint of sorrow. The surrounding spectators fell into a stunned silence, shaken by the abrupt brutality and resoluteness. No one dared to question his strength, nor did anyone voice a disturbance to this heavy tranquility. Lokura's actions unmistakably conveyed to all that defiance against him would culminate in utter annihilation. This battle marked not only the end of the Ingzhua gang, but also the declaration of Lokura's unassailable position on Granxia Island and beyond. After vanquishing the last vestiges of resistance from the Ingzhua gang, Lokura slowly stretched his body. The straw-woven armor seemed to dissolve into the night wind, revealing his true form. Standing there, every inch of him exuded the poise and authority of a conqueror. From this moment forth, everything belonging to the Ingzhua gang, including its territory and resources, shall belong to me, Lokura. His voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority in the still night air. Lokura's gaze swept across the surroundings, and those hidden representatives of other factions and onlookers felt an invisible pressure. Should there be any dissent, now is the time to voice it. His tone bore cold, unyielding edge, yet was soon followed by a meaningful smile. "Of course, I trust that you are all wise individuals who understand the importance of timing. I welcome each of you to bring sincere gifts to my territory at the appropriate moment for exchange." Among the crowd, any lingering hesitation or resentment dissipated under a imposing and confident demeanor. Laughter and agreement echoed, though this mirth was intertwined with complex emotions. Yet none dared to express dissatisfaction at that moment. They understood that the strength and resolve Okura had just displayed were more than sufficient to secure his position in these waters. At a signal, his subordinates quickly assembled, organizing themselves to prepare for withdrawal from the battlefield. Despite having just endured a fierce battle, they moved with steady strides and strict discipline, embodying the qualities of a formidable force. As Okura and his entourage gradually departed, the surrounding crowd began to disperse, yet each individual retained a profound impression in their hearts. Loakuf's rise undoubtedly introduced new variables to the power dynamics of Granxy Island, making all aware that in this realm filled with both opportunity and peril, the fusion of strength and wisdom is the unassailable rule of survival. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, Cushing witnessed the fallen figures of his once comrades. His heart a tumult of emotions as he struggled to suppress the waves of sentiment, refusing to reveal any sign of weakness. Reason dictated that this was a game of survival, and he had made the most advantageous choice for himself. However, emotionally, the burden of betrayal intertwined with the nostalgia for past friendships churned ceaselessly within him, reflecting upon the joyous moments shared with these companions. The days spent training together and battling external foes, they seemed indomitable, believing they could stand side by side for eternity. However, the shifting tides of fate proved to be more merciless than anyone could have anticipated. The arrival of Lord Locke struck like a sharp sword, severing the past and delineating the future. A bitter smile flickered across Jackson's face. Though his choice preserved his life, it irretrievably cost him certain things, namely, that innocent trust and fearless loyalty. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to retain those beautiful yet distant memories in his mind, even as they were gradually shrouded by the dust of reality. Upon reopening his eyes, his gaze became resolute. He approached Loaka, each step resembling a farewell to the past as he advanced towards a new self. Loaka turned around, his gaze meeting Jackson's, seemingly imbued with understanding, acceptance, and a hint of insight into the complexities of human nature. "Jackson, you have done well." Loaka's words were succinct yet powerful, devoid of excessive praise or reproach. Everything had been anticipated. Jackson knelt on one knee, placing one hand over his heart in an ancient gesture of fealty to Loaka. He expressed his willingness to traverse fire and water for Lord Loaka without hesitation. His voice conveyed not merely loyalty, but also an acceptance of the uncertainties of the future and a farewell to the past. Loaka extended his hand, gently aiding Jackson to rise. "Stand up, Jackson. From this day forth, you shall no longer be a follower in anyone's shadow, but a trusted warrior at my right hand. Together, we shall inscribe a new chapter." The onlookers bore witness to this scene, murmuring their thoughts, yet predominantly filled with curiosity and speculation regarding the subtle relationship between Loaka and Jackson. Loaka's deep gaze directed a new command towards Jackson. "Jackson, I need you to immediately compile a detailed report, including the distribution of resources across all territories of the Shadow Claw Gang, personnel allocation, and operational networks. I must understand the value of every inch of land and the capabilities and loyalty of every individual. Your experience will be the key to the success of this endeavor." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Jackson's eyes, quickly transforming into determination. This was not merely a recognition of his capabilities by Loaka, but also a test of his loyalty. He nodded swiftly, responding, "At your command, Lord Loaka. I shall act immediately to ensure this task is completed in the shortest time possible and presented to you personally." In the ensuing days, Jackson worked tirelessly, delving into familiar territories and meeting with the leaders of each stronghold to gather data and assess assets. The bonds of former camaraderie facilitated smoother communication with the original members of the Shadow Claw Gang. Nevertheless, he also sensed the complex emotions in their eyes, anxiety regarding the new order and ambivalence towards him, the so-called traitor. Jackson meticulously scrutinized each detail, ensuring the accuracy of the information while identifying truly reliable individuals to lay the foundation for Loaka's new order. Each night, by the light of an oil lamp, he diligently organized notes, sketching charts that documented every potential detail capable of becoming a cornerstone for the new regime. Ultimately, a comprehensively detailed report was placed on Loaka's desk. This was not merely an inventory of assets, but also a farewell letter to the bygone days and a testament of loyalty to the new master. Standing before Loaka, he presented this weighty achievement, feeling both a sense of relief and anticipation. Loaka accepted the report, flipping through its pages, occasionally pausing, furrowing his brow or lifting the corners of his mouth in acknowledgement or inquiry regarding certain details. When Loaka closed the document and looked up at Jackson, satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. "Well done, Jackson. Your capabilities exceed my expectations. It appears you are not only an exceptional warrior, but also an outstanding manager. These territories and personnel will be reorganized according to your plans." The weight upon Jackson's heart finally lifted. Loaka's trust warmed him, melting the coldness born of betrayal. Sitting at the oak table in his study, Luaka contemplated the documents illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, casting a reflective glow upon his pensive face. The information contained within was provided in secrecy by Admiral Qingji, igniting both curiosity and urgency within him. This book about the preliminary awakening of the straw fruit ability undoubtedly held the key to enhancing his strength, potentially allowing him to solidify his position in the competitive realm of pirates. Gently tapping the table, his thoughts wandered. The Navy headquarters had yet to ascertain which major power possessed this book. This indicated that in addition to strength, cunning, and an information network were equally vital. This was also the reason he initially decided to utilize the Shadow Claw Gang, as these small factions adept in shadowy dealings often acquired intelligence inaccessible through conventional channels. "Jackson," Luaka called, his voice deep and commanding. Jackson promptly appeared at the study door, already accustomed to Luaka's summons, prepared to execute orders. "Regarding the information on that book, I hope you can continue to excavate from the remnants of the Shadow Claw Gang's connections." Luaka handed him the documents, although there were no specific leads. This book could serve as the key to opening the door to a new world for certain powers. We must locate it before others do. Taking the documents, Jackson quickly scanned them, a flicker of astonishment and excitement crossing his eyes. "Understood, Lord Luaka. I will immediately deploy personnel, focusing on those families and organizations on the island that operate discreetly yet possess profound roots. Concurrently, I will attempt to reach out to some former informants to see if I can glean more clues from them." "Excellent," Luaka nodded, a glint of cold resolve in his gaze. "Remember, this matter requires utmost caution to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Our objective is not solely this book, but more importantly, to maintain our stability and increase our power on the island. Any actions that could incite turmoil must be avoided." Jackson respectfully bowed and exited the study, yet within him, a storm was brewing. This task was undeniably daunting and fraught with risk, but also signified Luaka's trust and regard for him. For one who had defected from the Shadow Claw Gang, nothing was more pivotal than earning the absolute trust of a new master. In the days that followed, Jackson led a skilled team, embarking on a covert investigation across the island. They traversed silently through the shadows, weaving among the various families and organizations in search of traces of that mysterious book. Meanwhile, Luaka strategized in the shadows, awaiting the information that could alter his fate. In a castle perpetually shrouded in mist, the divination chamber of the Olivia family was illuminated by flickering candlelight, the air thick with the scent of lavender and resin, creating an ambience both mysterious and solemn. The eldest and most adept sorceress of the family, Eliana, sat before a table intricately carved from ebony. Upon the table lay a set of yellowed, ancient tarot cards and a crystal ball emanating a ghostly blue light, heirlooms that had witnessed countless prophecies of fate over the millennia. Eliana closed her eyes, her hands gently caressing the tarot cards as she silently recited an incantation. She then drew 3 cards, placing them upon the table, and subsequently gazed into the depths of the crystal ball. The task was to divine the fate of the pirate named Luaka and his future connection with his family. As her focus deepened, the surface of the crystal ball gradually revealed a series of indistinct images, akin to reflections becoming clearer beneath the water surface. Suddenly, Aliana's expression grew alarmingly grave, her eyes betraying fear and unease. As the divination progressed, she sensed a powerful force resisting her inquiry, a force intricately linked to Luaka. The tarot card depicting the Wheel of Fortune, Strength, and Judgment flickered ominously, foreboding significant upheaval on the horizon. In that moment, Aliana clutched her chest, her complexion paling as a trickle of blood escaped her lips. The backlash from the divination struck with unprecedented ferocity, marking an unparalleled experience in her years of practice. Amidst the pain and chaos, she faintly glimpsed the family castle engulfed in roaring flames. Within the flames, Luaka's silhouette emerged, clad in a peculiar armor woven from straw. His face austere, eyes hollow and shrouded in darkness. "The fire and straw armor," Aliana murmured weakly. Her vision began to blur, yet within her heart, she comprehended with profound clarity that this divination unveiled a prophecy concerning the survival of her family. Luaka's existence seemed inextricably linked to a looming calamity for the family, and that straw armor might symbolize the awakening of his powers, potentially transforming into an insurmountable threat. As the divination concluded, Aliana slumped against the back of her chair, her breath faint. The surrounding family members hurriedly gathered, their concern palpable. This divination not only unveiled Loaka as a potential threat to the family, but also hinted at an impending storm that would determine their fate. How to respond became the most pressing issue facing this ancient divination family. Upon discovering the potential connection between Loaka and the straw fruit, a fervent discussion erupted within the Olivia family. The elders convened outside Alien Na's dimly lit room, their faces wrought with gravity, the air thick with tension and unease as they whispered, each word betraying deep apprehension for the future. Had we known earlier of Loaka's entanglement with our family's history, perhaps we could have prepared in advance, sighed an elder with a long white beard, his gaze frequently drifting toward the divination chamber, where Alien Na remained in a state of unconsciousness. The sacrifice rendered this divination particularly weighty. Now is not the time for regret. What matters is how we respond. Countered a female family member clad in deep purple robes, her eyes reflecting calm determination. Alien Na's divination had unequivocally indicated that Loaka's fate was intertwined with their family's future. Be it fortune or misfortune, they could not evade it. The discussion ultimately reached a consensus. The family must take proactive measures, enhancing their surveillance of Loaka, while also reassessing ancient documents regarding the straw fruit for overlooked clues or protective measures. As a family with a long-standing history in divination, the Olivia family surely harbored untold secrets, perhaps the key to combating the impending storm. Simultaneously, Loaka accelerated his exploration of the straw fruit abilities. Under Jackson's efficient management, the remnants of the Shadow Claw gang were mobilized, ghosting through every corner of the islands, gathering every minuscule clue related to the mysterious tome. Loaka himself was secretly honing his skills, sensing an unknown power quietly awakening within him. Each session of meditation allowed him to faintly envision straw transforming into armor, encasing his form. As the analysis of Loaka's intentions deepened, the members of the Olivia family grew increasingly anxious. They knew that the former family head, with the aid of the straw fruit, had not only greatly enhanced his divination abilities, but had also earned immense respect and prestige in the EC. The allure of this power was irresistible to anyone yearning for influence and authority. Loaka, a figure who would stop at nothing to achieve his aims and who had already made his mark around Grant Summer Island, posed an unimaginable threat should he gain mastery over the straw fruit's abilities. The younger generation within the family began to voice their concerns. Many of them had not witnessed the former family head's glorious era, yet they were filled with longing for the family's illustrious history. If Loaka truly gains our assistance, he may wield its power to foresee and manipulate future events, posing a threat not only to other pirate crews, but directly endangering our family as well. A young diviner expressed anxiously. The family elders, exercising greater caution, gathered in the family's secret chamber, deliberating around an ancient round table adorned with a star map on how to shield the family from potential threats. We must find a balance. We cannot directly provoke Loaka, yet we cannot afford to remain passive. An experienced elder spoke slowly. We can attempt to establish some form of contact with Loaka, at least to ascertain his true intentions, while simultaneously strengthening our defenses and intelligence network. Consequently, the Olivia family resolved to adopt a dual-track strategy. On one hand, dispatching a shrewd and eloquent diplomatic envoy to engage with Loaka under the pretense of divination services, secretly assessing his genuine motives. On the other hand, they urgently activated ancient defensive mechanisms, reinforcing surveillance and protective barriers around the islands as a precaution. As the investigation progressed, Loaka's subordinates finally pinpointed the Olivia family, the ancient divination lineage that had previously nurtured the last wielder of the straw fruit's powers. Upon receiving the news, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Loaka's eyes. This was not mere coincidence, but rather the hand of fate, presenting an opportunity for direct dialogue. A meticulously crafted invitation, made from fine parchment and adorned with intricate designs, was carefully delivered to the Olivia family estate. The elegant yet powerful script revealed the extraordinary status of the sender. Esteemed Olivia family, I, Loaka, sincerely invite a representative of your family to dine with me aboard the Tidal Eye at the harbor. I firmly believe that our exchange will be mutually beneficial. I look forward to discussing the future beneath the resplendent starlight. Yours sincerely, Loaka. Upon receiving the invitation, the members of the Olivia family exchanged glances, the atmosphere turning tense. This was no ordinary social invitation. It was a potential gambit that could determine the family's fate. After deliberation, the family decided to send a wise and seasoned elder alongside a young diviner to the banquet. The elder would handle negotiations while the young diviner would discreetly observe Luaka, hoping to glean more of his true intentions from his demeanor and speech. Aboard the tidal eye, the ambience was illuminated, yet the sparse guest list fostered a sense of intimacy tinged with tension. Luaka, attired in a tailored black coat that exuded formality, personally welcomed the representatives of the Olivia family, exhibiting remarkable courtesy without an ounce of disrespect. As the banquet unfolded, exquisite wines and delicacies were served. Yet the true focal point lay in the dialogue between the two. Luaka candidly expressed his desire for the straw fruit's abilities, while simultaneously assuring that he bore no ill intentions. Aspiring to forge a relationship with the Olivia family, based on mutual respect and cooperation. His words reflected a reverence for the family's history and an admiration for the accomplishments of the former family head, which momentarily caught the family representatives off guard and slightly eased their vigilance. However, the seasoned family elder did not readily acquiesce. Instead, he skillfully responded, indicating a willingness to contemplate Luaka's request. Yet he emphasized that all must prioritize the family's interests, asserting that any collaboration should be founded upon fairness and transparency. Simultaneously, he subtly reminded Luaka that true power emanates not solely from the fruits themselves, but also from the heart and virtue of the wielder. The dinner concluded in a delicate equilibrium, with both parties seemingly arriving at an unspoken consensus. Luaka's invitation was not merely an exploration of power, but unexpectedly opened a door to communication and understanding. Illuminated by the candlelight, Luaka's gaze appeared profound and intricate, reflecting the inner turmoil as he contemplated the old diviner before him. The elder's words seemed to cast a stone upon the tranquil lake, stirring ripples upon its surface. Internally, Luaka felt both perplexed by the underlying significance of the diviner's statement, and yet sensed that it might herald an insight regarding self-exploration and personal growth. Ultimately, the source of power resides within oneself. This notion echoed in Luaka's mind, prompting him to reflect upon his original intentions and aspirations. Was it truly as this sage suggested, that unlocking the power of the fruit involves not merely mastering techniques or secrets, but necessitates inner growth and awakening? After a moment of silence, Luaka resolved to temporarily set aside his doubts and inquired, according to your wisdom and experience, how can one attain such awakening? Are there any guidelines or suggestions? His tone revealed sincerity. Although the elder might not directly provide a shortcut to the power of the fruit, his life wisdom could perhaps illuminate a path. The elder smiled faintly, seemingly pleased with Luaka's transformation, and gently stroked his long beard before speaking. The path to awakening resembles a lighthouse amid the night sea, requiring steadfastness and unwavering will. Understand your fears and desires. Confront both the darkness and light within. This constitutes a trial of the soul. Moreover, true power springs from a profound understanding of the world, insight into human nature, and the pursuit of harmony and balance. Upon hearing this, Luaka pondered deeply. He began to recognize that although the elder's words were abstract, they were rich in philosophy, pointing toward the path that harmonizes introspection with outward exploration. This journey transcended the mere pursuit of the power of the straw fruit. It was also a quest for personal integrity akin to that of a sage. After the banquet, Luaka stood alone on the deck, gazing at the vast starry sky, his heart filled with newfound resolve. Positioned at the edge of the deck, the sea breeze caressed his face with its salty essence, yet could not dispel the confusion that lingered within him. The elder's words echoed in his ears like the distant yet familiar sound of waves, elusive and enigmatic. He could not help but reminisce about the fortune-tellers he had encountered in the past. Those vague prophecies and general guidance often left one feeling both enlightened and yet uncertain. Furrowing his brow, Luaka found himself in a web of internal conflict. The elder's words seemed laden with meaning, yet they resembled a mirage, dissipating upon contact. He began to question whether such ambiguous guidance was merely a tactic employed by these so-called sages, designed to allow listeners to project their own interpretations, thereby fostering a sense of psychological identification and dependency. Power indeed arises from within, yet it also requires external guidance and practice. Luaka murmured, striving to clarify his thoughts. Regardless of the veracity of the elder's words, action remains the sole means to validate truth, rather than remain lost in endless speculation on this night. He resolved to devise a clear plan to explore the secrets of the straw fruit's power from multiple angles. First, Loaka intended to delve deeper into the ancient tomes from the Olivia family. Although they might contain misleading information, they could also yield valuable clues. Returning to the warm embrace of family, Avon and Leah were quickly surrounded by family members. Avon spoke first, attempting to convey his newfound perspective on Loaka. He is not as ruthless and unfeeling as the world portrays. He possesses thoughts, aspirations, and even expresses respect for history and wisdom during conversation. This statement immediately elicited skepticism from the family. An elderly family advisor, furrowing his brow, spoke with palpable distrust. How could one who can easily eradicate an entire region's gang influence be so simple? Are you certain this is not merely a ruse to gain our trust? Leah intervened, striving to balance the tense atmosphere. I understand everyone's concerns, but I witnessed Loaka maintaining restraint and politeness at the banquet. However, we should not let our guard down. Perhaps we are facing a more complex opponent than we anticipated. Avon nodded in agreement and continued. Indeed, Loaka's power should not be underestimated. Yet we must not overlook his rationality. Perhaps what he seeks is not only power, but also a dialogue of wisdom and a collaborative respect. However, a young, impassioned family warrior interrupted Avon, his emotions running high. Collaborate? With a pirate? He may smile upon us today, but tomorrow he could turn against us mercilessly. How can we gamble the safety of our family? The debate within the family grew heated, with each member grappling with their own doubts and uncertainties. Avon and Leah's descriptions painted a picture of Loaka that diverged from traditional perceptions. This contradictory image plunged family members into deep contemplation and discussion. The choice between trust and caution became a dilemma they must collectively confront. An additional factor is the ominous predictions made by their family's most powerful diviner, which were surely not favorable. How could a family that relies on divination not trust the tarot cards they hold? Thus, they preferred to believe the answers the cards provided rather than trust the dinner they shared with Loaka that day. In a shadowy corner of the island, within the secret stronghold of a new power, several core members sat together under dim light, their faces etched with confusion and vigilance. An intelligence officer placed down a confidential letter and spoke in a low voice. This Loaka, his actions are too peculiar. Our gathered intel indicates not only is his strength unfathomable, but he also seems particularly interested in that ancient family. An outsider, suddenly conducting such an in-depth investigation into the island's powers, and we failed to detect even a whisper of his intentions. This alone is unsettling. The leader rubbed his chin, his gaze flickering. On an island with millions of inhabitants, with forces intertwined, every whisper and every movement is closely observed by various families and our spies. The fact that Loaka can carry out all this unnoticed suggests he possesses either extraordinary stealth techniques or is supported by powers we have yet to uncover. Pausing for a moment and surveying the room, he continued, increase the investigation efforts. I want to know every move Loaka makes. More importantly, we must ascertain why he is so interested in that family. Yet, as the orders were disseminated, and subordinates scurried to unearth more information, the feedback they received was one of bewilderment. Whether from street vendors or spies of other factions, no one had any knowledge of Loaka's intentions. He was like a fog, impenetrable and elusive. Was his inquiry into that family driven by vengeance? Or perhaps a quest for treasure? Is it possible that the family conceals secrets unknown even to us? Murmured one of the subordinates, filled with bewilderment. This uncertainty cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere within the new faction, as if a storm were quietly brewing. Both Loaka and the Aokiji family were enmeshed in their own considerations and strategies, utterly unaware that a spark ignited by misunderstandings and suspicions from the outside world was quietly spreading around them. What began as a minor ember of miscommunication gradually transformed into the harbinger of tempest, fueled by the unseen currents of various forces at play. Engrossed in the exploration of the power of the straw fruit, Loaka remained oblivious to the misunderstandings swirling around him. Some of his subordinates, misinterpreting Loaka's intentions, began to take drastic actions in secret, attempting to eliminate obstacles in his path. Unbeknownst to them, these actions were gradually pushing Loaka into the eye of the storm. Other factions on the island, sensing the air thick with unease, began to stir, either out of self-preservation or the desire to profit from the chaos. They started adjusting their strategies and covertly plotting, viewing the movements of Loaka and the Aokiji family as pivotal to altering the power dynamics of the island. Thus, a misunderstanding that could have been resolved through communication was exacerbated by escalating suspicion and external intervention, evolving into a storm that would engulf the entire island. Loaka and the Aokiji family found themselves like two ships at the center of this tempest, helplessly swept along by the towering waves toward an uncertain fate. Loaka's 5 subordinates, once the leaders of slaves, had now gained notoriety on the island, even acquiring a touch of legendary status. Aware that Loaka was preoccupied with unlocking the secrets of the straw fruit, they each led small teams to expand their influence across the island, with few daring to challenge them. Each subordinate was robust and assertive, leveraging Loaka's reputation as they traversed the island's various corners, from bustling port markets to remote villages, leaving their mark everywhere. Under the pretense of protection, they effectively extorted protection fees, compelling many merchants and minor factions to comply to avoid greater troubles. Tell your boss that with Lord Loaka's name shielding us, we are guaranteed safety. If you wish for your business to flourish, you must show that you understand. One imposing subordinate remarked to a shopkeeper, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. The shopkeeper displayed a pained expression but ultimately nodded in resignation. In these turbulent times, aligning with Loaka, even at a cost, seemed worthwhile. However, this modus operandi, while briefly bestowing power and wealth upon Loaka as subordinates, gradually sowed seeds of discontent and fear among the islanders. Whispers of discontent began to intertwine Loaka's name with oppression and terror. Although most dared not openly resist, the simmering dissatisfaction began to ferment in the shadows. In a dimly lit and sealed chamber, Loaka immersed himself in darkness, his tightly shut eyes betraying a faint glimmer of light. This was the manifestation of the awakening ability of the straw fruit within him. No longer merely an observer, he had become a part of the fruit's power, rendering the external manifestation of the straw fruit inconsequential. Loaka's consciousness oscillated on the brink of the void and reality, as his spirit underwent a monumental transformation. Each attempt to delve deeper into the fruit's potential unleashed an unprecedented surge of power within him, both formidable and unwieldy. It resembled the monstrous waves of the deep sea, ever poised to engulf him. This state rendered him oblivious to the passage of time, as if the entire world had ceased to exist, leaving only him and the mysterious force within to converse. Whenever Loaka attempted to open his eyes and return to reality, that unimaginable sense of power would abruptly dissipate, making him feel as though he had never truly touched the essence of the secret. This stark contrast left him both frustrated and yearning, compelling Loaka to plunge once more into the depths of his psyche for a more profound and perilous exploration. Deep within, Loaka firmly believed that unlocking the full potential of the straw fruit hinged upon his own will and perseverance, representing a breakthrough yet to be achieved at a certain spiritual level. Throughout these cycles of attempts and failures, Loaka's body and spirit endured immense trials. As time flowed on, the situation on the island grew increasingly delicate. Those discontent with the rampant behavior of Loaka's subordinates began to conspire in secret, exchanging worried glances and hushed whispers. Among them were oppressed small merchants, disgruntled local leaders, and former self-proclaimed guardians of the island. Despite their indignation, they chose to endure in the face of Loaka's subordinates' tyranny and the latent threat posed by Loaka himself, fearing that direct confrontation would provoke unpredictable retribution once Loaka emerged from his isolation. Loaka's subordinates sensed this pervasive fear, growing ever more arrogant in their belief that the entire island lay under their dominion. Under the cover of night, they brazenly expanded their territory, demanded more protection fees, and even began to interfere in local affairs, assuming the posture of the island's de facto rulers. Corrupted by power, they gradually forgot humility, the origins of their strength, and Loaka's prior warning to maintain balance and not to excessively disturb the populace. As the inhabitants and minor factions of the island reached their breaking point, they quietly sought opportunities for change. In a dim yet bustling tavern, several of Loaka's subordinates gathered, surrounded by the mingling scents of alcohol and tobacco, their laughter ringing out with a blend of arrogance and triumph. This was their venue for showcasing authority and reveling in their victories, and those who had been coerced into submission became prime fodder for their drunken banter. Look at those fellows pretending to be something special, yet in the end, they scurry like mice, willingly handing over their coin purses, one burly subordinate sneered, casually toying with a handful of gold coins. The crisp sound of gold clinking in his grasp pierced the din of the tavern. Another subordinate feigned seriousness as he swirled his drink, his eyes glimmering with derision. Indeed, did they really think they could escape Lord Luaka's protection? Ha, how naive, with just a word from us. They tremble and deliver boxes of berries right to our doorstep. Patrons in the tavern, upon hearing this, exchanged hushed comments and cast fearful glances, too intimidated to speak out. The brash arrogance of these subordinates enveloped the tavern like an invisible net, casting a shadow over the entire island and creating an atmosphere of oppression. At that moment, a young bartender, perhaps emboldened by naivety or perhaps unable to endure the sight, cautiously spoke up. Gentlemen, treating the island's residents in this manner may not be a long-term strategy. The hearts of the people can turn, and a boat can be both carried and overturned by water. If one day, however, he was abruptly interrupted by a nearby subordinate, his piercing gaze seeming to penetrate the very soul. Kid, what do you know? This is our era, Lord Luaka's era. If you don't wish to become the next offering, keep your mouth shut and work. The tavern instantly fell into a profound silence, as everyone refrained from uttering another word, the air thick with a stifling and uneasy tension. On the other side of the island, the night was profound, with several shops engulfed in a roaring inferno. The flames painted half the sky crimson, as thick smoke billowed and mournful cries intermingled in the darkness, creating a particularly heart-rending atmosphere. These unfortunate merchants suffered brutal retribution from Locke's men for their refusal to pay protection fees. The flames devoured everything like a ravenous beast, consuming the last vestiges of hope for justice among the people. The former slave leaders were adept at employing extreme measures to instill fear, fully aware of the principle of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, announcing through these cruel acts that defiance against Locke's authority would result in catastrophic consequences. Dozens of cold corpses lay silently in the streets, serving as a grim warning, reminding all of the necessity of submission. News spread swiftly among the islanders, fear proliferating like a plague. Every household bolted their doors and windows, leaving the streets desolate at night. Even the usually bustling taverns fell eerily silent. People whispered anxiously at home, their eyes flickering with a mix of unease and anger, but more prominently, a profound sense of powerlessness. In the shadow of the island, while Locke's henchmen acted with impunity, they still maintained a cautious respect towards the pirate crews backed by bounties exceeding 30 million berries. These formidable pirates, each having weathered countless storms at sea, possessed the strength and influence capable of toppling small nations, far beyond the contemptible reach of a few former slave leaders. Whenever the names of these maritime overlords were mentioned, even Locke's most arrogant subordinates would temper their bravado, a flicker of unnoticeable trepidation crossing their eyes. To infringe upon the interests of these grand pirates or to wreak havoc in their territories would likely invite not just retaliation, but a brutally public execution. After all, these pirate crews would not hesitate to display severed heads at a bustling dock as a testament to their inviolability. Thus, while Locke's men appeared fierce on the surface, they were merely showcasing their might against relatively weaker factions, leveraging Locke's notoriety to solidify their own positions. They reveled in the pleasures of power, yet were reluctant to tread the perilous edge of life and death. In their world, fear served as a tool for control, while they strategically avoided genuine danger. Simultaneously, this caution compelled them to remain vigilant against every potential threat, carefully maintaining a delicate balance with the formidable forces around them. Their dominance on the island was precariously built on this fragile equilibrium, where any disturbance could lead to dramatic upheaval. In these turbulent waters, they were both hunters and vulnerable prey. In the game of power, there are no eternal victors, only an ever-shifting chessboard. During Locke's seclusion, these former slave leaders appeared to have received some tacit approval to embark on their long-conceived plans. This might be their sole opportunity to escape Locke's shadow and pursue freedom and wealth. Thus, they no longer conceal their avarice, beginning to plunder the island's resources unabashedly. Whether gold, silver, or essential provisions, anything convertible to currency became theirs for the taking. As night fell, in a hidden cave on the island, flickering flames illuminated their faces, reflecting a mix of excitement and anxiety. Gathered around piles of coins, they raised their cups to drink rum, the sharpness mingling with the salty sea air, stimulating every nerve. Laughter and hushed whispers intertwined as they shared their visions of a future far removed from Locke, a splendid life paved with riches. Hey, once we leave here with this bounty, who will remember this wretched island and that self-important Locke? A burly man with a jovial visage laughed drunkenly, inciting a chorus of agreement. By then, each of us could buy a small island on the mainland, living as carefree island lords, no longer beholden to anyone. Another shrewd and diminutive man gleamed with desire for the future. However, beneath the revelry lingered a sense of unease. After all, Locke was no fool. Should he discover their betrayal, the repercussions would be dire. Yet this fear was swiftly drowned by an overwhelming thirst for freedom and wealth. They mutually agreed that once preparations were complete, they would set sail, braving the waves towards an unknown yet hopeful horizon. With cup after cup of rum flowing down their throats, their spirits soared higher under the intoxicating haze, enveloped in the dream of their liberated realm. In that moment, they forgot Locke's terror, forgetting the various constraints of the island. Outside Locke's secluded chamber, a throng of pirates gathered, whispering and exchanging furtive glances, their eyes betraying unease and suspicion. Each harbored the same question in their hearts. Could their leader, the once dreaded Locke, truly emerge alive from this chamber? Have you noticed that ever since the boss went in, the attitude of those senior officers has shifted? A burly man with a scruffy beard lowered his voice, casting watchful glances towards the direction of the senior officers. Indeed, they used to be utterly obedient to the boss's commands. But now they act as if they are in charge themselves. A lean pirate chimed in, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. I wonder if they are plotting something. Such dialogues quietly spread through the crowd, the air thick with apprehension, like a contagion among the ranks. Some began to fret about what would happen if Locke met an untimely end. What fate awaited the ordinary pirates? Just then, a senior officer suddenly appeared within their line of sight, surveying the crowd with an acute awareness of their unease. Clearing his throat, his voice was not loud, yet it resonated with undeniable authority. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your concerns, but please trust that Lord Locke is seeking a more formidable force for us. What we need now is unity, not the spread of baseless speculation. Although his words temporarily assuaged some fears, many remained skeptical, covertly observing the actions of the senior officers, attempting to glean the truth from subtle cues. Each individual silently calculated where they should stand should the situation truly shift in order to survive the turmoil of these waters. News spread like wildfire through the underground world of Grand Tesha Island. The once fractious, powerful factions suddenly found a common objective. In the dim corners of taverns, in the frigid alleyways, and even in seemingly ordinary tea houses, various figures exchanged information in hushed tones, their eyes alight with greed and excitement. Have you heard? The reason Locke is so interested in that soothsayer's family is because a figure clad in a black cloak lowered his voice, glancing around cautiously before continuing. That family had intricate ties to the previous wielder of the straw fruit's powers. This revelation detonated like a bomb, shaking everyone to their core. The straw fruit, a legendary devil fruit, is said to bestow immortality upon its bearer or grant the ability to manipulate death, rendering its worth immeasurable. If Locke's ambitions are entwined with this enigmatic fruit, then the underlying motives are far more intricate than one might presume. Leaders from several powerful factions convened urgently, each harboring their own thoughts yet united by a startlingly common purpose: to outpace Locke and seize the secrets held by that family. In the face of potential gain, former rivalries became obscured, and a clandestine struggle for the relic of the straw fruit quietly commenced. We must act swiftly. We cannot allow Locke's faction to gain the upper hand, intoned a burly pirate captain, his body marred with scars, as ambition flickered in his eyes. Simultaneously, members of the Diviner family sensed an unprecedented urgency. Despite their historically discreet conduct, it appeared that their secrets had been uncovered. The elderly patriarch summoned a family meeting, the atmosphere thick with tension. Our era may be on the brink of conclusion, yet it could also herald a new beginning, he mused, surveying the youthful faces within the family, a blend of concern and hope in his gaze. We must safeguard our legacy, ensuring it does not fall into the wrong hands. Thus, beneath the serene facade of Granxia Island, turbulent undercurrents brewed as various factions prepared to engage in a battle for ancient secrets and formidable power. Meanwhile, Locke, the once mighty sovereign, remained at the eye of this storm, oblivious to the impending threats that loomed. Gradually, the furrow in Locke's brow unfurled, a sardonic smile curling upon his lips. In this confined space, he delved into the significance of the 5 effigy dolls that emerged in his mind. These dolls were not merely mental tendrils he had planted to control the slave leaders. They had seemingly transformed into conduits for Locke to perceive external fluctuations and even manipulate the hearts of men. Fascinating, truly fascinating, Locke murmured, his fingers grazing his chin as though admiring a fine piece of art. Through these effigies, he could not only sense the emotional currents of those individuals, but also glean their intentions, subtly guiding their decisions. A cold smile danced upon Locke's lips, devoid of warmth, as a calculated glint flickered in his eyes. In these waters, where greed and fear intertwined, loyalty had become the rarest of commodities. Locke had already discerned the thoughts of the slave leaders long before the seeds of their betrayal had germinated, keenly captured through the effigies. Attempting to flee? Amass wealth? Tarnish my reputation? Locke murmured to himself, his tone low and ominous, akin to the stillness preceding a tempest. You have underestimated my plans and overestimated your own capabilities. As his thoughts meandered, Locke began weaving a more intricate web in his mind, not rushing to thwart their petty maneuvers, but rather deciding to play along. Using their avarice to pave his own path, he intended for their misguided cleverness to become the shackles binding them, ultimately guiding them towards the abyss of self-destruction. Locke closed his eyes, concentrating on the silent communion with those distant effigies. Through this intangible connection, he subtly adjusted the emotions and judgments of each slave leader, leading them unknowingly to accelerate the execution of their seemingly flawless plans, which were, in reality, meticulously orchestrated traps laid by Locke. Let your ambitions become the sharpest blade in my hand, Locke silently vowed, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he anticipated that moment. When those self-important slave leaders realized that the freedom and wealth they had pursued were mere illusions, the true master would remain shrouded in shadows, observing all with a cold gaze. Under Locke's careful orchestration, a tempest brewed quietly beneath the calm surface. The fruits of this seclusion exceeded his expectations, deepening his understanding of the capabilities of the effigy dolls and elevating his strategic applications to a new echelon. He began to contemplate how to utilize this incident not only to eliminate rebellious subordinates, but also to establish a reputation of fairness and strictness on Grancy Island, one that would brook no defiance. The heads of these disloyal individuals would serve as the finest testament. Locke calculated, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At an opportune moment, he would publicly unveil the conspiracies of these slave leaders while demonstrating his zero-tolerance stance towards rebellion. More importantly, Locke recognized that the potential of the effigy dolls extended far beyond mere surveillance and control. They were invaluable resources for predicting and planning future actions. Through insights into the thoughts of his subordinates, Locke learned to better anticipate the weaknesses of human nature and deftly navigate the intricate entanglements of emotions and interests. The solitude and contemplation of his seclusion revealed a broader horizon to Locke. He mused privately, his thoughts transcending current dilemmas, gazing towards a more distant future. The Olivia family, once renowned on Granxia Island, now found itself engulfed in an unprecedented crisis due to an unforeseen tempest. Family members, steeped in the nostalgia of past glories and tranquility, failed to foresee that certain secret notes they possessed had become the focal point of various factions' covetous glances. This was not merely due to the enticing knowledge or power documented within the notes. It was more so because of their connection to Locke, a formidable figure renowned for the straw fruit, whose methods were both masterful and elusive. Innocent of wrongdoing, yet burdened by the possession of something coveted, aptly encapsulated the Olivia family's predicament. Faced with a deluge of sudden threats, the family patriarch finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The secret notes in his possession were akin to a ticking time bomb, drawing the attention of powerful factions on the island. Locke's retreat provided them with an opportunity. The major factions began to mobilize, dispatching spies, orchestrating night raids, and even resorting to force, all in a desperate bid to secure the notes before Locke restored order. In their eyes, possessing these notes would furnish them with a crucial bargaining chip in their contest against Locke, whether for coercion or negotiation, significantly enhancing their stature and security. A tense and eerie silence enveloped Granxia Island, occasionally shattered by the distant sound of waves crashing against the shore. The Olivia family's castle-like residence was illuminated by flickering flames, emanating from several factions on the island, each armed and resolute. United, they resembled a pack of ravenous wolves encircling their imminent prey. Leading the charge were several esteemed figures on the island, standing not far from the family's entrance, their silhouettes elongated and distorted in the dancing firelight. A robust leader, With a booming voice broke the silence, calling out, "Olivia family patriarch, heed my words. We know you possess something of great interest to Mr. Locke. Recognize the situation and surrender immediately. We can assure the safety of your family." Otherwise, before the words faded, other leaders echoed, their speech laced with threats and temptations, attempting to undermine the resolve of the Aokiji family. The flickering torchlight illuminated their faces, revealing a spectrum of expressions: avarice, cunning, and a hint of trepidation towards the unknown power of Luaka. However, the Aokiji family did not respond immediately. The family's gates stood resolutely closed, with only the low, mournful echoes of the breeze slipping through the cracks, silently narrating the family's persistence and pride. Time seemed to freeze, the air thick with an imminent tension of conflict. Suddenly, the grand doors creaked open, and an elderly man with resolute eyes emerged. He was the patriarch of the Aokiji family. His presence commanded silence among the crowd, all eyes fixated upon him. Lifting his gaze towards the leaders, his voice, though soft, bore an unwavering conviction. "We, the Aokiji family, have guarded our legacy for generations and shall not yield to external threats. If you possess true capability, come forth and see if you could take even a fraction from us." As his words resonated, the atmosphere shifted palpably, a standoff over dignity, power, and secrets seemingly on the brink of eruption. In response to the patriarch's resolute declaration, the pirates exchanged significant glances before erupting into boisterous laughter, as if they had heard the most absurd jest of the world. One among them, notorious for his cruelty with a bounty exceeding 100 million, stepped forward, a sinister grin curling his lips, his tone dripping with disdain and menace. "Oh, what lofty oaths you declare! Alas, in this world of survival of the fittest, oaths are but the consolation of the vanquished. Do you truly believe that by hiding behind closed doors, you can evade the storm? Naive. Today, should you show wisdom and surrender that notebook, we may yet spare your lives," allowing the name Aokiji to linger on. Otherwise, he deliberately paused, surveying his companions before fixing his gaze fiercely upon the patriarch. "Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of mercy. Annihilating your entire lineage is but the appetizer. We possess ample time and means to scour every corner of this estate until we acquire everything we desire. Your legacy, your pride, is not in the face of absolute power." The pirates' threats hung like ominous clouds, adding weight to the air around. Among the onlookers, whispers of worry and fear began to spread. Within the Aokiji family, the younger generation displayed unease, yet a greater sentiment of anger and defiance prevailed. In this life and death moment, the unity and faith of the family faced unprecedented trials. Confronted with the pirates' threats and the undeniable presence of Luaka, the members of the Aokiji family felt a tumult of emotions. Even if they surrendered the so-called secret notebook as demanded by the pirates, it would not alter the course of the night. Most in the family had perused the notebook left by the former patriarch. Its contents were far from the sensational secrets rumored in the outside world, such as the abilities of the Daotsao fruit or the locations of rare treasures. Instead, it was a personal reflection of the former patriarch's thoughts, akin to a private diary filled with philosophical musings and mundane chronicles. Silence enveloped the family, the patriarch's eyes deepened by the flickering flames. Regardless of explanations, the shadow of war loomed over the family. He slowly raised a hand, signaling his family members to remain composed, while in a calm, yet resolute voice he addressed the crowd outside. "Pirates, what you seek is merely a misguided legend. The notebook holds none of the secrets you crave. It is merely the spiritual legacy of a sage. Yet, since you have left no path for retreat, we need not say more. Today, let our actions demonstrate that the Aokiji family shall not bow before threats. Even in the face of an invincible foe, we shall guard our family's dignity until the very last moment." As the patriarch's words concluded, the young warriors of the family stepped forward, their eyes reflecting both fear and determination. The women and children were ushered deep within the estate, preparing for the worst. Words unspoken, since you refuse to yield. It is a path leading only to death. With a command, the standoff swiftly escalated into a fierce conflict. The pirates, emboldened by their numbers and years of maritime combat experience, surged towards the defenses of the Aokiji family like a relentless tide. The clash of blades, the sounds of metal colliding, the anguished cries, and the crackling of burning torches intertwined, painting a chaotic and brutal tableau. Despite being outnumbered, The warriors of the Aokiji family fiercely resisted, relying on the robust structure of their ancestral fortress. The younger generation exhibited extraordinary courage and skill in this life-and-death moment, employing every means at their disposal to thwart the ravenous invaders. Yet the disparity in strength became increasingly evident within mere moments. The outer perimeter of the fortress was stained crimson with blood, corpses strewn about. The raucous laughter of the pirates echoed into the night, transforming the scene into their playground of chaos. Wielding weapons, they ruthlessly reaped lives, reveling in the ecstasy of conquest and destruction. Amidst the slaughter, the patriarch of the Aokiji family witnessed his kin falling one by one, his heart heavy with sorrow and rage. The pirates, initially taken aback by the resolute resistance, soon found themselves enveloped in a mix of fear and exhilaration. Many had never encountered such steadfast opposition. The unwavering attitude of the Aokiji family ignited within them a deeper primal instinct and desire for conquest. This band of pirates, once smug in their assured victory, now stood shocked by the indomitable spirit displayed before them. Their conversations tinged with complex emotions regarding this fierce resistance. Look at these fellows, knowing the outcome is certain, yet still gritting their teeth to fight until the final moment, roared a burly man adorned with a skull tattoo. His words bore both disdain and a hint of respect. Indeed, I had thought this to be an easy conquest, yet the resolve of this family is formidable. A lithe female pirate wielding dual blades smirked, her eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. However, such resistance will only heighten the thrill of our feast. Amidst the clamor, a deep and powerful voice emerged. It was the leader of the pirates. Listen, brethren, a family that fights to the death often harbors the most precious treasures. Their persistence will only make our spoils shine brighter. But remember, we are hunters, not beasts. Do not let this battle spiral out of control. We seek victory, not needless sacrifice. The leader's words acted as a calming balm, restoring composure to the restless pirates. They began to adjust their tactics, leveraging their numerical superiority to form small squads that infiltrated, aiming to dismantle the defenses of the Aokiji family from within. Simultaneously, they held a peculiar respect for the valiant warriors who resisted, for in their eyes, only a worthy adversary deserved their utmost effort in battle. In the midst of this chaotic battleground, although the members of the Aokiji family suffered heavy casualties, not a trace of retreat could be found in their eyes. The honor and conviction of the family bolstered each individual, even in the face of despair. They resolved to use their flesh and blood to shield against the encroaching foes, despite their utmost efforts to resist. It would likely take no more than half an hour before the entire family perished. The disparity in strength between both sides was insurmountable, leading to an inevitable outcome of mutual destruction. Many of the elders within the family gripped their swords tightly. In this prolonged and tense waiting period, the daily lives of the pirates were shrouded in a palpable sense of unnameable anticipation and anxiety. As night fell, whispers around the campfire invariably revolved around their captain. Luaka, this name, which struck fear into the hearts of countless souls at sea, had now become a figure of both hope and trepidation in their minds. It was said that the captain had secluded himself to transcend his limits and acquire a legendary power, ensuring their invincibility in the increasingly fierce pirate rivalry. As time progressed, an overwhelming aura occasionally emanated from his seclusion, heralding the imminent arrival of transformation. The spirits of the young pirates fluctuated accordingly. Some were brimming with excitement, dreaming of fame and fortune alongside their captain's emergence, while others were consumed by worry, fearing the unknown challenges that might arise from the shifting tides of the outside world during his retreat. As the night deepened, stars adorned the vast sky, and the glimmering sea mirrored the celestial expanse. The entire world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of Luaka's return. The moment he set foot upon land, the surrounding air appeared to solidify. All the young pirates instinctively laid down their tasks, standing in silent reverence and expectation. Luaka stood at the center of the earth, moonlight cascading over him, enveloping the legendary pirate captain in an aura of mysterious silver. His countenance was resolute, with sharp features. Those profound eyes seemed to peer into the depths of one's soul, exuding an irresistible force. This power was not merely a manifestation of brute strength, but rather a culmination of wisdom and decisiveness that stirred an indescribable excitement and pride in every young pirate witnessing the scene. Suddenly, a voice shattered the silence. A young pirate, mustering his courage, spoke with a tremor, yet filled with reverence. "Captain, your presence is so formidable. Upon your return, you shall lead us to sweep across the seas, making all forces on the island submit beneath our feet. Your name will become the brightest star in these waters." His words, akin to stones thrown into a tranquil lake, stirred ripples of resonance among the other pirates. Soon, more voices joined in, expressing boundless admiration for Captain Luo Ke and infinite aspirations for the future. Some spoke of the impending journey of conquest, while others reminisced about Luo Ke's past glorious achievements. Each account was imbued with passion, transforming the surroundings into a stage brimming with grand ambition. Luo Ke listened quietly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. While their words may have been exaggerated, they bore the unconditional trust and support they held for him. Raising his hand slowly, he signaled for silence. Then, with a calm yet powerful voice, he declared, "Strength exists to safeguard the freedom and dreams within our hearts. I, Luo Ke, vow to lead you in shattering all shackles, exploring uncharted waters, and raising our flag high upon every island. But remember, true power arises from the unity and wisdom of the team, not from individual valor." His words flowed like nourishing dew, enriching the hearts of all present and deepening their reverence for him. During his seclusion, though devoted to training and breakthroughs, Luo Ke had not entirely severed his connection to the outside world. Through subtle mental perception, he caught fleeting glimpses of the disturbances within the hearts of some subordinates, their restless thoughts akin to dark currents swirling at the edges of his consciousness. A cold smile flashed across Luo Ke's mind. It seemed these individuals had forgotten that as their leader, he possessed not only formidable strength, but also acute insight and the ability to grasp the entirety of the situation. As the moment of his emergence approached, Luo Ke resolved to surprise those with ulterior motives. On the tumultuous and greedy island of Guilan Tashia, several pirates with bounties exceeding 20 million Bei Li reveled in the spoils of their plunder, seated within a tent overflowing with gold and silver treasures. Their faces radiated smug satisfaction as they clinked cups, discussing how they had profited immensely from the chaos instigated by the diviner family. In their eyes, there was no respect for life, only an insatiable thirst for wealth and an insidious desire for power. Outside, other factions on the island, fueled by dissatisfaction and fear towards the diviner family, rose up in rebellion, launching fierce assaults. Flames soared into the sky, swords clashed, and the wails of the fallen echoed through the night, plunging the entire island into unprecedented turmoil. The diviner family's stronghold was besieged by enraged citizens and rival factions, and the former peace and order lay shattered. These pirates understood that such chaos would not endure for long. The various factions would soon establish a new equilibrium, and they needed to withdraw before this occurred. Thus, amidst the raucous celebrations, they quietly devised an escape plan, deciding to leave Guilan Tashia under the cover of darkness before dawn, taking their ill-gotten gains to a new destination or seeking a safe haven. However, just as they prepared to execute their plan, an unexpected piece of news struck them like a thunderbolt. Luo Ke, the legendary pirate captain, had emerged from seclusion and seemed aware of their cunning scheme. This revelation extinguished their earlier exuberance, freezing their laughter into an atmosphere of unease and panic. Luo Ke stood at the center of the camp, his gaze penetrating the night, reaching the distant location of the Aokiji family. With eyes slightly closed, he focused his mental energy, his fingers lightly touching the voodoo dolls corresponding to the traitorous subordinates. These dolls, meticulously crafted, were intimately linked to specific subordinates, allowing him to sense their positions, emotions, and the scenes visible to their eyes. The foolish pirates, now filled with terror, realized their bodies were powerless against an unknown force. What was transpiring? Was it the legendary specter? For those who took lives without shedding blood, a ghost was a most laughable legend. Yet now they found themselves speechless, their faces betraying the sheer terror shared among them. This was an ancient and mysterious art. Through the power of the Daomugwa, Luo Ke could silently monitor every corner, especially those harboring treachery. As Luo Ke's will guided them, the voodoo doll seemed to come alive, trembling slightly as the information transmitted back clearly imprinted itself in Luo Ke's mind. He witnessed the plight of the Aokiji family, their stronghold besieged, flames illuminating the sky, and family members fighting valiantly. Yet the disadvantage in numbers and resources rendered their defenses precariously fragile. despair and resilience intertwined on every face. They were in desperate need of a miracle. Locke's lips curled into a grim smile as his plans began to take shape within his mind. This was the moment to truly showcase his worth as a leader. Not only must he punish the traitors, but he must also protect those loyal to him and the innocent families suffering in this turmoil. It was imperative that everyone understood the heavy price of betraying him and harming the innocent. "It is time," Locke murmured, his eyes snapping open, radiating intensity. "My power is not solely for conquest, but also for protection." He turned to his aide and issued commands, summoning all brothers willing to brave the flames alongside him. "Tonight, we act. First, we must ensure the safety of the Olivia family. Then, those who dare betray us will come to regret their choices." With Locke's command, the camp sprung into action, the pirates hastily assembling and preparing for departure. Under the cover of night, Locke led his elite troops silently toward the Olivia family's direction. Moving like phantoms across the darkened sea and rugged forests, their speed nearly rendering them invisible. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Olivia family castle, the battle had already intensified. Locke did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he dispatched a portion of his men to infiltrate secretly, rescuing trapped family members while sowing discord among the enemy's rear. Leading another group of elites, Locke launched a frontal assault, akin to an unstoppable storm, striking at the heart of the enemy. Within the crumbling core divination chamber of the Olivia family, the atmosphere was heavy with despair. Several seers, pale-faced and filled with tears of fear and regret, gathered around an ancient divination table strewn with mysterious runes and crystal balls reflecting their frantic expressions. The elder seer's trembling finger pointed toward the murky visions within the crystal ball, seemingly foretelling impending disaster and chaos. Yet, simultaneously, Locke's resolute figure flickered in the light. "We were wrong," he choked out. The initial divination misinterpreted the divine message. The raging fire was not the calamity brought by Lord Locke, but rather the fear and suspicion within us that invited the true crisis. Other seers began to weep, realizing that their distrust and excessive vigilance toward Locke had led to the family's current plight. Though the prophecy held profound meaning, they failed to grasp its true essence, instead limiting themselves through overinterpretation, ultimately reaping the bitter fruits of their folly. "Please, Lord Locke," the elder seer implored, looking heavenward, his voice filled with desperation. "Forgive our ignorance and doubt. Now, only you can save us from this dire predicament. The divination reveals that you are the key to guiding us out of darkness, the hope of our family's rebirth." As they prayed in despair, the sounds of battle erupted outside the castle, the clash marking Locke's confrontation with the enemy. Initially, the seers thought it a mere illusion, but the sound grew nearer, accompanied by the cheers of their kin. They finally believed that the prophesied savior had truly arrived. News spread like wildfire among the pirate factions. Locke, the legendary pirate captain, had emerged not only from seclusion, but had also reached an astonishing new height of power. Those pirate leaders, once eager to seize the chaos for their own gain, were now overwhelmed with shock upon hearing this news, their ambitions swiftly replaced by fear. Once, the name Locke signified unmatched strength. Now, his return cast a seismic shockwave over the already tumultuous islands. The united factions began reassessing the situation. Confronting Locke required not only numbers, but also strategy. For Locke's displayed prowess had transcended all reason, making any frontal conflict a potential path to self-destruction. Wherever Locke went, battles often concluded before they even began. Moving like a specter on the battlefield, those attempting to obstruct him found no refuge, regardless of their numbers, under his storm-like assault. Each of Locke's strikes was swift and decisive, devoid of any unnecessary movements, exuding a suffocating efficiency and lethality. Whispers circulated that Locke had seemingly mastered some ancient power, enhancing his physical abilities and enabling a qualitative leap in his tactical and strategic prowess. As he gradually dismantled the threats to the Olivia family, the original alliances began to crumble. Some wise leaders started contemplating reconciliation with Locke rather than facing him head-on. In the face of Locke's overwhelming strength, unity seemed futile, akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Only through collaboration could they hope to find a glimmer of survival in these tumultuous waters. On the smoke-filled battlefield, Locke moved like a black lightning bolt, weaving through the enemy ranks, each move radiating undeniable authority and strength. Upon recognizing him, panic surged among the foes, akin to a torch igniting in the darkness. illuminating their deepest fears. "It is Locke," cried an enemy soldier, his voice laced with unmistakable terror. The words rippled through the ranks, causing even those who had steeled themselves for a desperate struggle to hesitate. Locke's reputation had long surpassed mere notoriety, evolving into a near mythical existence upon the seas. His return not only signified battle, but also heralded the upheaval of the old order and the establishment of new rules. Locke navigated the battlefield with ease, each swing of his sword accompanied by precise judgment and overwhelming power, revealing the fruits of his secluded training in unprecedented ways. Relying solely on his physical prowess and swordsmanship rather than his devil fruit abilities, Locke effortlessly dispatched those petty minions attempting to obstruct him. During his period of seclusion, Locke deepened his understanding and application of his devil fruit powers, but more importantly, he honed his swordsmanship to a new realm. Every breath, every heartbeat became one with the sword. The sword was his body, and his body was the sword. This elevation of his state allowed Locke to radiate brilliance on the battlefield, unassisted by any external force. His sword light darted like dragons and serpents, each strike imbued with the sounds of thunder, swift and accurate. Enemies often only perceived a fleeting glimmer before meeting their demise. This pure, sword-based combat style reignited a long-forgotten exhilaration within Locke, reminiscent of the days when he first embarked on his adventurous journey, a time when he traversed the world relying solely on his strength. Indeed, the trials of seclusion had rendered him even more formidable, Locke mused, a confident smile unconsciously gracing his lips, while his devil fruit abilities provided powerful assistance. A true warrior should manifest their strength under any circumstances, be it through extraordinary powers or the most primal sword and body. Beneath the ink-black night, the flames of battle raged like a tempest, staining the heavens crimson. The formidable leaders of various factions, caught in this symphony of chaos and death, fluttered like leaves swept up in a storm. However, at that very moment, a silhouette akin to the dawn's first light abruptly intruded upon their vision. It was Luo Ku. Luo Ku, a name powerful enough to make the entire world tremble. Like a meteor crashing onto the battlefield, he instantaneously captivated the attention of all present. An unprecedented force was quietly unfurling around him, a mysterious energy derived from the devil fruit enveloping his form, manifesting as an armor woven from straw. This was no ordinary straw. It was a product enhanced by the powers of the devil fruit, its resilience comparable to steel, yet possessing an unmatched lightness. Like the willow fluff dancing in the wind, it both shielded Luo Ku from harm and endowed him with unparalleled speed and agility. Such a spectacle was undoubtedly a nightmare for the forces opposing Luo Ku. They had witnessed the might of this straw armor and understood its implications. It signified a nearly immortal entity, a creature capable of effortlessly tearing apart any defense. Fear spread like wildfire in their hearts, driving them to instinctively flee. Thus, in this already chaotic battle, Luo Ku's emergence became a peculiar force, compelling the once evenly matched adversaries to retreat in a frenzy, attempting to escape the battlefield that even death seemed to shun. In the midst of this burning wasteland, Luo Ku's figure appeared increasingly proud and formidable, the entire world trembling beneath his feet. Under the awe-inspiring presence of Luo Ku, the battlefield's dynamics underwent a subtle yet dramatic transformation. The members of the Olivia family, who were previously on the brink of collapse under the siege of several powerful factions, now seemed to glimpse a sliver of hope. Luo Ku's arrival was akin to a beacon of light in the darkness, illuminating their path forward, and their eyes sparkled with the brilliance of newfound hope. The joy of finding a turning point in despair was pure and intense. The leaders of the rival factions, confronted by Luo Ku's intimidation, ordered a retreat. They no longer clung to their deadly struggle against the Olivia family, but began to withdraw their defenses, preparing to leave. Commands spread like ripples, and although the soldiers were perplexed, their years of training taught them that survival often outweighed victory. Continuing to fight in the face of Luo Ku's seemingly invincible power was tantamount to courting death. Retreat. With this command, the previously tense atmosphere instantly softened. The battlefield echoed with the disarray of footsteps and hurried breaths, mingled with the soldiers' whispers and curses. Many bore expressions of fear and unease, conversing in hushed tones filled with dread of the unknown and uncertainty about the future. I heard that Luo Ku is a monster. He can shatter a mountain with a single punch. Where do we escape to? The battle hasn't even concluded, and we're already retreating? Can't you see? The straw armor on that guy is impervious to blades and guns. If we continue fighting, we'll all perish here. Sigh, I never expected this to be the ending. These dialogues served as the background music of the battlefield, accompanying the soldiers' footsteps and composing the final chapter of this war. Luo Ku, like the director of this play, altered the script with his singular might, transforming a tragedy that seemed destined into a different possibility. As the rival factions hastily retreated, a rare tranquility finally settled over the battlefield. The members of the Olivia family stood upon the once smoke-filled land, gazing at the enemies gradually receding, their hearts swelling with an indescribable emotion. In their eyes shone both the relief of survival and profound gratitude towards Luo Ku. This hero, akin to a celestial savior, not only rescued them from peril, but also granted them the opportunity to reclaim hope. The elders of the family gathered together, speaking in hushed tones that, although soft, were laden with admiration and gratitude for Luo Ku. Who could have imagined that Luo Ku would appear in our most desperate hour? One elder remarked, tears glistening in his eyes, a depth of understanding reserved for those who have traversed the brink of life and death. The younger generation, more animated, clustered around the family leaders, eagerly expressing their adoration for Luo Ku. Incredible. He acts like the hero from Legends, exclaimed a young man, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Without Luo Ku, we might have already. At this moment, the family leader, a dignified and wise elder, slowly rose, his voice steady yet trembling, clearly moved. Children, let's pay our utmost respects to Luo Ku. His words, like a clarion call, instantly captured everyone's attention. Luo Ku was not only a powerful warrior, but also a trustworthy ally. In our time of dire need, he did not hesitate to step forward. This kindness, the Olivia family shall remember for eternity. Subsequently, all members of the Olivia family, whether aged elders or impassioned youths, turned toward Luo Ku and bowed deeply. The air was thick with a solemn and reverent atmosphere, a sincere tribute to the hero. In that moment, words seemed inadequate. Only the profound gratitude buried deep within each heart took root and blossomed like seeds. For Luo Ku, perhaps he did not anticipate any recompense. Yet, this genuine appreciation from the Olivia family was undoubtedly the highest accolade he could receive and the impetus for his continued journey. Following Luo Ku's awe-inspiring strength and selfless aid, the Olivia family's trust and respect for him reached unprecedented heights. This hero was not only their savior in life and death, but also a reliable partner worthy of their most cherished treasures. Thus, in an atmosphere of gratitude and harmony, the family leader made a decision, one they had once hesitated over but now embraced without doubt. The elder, embodying both wisdom and dignity, slowly retrieved a seemingly ordinary tome from his bosom, a book containing the family's generational secrets. This volume, a precious legacy left by the previous user of the straw fruit, documented profound insights and unique understandings of the fruit's abilities. Once regarded as the family's treasure, it had been guarded jealously, never to be shown, let alone entrusted to outsiders. However, at this moment, faced with Luo Ku, the hero who had risen in their time of need, the elder's gaze shimmered with resolve and trust. As he gently turned the pages, each leaf bore the weight of history and the wisdom of ancestors. Luo Ku, this is one of our family's most treasured assets, he proclaimed softly. Yet each word held gravitas. It records everything about the straw fruit, including how to better control and utilize its power. More importantly, it encapsulates the worldview of our previous family leaders. Everyone present held their breath, aware that this was not merely an exchange of items, but a transmission of trust and friendship. The elder continued, we once hesitated to share this knowledge, but now we know you are the most suitable candidate. Your strength and courage have proven that you can wield this power and fight for justice. Luo Ku accepted the weighty tome, surprise flickering in his eyes, overshadowed by profound emotion. He understood the significance of this gift and the trust and expectations it carried. I vow to treasure this inheritance, not only to elevate myself, but also to safeguard innocent souls like yours. This promise resonates with gravity, as solemn as an oath. The ensuing dialogue was filled with laughter and lightness. The harrowing battle of life and death was merely a fading memory. Members of the Olivia family gathered around Laka, sharing tales of their lineage and inquiring about his adventurous exploits. In this moment, they were no longer strangers to one another, but friends bonded by shared trials, forging an unbreakable connection between their souls. On a dust-laden battlefield, Leaders from various factions encircled one another, their eyes brimming with discontent and fury. The very air thick with a tense atmosphere. They had just concluded a united assault on the Olivia family, yet the outcome was far from satisfactory. "Look at you," thundered a burly man with a scruffy beard, his voice booming like thunder. "Our soldiers fought valiantly, 1 against 10, and what of you? Your arrows fell like autumn leaves, feeble and ineffective." In response, a middle-aged woman clad in an opulent robe and wielding an exquisite scepter retorted coldly, "Our intelligence indicates that your ambush points failed to perform as expected. Had your traps been as formidable as your words, we might have achieved victory." Another leader, a short man with piercing eyes, struck the ground, producing a sharp metallic sound. His words were as cutting as a blade. "Let's not forget that our collaboration is founded on mutual trust and strength. Yet it is evident that some contributions do not match their commitments." The argument escalated, each participant attempting to deflect blame and accuse others. However, beneath their mutual accusations lay the exposed weaknesses and internal conflicts of their respective factions. The joint attack on the Olivia family not only failed to undermine their foundation, but also deepened the rifts among the factions. Eventually, a calm voice broke the impasse, emanating from an elderly man who had remained silent, observing. Rising slowly, he surveyed the surroundings and spoke gravely. "Blame will not alter the course of battle. It will only entrap us in a deeper predicament. We must now contemplate how to rectify this failure, rather than seek scapegoats. Only through unity can we confront the mightier adversaries." The castle of the Olivia family, once hailed as an impregnable stronghold, now appeared particularly fragile. The cracks in the walls resembled the scars of time, bearing witness to the brutality of the recent conflict. Beneath, the debris and remnants silently narrated the mercilessness of war. Each time the members of the Olivia family surveyed this scene, an indescribable weight surged within them. Mending these wounds requires not only time, but also considerable resources and manpower, remarked an elderly family advisor with concern. His gaze swept over the ruins, landing on the weary craftsmen laboring to clear the battlefield in preparation for reconstruction. "Our warehouses are now half empty, and whether our allies will extend a helping hand remains uncertain." At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying distant voices of conversation. Upon hearing the worries of the Olivia family members, Luaka's laughter resonated like a spring breeze, melting the winter frost, warm and infectious. He strode confidently towards the castle, his steps assured and resolute, rendering any challenges before him trivial. "Why did you not inform me of this sooner?" Luaka's voice rang out, vibrant and full of life. "In less than half a day, I shall return to you a castle far more resilient than before." The family members were initially taken aback, their eyes soon sparkling with disbelief. They recognized Luaka as a hero, yet in that moment, his bold proclamation seemed to surpass everyone's imagination. However, Luaka's confidence was not unfounded. It was buoyed by his extraordinary abilities and unwavering determination. He commenced his work by harnessing the power of straw fruit, instantly transforming the surrounding debris into sturdy building materials. Straw morphed into robust pillars, while stones were reshaped into smooth foundations. Under his guidance, the restoration of the castle progressed at an astonishing pace, leaving the craftsmen in awe of this miraculous force, compelling them to join in the reconstruction efforts. As time passed, the castle's silhouette gradually sharpened, more magnificent than ever before. Luaka's sweat and toil, combined with the assistance of family members, imbued every brick and tile with hope and resilience. The restoration of the castle not only reinstated the glory of the Olivia family, but also became an indelible symbol within their hearts, representing the existence of light and hope even in the darkest of times. When other factions learned of the Olivia castle being rebuilt into a stronger fortress in a mere half-day, shock and disbelief washed over them. They summoned their confidants and subordinates, eagerly inquiring about the veracity of this astonishing news, fearful of mishearing or being misinformed. "What did you say?" exclaimed the leader of one faction, hardly able to believe his ears, gripping his goblet with deep skepticism. "Are you certain this is not a rumor?" "My lord, it is indeed true," his subordinate replied respectfully, a hint of reverence in his voice. "Mr. Laoka has indeed transformed the Olivia family's castle in just half a day. Furthermore, it is said that the castle's defenses far exceed those of the past, almost as if by magic." Similar scenes unfolded among the various factions, be they nobles, merchants, or other families. All were abuzz with discussions, attempting to confirm this incredible fact. The news spread like wildfire, and soon the entire region was aware of the hero named Luaka and his extraordinary feat. Some began to question, struggling to believe that one individual could possess such formidable power. Others felt envy, yearning for the Olivia family to have captured the favor of such a formidable ally, while some even pondered how to invite Luaka to serve them. In a secluded cove on the island, where morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, a group of pirates gathered around a campfire, their faces radiating an unmistakable pride and excitement. These battle-hardened marauders at that moment resembled children, eagerly recounting the legendary tales of the previous night to every stranger they encountered on the island. "Have you heard? Our captain, Luaka, was like a god of war last night," exclaimed a burly man with a full beard, his eyes shimmering with admiration. "He single-handedly took down at least 1,000 pirates in one night." A young pirate nearby chimed in, his voice tinged with awe. "Indeed, I witnessed it myself. Those foes fell before him like paper, one strike for each, utterly defenseless. The captain's stature and charisma are those of a true supreme being. You have no idea," interjected another seasoned pirate, a note of self-satisfaction in his tone. "Being alongside such a captain makes us feel powerful as well. That sense of security, that feeling of honor, is something we have never experienced before." As the morning light gradually dispelled the last vestiges of night from the island, the renown of Luaka shone brilliantly in the skies above this maritime realm, akin to the rising sun. The battle of the previous night not only echoed his name across the heavens, but also transformed the very landscape of the island. When word spread that Luaka had slain over 1,000 enemy pirates in a single night, the atmosphere on the island became palpable with tension. The factions that had initially planned to unite against Luaka, upon witnessing such an overwhelming display of power, hastily retreated. To oppose a figure of his unmatched prowess would be tantamount to courting disaster. "Look, this is our captain," exclaimed a pirate, his voice resonating in the crisp morning air, brimming with uncontainable pride. "When our captain gets angry, they can only choose to retreat, for they know that none can rival him." Across the island, pirates gathered from various corners, their eyes glimmering with anticipation for the future. The doubts and anxieties of the past evaporated, replaced by unwavering confidence and unparalleled loyalty. They began to declare in increasingly resolute voices to all willing to listen, that on this island, Luaka was the true sovereign. "Do you see? Not a single faction on this island dares to confront us head-on," stated a seasoned pirate elder from a vantage point. His voice, though low, landed heavily in the hearts of every pirate present. "We follow not merely a leader, but a symbol of an era, an invincible legend." As Luaka's figure reemerged on the island, akin to a morning star piercing the night sky, a significant radiance enveloped him. Luaka instantly invigorated every corner of the island. His followers, whether seasoned veterans or fledgling recruits, were uniformly imbued with an ineffable sense of inspiration and exhilaration. "Captain, you have returned." A young pirate broke the silence, his tone rich with joy and admiration. This was soon echoed by those around him, their voices converging into a warm and formidable force. "Your valor is truly breathtaking." "Indeed. Captain, news of your deeds from last night has spread across the entire island, with even the seabirds rumored to be speaking of your bravery," remarked another experienced pirate with a smile. His tone held a hint of jest, yet was predominantly filled with genuine admiration. In this fervent atmosphere, even Luaka could not help but display a faint smile. While Luaka and his team immersed themselves in consolidating internal order and enhancing their overall strength, the external response was far from calm. His thunderous methods and remarkable achievements stirred the waters like a boulder cast into a lake, eliciting ripples of heightened interest among various factions. Particularly, the EC Navy, the righteous force tasked with maintaining peace and order across the waters, remained vigilant regarding Luaka and his team's movements. In the Navy headquarters, the lights in the intelligence analysis room burned through the night, as a group of uniformed naval officers gathered around a substantial strategic map, their brows furrowed in serious discussion of the latest intelligence. Among them was a stern-looking middle-aged man holding a recent report on Luaka, his eyes betraying both concern and determination. "According to our informants," he began, his voice deep and resolute, "the pirate captain named Luaka has recently exhibited exceptionally bold actions on Granxy Island. He has not only annihilated over 1,000 enemy pirates, but has also successfully quelled internal insurrections. Such strength and cunning have far surpassed our expectations. Another officer chimed in, his expression equally grave. What is even more concerning is that he seems to be intentionally or unintentionally upheaving the entire situation on the island. If we do not take action and allow this to escalate, the safety of Granxia Island and its surrounding waters will be severely compromised. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense, as everyone realized that a well-crafted strategy was essential in the face of such a formidable and decisive opponent. They needed to ensure that the Navy's authority remained unchallenged while avoiding unnecessary escalations. We must dispatch a select elite team to secretly proceed to Granxia Island to gather more intelligence on Loaka and his crew, the middle-aged man asserted again, his tone unwavering and calm. Only by acquiring sufficient information can we devise the most suitable response strategy. Simultaneously, we must prepare for a direct confrontation with Loaka. For upholding justice and peace is our duty. With the orders given, the Navy swiftly mobilized. An elite team was urgently convened, undergoing specialized training and equipped with the most advanced gear, ready to infiltrate the lair of Loaka and unveil his enigmatic persona. Meanwhile, the naval fleet diligently adjusted its deployments, poised to respond to any potential emergencies. On Granxia Island, Loaka and his team remained blissfully unaware of these developments, remaining focused on their own growth and construction. They maintained a heightened vigilance towards external changes, but did not perceive the impending storm. Just as the external winds shifted and the tension escalated both inside and outside Granxia Island, Loaka chose to retreat temporarily, vanishing from the sight of the masses. He entered a little-known secret space, a hidden chamber deep within the island. This chamber, typically used for meditation, research, and planning, had now become his sanctuary for seeking breakthroughs and self-improvement. Inside, the dim light filtered through a narrow gap in the ceiling, casting a soft glow on an ancient desk at the center. Spread across, it was a book with a yellowed cover and worn edges, a precious legacy left by the previous user of the straw fruit, detailing its usage and profound mysteries. This tome contained not only a comprehensive analysis of the fruit's abilities, but also encapsulated the lifelong combat wisdom and insights of its predecessor, making it crucial for Loaka's enhancement of his own strength and tactical thinking. Sitting at the desk, Loaka focused intently on the words on the pages, determined to imprint each character and phrase deeply in his mind. He occasionally furrowed his brow in contemplation or nodded with a faint smile, clearly finding inspiration and insight within the text. The straw fruit, as a rare and formidable devil fruit, encompassed abilities across manipulation, defense, and offense. Understanding how to maximize its potential had become Loaka's primary concern of late. The straw fruit is not merely a simple tool for sheltering from storm. Loaka murmured to himself, his voice imbued with a yearning for power and a reverence for wisdom. It is an art, a dance with nature, and a duel with adversaries. As he turned the pages, his fingers brushed over the archaic text, and scenes of battle unfolded in his mind. He envisioned himself wielding the powers of the straw fruit, transforming into a tempest on the battlefield, capable of both withstanding enemy assaults and retaliating in unexpected ways. Under the guidance of the ancient tome, Luo-ku began to amalgamate his unique characteristics and experiences, striving to innovate a combat system exclusively his own, centered around the Mijiaogua, straw fruit. Time passed imperceptibly, as the chamber seemed utterly isolated from the external world. Only a heart that relentlessly pursued perfection soared freely within the ocean of knowledge. Luo-ku devoted himself wholeheartedly to learning and practice, understanding that only through continuous self-improvement could he remain invincible in the impending challenges. The secrets of the Mijiaogua served as the key to unlock the door to a new realm, guiding him toward broader horizons. On the opposite side of Grant's Summer Island, far from the core area where Luo-ku and his team resided, several factions on the island found themselves engulfed in chaos and fury. Since Luo-ku's rise and his recent series of audacious and decisive actions, the balance of power on the island had undergone subtle changes. One immediate consequence of this shift was the sudden decline in the previously stable income from protection fees, inciting intense dissatisfaction among the faction leaders. In a dimly lit council chamber, several grim-faced leaders convened, their voices filled with anger and anxiety. A disordered pile of documents and ledgers lay strewn across the table, chronicling the collection of protection fees over the past months, the alarming downward trend evident at a glance. "What is happening?" bellowed a burly man with a thick beard, slamming his fist on the table, producing a thunderous sound. How could our protection fee revenue have plummeted so drastically? This is utterly absurd. Indeed, echoed another gaunt man, his eyes glinting with malice. In times past, which pirate or merchant did not dutifully pay on time. Yet now, they have all retreated like turtles, afraid to show their faces. Do not forget, another interjected with a cold laugh, his voice sharp and piercing. Ever since that Luo coup appeared, the atmosphere on the island has shifted. He has not only annihilated thousands of pirates, but also quelled internal rebellions, leading many to question whether we can still provide effective protection. Humph, scoffed one leader dismissively. No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot alter the fact that we are the dominant force on this island. We cannot simply sit idly by. We must take action to remind them who the true sovereign is. Agreed, someone nodded in affirmation. We should unite and show those disobedient fools a lesson. At the same time, we must issue a warning to that Luo coup, making it clear that there are boundaries he cannot overstep. Amid the cacophony of discussions, the faction leaders began to conspire, planning to apply pressure on those pirates and merchants who were delinquent in their protection fees, even contemplating the use of force. They also considered how to counter any potential retaliation from Luo Ku and his team, fully aware that their strength should not be underestimated, as a misstep could ignite a large-scale conflict. In the shadows of Grant's Summer Island, their eyes shone with confidence and ambition. This confidence stemmed from Luo Ku's decision not to annihilate them during their last confrontation. To them, this was evidence of Luo Ku's limited power and an opportunity for them to contend against him. What does it signify that he did not pursue us relentlessly? A man pounded the table with his fist, pride evident in his tone. It shows that he is not as invincible as the world claims. At the very least, he dares not confront us head-on. Precisely, another leader concurred, his eyes gleaming with cunning. If he truly possessed such strength, why not eliminate us in one fell swoop? Instead, he has granted us the opportunity to regroup, which presents us with a chance to retaliate. As their discussions unfolded, a misguided strategy began to take shape. They reasoned that since Luo Ku had not utterly defeated them, it implied they possessed sufficient strength to engage with him. Thus, they commenced planning a series of actions aimed at undermining Luo Ku and his team, seeking to reclaim their dominance over the island. However, they overlooked the most crucial aspect, Luo Ku's strategic vision and broader perspective. In truth, Luo Ku's decision not to completely obliterate these factions during their last confrontation was not due to a lack of power, but rather a profound understanding that total conquest often leads to greater chaos and hatred, detrimental to the island's long-term stability. By preserving their strength, Luo Ku aimed to utilize this balance, fostering a consensus among the various factions to collectively maintain peace on the island. Yet, it was evident that some arrogant fools would misinterpret Luo Ku's restraint and cessation of violence as fear or ulterior motives. It was only when they truly faced Luo Ku's onslaught that they would come to comprehend the folly of their previous assumptions. However, Tom would not grant them a second chance. In a serene and enigmatic underground chamber, Luo Ku immersed himself in a yellowed notebook. This tome recorded the profound understanding and techniques of previous users regarding the capabilities of the Mijiaogua, with each inscription emanating ancient and profound power. Luo Ku's eyes sparkled with focus and yearning as his fingers gently brushed the pages, feeling the wisdom and experience left by those who came before him. Following the notebook's guidance, he endeavored to awaken his latent abilities tied to the Mijiaogua. Initially, he concentrated his mind to connect his consciousness with the power of the fruit, attempting to awaken the dormant potential within him. As time passed, his body gradually became enveloped in a subtle energy, his skin shimmering faintly like the gentlest starlight in the night sky. Over the next few days, Luo Ku nearly forgot the existence of time. He tirelessly practiced in the chamber, progressing from simple control of straw growth to attempting more complex skills, such as transforming straw into peculiar puppets and constructing defensive barriers. After each failure, he meticulously reviewed the key points in the notebook, adjusting his breathing and mindset until he discovered the correct rhythm and method. Unbeknownst to him, 3 to 5 days slipped by in silence. When Luo Ku finally opened his eyes once more, they sparkled with newfound confidence and resolve. He had begun to grasp several skills associated with the Mijiaogua. Though he was far from proficient, it represented a significant advancement. Luo Ku understood that the true challenge lay ahead, yet he also believed that through persistent effort, he would one day master this power entirely and become a true force to be reckoned with. Taking a deep breath, he reopened the wisdom-filled journal. This time, he was not merely reading. He sought to experience the essence behind each phrase through his own personal journey. He began to comprehend why only those who consumed the Mijiao Gua could discern its mysteries. This was not merely a diary. It resembled a bridge connecting the present world with the fruit's enigmatic realm. Within the pages, Luo Ku discovered descriptions of the divinatory capabilities of the Mijiao Gua. This ancient skill could harness the fruit's unique properties to foresee potential futures. Initially skeptical, he attempted, during a moment of meditation, to merge his consciousness with the surrounding environment, listening for the hidden messages carried by the wind. At that moment, Luaka seemed to hear the whispers of straw in the wind, conveying messages in a manner he had never before imagined. With his eyes closed and his heart open, he gradually began to perceive some indistinct images and intuitions emerging in his mind. Although these premonitions lacked clarity, they were sufficient to validate the authenticity of the straw divination function. He realized that as his understanding of the fruit's abilities deepened, the accuracy of this divination would likewise improve. Luaka continued to explore, with each page of his journal resembling a treasure map, guiding him to discover new skills and techniques. He learned how to utilize the straw fruit to create protective shields, how to swiftly mend wounds during battle, and even how to sense distant enemies through the straw. Each attempt deepened his admiration for the abilities of the previous straw fruit master. Time quietly passed in his focused endeavor, and Luaka's skills continued to refine. He began to emerge from the basement, applying his acquired knowledge in practical situations. Whether facing the trials of nature or the challenges posed by foes, he met them with composure. During a profound meditation, Luaka suddenly felt an unprecedented surge of energy, as if a new door was slowly opening deep within his heart. At that moment, he was astonished to find himself in an expansive and boundless spiritual realm, surrounded by a soft and mysterious glow. In the center of this radiant sea, a set of exquisite tarot cards floated silently, each card emanating a unique aura that captivated Luaka's gaze. These tarot cards were not ordinary. They were the product of the intertwining of the straw fruit's abilities and the spiritual world, serving as tools for divination and foresight. Luaka slowly approached and reached out to touch the first card. Instantly, a torrent of images and information surged into his mind. This was the Fool card, symbolizing new beginnings and infinite possibilities. Luaka felt as though he was embarking on an unknown journey, his heart swelling with anticipation and courage for the future. Next, he touched each card in turn, each one imparting distinct revelations. The Magician card illustrated the significance of creativity and willpower. The High Priestess card reminded him to heed the wisdom and intuition of his inner self. The Empress card enveloped him in the warmth of motherhood and the power of the earth. As his exploration deepened, Luaka's understanding of these cards grew ever more profound, and he began to learn how to use the tarot cards to interpret the future and assist in decision-making. In the spiritual realm, Luaka also mastered the art of shuffling and drawing tarot cards. He came to realize that each shuffle was a communication with the cosmic energy, and each draw was a glimpse into the potentialities of the future. Through meticulously designed rituals, he could inquire about any issues that concerned him. Whether it was personal growth, interpersonal relationships, or impending challenges, the tarot cards consistently offered him invaluable guidance. As Luaka's proficiency with the tarot cards flourished, he discovered that these cards were not merely divination tools, but rather a bridge connecting him to higher wisdom. Whenever night fell and tranquility enveloped the world, he would lay out the cards under the moonlight, engaging in dialogue with himself and the universe, seeking the meaning and direction of life. The tarot cards became an indispensable companion on his journey, leading him through the fog toward the light. Ultimately, when Luaka awoke from the spiritual realm, his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. The tarot cards were not only a facet of the straw fruit's abilities, but also the key to self-exploration and growth. From that day forward, whether in the adventures of the material world or the journeys deep within his soul, the tarot cards would accompany him, witnessing each instance of his growth and transformation. As Luaka gradually opened his eyes from the immersion in the spiritual realm, he beheld the weathered notebook that had accompanied him for many years. However, this time it appeared entirely different under the dim light. The cover of a notebook faintly revealed the visage of a weathered yet benevolent face. This face seemed to possess life, subtly nodding at Luaka, its gaze imbued with stories and wisdom. Young heir, I'm the previous master of the straw fruit, the face spoke. Its voice, though soft, pierced through time and space, reaching deep into Loaka's soul. During the decades I spent with the straw fruit, I continually explored its mysteries, but my time has long since come to an end. Now, I pass on all that I've learned to you without reservation. As the words fell, Loaka felt a warm current surge from the notebook into his being. As countless knowledge and experiences began to merge with his consciousness, he witnessed the past master's shared moments with the straw fruit, each adventure, each battle, each discovery flashing through his mind like scenes from a film. He learned how to control the straw fruit's abilities on a deeper level, how to communicate with the elements of nature, and even how to harness the energy of the straw fruit for healing. Remember, the face continued. The straw fruit is not merely a weapon for battle. It is a connection, a responsibility. You must use it to protect those you love, to explore the unknown of this world, and to become a better version of yourself than you were yesterday. Finally, as the transmission of knowledge concluded, the visage gradually faded, leaving behind a single blessing. May the light of the straw fruit forever illuminate your path, my heir. Loaka sat quietly, feeling the newfound strength within him, along with the weight of that profound sense of responsibility. In a distant naval headquarters at the heart of Marineford, in a solemn and austere office, Admiral Sengoku sat behind a large desk, which was piled high with thick documents and reports. Outside, the sea breeze gently caressed the air, carrying the scent of the ocean. Yet it did nothing to disturb the serious atmosphere within. At that moment, an urgent report from the East Blue Base was placed before him, detailing Loaka's actions on a particular island. It included how he single-handedly confronted and defeated a group of local pirates. However, for Sengoku, the contents of this report did not come as a surprise. After all, Loaka's identity and purpose were no longer a secret. He was a covert agent cultivated by the Navy, executing a series of highly classified missions. Admiral Sengoku slowly picked up the report, his gaze scanning each segment of text, and a barely perceptible smile crept onto his lips. Loaka's presence there was not driven by personal desire or rebellion, but rather in accordance with the Navy's secret orders, aimed at maintaining peace and stability in the East Blue region. Loaka's actions were, in fact, assisting the Navy in eradicating the pirate threats that endangered the area. Considering this, Sengoku did not hastily submit the report for review, nor did he contemplate raising Loaka's bounty. Instead, he gently placed the report beneath other documents, his mind already forming a clear plan. In this complex world, sometimes the actions behind certain events hold far deeper significance. Loaka was indeed a rare pawn within the Navy, a hero capable of wielding great influence from the shadows. Thus, Sengoku decided to keep Loaka's true identity and operational details confidential for the time being, to avoid inciting unnecessary panic or interference from external forces. Loaka was more than capable of managing his own affairs. At the same time, Sengoku looked forward to the young agent's future performance. After all, the Navy required not only victories on the open battlefield, but also warriors like Loaka, who could act in the shadows, silently contributing to the cause of justice. Thus, the news of Loaka's valiant performance on the island briefly became a clandestine secret within the naval headquarters. Meanwhile, he continued to fulfill his own mission in a secluded corner of the East China Sea, awaiting the summons for his next task. After all, eliminating pirates is hardly unusual for someone who once served in the Navy. Within the bustling and orderly command center of the East China Sea Naval Base, several officers huddled around a vast nautical chart, discussing the latest developments regarding pirate activities and strategizing their responses. Occasionally, they would mention Loaka's name, yet their tone lacked the initial tension and concern. As time passed, the naval personnel gradually accepted the reality that in this tumultuous maritime world, countless events transpire daily, with new pirates rising and old ones falling at every moment. An older officer sighed gently, stating that they had been waiting for further news about Loaka, but it seemed he had blended into the waves of the sea. His words carried a hint of resignation and relief. In this world, the number of pirates is as abundant as the stars, and as long as Loaka refrains from performing any earth-shattering deeds, his name will inevitably be eclipsed by wave after wave of new events. Indeed, in the realm of the Pirate King, new tales unfold every day, marked by the birth of heroes and the downfall of villains. Loaka's past exploits, which once astonished the world, will ultimately become a mere part of history, left for future generations to ponder. The Navy began to focus more on the current threats posed by emerging pirate crews and the occasional supernovas that intruded upon these waters. They intensified patrols, raised alert levels, and ensured the safety and order of this maritime domain. Regarding Laoka, they chose to trust his judgment and plans. Perhaps, in his own way, he was contributing to the maintenance of peace in these waters. Thus, the days at the East China Sea Naval Base continued methodically, successfully repelling pirates. Situated in a strategic location within this sea, the East China Sea Naval Base is a vibrant and disciplined establishment. As the sun rose, its rays illuminated every corner of the base, casting light upon the sweating naval soldiers in the training grounds. Their synchronized movements and resounding chants showcased the Navy's might and authority. In the core area of the base, within a tall and sturdy building, the naval commanders convened for their routine meeting. The conference room featured a large round table adorned with detailed nautical charts, marking hazardous zones and frequent pirate activity locations throughout the East China Sea. The commanders engaged in serious discussions regarding recent pirate movements, formulating new patrol routes and response strategies. Suddenly, an intelligence officer hurried into the meeting room, clutching the latest information, interrupting the proceedings. He swiftly briefed the commanders on the situation, revealing that a new pirate faction had emerged in the East China Sea, exhibiting rapid and cunning maneuvers that posed significant challenges to naval patrols. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly shifted to one of tension as the commanders began discussing the implications of this new threat and how to respond effectively. As the East China Sea serves as a crucial gateway to the Grand Line, any instability could trigger a chain reaction, jeopardizing the safety of the entire region. After a heated discussion, the commanders reached a consensus to deploy more elite forces, enhance monitoring of critical maritime areas, and devise a detailed action plan aimed at curtailing the expansion of this new threat in the shortest possible time. Following the meeting, the commanders swiftly disseminated orders to various units, and the entire base promptly entered a state of heightened alert. The naval soldiers received their orders, quickly preparing for the new battle to defend the peace and tranquility of the East China Sea. Yet behind all of this, the commanders understood that the calmness of these waters is always fleeting, and the struggle between pirates and the Navy will never cease. Nonetheless, they firmly believed that as long as the Navy remains united and steadfast in their pursuit of justice, they will overcome all challenges and safeguard the peace and prosperity of this maritime domain. In the cold, damp corners of the dungeon, several former, scheming slave leaders huddled beside the moist stone walls, their eyes vacant and their faces haggard. Sunlight was absent, replaced only by the flickering light of meager torches that barely illuminated the surroundings, as the air was thick with mildew and despair. They had once attempted to challenge Laoka's authority, foolishly seeking personal gain amidst chaos. However, the iron fist of reality ruthlessly shattered their delusions. During the stillness of the night, their low cries of sorrow and regret echoed within the dungeon. They repeatedly questioned themselves. Why had they descended into such a fate? And why had they chosen to betray the leader who had once bestowed upon them hope for a new life? Regret clung to their hearts like icy chains, binding them in a torment they could not escape. One among them, once a prominent figure among the slave leaders, had fallen into a conspiracy driven by greed and now wept in the darkness. How foolish I was! If only I could start anew. I would never tread this irreversible path. Another murmured, as if conversing with his former self. Lord Laoka granted us freedom, yet we repaid his kindness with betrayal. Now we can only reflect in this lightless abyss. Each brick and tile of the dungeon seemed to narrate a lesson, reminding every inmate of the consequences of betraying trust and justice. In this place, time appeared to lose its significance, with each day resembling an endless penance for their past transgressions. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, some began to contemplate how they could atone for their misdeeds, whether there remained a chance to regain Laoka's trust, or at the very least, how they might demonstrate their remorse through tangible actions in the days to come. Outside the dungeon, the world continued to function, while they could only pray silently in the darkness, hoping for an opportunity for redemption and a return to their own path of light. Throughout the prolonged hours in the dungeon, these former slave leaders were gradually consumed by an intangible fear. Laoka's silence and inaction were more despairing than any physical torment. They remained uncertain of what fate awaited them. This uncertainty hung over them like a sword poised above their heads, ready to fall at any moment, yet it never did. Initially, they harbored a flicker of hope, believing Laoka might recall their past together and grant them a chance at redemption. However, as time wore on, that hope slowly diminished, replaced by endless suspicion and fear. Each day, they speculated about Aokij's intentions, attempting to decipher his silence, yet they remained baffled. Why? Someone shouted in the darkness, filled with helplessness and rage. Why does he not grant us a swift resolution? Are we to remain trapped in this endless cycle of waiting and fear? Perhaps another trembled in response. What he desires is our mental collapse, to see us wither away in our own terror. This psychological torment was far more brutal than any physical pain they could endure. The onset of self-doubt burgeons, leading to a profound questioning of past choices, while aspirations for the future wither away. Each moment spent in the dungeon feels like a relentless assault on their dwindling humanity, pushing them toward the precipice of despair. Yet, on the brink of hopelessness, the flicker of human spirit has not been entirely extinguished. In the extended silence, they begin to confide in one another, sharing their innermost fears and regrets. This exchange of emotions becomes their sole source of spiritual solace, illuminating the truth that even in the direst of circumstances, the bonds between individuals provide the strength to endure. Deep within the dungeon, the dim light barely pierces the thick haze, revealing a grotesque tableau. The damp stone walls weep droplets, while the air is thick with a noxious blend of decay and mildew, suffocating them. The ground, marred by moss and filth, offers a sticky sensation with every step, a testament to the accumulation of countless days and nights of dirt and despair. In this nearly isolated realm, rodents and insects reign supreme. They scurry unabashedly among the prisoners, feasting on the scraps strewn about, even daring to climb upon the prisoners' bodies in search of festering wounds, relishing this rare banquet. The prisoners' eyes reflect deep revulsion and helplessness. Yet, they are too weakened to resist, forced to endure the crawling of these unwelcome guests as a punishment from nature for their sins. Food, which ought to be the fundamental sustenance of life, transforms into another form of torment. The meals have long since lost their original forms, eroded by neglect and the harsh environment, becoming putrid substances. Each meal presents a challenge, demanding not only the endurance of the food's foul stench, but also the constant vigilance against those greedy creatures, which seem to crave these remnants more than the prisoners themselves. The inmates huddle on a tattered blanket, sharing this barely edible fare. Their gazes reveal both an instinctual tenacity for survival and a profound despair regarding their plight. In such harsh conditions, every morsel of food tests their limits. Yet, for the sake of survival, they must force themselves to swallow this nauseating fare. However, amidst this seemingly hopeless predicament, the prisoners begin to exhibit the resilience and adaptability of humanity. They learn to craft rudimentary tools from stones and sticks, striving to improve their living conditions. Some take on the task of collecting rainwater, while others attempt to drive away the bothersome pests. Though their efforts yield minimal results, this small resistance allows them to glimpse a sliver of hope within their despair. In every corner of the dungeon, life persists in its most primitive and tenacious form. Even in such an environment, the human spirit continues to battle against the harsh conditions, seeking possibilities for survival. Each breath, each effort, embodies a yearning for life and a longing for freedom. Even in the darkest of times, this desire has never been extinguished. Time flows slowly in the dungeon, akin to a stagnant river, as the enslaved souls gradually acclimate to the brutality and monotony of their surroundings. Initially, the fear and revulsion towards the surrounding filth and disgust pierce their hearts like sharp thorns, depriving them of rest. Yet, as days turn into weeks, this emotion is gradually supplanted by a numbing indifference. They begin to observe the ecological environment of the dungeon with an almost pathological curiosity, even finding a semblance of amusement within it. On an accidental occasion, one prisoner discovers that using the insects in his hand as toys allows him to temporarily forget the agony of imprisonment. He cautiously captures a flea, placing it in his palm to watch its struggles for survival. Initially, this act evokes mild nausea, but he soon finds himself captivated by the subtle pleasure derived from this control and observation. Before long, this game spreads among the prisoners. They eagerly compete to capture various insects within the dungeon, some for play and others as additional sources of food. In this barren environment, these once-avoided creatures become their sole source of diversion. They begin to compete over who can catch the most bugs or who can keep them perched on their fingertips the longest. Some even attempt to train cockroaches to see if they can follow simple commands. These former slave masters, who once derided the act of toying with insects as a mark of baseness and tedium, now grasped the mindset of seeking joy in despair. In the monotonous existence of the dungeon, even the most trivial of matters can serve as their only solace. They begin to count their body hair, calculating the passage of time, or observing the habits of insects to fill the void within. In such an environment, human creativity and adaptability flourish abundantly. The prisoners invent a variety of simple games, such as gladiatorial contests with insects or predicting which bug will triumph in a race. These exceedingly simple forms of entertainment become the pillars of their mental existence, casting a faint light in the darkness. However, this transformation does not come without a cost. As days accumulate, the prisoners start to realize that they are gradually losing their dignity and moral boundaries as human beings. They begin to reflect on the environment that has rendered them so numb that they can treat the most humble of lives as mere playthings. While enjoying fleeting moments of joy, they also feel a deep sorrow and shame within their hearts. Yet life continues unabated. In every inch of the dungeon, the prisoners silently resist despair in their own ways. Amidst the endless darkness and oppression of the dungeon, time slips by like forgotten dust. One morning, as the first faint rays of light barely penetrate through the narrow vent, touching the corners of the dungeon, the guards outside suddenly hear a peculiar sound, a strange amalgamation of weeping and laughter, as if it originates from another realm, sending chills down their spines. The guards exchange uneasy glances and cautiously approach the dungeon door, straining to listen. The sound grows increasingly clear, sometimes mournful, sometimes ecstatic, resembling a soul undergoing extreme emotional fluctuations. They recognize this as a precursor to mental collapse, the insidious fruit born from prolonged solitude and despair deep within the human heart. In the deepest recesses of the dungeon, the first soul to shatter curls up in a corner, its gaze vacant and bewildered, having transcended the constraints of reality, drifting in a world only it can comprehend. Its body convulses incessantly, alternating between shrieks and murmurs, as if engaging in frenzied conversations with non-existent companions. Lord Locke, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. It suddenly cries out, infused with a hysterical desperation. Please spare me. I shall never again dare to betray you. In an instant, its mood shifts, a bizarre smile spreading across its face as it frolics with some phantom. Look, this is your treasure. All of it belongs to you. I shall not take a single piece. Soon after, it succumbs to profound sorrow, tears rolling down like pearls released from a broken string. I'm so lonely, so terribly hungry. My family, my children, where are you? Will I never see you again? His voice fluctuated between high and low, at times tender and at others filled with rage, as if engaged in a dialogue with countless disparate personas. Each word revealed the profound fears, regrets, and despair that lay within him. Those surrounding him, be they prisoners or guards, were rendered speechless by this sudden display, realizing that prolonged confinement and mental strain had driven this man to the brink of collapse. In that moment, the dungeon transformed from a confined space into a magnifying glass, exposing the most vulnerable aspects of human nature. The once proud slave leader now appeared as a pitiable figure consumed by despair, his madness a direct reflection of the harshness of reality, and a silent cry for freedom and humanity. Nevertheless, even in such a state, he retained a sense of reverence and remorse towards Loaka, perhaps a final vestige of rationality deep within his soul. Teetering on the edge of madness and clarity, he continued to seek forgiveness and liberation, even though they may remain perpetually out of reach. Outside the dungeon, the world continued to function, yet for those ensnared in darkness, time seemed to have come to a standstill. They could only quietly witness the disintegration of a soul while pondering whether they themselves could endure the same torment. Deep within the dungeon, time appeared to lose all significance, each moment stretching into an interminable night. The mentally shattered prisoner was utterly bound in this cold, damp corner, his limbs secured by heavy shackles, imprisoning both his insanity and his being in the darkness. Sounds, at times sharp and at others low, echoed through every crevice of the dungeon, akin to a mournful dirge narrating tales of despair and solitude. The world beyond had become a distant dream for him. Master Loaka, who once inspired fear, admiration, betrayal, and ultimately led him into an abyss of suffering, was now in seclusion, wholly immersed in his own cultivation and contemplation. Loaka's retreat, for him, was akin to an insurmountable wall, severing him from the outside world and rendering him a true specter of solitude. Outside the dungeon, Loaka's seclusion had not significantly impacted the operations of the base. Everything within the base continued to function in accordance with the established order. Soldiers were well trained, and daily tasks proceeded methodically. However, for those imprisoned souls, Loaka's seclusion signified an intangible postponement of judgment, a weight interwoven with unknown fears and hopes. Perhaps in a moment of clarity, the deranged prisoner had attempted to fathom Loaka's intentions. He might have wondered why Master Loaka did not immediately impose punishment, instead allowing them to languish in the dungeon. This waiting was more cruel than any direct retribution, for it deprived them of control over their future and cast them into an abyss of uncertainty. Yet to Loaka, these prisoners were merely grains of sand in his grand design. Their lives and deaths were far less significant than the ambitions he pursued during his seclusion. In Loaka's eyes, they were perhaps failures, traitors, but merely supporting characters in a grand narrative that could not halt his forward march. Amidst the undercurrents of Granxia Island, the leaders of several factions gathered in a dimly lit chamber, their eyes gleaming with greed and calculation. It was exceedingly difficult to shake Loaka's dominion through mere force. Thus, they began to employ their long-saved coffin funds, the hidden resources, to execute a more insidious plan, undermining him. They meticulously selected targets, focusing on those members under Loaka's command who appeared loyal, yet could be swayed by monetary temptation. Intelligence operatives traversed the island, gathering insights on each target's weaknesses and desires, weaving a complex web. Subsequently, vast sums of belly quietly flowed into the sights of these targets, each transaction conducted under the cloak of night, leaving no trace. Remember, one faction leader instructed in a hushed tone, "We do not need them to betray Loaka. We only need them to hesitate for a moment at a critical juncture, and that alone can alter the course of battle." The chosen targets began to waver under the lure of wealth. Some among them had once been Loaka's trusted aides. Yet, faced with the temptation of immense riches, their internal scales began to tilt. They found themselves tossing and turning at night, engaged in a fierce internal struggle between greed and loyalty. "We only need them to stand idly by when Loaka needs them most," another faction leader added, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. "Thus, we can seize the opportunity and take control of Granxia Island in one fell swoop." As time wore on, these clandestine dealings began to ferment like ticking time bombs buried within Loaka's faction. Former comrades, under the corrosive influence of money, gradually altered their allegiances, awaiting that decisive moment. On Granxia Island, the situation was akin to a sudden summer storm, abrupt and fierce. Loaka's might had once been a magnet for many seeking refuge. Yet as the signs of impending turmoil became increasingly evident, the halo of that power began to fade, revealing its underlying fragility. Many who had joined Loaka's ranks did so merely to seek shelter or to chase dreams of power and wealth. Their loyalty to Loaka was built upon the foundation of strength, rather than profound faith or emotional bonds. As several factions began to operate in the shadows, using generous rewards and promises of power as bait, these already wavering hearts began to lean towards more self-serving inclinations. Under the impetus of self-interest, the balance of human hearts can easily be disrupted, especially when such interests are intimately tied to survival and future. We are merely planning for ourselves. A once loyal subordinate to Loaka defended himself during clandestine discussions with representatives of the factions. "Master Loaka may be powerful, but he cannot guarantee our future. If there are better opportunities, why shouldn't we pursue them?" Such dialogues unfolded quietly in the dead of night, like underground rivers subtly reshaping the landscape. More and more began to waver, gathering in the shadows, discussing the future and plotting betrayal. Former bonds of camaraderie were gradually supplanted by ties of self-interest. Laughter interwoven with seeds of treachery. Beneath the seemingly harmonious facade lay hidden fractures. "Master Loaka will not remain powerful forever," another subordinate echoed, his eyes shimmering with aspiration for the future. "We must find a way out for ourselves. Once the time is ripe, we can position ourselves higher." Deep within Granxia Island, Loaka's abode resembled a solitary lighthouse, standing resolute at the center of the storm of power. Within the secret chamber, Loaka faced an intricately patterned table alone, upon which lay a set of exquisite tarot cards. His eyes were tightly closed as he listened for revelations from the depths of the universe, his hands gently caressing the surface of each card, engaging in a silent dialogue with them. Suddenly, his fingers halted on one card, and he slowly opened his eyes. The card bore the symbol of betrayal, heralding forthcoming turmoil. A cold smile curled at the corners of Loaka's mouth. The factions on the island had already begun to stir. attempting to plunge a dagger into his back. These actions appear to him nothing more than a poorly executed performance. Betrayal? Locke's voice resonated, deep and powerful, echoing like a sound from the abyss. Before my strength, all of this is but a futile exercise. The revelations of the tarot card serve as both a warning and an opportunity for him. He can foresee the actions of the betrayers, strategically positioning himself to stifle this conspiracy before it burgeons. The tarot cards, indeed, are fascinating instruments, Locke mused, as his fingers gently caressed the card faces. They can unveil the trajectory of fate, yet they cannot alter the resolve of their bearer. In the chamber, Locke began to formulate countermeasures, meticulously listing the names of the betrayers and analyzing each individual's motivations and vulnerabilities. He prepared to dismantle them one by one, unafraid of treachery. For Locke, true loyalty is forged through trials, and only allies who withstand the tests of time and challenge are worthy of trust. Let the storm rage fiercer, Locke whispered, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. I shall show those who dare betray me what true power entails. Within the confines of the chamber, time seemed to freeze, with only the faint glow of the tarot cards flickering in the dim space, akin to stars guiding one's path. Locke sat at the table, his gaze profound, as the tarot cards were arranged in a mysterious formation, each card bearing distinct messages, weaving a complex tapestry of destiny. 99% probability, Locke softly reiterated, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Even with such high odds, he remained vigilant. In battle, even a mere 1% chance of failure could lead to irreparable loss. Thus, he focused intently on every detail to ensure his plan was flawless. The tarot cards not only revealed information about the betrayers, but also foretold of an unknown treasure, with an astounding 80% probability of its emergence. This news stirred ripples of excitement within Locke. Inconceivable treasures, he murmured, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. What could it be? From whence will it come? However, Locke did not allow this temptation to cloud his judgment. The pursuit of unknown riches harbors countless dangers. Yet, for a true hunter, risk and opportunity are ever-present companions. Once the external situation stabilizes, he will immediately embark on the quest for this treasure. As the sands of the hourglass in the chamber slowly trickled down, the tempest outside began to brew, just as the tarot cards had foretold. Locke sat in stillness. Akin to the calm before a storm, his mind already ignited with clear plans and strategies. Let the winds rise, Locke whispered, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve. Regardless of how the external world shifts, he would steadfastly adhere to his path. Outside the chamber, the sky over Granxia Island began to darken, signaling that a fierce confrontation was imminent. Yet within the chamber, Locke's demeanor remained remarkably tranquil, for he knew that true strength always finds its course amidst the storm. He simply needed to await the opportune moment, poised to strike and eliminate all obstacles, welcoming the miracle that held an 80% chance of manifesting. In the chamber, Locke sat at the table, surrounded by the dim glow of lights and ancient tarot cards. In every corner of Granxia Island, whispers about Locke began to spread quietly. His prolonged seclusion from the outside world had caused his subordinates to nearly forget his usual appearance. People exchanged puzzled glances and whispered speculations about their leader. One prevalent theory suggested that every time Locke wielded the power of the legendary devil fruit, he incurred a significant cost, exhausting his physical form. The devil fruit is said to bestow extraordinary abilities upon its consumer, yet also brings certain limitations or side effects. The islanders speculated that perhaps it was the use of this power that necessitated Locke's frequent retreats to restore his strength and spirit. Such rumors circulated in hushed tones, further enhancing Locke's enigmatic image in the minds of the people. However, to Locke himself, these whispers were merely the fabrications of an outside world unable to comprehend him. In truth, the reasons behind his seclusion were far more intricate than the public imagined. Each retreat was not only a time for personal rejuvenation, but also a period for deep contemplation of the impending challenges. Within the chamber, Locke not only managed island affairs, but also engaged in communication with the tarot cards, discerning the future's trajectory and devising meticulous strategies. Throughout this process, Locke continually honed his skills and enhanced his personal strength, ensuring he could unleash his utmost power at critical moments. Despite the rising tide of external rumors, Locke remained undeterred. Over time, as Locke's prolonged absence continued, the atmosphere on the island grew increasingly tense. Initially, people merely whispered among themselves, but as time progressed, These idle speculations began to ferment into a palpable unease. Especially in the absence of Locke's appearance to clarify matters, more individuals began to genuinely worry about his health, with some even harboring thoughts of disloyalty. On a bustling street of the island, several residents gathered, their eyes betraying concern and uncertainty. An old fisherman named Jack, cradling a freshly brewed cup of tea, spoke softly. "Do you think, given his extended retreat, that something has truly gone awry with Boss Locke?" Nearby, a young seamstress named Lily furrowed her brow at his words. "I've heard some rumors too, suggesting that the power of the devil fruit can backfire on its user, causing their condition to deteriorate. If that's the case, what shall we do?" Upon hearing this, a burly man named Tom, owner of a tavern, shook his head vigorously. "I refuse to believe it. Boss Locke has always been wise and formidable. How could he be defeated by a mere fruit? Are you all too anxious?" Yet Jack appeared somewhat troubled. "That may be so, but since the last great battle, he has not shown himself in public at all, even in seclusion. There should be an end, no?" Lily sighed softly. "Indeed, I feel the same. Moreover, have you noticed that the supply of goods on the island has become strained lately? Could this be related to Boss Locke's situation?" Tom's expression grew serious upon hearing this. "This is becoming a serious matter. If it's indeed because of the boss's health affecting the island's operations, we must find a solution." Deep within the island, hidden beneath the ground, Locke faced a profound silence. His gaze penetrated the darkness, perceiving all that lay ahead. At this moment, he was immersed in a detailed plan aimed at exploiting the current chaos, inciting the rival factions to turn upon one another, thus securing greater benefits and a more stable position for himself. Locke understood that rumors and speculation act as catalysts for chaos, and they also served as a trump card in his hand. Therefore, he intentionally remained silent, offering no response to the voices of the outside world. This strategy serves a dual purpose. On one hand, it deepens the enemy's doubts and fosters division. On the other, it allows for the identification of truly loyal members within one's own ranks. It is essential to expose those who waver and harbor ulterior motives, while simultaneously winning over and solidifying the support of those who remain steadfast in times of adversity. The walls of the secret chamber are adorned with an array of maps and intelligence charts, meticulously gathered and analyzed by Locke. Each line and mark signifies a calculated move in his intricate game. Only by instigating sufficient chaos within the enemy's ranks can one secure absolute advantage in future confrontations. Locke's gaze settles upon a particular map, a comprehensive representation of the distribution of various powers and potential conflict zones. He gently strokes his chin, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. Let them engage in their struggles, he silently muses. Once they have exhausted their energies, I shall emerge to effortlessly clean up the aftermath. However, Locke does not remain entirely detached. While in seclusion, he has subtly disseminated ambiguous information through a series of clandestine channels, enough to bewilder the enemy without revealing his true intentions, much like a leopard lurking in the shadows, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. At the opposite end of the island, far from Locke's secret base, the leaders of 4 distinct factions convene in a hidden villa to celebrate their recent victory. The night is as dark as ink, and moonlight spills through the windows, casting an enigmatic and eerie ambience upon the opulent carpet. Each of these 4 leaders possesses a unique background and style, yet their shared objective binds them closely together. The first, known as Crazy Shark, Max Fisher, is renowned for his ferocious combat style and absolute dominance over the seas. With disheveled long hair and eyes gleaming with a beastly light, his laughter echoes like thunder, causing the goblets to rattle. Dressed in a black leather jacket that showcases his muscular physique, he clutches a bottle of top-tier champagne. The second, Ghost Captain Erica Swan, has gained fame through her supposedly invisible pirate ship that navigates the night. Erica, with her graceful figure and skin as luminous as moonlight, possesses deep-set eyes that seem to pierce the soul. Adorned in a flowing black robe embroidered with intricate patterns and wielding a gem-encrusted dagger, she emanates an aura of mystery. The third, King of the Black Market, Leonardo Capello, controls the region's black market dealings, encompassing everything from weaponry to intelligence. Tall and austere, Leonardo is always clad in a tailored suit, with an assortment of peculiar trinkets hidden in his pockets. Lastly, there is Shadow Assassin Miguel Vega, celebrated for his swift and silent assassination techniques. Slender and agile, Miguel wears a silver mask that conceals his face, revealing only piercing eyes that glimmer with cold light. Clad in simple attire that facilitates movement, he perpetually wields a pair of sharp daggers. At this moment, the four of them are seated around a grand circular table, piled high with gold, silver, and precious items, fruits of their recent endeavors. Max raises the champagne bottle and exclaims exuberantly, "Gentlemen, behold our bounty this evening. This marks our preliminary victory against Luaka. Cheers!" Erica smiles subtly, a glint of cunning in her eyes. "Indeed, but let us not forget. Our true objective is to seize control of the entire island and render Luaka a mere footnote in history. We have merely taken the first step." Leonardo nods, his gaze flitting over the treasures as if appraising their worth. Erica is correct, but we must remain vigilant. Luaka is a formidable adversary, and we must exercise utmost caution. Miguel sits quietly, his eyes beneath the mask scrutinizing each person. Though few in words, his remarks cut straight to the heart of the matter. We have demonstrated the power of unity. Now, we must sustain this momentum until we achieve our goal. As the champagne bubbles overflow the rim of the glasses, the four clink their cups together, the sound resonating like a prelude to the storm they are about to unleash. This night, they are no longer isolated factions. They have forged an alliance that cannot be underestimated, marching toward a common goal. Unbeknownst to them, Luaka has anticipated all of this and has secretly positioned his own pieces in preparation for the impending challenge. On this island's night, the flickering lights of the villa illuminate the four leaders, whose eyes gleam with greed and ambition. As champagne flows and laughter grows bolder, the world appears to lie within their grasp. Max Fischer, Erica Swan, Leonardo Capello, and Miguel Vega. At this moment, they seem to be the sovereigns of these waters, filled with disdain and mockery towards Luaka's current state. "Do you know?" Max sets down his wine glass, surveying each individual present, his voice tinged with mockery. "I have heard that Luaka has fallen to the status of a solitary hero. Those who once pledged unwavering loyalty to him have now been lured to our side. One by one, if he dares to emerge, he shall find himself besieged from all sides." Erica smirks, her finger tracing a gold coin on the table. "This is precisely what we anticipated. We have offered them better conditions and more opportunities. Naturally, they will choose to side with the stronger. Luaka's era is over," Leonardo states with calm resolve, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. "Our four factions united, our resources and manpower far surpass his. He is but a lone soldier now. How can he contend with us?" Miguel Vega's voice is low and menacing. "We are fully prepared. Should Luaka show himself, we shall deliver a fatal blow. This island will ultimately belong to us." As their words echo, a cacophony of uproarious laughter fills the room, heralding the victory they are so certain they will achieve. Yet beneath this laughter lies a blind confidence and an underestimation of the unknown. Within this secluded villa on the island, as the night deepens, the discussions among the four leaders intensify, the air thick with tension and unease. Despite Luaka appearing to be at a disadvantage, his strength and experience are capable of altering the tide of battle in an instant. Max Fischer, Erica Swan, Leonardo Capello, and Miguel Vega. These four titans in their respective domains now confront a daunting dilemma. How can they eliminate Luaka, their greatest threat, while ensuring their own safety? "Listen up, gentlemen." Max's voice resonates with rugged grit in the stillness of the night. "We all know Luaka is a tough nut to crack, but if we wait until he emerges, any one of us could fall beneath his blade. He is currently in seclusion. This is our best opportunity." Erica gently caresses the hilt of her dagger, a flicker of hesitation crossing her gaze. "But if we all act together, it will undoubtedly raise his suspicions. Furthermore, based on past experiences, such actions often come with immense risks. Any one of us could pay with our lives." Leonardo falls into deep contemplation. Li Ka's assertion holds merit. Moreover, the four factions have only recently forged an alliance, and the trust among us remains tenuous at best. Should this operation falter, not only would we fail to eliminate Luaka, but we might also jeopardize our nascent relationships, rendering our efforts futile. Miguel Vega's voice resonated with a calm, deep timbre. "I propose that we adopt a more prudent strategy. We could dispatch elite teams from each faction to conduct covert reconnaissance, pinpointing Luaka's exact location. Once confirmed, we can deliberate on the necessity of a surprise attack. This approach allows us to mitigate the risks of direct confrontation while preserving the stability of our alliance." As Miguel's words echoed, the atmosphere in the room appeared to lighten slightly. Rash actions are seldom wise, particularly during critical moments of life and death. After a vigorous discussion, The four reached a consensus to first send out reconnaissance teams, and upon verifying Loaka's precise whereabouts and state of seclusion, to make further decisions. In the depths of the island, within Loaka's secret chamber, moonlight streamed through the solitary narrow window, casting mottled shadows upon the table cluttered with maps and intelligence. The moon shone particularly brightly tonight, heralding an extraordinary evening ahead. Loaka sat quietly at the table, his gaze fixed upon the spread of tarot cards, the ancient symbols seemingly narrating an irreversible fate. Tomorrow night shall be the culmination, Loaka murmured softly, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible weight. The predictions of the tarot have always proven accurate. This time, however, it revealed a shocking truth. The fates of the major factions have been sealed, and they are destined to face obliteration in the impending storm. Yet, to Loaka's surprise, the tarot also hinted at the possibility of his own injury, a prediction unprecedented in his experience. He stared at the card, symbolizing danger and challenge, his heart awash with mixed emotions. Until now, he had faced every crisis with absolute dominance and composure. Yet this time, the tarot's divination instilled a sense of unease within him. He began to contemplate whether he had overlooked something or if his adversaries had undergone a transformation. The tarot has never erred, yet my will shall not easily yield, Loaka thought, his lips curling into a slight smile, determination glimmering in his eyes. True strength does not waver in the face of destiny. It actively shapes it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, the leaders of the four factions were anxiously preparing. Unbeknownst to them, they were about to step into a deadly game meticulously orchestrated by Loaka. Every action and decision would find its rightful place within Loaka's grand design. This confrontation would not merely be a clash of power, but also a contest of wit and courage. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the island, the once serene town transformed into a tense and oppressive environment. On the streets, familiar faces hurried past, markedly different from their usual relaxed demeanor. Now imbued with solemnity and resolve. Some honed their blades, the hissing sound of metal scraping through the air. Others donned heavy armor, the clanging of steel resonating with weight and authority. Such a scene was rare even for the island's inhabitants, signaling the imminent arrival of a grand battle. The eyes of the islanders brimmed with anxiety and trepidation. Whenever such an atmosphere pervaded, it heralded an end to peaceful days. Merchants hastily packed their goods, prematurely concluding their bustling business. Shop doors were tightly shut, and curtains drawn to shield against the outside turmoil. Children clutched their parents' hands, cautioned not to venture outside to avoid being swept into any potential conflict. Quick, secure the door. It seems today will not be peaceful, a middle-aged woman urged her husband, her tone unmistakably anxious. As she checked the solidity of the doors and windows, she frequently cast anxious glances outside, fearful of any disturbance. "Papa, why is it so noisy outside?" A young boy inquired curiously of his father, his eyes sparkling with confusion and curiosity. The father knelt down, gently patting the child's shoulder, striving for a calm tone. "Son, sometimes adults have disagreements, but we must ensure your and Mama's safety. Today, it's best for us to stay indoors until all is settled." In this tense atmosphere, every corner of the island was steeped in a sense of impending conflict. People no longer engaged in leisurely conversations. Instead, they gathered in small clusters, quietly discussing the forthcoming storm. Some prayed for a peaceful passage, while others silently prepared to defend their homes if necessary. Nevertheless, neither the islanders' concerns nor the soldiers' preparations could alter the looming fate. The conflict between Loaka and the four factions had reached an irreconcilable juncture, and a battle determining the island's future was about to unfold upon this land shrouded in the shadows of war. On the opposite side of the island, away from the ordinary residential areas, a concealed stronghold emanated an equally tense and grave atmosphere. This was the secret command center established by the four factions. Here, elite members from various factions gathered, their eyes glimmering with a mix of excitement and anxiety. A large map hung prominently in the center, marking Loaka's precise location. A valuable piece of intelligence gathered through extensive reconnaissance. "We found it," an intelligence officer announced with fervor. His voice echoed within the silent command center, sparking a flurry of whispers. The leaders of the factions, including Max, Alika, Leonardo, and Miguel, instantly focused on the marked point on the map. There lay Loaka's whereabouts. Much Fisher, known as the Mad Shark, sported a sly grin on his rugged face. "Excellent. We finally have his trail. Tonight is the opportune moment for our action." "I Li Ka Swan," the renowned ghost captain, radiated a chilling intensity in her gaze. We can wait no longer. As long as Luaka remains, our plans shall never find peace. Tonight, we must surprise him. Leonardo Capello, the king of the black market, spoke with calm confidence. I have arranged all necessary equipment and personnel. At a moment's notice, we can set forth. Miguel Vega, the enigmatic shadow assassin, uttered in a low, magnetic tone, our time is limited. Luaka will not remain idle. We must act swiftly and catch him off guard. As the leaders of the four factions reached a consensus, the atmosphere in the command center became increasingly charged. They began to divide tasks, issue orders, and mobilize their elite forces, preparing to launch a sudden assault on Luaka as night descended. Upon receiving the orders, the soldiers swiftly returned to their camps, methodically preparing weapons, armor, and other combat supplies. A palpable tension of impending battle hung in the air. Everyone understood that the night's endeavor would determine their destinies. The night was as dark as ink, with the moon veiled by heavy clouds, casting a hazy shadow over the island. On this seemingly ordinary night, a formidable coalition quietly assembled, numbering over 10,000, composed of the elite forces from the four great powers. Clad in dark garments and wielding sharp weapons, each individual bore an expression of unwavering determination and excitement. Under the cloak of night, this coalition stealthily approached the stronghold of Luaka. Surprisingly, their passage was unimpeded. It turned out that the very subordinates who once guarded Luaka's territory had been lured by the promises of wealth and power from the four great powers, defecting to become guides for the coalition. They were familiar with the terrain, adept at circumventing traps and evading patrols, allowing the coalition to inch closer to their target without a sound. Indeed, Luaka seemed to have fallen from grace, a once mighty phoenix reduced to a mere chicken. A soldier murmured to his companion, his tone tinged with disdain. This sentiment quickly spread through the ranks, eliciting laughter and agreement. The soldiers began to lower their guard, no longer cautious but instead engaging in quiet conversations, convinced that victory was within reach. Ah, how glorious he once was, now reduced to such a fate, another soldier echoed, his voice heavy with sentiment. They reminisced about Luaka's past, his former splendor, and his current downfall, narrating the conclusion of a legendary tale. Yet, amid this seemingly relaxed atmosphere lurked a barely perceptible danger. The stronghold of Luaka, once deemed impregnable, now appeared alarmingly vulnerable. But was it truly so? Had those who seemed to have defected genuinely betrayed him? Beneath the shroud of night, things were far more complex than they appeared. At that moment, a faint signal flickered in the night sky, the prearranged cue for action. The leaders of the four great powers immediately commanded a halt, gathering their forces in preparation for the final assault. The soldiers swiftly adjusted their formations, weapons drawn, arrows nocked. The entire coalition resembled a beast poised to pounce, awaiting a single command to strike its prey. However, unbeknownst to them, Luaka had long anticipated this moment. Seated quietly in a secret chamber, a set of tarot cards lay before him. His gaze betrayed no hint of panic, instead exuding a calm composure. He had already laid an intricate trap, biding his time for the invaders' arrival. As the signal flickered, the tranquility of the island night was on the verge of being shattered by an unexpected storm, and the outcome would far exceed anyone's expectations. As the night deepened, the coalition's scouts moved like phantoms through the dense forests and shadowy alleys of the island, tasked with eliminating any potential obstacles to ensure the main forces could approach their target unhindered. These scouts were agile and swift, silently neutralizing the unbribed guards with utmost efficiency under the cover of darkness. When the guards finally realized that enemies had infiltrated, their faces were etched with shock and disbelief. In their minds, Luaka was the sovereign of this island, a figure whose authority none dared challenge. Yet, the harsh reality left them no time to react. Their lives extinguished in an instant. In their final moments, their eyes reflected not only fear but profound confusion. Why would such audacious foes dare to strike on Luaka's territory? The coalition scouts had no time to ponder the expressions of the guards as they swiftly cleared the site, ensuring no traces remained. They then pressed forward, executing their next task. Each successful elimination brought the coalition one step closer to their ultimate goal. Among the main forces of the coalition, the leaders of the four great powers sensed the smooth progress of their operation. Max Fischer's lips curled into a cold smile. Eric Swan's eyes sparkled with the light of victory. Leonardo Capello maintained his usual calm, while Miguel Vega remained silent, awaiting something. They all understood that the true test had yet to arrive, Loaka was far from an easy adversary. With the scouts' continuous reports, the main forces of the coalition gradually approached Loaka's stronghold. The night breeze on the island brought a hint of chill, yet it did little to cool the warriors' fervor. Their heartbeats quickened, and the weapons they grasped seemed to yearn for the impending battle. As the coalition advanced, the once-thought impregnable chamber came into view. Located in the heart of the island, surrounded by towering stone walls, only a narrow passage led to the interior. This was Loaka's final bastion, a symbol of his power. Under the moonlight, the chamber appeared even more formidable, exuding an aura of inviolable authority. When the guards of the chamber beheld the relentless tide of soldiers, an unprecedented panic surged within them. Though fierce, these pirates felt overwhelmed in the face of such a vast enemy. They exchanged glances, their eyes betraying both fear and resolve. In this life-and-death moment, each one quickly weighed their chances of survival. "We must fight to the bitter end." A burly man with a beard clenched his weapon, his eyes ablaze with fury. "We are Loaka's subordinates. We cannot simply surrender." But another more rational pirate interjected. "Look at these men. We cannot possibly confront them head-on. Perhaps we should find a way to buy time for our boss to mount a counterattack." "Buy time?" The first burly man frowned, clearly skeptical of this suggestion. "We could attempt to detonate the island's munitions depot, creating chaos." A third voice joined the discussion. "This would at least divert the enemy's attention, granting us an opportunity to escape or retaliate." The guards of the chamber swiftly exchanged opinions, striving to formulate the best strategy. Choosing to fight meant facing almost certain death, but opting to retreat or delay offered a glimmer of hope. In this critical moment of survival, every decision became paramount. "You need not worry. I am curious to see what they dare to do." Upon hearing Loaka's calm and confident voice from within the chamber, the pirates outside felt an immediate sense of relief, their guard relaxing somewhat. In their hearts, Loaka was not merely their leader, but a legendary figure, a strong man who had proven his might in countless battles. They recalled a time when Loaka single-handedly slew over 1,000 invading pirates despite being outnumbered. That scene remained vivid in their memories, an eternal myth in their hearts. Therefore, regarding this seemingly formidable coalition, they did not genuinely perceive it as a threat. To them, these enemies were merely paper tigers. Once Loaka took action, all would be rendered to naught. This belief instilled immense courage within them. Even in the face of overwhelming numbers, they felt no fear. Loaka's voice resonated once more, this time issuing direct commands to the guards outside the chamber. "Strive to incite the enemies outside, provoking them to lose their composure." Beyond the chamber, those loyal to Loaka began to mock and taunt with increasing audacity. Their voices echoed in the night wind, akin to sharp daggers piercing the pride of the coalition soldiers. They spun a myriad of absurd jests, deriding the coalition's numbers while questioning their courage, insinuating that they were merely a rabble making a show of strength. Some even launched personal attacks against specific individuals within the coalition, dredging up past failures or private scandals in an attempt to strike at their vulnerabilities. These insults and provocations fell like scalding oil on dry tinder, igniting the fury within the hearts of the coalition soldiers, already restless from prolonged waiting and the tense atmosphere. Their anger surged to a boiling point. On the hillside, unrest began to ripple through the coalition ranks. Soldiers' faces turned ashen, fists clenched tightly, eyes glinting with the flames of vengeance. "You cowards, hiding behind the masses, once on the battlefield, you are but lambs to the slaughter," shouted a pirate, his voice brimming with contempt and provocation. "Listen well, you rabble outside. Lord Loaka could crush you all with a mere finger. Why not scurry away with your tails between your legs?" Another pirate chimed in, his words laced with malice as he reveled in the process of infuriating his foes. Faced with such insults, the coalition soldiers began to lose control, many yearning to charge forward and teach those arrogant pirates a lesson. However, at this critical moment, the leaders of the four factions stepped forward, their firm voices and authoritative stances quelling the soldiers' impulsive desires. "Calm down," Max Fisher roared, his voice resonating like thunder, silencing the oncoming eruption of the soldiers. This was precisely what they desired. They must not be fooled. Elika Swan surveyed the surroundings with her characteristic cold gaze. Her voice, though not raised, carried a formidable weight. "Remember, we are here to fulfill a mission, not to indulge in fleeting bravado. Maintain formation and do not grant them any opportunity." Leonardo Capello adopted a more rational strategy, analyzing the current situation in search of the most appropriate response. "They are attempting to provoke us, to cloud our judgment. We must remain calm and act according to the original plan. Miguel Vega remained silent, yet his gaze in the night shimmered like two streaks of lightning, conveying his resolve to remind the soldiers to restrain their anger and heed their leader's commands. In the face of the pirates' relentless taunts, the coalition soldiers' expressions grew increasingly grim, their fury bubbling like molten lava within their chests. Yet, under the cool command of the four leaders, they barely maintained their discipline and refrained from immediate confrontation. This state of tension persisted for several minutes until the four leaders exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus. Then, one of them stepped forward. His voice resounded through the night sky, piercing the cacophony. "Listen, you obstinate lot." Max Fisher's voice rang out like a mighty bell, filled with authority. "We do not wish to be your enemies. If you are willing to lay down your weapons and depart, or even join us, then all past grievances can be forgotten. We assure you safety and a fresh start." Elika Swan added, "But heed this, it is our final warning. Once our forces advance, there will be no room left for survival here. Your choice will determine your fate." Leonardo Capello's tone was calm, yet resolute. "We do not seek bloodshed, yet we will not retreat. Your time is running out. Make a wise decision." Miguel Vega concluded, his voice deep and powerful. "Remember, we seek a peaceful resolution, yet we are prepared for battle. Your choice will shape the future of this land." The words of the four leaders struck like heavy hammers against the hearts of the pirates outside the chamber. The previously soaring morale seemed shaken, beginning to waver. Some pirates whispered among themselves, uncertainty and fear flickering in their eyes. They realized that the scale and determination of the coalition exceeded their expectations, and whether Loaka could protect them as they hoped began to seem increasingly uncertain. Just as this pivotal moment unfolded, the door to the chamber creaked open, and a figure emerged, standing in full view. It was Loaka, whose appearance served as a potent tonic, instantly stabilizing the wavering hearts of the pirates. With a slight smile, his eyes radiated confidence and derision, showing no concern for the coalition's threats. "Do you think that a few empty promises could sway my brave warriors into betraying me?" Luaka's voice echoed in the night, laced with disdain. "You are mistaken. My people shall demonstrate to you what true loyalty and courage entail." As Luaka's words settled, the pirates outside revitalized their spirits, resolve rekindling in their eyes as they gripped their weapons, ready to face the impending battle. Regardless of the outcome, they were prepared. Meanwhile, the leaders of the coalition bore serious expressions. The true contest was about to commence. In the instant Loaka revealed himself, the leaders exchanged meaningful glances, laden with complex emotions and strategies. Although they were bewildered by Loaka's prior provocations, they understood that every move made by the enemy was deliberate, and thwarting their plans remained their foremost priority. Loaka's emergence confirmed his presence within the chamber, a crucial piece of intelligence, for until now, no bribed individual had accurately confirmed Loaka's location. Now, it was clear he had indeed been hiding in this insignificant place. The leaders swiftly adjusted their strategy, concentrating all attention and resources on breaching the chamber and capturing Loaka. The crux of the plan lay in speed and surprise. They must strike with thunderous force before Loaka could prepare. "It seems our target has been locked in," Max Fisher remarked with a sly smile, his eyes sparkling with a desire for battle. "Indeed," Elika Swan nodded in agreement. "Loaka's appearance has provided us with a clear direction. Now, it is time to showcase our strength." Leonardo Capello pondered briefly before adding, "Yet we must not let our guard down. Loaka's audacity implies he has some backing. We must be thoroughly prepared for any eventuality." Miguel Vega maintained his characteristic calm, stating simply yet powerfully, "Let us begin. Time waits for no one." The dialogue among the leaders was succinct and effective as they swiftly allocated their tasks, clarifying the sequence and steps for action. Subsequently, each turned and returned to their respective troops, mobilizing and inspiring the soldiers for the final preparations for the impending showdown. Within the coalition's ranks, soldiers sensed the unwavering resolve emanating from their leaders, which swiftly invigorated their spirits. Weapons were polished to a sharper edge, armor was secured more firmly, and every pair of eyes burned with an insatiable desire for victory. This promised to be a grueling battle, yet they remained steadfast in their belief that under the guidance of the four great leaders, they could surmount all obstacles to achieve their ultimate goal. As night deepened, the coalition's plans entered a critical phase. Concealed atop the mountain, the colossal trebuchets were quietly activated, their flanks lined with vast containers brimming with flammable and explosive materials. Under the cover of darkness, these containers were swiftly ignited, erupting into a roaring inferno that illuminated the mountaintop as if it were day, the flames soaring skyward, casting light upon the resolute faces of every soldier in the coalition. Several leaders stood aloft, gazing at this magnificent spectacle, their faces adorned with smiles that foretold victory. The voice of Max Fischer echoed through the night sky, laced with an imperious arrogance. Locke, you devil of the straw fruit, do you truly believe you can remain immune? Have you forgotten that even straw, when met with fierce flames, turns to ash? Elika Swan seized the moment, her voice cold and merciless. Your doom has arrived, Locke. Everything we meticulously prepared has been for this day, for this moment. Your era is at an end. Accept your fate. Leonardo Capello, ever the comm analyst, added. Our advantage lies in our firepower, while your weakness is this all-consuming flame. No matter how you struggle, you cannot escape your destined fate. Finally, Miguel Vega broke his silence, his voice like the chill of night, cutting through with bone-deep cold. Your resistance is futile, Locke. Accept this inevitable conclusion. It is your only choice. With the leader's commands, the trebuchets began to launch, fireballs blazing through the night sky, plummeting toward the location of the secret chamber. Outside the chamber, Locke's pirates heard his confident words. Yet their hearts were filled with a tumult of emotions. They held an unwavering loyalty to Locke, but in the face of such an overwhelming assault, even the most steadfast confidence wavered. The trajectory of the fireballs resembled the scythe of death, making each pirate acutely aware of the impending doom. Could their captain truly withstand this onslaught? This question loomed like dark clouds over every pirate's heart. They gazed at the flaming projectiles, their spirits sinking. Though reluctant to admit it, the power before them was overwhelming. Even Locke might not emerge unscathed. Swallowing hard, they attempted to mask their inner fears, striving to conceal their anxiety from showing on their faces. Yet that tension and worry felt like invisible shackles binding their hearts. They dared not voice their doubts aloud, only praying silently. They hoped Locke could once again demonstrate extraordinary strength, leading them through this crisis. Captain, you must be all right, a young pirate silently urged. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails almost embedded into his palms, oblivious to the pain. Like his comrades, he placed all his hopes on Locke, yearning for him to work another miracle. The fireballs traced long tails through the air, illuminating the entire sky, transforming the island's night into a fiery ocean. Around the secret chamber, flames danced, devouring everything and forming a massive fire ring that completely encircled the chamber. In the glow of the flames, the chamber's outline appeared strikingly distinct, as if it had become the sole island amidst this sea of fire. Locke's gaze held no trace of fear. Instead, it brimmed with disdain and mockery. Do you think this is my end? Locke's voice emerged from the inferno, clear and resolute. You are incredibly naive, coalition ants. The straw fruit's abilities extend far beyond your perception. The true game has only just begun. As Locke's words echoed, a peculiar transformation occurred around the secret chamber. The flames seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, swirling around the chamber and forming fiery tornadoes that neutralized the coalition's assault one by one. Locke's figure shimmered in the light of the flames, becoming the master of this inferno, commanding everything. Outside the chamber, the coalition's onslaught resembled a tempest. Yet Locke showcased astonishing swordsmanship. The fireballs, which should have inflicted catastrophic damage, were precisely severed by sharp blades of sword energy just before reaching the chamber, shattering into countless fragments that ultimately extinguished in midair, leaving the chamber unharmed. This unfolding scene, though perhaps not fully understood by the lesser soldiers, was immediately discerned by the coalition's leaders, especially Max Fischer, Elika Swan, Leonardo Capello, and Miguel Vega, seasoned warriors who recognized its significance. A flicker of seriousness crossed their eyes as their understanding of Locke's capabilities deepened. Such swordsmanship, Max Fischer murmured, filled with astonishment. To control sword energy with such precision, flawlessly slicing every fireball, transcends mere swordsmanship, is the ultimate application of power and skill. Elika Swan's brow furrowed, his keen eyes fixed intently on the chamber, contemplating. If sword energy could reach such heights, how formidable must his own sword be? A hint of concern emerged on Leonardo Capello's face. An adversary with such exceptional swordsmanship would be a formidable challenge. Our previous plans will likely need reevaluation. Locke's strength evidently surpasses our expectations. Miguel Vega remained silent, yet his eyes conveyed an unprecedented vigilance. The true battle was just beginning, and Locke would undeniably be their greatest obstacle. Faced with Locke's formidable swordsmanship and his precise control over sword energy, the coalition's leaders understood that conventional assaults would likely prove ineffective. They exchanged glances, their minds already formulating a new strategy. This was no longer a simple confrontation, but a contest demanding wit and strategy. Max Fisher spoke first, his tone grave yet resolute. Prepare the incendiary explosives. This is our final trump card. If this maneuver fails, we will have no choice but to engage in a direct confrontation. Elika Swan nodded, determination flickering in his eyes. Indeed, we cannot remain stagnant here. The incendiary explosives are our last hope. We must ensure they achieve maximum effect. Leonardo Capello began to outline details. We need to guarantee the explosives strike their target precisely while also considering safe retreat routes. Once we deploy this strategy, we must withdraw swiftly to avoid being caught in the aftermath. Miguel Vega took charge of execution. I will personally lead a team of elites to place the incendiary explosives in the optimal position. We must ensure that we deliver a lethal blow to our adversaries in the shortest possible time. The four leaders swiftly allocated their respective tasks, planning meticulously and with caution. Each understood that this could be their final opportunity to turn the tide of battle. The soldiers of the coalition were urgently summoned, commencing preparations for incendiary explosives. These were specially crafted weapons capable of triggering a violent explosion upon contact with the target, simultaneously unleashing scorching flames of astonishing power. Outside the secure chamber, the atmosphere among the coalition grew exceedingly tense. The soldiers busied themselves transporting heavy explosives, while the four leaders closely monitored the developing situation, poised to issue the final command at any moment. The deployment of this strategy would signify that the confrontation between both sides would enter an entirely new phase, with the true outcome of the battle to be revealed in this undertaking. As preparations neared completion, the four leaders reconvened, their eyes reflecting both resolve and a trace of barely perceptible anxiety. This would be their last attempt. Should they fail, they would have to confront a brutal clash, one that would come at a steep price. With each precise stroke of his sword, Luo Ku unleashed a stream of razor-sharp energy. The once dreaded fireballs shattered like fragile bubbles upon making contact with the defensive barrier of the chamber. This sight allowed Luo Ku's subordinates to finally release the burden weighing heavily upon their hearts, their previously taut nerves gradually relaxing. They began exchanging easy smiles, some even patting their comrades on the shoulder, proudly recounting their unwavering trust and admiration for Luo Ku. I knew the boss would never let us down, exclaimed a young warrior, his eyes shimmering with adoration. Every time we thought there was no hope, he has always led us out of despair. Another seasoned veteran nodded in agreement. Indeed, his swordsmanship, wisdom, and courage are unparalleled. With our leader here, what do we have to fear? A chorus of approving voices arose from the crowd, seemingly reinforcing Luo Ku's esteemed reputation at that moment. In their exchanged glances lay not only a yearning for victory, but also an absolute trust in their leader, a trust forged through countless trials of life and death, becoming the most solid bond within this small group. Yet, even amid this optimistic atmosphere, some maintained a calm demeanor, warning others not to let their guard down. Although the boss is formidable, we must not be complacent, cautioned a sharp-eyed scout. The coalition undoubtedly has contingencies. We must remain prepared for the challenges ahead. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the potential threats that still loomed despite the seemingly stable situation. As they peered through their binoculars, the blazing object gradually revealed its true nature, the Lianjin Lai Yandan, an extraordinarily rare and powerful explosive. It was said to be the culmination of relentless efforts by scientists, a fusion of ore and technology capable of unleashing devastating energy in an instant. Heavens, that is the Lianjin Lai Yandan, a soldier exclaimed incredulously. I have only heard its name in legends. I never expected to witness it here. What does this mean? How could they possess such a weapon? Another pirate questioned anxiously, his complexion pale, clearly shaken by the scene before him, signifying that the enemy not only held a numerical advantage, but also possessed unimaginable technological prowess. At the center of the camp, Luo Ku stood resolute, clutching a long sword emanating a dim glow, his gaze revealing an indomitable spirit. Around him, people anxiously discussed the terrifying power of the Lianjin Lai Yandan and its relentless burning that was nearly impossible to extinguish with water. Yet, none of this seemed to waver Luo Ku's determination. No matter what it is merely a trivial skill. Luo Ku declared disdainfully, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. True power derives from our courage and conviction. Death may lurk in the shadows tonight, but it is by no means the conclusion of our tale. His words struck each heart like a resounding hammer, causing the pirates to cease their chatter and gather around Luo Ku, their gazes reigniting with hope. Luo Ku continued, each of us carries our own mission, whether for family, friends, or this land. We must not give up. Remember, we are invincible. As he inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to commune with the latent power within, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, emanating a peculiar wave of energy. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The ground beneath Luo Ku surged, and thousands of slender straws seemed to be summoned, emerging from the earth's surface and even floating in the air, forming a dense sea of straw. These straws appeared fragile, yet under Luo Ku's control, they exhibited remarkable resilience and agility. Intertwining into a net, the straws enveloped every corner of the camp, providing additional cover for the soldiers and creating a natural barrier that obstructed the enemy's line of sight and attacks. My straw fruit ability not only allows me to create straw, but also to control it, making them my most loyal allies, Luo Ku proclaimed with pride, his voice echoing in the morning air. Though these straws may seem inconspicuous, they will serve as a vital defense against our foes. At Luo Ku's command, the straws began to demonstrate their true might. Some were woven into sturdy shields, safeguarding the camp from assaults. Meanwhile, within the enemy camp, several coalition leaders watched Luo Ku's demonstration of the straw fruit ability. Their initial astonishment quickly morphed into scornful laughter. They exchanged smug glances, as if they had already foreseen Luo Ku's impending failure. It seems that Luo Ku is truly out of options, attempting to rely on a pile of straw to contend with us, chuckled a brawny leader, his laughter piercing through the morning breeze. Indeed, how could mere straw withstand the might of the Lianjin Lai Yindan? Another leader in an ornate robe chimed in, his tone dripping with mockery. He is merely inviting disaster, a fool, errant. The soldiers of the coalition erupted in laughter, viewing this as a comical performance rather than a genuine battle. Yet, amidst their ridicule, they overlooked the unwavering glimmer in Luo Ku's eyes and the boundless potential concealed behind straws. Let's await the spectacle to see how he intends to use those straws against us. The coalition leaders toasted each other, as if victory was already within their grasp. However, they had failed to anticipate that Luo Ku's straw fruit ability was far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. Under the manipulation of Luaka, straw not only serves as a means of defense, but can also transform into a formidable weapon at critical moments. More importantly, the true secret of the straw fruit lies in its unique relationship with fire. Under the right conditions, straw not only does not exacerbate the flames, but can absorb and convert the energy of fire for its own use. The pirates in the coalition, upon witnessing Luaka construct defenses with straw, erupted into laughter, filled with disdain and contempt, as if they were witnessing a poor performance. Huh, has that Luaka lost his wits in fear, using straw against us? What joke? Sneered a bearded giant. The laughter was deafening, proclaiming the inevitability of their victory. Indeed, he is merely flailing in desperation. Another pirate clad in leather armor concurred, his gaze brimming with scorn. We possess the alchemical flame bombs. That straw is merely fuel delivered to us. The pirates gathered, exchanging high fives in celebration, their eyes reflecting unwavering confidence in their impending victory. To them, Luaka's actions were undoubtedly a self-dug grave, and they merely needed to wait patiently to reap the ultimate triumph. Look, is that fellow already in despair? Another pirate pointed towards Luaka, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Perhaps he is ready to surrender. Let us grant him a swift end. The surrounding pirates nodded in agreement, believing this would be an easy victory, even beginning to discuss how to divide the spoils afterward. In their eyes, Luaka and his crew were but lambs awaiting slaughter, while they were the hunters in control of everything. As the coalition's catapults were activated, projectiles laden with alchemical flame bombs sliced through the air like meteors, bursting forth with an even more fervent and radiant light than before. These bombs left dazzling trails in the sky, each exploding in blinding flames as they neared the ground, heralding the impending destruction. The coalition pirates wore expressions of victorious confidence, exchanging high fives and cheering, believing that victory was within their grasp. To them, this battle was merely a matter of time, with Luaka and his crew destined to become yet another casualty on their path to conquest. However, standing before the straw-constructed defense. Luaka wore a devilishly charming smile. His gaze held no trace of fear. Instead, it exuded a calm assurance. "Since you have made the first move, you cannot blame me," Luaka murmured to himself, a hint of barely perceptible excitement in his voice. At the moment the alchemical flame bombs were about to make contact with the straw, Luaka abruptly swung his sword, issuing a command. With his motion, the surrounding straw seemed to come alive, instantly awakening. As the alchemical flame bombs, like lethal meteors, hurtled towards the straw defense, everyone held their breath. Yet, just as they were about to make contact, a miracle occurred. The straw, seemingly fragile, harbored the mysterious power of Luaka's straw fruit, resembling seaweed from the ocean floor, soft yet elastic. When the explosives collided with the straw, it was as if hard stones struck a highly elastic spring. Not only did they fail to cause the anticipated destruction, but the seemingly powerless straw gently rebounded, altering their trajectory. Like an invisible hand deftly redirecting them, the bombs flew back towards the coalition. The expressions of the coalition pirates, once brimming with confidence, froze in disbelief, replaced by an overwhelming sense of shock. Their eyes filled with confusion and panic, questioning why the world could be so unjust. The laughter that once rang out with certainty now transformed into terrified screams. They scattered in an attempt to evade the rebounding alchemical flame bombs. "What in the world is happening?" A pirate stammered, his lips quivering, barely able to form coherent words. Filled with doubt and fear, he could not comprehend the unfolding events. "We clearly held the advantage. How could it have come to this?" Another pirate muttered, despair evident in his gaze. Faced with the astonishing power displayed by Luaka and his straw fruit, several leaders of the coalition understood that wielding the abilities of a devil fruit came at a price. Each use drained a significant amount of stamina from a user. Especially in Luaka's case, where his powers were being employed on such a grand scale, the exhaustion was staggering. Now was the perfect moment to counterattack. "While he is fatigued, we must strike decisively and utterly defeat them," one coalition leader bellowed, his voice echoing across the battlefield, filled with resolve and fury. Soon, the sounds of coalition horns and war drums thundered, akin to a warning before a storm, signaling the arrival of a new offensive. Tens of thousands of pirates surged towards Luaka and his crew, their weapons gleaming ominously, their eyes alight with the flames of vengeance. "Brothers, do not give them a moment's respite. Charge!" Another leader brandished his large blade, leading the charge like a ferocious beast, aimed directly at Luaka's position. The coalition pirates, after a brief moment of panic, rekindled their fighting spirit. This could be their sole opportunity to turn the tide of battle. They cast aside all reservations, wagering everything on this charge, vowing to shatter Luaka and his crew in one fell swoop. Yet, Luaka remained undaunted by the oncoming tide of momentum. The true battle tests not only strength but also wisdom and will. As the enemy surged forth like a relentless tide, he swiftly devised a response. Upon hearing Luaka's command, his subordinates finally received the long-awaited battle signal. Their eyes ignited with determination. The power they had been harboring seemed to find its release. Their leader had already showcased astonishing strength, having thwarted 2 deadly attacks from the enemy. Yet this undoubtedly drained much of his stamina. Now it was their turn. This loyal band of followers would alleviate the pressure on Luaka, contributing their strength toward victory. "For the captain, for freedom, charge!" A valiant warrior roared, leading the charge from their concealed hideouts. His voice resonated like a war drum, igniting the blood of every member in the ranks. Following closely, Luaka's subordinates surged forth like untamed stallions from their hidden positions, their figures appearing particularly valiant in the morning light. Wielding an array of weapons, some with long swords, others with bows and arrows, and still others brandishing shields. Each bore an unwavering resolve to triumph as they charged towards the coalition's lines. "For our homeland, for honor, we fear nothing," another warrior shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield, inspiring every comrade. Although Luaka's crew was outnumbered, they possessed a steadfast belief and indomitable courage. For the leaders of the coalition, their minds harbored deeper calculations. In their eyes, apart from the genuine elites and trusted confidants, the tens of thousands of pirates were, to some extent, mere cannon fodder in battle, pieces used to exhaust the enemy's strength. Their strategy was simple yet ruthless, leveraging their numerical superiority to compel Luaka and his team into a grueling battle, depleting their physical and mental stamina until they were utterly exhausted and unable to continue. "Let these youngsters charge. We shall merely observe," a leader of the Allied forces remarked coldly, his eyes glinting with a merciless light. Indeed, while Loaka possessed formidable strength, even the mightiest has limits. As long as we patiently wait, there will come a moment when he is utterly spent. The other leaders nodded in agreement, recognizing that a direct confrontation with Loaka would be unwise. Instead, deploying the pirates as vanguards to continuously apply pressure was the optimal strategy at present. They merely needed to remain in a safe position, commanding the army and awaiting the perfect moment to strike. "Our few hundred are the core of the Allied forces. Our ultimate trump card," another leader added confidently. "Before Loaka exhausts his strength, we shall not act recklessly. When that moment arrives, we shall strike decisively to eliminate him." The higher-ups of the Allied forces wore cold smiles, brimming with confidence in their plan. To them, the initiative in this battle was firmly in their grasp. However, they overlooked a crucial point. Loaka and his team were no ordinary adversaries. Not only did they possess extraordinary strength, but they also exhibited unwavering resolve and a spirit of unity. Although Loaka had yet to unleash his full power, the synergy between him and his subordinates, along with their keen insight into the battlefield, enabled them to seek breakthroughs amidst the enemy's encirclement. Each counterattack was precise and forceful, and every defensive maneuver was as solid as a rock. Under Loaka's leadership, this team displayed remarkable resilience, standing firm even against foes that outnumbered them several times over. Fully aware of his team's precarious situation amidst the Allied forces' encirclement, Loaka reflected on the inevitable shadows of betrayal and fragmentation that had haunted them since embarking on this path. Yet, he never anticipated that, in such a brief period, their once mighty force would dwindle to just over 100 members. Every individual by his side had weathered countless storms and fought valiantly together. In Loaka's heart, they were not merely subordinates but brothers in arms. He could not allow them to perish in vain. A resolute light flickered in Loaka's eyes. Every life was invaluable. He could not let his comrades be wasted in futile combat. Thus, Loaka activated his distinctive straw fruit ability once more. This time, he aimed not only for simple defense, but to return the favor in kind. Straw surged around him like a tide, coalescing into a massive straw armor that enveloped his form, transforming him into a towering straw giant of over 10 meters in height. Loaka's arms morphed into colossal scythes, each bound with numerous sharp blades, resembling the grim reaper on the battlefield, mercilessly wielding his scythes to reap the lives of his enemies. Each swing stirred a tempest of bloodshed, and at that moment, the Allied pirates faced not merely a man, but an unstoppable harvesting machine. "Charge!" Loaka's voice reverberated from the mouth of the straw giant, resonating with a soul-stirring intensity. Like an insurmountable mountain, he stood unwavering on the battlefield. Each attack instilled dread in the hearts of his foes. This action not only greatly intimidated the enemy, but also invigorated every member of his team with immense encouragement. As long as they followed Loaka, there would be no obstacle insurmountable. Amidst the smoke-filled battlefield, Loaka's straw giant became the most dazzling sight, each strike carving a path to survival for his team. The Allied pirates, witnessing Loaka's transformation into a straw giant, were not merely shocked, but overwhelmed by an uncontrollable fear. That massive figure loomed like an insurmountable peak on the battlefield, swinging arms laden with dozens of long swords. Each flash of sword light unleashed a cloud of blood mist, turning the entire battlefield into a gruesome slaughterhouse. "How is this possible?" one pirate cried out in terror. The sound pierced the cacophony of the battlefield, but was soon drowned out by the screams of his companions. Faced with such a terrifying enemy, most of them felt an unprecedented despair. Each swing of the long sword was capable of claiming their lives, while their own weapons appeared pitifully inadequate against this behemoth. With every strike, Loaka seemed to summon the Reaper, harvesting one life after another. The Allied pirates began to scatter in a frantic attempt to escape this hellish battlefield. But Loaka's straw giant pursued them relentlessly, like an inescapable nightmare. "Run! That creature is not human. Here, we can do nothing but perish," someone shouted in panic. Amid the chaos, the voice was quickly swallowed. Fear spread through the Allied forces like a plague, their once orderly formations collapsing as pirates fled in disarray, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Loaka's straw giant, like an impassable chasm, completely dismantled the Allied forces' offensive. Each swing of his sword seemed to declare to the enemy, "This is my territory, and it is not a place for a pack of wild dogs to run amok. On the hillside, the leaders of the pirate crews observed through their telescopes as their subordinates crumbled, a wave of disappointment and rage swelling within them. Watching their men scatter like the tide, they cannot help but curse. These useless fools can't even cause the enemy a bit of trouble. Stop! You worthless scoundrels, halt at once! One leader bellowed, straining his voice in an attempt to stem the tide of defeat. Yet his words, lost amidst the tumult of battle, failed to reach the ears of the fleeing pirates. Whoever can hold Luaka for just 1 second, I shall reward with 1,000,000 belly. Another leader proclaimed loudly, attempting to rekindle their fighting spirit with the lure of money. 1,000,000 belly was no small sum for any pirate, enough to compel them to fight desperately. However, in the face of Luaka's nearly invincible straw giant form, even such a generous bounty could not stir the courage within them. Fear had become deeply etched in their hearts, instinctively driving them to distance themselves from this terrifying presence. Do not fear, we still have a chance. One leader sought to rally morale, drawing his sword with a resolute glimmer in his eyes. If we can just hold him for a moment, we may find a way to defeat him. But his voice was soon consumed by the chaos of the battlefield. The pirates, driven by fear, fled the scene, leaving only wreckage and countless bodies in their wake. Confronted with Luaka's seemingly insurmountable swordsmanship, the leaders of the allied forces ultimately resolved to enter the fray themselves. Each grasped their weapons tightly, leading their finest subordinates, over 100 in total, down the slope like tigers descending from the mountain to join this life-and-death struggle. In the midst of their charge, they did not neglect to inspire the ordinary soldiers who trembled in fear, promising them abundant rewards upon their victory. A feast awaits you, contingent upon your valor today. These pirates are inherently a blend of greed and courage, and at this moment, under the leader's encouragement, their desires for avarice and triumph were ignited. Gripping heavy sabers with fierce glints in their eyes, they recklessly launched a ferocious assault against the seemingly invincible enemy, Luaka. This time, the coalition's offensive was even more intense and organized. They attempted to leverage their numerical superiority and the morale boost brought by their leader's direct involvement to compensate for previous tactical shortcomings. Amidst the flashing blades, the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and every clash of metal announced the brutality and mercilessness of combat. Yet, in the face of this surging onslaught, Luaka remained calm and composed. His swordplay flowed like water, each swing deftly countering the enemy's attacks, as if engaging in a deadly dance. Luaka's figure darted across the battlefield, each appearance claiming the lives of several foes. His sword seemed tainted by a sinister curse, instilling fear in all who dared approach. Despite the coalition's utmost efforts, Luaka's innate combat prowess and extraordinary swordsmanship rendered him nearly invincible. Having completed his sword dance, he surveyed the battlefield littered with ruins and fallen warriors. From his elevated position, Luaka's voice resonated like thunder, laced with mockery and confusion. Why do you persist in this folly? Why choose death repeatedly? Is it not a better choice? His words bore a profound philosophical inquiry, questioning not only these warriors but the very meaning of the war itself. Faced with Luaka's queries, the coalition's soldiers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for answers. Their faces reflected confusion and struggle, as if, in that instant, they began to introspect their actions and beliefs. The leaders, Maksu Feisha, Ilakasiwang, Lianak Duo Kapalu, and Major Wajia, wore equally complex expressions, a mixture of awe for Luaka's power and doubt regarding their own decisions. As Luaka stood towering on the battlefield, uttering his thought-provoking questions, an unprecedented silence enveloped the scene. At that moment, the hearts of the coalition's leaders, including Maksu Feisha, Ilakasiwang, Lianadu Okapalu, and Major Wajia, were stirred with tumultuous emotions. Confronted by Luaka's extraordinary might, they felt both reverence and deep contemplation regarding their own fates. Among them, one man's gaze was particularly intricate, Liana Duo Kapu, a seasoned veteran of countless battles. His eyes flitted between Luaka's colossal form and his comrades, finally settling on the figure of a seemingly loyal man beside Luaka. This man, named Jayashidan, had been Luaka's steadfast bodyguard, unwaveringly protecting him through tranquil days and tumultuous battles alike. In Lien Na's gaze lay a subtle cunning as he nodded slightly, conveying a message that only Jayashidan could perceive, a simple yet profoundly significant gesture, silently inquiring, "Is your loyalty unbreakable?" Jayashidan sensed this gaze, responding with equal swiftness and subtlety. His steadfast eyes conveyed absolute trust and commitment, declaring, "My loyalty is more unyielding than steel." To an outsider, this moment might seem like ordinary communication between two men. Yet, in the hearts of Lin Na and Jayashiden, it resembled a silent dialogue, filled with probing and reassurance. Lin Na sought vulnerabilities within Luaka's ranks, while Jayashiden, through his gaze, proclaimed his unwavering loyalty to Luaka. As night fell and the tension on the battlefield reached its zenith, Jayashiden, regarded as Luaka's most loyal guard, suddenly exhibited a shocking act. He drew forth a 5-meter-long massive blade, akin to a poised cheetah, and lunged toward Luaka's towering form with blinding speed, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, Luaka seemed to have foreseen everything. His reaction was astonishingly swift. Just as Jayashiden was about to make contact, countless strands of straw surged around Luaka, ensnaring Jayashiden's feet like living entities, causing him to lose balance mid-air and halting his assault. Luaka's voice then emerged, calm yet tinged with regret. "Jayashiden, why have you chosen betrayal?" Upon hearing Luaka's inquiry, Jayashiden's face paled, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. He struggled to break free from his bindings, but the seemingly soft straw had become as unyielding as iron, tightly restraining his movements. Jayashiden opened his mouth to speak, but found himself unable to utter a word, his inner turmoil and chaos preventing him from forming a coherent defense. Luaka's voice rang out once more, this time imbued with profound disappointment. "Jayashiden, I have always regarded you as a confidant, trusting you as I trust myself. Why have you made such a choice? Do the enemy's empty promises outweigh everything we have built?" Standing beneath the moonlight, Luaka's figure resembled an inviolable statue, silent and imposing. Faced with his former comrade, now turned betrayer, Jayashiden displayed no trace of emotional fluctuation. Jayashiden's pleas, pain, and despair seemed to dissolve into mere background noise, unable to penetrate Luaka's heart, which had been hardened by countless betrayals. As Luaka raised the heavy saber, the air thickened with a weighty silence. Without hesitation, without faltering, his movements were swift and decisive, akin to a silver lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky, targeting Jayashiden's vital point. As the blade descended, blood splattered, and Jayashiden's head tumbled to the ground, extinguishing the flame of life in an instant. Throughout the entire ordeal, Luaka's expression remained unchanged. It was merely the fulfillment of an ordinary task. This scene unfolded like a brutal demonstration, plunging the surrounding pirates into unprecedented fear. They bore witness to Luaka's power and ruthlessness, the chilling aura emanating from him causing them to doubt. Is this man truly someone they can contend with? Fear spread through the crowd like a plague, and some timid pirates began to retreat quietly, their eyes flickering with thoughts of escape. Each of Luaka's breaths and movements felt like an invisible command, pressing upon their nerves and instilling unprecedented pressure. Can we truly win? A voice trembled, shattering the silence. Soon, this doubt spread like wildfire among the pirates. The once unassailable morale now showed cracks due to Luaka's cold and merciless strike. Luaka's gaze swept over them, his profound eyes seemingly able to penetrate the deepest fears and weaknesses of their hearts. He spoke not a word, merely standing there, his very presence declaring an undeniable truth. In this maritime realm, he stands as the undisputed sovereign. Any who dare challenge his authority shall pay a grievous price. At this moment, those pirates who once held a dismissive attitude towards Luaka have finally come to the realization that they confront not merely a formidable adversary, but an almost invincible legend. The intertwining of fear and reverence compels them to reassess the situation before them. Perhaps seeking a path to survival is their only recourse. Confronted by Luaka's imposing demeanor and unparalleled might, several pirate leaders exchanged glances filled with both resignation and resolve. Conventional tactics and brute strength can no longer shake this indomitable giant. Only through the deployment of their meticulously selected and trained elite forces can they hope to shatter the current stalemate. These elite warriors, whom they have invested considerable time and resources in cultivating, possess not only extraordinary combat prowess, but, more importantly, an insatiable thirst for victory and unwavering loyalty to their leader. Thus, at the command of their chief, over 100 elite pirates surged forth like a tidal wave, exhibiting greater ferocity and determination than ordinary pirates. A distinct aura of menace radiated from them, their eyes devoid of fear, filled instead with hatred for their foes and a yearning for triumph. After a brief preparation, they raised their voices in rallying cries, charging fearlessly towards Loaka. Their advance resembled a tempest, seeking to obliterate the unyielding mountain that Loaka embodies. The weapons in their hands gleamed with a chilling light under the moon, each strike infused with lethal power. However, even in the face of such a frenzied assault, Loaka remained composed and unflappable. A flicker of admiration passed through his eyes, acknowledging the courage and determination of these warriors, yet tinged with a hint of sorrow, for they have chosen an adversary they can never hope to vanquish. In the moonlight, Loaka's figure appeared even more imposing. Each swing of his blade resembled a symphony of death. The valiant elite pirates, despite displaying extraordinary courage and strength, fell one by one before Loaka's nearly unstoppable swordplay, becoming mere additions to the countless bodies at his feet. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, these elite pirates refused to yield. As long as they drew breath, they must strive to secure even the faintest chance to turn the tide of battle. This almost frenzied dedication left the ordinary pirates witnessing the scene in awe, beginning to realize that sometimes courage and sacrifice outweigh mere brute strength. Yet to Loaka, all of this appeared trivial. With every swing of his colossal blade, each strike was precise and fatal, signaling to all that no matter how powerful or brave the adversary, the outcome would remain unchanged. Confronted by Loaka's seemingly flawless might, the pirate leaders were filled with shock and disbelief. They exchanged glances laden with confusion and terror, silently questioning whether they had ever encountered such an extraordinary foe upon the vast seas. Throughout their past campaigns and adventures, countless opponents had fallen before them, yet none had made them feel so utterly powerless and insignificant as Loaka. How could this be possible? One leader finally succumbed to a hoarse growl. We have traversed these waters for years, considering ourselves among the strong. Yet how is it that until now, we have not sensed even the slightest hint of fatigue from this individual wielding the powers of a devil fruit? The devil fruit, a legendary fruit said to bestow extraordinary abilities upon its consumer, has enabled numerous pirates to attain powers beyond the ordinary. However, even in battles involving those endowed with devil fruit abilities, Loaka's performance was strikingly anomalous. What he exhibited was an extreme purity of martial prowess and technique, devoid of any reliance on external forces. This bewildered all present. They could not comprehend how one who appeared to wield no supernatural abilities could possess such terrifying combat strength. Could this truly be the essence of a true powerhouse? Another leader murmured, his voice laden with bitterness and resentment. Even the powers of the devil fruit could not contend with him. In that moment, they finally grasped the sensation of standing upon a bed of nails. In past battles, regardless of how formidable their foes, they always found a way to exploit weaknesses, utilizing their intelligence and strength to secure victory. Yet, against Loaka, all strategies and tactics seemed to lose their significance. Loaka's presence was akin to an unyielding rock, impervious to the crashing waves. As the battle raged on, despair gradually filled the hearts of the pirates. They began to realize that perhaps from the very beginning, the outcome of this confrontation had been predetermined. All they could do was resist as long as possible until the final moment. However, even this resistance appeared feeble and ineffectual. Each of Loaka's strikes landed like a hammer upon their hearts, imparting a profound understanding of true despair and powerlessness. Yet even so, these pirate leaders chose not to forsake their identities as pirates. Defeat and death were fated outcomes, but at least in their final moments, they would display the pride and dignity befitting a pirate. Thus, they rallied their spirits once more, bracing for the impending, more ferocious battle, even if what awaited them was inevitable destruction. In their hearts, perhaps a flicker of hope remained, a hope to find a glimmer of opportunity to reverse the tide in this seemingly futile struggle. The night deepened, the moon obscured by clouds, and an unprecedented tension and resolve enveloped the island. The four leaders, Makisi Facia, Ilika, Liangnaduo Kape Lual, and Maijerwagia, bore in their eyes an indomitable flame, eager to ignite the night. In this moment, there was no retreat. They could only advance, pouring every ounce of strength into a final gamble for their destinies. Makisi Facia, the sovereign of the seas, gripped a heavy battle axe, its blade reflecting a cold gleam under the faint starlight. Taking a deep breath, his muscles coiled like a beast poised to pounce. Frenzied shark slash. With a roar, he swung the axe, generating a gust of wind as he charged towards Loaka's position. Ilika, agile and poised, wielded twin pistols that resembled her wings, swift and lethal. Her eyes gleamed with determination, as if capable of piercing through all darkness. Phantom Barrage. In a flash, she darted like a specter through the night, firing her pistols in quick succession, each bullet aimed with deadly precision at her target. Like a ghostly harbinger of doom, Liang Naduo Kape Luo, the king of the black market, held a dagger that was light yet razor-sharp, akin to the scythe of death in the night. Shadow cut, concealed in the darkness, each appearance was accompanied by the glint of his dagger, and every cut whispered the lethal secrets of the night. Major Weigia, the enigmatic shadow assassin, was shrouded in a black cloak, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. Shadow Kill, as silent as the night itself, the shadows moved stealthily, each strike an invitation to death, leaving behind trails of darkness on the battlefield. The four joined forces, displaying their extraordinary skills, their assault a relentless tide, intent on tearing the island apart. In the fierce combat of the island's night, Luaka's presence was akin to an inescapable storm, utterly overturning the dynamics of the battlefield with his unimaginable power and tactics. Thousands of soldiers, the elite of the four formidable leaders, once believed victory was within their grasp, yet they never anticipated the ferocity and lethality of Luaka's counterattack. The air was thick not only with tension and anticipation, but also with a fervent desire for triumph. However, Luaka's figure, like a specter, revealed the terrifying prowess of his straw fruit ability at that moment. With a subtle smile, he waved his hands gently, and countless slender straw threads, as if invisible blades, silently pierced the air, directly targeting the bodies of the four leaders. These threads appeared delicate, yet they were remarkably resilient, swiftly burrowing into the four's bodies like lurking serpents. Spreading quietly, then, like blossoms bursting forth, these straw threads suddenly detonated within the bodies of the four leaders, an excruciating pain engulfing them in an instant. This agony transcended the limits of physical endurance, stemming from internal rending and destruction, rendering them unable to bear it. In that moment, the four leaders made a painful yet resolute choice. For survival, they unhesitatingly severed their own arms, striving to halt the further invasion of the straw threads. Blood gushed forth. Severed limbs fell to the ground, and the scene was horrifically tragic. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing this spectacle, were left in shock. Having never encountered such a bizarre and brutal form of combat, Luaka's might surpassed all imagination. The battle raged on, yet the offensive of the four leaders had been thoroughly dismantled. Standing at the center of the battlefield, Luaka wielded complete control, his eyes devoid of compassion, showing only cold ruthlessness towards his foes. This confrontation was not merely a clash of strength, but a contest of wits and strategy. On that battlefield, stained red by the embers of conflict, the pain and despair of the four leaders intertwined, creating a heart-wrenching tableau. Once feared in these waters, they now could only watch helplessly as their once proud bodies suffered such brutal devastation. Agony and resentment pierced their hearts like twin daggers. Max Fisher, the former maritime overlord, now left with but one arm, gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with resentful fire. What is happening? How could we possibly face such a thorough defeat? His voice trembled with pain, yet was laced with an indomitable fighting spirit. At that moment, Elika, once beautiful, appeared exceptionally frail, having lost an arm, her face pale, sweat mingling with tears. We have underestimated him. Luaka is no ordinary adversary. Her words were filled with regret, revealing a profound respect for Luaka's extraordinary abilities. Leonardo Capello, the king of the black market, usually composed, could no longer conceal his astonishment. What shall we do? Can we still win this battle? His voice quivered with unprecedented panic, the agony of losing an arm awakening a genuine terror within him. Miguel Vega, the enigmatic shadow assassin, was now stripped of his usual composure, gazing down at the wound of his severed arm, his tone low and devoid of strength. We have failed. Luaka is not merely powerful, he is a monster. The thousands of followers around them, once loyal to the four leaders, now stood like statues frozen in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Witnessing their leader's utter disgrace, their hearts swelled not just with shock, but with profound fear. Is this real? Have we truly lost? One pirate trembled, his lips quivering in disbelief. His voice was rife with despair. Another pirate clutched his companion's hand tightly, eyes filled with terror. I do not wish to die here. Do we still have a chance? Those who had previously chosen to betray Luaka were now drenched in sweat. At this moment, Even if they wanted to flee for their lives, it might be too late. It was evident that the leaders they followed were soon to become cold corpses. What fate awaited those who had once joined Loaka merely as opportunists? As this thought crossed their minds, sparks of cunning ideas and potential paths to redemption ignited in their eyes. Just as the former leaders had managed to recruit them and win over those seemingly loyal to Loaka, so too could they engage in similar treachery now. The heads of their companions seemed the perfect tokens of allegiance. For these turncoats, such actions were nothing new. Faced with Loaka's frigid gaze, these former traitors launched a ruthless assault on their erstwhile allies with astonishing speed and ferocity. Their actions were swift and lethal, clearly willing to sacrifice anyone opposing them to prove their loyalty to Loaka. This rapid shift heightened the tension and chaos on the battlefield. The cries of comrades rang out in despair, yet they were utterly unable to resist the sudden betrayal. Former allies, who had fought side by side, instantly became enemies, plunging the battlefield into a bloody disarray. The betrayers' eyes sparkled with the desire to survive as they wielded their weapons, mercilessly striking down those who had yet to react. Blood and cries intertwining into a horrific tableau. Loaka stood still, his expression calm. All of this was within his expectations. His gaze swept over every fallen figure, be they traitors or innocents, without stirring a single ripple in his demeanor. Loaka's presence was akin to that of an unyielding arbiter amidst the chaos of battle. He did not respond immediately to those traitors who had offered the heads of their comrades as proof of loyalty, instead observing quietly, assessing their worth and whether their allegiance was trustworthy. On the battlefield, the power of the four leaders was rapidly disintegrating. Their elite soldiers either perished or surrendered, and the once formidable alliance lay shattered before Loaka. His strategy not only breached the enemy's physical defenses, but also dismantled their bonds of trust, inciting mutual slaughter among them and hastening the battle's conclusion. Amidst the chaos and bloodshed, the surviving comrades finally realized that among them lurked not just enemies, but former allies now transformed into the most lethal threats. Emotions of anger, fear, and despair spread swiftly among the survivors as the once tightly knit group began to fracture, suspicion replacing the trust of yesteryear. "You bastards!" a bloodied warrior roared, having just witnessed his beloved friend brutally slain by a once comrade. "We fought together, bled together, and vowed to protect this land. And now, you betray the very faith we all shared for the sake of survival." Silence. Another pirate, wielding a long sword, bellowed, his eyes filled with struggle and pain. "Do you think I desired this? Do you think I would willingly take the life of my own brother? Yet, this is the law of survival, the will of Loaka. If we do not act, we shall be the next to perish." Loaka, someone murmured. The name held a complex significance in their hearts, evoking both reverence and terror. What does he truly desire? We have already lost so much. Is it not enough? Not enough? It will never be enough. A voice emerged from the rear of the crowd, belonging to one of the traitors, his face bearing an almost frenzied fervor. "Only by thoroughly eliminating dissent can we attain genuine security. What Lord Loaka requires is absolute loyalty. Only through the baptism of blood can we prove ourselves." Absolute loyalty? Another voice joined the debate, dripping with irony. "This is merely another form of enslavement. Shall we become his puppets, subject to his whims? At least that is preferable to dying here." The traitor retorted, "You may choose to continue resisting, but do not expect us to show mercy. From this moment forth, we shall heed only Lord Loaka's commands." Under Loaka's gaze, the four once mighty leaders now resembled a pack of fallen hounds, prostrating themselves in the dirt, pleading for the last flicker of hope. Their dignity and pride had long since been crushed by the merciless reality, leaving only the desire for survival to compel them to bow their noble heads. "Lord Loaka, please forgive us," one cried, his voice trembling with fear. "We admit our wrongs. We should not have opposed you. If you would spare us, we vow that henceforth Grandshaw Island shall never bear our footsteps again." "Indeed, my lord," another echoed, his tone laden with deep remorse. "We are willing to forsake everything, simply pleading for a chance to redeem ourselves. We shall depart to distant lands, never to tread upon these waters again, never daring to show you any disrespect." Their pleas echoed hauntingly in the night sky. Once grand proclamations have now become the harshest mockery, their fates lay entirely in Loaka's hands. The surrounding soldiers and survivors cast sympathetic glances, while others glimmered with vengeful flames, each silently awaiting Loaka's judgment. Loaka remained silent for a moment, his gaze penetrating as he contemplated something. Ultimately, he spoke slowly, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. You once challenged my supremacy, attempting to dismantle the order I established. Do I still need to forgive you? Luaka's laughter reverberated through the night, chilling as ice, shattering the last remnants of illusion within the hearts of the four leaders, casting them into the abyss of despair. In that laughter, there was no trace of compassion, only a merciless derision of reality. Opportunities? I indeed offered you such. Luaka's voice was deep and resonant. But I never coerced your choice. You chose to resist, to unite against me. Thus, you have also chosen your current fate. This is your destiny, the conclusion of your own making. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the four leaders froze, finally realizing that they had stood at the edge of an irretrievable precipice from the very beginning. Confronted with Luaka's unyielding resolve, they comprehended that all their pleas and promises had become utterly meaningless. In their despair, they made their final decision. Some, perhaps driven by an instinctual desire for life, or perhaps unable to relinquish their hatred for Luaka, chose to attack. They drew their weapons and charged recklessly towards Luaka, seeking a glimmer of hope in their dire straits. Even though they knew deep down it was a futile struggle, others opted for an entirely different path, escape. They exerted every ounce of strength, racing towards the far side of the island, hoping to find a vessel to flee this land of death. Their footsteps were hurried and heavy, the air thick with palpable panic and despair. However, whether attacking or fleeing, they underestimated Luaka's power and the loyalty of his followers. The attackers were swiftly subdued by Luaka's devoted guards, their weapons easily seized, their bodies tightly bound, forced to watch helplessly as their fates were decided by others. Meanwhile, those who chose to flee were not spared from the fate of pursuit. Luaka's subordinates quickly organized a pursuit team, sealing off every potential exit, ensuring that none could escape the calamity unscathed. Soon, Luaka looked upon the few grievously injured individuals, barely able to breathe, and granted them the release they sought. After this bloody purge, the battlefield's silence was pierced by a chorus of lowly pleas. Those who once chose to betray Luaka now knelt before him like startled birds, trembling in fear, forming a dark sea of supplicants. Their eyes brimmed with dread and regret, once filled with ambition and arrogance. They were now consumed by the harshness of reality, replaced by a yearning for survival and a profound fear of Luaka. Luaka stood before them, his figure towering under the moonlight, a deity governing life and death. He did not respond immediately, but rather observed the scene quietly, his gaze lingering on each kneeling supplicant as he assessed their worth and loyalty. You, Luaka finally spoke, his voice, though not raised, commanded absolute silence. You once chose betrayal, chose to challenge my authority. Now you plead for my forgiveness. But do you truly grasp the cost of treachery? Each of Luaka's words struck like a hammer against the chests of the kneeling figures, quickening their heartbeats and constricting their breaths. In this moment, their fates lay entirely in Luaka's hands. Any slight movement could determine their lives or deaths. I shall not easily forget betrayal, Luaka continued. Yet, I am not devoid of compassion. Your pleas for mercy shall be considered, but only if you demonstrate your loyalty through tangible actions to atone for your past transgressions. Moreover, at that time, you chose to betray me. Now, you wish to rejoin as if you were a reed swaying in the wind. Have you not betrayed me in vain? As Luaka's decision swept through like a cold wind, those once indecisive traitors, attempting to return to his favor, fell into a chasm of despair. They had believed that through their subservience, perhaps they could carve out a place for themselves under Luaka's reign, even if it was a humble existence. However, reality ruthlessly shattered their illusions. Faced with Luaka's rejection, panic spread like wildfire in their hearts. Their fates were sealed. Luaka would not grant them a second chance. Thus, the instinct for survival drove them to flee desperately, seeking a sliver of hope in this land riddled with death. Yet their efforts seemed so futile. On the battlefield, Luaka's straw had long since permeated every corner, foreshadowing the inevitable fate of every would-be rebel. Surrounded by Luaka's elite, they were akin to trapped beasts. No matter how fiercely they struggled, they could not escape the bindings that seemed destined to ensnare them. Locke, you cold-blooded monster! A voice filled with despair and hatred for fate, and Locke roared in agony. You shall pay for your actions. Yet to Locke, these curses and pleas for mercy were nothing more than the desperate cries of a dying struggle. Standing aloft, His gaze coldly observed a drama with a predetermined outcome. Those who once betrayed him now lay helplessly on the ground, their hands and feet tightly bound, their faces etched with terror and despair. Act decisively. Grant these former companions a swift demise. At Locke's command, over 100 loyal subordinates sprang into action, like a finely tuned machine, executing the chilling task. Amidst the flashes of blades, the heads of the betrayers were raised high before falling heavily, rolling into pools of blood. The air was thick with the stench of blood, a suffocating scent that evoked memories of the carnage on the battlefield, a reminder of the fragility and transience of life. This scene served as a profound warning to all factions on Grand Xia Island. Through his brutal and bloodthirsty methods, Locke demonstrated the terrifying consequences of betrayal. Those factions still hesitating and observing were now engulfed in an abyss of fear. They began to act with utmost caution, refraining from any actions that might provoke Locke, even lowering their voices instinctively when mentioning his name, fearful of attracting unnecessary attention. In every corner of the island, whispers of Locke began to circulate. Yet, no one dared to meet his gaze, for those eyes were capable of penetrating the soul, rendering them defenseless. They no longer spoke of his past, but focused on his future and the potential transformations he might usher in. Some prophesied that Locke's rule would bring unprecedented stability, while others feared that his methods were too cruel, inevitably inciting greater resistance. Regardless of whether their hearts brimmed with fear or reverence, one undeniable truth loomed. Locke had become the indisputable overlord of Grand Xia Island. His name hung like an invisible shackle, compelling every individual to bow their heads. The former traitors could now only become victims under his reign, their fates casting an indelible shadow in the hearts of all. As the first rays of dawn illuminated a new day on Grand Xia Island, they brought with them fresh fears and hopes. The leaders of the smaller factions, having spent a sleepless night in tumultuous reflection, confronted an unprecedented struggle. Locke's actions the previous night had cleaved through the fog of uncertainty, revealing to them that in these waters, power was the sole truth. Therefore, as the first light graced the earth, they busied themselves preparing substantial gifts for Locke. These offerings comprised not only gold and silver, but also precious resources, rare commodities, and even oaths of loyalty. They hoped to express their submission and respect through these tributes, while also seeking his protection to avoid becoming the next targets of retribution. Conflicted emotions surged within the leaders, a blend of fear towards Locke's methods and confusion regarding the unknown future. They had never anticipated that the struggle among the four major factions would yield such decisive outcomes overnight. What once seemed an invincible alliance had dissipated like bubbles meeting fire. This compelled them to reassess their circumstances and survival strategies under Locke's dominion. As gifts were meticulously packaged and dispatched to Locke's stronghold, the atmosphere on Grand Xia Island began to subtly shift. The previously tense relations seemed to ease, yet an oppressive air lingered. Each individual treaded carefully, fearful that a single misstep might provoke Locke's unpredictable ire. Meanwhile, Locke remained remarkably composed in the face of these lavish tributes. Behind these gifts lay a yearning for power and a dread of survival among the factions. He refrained from an immediate response, choosing instead to set these offerings aside temporarily while contemplating how to leverage these factions to further consolidate his rule. For everyone on Grand Xia Island, this would be a day etched in their memories as the most tumultuous. Locke's ascent not only altered the power dynamics on the island, but also imparted a stark realization. In this world of the survival of the fittest, only through relentless strength could one endure. The once formidable four factions now became mere relics of history, serving as a cautionary tale for future challengers. Do not dare to defy the authority of the strong, lest the consequences be beyond imagination. Confronted with a series of unforeseen developments, Locke felt a surge of complex emotions. He had believed in the prophetic abilities of the straw fruit, convinced that even the slightest possibility would eventually manifest. Yet, reality presented an alternative outcome. This surprise urged him to reevaluate his foresight. Perhaps not all destinies could be precisely captured. Reflecting on the surrogate dolls he had previously created for self-protection, Locke resolved to undertake a thorough cleansing and replacement. Those entrusted with significant responsibilities who had ultimately succumbed to madness were clearly unfit for their missions. He could not help but lament that even his methods toward enemies were excessively harsh, rendering them unbearable. This disparity made Locke acutely aware that even the most resilient souls hold their vulnerabilities. Nevertheless, Locke did not relent. Instead, He fortified his conviction that in this perilous and uncertain world, only absolute power and an indomitable spirit could ensure his safety and the stability of his reign. He began to plan his next moves, not only to eliminate potential threats, but also to seize this opportunity to assert his authority, making it clear to all who dared to challenge him that any attempt to undermine his position would exact a severe toll. Throughout every corner of Grand Xia Island, naval informants busily gathered the latest intelligence on Locke, documenting everything they witnessed and swiftly transmitting it back to naval headquarters through clandestine channels. These informants range from ordinary citizens hidden in the alleyways to intelligence experts mingling among various factions, all united in their mission to monitor every action on the island, especially concerning pivotal figures like Locke. The intelligence encompassed all of Locke's recent endeavors, from his shocking display of might to his rapid consolidation of control over the island's factions, and the formidable tactics and strategies he employed. The informants meticulously detailed how Locke had overturned the power structure of Grand Xia Island overnight, causing the seemingly unassailable alliance to crumble and compelling once mighty leaders to bow in submission, offering lavish gifts in hopes of securing his mercy and protection. This intelligence was swiftly compiled into reports and delivered to the upper echelons of Navy. As the naval commanders perused each report, complex emotions flickered in their eyes. They gained a renewed understanding of Locke's strength, realizing that this newly risen power not only possessed extraordinary combat prowess, but also exhibited exceptional leadership skills and profound strategic insight. The Naval Command has begun to reassess its policies regarding Grand Xia Island, contemplating whether adjustments to troop deployments are necessary to counter potential new threats. The naval commanders are acutely aware that the rise of Luaka poses a significant challenge to the equilibrium of the entire maritime region. They have initiated strategic planning, deliberating the possibility of dispatching elite forces to Grand Xia Island or reinforcing alliances with other maritime powers to counterbalance Luaka's expansion. Simultaneously, they recognize that merely relying on military might may prove insufficient against such a formidable adversary, necessitating a more comprehensive and adaptable strategy. In the conference room of the naval base, intense and fervent discussions are underway. Colonels gather around the conference table, with a map spread before them, highlighting key locations on Grand Xia Island and its surrounding waters. They analyze various potential scenarios, weighing pros and cons in an attempt to devise the optimal response plan. The naval think tank is diligently working, gathering intelligence about Luaka in hopes of uncovering his weaknesses to gain an advantage in future confrontations. However, the High Command understands that any rash actions against such a powerful foe could yield unpredictable consequences. They must proceed with caution, demonstrating the strength of the Navy without provoking Luaka to avoid unnecessary conflict. In this volatile situation, the Navy must maintain heightened vigilance, ready to confront challenges posed by Luaka or his allies. They must also seek opportunities to undermine his power, preserving peace and order in the oceans. In the command center of the naval base, the admirals are gathered around a large display screen, meticulously watching and analyzing footage provided by informants. These recordings capture Luaka's every astonishing display on Grand Xia Island, from his solitary triumph over a whole battalion of pirates to his almost supernatural ability to manipulate the earth, as well as his subtle interactions with the island's indigenous people. Each frame reveals Luaka's incredible strength and wisdom, compelling all to regard him with newfound respect. Look here. An analysis expert points to a moment on the screen. Luaka seems capable of sensing changes in his surroundings, anticipating his enemy's moves. This ability is invaluable in combat, especially in the complex environment of the New World, where it is like a tiger adding wings. Another admiral adds, moreover, he has demonstrated control over natural elements, an exceedingly rare skill within our known realm. If he truly chooses to enter the New World with such abilities, he will undoubtedly become an undeniable force. But why would he choose to remain on such a small island? A young officer raises a question. With his strength, he could easily showcase his talents on a grander stage, perhaps even establish his own kingdom in the New World. This inquiry sparks deep contemplation among all present. Various speculations arise regarding Luaka's choice. Some believe he may be waiting for the opportune moment to amass power and astonish the New World. Others conjecture that Grand Xia Island conceals some secret that holds a special allure for him. Still, others propose that Luaka might be searching for a specific person or object located on the island. Regardless of the reason, the commander of the naval base states solemnly, "We must closely monitor Luaka's movements, Given his capacity to establish himself in the new world, he will surely find a way to breach our defenses. We need to formulate a comprehensive contingency plan in case he decides to leave Granxia Island and venture into broader waters. Seated in his magnificent fortress at the heart of Granxia Island, Loaka is surrounded by an array of exquisite artifacts, each narrating a tale of history and conquest. In his hand, he holds a tarot card crafted with the power of the straw devil fruit, imbued with supernatural strength. On the eve of a decisive battle, he had consulted it, and the card revealed a promising and surprising turn of fate awaiting him. However, as the sun gradually descends, the anticipated surprise has yet to materialize. Luaka's gaze shifts from the window back to his obedient subordinates gathered before him. Since yesterday, these individuals have continuously approached him, recounting the substantial wealth offered by various factions on the island as a gesture of submission, a sum so considerable it would entice anyone. Yet it is not the surprise Luaka desires. Gentlemen, Luaka's voice resonates deeply, imbued with undeniable authority. What I seek transcends mere gold and silver. What I yearn for is a power that can propel Granxia Island and the entire maritime region towards prosperity. His words are like a refreshing breeze, scattering the shimmering dust of wealth in the air, awakening all present to the realization that their master seeks not just material conquest, but a deeper recognition and connection. From a moment Luaka decisively vanquished the four great alliances, the entire Granxia Island seems to tremble under his command. Luaka does not rest on his laurels of victory. Instead, he quickly and decisively orchestrates a grand, cleansing operation. The targets are the strongholds of once mighty factions, their treasure vaults, and all that embodies their former glory. His subordinates, a mix of loyal pirates and newly recruited warriors, harbor unwavering loyalty and admiration for Luaka. Upon receiving orders, their eyes gleam with a blend of excitement and tension. For they understand this is not merely a simple pillaging operation, but a chance to prove their worth and loyalty to Luaka. As night falls, various corners of Granxia Island begin to unfold thrilling scenes. When they pry open the long-dormant treasure vaults, the sight before them is astonishing. Mountains of gold, dazzling gemstones, and crates overflowing with berries lie beyond their wildest imaginations. Some among them have never witnessed such immense wealth and are momentarily taken aback. However, they quickly regain their composure, methodically following their prearranged plan to transport the treasures. The entire process is filled with exhilaration and challenge, accompanied by a sense of satisfaction. Each emptied location signifies the further consolidation of Luaka's power, bringing them closer to their shared dream. They are no longer forgotten figures on the margins, but rather become a part of history in the making, a transformation that fills their hearts with pride. As the operation progresses, whispers begin to circulate on the island. Those who once regarded Luaka with skepticism must now reconsider their stance towards this newly ascended king. They are beginning to realize that following Luaka may indeed be the sole path to glory and wealth. Amidst the clamor and reports, Luaka sits upon his throne, listening intently as his subordinates report one by one the spoils seized for various factions. The names of gold, silver, jewels, and rare antiques flow like a stream in his ears. Although the quantity is staggering, it fails to stir any ripples within him until a singular voice breaks through the ordinary, bringing with it a different atmosphere. Lord Luaka, as we were clearing the last stronghold, we stumbled upon an extraordinary object. The speaker was a shrewd and capable aide, with eyes glimmering with curiosity and reverence. It was a pristine, flawless white crystal sphere, emanating a gentle radiance that remained visible even in darkness. We had never encountered such a perfect crystal. It bore no blemish, resembling nature's most exquisite gift. Luaka's eyes brightened slightly, a barely perceptible intrigue flickering in the depths of his profound gaze. The words white crystal sphere struck him like a bolt of lightning, shattering the tranquility he had long harbored. In this world, seemingly mundane objects often conceal secrets yet to be unveiled. This white crystal sphere might very well be the clue he had been seeking all along. According to the previous user of the straw fruit, such a pure and immaculate white crystal sphere could elevate one's divination skills to new heights. Bring it forth, Luaka commanded, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with an undeniable authority. I wish to behold this crystal sphere myself. The aide nodded and swiftly turned it apart, returning shortly with a delicate box cradled carefully in his hands. As the box opened slowly, a white crystal sphere shimmering with a soft glow lay quietly within. akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Luaka extended his hand, gently making contact. In that instant, a peculiar energy surged forth, resonating with his soul. At that moment, Luaka perceived boundless possibilities. This white crystal sphere was not merely a beautiful ornament, but perhaps the key to unlocking an ancient secret, or a guide leading him to greater heights. True treasures cannot be equated with gold and silver. They reside in mysterious objects capable of enlightening the mind and awakening latent potential. Very well, Luaka said, satisfaction lacing his tone. Safeguard this white crystal sphere. I shall seek a method to decipher its mysteries. Gazing intently at the white crystal sphere in his hand, its pure radiance seemed to penetrate his thoughts, evoking a subtle, self-deprecating smile. Reflecting on his journey from utilizing tarot cards for divination to now placing high hopes on this crystal sphere, he could not help but marvel at how his actions increasingly resembled those of legendary mystics or the so-called charlatans in the eyes of society. Yet, this was not born from a blind veneration of supernatural forces, but rather from a profound exploration of his own capabilities and a yearning for the unknown. The straw fruit. This demonic fruit endowing him with unique powers, initially granted him control over straw and a rudimentary enhancement of his mental prowess. However, Luaka understood that all things in the world harbor their own mysteries. Even seemingly ordinary straw could conceal undiscovered strength. Now, the appearance of this white crystal sphere served as a portent from fate, heralding the beginning of a more enigmatic journey. Perhaps this is exactly what I need, Luaka murmured softly, his voice imbued with determination and anticipation. Every seemingly fortuitous encounter is, in truth, a staircase leading to deeper self-awareness. The potential of the straw fruit extends far beyond this. What I require is merely a key to unlock its profound secrets. Gently rotating the crystal sphere in his hand, he felt the tranquility and harmony it imparted, as if it whispered unknown truths. Luaka closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to immerse in this purity, striving to forge a deeper connection with the crystal sphere. This was not only another elevation of his mental prowess, but also an awakening of the power nestled within the depths of his being. As time flowed, Luaka gradually sensed a warm current coursing through him, a sign of his mental strength quietly expanding. Opening his eyes, he beheld an unprecedented brilliance. Having gleaned certain secrets of the cosmos, this white crystal sphere indeed became a bridge for him to explore his potential. The true potential of the straw fruit subtly revealed itself during this meditation, merely the tip of the iceberg. It seemed the surprises had only just begun, a smile gracing Luaka's lips as his heart brimmed with visions of the future. This crystal sphere was merely the beginning. The mysteries of the straw fruit awaited my gradual unveiling, and I, Luaka, shall undoubtedly achieve unprecedented greatness on this path. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating Luaka's face as he slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of unmasked astonishment and confusion crossing his features. Last night, he had immersed himself in the meditation brought forth by the white crystal sphere, striving to further elevate his mental strength through this pure object. Yet, when Luaka glanced at his palm once more, he discovered that the crystal sphere, which had once brought hope and tranquility, had now transformed into a pile of fine powder. Scattered in his hand, this scene left Luaka momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the seemingly indestructible white crystal sphere would shatter so effortlessly overnight. Gently opening his palm, he gazed at the translucent fragments, his heart a maelstrom of emotions. Although his mental strength had indeed seen a modest increase after a night of cultivation, that minuscule enhancement paled in comparison to the time and effort he had invested. The endeavor to elevate one's realm was undeniably arduous. Luaka sighed softly, his tone imbued with both a sense of defeat and a hint of reluctance. Every step of growth demands a significant sacrifice, especially in the realm of mental ascension, which is akin to scaling a mountain. The shattering of the white crystal sphere served as a reminder. This path is fraught with the unknown and challenges, with no shortcuts to traverse. Since the white crystal sphere has guided me to this point, its mission has been fulfilled. Luaka rose, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. What lay shattered was not merely the crystal sphere, but his previous understanding of power. True elevation requires not just external assistance, but more importantly, an awakening and transformation within. Taking a deep breath, he gently scattered the remaining crystal dust into the air, bidding farewell to his past self and embracing new challenges. Yet, Luaka could not entirely shake off the exhilarating sensation from the previous night. Last evening, as darkness enveloped Grant's summer island in tranquility, Luaka sat alone in his chamber, enveloped by the soft glow of the moonlight. With his eyes tightly shut, he took a deep breath, allowing his spirit to sink into an unprecedented state of serenity. At that moment, the white crystal sphere in his hand radiated a faint yet pure light, the brightest star in the night sky, guiding Luaka into the depths of his spirit. As he attuned his breathing, Luaka began to endeavor to establish a connection with the white crystal sphere, sensing a subtle energy circulating between them. This energy was both intangible and formless, yet extraordinarily potent, permeating his mental realm like a long-awaited rain, nourishing every parched inch of his soul's landscape. That sensation resembled a traveler in the desert savoring the first taste of clear, sweet spring water. Each drop revitalized his spirit, filling him with vigor and hope. Is this the nourishment of mental strength? Luaka whispered to himself, his voice imbued with incredulous delight, feeling his mental prowess, guided by the white crystal sphere, steadily and gradually expanding at an unprecedented pace. This growth was not instantaneous. Rather, it occurred subtly, akin to the gentle touch of spring rain, capable of effecting profound change without notice. As the cultivation deepened, an exhilarating sensation surged within, surpassing all corporeal pleasures known to the world, penetrating to the very depths of the soul. Luoka seemed to find himself immersed in an expansive ocean of spirit, where every droplet contained boundless wisdom and power. He felt himself swimming through it, each breath drawing in the essence of heaven and earth, and each heartbeat resonating with the leap of spiritual energy, a joy and satisfaction that eluded full expression in words. This surpasses all earthly delights. Luoka rejoiced within. The spiritual realm appeared to be thoroughly awakened, dispelling all weariness and troubles. He began to comprehend that true joy and fulfillment do not reside in external material indulgences, but rather in the enrichment and growth of the inner self. The white crystal ball bestowed upon him was not merely a source of energy replenishment, but rather a spiritual baptism and elevation. Under the blazing sun stood a corpulent middle-aged merchant, his round visage contrasted by a finely crafted yet evidently undersized robe, engaged in a futile struggle against his own physique. His abdomen protruded, seemingly concealing countless treasures and secrets, while his eyes sparkled with shrewdness and urgency. Each finger was adorned with a gleaming ring, each set with gemstones of varying sizes, a blatant display of his wealth and status. At that moment, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, which he dabbed with a delicate handkerchief, revealing a hint of agitation. His gaze fixated on a convoy of robust horses pulling a cart laden with heavy crates, filled with a currency known as Bailey. This currency served as the medium of exchange in this land, symbolizing wealth and power. He turned to the guard at the entrance, his voice tinged with urgency. Where should these Bailey be placed? I do not wish to incur any loss to my fortune due to a moment's negligence. The guard scrutinized the merchant with an impassive expression before slowly responding, directing him to securely store the precious goods in the warehouse. A flicker of relief crossed the merchant's face as he promptly instructed his servants to busily ensure that every piece of wealth was properly accommodated. Though the merchant felt dissatisfaction with the guard's demeanor, he understood that in this world intertwined with power, every seemingly inconsequential character might possess critical information or a hidden strength. Thus, he chose to maintain composure in public until he was out of the guard's sight, before beginning to mutter under his breath. Look at that guard, brimming with arrogance, as if he were the master of this place. The merchant furrowed his brow, fanning himself to dissipate the surrounding heat while addressing his attendants. It is but a trivial position, yet he carries himself with such lofty airs. Without us merchants bringing wealth, what could they possibly achieve? His tone held a hint of disdain, yet also conveyed a sense of helplessness. The merchant recognized that within this societal framework, everyone had their own place and purpose. Even those guards, seemingly lowly, could play a crucial role at pivotal moments. Therefore, despite his discontent, he reminded himself and his attendants to remain vigilant, to avoid offending anyone lightly. Remember, the merchant scanned his surroundings, ensuring that no one could overhear their conversation. In this place, even a most insignificant character might hold the key to our fate. We must tread carefully to avoid unnecessary troubles. Upon concluding, the merchant adjusted his collar and raised his gaze towards the cart brimming with Bailey, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. As long as this wealth reaches its destination safely, all the toil and grievances will transform into a torrent of riches, granting him greater power and respect. The merchant and his attendants initially believed that Luo Ku's warehouse would be heavily fortified, brimming with guards. However, upon approaching, they discovered that the number of guards was not as numerous as they had anticipated. This incited a sense of confusion within the merchant. But years of experience in commerce taught him that revealing any unease or surprise at this moment was unwise. He needed to maintain a facade of calm. Thus, as they neared the warehouse's entrance, the merchant forced a congenial smile and presented the prepared protection fee to the captain of the guard. This was an additional cost intended to ensure the safe and smooth storage of goods, as well as a bribe to elicit a more lenient attitude from guards. The captain weighed the coins handed to him, nodding in satisfaction. He waved his hand, signaling for his subordinates to open the warehouse doors, allowing the merchant to transport the bailee inside. To the captain, although the carts were laden with bailee, to a wealthy individual like Luo Ku, it was merely a drop in the ocean, hardly warranting any surprise or particular attention. Seeing this, the merchant felt a sense of relief wash over him and quickly commanded his attendants to expedite the unloading, despite his internal dissatisfaction with the necessity of such protection fees. In this environment, he had no choice but to set aside personal emotions and adhere to the unspoken rules of the trade. As each heavy crate of bailee was cautiously carried into the warehouse, a relaxed smile gradually emerged on the merchant's face. Once the goods were securely stored, it signified that the transaction was already a significant success. In his view, the additional protection fees were merely an unavoidable cost in the commercial realm, a trifling amount compared to the potential losses he could face. However, deep within, the merchant still harbored a modicum of dissatisfaction towards such corrupt practices. Upon entering Luo Ku's warehouse, the sight before them left the merchant and his attendants utterly astounded. The warehouse was brilliantly illuminated, filled with an array of rare treasures, gold, silver, jewelry, exquisite porcelain, and priceless antiques, each item worth a fortune, overwhelming the senses. Even more astonishing were the mounds of bailee piled in one corner of the warehouse, glimmering with golden light, almost blinding. Faced with such a spectacle, the merchant could not help but gasp, having never witnessed such a grand accumulation of wealth. For a moment, he even questioned whether he was ensnared in a dream, and to confirm its reality, he suddenly pinched a nearby attendant hard. The attendant yelped in pain, wide-eyed, trembling as he asked in a quavering voice, "Is this all real? Is there really this much money?" The merchant's breath quickened, nodding vigorously, his eyes gleaming with greed and awe. In that moment, he profoundly felt the enormity of Luo Ku's wealth and his own insignificance in comparison. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, this shock ignited a deep-seated ambition within him. He resolved to work doubly hard, vowing that one day he too would establish his own empire of wealth and possess such a magnificent warehouse. The merchant surveyed his surroundings, deeply impressed by the mountainous accumulation of riches. Turning to his attendants, his gaze reflected both reverence and envy as he slowly articulated, "Now, do you understand why the guards outside appeared so indifferent upon seeing our carts of bailee? As if we were merely transporting a heap of ordinary stones. Here, the bailee is abundant enough to purchase several islands. To Lord Locke, our modest wealth is utterly insignificant." As the words fell, the expressions of his retinue transformed into one of sudden realization. They began to comprehend why this esteemed Lord Locke had distinguished himself among the multitude of affluent merchants, emerging as the true sovereign of this land. The merchant's tone was imbued with a complex array of emotions, encompassing both envy towards Lord Locke's riches and a yearning for the heights they might one day aspire to reach. "Lord Locke, truly, you are immensely wealthy," the merchant lamented, his eyes shimmering with a multifaceted gleam. On this isolated island, encircled by boundless oceans, Locke's name loomed like an invisible shackle, firmly binding every inch of territory. He had once swept across the 4 great tyrants of the island with a force akin to thunder, rendering those who once deemed themselves invincible into mere ephemeral bubbles beneath his blade. Locke, the new ruler of the island, had employed iron-fisted tactics to cleanse the entire isle, obliterating all first-rate forces and leaving only his own banner flying high. Presently, Locke's power soared to unparalleled heights, with no one daring to rival him. The island's inhabitants, be they wealthy merchants or ordinary folk, lived in the shadow of Locke, opposing his pirates was akin to striking a stone with an egg, resulting only in their own destruction. Thus, when Locke's pirates appeared in the streets, commencing their so-called protection actions, the islanders, despite their grievances, had no recourse but to bow their heads and submissively pay the so-called protection fee in exchange for fleeting tranquility. These pirates, whether fearsome brutes or smiling assassins, all wielded the absolute authority conferred by Locke. Under such circumstances, life on the island became unbearably oppressive. By night, people gathered in hushed tones, reminiscing about their lost freedom while simultaneously harboring fears of Locke's rule. Yet, despite their inner discontent, none dared to rise in rebellion. For all understood that Locke's methods were more ferocious and merciless than the storms that swept across the island. Thus, Locke and his pirate crew became the sole overlords of the isle, their existence serving as both protection and oppression. In response to Locke's inquiry, his subordinates fell into a brief silence, clearly overwhelmed by a question that surpassed their usual knowledge. The white crystal ball, a precious and rare artifact, typically appeared only in legends or noble collections. For pirates who had spent years adrift at sea, the opportunity to encounter such treasures was scarce. Among them, an elder subordinate named Jack had once traversed the world with other fleets in his youth, witnessing numerous rare wonders. Upon hearing Locke's question, he furrowed his brow in contemplation, recalling a tale he had heard many years ago on a distant island in the east regarding the white crystal ball. "My lord, I once heard about the white crystal ball on an island in the east," Jack carefully began. "It is said that within an ancient temple there lies a white crystal ball, capable of predicting future destinies, revered as a sacred object by the local indigenous tribe." Locke's eyes flickered with intrigue upon hearing this. The mysterious lands of the East concealed countless treasures. If he could indeed locate this white crystal ball, it would undoubtedly amplify his power and prestige immensely. "Jack, are you certain that place still exists?" Jack nodded in affirmation. "Though time has passed, I remember the location of that island, though the journey is long and fraught with unknown dangers. However, if my lord is willing to take the risk, I believe the crystal ball awaits us there." Locke contemplated and ultimately decided against it. A white crystal ball would not significantly enhance his mental prowess. Moreover, it was uncertain whether that very crystal ball still remained on the island. Instead, it would be wiser to seek out merchants at the port for any additional leads. Locke's decision was swiftly communicated to his subordinates, who began arranging contact with passing merchant ships to explore the possibility of the crystal ball's existence. In the world of piracy, obtaining information often relied on interactions with merchants. These traders traversed vast oceanic expanses, possessing a wealth of knowledge about rare items. Before long, a merchant ship laden with goods entered the waters under Locke's dominion. The merchant aboard, upon hearing of Locke's interest, was visibly astonished, but, mindful of Locke's formidable power, willingly offered the information he possessed. "Esteemed Lord Locke, the white crystal ball is indeed an exceedingly rare treasure. However, within my trade network, I have heard of someone searching for a similar item," the merchant cautiously stated. "Recently, a noble from the distant south is said to have obtained a lead on a white crystal ball during a mysterious transaction and is actively seeking buyers." Locke's eyes brightened slightly, realizing this could be an opportunity, a chance to acquire the white crystal ball without embarking on a long voyage. "Where is that noble? I am willing to pay a handsome price for the crystal ball." The merchant hesitated, aware that this was a lucrative deal, but also cognizant of the associated risks. "That noble is currently stationed at a place called Phantom Port, a dangerous locale where pirates and merchants converge. However, if you are willing to take the risk, I can facilitate an introduction." Locke nodded, already plotting his next steps. "Very well, you provide us with this information, and I shall reward you accordingly. As for Phantom Port, it is indeed a suitable location for such clandestine dealings." Subsequently, Locke commanded his subordinates to prepare immediately for a journey to Phantom Port, determined to acquire the white crystal ball at any cost. This time, he believed in his instincts. The legendary white crystal ball would be the key to conquering even more territories. Locke understood that money itself bore no intrinsic value, merely serving as a medium of exchange. In the face of Locke's vast wealth, ordinary commodities had long lost their allure. The white crystal ball, this mythical rarity, not only symbolized unparalleled glory, but also potentially harbored unknown powers, precisely what Locke sought. Thus, rather than expend considerable time on a personal expedition, it was wiser to leverage his resources and dispatch his most trusted subordinates to undertake this task. "Jack," Locke's gaze fell upon this loyal old subordinate. You shall lead a capable team to Phantom Port and ensure the retrieval of that white crystal ball. Remember, regardless of the cost, even if it means exhausting all our wealth, we must secure that crystal ball. Jack understood the gravity of this mission and solemnly nodded. Rest assured, my lord, I shall exert every effort, even if it means dancing upon the edges of blades in Phantom Port, to bring back that crystal ball. Locke nodded in satisfaction, trusting Jack's abilities and believing his subordinates could confront any challenge. Very well, I await your good news. Before you depart, feel free to select any equipment and provisions you require from the storeroom. Remember, safety comes first. Do not act recklessly. Jack complied and set about preparing for the expedition, selecting a group of seasoned and loyal crew members, each an elite among pirates. Simultaneously, he meticulously studied the route to Phantom Port, devising multiple contingency plans to mitigate unforeseen circumstances. Yulingong, this enigmatic locale at the confluence of seas, serves as a paradise for pirates, smugglers, and adventurers, while simultaneously presenting a treacherous realm fraught with peril. Jack is acutely aware that this journey is replete with uncertainties and dangers. However, he also understands that only those who dare to venture forth can reap the most substantial rewards. Under the watchful gaze of Locke, Jack's team quietly sets sail, their singular objective being to locate and retrieve the legendary white crystal ball. Meanwhile, Locke remains on the island, fortifying his dominion and awaiting the good news from Jack. This white crystal ball represents a crucial step in his quest to conquer further seas and establish an everlasting empire. Despite successfully consolidating his sphere of influence, Locke finds himself devoid of the anticipated satisfaction and joy. Instead, an unprecedented sense of emptiness envelopes him. Although he possesses vast territories and numerous followers, the enhancement of his personal strength appears to have stagnated. For a pirate who craves power and challenge, this is undoubtedly a vexing dilemma. After prolonged contemplation, a bold idea begins to take shape in Locke's mind. He starts to consider orchestrating a meticulously planned game against the Navy. The Navy, as the primary force of the world government in upholding order, has always been a foe that pirates seek to evade. However, for Locke, this could be an exceptional opportunity to enhance his combat skills and strategic prowess. Perhaps what I require is not merely combat, but a higher level of contestation, Locke muses. Confronting the Navy could not only test my strength, but also hone my cunning and leadership abilities. Thus, Locke embarks on a clandestine scheme for this game, intending to deliberately instigate minor skirmishes to draw the Navy's attention without provoking full-scale war. This approach would allow him to maintain his influence while simultaneously garnering invaluable combat experience. Locke gathers his core team and articulates his plan in detail. We must make the Navy perceive us as a threat, yet refrain from compelling them to send out their entire force, Locke explains. Every encounter must be meticulously crafted, showcasing our strength while leaving room for maneuverability to avoid unnecessary losses. The team members express their agreement with Locke's plan, yet they voice their concerns. The Navy's strength should not be underestimated. We must ensure that every step is foolproof, cautions a seasoned pirate. Locke acknowledges the risks inherent in this game, yet he equally perceives the opportunities it presents. We will grow with each confrontation, and the Navy will become stronger due to our existence. It shall be a mutually beneficial scenario. As the plan unfolds, Locke and his team begin to orchestrate a series of seemingly provocative yet strategically reserved incidents on the seas. The Navy, predictably attracted, refrains from immediate large-scale action and instead dispatches a task force for investigation and response. Taking a deep breath, Locke decides to pursue an unconventional path. Despite being a pirate, the intricate ties he shares with the Navy, particularly the unique bond with Admiral Aokiji, grants him a distinct perspective. Aokiji is not only a formidable naval commander, but also a sagacious individual well-versed in the world's intricacies. Perhaps Aokiji may possess some clues regarding the white crystal ball, or, at the very least, offer valuable counsel. After dialing the specialized Den Mushi, Locke's voice swiftly traverses the tumultuous ocean, reaching the naval base where Aokiji resides. On the other end of the line, Aokiji lounges in his chair, propping his chin with one hand while absent-mindedly running his fingers through his signature curly hair. Upon hearing Locke's voice, he momentarily blinks in surprise, then reveals a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. Locke, it's quite rare for you to reach out to me. Aokiji's tone carries a hint of playful mockery. What is the matter? Have you encountered a conundrum? Locke does not respond directly, but instead candidly articulates his request. Aokiji, I need to enhance my straw fruit abilities. I have heard of a treasure known as the white crystal ball that can amplify the powers of paramecia-type devil fruits. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Aokiji pauses for a moment before slowly responding. The white crystal ball indeed exists, though it is rather uncommon, often only found among fortune tellers or ancient divination families. They are believed to augment the holder's spirituality and perceptual abilities, which could certainly aid users of paramecia-type devil fruits. Locke's eyes light up. Aokiji's words strike like a bolt of lightning, reminding him of the mysterious and ancient family of fortune tellers on Grancha Island. He recalls their shared experiences of life and death when they collectively repelled foreign invaders to safeguard the island's peace. That experience not only deepened the trust between them, but also left Locke profoundly impressed by the wisdom and strength of this family. The head of the Olivia family, a venerable elder with hair as white as snow and eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages, stands before Locke, his voice deep and resonant. Each word carefully considered and imbued with profound confidence and pride. Mr. Locke, he begins, his tone respectful. Our Olivia family has guarded this land for generations, living in harmony with nature, and thus we have amassed a considerable collection of rare treasures. Regarding the white crystal ball, I can candidly inform you that while their quantity may not be vast as the sea, we do possess several hundred. Locke's eyes widen in disbelief, struggling to absorb the staggering revelation. Several hundred white crystal balls. Such a quantity is nearly unheard of in the outside world and sufficient to entice anyone. For him, this not only signifies a monumental enhancement of his straw fruit abilities, but also an unparalleled opportunity to delve deeper into the mysteries of paramecia-type devil fruits. Several hundred. Locke repeats, attempting to digest this astonishing figure. His gaze towards the family had a blend of astonishment and deep admiration. In this ever-changing world, possessing such an extraordinary number of rare treasures undoubtedly conceals untold stories and histories. The family head nods knowingly, having anticipated Locke's reaction. Indeed, Mr. Locke, he continues, these white crystal balls are the culmination of the wisdom and efforts of our ancestors. They not only embody our family's history, but also serve as a bridge connecting the past with the future. A complex array of emotions surges within Locke as he contemplates the significance of what he is about to touch. Not merely material treasures, but a profound cultural and historical legacy. This realization deepens his anticipation and reverence for the forthcoming transaction. Then, esteemed head of the family, Locke regains his composure, his tone growing more solemn. I am willing to adhere to the traditions of the Olivia family regarding the trade of the white crystal balls. Regardless of the conditions, I shall endeavor to meet them to the best of my ability. I hope to exchange my sincerity for your trust and support. The patriarch of the Olivia family, a wise and aged elder, elaborates on the family's connection to the white crystal balls. It turns out that these precious white crystal balls were not directly mined by the Olivia family. It is through trading with other families specializing in minerals that we have acquired our resources. These mineral families, distributed across the globe, possess abundant mineral wealth, including the precious by Shui Jingshi. Our family has maintained a long-standing cooperative relationship with these mineral families, as the patriarch slowly articulated, his voice imbued with the weight of time. The Bai Shui Jingxiu is an indispensable medium in our divination practices, enhancing our connection with nature and illuminating the pathways of the future. Hence, we have consistently engaged in stable transactions with these families to ensure a steady supply of Bai Shui Jingxiu. Locke listened, captivated, astonished to discover the intricate and profound supply chain concealed behind the Bai Shui Jingxiu. This revelation sparked an idea within him. If other mineral families possessed Bai Shui Jingxiu, perhaps he could also acquire more of this precious resource through trade. Might I inquire, Locke tentatively asked, do other mineral families, apart from yours, hold substantial quantities of Bai Shui Jingxiu? Is there a possibility for me to engage and trade with them? Upon hearing this, the patriarch's expression shifted to one of resignation as he gently shook his head and replied, Mr. Locke, that may prove to be quite difficult. Transactions among mineral families often adhere to strict regulations and clandestine agreements. Their relationships are intricate and complex, making it challenging for outsiders to intervene. Moreover, Bai Shui Jingxiu is not easily obtained. Its extraction and trade are fraught with significant risks and costs. Furthermore, he added, each family has differing needs and uses for Bai Shui Jingxiu. Some regard it as a symbol of familial heritage, while others utilize it for scientific research. Families like ours, who employ it for divination, are indeed rare. Therefore, whether they are willing to sell and how much inventory they possess remains uncertain. Though Locke felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing the patriarch's explanation, he also grasped the complexities of reality. Acquiring more by Shui Jingxiu was not a simple endeavor. It would demand patience and wisdom, perhaps even necessitating a broader network and resources. However, the patriarch suddenly shifted the tone of the conversation. A glimmer of cunning in his eyes. If you are genuinely interested in Bai Shui Jingxiu, I can offer you some leads. While I am unaware of the specific circumstances of other families, I do know of several that may possess Bai Shui Jingxiu. You might attempt to establish contact with them. Perhaps you will uncover unexpected opportunities. Locke's curiosity now centered on the distinction between these orthodox divination families and his own reliance on the abilities derived from the Chaogua. The patriarch of the Olivia family, a weathered elder, observed Locke's intrigue and anticipation and decided to demonstrate a pure and traditional tarot card reading. He slowly approached the family altar, where a finely crafted wooden table was adorned with a richly embroidered purple cloth. Under the soft glow of candlelight, everything appeared both mysterious and solemn. Tarot card reading. The patriarch began to explain, his voice calm and resonant, is an ancient art that aids us in discerning the possibilities of the future and guiding our path. However, please remember that the results of divination are not absolute. They are merely predictions based on current energies and trends. Locke held his breath, his attention riveted on every movement of the patriarch. The elder retrieved a deck of tarot cards from a nearby box, consisting of 78 cards divided into 22 major arcana and 56 minor arcana. Each card bore intricate illustrations, ranging from enigmatic symbols to vivid figures, each revealing distinct meanings. The patriarch shuffled the cards several times, then closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as he sought communion with an intangible force. After a moment, he opened his eyes, their gaze sharp and focused, and began to lay out the tarot cards in a specific order. With each card placed, he paused as if decoding their significance. This card represents strength. He indicated the first card, explaining, it foretells that you will encounter formidable adversaries, yet you possess the inner fortitude to overcome challenges. As more cards were laid out, the patriarch's interpretations deepened, encompassing the challenges, opportunities, and potential allies Locke might face. When he mentioned a particular family, a flicker of certainty crossed his eyes. Here we have a treasure card. He pointed to a card depicting gold and silver treasures. It suggests that you will have the opportunity to acquire substantial wealth, but more importantly, it points to a family that may possess a rich inventory of Bai Shui Jingxiu. This family is called Cellophane. The patriarch continued. They are renowned for mining gemstones and rare minerals, and Bai Shui Jingxiu is likely one of their significant products. However, take heed, for the treasure card is closely followed by a warning card, indicating that there may be risks and deceit involved in the trading process. Locke listened attentively, mentally noting the name of the Cellophane family. He expressed gratitude to the patriarch for the reading, marveling at the wonders of tarot card divination. Though he understood that the results were not infallibly accurate, they offered a unique perspective, granting him a clearer outline for the future. Before bidding farewell to the Olivia family, Locke once again conveyed his appreciation to the patriarch, promising that regardless of what the future held, he would cherish this experience and a friendship with the Olivia family. The Cellophane family, one of the wealthiest mining families in the Eastern Sea, wields influence nearly rivaling that of certain small nations. Their mines are scattered across the continent, from the precious veins beneath the distant northern glaciers to the lava gems nestled within southern craters, all under the dominion of the Cellophane family. This wealth not only brings them immense fortune, but also bestows upon them an unassailable political stature. In the territories of the Cellophane family, majestic castles and palaces rise, serving not only as residences for family members, but also as symbols of power and glory. Towering walls encircle these castles like insurmountable barriers, safeguarding the family's secrets and security. Inside, the streets are wide and immaculate, flanked by a myriad of shops and workshops, where exquisite artifacts crafted from rare minerals attract merchants and nobles from all corners of the realm. The patriarch of the Cellophane family, a vigorous man nearing 50, sits upon his throne, surveying all of this. His gaze embodies both the shrewdness of a merchant and the foresight of a statesman. Under his governance, the Cellophane family not only dominates the mining industry, but also plays a pivotal role on the political stage. Many royal families and nobles yearn to forge alliances with the Cellophane family, as such alliances promise a share of the lucrative profits derived from mineral wealth. However, The power of the Cellophane family is not solely founded on material riches. They also command a well-trained private army, equipped and fiercely loyal. The presence of this military ensures that the family's interests remain protected from any external threats. Additionally, the family maintains a stringent management system, guaranteeing the efficient operation of all affairs. Whether it is the extraction of minerals or trade with various nations, everything proceeds with meticulous order. The Seraphine family, a titan of the mining industry, is renowned not only for its vast mineral resources and wealth, but also for the assembly of exceptional talents beneath its banner. Among these elites, the most distinguished possess skills on par with the top vice admirals of the naval headquarters, while their loyalty and courage reach admirable heights. Like the stabilizing needle of the sea, they safeguard the family's treasures and glory, ensuring that each precious or remains secure. In the core area of the Seraphine family, there exists a special guard composed of these elites, clad in uniform silver armor, adorned with the family crest upon their helmets, and wielding specially crafted weapons, exuding an air of majesty. Each member of this guard boasts a remarkable background. Some are retired naval officers, others are masters of swordsmanship hailing from illustrious lineages, while others are martial arts experts trained since childhood. Their decision to join the Seraphine family stems not merely from the generous compensation offered, but also from the allure of the family's grand vision and respect for talent. These guardians are tasked with protecting the family's most vital mineral resources and facilities, deterring any force that might dare to disrupt the Seraphine family's peace. Across the family's territories, whether in bustling cities or remote mining sites, their patrolling figures can be seen. They excel not only in various combat techniques, but also possess exceptional reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills, ensuring that no suspicious activities escape their keen gaze. However, the role of the guard extends far beyond mere protection. They serve as a bridge between the family and the outside world, engaging in negotiations with nobles, merchants, and even pirates, ensuring the maximization of the family's interests. In times of necessity, they can transform into diplomats, employing their wisdom and courage to defuse potential conflicts, thereby maintaining the family's peace and prosperity. Locke, the battle-hardened and renowned pirate captain, stands at the shores of Grantshire Island, gazing out at the azure sea and the ships poised for departure. His eyes, resolute and profound, penetrate through the layers of mist, foreseeing the storms and opportunities that lie ahead. Before embarking towards the Seraphine family's territory, he gathers his trusted subordinates, solemnly imparting crucial tasks. Listen closely. Locke's voice resonates, deep and commanding. During my absence, the safety and stability of Grantshire Island are paramount. Each of you is my most trusted warrior. The well-being of Grantshire Island rests in your hands. His subordinates stand at attention, their faces reflecting determination and pride, fully aware that Locke's trust is a tremendous honor, as well as a heavy responsibility. If you encounter an insurmountable situation, Locke continues, immediately contact me via the telephone bug. No matter the time or place, upon receiving word, I shall return swiftly. But remember, only do so in truly urgent circumstances, lest it disrupt my plans. Yes, Captain. His subordinates respond in unison, their voices echoing with absolute obedience. Locke nods, satisfied with their response. These individuals are his carefully selected elites, possessing not only extraordinary combat skills, but also remarkable judgment and teamwork capabilities, allowing him to entrust the island's management to them while he embarks on new endeavors. Now, Locke concludes, let us pray for the blessing of the sea goddess upon us and upon Grantshire Island. I look forward to returning victorious and celebrating with you. Once a solitary hero, Locke has now become a formidable lord, commanding a vast and loyal crew. Standing at the bow of the ship, with the gentle sea breeze caressing his face, he feels an unprecedented surge of ambition. Behind him lies a magnificent flagship, its deck adorned with fluttering banners, laden with supplies and weaponry, all meticulously prepared, awaiting only a command to set sail. This time, Locke does not choose to venture alone, but rather leads a powerful fleet. This decision is not merely to showcase strength, but stems from a prudent consideration of potential dangers. After all, the situation in the Eastern Sea is intricate and volatile, with the Navy, rival families, and even ambitious pirates posing potential threats. Therefore, a formidable escort is indispensable. As the sun ascends, illuminating the entire harbor, Locke issues the command to embark. Signal flags wave in the air, and the sound of horns fills the atmosphere as the entire fleet begins to glide smoothly into the depths of the sea. Each vessel carries Loch S seasoned crew, all adept at naval combat. Under Loch S leadership, this fleet emerges as an undeniable force upon the ocean, with no one daring to provoke them lightly. During the voyage, discipline reigns supreme and order prevails. On the lookout tower, vigilant pirates scan the surroundings for any unexpected occurrences. On the deck, crew members diligently perform their duties, expertly maneuvering the ships to ensure a smooth and safe journey. In the kitchen, the chef busily prepares sumptuous meals to cater to the demands of long voyages. Locke stands high upon the flagship, surveying the entire fleet with a swell of pride. This journey is not merely a simple outing. It is a venture to showcase strength and expand influence. In the tranquil morning before departure, Locke finds solitude in his cabin, where he unfurls an exquisite set of tarot cards. Sunlight filters through the window, casting warmth upon his face. He closes his eyes, taking deep breaths, attempting to synchronize his spirit with the rhythm of the sea and converse with the unknown fate that awaits him. Gently, he shuffles the cards, each one flowing through his fingers, narrating ancient tales. When Locke senses the moment is ripe, he halts the shuffling, placing the cards face down upon the table, and begins to unveil them slowly and solemnly. Each card's emergence accompanies subtle shifts in his inner world, until the final card is revealed. The entire divination process reaches its conclusion. Among the tarot spread, the card symbolizing travel and new beginnings, the Fool, appears, heralding adventure and change. Following this is the Knight of Pentacles, representing sound financial standing and tangible achievements. Lastly, the most striking is the Justice card, symbolizing fairness, balance, and sound decision-making. Observing this sequence of cards, a faint smile graces Locke's lips, his eyes glimmering with confidence. The combination of these cards serves as an encouraging omen, suggesting that this voyage will proceed smoothly, without encountering significant hindrances. Ultimately, the outcome promises a fair transaction or alliance beneficial to both parties. Indeed, the goddess of fate smiles upon me, Locke murmurs to himself, gathering the tarot cards and returning them to their exquisite box. Rising, he steps out of the cabin, greeted by the refreshing sea breeze, his spirits buoyed. With such auspicious signs, he is increasingly convinced that this journey will unfold as he desires, sailing smoothly. Back on the deck, Locke issues his final orders as the fleet sounds the horn once more, the rhythm of departure invigorating every crew member's heart. As the anchors rise slowly, the massive sails fill with wind. The fleet surges forth like a colossal beast cleaving through the waves, heading towards the horizon. As Locke's flagship and its fleet gradually vanish beyond the horizon, a light and joyous atmosphere envelopes Grantshire Island. The pirates on the island were accustomed to the unquestionable authority and formidable combat prowess of Locke. At this moment, they seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. Although Locke was their leader, the object of their respect and loyalty, his lofty demeanor and unassailable presence, coupled with his unpredictable abilities displayed in battle, always instilled an invisible pressure upon them. Gathered in the taverns and markets near the port, laughter and conversation among the pirates rose and fell like the tide. They exchanged jests and reminisced about past escapades, with some even beginning to mimic Locke's usual stern expression, eliciting bouts of hearty laughter. This relaxed atmosphere was a rare release for those who had long lived under tension and uncertainty. "Ah, the captain has finally departed. We can relax a bit now," exclaimed a young pirate, drawing a chorus of agreement and laughter from those around him. "Don't celebrate too soon," cautioned a seasoned veteran among them. "We must keep a vigilant watch over this island. We cannot disappoint the captain. Locke has instructed us to report any matters to him promptly." Nevertheless, the ambience on the island was noticeably more relaxed. The pirates began organizing various recreational activities. Some engaged in dice games, while others gathered to sing sea shanties, relishing the rare moments of leisure. However, beneath the mirth and merriment, each individual was acutely aware that this lightheartedness was merely fleeting. They had to remain ever vigilant. For Locke's trust and the island's safety rested heavily upon their shoulders. On Grantshire Island, in the wake of Locke's departure, the rhythm of daily life appeared to slacken. Without the stern captain at the helm, the pirates seemed to find more reasons to indulge themselves. The tavern became the most favored venue, suffused with the rich aroma of liquor and the din of laughter. Pirates congregated, guzzling spirits, their camaraderie heightened under the influence of alcohol. At the gaming tables, the clattering of chips and excited shouts intertwined, creating a unique symphony of chaos. The pirates exhibited a passion at the gambling tables starkly different from that in battle. Each card turned heightened the collective heartbeat, and every wager tested their courage and fortune. Here, victory and defeat hinged on a mere moment. The thrill of winning or losing was enough to temporarily eclipse the perils of the sea and the hardships of life. Yet, the joy brought by drink and gambling could not endure for long. As time wore on, some pirates began to recall past grievances and disputes. The suppressed tensions that had simmered under Aokiji's strict oversight resurfacing. Petty matters, such as who had underperformed in the last skirmish or who had pilfered another's drink, ignited quarrels. Initially, these disputes might have remained verbal sparring, but as emotions flared, they swiftly escalated into physical confrontations. Fists and curses flew through the air, transforming what had been a harmonious gathering into a scene of chaos. Yet, even amidst this turmoil, the pirates maintained a peculiar unity. They understood that regardless of how heated the arguments became, they would ultimately sit down together, share a drink, and let bygones be bygones. However, such disorder was evidently not a sustainable state. The older pirates began to realize that if this situation persisted, it would not only undermine the group's cohesion, but also invite unnecessary trouble. Thus, they spontaneously stepped forward to assume the role of mediators, seeking to quell the discord and restore order. "Enough, mates," a respected elder pirate bellowed, his voice cutting through the clamor with striking clarity. "We are pirates, not street thugs. Aokiji entrusted us to guard this island before he left. If he returns to find a bunch of drunken brawlers, what would he think?" Despite the apparent indulgence of the pirates on Granxia Island following Aokiji's departure, an underlying sense of vigilance and reverence remained entrenched in their hearts. The formidable presence and might of Aokiji had indelibly etched themselves into the consciousness of each individual, serving as an intangible restraint. Even the most reckless of pirates, amidst their revelry, would occasionally recall Aokiji's penetrating gaze and his fearsome methods of punishment. Therefore, despite the drinking, gambling, and minor skirmishes, the order on the island had not completely unraveled. Whenever the atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control or someone acted excessively, a voice would invariably remind them, "Be cautious. Do not forget that Aokiji is watching us from somewhere." This admonition acted as a cold splash of water, instantly sobering even the most fervent of minds. The pirates understood that if Aokiji were to return and find the island in disarray, it would be their greatest humiliation and a severe threat to their lives. Aokiji's disciplinary measures were notoriously severe and merciless, particularly toward those who betrayed trust and disrupted order. Consequently, despite the outward appearance of indulgence, deep down, each individual treaded carefully, adhering to the unwritten rules to avoid crossing an inviolable line. On the island, some pirates began to take it upon themselves to maintain order. They patrolled various corners to prevent violence stemming from excessive drinking, while also keeping a vigilant eye on the movements beyond the island to ensure no external foes took advantage of the situation. In the waters of the East Sea, the speed of information dissemination often surpassed expectations, particularly regarding the movements of powerful figures, which could swiftly draw the attention of various factions. When nearby island factions learned of Aokiji's departure from Granxia Island, their eyes gleamed with avarice. For these pirates, smugglers, and others eyeing the resources of Granxia Island, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Aokiji's renown in the East Sea was unparalleled. His existence loomed like an insurmountable mountain, thwarting many from harboring ulterior motives toward Granxia Island. Now that this mountain had temporarily vacated, it naturally stirred the ambitions of nearby maritime powers. In the neighboring islands, clandestine meetings were stealthily convened. Pirate leaders huddled in dimly lit rooms, deliberating on how to capitalize on this opportunity to extract benefits from Granxia Island. Some proposed launching a direct assault to seize the island's wealth, while others advocated for more covert approaches, such as infiltration, bribery, or even sowing discord to attempt to dismantle Granxia Island's defenses from within. However, these plans were not without risks. First and foremost, Granxia Island itself was a formidable fortress. Even in Aokiji's absence, numerous loyal pirates remained, unwilling to permit outsiders to succeed easily. Moreover, Aokiji's private army and elite guard were no trifling matter. Their mere presence served as a powerful deterrent. Furthermore, there was the consideration that should Aokiji return, retribution would be catastrophic. Any faction daring to act against him would face consequences they could scarcely endure. Thus, even the most audacious pirates found themselves compelled to exercise caution. In light of this, some more prudent pirate leaders began to seek more secure strategies, attempting to establish temporary alliances to amass sufficient strength, minimizing risks during their endeavors. Simultaneously, they endeavored to acquire further intelligence regarding the internal dynamics of Jelen to Sha Dao through a network of spies, so as to formulate a more meticulous plan. However, even at the planning stage, these conspiracies had already begun to stir in the undercurrents, and the atmosphere surrounding Jelen to Sha Dao grew exceedingly tense. Nearby merchant vessels and innocent fishermen were compelled to remain vigilant to avoid being ensnared in a potentially eruptive conflict. The leader of the smugglers, Hao Wei, sat at his desk in his office, unfolding a freshly received report. He picked it up, read it intently, and a cold smirk graced his lips. It appeared that our opportunity had arrived. Hao Wei raised his gaze towards several trusted confidants standing before him, all seasoned veterans of the smuggling trade, who had long coveted Jelen to Sha Dao. With Aokiji's departure, it implied a possible relaxation in the island's defenses. Should we seize this chance to reap some rewards? Boss, this indeed presents a splendid opportunity, yet Jelen to Sha Dao's defenses have always been stringent. We must prepare thoroughly, one of his aides cautiously suggested. You are right. We require more detailed intelligence and must unite with other forces for a collaborative endeavor. Hao Wei nodded in agreement, promptly issuing orders. Contact the nearby pirate crews immediately to ascertain if we can reach a consensus for joint action. On Le Noir Dao, the pirate captain Jekasi Peiluo was discussing the latest intelligence with his crew aboard his flagship. Lads, with Luaka gone, Jelen to Sha Dao is now a grand cake. What do you think? Should we take a slice? Jekka scanned the crew, anticipating their responses. Boss, if we could secure a portion of the treasures from Jelen to Sha Dao, our days ahead would be much brighter, one crew member exclaimed with excitement. However, we must not let our guard down. While Aokij's influence may be absent, the island still harbors many capable individuals, and we must proceed with caution, another crew member reminded. Well said, Jekka nodded in agreement. We must first ascertain the current state of the island before making plans. I shall dispatch several reliable individuals to investigate while preparing for battle. Anwa Sindao, the leader of the merchant consortium, Leah, was engaged in an urgent meeting with her advisors. We have received a rather intriguing piece of information. Luaka has departed from Jelen to Sha Dao, which suggests a potential gap in the island's market. Leah remarked, this presents an opportunity for us. If we act swiftly to fill this void, we could significantly enhance our commercial standing in the East China Sea, her advisor analyzed. Nonetheless, we must tread carefully to avoid inciting Luaka's ire. If we can enter the Jelen to Sha Dao market without provoking conflict, that would be ideal, Leah added. I propose we first send envoys under the guise of trade cooperation to approach the merchants on Jelen to Sha Dao and explore the possibilities of collaboration. Her advisor suggested a more tempered strategy. These dialogues and plans unfolded quietly across various corners of the East China Sea, with each faction assessing how to capitalize on this opportunity based on their strengths and resources. Yet, they all understood that Luaka's return would be an unpredictable variable. Thus, any action required utmost caution to avert irreparable consequences. Amidst the profound darkness of the night, the sea suddenly erupted into a furious tempest. Dark clouds rapidly coalesced like a shroud, obscuring the starlight, leaving only an abyss of blackness. Then, bolts of lightning cleaved the sky, akin to vengeful deities wielding whips of light, illuminating the tumultuous waves and the solitary vessel amid the surging tides. The thunderous roars echoed nature's wrath, intertwining with the lightning to create a breathtaking tableau. A fierce wind arose, carrying the briny scent of the sea, ruthlessly battering the ship and causing the entire pirate vessel to sway violently. On the deck, cargo was tossed about by the wind, and ropes emitted sharp whistles, threatening to snap at any moment. Crew members clung tightly to the railings, striving to maintain their balance, their figures appearing particularly small and helpless in the lightning's glare. Amidst this chaos, a robust figure stood unwaveringly at the center of the deck, Captain Luaka. His voice pierced through the wind and thunder, resonating across the entire deck. Fear not, it is merely a trifling storm. His tone was resolute and imbued with strength. No tempest could shake his determination. The heavy rain obscured the surroundings, making it nearly impossible to discern what lay just out of reach, as splashes of water and indistinct lights filled the view. The waves relentlessly struck the hull, each impact testing the crew's resolve. In such dire conditions, maintaining one's footing on the heaving deck was no easy feat, let alone discerning the path ahead. Yet, despite the overwhelming challenges, these seasoned sailors steadfastly followed Laoko's lead, leaning on one another as they forged onward, occasionally reciting their captain's words to bolster their spirits. Laoko observed his crew struggling amidst the tempest, feeling a blend of pride and concern. Reluctantly shaking his head, he resolved to take action and no longer allow his crew to endure this hardship. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, and upon reopening them, the surrounding space seemed to come to a sudden halt. This was the manifestation of the Daotsao Maomog Washure's powers, a supernatural ability to manipulate plant fibers and straw. With outstretched arms, Laoko pointed towards the precariously balanced cargo. In an instant, the scattered straw and ropes on the deck appeared to come alive, weaving themselves into a resilient net that tightly enveloped each item, securely anchoring them in place to prevent them from being whisked away by the gale. The crew stood agape, once again awestruck by their captain's extraordinary abilities. Under Laoko's leadership, they always found a glimmer of hope even in the most desperate moments. As Laoko unleashed the powers of the Daotsao Maomog Washure, a sense of reverence welled within the crew. They paused their tasks, instinctively caressing their straw hats, symbols of their identity as pirates and their longing for freedom and adventure. In such harsh conditions, the straw hat served not only as a practical item for shielding against sun and rain, but also as a vessel carrying each individual's dreams and aspirations for the future. Did you see that? The captain seems to command nature itself. A young crew member exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, it is akin to an act of divine creation. Another seasoned pirate concurred, his tone laced with awe and reflection. Every time I think I have witnessed all of the captain's prowess, he manages to astonish me anew. Absolutely, a third crew member interjected. With the captain at the helm, what is there to fear? Even if the path ahead is fraught with endless storms, we shall navigate through. Their conversations resonated amidst the wind and rain. Their voices, though subdued, were imbued with conviction and trust. For them, Laoko was not merely a captain. He was a hero in their hearts, a figure capable of leading them to conquer the seas and challenge the limits. In that moment, they united even more closely, collectively facing the unknown challenges ahead. For their belief was unshakable. As long as they followed Laoko, nothing was impossible. After days of battling the elements, Laoko and his pirate crew finally glimpsed the long-awaited silhouette of land as dawn broke on the horizon. The coastline of the island gradually came into focus in the morning light, resembling a painting slowly unfurling, bringing immense solace and hope to the weary sailors. As they approached the harbor, the sight before them was breathtaking. This was a bustling trade hub, with the port stretching for miles, an array of vessels anchored in between, some preparing to set sail, while others had just docked to unload their cargo. The air was thick with the briny scent of the sea mingled with the exotic aromas of goods, combined with the perspiration of dockworkers, creating a unique atmosphere. Merchant ships arrived in a continuous stream, each laden with treasures. Particularly noteworthy were the holds filled with ore, hinting at the island's abundant subterranean resources. The economic vitality of the island was evident, with various transactions occurring frequently, as gold, silver, and rare commodities circulated, attracting merchants and adventurers from all directions. The pace of life for the island's residents was markedly faster than that of the outside world, the streets teeming with people, the calls of vendors, the laughter of children, and the rumble of horse-drawn carts intertwining to create a vibrant symphony unique to this island. In the market, a dazzling array of goods dazzled the eye. From exotic spices to exquisite handicrafts, from fresh seafood to precious gems, all available in abundance. The architectural style melded various cultural elements, with towering spires coexisting alongside low-thatched cottages, stone churches standing harmoniously with wooden tea houses, each brick and tile narrating the island's history and diverse cultural backdrop. Captain Luo's pirate crew found an empty berth at the dock, and the crew eagerly disembarked, relishing the solid ground beneath their feet. They planned to linger on this prosperous island for a time to replenish their supplies, rest the crew, and seek potential trade opportunities or new adventure leads. On this busy island, the name of the Cellophane family flew like a banner in every corner, their influence so vast that it even overshadowed the nominal rulers. The island's king. The king's authority seemed trivial in the presence of the Cellophane family, as they wielded not only wealth but also the power to determine the island's fate. The rise of the Cellophane family began centuries ago, when their ancestors astutely discovered and developed the island's mineral resources swiftly amassing great wealth. Over time, the family expanded its reach into trade, finance, and military domains, gradually forming a vast commercial empire. Among the family members were wise individuals, brave warriors, and talented scholars. Some were shrewd merchants, while others were distinguished leaders or erudite academics, all contributing to the family's illustrious legacy. The family's power was not only reflected in their economic prowess, but also in their political clout, significantly influencing policymaking on the island. And it could be said that the king's decisions often required the family's approval, whenever the island faced a crisis or a critical choice. The Cellophane family's opinion was often decisive. Against this backdrop, the Cellophane family's position on the island was solid and unshakable, their residence standing prominently, resplendent in gold and glory. Emblematic of the family's honor, their insignia was visible everywhere, whether in the bustling market or the remote mining areas, symbolizing power and wealth. However, the concentration of power also brought potential hazards. Internal power struggles and external forces coveting their influence could become sources of instability in the future. Yet for the time being, the Cellophane family undoubtedly controlled the island's destiny, their every decision capable of impacting the lives of thousands of island residents. For outsiders like Luo Ku and his pirate crew, understanding the Cellophane family's influence was of paramount importance. Under the shadow of this family, every action required careful consideration to avoid inadvertently trespassing upon hidden taboos and provoking unnecessary trouble. Upon their arrival at the island's port, Luo Ku and his crew immediately felt the weight of the Cellophane family's dominance as a group of well-dressed individuals with sharp gazes swiftly surrounded them. Evidently affiliated with the Cellophane family, their demeanor was cold, and their eyes betrayed unabashed disdain. Among them was a clear leader, who wore a mocking smile and raised his hand towards Luo Ku's group, signaling them a halt. Luo Ku furrowed his brow. He was not accustomed to such provocation. Yet, knowing that impulsiveness could lead to trouble on unfamiliar territory, he surveyed his surroundings, attempting to decipher the meaning behind the gesture. But his silence only seemed to bolster their confidence. Clearly, you are newcomers to our beautiful island, one of the subordinates taunted, his tone dripping with condescension. Are you country folk who have just arrived in a big place, unaware of the most basic rules? Upon hearing this, Luo Ku's crew instinctively clenched their fists. Yet they understood that this was the Cellophane family's domain, and any conflict could prove detrimental. Luo Ku raised his hand to quell his companion's rising anger and calmly replied, "Indeed, it is our first time here. If there are any rules we are unaware of, we would appreciate your guidance." The subordinate, upon hearing this, wore an even more smug expression as he explained, "Here, any foreign vessel docking at the port must pay a fee for supervision. This is not only to support the maintenance of port facilities, but also a sign of respect towards the Cellophane family. Surely, you see drifters are not so uninformed as to lack this basic knowledge?" Luo Ku nodded, feeling a sense of discontent within, yet he refrained from expressing it outwardly. In such circumstances, compromise seemed the wisest course to avoid greater troubles. He pulled some coins from his pocket, counted them, and handed them to the subordinate. "This is our supervision fee. I hope it does not cause any inconvenience." The subordinate accepted the coins, an expression of satisfaction crossing his face. After counting to confirm the amount was correct, he waved his hand to disperse the others, indicating that Luo Ku's pirate crew could move freely. However, this initial confrontation had already made Luo Ku acutely aware that on this island, the shadow of the Cellophane family loomed omnipresent, necessitating cautious steps to avoid unnecessary disputes. Just as Luo Ku and his crew managed to shake off the Cellophane family subordinates and prepared to leave the port to explore the island further, a group of merchants seemed to sense an opportunity and quickly surrounded them. These merchants were all elegantly dressed, exuding wealth, their eyes sparkling with a desire for profit. Their ostentatious demeanor made them particularly conspicuous in the crowd, akin to moving treasures that were hard to overlook. "Esteemed captain," one merchant enthusiastically began, "I have heard that you have just arrived and must be unfamiliar with the local market. I can provide the finest ores, from rare metals to precious gems. We have it all. What kind of, or do you require?" Other merchants quickly chimed in, boasting about the quality and price advantages of their ores, vying for Luo Ku's attention. They held various samples, from iron ore gleaming with metallic luster to vividly colored gems, each piece holding considerable value. The air was thick with the scent of commerce, filled with temptation. Luo Ku and his crew were clearly taken aback by such a scene, but soon adapted to this commercial atmosphere. The island is rich in mineral resources, signifying not only potential wealth, but also the key to embarking on new adventures. Luo could calmly scrutinize the merchants, contemplating whether it was feasible to extract advantageous information or resources from them. "We are interested in all valuable ores," Luo Ku asserted, his voice firm and confident. "However, more importantly, we are in search of certain special ores, which are said to be found only in specific veins. Does anyone among you know the locations of these veins?" Upon hearing Luo Ku's words, a flicker of surprise crossed the merchants' faces, but they quickly regained their composure, exchanging glances as they assessed the captain's sincerity and the potential profits he might bring. Ultimately, several merchants expressed their willingness to provide information, of course, in exchange for appropriate compensation. Luo Ku nodded in understanding. In a world driven by interests, information itself is a precious resource. As the bustling port gradually quieted, with the crowd dispersing, only Luo Ku and his pirate crew remained, along with the ever-watchful subordinates of the Cellophant family. These subordinates, with keen eyes, seemed to be evaluating the strength and intentions of Luo Ku's group as a subtle tension permeated the air. Luo Ku displayed no sign of fear, instead adopting a relaxed demeanor in the face of it all. Turning to his crew, his voice carried a hint of amusement. "We have just arrived in this place and are yet to ascertain the true extent of the Cellophant family's power. But remember, if they are indeed formidable, we must exercise greater caution. However, if they are merely a facade..." Luo Ku paused, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Then we can easily deliver them a surprise." This statement seemed to invigorate the crew, awakening the wildness and fighting spirit deep within them. Their eyes sparkled, and a predatory, sinister smile began to emerge on their faces, a unique expression they wore when facing challenges, a blend of excitement and danger. The members of Luo Ku's pirate crew began to converse in hushed tones, their voices filled with anticipation as they discussed the impending adventure and potential battles. Flames of desire for the unknown, challenges against the strong, and an endless pursuit of freedom ignited in each of their gazes. "Captain," a burly pirate broke the silence. "No matter how powerful that family is, we will follow you. You always find a way out, and we trust you." The other crew members nodded in agreement, their confidence stemming from their faith in Luo Ku and their own abilities. As Luo Ku and his crew engaged in activities on the island, the ore merchants swiftly realized that these newcomers exhibited a keen interest in a particular mineral, the Baishui Jingxiu. This mineral, renowned for its flawless purity and mysterious legends, held considerable fame not only on the island but throughout the entire sea. It is believed that the Baishui Jingxiu possesses supernatural powers, especially in the realms of divination and prophecy, and is thus often associated with seers and scholars of mysticism. The ore merchants promptly reported this information to the higher echelons of the Cellophant family. For in the family's vast commercial network, any seemingly inconsequential information could become a pivotal business opportunity. The steward, a senior member responsible for intelligence and trade within the family, fell into deep contemplation upon hearing the news. "Baishui Jingxiu," he murmured, gently tapping his fingers against the table, pondering its implications. "Is this something only diviners require? Does this pirate crew harbor a diviner among them, or do they have the support of one?" The steward understood well that diviners play a unique role in the world of the sea, capable of interpreting celestial changes, predicting weather, and even discerning the movements of enemies, making them indispensable members of many fleets. If Luo Ku's pirate crew possessed such an individual, they would pose a greater threat than ordinary pirates and would be more challenging to contend with. He decided to investigate further, dispatching spies from the family to closely monitor Luo Ku's crew while gathering all available information regarding the Baishui Jingxiu. The steward recognized that if they could ascertain the source and trading channels of this rare mineral, the Cellophant family could not only suppress potential competition, but also gain the upper hand in dealings with Luo Ku's crew or other prospective buyers. Meanwhile, he considered another possibility. If a cooperative relationship could be established with Luo Ku's crew, particularly surrounding the trade of the Baishui Jingxiu, it might present an opportunity for the Cellophant family to explore new markets and increase revenue streams. After all, for a large business family, diversification and the pursuit of new ventures are always keys to growth. The steward began drafting a detailed report to present to the decision-making body of the Cellophant family, meticulously analyzing the potentialities and risks associated with collaborating with Luo Ku's pirate crew. Each decision could significantly influence the family's future trajectory, and in this ever-changing maritime world, every opportunity warrants careful consideration. Luo Ku had never anticipated that the members of this family would conduct their business with such caution. Knowing it was a matter of trading, or as one might think it was akin to dealing in naval armaments. Faced with the cautious demeanor of the Cellophane family's peripheral members, Captain Luo Ku displayed no sense of defeat. His gaze remained resolute, a confident smile gracing his lips, as if he had long expected such a situation. Slowly, he retrieved a heavy pouch of gold coins from his pocket and placed it gently on the table. The coins clinked together, producing a crisp sound that instantly captured the attention of everyone present. "I possess sufficient Bailey," Luo Ku declared, his voice calm yet powerful. "The question is whether you have enough by Shui Jingqiu to meet my demands." A hint of surprise flickered in the eyes of the peripheral members, but they quickly regained their composure. Transactions with pirates are invariably fraught with risk, yet they also entail immense profit. The gold coins in Luo Ku's possession attested that he had not come empty-handed, undoubtedly enhancing the prospects for negotiation. However, the members of the Cellophane family were not in a hurry to make promises. The Bai Shui Jingqiu is not merely an ordinary commodity. Its value far exceeds its surface price. These gems are resources strictly controlled within the family, and every transaction requires approval from the upper echelons, especially when dealing with an unknown yet formidable pirate like Luo Ku. "Captain Luo Ku, our family treats every transaction with utmost caution," a family member interjected, their tone laced with subtle warning. "The Bai Shui Jingqiu is not an ordinary good. Its trade requires time to arrange and approval from our family as higher-ups." Luo Ku nodded in understanding. Dealing with such a vast commercial empire necessitates patience, and he refrained from immediately stating specific quantity demands. Instead, he proposed that both parties could first establish preliminary trust through smaller-scale transactions before gradually expanding their collaboration. "We can start with a small quantity," Luo Ku suggested. "This will allow your family to witness our sincerity while enabling me to assess your efficiency. Once trust is established, I believe both parties will reap benefits." The members of the Cellophane family exchanged glances, weighing Luo Ku's proposal. Shortly after Luo Ku departed from the site of the Cellophane family, their internal intelligence network began to operate at full capacity, gathering every piece of information regarding this enigmatic pirate and his crew. The operatives delved into various ports, taverns, and trading markets, employing covert methods to obtain the most comprehensive data. As time passed, Luo Ku's true identity gradually emerged, astonishing the Cellophane family. It was revealed that Luo Ku was not merely an ordinary pirate captain. He had personally slain several naval colonels, marking him as a traitor in the eyes of the Navy and a formidable force within the seas. Even more shocking was the fact that he had recently seized control of Granxi Island, a territory once divided among the four major powers. Now, those powers had been entirely eradicated by him, and order on the island had been reshuffled, with Luo Ku emerging as the indisputable ruler. The senior members of the Cellophane family conducted an in-depth analysis of this intelligence. Engaging in trade with such a ruthless and powerful pirate captain necessitated an extremely cautious approach. Luo Ku's displayed decisiveness and execution not only evoked awe, but also prompted the family members to reassess the potential and risks of collaborating with him. During an urgent meeting, the family's decision-makers engaged in fervent discussions. On one hand, they feared that dealings with Luo Ku might attract the attention of the Navy and even provoke retaliation. On the other hand, they were deeply intrigued by the white crystal ball in Luo Ku's possession and the mysterious powers that might lie behind it, capable of altering the family's status in the maritime realm. Ultimately, the Cellophane family resolved to adopt a more cautious strategy. Their collaboration with Luo Ku should transcend mere transactions and evolve into a long-term strategic partnership. After considerable deliberation, the family's decision-making body chose to forge a closer relationship with such a formidable and financially affluent pirate. This not only promised substantial profits for the family, but also bolstered their influence in the maritime domain. However, they were acutely aware that the risks associated with dealing with pirates were equally formidable, particularly with a complex character like Luo Ku. To safeguard the integrity of their dealings and the family's interests, the Cellophane family decided to undertake an unprecedented initiative, inviting the most esteemed members of the family, known as Gongfu, elite combat personnel, to directly participate in the assessment of Luo Ku. These Gongfu were highly skilled and experienced masters who typically operated from the shadows. only stepping forward during critical moments to resolve challenging issues for the family. The family's upper echelons believed that through direct engagement with Luo Ku, these Gongfu could ascertain his true capabilities and whether he was trustworthy. Should Luo Ku prove his true strength before the Gongfu, it would significantly enhance the family's and other members' confidence in him, paving the way for mutual transactions. Thus, a special meeting was arranged at a secret location of the family. Luo Ku was invited to this meeting, unaware that a rigorous test awaited him. The family's Gongfu concealed themselves in the shadows, ready to observe and evaluate Luo Ku's every move. On the day of the meeting, Luo Ku arrived as scheduled, donned in his signature pirate attire, exuding both confidence and composure. Guided by a family representative, he entered the venue, where several key figures of the Cellophane family had already gathered, including high-ranking members and the intelligence officer. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luo Ku was introduced to a seemingly ordinary yet exceptionally skilled family Gongfu named Aiden, a recognized master of swordsmanship. In an ostensibly casual manner, Aiden challenged Luo Ku, subtly testing his reaction speed, combat experience, and prowess. Luo Ku accepted the challenge, and the two engaged in a tense yet graceful duel. Luo Ku exhibited astonishing combat technique, successfully fending off Aiden's assaults while seizing opportunities to counterattack, leaving the family members in awe. Through this encounter, the Gongfu and senior members of the Cellophane family were convinced that Luo Ku was not only a worthy adversary, but also a reliable trading partner. His strength and audacity earned the family's respect and laid a solid foundation for future collaboration. Following the meeting, the family formally expressed their intent to cooperate with Luo Ku, promising to provide him with the white crystal ball he sought, contingent upon maintaining a relationship built on mutual trust and benefit. After Luo Ku departed, the family members gathered around the conference table, engaging in animated discussions about the recent swordsmanship duel. Aiden, the family's swordsmanship master, occupied the prominent position, his expression a blend of admiration for Luo Ku's skills and introspection regarding his own inability to secure a swift victory. Luo Ku's swordplay, Aiden remarked. His voice, deep and resonant, integrates speed and power, and he seems to possess an instinctive ability to anticipate the direction of attacks. Such a talent is exceedingly rare in actual combat. Other family members nodded in agreement, deeply impressed by Luo Ku's performance. Some noted that there appeared to be traces of an ancient style within Luo Ku's swordsmanship, igniting further speculation about his background. After all, a person capable of mastering such profound techniques must have extraordinary qualities. Moreover, the intelligence officer interjected, his calmness and decisiveness in battle reveal exceptional leadership abilities and battlefield experience. A person of such caliber, if not a friend, is best not to be made an enemy. The senior members of the family concurred, recognizing that establishing a collaborative relationship with Luo Ku was not solely driven by the need for the white crystal ball, but also stemmed from an acknowledgement of Luo Ku's personal capabilities. A figure of such remarkable skill in combat undoubtedly could provide the family with an additional layer of security, especially in these perilous and uncertain waters. The extraordinary sharpness and precision exhibited by Luo Ku in his swordplay stemmed from the latent power of the straw devil fruit within him. This fruit endowed him with a unique divination ability, enabling him to foresee the movements of his adversaries as though glimpsing the future. The synthesis of this ability with his swordsmanship rendered every strike seemingly fated and impeccably accurate. In his duel with Aiden, Luo Ku demonstrated not only years of swordsmanship training, but also the special perception granted by the straw devil fruit. Each time Aiden's sword tip approached, Luo Ku consistently executed flawless defenses or counterattacks at the last possible moment, a near-instinctual response that astonished all present. This ability was not confined solely to swordsmanship. It similarly enhanced Luo Ku's physical agility. In combat, he could predict his opponent's attack trajectories, thereby gaining the upper hand in evasion and counterattacks. Such an ineffable enhancement allowed Luo Ku to maintain composure in the face of any adversary, adeptly navigating various unforeseen circumstances. Upon concluding the trading agreement with the Cellophane family, Luo Ku was taken aback by the price of the white crystal ball. To him, this mystical orb radiating an enigmatic glow seemed to encapsulate immeasurable value. While the Cellophane family's offer of 1 million berries per orb appeared exorbitant to an ordinary person, it was deemed quite reasonable within the context of rare commodities in the pirate world. As Locke delved deeper into his inquiries, he discovered that the primary uses of the white crystal ball were twofold. Firstly, it served as a luxurious ornament, often adorning the palaces and mansions of nobility and affluent merchants, a testament to their wealth and taste. Secondly, it was favored by diviners and seers, who believed that the white crystal ball possessed the ability to commune with the spiritual realm, aiding them in discerning the future and interpreting the trajectory of fate. For the average pirate or merchant, the white crystal ball was not a necessity. Its exorbitant price often exceeded their financial means, resulting in limited circulation within the market. However, for Locke, the white crystal ball held extraordinary significance. It was not merely a commodity for trade, but rather a potential key to unlocking a certain secret and awakening his own spiritual power. During his dealings with the Seraphim family, Locke realized that the resources at his disposal might surpass his initial expectations. 1,000,000 berries would constitute a fortune for an ordinary pirate. Yet for a formidable figure like Locke, acquiring such funds posed no significant challenge if he was willing to take risks. More importantly, through this transaction, Locke not only secured the desired item, but also forged a robust connection with the Seraphim family, which could yield unforeseen opportunities in the future. 2 days prior, Locke's crew of seasoned pirates had arrived at Ghostport as per their meticulously devised plan. This port, notorious for its chaos and corruption, was a veritable haven for pirates and smugglers, with streets lined by an array of goods, from rare spices to contraband weapons. It was also a nexus of information, where countless nefarious dealings transpired in the shadows, rife with peril and opportunity. Despite the adverse environment, Locke's crew remained undeterred by the pandemonium surrounding them, determined to locate and procure a white crystal ball. This task, seemingly simple, was fraught with challenges, as the white crystal ball was not a common commodity, typically circulating within exclusive circles and demanding a hefty price. Over the past 2 days, they had traversed every corner of Ghostport, attempting to engage with potential sellers of the elusive crystal ball. They visited numerous black markets, conversed with countless suspicious figures, and even participated in underground auctions. Yet thus far, they had encountered no one claiming to possess a white crystal ball. The information network in Ghostport was intricate. Locating a specific item required not only financial resources, but also ample patience and the right contacts. Locke's crew began to realize that they might need a more effective strategy to approach those who genuinely held the white crystal ball. Just as they were beginning to feel disheartened, one crew member inadvertently caught wind of a lead. It seemed that a man in a red robe possessed such a rare artifact. While Locke's crew busily sought the white crystal ball, they remained oblivious to the fact that from the moment they set foot in Ghostport, they had already become targets for certain factions. In a place teeming with vice and avarice, anyone carrying substantial wealth could easily become prey. The crew, armed with sufficient funds to purchase the white crystal ball, unwittingly attracted the attention of various pirate gangs. In the shadowy corners of Ghostport, a band of pirates known as the Claws of Shadow specialized in preying upon outsiders, particularly favoring those who appeared to be affluent. Upon learning of Locke's crew's quest for the white crystal ball, the Claws of Shadow immediately sensed an opportunity. The high price of the crystal ball indicated that Locke's crew was likely carrying millions of berries, a tantalizing fortune for the Claws of Shadow. Their cunning and ruthless leader, Scar, swiftly devised a meticulous plan to ambush Locke's crew upon their return from the transaction. Scar and his men understood well that the life of a pirate was an unending struggle, and that murder and arson were merely part of their daily existence. They believed that any means were justifiable as long as they could profit. Scar dispatched several members of his crew to trail Locke's men, closely monitoring their movements. Simultaneously, he arranged for an elite team to lie in wait near the port, prepared to launch an attack at the opportune moment. Scar's strategy was to strike when night fell and the port's clamor subsided, minimizing the risk of attracting widespread attention. However, the Claws of Shadow were unaware that Locke's crew was not easily trifled with. As pirates, they maintained a heightened awareness of their surroundings, and their previous experiences with similar missions had honed their instincts for potential threats. Though they had yet to detect any concrete signs of pursuit, they sensed an unusual atmosphere in the air. Among Locke's crew was a particularly trusted individual named Gavin, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship and quick wit. Gavin remained composed in emergencies, qualities that had earned him a place as one of Locke's most valued confidants. In a dilapidated inn within Ghostport, Gavin and his companions were engaged in an urgent discussion regarding their next course of action. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. The innkeeper personally ushered in a mysterious visitor who claimed to possess the very white crystal ball they had been searching for. This visitor, clad in a dark robe, had a partially obscured visage, and his gaze held an inscrutable depth. Introducing himself as Xavier, he asserted that he was a longtime merchant residing in Ghostport, specializing in the trade of rare items. He claimed to indeed have a white crystal ball in his possession and was willing to negotiate with Gavin and his companions. Immediately, Gavin and his crew heightened their vigilance, fully aware that in a place like Ghostport, every individual could harbor ulterior motives. They scrutinized Xavier, attempting to discern any suspicious signs in his demeanor and speech. Xavier, in turn, observed them without concealment, seemingly assessing whether they possessed the requisite strength and sincerity for a legitimate transaction. "The fact that I was able to locate you indicates your genuine intentions," Xavier remarked, his voice low and magnetic. "However, I must confirm one thing. Do you have sufficient funds to complete this transaction? The white crystal ball is not an ordinary item. Its value far exceeds the imaginations of most." Gavin nodded, producing meticulously folded parchment from his pocket, which prominently displayed a check for 3 million berries. "We have ample funds," Gavin replied calmly. "Yet, we must also ensure that the white crystal ball in your possession is authentic and not a counterfeit." Xavier smiled slightly, clearly appreciating Gavin's caution. "That is only natural," he replied. "I can take you to see my merchandise, but before that, we need to establish a preliminary agreement to safeguard the interests of both parties." Gavin and his companions exchanged glances before consenting to Xavier's proposal. This might be their sole opportunity to acquire the white crystal ball, but they also had to tread carefully to avoid falling into a trap. In the ensuing dialogue, both parties meticulously discussed the particulars of the transaction, including the meeting place, time, and how to verify the authenticity of the white crystal ball. Ultimately, they agreed to meet in a relatively secluded warehouse, far removed from the clamor of the port, which would facilitate the transaction. While Gavin and Xavier were engaged in negotiations, a deeper conspiracy was brewing in the shadows. Scar and his Ening Joie pirate crew had completed their assessment of Gavin and his companions. Through a series of surveillance and intelligence gathering, they had identified Gavin and his associates, as well as the wealth backing them. To their astonishment, they discovered that Gavin carried a check worth 3 million berries, not to mention the valuable equipment and personal belongings on them, along with the ship docked at the port. Scar's eyes gleamed with avarice as he calculated that if he could successfully capture Gavin and his companions and seize all their possessions, coupled with the ship, they could conservatively earn at least 5 million berries. This would undoubtedly be a tremendous fortune for the Ening Joie, allowing them to expand their influence in the Phantom Port and beyond, even to acquire more formidable weapons and recruit additional subordinates. To ensure absolute success, Scar meticulously planned every detail of the operation. He arranged for a portion of his men to disguise themselves as ordinary merchants mingling in the port, ready to cut off Gavin and his companions' escape routes. Meanwhile, another group had already silently surrounded the designated warehouse, forming an intricate web, awaiting Gavin and his allies to walk into the trap. Scar's plan appeared flawless, yet he underestimated Gavin's vigilance and the professionalism of the lock pirates. During his conversation with Xavier, Gavin keenly sensed subtle changes in the surrounding environment, noting seemingly insignificant details, such as several suspicious characters frequently entering and exiting near the warehouse, and the occasional faint sounds emanating from outside, which raised alarm bells in his mind. Gavin was acutely aware that the Phantom Port was a perilous place, where any reckless action could lead to fatal consequences. He immediately summoned his companions, discreetly informing them of the potential threat, and began formulating countermeasures. Gavin suggested employing a flanking tactic on the way to the warehouse and dispatching a scout team ahead to ensure the safety of the transaction site. Just as Gavin and Xavier's deal was about to enter a critical phase, the situation took a sudden turn. Xavier did not produce the white crystal ball as promised. Instead, he swiftly drew a fully loaded firearm from beneath his robe, aiming it directly at Gavin. This unexpected move froze the atmosphere, prompting Gavin and his companions to heighten their alertness, quickly adjusting their positions to prepare for any potential threat. With a cold smile, Xavier pulled the trigger, the gunshot resonating like a battle horn, shattering the night's tranquility. Simultaneously, from the surrounding grass and shadows, a throng of pirates wielding knives, guns, and clubs surged forth. They were Scar's Ening Joie, who had been lying in wait for this moment. These assailants charged at Gavin and his companions from all directions, intent on subduing them in one fell swoop. In the face of this sudden assault, Gavin exhibited the decisiveness and composure befitting a pirate. He swiftly directed his comrades to disperse, utilizing the terrain of the warehouse to mount a counterattack. Gavin himself advanced towards Xavier's gun, using nearby crates as cover. He unsheathed his sword, preparing for close combat. The firearm required time to reload after continuous firing, granting him a precious opportunity to retaliate. Gavin's companions also sprang into action, dodging and weaving, employing every available weapon for self-defense. One threw a smoke bomb, which immediately enveloped the area in thick smoke, obscuring the enemy's vision and buying them valuable time. Another used a rope to trip several approaching foes, creating chaos. Amidst the turmoil, Gavin seized the moment, leaping from cover and dashing towards Xavier, his sword flashing, forcing Xavier to abandon a shot and draw his sword in defense. In their duel of swordsmanship, Gavin gradually gained the upper hand through his exceptional skill and astute assessment of the situation, pressing Xavier back step by step. Meanwhile, Gavin's companions seized the opportunity to counterattack, systematically dismantling the encircled enemies. However, the battle was far from over. Scar and his Ening Joie had numerous members, and the conflict remained fiercely contested. Gavin understood that they needed to conclude the fight swiftly or risk greater unknown dangers. During his engagement with Xavier, Gavin identified a flaw, delivering a swift thrust that struck Xavier's vital point, forcing him to kneel and rendering him incapacitated. Just as Gavin and his companions thought they had stabilized the situation and were preparing to clean up, the scenario shifted dramatically. Scar, the leader of the Ening Joie, emerged from the darkness, wielding a massive battle axe, its power and destructive capability far exceeding that of ordinary weapons. With astonishing speed and strength, he swiftly cleaved two of Gavin's companions who were unable to react, blood staining the ground in a gruesome display. This series of brutal acts plunged Gavin and his comrades into a state of despair. Scar's appearance not only signified that their adversary was far more formidable than anticipated, but also indicated that their own plight had become critically dire. As Scar's frenzied attacks continued, Gavin's companions fell one by one, realizing that further resistance would lead to their total annihilation. In this life-and-death moment, Gavin made a harrowing decision. If they wished to preserve their strength, they would need to temporarily compromise and seek an opportunity for counterattack. Thus, he steeled himself and shouted, "Stop! We are servants of Lord Locke. Do you not fear his retribution?" Upon hearing this, Scar paused his assault, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Lord Locke?" he echoed mockingly. In the Phantom Port, strength is the only thing one can truly rely on. Your Lord Locke may have a loud reputation outside, but here, everything is dictated by me. Gavin realized that Scar would not easily relent. However, he also understood that their only hope lay in leveraging Locke's name to buy time and seek an escape or counterattack opportunity. He continued to attempt persuading Scar. "Scar, the power and resources of our Lord Locke far surpass your imagination. If you grant us a path to safety, we can assure you that you and your Ening Joie will gain a formidable ally in the Phantom Port." Otherwise, Scar interrupted Gavin, but a flicker of hesitation crossed his gaze. Clearly, the name of Locke and the potential consequences made him wary. Observing this, Gavin pressed on. "Otherwise, Lord Locke will not let this matter rest. He will dispatch an entire fleet to hunt you down, and you and your crew will have nowhere to escape." Under Gavin's threat, Scar fell into contemplation. In the pirate world, while strength was indeed paramount, facing an overwhelmingly powerful enemy was equally perilous. Locke's reputation was widely known across the seas. He had to consider the repercussions of opposing Locke. Scar's gaze wavered between hesitation and determination, ultimately appearing to make a choice. Taking a deep breath, as if to inhale all doubts into his chest and exhale them in one swift motion, his gaze sharpened and turned merciless. The cold smirk vanished, replaced by a steely resolve. "You are right. Locke is indeed a formidable character. But in this world, the only guarantee of survival lies in one's own strength. Since you are already aware of my actions, I cannot afford to take any risks." Sikar's voice was low and resolute as he swung his battle axe heavily against the ground, the deafening sound proclaiming his final decision. Gavin and his companions felt a weight in their hearts, understanding that Sikar had chosen the most ruthless course of action. They realized they faced unprecedented peril. Yet they also recognized that in such a dire situation, pleading or threatening would be futile. In a silence that stretched for mere seconds, Gavin swiftly assessed their surroundings. Calculating every possible escape route, his eyes scanned the faces of his companions, silently conveying a message: prepare to act at any moment. The instant the battle erupted was akin to the onset of a tempest, the air thick with the scent of death. Gavin and his comrades wasted no time, immediately executing their preordained strategy in an attempt to carve out a sliver of survival between Sikaur and his subordinates. However, Sikaur was evidently not an easy adversary. His combat skills and experience were laid bare amidst the chaos. The clashes of battle were swift and fierce, each second a matter of life and death. Despite Gavin and his team displaying remarkable courage and teamwork, their efforts appeared trivial in the face of Sikaur's formidable crew. As the battle raged on, the warehouse resonated with the sounds of metal clashing, anguished wails, and desperate cries. When the final clang of a sword echoed in the vast space, silence descended. Surveying the surroundings, the sight before them was a grotesque tableau of carnage. Blood-soaked ground, scattered weapons, and contorted corpses, all forming a horrifying image. Gavin and his comrades were either downed or grievously wounded, unable to rise again. Victory belonged to Sikaur, but the cost was steep. Standing amidst the battlefield, Sikaur breathed heavily, his body stained with the blood of his enemies. Yet he maintained an air of cold composure. Slowly turning his head, he issued commands to his subordinates. Clear the scene. Leave no trace. We cannot allow anyone to know what transpired here. His voice was frigid, devoid of emotional fluctuation, revealing an unwavering pursuit of power and control. Sikaur's subordinates began to act, swiftly and methodically addressing the remnants of the battlefield, piling the bodies together and searching for any items that might serve as evidence. Everything within the warehouse would be thoroughly eradicated, as if no fierce battle had ever occurred. Far from the chaos of the warehouse, Leda, his loyal companion disguised as a beggar, sat behind a pile of discarded barrels, his eyes intently fixed on the distant warehouse, his heart brimming with unease. Leda's appearance blended seamlessly with his surroundings. No one would suspect that this seemingly destitute beggar was, in fact, a pirate awaiting a signal. In his hand, a den mushi, this precious communication tool, was his only link to the outside world, capable of transmitting vital messages at a critical moment. As time ticked away, Leda's heart grew heavier. The time he had agreed upon with Gavin had long passed. Yet aside from the occasional vague sounds emanating from the warehouse, there were no signs of his companion's return. Leda's instincts warned him that things were amiss. His eyes began to moisten, but he stifled the tears, knowing this was not a moment for weakness. Finally, Leda resolved to wait no longer. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he cautiously retrieved the den mushi and dialed Loaka's number. The call was quickly answered, and Leda's voice trembled with barely concealed tension and sorrow. "Lord Loaka, this is Leda." Loaka's voice came through the den mushi, steady and powerful, providing Leda with a measure of comfort. Knowing Loaka was a man of his word, once he made a promise, he would certainly fulfill it. Although Loaka's words were brief, the determination and fury within them were palpable. Leda, listen carefully. Loaka's voice bore an undeniable authority. What you must do now is to remain concealed and refrain from any rash actions. I will take care of Sikaur. His betrayal and the murder of my subordinates is an unforgivable crime. Stay there, and soon others will come to assist you. After hanging up, Leda took a deep breath, attempting to calm his agitated heart. He knew he could no longer engage in any actions that might jeopardize his safety and must adhere to Loaka's instructions. Peering cautiously from his hiding place to ensure no suspicious figures were nearby, he retreated back into the shadows, continuing to wait. For the next several hours, Leda hardly moved, occasionally shifting his position to avoid stiffness from remaining still for too long. His thoughts wandered between memories of the past and uncertainties of the future, recalling the days spent with Gavin and the other comrades, filled with laughter, adventures, and mutual trust, now turned into painful reminiscences. Loaka set down the den mushi, his heart aflame with anger and cold calculations. In this boundless ocean, power and respect coexisted. Any action deemed weak or exploitable would invite further covetousness. Sikaur's betrayal was not merely a personal affront, but a brazen defiance of Loaka's authority. Approaching the window, he gazed into the inky blackness of the sea. Contemplating his next move, the night breeze brushed against him, carrying the salty scent of the ocean, as if heralding the impending storm. Loaka resolved to utilize this incident, not only to eliminate Sikaur, but also to seize the opportunity to further consolidate his position, reminding all others across the islands of his formidable power. Grasping his den mushi, Loaka began to contact his allies and subordinates on Granxia Island and other islands, informing them of Sikir's betrayal and the ensuing bloody purge, emphasizing that this serves as a warning to all rule breakers. His tone was icy and resolute, conveying an irrefutable authority. "Listen," Loaka spoke into the Den Mushi, his voice resonating clearly in the night. "Sikir's betrayal has met its deserved punishment, but this matter is far from over. Anyone daring to challenge us, to challenge me, will face the same fate. I intend to make it known to everyone on every island the cost of betrayal and disloyalty." His words exuded a chilling calm, simultaneously foreshadowing a bloody reckoning to come. Loaka understood that such news would spread like wildfire across the seas, compelling those who once harbored doubts about him to reconsider their positions. "Prepare yourselves," Loaka continued. "We shall embark on a large-scale operation, targeting not only Sikir's remaining forces, but also those who have long been eyeing us with malice. This time, we will demonstrate to all that the power of Granxia Island is unshakable." Loaka's voice resonated through the Den Mushi, reaching every one of his scattered warriors across different islands, battle-hardened fighters familiar with violence and conquest. Upon hearing Locke's command, excitement ignited in the eyes of the pirates, who yearned to prove their worth. Simultaneously, they longed to attain greater status and glory through the trials of blood and fire. "Listen closely," Locke's voice echoed through the Den Mushi. "Whoever can eliminate Scar and his crew, or capture them alive, shall earn my trust and greater authority. This is not merely a battle. It is an opportunity to demonstrate your loyalty and capabilities." His words ignited a powder keg, instantly fueling the pirates' fervor. This was not only a chance for vengeance against Scar, but also a means to elevate one's standing in Locke's eyes. In a world where strength reigns supreme, everyone aspired to be the one standing atop the pinnacle. "Eliminate Scar. Fight for ourselves," someone shouted. This rallying cry was met with immediate response, as cheers and roars resounded across the camps of various islands. Preparations commenced, with supplies and weapons being gathered, ships inspected and reinforced, and cannons polished and oiled, all in readiness for the impending conflict. Ghost Harbor, a natural haven nestled in remote seas, became a refuge for many pirates and smugglers due to its complex terrain and formidable defenses. A myriad of vessels congregated here, ranging from grand warships to nimble speedboats. At this moment, the atmosphere in the harbor grew exceedingly tense. News had spread that Locke's fleet was en route, targeting Scar and his faction, somewhere within the harbor. Scar's subordinates had also caught wind of the situation, realizing their leader had provoked a formidable foe. Panic and unease permeated among them. Some sought an escape route, while others chose to hold their ground, prepared to fight to the death. Locke's fleet steadily approached, its flags flapping fiercely in the wind. The ships laden not only with weapons and soldiers, but also with an unstoppable momentum. Messages traveled like wildfire, swiftly sweeping across the nearby islands and even beyond. The inhabitants of the islands and various factions, be they fishermen, merchants, or other pirate crews, discussed the unfolding news. Locke's actions and Scar's betrayal became the talk of the day, instilling a sense of tension and vigilance among many. In the taverns of the islands, crews gathered to discuss the impending storm. "Have you heard?" an old sailor remarked, taking a swig of strong liquor with a furrowed brow. "Locke has truly lost his temper. That Scar fellow has no idea of the danger he's in by betraying him." "Indeed," echoed a younger sailor. "It is said that Locke's fleet has set sail, and he has issued a deadly command to cleanse Scar and his men. We must be cautious and avoid provoking Locke's crew. Those lunatics will do anything." The spread of information was not limited to mere conversation. The Den Mushi played a significant role as well. Across the islands, the network of Den Mushi was tightly interwoven, allowing for astonishingly rapid communication. The leaders and informants of each island busily confirmed the veracity of the information while adjusting their strategies to avoid being ensnared in the impending conflict. "Hello, John." A leader from an island spoke into the Den Mushi. "I've heard there's been a significant upheaval on Locke's side. That Scar fellow has crossed a line, and Locke is bringing his forces here. We must keep a low profile and avoid giving Locke's men any excuses." "Understood," came the voice from the other end. "We've received similar news. Our people should minimize outings, particularly near Locke's territory. Let us remain mere spectators to this unfolding drama." Life on the islands thus adopted a more cautious rhythm, with many vessels typically active at sea reducing their departures, and merchants planning their routes with greater care to avoid unnecessary troubles. On this island, pirates needed to deliberate extensively on who would be chosen to accompany Locke. For if everyone departed, who would remain to oversee matters for Captain Locke? The atmosphere on the island surged with anticipation for Locke's impending actions. Every pirate yearned to prove themselves, to shine in the forthcoming battle, and to earn Locke's trust. However, due to limited ships and resources, it was impossible for everyone to partake in this venture, prompting a pressing question: how to fairly select those fortunate enough to accompany Locke to sea. Thus, an ancient and equitable method was employed: drawing lots. This was not merely a means of selection. It symbolized equal opportunity, igniting the inner gambler within the pirates. On the day of the drawing, the entire island transformed into a grand arena, with every corner filled with tension and anticipation. Pirates gathered in a spacious square, where a massive wooden barrel filled with name-laden slips stood at the center. The most seasoned among them ascended a platform, immediately capturing everyone's attention. He announced the rules. Those whose names were drawn would have the chance to sail with him, while those not selected would remain on the island, but would receive corresponding rewards as a gesture of fairness. As the drawing commenced, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. With each name drawn from the barrel, the crowd erupted into cheers or sighs. The chosen ones leaped in exhilaration, raising their hands in celebration of their fortune, while those not selected consoled one another or jested, "Next time, it will definitely be me." This scene was imbued with primal passion and competitive spirit, as every individual was wholly engaged, whether as participants or onlookers. The camaraderie and rivalry among the pirates were vividly illustrated here, with everyone cheering or lamenting for their dreams and opportunities. Ultimately, when all names had been drawn, the selected individuals formed a spirited crew ready to embark under Locke's leadership towards Ghost Harbor to undertake the arduous yet honorable mission. Meanwhile, those remaining on the island continued their training, preparing for the next opportunity, their hearts filled with hopes for the future and blessings for their comrades. At the East Sea Navy base, naval officers sat encircled around the strategy room's conference table, their faces etched with worry and fatigue. The incessant ringing of the din, mushy, shattered the silence within, each chime serving as a reminder of the turmoil unfolding outside. The intelligence officer compiled the latest gathered information and briefed those present. According to the news we've just received, Locke and his men are assembling, seemingly intent on launching a large-scale operation. We remain uncertain of their specific target, but given their past conduct, this could very well be a bloody purge. A naval rear admiral, an experienced man with slightly graying hair, furrowed his brow, tapping his fingers gently on the table as he contemplated. While Locke's actions might weaken pirate forces, his methods were excessively brutal. We cannot allow him to commit indiscriminate slaughter. We must take action to protect civilians from becoming collateral damage. General, a young lieutenant interjected. Should we dispatch a fleet to track their movements and intervene immediately upon identifying any threat to civilians? The Major General nodded, casting his gaze upon several critical points on the map. This is a feasible strategy, yet we must exercise caution to avoid direct confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Our paramount objective is to safeguard civilians, rather than engage in full-scale warfare with the pirates. Prepare several swift response warships, ready to deploy at the first sighting of Luo Ku's fleet approaching densely populated areas. The atmosphere at the naval base grew increasingly tense as officers swiftly assigned tasks and began mobilizing forces. The logistics department commenced refueling and resupplying the warships with ammunition. Meanwhile, the intelligence department intensified its surveillance of Luo Ku's fleet movements, ensuring that we grasp their dynamics at the earliest opportunity. In the command center, a massive screen displayed a map of the East China Sea, marking the latest positions of both the Navy and the pirates. Officers keenly observed the screen, issuing commands intermittently to ensure everything was prepared. We need to maintain communication with the nearby naval bases. If our manpower falls short, they can provide assistance. The Major General added. The sailors understood that in the face of a formidable adversary like Luo Ku, they must be thoroughly prepared to protect the innocent while avoiding unnecessary casualties. After completing their deployment, the commanders of the East China Sea Naval Base returned to the conference room, gathering around a vast tactical map, their faces etched with fatigue and concern. Confronting Luo Ku would be no trivial task, especially given his immense power and ruthless tactics. An elderly naval officer broke the silence first, his voice low and tinged with deep worry. Luo Ku, this name resonates in the East China Sea like a nightmare, posing a danger perhaps unparalleled in this region. After all, he was once one of us. Several officers in the room nodded in agreement, well aware that Luo Ku had once been a Navy man and an exceptional soldier. His betrayal represented not only a loss of strength for the Navy, but also a profound disgrace. A middle-aged female officer spoke up. He understands our tactics and knows our weaknesses, making it exceedingly difficult to combat him. Moreover, another young officer added, many of the pirates under his command were former Navy soldiers he had recruited, familiar with our operational methods, undoubtedly complicating our mission. The room fell into a contemplative silence as everyone pondered their countermeasures. A deputy commander broke the stillness. We must identify his weaknesses, leveraging our intelligence network to conduct an in-depth investigation and uncover any gaps in his plans. Simultaneously, we must enhance training to improve our soldiers' combat readiness, ensuring effective responses during engagements. Furthermore, another officer suggested we should strive to establish closer ties with other naval bases, sharing intelligence and coordinating actions. Perhaps we can find an opportunity to eliminate him and his forces in one fell swoop. The discussion continued as commanders deliberated strategies while also uplifting morale, emphasizing the importance of teamwork. In the face of an enemy like Luo Ku, the strength of a single base is far from sufficient. Only through unity can we hope to prevail. As night fell, the lights of the East China Sea Naval Base remained bright, with commanders still occupied in the conference room, strategizing their next moves. As orders spread across every pirate vessel, the pirates aboard were eager and exuberant, their eyes gleaming with excitement at the prospect of imminent victory and glory. On the deck, they busily checked weapons and resupplied provisions, preparing meticulously for the impending battle. They understood that fighting under Luo Ku's banner was the highest recognition of their courage and skill. Brothers, a seasoned old pirate shouted, Lord Luo Ku has granted us this opportunity to carve our names upon the sea. We must not only defeat our foes, but also ensure that those who dare challenge us know we are invincible. At these words, the pirates on board erupted in cheers, their morale reaching a crescendo. They patted each other on the shoulders, exchanging resolute glances as they readied themselves for the challenges ahead. However, at Phantom Harbor, the atmosphere was starkly different. The remnants of Scar's forces and the local pirates, upon learning of Luo Ku's impending assault, were engulfed in unprecedented panic. The port, already fraught with trepidation due to Scar's betrayal, descended further into chaos. Some pirates began to flee, seeking safety in distant havens, while others attempted to fortify defenses, preparing for a desperate stand. How is this possible? Murmured one of Scar's men. How could Luo Ku know so soon? What should we do? We need to inform the others quickly, suggested another. Perhaps we can unite to resist for a while. Yet, such notions were swiftly crushed by the harsh realities. Within the port, minor skirmishes and betrayals erupted frequently, as everyone feared becoming the next victim. Scar's authority crumbled overnight, former allies now transformed into suspicious adversaries. No, we cannot sit idly by, proposed a more rational pirate. We should disperse and seek opportunities to escape. Otherwise, we shall all meet our demise at Luo Ku's hands. As panic spread, order in Phantom Harbor completely disintegrated. Goods were abandoned, vessels left unattended, and the streets filled with turmoil and despair. All of this paved the way for Luo Ku's fleet, facilitating his assault. Following closely behind Luo Ku's pirate fleet, the East China Sea naval vessels maintained a tense distance, prepared to intervene at any moment to prevent the pirates from committing acts that would endanger civilians. The Navy understood that the pirates sharing this maritime domain were far from ordinary. They were led by 6 notorious pirates, each with bounties exceeding 70 million berries. Infamous throughout the East China Sea, Iron Hook Aokiji was renowned for his signature mechanical hook, having torn foes apart in numerous battles. His fighting style was brutal and ruthless, excelling in close-quarters combat. Poison Fong Lilith possessed teeth coated in venom, capable of effortlessly shattering steel. Her poison could inflict excruciating death upon enemies within minutes. Lilith was most lethal in nocturnal operations, serving as the assassin of the pirate crew. Phantom Sniper Sam boasted exceptional long-range sniping abilities, capable of accurately eliminating targets several kilometers away. Sam's sniper rifle was equipped with a specialized targeting system, ensuring high accuracy under any weather conditions. Furious Giant Bear Bruno was colossal and immensely strong, able to shatter solid walls with his bare hands. In battle, Bruno resembled a rampaging beast, showing no mercy to any obstacles in his path. Lightning swordsman Victor wielded an electrified longsword, capable of releasing high-voltage currents during combat to incapacitate opponents. Victor's speed was astonishing, allowing him to traverse the battlefield like a flash of lightning. Shadow sorceress Mora excelled in dark magic, capable of summoning corporeal shadow creatures to assault enemies. Mo La possesses the ability to manipulate shadows, enabling her to teleport instantaneously, making it exceedingly difficult for her adversaries to track her movements. Each of the 6 pirates boasts unique skills. They not only exhibit exceptional combat prowess in their respective domains, but also demonstrate remarkable synergy in teamwork. Their presence has rendered the Luo Ku pirate crew one of the most formidable forces in the East Sea. The commanders aboard the East Sea Navy warships vigilantly monitor the pirates' movements, acutely aware that should the pirates deviate from their course or threaten the innocent, they must act without hesitation, even if it entails confronting these 6 notorious pirates, each bearing a bounty of 70 million berries. The Navy understands that this will be a grueling battle, yet they are equally cognizant that safeguarding the safety of innocents and civilians is their solemn duty. Regardless of the cost, they shall exert every effort. The atmosphere in Ghostport has reached a boiling point with various factions, including the remnants of Sea Ka Air's forces and local pirates, desperately seeking a means of survival. They comprehend that once Luo Ku's fleet arrives, this place will transform into a bloody battlefield, leaving no one unscathed. Confronted with the impending catastrophe, different factions begin to seek self-preservation. Some pirates attempt to flee, only to swiftly realize that such actions will only invite greater calamity. They are intercepted by other factions, threatened not to leave. If you escape, Luo Ku's men will think no one here dares to resist, and he will slaughter this place. A local pirate chief's voice resonated amidst the chaos. His eyes filled with fear and determination. Leave your heads behind. At least we can bargain for our safety. This proclamation incited even greater panic among the crowd. Yet it also prompted some to contemplate the possibility of collective action. Only through unity can they hope to withstand Luo Ku's onslaught, or at least find a glimmer of hope amidst the impending storm. We cannot simply sit idly by. Another pirate declared fervently, if we can band together, perhaps we can hold out for a while, at least until reinforcements arrive. However, such optimism was soon extinguished by the harsh reality. The defense system of Ghostport had been severely compromised following Sea Ka Air's betrayal. Moreover, Luo Ku brings not only formidable military might, but also his 6 ferocious pirates, each with a bounty of 70 million berries, making them formidable opponents. Many others advocated for Sea Ka Air to remain here quietly, awaiting Luo Ku's judgment. The air in Ghostport was permeated with a stifling sense of despair, the sea breeze seemingly mingling with the scent of the impending storm. Every corner of the port was filled with the anxious gazes and hushed conversations of pirates. Sea Ka Air and his remaining forces were besieged by rival pirate factions, cornered into a narrow alley like wild rabbits pursued by hunting dogs, with no avenue of escape. The leaders of the other pirate factions, armed with various weapons, stood resolutely at the forefront, their unwavering gazes conveying to Sea Ka Air and his subordinates that they had no choice but to remain and confront the impending crisis together. These leaders understood that if Sea Ka Air's group were to escape, the wrath of the Luo Ku pirate crew would inevitably turn upon them. At that time, they would have no bargaining power, left to the mercy of their adversaries. Sea Ka Air, look at the situation now, a pirate leader named He Sha roared. The trouble you've caused, we all must bear together. You better pray that Luo Ku finds another target. Otherwise, we all shall perish. Sea Ka Air's face was a mask of anger and resentment, yet he recognized that now was not the time for bravado. Glancing around, those who had once fought alongside him were now his jailers, their eyes flickering with both fear and resolve. He had lost control over the situation. What shall we do? Sea Ka Air asked quietly of a trusted confidant, his voice trembling slightly. For now, we must align ourselves with them, his confidant replied. At least this way, we might have a chance. At this moment, all entrances to Ghostport had been sealed off by rival pirate factions, who set up makeshift barricades and sentinels in an attempt to construct a temporary defense line. In the streets, ordinary residents had vanished, shops were shuttered, windows boarded up, and the entire port had transformed into a silent fortress, awaiting an uncertain fate. The tension in Ghostport was akin to a powder keg, poised to explode at any moment. Fear and despair spread like a plague, causing some pirates' mental defenses to crumble entirely. Under extreme pressure, some began to lose their sanity, their eyes filled only with the instinct to survive. while trust among comrades evaporated. A once loyal pirate suddenly screamed, his eyes bloodshot, brandishing a rusty curved blade, charging at the nearest companion. Surrounding individuals were initially stunned, but quickly reacted, drawing weapons in self-defense. A chaotic melee erupted, filled with screams, the clashing of metal, and curses, plunging the scene into utter disorder. Sika Air's captors watched this unfold, their hearts heavy with anxiety. They feared that even if they surrendered Sika Air, it would not quell the fury of the Luo-ku pirate crew. To them, Sika Air's betrayal was not merely a betrayal of business partners, but a betrayal of the entire safety of Ghostport. Now, they found themselves at the epicenter of the storm, becoming the target of collective ire. Sika Air, look at the mess you've created, a pirate leader bellowed at him, eyes filled with rage and helplessness. Not only have you betrayed us, but you've also dragged us all into this disaster. Sika Air lowered his head, knowing that no words could undo the damage already wrought. He had become a scapegoat for all. Deep regret consumed him for his earlier decisions. Yet, regretting was futile. What lay before everyone was a bloody path. Either unite and fight for their lives, or sit idly and allow the Luo-ku pirate crew to slaughter them. Enough. Another, more composed pirate stepped forward, seeking to restore order. We cannot continue down this path. It will only hasten our demise. We need to formulate a plan, one that will at least give us a chance. The arguing ceased, and all eyes turned to this pirate. We will address Sika Air's matters later. For now, we must focus on finding a way out. Perhaps we can attempt to contact the EC Navy for assistance or seek out the Luo-ku pirate crew's vulnerabilities to strategize a counterattack. This suggestion garnered some approval, but skepticism lingered. In such dire straits, any hope seemed remote. Yet at the very least, it offered a direction, a goal. At a temporary gathering point in Ghostport, a group of pirates huddled around a tattered map, faces etched with concern as they fervently debated whether to seek aid from the EC Navy. This proposal was like a stone cast into a still lake, creating ripples of controversy. The Navy? Are you mad? We are pirates. A burly man with a bushy beard shouted, his voice echoing through the empty warehouse, shaking loose dust from the beams above. Indeed, we are pirates. Another lanky pirate chimed in. The Navy is our natural enemy. How can we expect them to come to our aid? However, the pirates supporting the proposal were equally resolute. You are correct. The Navy is indeed our foe, but before the Luokapahan, Loaka Haisi Tuan, we are mere pawns. If we unite, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Moreover, a seemingly astute young pirate added, if we can persuade the Navy to believe that we are the key to halting the Luokahan's expansion, they may be willing to temporarily set aside their enmity and collaborate with us. Yet the risk was considerable. An experienced old pirate cautioned, if the Navy seizes the opportunity to capture us, it would spell our doom. As the discussion grew increasingly heated, voices rising almost to the brink of conflict, the previously taciturn Sika suddenly spoke up. I acknowledge my errors, but now is not the time for blame. We must devise a strategy to convince the Navy that if we fall, the Luokahan will face no opposition, and the East Sea will become their dominion. We can offer intelligence regarding the Luokuhedriton in exchange for our safety. This proposal momentarily quelled the debate, plunging everyone into contemplation. Sika's words reminded them that, in the face of the Luokahan, personal grievances and stances must be set aside for survival, necessitating difficult decisions. Very well, ultimately, a pirate who appeared to be a leader declared, let's give it a try. However, we must be prepared for a contingency plan in case the Navy declines our request. Thus, the pirates of Yulingong began to delegate tasks, with some responsible for discreetly contacting the East Sea Navy base, while others fortified the port's defenses in preparation for confrontation. Regardless of the outcome, the ensuing days would be pivotal in determining their fate. The future of Yulingong would sway precariously between the shadow of the Luokahan and the decisions of the Navy. All they could do was strive with all their might to secure the best possible outcome for themselves and every inhabitant of the port. The pirates of Yulingong gathered anxiously in a dimly lit cabin, huddled around an antiquated communication device. This apparatus had borne witness to countless life and death conversations, and now its function was more critical than ever. Carefully, they dialed the number for the East Sea Navy base, their hearts brimming with uncertainty and trepidation. A brief, busy signal greeted them, followed by the calm, professional voice of the Navy's operator. This is the East Sea Navy base. Please state your identity and emergency situation. Upon hearing the Navy's response, the pirates' hearts raced. A representative, chosen to speak, cleared his throat, striving to project confidence. This is the pirate alliance of Yongang. We face the threat of the Luoco, which is en route to us. We request assistance, as we possess crucial intelligence regarding the security of the EC. The operator's voice remained steady, yet a hint of caution seeped through. The movements of the Luoco are already under our surveillance. We understand your predicament, but you must realize that the Navy does not intervene lightly in conflicts among pirates. However, given the peril posed by the Luoco, we are willing to hear your intelligence. The pirate representative sighed with relief and continued. The 6 core members of the Luoco each have a bounty of 70 million berries, and they're armed with a plethora of unknown weapons. If we do not unite, not only will Yongang be at risk, but the entire East Sea will be affected. The Navy operator fell silent for a moment, evidently assessing the veracity of the information. We will consider the value of your intelligence, but we cannot commit to any specific actions until then. Maintain communication. We will keep in contact with you. After the call ended, the pirates exchanged glances, their emotions a tumultuous blend. On one hand, they were relieved that the Navy had not outright rejected their plea. On the other, they understood that the Navy's involvement remained uncertain, contingent upon the worth of the intelligence they provided. The pirates of Yongang had initially hoped for the Navy's intervention to alleviate the situation, but upon learning that the Navy's response was less favorable than anticipated, a profound sense of defeat washed over them. Faced with the might of the Vulcan, they saw no recourse but to save themselves. The Navy's indifferent reply extinguished the last flicker of hope within them, igniting their inner fury and survival instincts. Meanwhile, the 6 leaders of the Wuokan were already eager and poised for action. For them, Yongang was not only a target for conquest, but also a stage to showcase their strength and glory. In their eyes, each battle and every drop of blood was a testament to their prowess, a means to elevate their bounties. They yearned for the impending conflict, eager to etch their legend in the annals of blood and fire. Aokiji tightened his mechanical hook, a bloodthirsty gleam dancing in his eyes. Lisu Lilisai licked her venom-coated teeth, a sly smile curling at her lips. Yoling Jujiso Sao, Yoling Jujishu Samu, inspected his sniper rifle, ensuring that each bullet would find its mark. Kwangnu Jushong Buluno, Kwangnu Jushong Bulunuo, flexed his enormous frame, muscles rippling beneath his skin ready to unleash fury. Sandan Jinker, Weiker Do, Shandian Jinka Waikijuo, grasped his electric longsword tightly, arcs of electricity dancing at its tip with crackling sounds. Meanwhile, Yingzi Shushu Mola, Ingzi Shushimola, immersed himself in his dark magic, the shadows around him seeming to respond to his summons, poised for action. The fleet of the Loa Kurahaizeton drew ever closer to Yolinga, each step causing the hearts of the port's pirates to race. Once battle commenced, it would be a brutal slaughter, a life-and-death struggle. On the flagship of the Loa Kurhagan, several leaders gathered around a weathered wooden table on the deck, littered with empty bottles and half-full goblets, the salty sea breeze carrying the distant call of the ocean. They exchanged weary yet exhilarated glances, their hearts a mix of anticipation for the unknown battle and foreboding of the impending bloodshed. Hey, have you ever wondered why the Navy ships behind us have yet to take action? Yoling Jujiso broke the silence, his words drifting in the air, tinged with the scent of alcohol. Perhaps it was our captain's former connections that have aided us. Kanu Tishongbu Noah chuckled, revealing his white teeth, his laughter resonating robustly in the night. After all, he had once been one of them. Who knew what ties he still possessed? Who cares? Shandan Jankura Weikuradol waved dismissively, his eyes sparkling with electric fervor. As long as they do not interfere, we can focus on dealing with Yongang. The people there will witness our true strength. Indeed, Duya Lili Su sneered. Tomorrow, Yolingang will become the first milestone in our expansion. The pirates there will forever remember the name of the Luokan. Tego Aokiji raised his goblet, the mechanical hook reflecting cold light under the moon. To victory, for our captain, cheers. Cheers. The remaining leaders echoed in unison, the clinking of their glasses resonating in the stillness of the night sky, their hearts brimming with aspirations for the future and a fervent desire for battle. Yet, beneath this boldness and confidence lies a profound reverence for the unknown. The pirates of Yolingang would not yield easily, and the unpredictable movements of the Navy also constituted an uncertain factor. However, at this moment, they chose to cast aside such concerns and focus on the impending challenges. As night deepened, the moonlight danced upon the waves like a silver ribbon, unfurling across the sea surface. The flagship of the Luaka pirate crew continued its forward voyage, with the naval vessels maintaining a respectful distance, akin to guardians of the dark night, quietly observing all. Towards the direction of Yolingong, lights flickered in the distance, resembling a lighthouse foretelling the approaching storm. On board the Eastern Sea Navy ship that trailed closely behind the Loaka pirate crew, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the bridge. The commander and crew members remained intensely focused on the radar screen and the horizon, prepared to respond to any sudden developments. Although a delicate distance and calm existed between the two factions, the Navy understood that this tranquility could be shattered at any moment, plunging them into a fierce maritime conflict. The naval soldiers donned their crisp uniforms, weapons at the ready. Even during their rest periods, they maintained a heightened state of vigilance. In the cabin, soldiers gathered in hushed discussions, contemplating various scenarios, inevitably turning the conversation to the members of the Loaka pirate crew, particularly the 6 formidable leaders with bounties reaching 70 million berries. What do you think? If a fight truly breaks out, will they attack us recklessly? A young naval soldier inquired, his eyes glimmering with apprehension towards the unknown. It is difficult to say, replied an experienced veteran. We all know that the Loaka pirate crew operates with extreme ferocity, showing no mercy to the innocent. However, we in the Navy are not to be trifled with. We bear the responsibility of safeguarding peace and security in these waters. Indeed, another soldier interjected, but if they truly begin to slaughter the innocent, we must take action, regardless of the cost. We will certainly act. The commander's voice resonated from the doorway as he stepped into the cabin, his gaze resolute. However, our primary objective is to avoid unnecessary conflict. We shall only intervene when civilian lives are threatened or our own safety is compromised. We cannot instigate battle, yet we must not remain passive. The soldiers nodded in understanding. They recognized that the Navy's duty extended beyond merely combating crime. It was paramount to uphold justice and order, protecting the populace from harm. Should conflict arise, they would face daunting challenges, but they stood ready. Wherever and whenever, they would rise to fulfill their mission. As the night deepened, the winds and waves upon the sea began to intensify, the lights of a naval ship flickering amidst the swells, like signals from guardians announcing their presence. Crew members returned to their posts, resuming their duties, while those who had been discussing in the lounge gradually dispersed, returning to their stations, prepare to confront the unknown challenges ahead. The atmosphere on the naval vessel grew increasingly tense, and with the approach of the Loaka pirate crew, each soldier comprehended the gravity of their situation. Should conflict erupt, it would be an unparalleled battle. The situation at Yolingong resembled a ticking time bomb, poised to detonate at any moment, plunging these waters into a baptism of blood and fire. We must be fully prepared, the commander emphasized during the assembly. The members of the Loaka pirate crew are formidable foes, but do not forget that we possess power aboard our ship that can rival theirs. Our colonel, Robert Hawkins, is not to be underestimated. Robert Hawkins, a legendary figure in the Eastern Sea Navy, renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship and indomitable will, is not only a distinguished warrior, but also a strategist who has achieved remarkable victories in numerous confrontations with pirates. Upon hearing his name, the soldiers felt a surge of confidence. The inclusion of Colonel Hawkins undoubtedly bolsters our combat capabilities, a lieutenant added. Yet we must also rely on teamwork. Everyone must perform at their best. After the meeting concluded, the soldiers returned to their posts to finalize their preparations. Weapons were meticulously inspected, tactics rehearsed repeatedly, each person silently praying for the avoidance of conflict while simultaneously readying for battle. On the deck, Robert Hawkins stood alone, gazing into the distant horizon where the outline of Yolingong emerged. The long sword in his hand glinted coldly in the moonlight, his gaze unwavering, capable of penetrating the night to foresee the approaching storm. Loaka pirate crew, he murmured, if you dare to wreak havoc in these waters, I shall ensure you learn that the Eastern Sea Navy is not to be trifled with. Colonel Hawkins' presence served as a reassuring anchor for the soldiers amidst the tense atmosphere. As long as the colonel stood with them, the possibility of triumph over any adversary remained. With the dawn's arrival, the silhouette of Yolingong gradually became clearer in the morning light, and the atmosphere aboard the naval vessel grew even more solemn. Soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes fixated ahead, silently reciting their duties and convictions. Deep within this Eastern Sea Navy ship resided an elite force, 7 seasoned colonels, each possessing strength rivaling that of the Loaka pirate crew's leaders. These colonels typically operated in the shadows, known only to the highest echelons of naval command. To the ordinary sailors, They were akin to legendary heroes, existing solely in tales and folklore. However, at this critical juncture, the 7 colonels were poised for immediate action. Scattered across various corners of the ship, each remained in a heightened state of alert, awaiting the commander's signal. Each possessed unique expertise, from precise marksmanship to hand-to-hand combat. From intricate tactical planning to formidable individual strength, forming an invisible line of defense aboard the naval vessel. One colonel, known as Swift Wind, was famed for his rapid, wind-like movements and extraordinary swordsmanship, able to traverse the battlefield at astonishing speeds, delivering lethal blows to adversaries. Another colonel, Thunder, excelled in high-tech weaponry and fire support, capable of instilling dread in any enemy. Then there was Shadow, a master of stealth and assassination, able to accomplish tasks unbeknownst to the enemy. The existence of these 7 colonels resembled a secret weapon, ready for activation at a pivotal moment. Should the Lawaka pirate crew pose a threat to Yolingong or any innocent lives, they would spring into action, striking with thunderous force to protect civilians and uphold the dignity of the Navy. In every corner of the ship, from the armory to the communications room, from the bridge to the engine room, these 7 colonels acted like unseen eyes, silently monitoring the evolving situation. Ever prepared, they would transform into guardians of peace in these waters, employing their skills and courage to secure victory in the impending conflict. As the first rays of morning light broke through, an unusual sight unfolded above Yolingong. The sun rose slowly, yet its hue was strikingly vivid, as if stained with blood, casting a crimson glow across the entire seascape. The extraordinary sight stirred an inexplicable sense of unease within the hearts of onlookers, heralding the onset of an extraordinary day. The pirates of Yolingong and the forces poised for battle sensed this ominous atmosphere. They gazed skyward, their expressions a complex tapestry of fear for the unknown and resolute determination for the impending conflict. Some began to whisper prayers, hoping for the favor of fortune, while others gripped their weapons tightly, resolved to reshape their destinies through their own might. On the surface of the sea, aboard the flagship of the Lawaka pirates, several leaders also took note of the unusual sunrise. Exchanging glances, they discerned a shared understanding. Today would be a pivotal day in determining their fates. While the outcome remained uncertain, they all recognized that once the sun fully ascended, everything would be irrevocably settled. As the sun gradually rose, the crimson hue began to fade. Yet the foreboding atmosphere lingered. Yolingong, the Lawaka pirates, and the East Sea Navy entered the final stages of preparation, bracing for the impending storm. In this rosy dawn, a palpable tension filled the air above the waters of Yolingong, a blend of anticipation and fear. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the mist, illuminating the distant horizon, the sentinels atop the lookout tower, through their telescopes, spotted the Lawaka pirates' fleet advancing steadily, now less than 2 kilometers from the port. This news struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the tranquility of dawn and plunging the entire port into chaos. The pirates hastily gathered, arming themselves and reinforcing their defenses. As anxiety permeated the atmosphere, those who once sought to flee were now compelled to confront reality, standing alongside other factions in the port against the imminent challenge. Some seasoned pirates began organizing their ranks, assigning tasks to maximize defensive efficiency within the limited time available. Merchants and residents within the port were also forced to gather their belongings, seeking safer havens. Children were tightly held in their mothers' arms, while the elderly trembled in prayer for a miracle. Yolingong, once a bustling hub of trade, now lay shrouded in gloom, signaling the approach of an unavoidable tempest. The nearing Lawaka pirates represented not merely a physical threat, but a psychological oppression as well. The presence of 6 pirates, each with bounties exceeding 70 million berries, instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure among the populace. For the pirates of Yolingong, this confrontation transcended mere survival. It was a trial of their courage and resolve. As the Lawaka pirates' fleet drew closer, the clouds above Yolingong thickened ominously, foretelling the forthcoming storm. Each individual prepared for the worst while clinging to a fragile hope for miraculous intervention or timely reinforcement. Yet in that moment, the only option was to tightly grasp their weapons and brace for the impending challenge. As the fleet of the Lawaka pirates advanced, the previously tense atmosphere escalated dramatically. Some pirate factions, shaken by the defeat of the remnants of Sika and their own capabilities, began to falter. Upon receiving definitive reports from the lookout tower that the Lawaka crew was mere kilometers away, fear and survival instincts compelled them to contemplate surrender. These pirate leaders quickly ordered their crews to prepare white flags, seeking to avoid entanglement in what was destined to be a bloody clash. Fearing that the Laoka pirates would indiscriminately exact vengeance upon them. To them, preserving their lives outweighed all else, even at the cost of their pride and stances, merely wishing to escape the impending storm unscathed. However, the decision to raise the white flag was not taken lightly. It signified the abandonment of resistance and the acknowledgement of their impotence before the Laoka pirates. This act could incite animosity from other pirates unwilling to surrender, potentially tarnishing their reputations and standings in the East Sea in the days to come. Across Yolngang, pirates busied themselves. Some hoisted white flags while others organized their possessions, preparing for a potential retreat. The once bustling streets fell silent, replaced by an eerie chaos. Those refusing to surrender intensified their preparations, fortifying defenses for when the battle erupted. Every inch of land would become a battleground for survival. Aboard the flagship of the Laoka pirates, upon glimpsing the white flags rising over Yolngang through their telescopes, the 6 leaders displayed no trace of sympathy or compassion. Instead, their faces were etched with disdain and mockery. Iron Hook Aokiji smirked coldly, while Poison Fang Lilith's eyes flickered with contempt. Ghost Sniper Sam let out a derisive snort, finding humor in the pirates of Yolngang-esque capitulation. The thunderous laughter of the berserk bear Bruno echoed across the deck, and lightning swordsman Victor unleashed arcs of blue electricity from his sword, crackling with power. Shadow sorcerer Mora stood silently aside, observing the scene, his own shadow stretching unnaturally long in the sunlight. Naive romantics? He scoffed. In the open sea, weakness is synonymous with death. Iron Hook Aokiji bellowed, his voice laced with contempt for the surrenderers. Did they truly believe that raising a white flag would spare their lives? Utterly foolish. In our Laoka pirates' lexicon, there is no term for mercy, Poison Fang Lilith added, her tone chilling and merciless. We have said it before. Once on the island, none shall remain. The 6 leaders exchanged glances before shouting to their pirate crews, "Brothers, are you ready? Yolngang shall become history. Remember, our Laoka pirates' promises have always been kept." The pirates responded with deafening cheers, brandishing their weapons, their eyes alight with the fervor of battle. The flag aboard the flagship billowed in the wind, heralding the approaching storm. The Laoka pirates' fleet continued its advance, the waves parting at the bow and closing at the stern, leaving behind trails of white foam. At that moment, the future of Yolngang hung precariously in the hands of these ruthless pirates, who appeared unwilling to extend any mercy. An inevitable storm brewed over the waters of Yolngang, whether the pirates raising white flags in surrender or the warriors choosing to stand their ground. All would witness their fates in this calamity. The ruthless essence of the Laoka pirates was poised to leave a profound mark upon every inch of Yolngang. At the shoreline of Yolngang, despair and chaos reached a zenith. The pleas and inquiries of the young pirate leaders were rendered insignificant amidst the cacophony of booming cannon fire, as a ferocious assault of the Laoka pirates turned all dialogue to ash. Cannonballs rained down like heavy droplets, each explosion tearing through the air, leaving ruin and smoke in their wake. Buildings crumbled, flames consumed the once thriving streets, and thick smoke ascended skyward. The 6 leaders of the Laoka pirates led their subordinates ashore, wasting no time in unleashing a brutal cleansing. Regardless of gender or age, whether pirate or innocent civilian, none could escape their grasp. They surged like a torrent of destruction, ruthlessly trampling upon life and property in their wake. The streets echoed with screams and cries as people scattered in desperate flight, seeking any corner to hide. Yet, amidst such a relentless assault, evasion seemed a futile endeavor. Countless families were forcibly torn apart, children lost amidst the chaos, helplessly calling out for their parents, unable to reunite. Those pirates who once chose to raise a white flag and surrender now found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. The mercy they anticipated never arrived. Instead, they became targets of the ruthless Luo Ku pirates. At the brink of life and death, all strategies and plans appeared utterly powerless. On the waters of Ghost Harbor, the fleet of the Luo Ku pirates continued to unleash terror, each cannonball heralding the arrival of doom. Within the harbor, those pirates who chose to resist, despite their bravery, found their defenses gradually crumbling against such overwhelming might. In this grim backdrop, the sky over Ghost Harbor was obscured by dark clouds, the sun seemingly losing interest in this forsaken place. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and death. As a tragedy unfolded, its outcome seemingly preordained and tragic. The merciless assault of the Luo-Ku pirates plunged Ghost Harbor into the abyss, a cataclysm ravaging this once vibrant land. Amidst the ruins of Ghost Harbor, the despairing pirates began to realize that they faced not only physical devastation, but also the total shattering of their will to survive. Some among them, once dominant figures upon the seas, now cowered beneath the crumbling walls, trembling as they begged the leaders of the Luo-Ku pirates for mercy, hoping for a glimmer of life. Yet, the leaders remained deaf to these pleas, responding only with cold weapons and merciless commands. Each earnest request was met with even fiercer retaliation, a mockery of the weak. These leaders, perhaps once formidable pirates like themselves, now saw only conquest and annihilation in their eyes, devoid of any space for compassion. In such a scenario, some pirates began to realize that the only escape might be to fight until the very last moment. Even if victory seemed elusive, at least they could choose how to conclude their legends. Thus, in desperation, some took up arms once more, preparing for a final confrontation with the Luo-Ku pirates, even if it meant walking toward inevitable death. However, others chose a different path. A direct confrontation would be tantamount to signing their own death warrants. Instead, they relied on their familiarity with the island's terrain, stealthily crawling from the ruins in search of hidden passages or undamaged boats, hoping to escape this island that had transformed into hell under the cover of smoke. In this chaos and despair, everyone struggled to survive in their own way, whether through armed resistance or secret evasion. Every corner of Ghost Harbor was suffused with a stifling sense of hopelessness. Once great heroes, those formidable pirates who had instilled fear in countless adversaries, now appeared utterly feeble before the leaders of the Luo-Ku pirates. The power of these leaders exceeded imagination. Each battle they fought concluded with overwhelming dominance, every strike signifying the end of a life. After witnessing all of this, even the most steadfast hearts began to waver. Those who once believed they could rely on strength and wisdom to survive this crisis now had to confront a harsh reality. Before the leaders of the Luo-Ku pirates, their so-called strength was merely a jest. With the conclusion of each battle came the fall of yet another pirate, their bodies carelessly discarded, becoming part of the ruins of Ghost Harbor, a grim reminder to all survivors. Even the once mighty, in the face of absolute power, were rendered insignificant. This stark disparity in strength compelled the fortunate few who survived to reassess their survival strategies. Some pirates began to secretly communicate, realizing that fighting alone would only hasten their demise. Only by uniting could they possibly find a glimmer of hope for retaliation. Yet even so, doubt filled their hearts, uncertain whether it was truly possible to defeat the Luo-Ku pirates. In a hidden corner of Ghost Harbor, remnants of several pirate crews gathered, their eyes flickering with both fear and determination. After intense discussions, they ultimately decided to undertake a seemingly mad endeavor, launching a surprise attack on one of the leaders of the Luo-Ku pirates, hoping that by concentrating their fire, they could weaken one of them and thus alter the course of the situation. Stealthily, they approached their target. This leader, known as Iron Hook Aokiji, stood atop a rise, surveying the ravaged Ghost Harbor, reveling in the solitude of victory. Suddenly, an attack descended from above, arrows and explosive shells raining down in an attempt to crush him in a single blow. Iron Hook Aokiji looked up at the skies, his gaze devoid of surprise, only a hint of disdain. With a cold smirk, it was as if he were savoring a poorly executed performance. As the assault reached him, he merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading most of the strikes. The few arrows that struck him shattered against his hardened iron hook. "Did you truly think such tactics could prevail against me?" Iron Hook Aokiji's voice was deep and laced with mockery as he slowly emerged from the shadows, each step echoing with a heavy thud. "On the seas, I have witnessed countless storms. Your little tricks are but a gentle breeze, unable to dislodge the dust upon me. Do you believe that uniting can overcome me?" He continued, his tone tinged with a sneer. "In the presence of true power, numbers are never the issue." At that moment, Iron Hook Aokiji sprang into action, his speed rendering everything around him a blur. Weaving through the attackers, with each swing of his iron hook, a pirate fell, their weapons and courage appearing pitifully fragile in that instant. As the first wave of assault was effortlessly neutralized by Iron Hook Aokiji, the leaders of the pirate crews understood that conventional methods could not shake this formidable foe. Thus, they swiftly adjusted their strategies. utilizing their unique strengths to embark on an unprecedented coordinated assault. Above Ghost Harbor, thunder roared and waves surged, the atmosphere thick with the essence of battle. A pirate known as Lightning Hand, wielding two electrically conductive short swords, flickered through the air like a current, attempting to deliver a fatal strike from behind Aokiji. Simultaneously, the captain of the giant wave pirate crew commanded the ocean, summoning towering waves in an effort to engulf Aokiji in the tumult. The ghost archer lay hidden in the shadows, her bowstring taut with a venomous arrow, poised to strike at a critical moment. However, faced with such a dense and intricate assault, Iron Hook Aokiji displayed astonishing reflexes and combat prowess. He seemed to transform into the helmsman of a storm, each movement executed with pinpoint precision. The electric sword of Shandian's show falters before his iron hook, each clash resonating with a piercing metallic sound. The colossal waves, upon reaching him, are cleaved apart, sending sprays of water in all directions. Meanwhile, the arrows of the ghostly marksman are deflected by an invisible force mere inches from him, gliding past harmlessly. As the battle escalates into a fervent intensity, both sides unleash increasingly ferocious techniques. Iron Hook Aokiji takes the initiative, each swing of his hook accompanied by a fierce rush of wind that rends the very air. The assembled pirates, united in their struggle, must rely on their mutual understanding and trust to withstand his onslaught. Following a violent collision, Iron Hook Aokiji suddenly leaps into the air, his silhouette tracing a long arc under the moonlight. Then, like a meteor plummeting from the heavens, he descends with his iron hook aimed at the ground. Trigrin atteindre explosion. Dust billows and smoke envelopes the battlefield, plunging it into a momentary silence. As the dust settles, the observers are astonished to find Iron Hook Aokiji still standing tall, while those pirates who had joined forces against him lie either gravely wounded or paralyzed with fear, their eyes filled with awe for this formidable foe. Aokiji's command reverberates through the air, imbued with a cold and ruthless resolve. His subordinates, seasoned warriors, act without hesitation, executing the orders with unwavering precision. Beneath the glimmer of blades, the fates of the once valiant pirate leaders are sealed in that moment. Their heads are severed cleanly, blood staining the ground and mingling with the waves, creating a tragic tableau. With their heads hung high on the lampposts of Ghostport, they serve as silent warnings, proclaiming Aokiji's invincibility across the seas. These heads sway in the night breeze like specters, gazing upon every passing pirate, recounting the grim fates of those who dared to challenge Aokiji's authority. Standing amidst the chaos, Aokiji surveys the scene, devoid of any compassion, his eyes reflecting an insatiable desire for power and dominion. Such displays, though cruel, are deemed necessary for maintaining order and establishing authority. In this world, where the weak are devoured by the strong, power alone speaks the true language. And he, Iron Hook Aokiji, is undoubtedly the loudest voice in this domain. In the shadows of Ghostport, a group of pirates huddles together, their faces pale and their eyes glimmering with terror. They cling to one another, seeking solace through their shared presence. Whispers circulate among them, each attempting to comprehend the horrifying spectacle they have just witnessed. Did you see that? Aokiji's men, like harvesters, severed those heads. One voice trembles. A hand instinctively reaches for a throat, as if fearing that their own fate might mirror those severed heads. This is a warning. A blatant warning, another pirate adds, his voice hoarse with fear. Aokiji, he is not just a pirate. He is a devil. We must tread carefully. Someone interjects. If we wish to avoid becoming the next head on a lamppost, we cannot let Aokiji know of our existence. Yet, despair creeps in as one asks, how can we escape his gaze? Their influence spreads across the seas. We have nowhere to hide. Perhaps we should consider joining him, a more rational voice suggests boldly. If we become part of him, at least we won't be targets. Have you lost your mind? Someone immediately counters. Join him. You will become a monster like them. Better than dying, the speaker retorts, a fierce determination shining in his eyes. But can we truly trust him? Another interjects. Who can assure us we won't become the next victims? Trust? The first speaker scoffs bitterly. In this world, trust exists only on the edge of blade. Yet we have no choice, join or. He trails off, but the implication hangs heavy in the air. Silence envelopes them, each heart laden with conflict and struggle. In the distance, the lights of Ghostport flicker in the night, the heads hanging like phantoms, reminding them that every decision could signify life or death. Over the course of the lengthy hours, the atmosphere of Ghostport becomes thick with despair and the specter of death. The once bustling harbor has transformed into a stage of hopelessness, where tragic scenes unfold. Many pirates, realizing that resistance is futile, choose to abandon the fight. They cease to wield their weapons or rally battle cries, instead quietly awaiting their inevitable fate. Some curl into corners, their vacant gazes fixed on the sky, seeking signs of some form of release. They relinquish their struggle, hoping that in their final moments, they might receive a semblance of mercy, a swift and painless end. This passive acceptance of death serves as their last act of defiance, a silent protest against fate. In certain areas, groups of pirates gather to share stories and memories, seeking warmth and solace in their final moments. They reminisce about past adventures, those days filled with laughter and tears, and the loved ones they cherished. These conversations, tinged with both laughter and sorrow, become the final glimmers of light in their lives. Others choose solitude, quietly sitting by the sea, gazing at the distant horizon. They may ponder the meaning of life, silently bidding farewell to the world, or simply savoring the final caress of the sea breeze. In their eyes, there is both a lingering attachment to life and an acceptance of the tranquility that is to come. As members of the Lock Pirates patrol Ghostport in search of any potential resistance, they occasionally encounter these resigned pirates. In such instances, even the most ruthless killers may feel a flicker of hesitation. Yet, amid the chaos and violence, compassion often proves to be a luxury, and those awaiting death can only hope for a shred of humanity from their foes in pursuit of a more dignified conclusion. The entire Ghostport is shrouded in gloom and heaviness, each moment seemingly mourning the dawn that approaches, paying silent tribute to the lives that are about to fade away. In an upscale hotel by the shore, Locke, the renowned pirate captain, sits at a handcrafted oak table, exuding an elegance that belies his fearsome reputation. Sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden glow around him, although this halo cannot conceal the occasional glint of coldness in his eyes. Clad in a dark robe adorned with intricate patterns, he displays his status and power. His hair is meticulously styled, slicked back to reveal the marks of countless battles upon his forehead. Despite the bustling activity around him, Locke seems ensconced in a tranquil world, focused solely on a cup of coffee in his hand. Gently lifting the cup, a soft sound emanates as the rim touches his lips. The aroma of coffee swirls around his nostrils as he closes his eyes, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Yet, within him, a tempest rages, calculating the time it will take for his subordinates to seize Yolingong. Yolingong, a name that once instilled fear in countless pirates, now teeters precariously within his plans. For those who dare to challenge his authority, Loaka has already reached a conclusion. In his world, the strong reign supreme, while the weak face oblivion. Each act of betrayal and resistance only fortifies his resolve to enforce his iron-fisted principles. At this moment, the distant sound of a victory horn heralds the imminent capture of Yolingong. Yet, Loaka understands that true tranquility will not come easily. Each conquest signifies new adversaries and fresh challenges. Nevertheless, a cold smile curls at the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. After all, for a pirate yearning for power and glory, a life devoid of challenges is, indeed, a dull existence. The peculiar resonance of the telephone worm ripples through the air, eventually coalescing into a blurred image, one of Loaka's subordinates, his voice trembling with exhaustion and excitement. "Master Loaka, we have succeeded. Yolingong is ours. Not even a dog has been left behind. All resistance has been utterly eradicated, and the port's flag has been replaced with our insignia." A complex light flashes in Loaka's eyes, a mix of surprise and acknowledgement of his subordinate's execution of orders, as he had not anticipated such thoroughness, to the extent that even innocent lives were not spared. However, in these turbulent waters, rife with violence and power struggles, any semblance of mercy could be perceived as weakness. Thus, he merely nodded at his subordinate's bloodthirsty actions, privately contemplating how this might influence his future strategies. "Well done." Loaka's voice is deep and authoritative, imbued with undeniable gravitas. "You have demonstrated the strength and determination required. This will give pause to those who dare to challenge us. Rest well and prepare for the next battle. I shall ensure your efforts are duly rewarded." The image of the telephone worm gradually dissipates, leaving a profound silence. Amidst the ruins of Yolingong, Loaka's subordinates gather, their faces alight with the euphoria of victory and the thrill of bloodlust. After an intense day and night of battle, They can finally unleash their primal instincts and celebrate this hard-won conquest. Flames soar, thick smoke billows, engulfing the port in a blaze that reflects a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Did you hear that? The boss praised us. A burly man, beard adorned and wielding a great axe, shouts, his voice piercing the night sky, echoing across the ravaged land. Surrounding pirates respond in unison. Their deafening cheers a testament to their valor and loyalty. Indeed, we have transformed this place into a true ghost town. Another pirate exclaims, a bloodied scimitar still gripped in his hand, his gaze glinting with cruelty. Behind him lies a field of corpses, shattered shipwrecks, and devastated structures, all silently narrating the brutality of this conflict. The air is thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic odor of blood, intertwining to create the battlefield's unique atmosphere. Flames leap between the crumbling edifices, illuminating faces smeared with grime and blood. Some pirates scavenge for spoils among the debris, while others begin to clear the battlefield, preparing to seize all resources of Yolngu. The boss said there would be rewards. Just thinking about it excites me. A young pirate exclaims, his eyes gleaming with desire for wealth and power. Growing up in such an environment, he has become accustomed to resolving issues through violence. Death no longer instills fear. Instead, it is viewed as a stepping stone to glory. However, amidst this chaos and revelry, a few pirates sit quietly in the shadows, their faces not displaying overt joy. Perhaps they are lost in thought, reminiscing, or feeling a twinge of unease at the massacre before them. Yet, in a world that venerates the strong, they will soon be drowned out by the exuberance of their comrades, swept away by the atmosphere of victory. As the first rays of dawn pierce the heavy clouds, the outline of Yolngu gradually becomes discernible in the morning mist. After a night of revelry, Aokiji subordinates awaken to confront an unexpectedly daunting task, dealing with a multitude of corpses left on the battlefield and repairing the damaged infrastructure. This is no easy endeavor, especially in such a blood-soaked, powder-laden environment. Hey, you lot, stop dawdling and get to work. A seasoned pirate bellows, brandishing his whip to spur the lethargic pirates into action. Despite the excitement from last night's battle, their expressions turn impatient and irritable as they face the mess before them. Damn it, I'd rather fight another battle than do this dirty work, a young pirate grumbles, kicking at a cold corpse, disgusted by the blood adhering to his boots. Quit your complaining, lad. Another experienced pirate interjects, directing several pirates in clearing the bodies. This is the price of victory. We can't have the boss returning to a complete disaster. They engage in casual banter, their words laced with dissatisfaction regarding their task, yet revealing an acceptance of their fate. The pirates begin to cooperate, dividing responsibilities. Some carry the corpses, while others start cleaning the area, attempting to erase any trace of the battle. Some use sand to cover the bloodstains, while others begin repairs on the structures ravaged by cannon fire. Though their movements lack finesse, they gradually find a rhythm in the process. Hey, remember to save some spoils for yourself. Don't give it all to the boss, one pirate whispers to his companion, a sly glint in his eyes. However, this remark quickly draws the attention of those nearby, sparking a minor quarrel until a more senior pirate intervenes. As they handle the bodies, the air is filled with a nauseating stench, compelling the pirates to cover their mouths and noses, hastening their work. The sun rises higher, sweat mingling with blood, dripping onto the scorching ground, hissing as it hits. Although this task is discomforting, they understand that the sooner it is completed, the less likely they are to attract further trouble, such as disease or the attention of hostile forces. In the shadow of Yolngu, several naval warships float silently on the shimmering sea, their steel frames casting long shadows in the twilight. This should be a tranquil scene, yet it is heavy with the ominous weight of the series of horrifying events unfolding on the island. Yolngu, once regarded by pirates as a paradise, has now transformed into a desolate hell. Naval soldiers stand on deck, gazing at the island with grave expressions, their eyes betraying disbelief and profound fear. The news has spread. Luo Ku and his subordinates, a band of thugs regarded as mad dogs, have ruthlessly eradicated every pirate on the island, leaving no survivors. This brutal method evokes memories of Luo Ku's previous bloodbath against the four great powers, his cruelty and mercilessness having become the stuff of legend, a nightmare specter. The air is thick with a nauseating stench of blood that even the sea breeze cannot disperse. Some young naval soldiers, unable to bear the sight, bend over and retch, their faces pale and bodies trembling. For them, The Navy symbolizes not only justice, but also a solemn duty to protect the innocent and uphold peace. Yet now, confronted with such a scene of gruesome slaughter, they feel an unprecedented sense of helplessness and terror. The commander stands on the bridge, his brow furrowed, acutely aware of what it means to battle such inhumane foes. This is not merely a contest of strength. It is a test of humanity and will. A method must be found to safeguard his soldiers while simultaneously halting Luo Ku's mad rampage. However, in this death-shrouded sea, every step is fraught with uncertainty and peril. At this moment, Yuling Dao has transformed into a true realm of ghosts. The naval vessels roam as guardians on the brink of life and death, awaiting the impending storm. As night descends and the moonlight dims, some soldiers aboard the naval ships quietly gather in a corner of the deck, seizing the opportunity to converse briefly while pretending to visit the restroom. They speak in hushed tones, fearful of alerting any lurking enemies or drawing the attention of senior officers aboard. These clandestine dialogues are rife with deep anxiety about the imminent battle and profound terror of the adversary. They describe the scenes visible through their telescopes, their voices trembling. Those severed heads, like images from a nightmare, hang high upon flags, blood seemingly still dripping. Their eyes betray an indelible shock and revulsion. These heads belong to once mighty pirate captains, now serving as grim trophies of Luo Ku's brutality. Behind each severed head lies countless innocents whose lives have been snuffed out. Each drop of blood recounts yet another tragic tale. The soldiers form a circle, seeking comfort in one another's warmth to ward off the chill within. Yet they know that no amount of words can erase the bloody scene before them. Some close their eyes, attempting to expunge those images from their minds. But the memories remain, etched like a brand, impossible to erase easily. They fear the day they might meet a similar fate, which would entail utter despair. We must remain calm, an experienced veteran soldier asserts. We have our mission and families awaiting our return. We cannot be defeated by fear, despite the resoluteness in his words. His hands tremble slightly, revealing his inner turmoil. Such scenes unfold sporadically aboard the naval vessels, becoming a silent ritual where soldiers seek each other's support and courage. Within the command center of the EC Navy base, the tense atmosphere hangs like a taut bowstring, ready to snap. At the center of the command room, a colossal display screen continuously scrolls various data and images from the front lines. Among this sea of information, a particular message captures everyone's attention, an urgent report from the frontline fleet. Confirmation received. This is the EC Navy Command. A senior officer in naval uniform grips the communication device's microphone, his voice tinged with unmistakable shock. Please repeat. What have you discovered? The officer aboard the frontline ship, confronted with such a bizarre scene, must report the truth. As the command center delves deeper into the frontline report, the officers gradually realize that they are not merely facing Luo Ku's band of ruthless warriors, but a true threat lurking in the shadows. Luo Ku himself. He is akin to a cunning leopard, always observing from the darkness, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. And his presence undoubtedly poses a direct challenge to the authority of the Navy. Aokiji. This name alone is sufficient to instill fear in the hearts of EC pirates. A seasoned intelligence officer remarks at the meeting, his tone laced with reverence. He possesses not only formidable military might, but, more importantly, the wisdom and strategy that render him an unpredictable adversary. The atmosphere in the conference room grows heavy as each individual contemplates how to address such a daunting situation. They perceive that although Luo Ku's subordinates are brutal, they are ultimately mere executors of his will. The true threat lies with the mastermind orchestrating it all. Our intelligence indicates, another officer interjects, that thus far, Luo Ku and his subordinates have not posed a direct threat to civilian islands. They seem focused on eliminating other pirate forces in the EC. This revelation plunges the command center into contemplation. On one hand, they are averse to witnessing any innocent lives harmed. On the other, they recognize that engaging directly with Luo Ku and his men could lead to unnecessary casualties, especially with their strength still unknown. After a heated discussion, the command center ultimately issues a decisive order. Unless there is a direct threat to civilian safety, we will refrain from proactive engagement for the time being. Our priority is to protect the populace and prevent unnecessary escalation of conflict. This decision, while conservative, proves to be the most prudent choice under the current circumstances. The command center directs all frontline units to intensify patrols around civilian islands, ensuring the safety of residents, while simultaneously maintaining vigilant surveillance of Luo Ku and his subordinates. Prepare to respond to any unforeseen developments. However, this decision does not signify that the East Sea Navy has abandoned their pursuit of Luo Ku. On the contrary, they have bolstered intelligence gathering, dispatching more scouts in an effort to unveil Luo Ku's true intentions and movements. A specialized team has also been established within the command center to analyze the strategic significance behind each action, striving to uncover the keys to defeating this enigmatic sovereign through meticulous investigation. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere over the East Sea becomes charged with tension, as the naval forces and Luo Ku engage in a subtle game of wits. In this war devoid of gunpowder, who will gain the upper hand, who will seize the initiative, remains shrouded in uncertainty. Every decision made by the command center will directly influence the future of the East Sea and the safety of countless lives. Upon learning of the command center's latest orders, the commanders aboard the few vessels spring into action, their primary task being to stabilize morale and ensure that the soldiers accurately comprehend and accept this decision. Faced with bloodthirsty foes like Luo Ku's men, even seasoned naval soldiers experience fear and pressure. One by one, the commanders traverse the deck with resolute steps and resonant voices, intending to convey an uplifting message. Soldiers, listen to me. One commander stands at the ship's railing, surveying the surroundings, his voice echoing in the sea breeze, reaching every soldier's ears. The command center has made a decision. We need not engage directly with these mad dogs. Our mission is to monitor and protect. Upon hearing this, the soldiers gradually display expressions of relief. The tension in their muscles begins to ease, and some even exhale softly, shedding the burdens they carried. The risk of engaging directly with Luoka's subordinates is exceedingly high. However, at present, they merely need to remain vigilant, avoiding unnecessary conflicts, which undoubtedly alleviates the burden upon their hearts. We shall continue our patrols to ensure the safety of these waters, the commander stated. Yet, we shall adopt a defensive posture, steering clear of any form of provocation. Remember, our foremost objective is to safeguard civilians, not to seek out battle. The soldiers nodded in understanding, their eyes rekindling with hope and resolve. No longer faced with the immediate threat of life and death allows them to focus more intently on their duties. Simultaneously, it grants them additional time and space to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances that may arise. Let us demonstrate the discipline and courage of the Navy. The commander emphasized at last, we are the guardians of these waters, and our presence exists solely to protect the innocent. Let us prove through our actions that, regardless of the formidable challenges we face, we shall not falter. On a tranquil night, as the sea breeze gently caressed the deck of the warship, Navy soldiers, during their moments of respite, gathered in small groups, whispering to one another, sharing their worries and hopes. Although the orders from the command center temporarily eased the pressure of direct conflict, everyone understood that maintaining distance from Luoka and his bloodthirsty pack of mad dogs did not equate to safety. I hope they do not harass the civilians, a young naval soldier softly expressed to his comrade, his eyes reflecting deep concern. We all join the Navy to protect the people. If they truly harm civilians, we must take action. His comrade nodded in agreement. Indeed, we all hope it does not come to that, but should we need to intervene, we must be prepared to protect everyone. Such dialogues quietly unfolded in various corners of the warship, forming a silent understanding among the soldiers. They spoke of their apprehensions for the future while expressing deep compassion for the innocent lives at stake. Each person understood that once Luoka's subordinates began their assault on civilians, it would lead to an unavoidable confrontation. The Navy's duty is to step forward and, at all costs, ensure the safety of the populace. We must remain ever vigilant. An experienced veteran remarked while conversing with several recruits. Although we are merely monitoring for now, who knows what may transpire in the next moment. We must be ready to act at a moment's notice upon receiving orders. The soldiers nodded in agreement. As members of the Navy, they bear a grave responsibility, not only to defend the nation's waters, but also to protect every innocent life. They prayed, hoping Luoka and his men would exercise restraint and cause no harm to civilians, while simultaneously preparing themselves silently, ready to engage in battle should the situation change, fulfilling their duty. In the days that followed, the waters of the Donghai appeared to settle into an eerie calm. Sunlight spilled over the shimmering surface of the sea, and seagulls circled above, emitting harmonious calls. Yet beneath this tranquility lay a stifling atmosphere. The Navy soldiers aboard the warship took turns standing watch, closely monitoring every movement in Ghost Harbor through their telescopes. Through the lenses of high-power binoculars, the sights at Ghost Harbor were both shocking and oddly orderly. The pirates, or rather Loaka's soldiers, were busy dealing with a multitude of corpses. Clad in protective suits and masks, they carefully transported the lifeless bodies, stacking them at designated locations. Despite the distance, one could imagine the pungent stench of blood permeating the entire harbor. Besides handling the bodies, they were also working to repair and reinforce the harbor's infrastructure. Damaged buildings were being reconstructed, and the injured docks were gradually being restored, with the entire process appearing methodical, demonstrating that these individuals not only possess ferocity on the battlefield, but also an admirable degree of organizational capability and execution. They seem to be engaged in cleaning and reconstruction. A naval soldier responsible for observation reported to the commander. It appears they do not intend to leave this place immediately. The commander nodded, his expression grave. This may indicate preparations for a long-term presence. We must closely monitor and document all their actions. During these days of observation, no signs of targeting civilian islands were detected, which brought a slight relief to the soldiers aboard the warship. However, they did not let their guard down. Instead, they intensified their focus on monitoring the dynamics of Ghost Harbor, ever ready to respond to potential changes. Stay vigilant, the commander emphasized during a briefing. We do not know what their next move will be, but regardless, our mission is to ensure the safety of these waters and protect every innocent life. With each passing day of observation, life aboard the warship settled into a new normal. By day, soldiers took turns on watch, observing Ghost Harbor through telescopes. By night, it was time for intelligence organization, training, and rest. Everyone understood that, although the surface appeared calm, beneath the still waters might lie greater crises. They must always be prepared, for in these waters, anything could happen, and they are the last line of defense for peace. Days later, the mood among the pirates became animated as their destination became clear. En route to the White Crystal Ball trading post under Captain Loaka's guidance, they remained on high alert, weapons in hand, ready to confront any potential conflict. However, after several days of tranquil sailing without encountering any hostile forces, the pirates, accustomed to a life of excitement and danger, began to feel a twinge of boredom, even restlessly yearning for action. When Loaka announced their imminent arrival at Ghost Harbor, raucous cheers erupted both inside and outside the cabin. For them, Ghost Harbor was not just a place steeped in legend, but a battlefield brimming with unknowns and opportunities. There, fierce battles might unfold, and bountiful plunder awaited, representing the most alluring aspect of a pirate's life. The pirates busied themselves, organizing their gear, checking their weapons, and some even hurriedly packing personal belongings, preparing to disembark at a moment's notice. In their conversations, anticipation for the forthcoming battle and dreams of treasure filled the air. Some newly joined young pirates were particularly excited, their faces flushed, eager to prove themselves in combat and become indispensable members of the crew. "Hey Jack, have you heard? The defenses at Ghost Harbor are notoriously robust," one pirate remarked to a friend beside him, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. "Indeed, but I have heard that the treasures there are even greater. Just think, if we could secure even a small portion, we would never have to worry about food or drink again," Jack responded. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes filled with fantasies of the future. "I've heard there are quite a few formidable characters at Ghost Harbor," another pirate interjected. "But with Captain Loaka leading us, what do we have to fear?" "Exactly. With Captain Loaka, we are invincible," the group responded in unison, their spirits soaring. In such an atmosphere, life aboard the pirate ship became extraordinarily lively. They exchanged combat techniques, shared personal experiences, and even organized small card games and gambling activities to pass the time as they awaited their next adventure. However, even amidst the realm of entertainment, one can sense their yearning for the impending battle. Under the vigilant scrutiny of the Donghai Naval Base, the emergence of Loaka was akin to a thunderclap that shattered the tranquility that had persisted for days. Commanding a legendary pirate ship, its flag billowing fiercely in the wind, the skull emblem etched upon its hull seemed to mock any who dared challenge its supremacy. This vessel, much like Loaka himself, stood as a potent symbol of power and intimidation, carving a deep path across the sea as it sailed directly toward the ghost port. The naval soldiers aboard the warship observed with palpable tension, Loaka's figure gradually coming into focus through their telescopes. Standing at the bow, he exuded a proud defiance, heralding his return to the entirety of the Donghai. His appearance undoubtedly posed a severe test of the Navy's patience and resolve. The naval officers and soldiers, faced with Aokai's grand entrance, were engulfed by an indescribable anxiety. They understood all too well that confronting a figure like Aokai was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. A single misstep could spell catastrophic consequences. Therefore, despite their inner turmoil of vigilance and trepidation, they were compelled to maintain a facade of calm, lest they attract attention or provoke him. The commanders issued orders demanding that all personnel minimize their movements and reduce radio communications. They even resolved to extinguish non-essential lights when necessary, to diminish the likelihood of detection. The atmosphere aboard the warship grew exceptionally grave, with each individual meticulously performing their duties, wary of any semblance of negligence. The soldiers were impeccably attired, their weapons perpetually poised for immediate use, yet they endeavored to avoid any actions that could be misconstrued as provocative. On the lookout tower, the sentinels fixated their gaze upon the horizon, binoculars in hand, leaving no movement unnoticed. Their heartbeats synchronized with the undulating waves, every whisper of wind tightening their nerves. In the command bridge, the officers huddled around a tactical map, quietly deliberating various contingencies. Plans necessitated caution. They needed to ensure the Navy fulfilled its duties while avoiding direct confrontation with Aokai. They analyzed Aokai's past operational patterns, striving to discern a rhythm that might aid in predicting his next move. "We must remain composed," asserted an experienced commander. "What Aokai seeks is power and control. Any excessive reaction from us would only embolden him further. Our objective is to gather intelligence, to comprehend his true intentions, while simultaneously seeking the opportune moment and manner to diminish his strength." At Ghostport, Aokai's activities continued unabated, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding naval vessels, which only heightened the pressure upon the Navy. Aokai's self-assurance made it apparent to the Navy that they were not contending with an ordinary adversary, but rather an unfathomable foe. As night descended, the lights aboard the warship were nearly extinguished, save for the essential navigational beacons, casting a faint glow upon the pitch-black sea. The soldiers took turns keeping watch, attuned to the whispers of the wind, the crashing of waves, and the distant sounds of pirate ships. Each individual silently hoped that the arrival of dawn would bring a breakthrough, or at the very least, some new leads. The commanders swiftly convened to discuss strategies for response. Direct provocation could yield unimaginable repercussions. Aokai's reputation for strength and ruthlessness was already renowned within the pirate world. A direct confrontation would be akin to courting disaster. Yet, to allow him to remain so brazen would severely undermine the Navy's credibility, inciting doubt among other powers in the Donghai. After a brief silence, a seasoned commander proposed a suggestion. "We cannot engage in direct confrontation, but we must not show weakness either. We need to assert our presence, ensuring Aokai understands that we are closely monitoring his every move. We can increase our patrol frequency to maintain constant vigilance over Ghostport, while avoiding any actions that might be perceived as provocative." The other commanders nodded in agreement and promptly issued orders. The soldiers aboard the warships heightened their alertness, each vessel standing ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Their actions conveyed that the Navy would not be easily intimidated, while simultaneously demonstrating sufficient restraint to prevent unnecessary escalations. Aokai's ship docked at Ghostport, and he descended slowly, followed by a cohort of loyal subordinates. They swiftly dispersed to execute their respective directives. Aokai himself stepped into the core area of the port, which had been cleared to serve as his temporary command center. Surveying his surroundings, he nodded in satisfaction, evidently pleased with the current situation. Aokai, the former naval defector, now stood atop Ghostport, gazing down at the bustling activity of his subordinates. His inner turmoil was far more intricate than his outward calm suggested. For him, the conquest of Ghostport represented not merely the acquisition of a strategic stronghold, but a crucial maneuver within a meticulously orchestrated chess game. A cold smirk graced his lips as he contemplated how to exploit the internal strife among the pirates to further his own gains. In Aokai's eyes, the mutual slaughter among pirates presented the prime opportunity to weaken adversaries and solidify his own power. After all, true strength lies in the ability to seize opportunities amid chaos. And he, Aokai, was precisely that kind of strongman. Aokai was acutely aware that the mystery surrounding his identity was one of his greatest weapons. The outside world knew him only as a defector from the Navy, yet none were aware of his continued clandestine connections within the Navy. This dual identity allowed him to manipulate the situation from shadows, leveraging the strength of the pirates, while also striking with lethal precision when necessary to ensure his position remained unthreatened. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed toward the distant horizon, where the Navy's patrol vessels roamed. The soldiers aboard those ships were vigilant, closely monitoring the activities at Ghostport. However, he felt no concern, for he possessed plans and means sufficient to instill a sense of trepidation in the commanding officers aboard those vessels, deterring them from acting rashly. Under Luaka's guidance, the reconstruction of Ghostport proceeded methodically, with his subordinates clearing the battleground. This was not only to eliminate evidence, but also to present the location as a normally functioning pirate base rather than a hellscape recently ravaged by bloodshed. Maintaining an appearance of order was crucial for deceiving the outside world, especially the eyes of the Navy. News of Ghostport spread like a chilling wind, swiftly traversing the islands throughout the surrounding seas. Initially, the dissemination of information resembled a series of fragmented whispers, but it soon surged like a roaring tide, engulfing every corner and leaving the inhabitants and factions of each island in unprecedented shock and panic. On these islands, the populace's understanding of Ghostport often came through traders, pirates, or the occasional adventurers daring enough to enter these waters. When they learned of the massacre at Ghostport, where nearly all the pirates had fallen victim to Luaka's subordinates, the prevailing sentiment was one of fear rather than mere astonishment. The factions on these islands, whether local fishermen, small pirate bands, or moderately powerful merchant groups, began to reassess their circumstances. If even a formidable pirate stronghold like Ghostport could be bloodily purged overnight, how could they be certain that their own islands would not become the next target? The islanders began to gather, discussing countermeasures. In a time of urgency, the leaders of several islands convened a meeting to deliberate on enhancing their defensive measures and increasing watchtowers. Some even proposed forming alliances to collectively resist the looming threats. Merchants began stockpiling supplies in preparation for potential trade disruptions. Fishermen and small-scale pirates opted for a more cautious approach, steering clear of the waters surrounding Yulingang to avoid entanglement in unforeseen dangers. Amidst this atmosphere, the once tranquil island life was cast into shadow. The laughter of children grew scarce, while conversations among adults were imbued with anxiety and uncertainty. Locke was astonished by the remarkable composure exhibited by his crew. It was truly unimaginable and contrary to pirate norms that they had not hoarded a substantial amount of berries after seizing Yulingang. Could it be that these pirates feared their own methods and might? Locke had always perceived himself as particularly affable, devoid of excessive cruelty. Nevertheless, they deserved recognition for their restraint. After all, who would strive so fervently on the front lines for his sake? In the historically neglected waters of Yulingang, as night fell, the air was thick with the briny scent of the sea. Locke's arrival was akin to a beacon in the darkness, illuminating the port and casting a long shadow of his imposing figure under the dim lights, with each muscle exuding an aura of indomitable strength. A row of orderly pirates stood, their expressions solemn, yet unable to conceal their inner excitement. With a mere wave of Locke's hand, crates brimming with berries cascaded from the pirate ship's deck like a torrential flood, carefully transported ashore by a group of robust pirates. With each crate that struck the ground, a dazzling display of golden light erupted, piercing through the night and nearly rivaling the brilliance of the stars above. The weight of the berries caused the earth to tremble slightly, as if even the ground marveled at the spectacle. The pirates' gazes were fixed intently on the crates, their hearts racing, breaths quickening, their eyes sparkling with desire for wealth and visions of a promising future. Yet, before such dazzling riches, they maintained their composure, exhibiting a rare discipline. This was not merely respect for Locke, but also a testament to their pride as pirates. They understood that this fortune was earned through strength and courage, a reward for the formidable. The night at Yulingang was no longer silent. As the distant waves crashed against the shore, echoing a low growl that accompanied the scene. In the flickering lights nearby, tavern windows glowed warmly, faintly resonating with the joyful songs and laughter of pirates. At the heart of the port, around the towering stacks of berries, an unprecedented sense of unity and belonging began to quietly blossom. In the hazy night at Yulingang, the crates of gleaming berries erupted like the sun, momentarily entrancing all present pirate leaders. Their eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape, even breath forgotten, as the spectacle before them was too astonishing to fathom as reality. Locke's command swept through like a gentle breeze, awakening their senses. The pirate leaders began to whisper among themselves, their voices trembling with incredulity. exchanging glances to confirm whether this was but a dream. One stout pirate, adorned with a bushy beard, broke the silence first, cautiously extending his hand to gently touch the nearest crate. The cold, hard metallic feel assured him this was no illusion. "Lord Locke," he began, his voice quivering. "Is this truly real? Are these all for us?" Soon, more voices joined in, creating a cacophony of disbelief, echoing the same question. Some even rubbed their eyes, fearful that their vision might be deceiving them. However, Locke merely smiled, a blend of paternal warmth and commanding authority in his expression. He waved once more, signaling the pirates to dispel their doubts. All of this was indeed real. His words served as a calming anchor, swiftly silencing any lingering skepticism, giving way to a chorus of cheers and gratitude. "Long live Lord Locke!" "Thank you, Lord Locke!" the pirate leaders shouted in unison. Their voices coalesced into a torrent, reverberating throughout Yulin as they excitedly patted Locke's shoulders, expressing their appreciation. Under this golden glow, their bonds grew ever tighter, a sense of unspoken camaraderie and loyalty flowing between them. On the darkened sea, several naval vessels floated silently, akin to leopards lurking in the shadows, poised to capture any suspicious movements. On the bridge, a naval soldier clutched a telescope tightly, his eyes pressed against the eyepiece, intently gazing towards the direction of Yulin. Initially, he thought his eyes were deceiving him. The flickering lights seemed too surreal, like a scene from a dream. "This cannot be," he murmured, astonishment and confusion evident in his voice, almost disbelieving of what he saw. From that distant port, the golden glow blazed like the sun, stacks of berries gleaming in the night, resembling small mountains of gold, rendering belief a challenge. Hearing his comrade's exclamation, other naval soldiers gathered around, a mixture of curiosity and vigilance palpable. One soldier quickly snatched the telescope, eager to confirm this astonishing spectacle with his own eyes. As he directed the telescope towards Yulin, he too gasped in awe at the sight before him. The glimmering berries resembled the legendary treasures that stirred the heart profoundly. "My heavens," the soldier's voice trembled, "I have never witnessed such immense wealth. Even the naval treasury pales in comparison." For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the bridge as everyone was profoundly shaken by the sight, complex emotions swirling within. Yet they soon realized their duty as naval officers. In the face of such vast riches, they could not be swayed by temptation nor forget their mission to uphold peace and justice upon the seas. Though the berries were enticing, their owners were pirates, the very adversaries they must contend with. If only they possessed the strength to sever their heads, then the berries might fall into their hands. Alas, this was but a dream. "Alert the fleet," an officer commanded decisively. "Stay vigilant and be ready for action. We must ensure the safety of these waters and thwart any illegal activities." His voice resonated with firmness, reminding everyone that despite the awe-inspiring scene before them, they could not neglect their responsibilities. Thus, the naval soldiers recalibrated their focus, returning the telescope to its place, each resuming their patrol duties. Locke's sudden appearance had stirred a tempest within the tranquil East Sea Navy base, akin to a deep-water bomb, creating ripples of unease. Several rear admirals gathered in the operations room, the atmosphere thick with tension, resembling dark clouds that stifle breath. Scattered across the table were various intelligence reports, with markings and lines on the map weaving a complex web, striving to unveil Locke's true intentions. "This is simply unfathomable," a major general remarked, rubbing his temples, his face etched with fatigue. "We have gleaned insights into Locke's capabilities from intelligence reports, which suggest he is capable of stirring a tempest in the New World. Why then has he chosen to remain in the East Sea? For him, this place is akin to a fishbowl, utterly confining." Another major general interjected. "Moreover, our repeated requests for reinforcement from headquarters have met with silence, as if they had been cast into the abyss. Are they unaware of the magnitude of the threat Locke poses here?" Perhaps, another major general ventured, offering his speculation. "They are aware, yet something of greater importance has captured their attention, rendering them unable to assist us. But what could possibly be more significant?" Someone questioned, their tone revealing dissatisfaction and urgency. "We do not know." The general who had proposed the theory shook his head. "But what is certain is that we cannot afford to remain passive. We must uncover Locke's vulnerabilities and the reasons behind his lingering in the East Sea. Perhaps there lies a more sinister plot beneath the surface." Within the operations room, several major generals began to deliberate on this matter, meticulously analyzing every piece of intelligence in search of clues. Locke's movements, his connections with other pirate crews. Even his personal preferences and historical background were scrutinized one by one. "We can no longer afford to wait," one major general declared, rising with a resolute gaze. "If headquarters is currently unable to provide support, we must rely on ourselves. The East Sea is our homeland, and it is our duty to safeguard it. Even in the face of Locke, we shall not falter." However, the mere thought of that man caused the expressions of several major generals to dim. In the operational room of the East Sea Navy base, night had deepened, yet the lights remained bright, illuminating the weary yet focused faces of the major generals. Gathered around the conference table, maps and documents were spread out, the air thick with tension and contemplation. A bold idea emerged in the mind of one major general, who gently set down his pen, allowing his gaze to sweep across the room before finally resting on the location marked on the map, Ghostport. Perhaps he began slowly, his voice low and laden with doubt. "This all connects to Locke's past. Do you remember? He was once a disciple of Admiral Aokiji, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy." This statement rippled through the room like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, drawing the attention of the other major generals. Clearly, this perspective struck a sensitive chord within them. The bond of master and disciple between Admiral Aokiji and Locke, another major general responded. "It is indeed a factor that cannot be overlooked. Such emotional ties can often prove more intricate and delicate than we might imagine. Perhaps this explains why headquarters has yet to dispatch formidable reinforcements." Yet that was, after all, a long time ago, another major general interjected. "Even with the bond of mentorship, it should not influence the Navy's impartial enforcement of justice, especially against such a grave threat." "In theory, that is indeed the case," replied the major general who had first put forth the conjecture. "However, in the realm of reality, emotions often complicate matters far beyond theoretical constructs. Moreover, Admiral Aokiji's distinctive style of operation may involve his own considerations." The conference room fell into silence, each individual digesting this possibility. Aokiji, the admiral renowned for his calmness and fairness within the Navy. If decisions were truly influenced by past ties of mentorship, it would indeed be a shocking revelation. Regardless, one major general finally broke the silence. "We cannot allow external factors to compromise the safety of the East Sea. We must take action, even if that means facing Locke and his pirate crew alone." The others nodded in agreement, understanding that the primary duty of a Navy officer is to protect these waters and their residents, no matter how formidable the enemy, nor how complex the situation behind the scenes. Thus, they continued to gather around the operational table, devising more detailed counter-strategies, resolute in their determination to preserve the tranquility of the East Sea. On the deck, Locke stood, the sea breeze tousling his somewhat disheveled hair as his gaze drifted over the unfamiliar faces surrounding him, a blend of familiarity and strangeness swelling within him. He sensed that many of the pirates present at Ghostport were entirely new to him. Surely, these pirates could not have sprung forth from the earth itself. From whence, then, did this motley crew originate? He felt compelled to inquire, lest there be an undercover Navy presence among his crew. If he were to misjudge, it would be akin to a flood inundating a Dragon King-esque temple. These individuals hailed from distant islands, some defecting from other pirate crews, while others were local fishermen transitioning to piracy. Their stories varied, yet they shared a common thread, a yearning for power and an aspiration for freedom. And Locke, indeed, embodied both notions. "Where do you all come from?" Locke's voice resonated through the sea breeze, tinged with disbelief. A robust man with dark skin stepped forward. "I am Bruno, from the tumultuous Nudo Island in the South Sea, where my kin have long coexisted with pirates. Yet I have grown weary of the law of the jungle. Upon hearing of your establishment of a kingdom in the East Sea, I embarked on this journey, hoping to find true belonging in these waters." A young woman, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and bravery, spoke next. "I am Aaron, from a small island in the East Sea. My father was once a Navy officer, who often said that not all pirates are villains, some merely seek freedom. Upon learning of your exploits, I understood my father's words. I wish to join your crew and demonstrate that pirates can possess their own sense of justice." A seemingly inconspicuous slender man named Jack spoke with unexpected conviction. "I hail from the West Sea and was once a craftsman, yet my skills went unappreciated. Upon hearing Captain Locke's tale, I resolved to follow you and forge our own legend with my hands." Listening intently, Locke's eyes glimmered with a subtle warmth as he comprehended their aspirations. He, too, had once been a dreamer, an ordinary soul yearning to alter his fate. Now, he had become the legend they spoke of, the beacon guiding them towards uncharted territories. Excellent. Locke's voice emerged strong and steady. No matter your origins, nor the nature of your past, as long as you are willing to strive for a shared objective. You are my comrades, and we are family. We all understand. Bruno's voice brimmed with pride. Following Captain Locke means we shall become the mightiest pirate crew in the East Sea, etching our own history. Aaron added, moreover, we seek not solely power and riches. We pursue freedom, the thrill of exploration, and the chance to prove we can become better individuals. Jack nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are pirates. Yet we are also warriors chasing our dreams. With Captain Locke, I believe we can achieve this. Locke surveyed the gathering, and an unprecedented fervor ignited within him. No longer a solitary wanderer, he had found family and comrades to fight alongside. Raising his arms high, he proclaimed loudly, let us embark on this voyage together, conquering the vast ocean and ensuring our names resonate through the heavens. The sea breeze seems to echo our resolve, stirring the waves in celebration of our vows. Yet, beneath this facade of harmony lies a heavy secret within Luo Ku. He is an undercover agent of the Navy, a spy infiltrating enemy ranks. This identity burdens him with immense pressure, as each interaction with his crew feels akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, where every laugh may conceal his inner torment. In the stillness of the night, Luo Ku sits alone at his desk in the ship's cabin, surrounded by encrypted reports and directives from the Navy's upper echelons. His expression grave, he fixates on a plan designed to undermine the unity of the pirate crew. This is the ultimate mission of his journey. How ironic, he murmurs to himself. I have become the trusted core of their circle, yet I must secretly orchestrate their downfall. Recalling the camaraderie of the day, Bruno's exuberance, Aaron's bravery, Jack's loyalty, each member treats him with sincerity, while he is compelled to play the role of a traitor. This torment is more ferocious than any tempest at sea. However, as an undercover agent, he understands the gravity of his mission. The peace of the East Sea, and indeed the balance of the world itself, may be jeopardized by the rampant piracy. For the greater good, he must make sacrifices, even if they are painfully steep. I cannot allow personal emotions to cloud my judgment. Luo Ku grits his teeth. I must fulfill my task, even if it means harming those who trust me. He begins to devise a plan, exploiting the minor frictions and conflicts within the pirate crew, carefully orchestrating each step to appear innocuous while subtly eroding their cohesion. It is imperative that everything seems to occur naturally, avoiding suspicion. I will grant them opportunities, Luo Ku resolves, if they can grow through this process. Learning true unity and wisdom, perhaps I can find a path that spares them from harm. Standing on the deck, he gazes out at the boundless ocean, contemplating his next move. To fulfill the Navy's long-term strategy of weakening the pirate forces in the East Sea without arousing his crew's suspicion will require a battle of wits and courage. The plan resembles a complex web, where each thread must be meticulously woven to achieve the final aim. In his initial step, Luo Ku decides to incite discord among the pirates, leveraging his reputation and strength to provoke conflicts between his crew and rival pirate factions. He carefully selects a few weaker, easily provoked pirate crews as targets, spreading false rumors regarding treasures and territories to ignite their greed for wealth and power. Simultaneously, he discreetly contacts the Navy, providing intelligence on these pirate crews to ensure they could deliver a decisive blow at a critical moment. We shall transform the East Sea into a realm for the strong, Luo Ku passionately declares at a gathering. Only through relentless combat can we grow stronger. I promise that each victory will yield bountiful rewards. His crew is filled with fervor, eager for glory and to prove their worth. Luo Ku cunningly exploits this enthusiasm, leading them step by step into the preordained battleground. Through a series of meticulously planned assaults, Luo Ku's pirate crew gradually establishes dominance over the East Sea, while the smaller crews vanish into the annals of history. Yet, Luo Ku knows that the true test lies ahead. He must orchestrate an ultimate feast, a celebration that conceals deadly intentions. The plan is to host this banquet on a remote island, inviting all pirate leaders of the East Sea, including his most loyal subordinates. On the eve of the banquet, Luo Ku secretly coordinates with elite naval forces, laying out a meticulous encirclement. He intends to use this opportunity to eliminate the primary pirate factions in the East Sea, including his own crew. The Navy will launch a surprise attack at the height of the festivities, and he will feign death amidst the chaos to evade pursuit. This will be the most perilous step, Luo Ku silently contemplates. Yet, I have no alternative. As the banquet unfolds, The atmosphere is vibrant, music resounding, and pirates gather in revelry, blissfully unaware that death lurks nearby. Luo-kun navigates through the crowd, wearing a smile while his heart is wrenched. He toasts with each crew member. Every word uttered could signify a final farewell. Just as the celebration reaches its zenith, a thunderous explosion shatters the night's tranquility. The Navy's cannon fire illuminating the sky. In the ensuing chaos, Luo-kun enacts his plan, pretending to perish in the explosion, while his crew and other pirates find themselves embroiled in a battle for survival. When the dust settles, only the Navy's warships remain upon the East Sea. Aokiji, or rather the former Luo-kun, has dissipated with the smoke of that night, leaving behind a tranquil East Sea, a domain free from rampant piracy. Whether there are still powerful pirates akin to himself is beyond Luo-kun's imagination and control. He, or the man he has now become, conceals his identity and returns to the Navy, becoming an unspeakable part of that history. Gazing at the rising sun on the horizon, he feels both a sense of relief and profound sorrow. Although he has completed his mission, those former companions, those family members with whom he fought side by side, will forever remain a painful memory. Luo-kun sits in a secluded room, the moonlight filtering through the half-drawn curtains, casting a complex array of emotions across his face. The execution of the plan has unfolded with the precision of a finely tuned clock, every aspect aligning perfectly, leaving no apparent flaws. Yet at this moment, Luo-kun is not immersed in the joy of victory. Rather, he is plunged into deeper contemplation. Upon returning to the Navy, will I discover ways to enhance my mental prowess? This question reverberates in his mind. In the past, he has adeptly navigated between the pirates and the Navy with his intellect and cunning. However, the enhancement of mental strength has always been his elusive goal, particularly regarding the straw devil fruit he possesses. Awakening its true potential necessitates a significant augmentation of mental fortitude. Luo-kun understands that while the powers of the devil fruit are formidable, without sufficient mental strength to support them, they are akin to dry kindling devoid of a spark, unable to unleash their true might. Throughout his pirate life, he has amassed considerable experience through combat and adventure, yet he has struggled to break through on a spiritual level. He anticipates the resources within the Navy. Perhaps there lie the answers he has long sought. Perhaps, he whispers softly to himself, within the Navy's ranks, there exists knowledge and technology one have yet to tap into, which could assist me in reaching new heights. Luo-kun is acutely aware that as a member of the Navy, he will have access to further research on devil fruits, and may even encounter other individuals with unique abilities to exchange insights and progress together. A dual identity, he chuckles softly, to be both a pirate and a naval officer. This unique experience may be the key to enhancing my mental prowess. He begins to devise his plans for his return to the Navy, not only to leverage its resources for his own advancement, but also to ensure that his dual identity remains concealed, aiming to establish a more clandestine network within the Navy. The intention is to gather information regarding the awakening of spiritual powers and devil fruits, while remaining ever vigilant to prevent any traces that might reveal one's true identity. The following dawn, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the mist, illuminating the flagship of Luo-kun, standing at the bow against the mildly briny sea breeze. He scrutinized his gathered subordinates on the deck with unwavering resolve. The plans from the previous night had been mulled over in his mind repeatedly. Today, he intended to put this plan into action with the force of a thunderbolt, to reshape the order of the East Sea. Listen to me. Luo-kun's voice resonated clearly and powerfully, cutting through the tranquility of the morning. We are about to embark on a significant operation, aimed at unifying the East Sea and restoring peace to these waters. To achieve this, we must first make it clear to those pirate crews unwilling to abide by the rules that the times have changed. His words carried an undeniable determination, each syllable striking the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer. Some of his subordinates felt anxious, others exhilarated, but all shared a burning trust in their leader and a yearning for victory. We will send envoys to convey our intentions to the various pirate crews of the East Sea. Either join us in creating prosperity or choose confrontation and face annihilation. Luo-kun paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, capturing the shifting expressions on each face. I know this is not an easy task, Luo-kun stated. Some of you may feel fear, worried for your safety. But remember, we are the Luo-kun pirate crew, and we stand for justice and strength. Our banner serves as the finest shield. Those with true power will grasp genuine justice upon these waters. Upon hearing this, some previously hesitant subordinates stood taller, beginning to believe that following Luaka would lead them to triumph. Luaka nodded in satisfaction. It was this very belief that could forge an invincible army. Now, he raised his arm, pointing toward the horizon. You will be divided into several small groups, each taking a small boat to the designated pirate crew locations. Your task is to convey our message and demonstrate our resolve. Remember, do not resort to violence unless in self-defense. Instead, strive to persuade with words. Luaka's words served as a conductor's baton, mobilizing the entire pirate crew. The small boats were swiftly prepared, each equipped with selected envoys, comprising both seasoned negotiators and skilled warriors, ready to tackle any potential situation. Set sail, Luaka commanded finally. Let's show the East Sea who the true sovereign is. With his order, the small boats departed from the flagship, heading toward their respective destinations. The sea left behind a trail of white foam, resembling arrows aimed at every corner of the East Sea. Over the next few days, the envoys of the Luaka pirate crew traversed between various islands, conveying Luaka's will. Some pirate crews, upon hearing Luaka's name, immediately chose to submit, recognizing that opposing such a formidable adversary would only lead to ruin. Meanwhile, others were invigorated by Luaka's renown, eager to join this powerful fleet and share in the glory of the East Sea. In the operations room of the East Sea Navy base, the first light of dawn had yet to fully dispel the night, as several rear admirals gathered around the tactical table, anxiously reviewing the latest intelligence reports. The map sprawled across the table was marked with dense annotations, each indicating the recent movements of the Luaka pirate crew. It was evident that Luaka had not been idle. He was expanding his influence with unprecedented speed and force. This is simply astounding. One rear admiral furrowed his brow, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Just as things seemed to calm down, Luaka has begun making bold moves once more. He is not only consolidating his territory, but also proactively issuing ultimatums to other pirate crews: submit or perish. Another rear admiral picked up a report, his voice tinged with anxiety. We have just received word that at least 3 small pirate crews have declared allegiance to him. If this trend continues, Luaka will soon control over half of the East Sea. This is exceedingly dangerous, a third rear admiral interjected. We cannot sit idly by. His actions are too rapid. We must take measures to halt his expansion. However, a young staff officer interjected. Our current forces are limited, and the last request for reinforcements went unanswered. If we act rashly, we may not be able to effectively suppress Luaka's power. The atmosphere in the operations room grew increasingly heavy, the faces of all present reflecting the gravity of the situation. Faced with an opponent like Luaka, every decision could determine the fate of the East Sea Navy base. We must find a breakthrough. A senior rear admiral spoke, his voice low yet filled with conviction. We cannot remain solely on the defensive. We need to take the initiative, uncover Luaka's weaknesses, and dismantle his strength from within. But another rear admiral raised a concern. Our understanding of Luaka is still insufficient. His actions always seem to catch us off guard. We need more intelligence to grasp his true intentions and upcoming plans. Intelligence, the senior rear admiral reiterated. That is crucial. We need to dispatch more intelligence personnel to infiltrate enemy lines and gather first-hand information. Simultaneously, we must strengthen our connections with surrounding islands to establish a broader intelligence network. Additionally, another staff officer proposed, we could attempt to reach out to those pirate crews yet to be incorporated by Luaka to explore the possibility of collaboration. They may become our allies or at least divert Luaka's attention. The discussions in the operations room continued for several hours, each officer striving to devise strategies, seeking the best plan to counter Luaka's offensive. They understood that this would be a formidable battle, yet as guardians of the East Sea Navy base, they had both the responsibility and obligation to protect these waters from threats. As the meeting progressed, the lighting in the operations room gradually softened, and night fell once more. Yet within this space, the brightness remained, illuminating the resolute faces of the naval officers, who were prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead, ready to defend the peace and tranquility of the East Sea. No one wished to ponder why Luaka so fervently desired to unify the entirety of the East Sea. The small boats traced slender white lines across the shimmering sea surface, carrying Luaka's envoys through the various waters of the East Sea. These envoys, some seasoned veterans and others fresh faces, shared a common trait: absolute loyalty to Luaka and boundless hope for the future. Do you know? An enthusiastic young envoy exclaimed to a companion beside him, his eyes sparkling with admiration. The captain is truly magnificent. He is like a lion, with a single roar. The whole East Sea trembles. Those who do not submit to his will shall meet their doom. While we are the fortunate lions, following him, we shall share in the spoils of these waters. Another envoy, an experienced old pirate, chuckled and patted the young man's shoulder. You speak the truth, lad. However, bear in mind that our mission transcends mere communication of information. It is imperative that we manifest our strength and resolve. We are the envoys of Loaka, and our performance directly influences our leaders standing in the Donghai. Indeed, another envoy concurred. Our objective is to make those pirates comprehend that by submitting to Loaka, they shall receive protection and respect. Defiance, however, will only lead to their annihilation. We are not here to plead for mercy. Rather, we aim to instill in them the understanding that the Loaka pirate crew is invincible. The atmosphere aboard the small boat was fervent yet tense, as each individual prepared mentally for the impending negotiations. This was not merely a routine diplomatic visit. It was a battle devoid of gunfire, a strategic contest that would shape the future landscape of Donghai. The subordinates of Loaka, leveraging their vast network and diverse informants, swiftly disseminated information to every corner of Donghai. This network comprised not only members directly affiliated with the Loaka pirate crew, but also merchants, fishermen, and even spies from other pirate crews scattered across the islands. Motivated either by self-interest or captivated by Loaka's charisma, they willingly conveyed messages for this rising sovereign. Soon, Loaka's monumental and imperious ambitions swept across Donghai like a tempest. Every sea, every island, and even the most remote fishing villages became familiar with the name of Loaka. He was no longer just a formidable pirate in Donghai. He was perceived as a giant poised to rewrite the map of the region. Loaka's influence was rapidly expanding. On an island far removed from the main shipping routes, an elderly fisherman spoke to a group of young men, his voice filled with reverence. It was said that he had come to dominate nearly a quarter of the sea in Donghai, with many pirate crews either yielding to his power or facing extinction. His name had become the epicenter of a storm in Donghai. In a tavern on another island, a group of pirates gathered around a wooden table, deliberating recent developments. Have you heard? Loaka's envoys are active everywhere, demanding that all pirate crews either join him or prepare for confrontation. They claim that the Loaka pirate crew will unify Donghai and establish an unprecedented new order. In every corner of Donghai, Loaka's name was uttered, and his ambitions were lauded. Unbeknownst to many, his influence seeped into the very foundations of every faction. Those once independent pirate crews now faced a daunting choice: to join Loaka's ranks and become part of his vast empire, or to adhere to their own paths, risking annihilation. Loaka, a young pirate captain, muttered to himself in the dead of night. What does he truly desire? The entirety of Donghai? Or perhaps even more? In this charged atmosphere, the situation in Donghai grew increasingly tense. Formerly competitive pirate crews began to consider the possibility of alliances in an effort to collectively oppose this emerging sovereign. Meanwhile, some smaller crews, striving for survival, sought alliances with Loaka, hoping to find refuge amid the impending storm. Loaka's ambitions reflected a mirror that revealed the intricate ecology of the pirate world in Donghai. They incited fear as well as ambition. They divided some while uniting others. In this maritime expanse, every individual was re-evaluating their stance, preparing for the imminent changes. In Loaka, the ascendant pirate king sat quietly on his flagship, observing the unfolding events, fully aware that the true challenge was only just beginning. He must confront not only external hostile forces, but also manage his ever-expanding empire, ensuring internal stability and loyalty. In light of the formidable rise of the Loaka pirate crew, the various pirate factions of Donghai exhibited an unprecedented spirit of unity. Even before Loaka's envoys reached certain areas, news had already circulated among pirates through clandestine channels. Only through collaboration could they secure a foothold in the approaching tempest. Across the sea, vessels bearing different flags began to traverse the islands with increasing frequency. The pirates aboard were no longer mere competitors, but rather temporary allies. They convened in secret chambers, exchanged intelligence on moonlit beaches, and plotted joint operations in the dim corners of taverns. Each exchanged glance, every handshake, conveyed an unprecedented sense of camaraderie and trust. "We must unite," a seasoned pirate leader solemnly proclaimed aboard his ship, gathering representatives from various crews. "Otherwise, we shall each be consumed by Loaka." Agreed. Another crew leader nodded in response. "We may have had our disagreements in the past, but now we share a common enemy. Within these clandestine meetings, various agreements and strategies were proposed and ratified. They delineated their respective territories, pledged not to infringe upon one another, and established a rapid response mechanism to swiftly rally forces before Loaka's envoys arrived. "We need a signal," proposed a clever pirate. "When Loaka's men appear, we should be able to know immediately and react swiftly." Thus, a unique signaling system was devised, ranging from smoke signals to specific flag patterns, and even complex codes and ciphers, ensuring that information could be relayed accurately and promptly. "Our alliance must remain invisible," another pirate added. "Loaka's gaze is omnipresent. We cannot allow him to perceive our intentions." In the ensuing days, a peculiar phenomenon emerged upon the waters of Donghai. Although the surface appeared tranquil, undercurrents of invisible forces were silently converging. Whenever Loaka's envoys arrived on an island, they found the pirates unusually united and reluctant to yield easily. While the Loaka pirate crew was powerful, they felt unprecedented pressure in the face of such a widespread and covert alliance. Each attempt to negotiate was met with unexpected resistance, occasionally necessitating the use of force to secure a fragile agreement. Nevertheless, Loaka understood that the true battle had yet to commence. Beneath these superficial alliances lay a web of intricate relationships, with each party cautiously weighing advantages and disadvantages, seeking the optimal path to survival. Loaka and his pirate crew had to tread carefully, demonstrating sufficient strength while avoiding excessive confrontation with all pirates, lest they provoke a full-scale war. Against this backdrop, the situation in Donghai grew increasingly enigmatic, as every action held the potential to trigger a chain reaction that could alter the entire power balance of the seas. Both Loaka and his adversaries awaited the opportune moment to strike decisively. In this realm filled with uncertainty and peril, anything could transpire. As Loaka's envoys descended upon the territories of various pirate crews in their small boats, exuding authority and arrogance, they embodied the very essence of maritime tyranny, employing commands, threats, and intimidation without restraint. Their message was both simple and direct: submit or face annihilation. This unabashed display of power and oppression ignited the pirates' inner fury and discontent. "Who does Loaka think he is?" a young and impetuous pirate roared, flames of rebellion burning in his eyes. "Why should we heed his words?" Yet, when they perceived the invisible yet overwhelming pressure behind the envoys, and recalled the formidable strength and ruthless tactics of the Loaka pirates, their fury instantly froze in their throats, transforming into a stifled silence. They understood that opposing Loaka meant almost certain death. Even if united, the scales of victory might not tip in their favor. During one such negotiation, Loaka's envoy, a man with a face full of flesh and a cold gaze, stood in a small boat, looking down upon a group of pirates gathered on the shore. His words, akin to ice, pierced the hearts of everyone present. "You have two choices, submission or death. Choose." The atmosphere among the crowd became intensely tense, and one could almost hear each other's breaths. A few hot-tempered pirates gripped their weapons tightly, yet ultimately, none dared to take that step. Their expressions shifted from anger to helplessness and then to fear. "We will consider." A voice finally shattered the silence. The leader of the pirate crew spoke in a low, trembling tone, evidently struggling to control his emotions. "Give us some time." Loaka's envoy snorted disdainfully, seemingly unsatisfied with this response, yet he did not press further. Time was a luxury for them, while for Loaka, it was merely a commodity to be squandered. Turning away, the small boat slowly departed, leaving behind a group of resentful yet powerless pirates. After the envoy's departure, the pirates gathered to discuss their options. Some advocated for unwavering resistance, preferring to die rather than submit. Others leaned towards temporary compromise for the sake of long-term survival. Each decision was fraught with risk, with no absolute safe option. "We cannot simply give up," an elder pirate spoke with conviction. "However, we must also be realistic. We need stronger allies and a more meticulous plan if we are to have any chance of toppling Loaka." Thus, the pirates embarked on a new round of clandestine communications, attempting to forge a broader alliance in the shadows and seek out the weaknesses of the Loaka pirates. Indeed, in the face of Loaka pirates' oppressive might, the world of pirates in the EC revealed its diversity and complexity. Not all pirate crews were willing to bow to tyranny. Some, committed to freedom and dignity, chose a more radical form of response, undoubtedly heightening the tension and uncertainty of the situation. Upon learning that certain pirate crews not only rejected Loaka's demands, but also expressed their defiance in extreme ways, by decapitating and sending the heads of envoys as a reply. Emotions within the Loaka pirates became intricate. On one hand, such a hardline stance ignited their inner fury and desire for vengeance. On the other hand, it made them realize that the East Sea pirates were not a disorganized multitude, but rather possessed formidable strength that could pose a genuine threat. Interesting, Loaka remarked with a cold smile upon receiving the news. It seems some here still did not grasp the situation. Rising, his sharp gaze swept across the subordinates in the conference room. Tell them, we Loaka pirates do not thrive on fear. Prepare for battle. We must make these people understand the cost of rebellion. Loaka's response was swift and resolute. He ordered retaliatory strikes against those pirate crews that displayed a hardline attitude, establishing his authority and warning other crews that might still be hesitant. However, Loaka was also aware that such actions could further escalate tensions, leading to larger-scale conflicts. Under Loaka's directive, a task force composed of his most trusted elite members swiftly readied themselves for action. This team was not only well-equipped, but also battle-hardened. The cream of the crop within the Loaka pirates, fueled by a near-bloodthirsty excitement. They understood that this mission was not merely to execute orders, but to showcase the unassailable authority of the Loaka pirates. On the flagship of the task force, one of Loaka's confidants, a man known as Ghost, stood on the deck, gazing at the island they were about to approach. His expression was devoid of emotion, yet his eyes burned with a frigid intensity. It was evident that this expedition's purpose transcended the mere annihilation of a few disobedient pirate crews. It was to deliver a shocking lesson to the entire East Sea, allowing all who dared challenge Loaka's authority to witness the dire consequences of betrayal. As the first light of dawn broke, the task force's vessels carved white trails across the horizon, heading towards their target island. Along the way, they hoisted the flag of the Loaka pirates, the iconic emblem fluttering in the sea breeze, heralding their arrival. Upon reaching their destination, the task force wasted no time and immediately launched their assault. Utilizing the cover of night, they stealthily approached the stronghold of the target pirate crew. In the midst of silence, only the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore and the occasional cries of seabirds could be heard, making it nearly impossible to perceive the impending calamity. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility, followed by the deafening sounds of explosions and a barrage of gunfire. The task force's assault was so swift that the target pirate crew barely had time to mount an effective defense. Under Ghost's command, the warriors of the Loaka pirates struck with ferocity, swiftly gaining control of the situation and dismantling the enemy's defensive structures one by one. Amidst the chaos and flames, the task force exhibited their cruelty and ruthlessness, leaving no survivors to ensure Loaka's orders were executed to the fullest. As the last remnants of resistance extinguished, the island was left in ruins, suffused with the aura of death and the unutterable cries of the fallen. After the mission's completion, Ghost stood amidst the ravaged battlefield, observing his men tidying up the aftermath. This massacre, though bloody, was deemed necessary. It was not merely to eliminate obstacles, but to make the entire East Seas pirates witness the consequences of challenging the Loaka pirates. Upon their return, the task force brought back not only news of victory, but also the painful lessons of those who dared to resist. When Loaka received the report, he merely nodded indifferently, then ordered the details of his campaign to be widely disseminated, ensuring that every corner of the East Sea could feel his wrath and determination. This bloody cleansing, though brutal, achieved its intended effect. It not only solidified the Loaka pirates' dominance, but also compelled those previously wavering pirate crews to reassess their positions, beginning to seriously contemplate whether to join that invisible alliance of resistance or submit to Loaka's iron fist. Across the vast expanse of the East Sea, a ship adorned with a distinctive flag quietly navigated through the night, its crew of pirates remaining vigilant, observing their surroundings. The captain, an experienced old pirate, sat at the stern with a telescope firmly in hand, his eyes fixed on the distant island. Above the island, flames soared into the sky, thick smoke billowed, and the heart-wrenching cries for help and the clashing of weapons could faintly be heard. This was the very scene of the Loaka pirates executing their bloody mission. "Look over there, Captain." A young pirate pointed toward the distant island, his voice trembling. "Loaka's men are slaughtering them." The captain lowered the telescope, his expression darkening, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, a mix of anger and deep concern. Turning to face his crew, his voice was low yet powerful. "You have all witnessed the methods employed by the Loaka Heizuan. They spare no mercy, offering no chance to anyone. If we do not unite, we shall be the next victims." The faces of the young pirates were etched with terror. Swallowing hard, one voice trembled as it broke the silence. What shall we do? Captain, how can we withstand such formidable power? The captain inhaled deeply and replied slowly. Alone, we cannot hope to contend with them, but we are not fighting in isolation. Remember the plan we discussed last night. We must expedite our actions, reach out to other pirate crews, and expand our alliance. Only through unity do we stand a chance against Loaka. Yet, Captain, another pirate interjected. What if they too are afraid and refuse to join us? The captain's gaze was resolute as he responded. Fear is a natural response, but we must not allow it to dictate our actions. We must demonstrate our determination for others to see. If we fight together, we shall have hope. Though the Loaka Heisechuan's might is formidable, it is not insurmountable. Remember, we possess our own advantages, our speed, our agility, and our familiarity with these waters. He surveyed the crew, his tone rising with fervor. Now, let us return to our plan. We must ensure every ally is prepared, and our signaling system is flawless. When Loaka's emissary appears again, we must guarantee our alliance responds swiftly and strikes back with vigor. The crew nodded in silence, each heart ignited with a spark of hope, yet burdened by unprecedented pressure. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, but they understood that only through solidarity could they survive in these treacherous waters. The captain turned to the helmsman and commanded, "Adjust our course. We shall head to the next island to contact the local pirate crew. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to waste a single moment." As the helmsmen altered their direction, the ship surged forward through the night, sailing toward an unknown future. Having witnessed the astonishing combat prowess of Loaka's subordinates, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the East Sea. That flagship effortlessly annihilated rival crews like a tempest across the ocean, where none could withstand its might. This display was not merely a demonstration of strength, but a harbinger, a warning to all pirate crews in the East Sea. The news spread like wildfire, from one island to another, from ship to ship. Every pirate spoke of this devastating assault. For small and medium-sized crews, this was undoubtedly a significant turning point, prompting deep reflection on their circumstances and future paths. In a dimly lit cabin, a group of leaders from smaller pirate crews gathered around a weathered wooden table, their eyes betraying worry and unrest. A map spread before them marked the territory of Loaka's activities and their potential next moves. The air was thick with the scent of tobacco and alcohol, yet no one had the heart to indulge. "What shall we do?" A young pirate leader broke the silence, his voice quivering. "The strength of Loaka's men is overwhelming. We stand no chance of resistance." An older pirate, scarred and contemplative, pondered for a moment before speaking. "We must be realistic. If we unite, there may be a chance. However, if we fight separately, we will become mere sacrifices to Loaka. But how can we unite?" Another pirate inquired. "Everyone knows we have grievances among us. How can we ensure there will be no betrayal behind our backs?" This question plunged the room into silence. Indeed, past conflicts and mistrust posed the greatest obstacles to their union. Yet in this moment, they faced a common and far more formidable foe, compelling them to seek a resolution. "We need a leader," a female pirate captain spoke up, her voice unwavering. "Someone who can earn everyone's trust and unify us all. Only then can we truly form a cohesive force." "But who can be that person?" someone questioned. Perhaps the old pirate's gaze swept over the assembly, finally resting on a taciturn pirate among them. "This individual is one of us. The crux lies in whether we are willing to set aside past grievances and confront this crisis together." The meeting extended for quite some time, filled with debates, compromises, and planning. Ultimately, the pirates reached a preliminary consensus. They decided to send envoys across the East Sea to seek more allies, while establishing a more robust communication and support system for emergencies. Faced with the immense threat posed by the Loaka Heisechuan, some crews in the East Sea began to choose a radically different path: retreat. They believed that instead of struggling for survival in these soon-to-be storm-tossed waters, it would be better to withdraw and seek new horizons to preserve their strength. The leaders of these crews, after careful deliberation, decided to lead their fleets away from the East Sea to territories untouched by the Loaka Heisechuan. They believed that there they might discover relatively tranquil waters, avoiding the impending bloodshed. Under the cover of night, pirate ships adorned with various flags quietly set sail, like twinkling stars in the night sky, gradually vanishing into the dark horizon. These pirates harbored both a yearning for the unknown world and a reluctance to part with their homeland. Yet the instinct for survival compelled them to make this difficult decision. "We can wait no longer," a pirate captain announced aboard his flagship. "Luaka's power is too great. Remaining here will only render us prey to his blades. We shall journey to the West Sea. I've heard there are vast, undeveloped islands there, rich in resources, and competition is not as fierce. But that means we must relinquish everything," a first mate voiced with concern. "Our roots, our friends, even our enemies." "Indeed," the captain nodded. "Yet at least we will be alive. As long as we have breath, we possess the opportunity for resurgence. In the West Sea, we can rebuild our strength, forge new alliances, and perhaps one day return to confront Luaka." Although these departing crews temporarily relinquished the possibility of opposing the Luaka Heisechuan, they had not abandoned their dreams and ambitions. In new waters, they would face fresh challenges, needing to re-establish their reputations and power. For many among them, this might be a chance for rebirth, an opportunity to redefine their positions within the maritime order. In the East Sea, a subtle contrast emerged between the crews that remained and those that chose to leave. One side chose to stand firm against potential annihilation, while the other opted to flee in search of new hope. Regardless of the choice made, it was a gamble between life and death, a wager on the future. Consequently, the situation in the East Sea grew increasingly complex. The remaining crews must confront the direct threat posed by the Luaka Heisechuan, while those who chose to flee must carve out new territories in unfamiliar seas. Every decision is imbued with uncertainty and variability. Nonetheless, they each compose their own maritime legends in their unique manner. Across the vast expanse of the ocean, whether in steadfastness or retreat, every pirate crew seeks their own sky, a blue abyss interwoven with freedom and dreams. The existence of the Luaka pirate crew has undoubtedly ushered an unprecedented transformation and challenges to the dynamics of the East Sea and beyond. On a remote island in the East Sea, a silent storm is brewing. This is the stronghold of the Breaking Waves pirate crew, a small band that refuses to succumb to the authority of the Luaka pirate crew, nor do they wish to align themselves with any other alliance. Clinging to their beliefs, they strive to maintain their foothold in this perilous maritime domain. However, the envoys of the Luaka pirate crew have offered them little choice. After multiple refusals to submit, Luaka dispatched his fiercest troops, preparing to annihilate the Breaking Waves as a warning to other indecisive pirate crews. As night descends and the moonlight dims, an unusual aura mingles with the sea breeze. The lookout of the Breaking Waves pirate crew spots a shadow looming on the distant horizon. This is the fleet of the Luaka pirate crew, arriving with ominous portent. "Prepare for battle," commanded the crew's leader, a resolute man named Jeka. Standing atop the fortress, he gazes into the distance, his expression betraying both determination and a hint of melancholy. This battle promises to be a grueling affair, yet they have no alternative but to exert their utmost effort. With the first rays of dawn piercing the clouds, the Luaka pirate crew's fleet officially launches its assault. The roar of cannon fire echoes like the wrath of a thunder god, shaking the earth. The defenses of the Breaking Waves pirate crew tremble under the relentless bombardment. Yet, the pirates on the island do not falter. They retaliate with bows, firearms, and cannons, vowing to defend their homeland to the death. The combat is fiercely intense, with vessels clashing around the island, spray from the sea resembling blooming white flowers, while blood stains the water's crimson. Although the Breaking Waves pirate crew is outnumbered, each member fights until the very end, their courage and resolve leaving the soldiers of the Luaka pirate crew astounded. However, the disparity in strength ultimately becomes apparent. Reinforcements from the Luaka pirate crew continually flood in, while the defenses of the Breaking Waves are gradually breached. Amidst the chaos, Jeka leads the remaining warriors in a final desperate charge, hoping to turn the tide, or, at the very least, to earn dignity through their sacrifice. Night envelopes the East Sea Naval Base like a vast black silk curtain. In this silence, the command center of the base shines brightly, akin to a solitary lighthouse guiding lost ships in the ocean. Here lies the heart of the East Sea Navy, the last bastion preserving the tranquility of this maritime realm. Commanders gather around the long table in the tactical conference room, their faces grave, the air thick with tension and anxiety. Each individual is surrounded by stacks of documents and maps, densely annotated with various marks and data, chronicling every move of the Luaka pirate crew and the latest developments of pirate crews across the East Sea. The chief naval commander, an elderly general with graying temples, breaks the silence with a heavy voice. The latest intelligence we have received indicates that the Breaking Waves pirate crew has been completely annihilated. He pauses momentarily, as if calculating the numbers. This marks the 7th pirate crew we have lost this month. A sigh reverberates through the conference room, as everyone comprehends the implications. The disappearance of each pirate crew signifies a weakening of naval strength and constitutes yet another erosion of safety in the East Sea. For when Loaka truly unites all the pirate forces of the East Sea, which faction will he target next, or what location will he assail? The East Sea Naval Base had long since requested support from the world government, yet no information has arrived. Thus, they find themselves reluctantly entangled with certain pirates. We cannot remain idle. A young commander suddenly rises, his voice resolute. We must take action, rather than respond passively. While the strength of the Loaka pirate crew is formidable, our naval power must not be underestimated. Easier said than done, counters another commander. But what specific recommendations do you have? Our forces have already been dispersed to various critical points, and our intelligence network has been severely compromised due to the annihilation of the pirate crews. The young commander inhales deeply, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. We need to reassess our strategy. We can no longer afford to disperse our forces. We must concentrate our superior strength to strike at the core of the Loaka pirate crew. Additionally, we need to strengthen our ties with the West Sea pirate crew, who are currently facing the same predicament as we are and may potentially become our allies. The conference room falls into a brief silence. Then, the old general slowly nods. This is indeed a direction worth considering. We need to dispatch envoys to the West Sea immediately to explore the possibility of cooperation. Simultaneously, I will issue orders to adjust our defensive layout, allocating more resources to confront the Loaka pirate crew at the front lines. The meeting continues until the first light of dawn streams through the windows, illuminating the command center. The naval commanders finalize their action plan. Though the road ahead is fraught with uncertainty, a new spark of hope ignites within them. The battles to come will undoubtedly be more arduous. But for the peace of the East Sea and for those who depend on their protection, they will confront the challenges without hesitation. Within the command post of the East Sea Naval Base, the intelligence room has become the very heart of the strategic hub. Here, intelligence officers operate like tireless machines, their fingers dancing swiftly across keyboards, eyes fixed on screens as they continuously receive, analyze, and organize the deluge of information pouring in from all directions. The documents piled on the intelligence desk resemble small mountains, each one bearing crucial data and reports, from the latest movements of pirate crews to weather changes. From enemy troop deployments to potential ally activities, none of this is overlooked. The busy figures of the intelligence officers cast long shadows under the dim light, their faces etched with focus and fatigue. Update. The fleet of the Loaka pirate crew is moving southwest at 2 in the morning, faster than anticipated. A breathless intelligence officer announces, clearly having worked for over 10 hours straight. Received. Immediately notify all frontline commanders to prepare. The responding officer swiftly picks up the communicator, relaying the latest orders. In this battlefield devoid of gunpowder, information is the lifeline. The naval commanders are acutely aware that any lapse in vigilance could result in irretrievable losses. Therefore, they must force themselves to remain highly alert, even in a state of extreme fatigue, ensuring that no critical detail is overlooked. We need to accelerate our pace. The head of the command post, a middle-aged officer, rubs his dry eyes, his tone imbued with unwavering determination. Intelligence is our eyes and ears. We must ensure that every detail is accurately captured. The intelligence officers harbor no complaints, silently quickening their pace, acutely aware of the weight of their responsibilities. In this era of information overload, those who possess knowledge hold the initiative on the battlefield. They provide formidable support to the warriors at the front lines, ensuring that they can make sound judgments amidst the impending storm. As time slips away second by second, the atmosphere within the intelligence room grows increasingly tense. Each individual races against time, grappling with the vast amounts of information. They navigate the tumultuous seas like ships, ever ready to confront sudden storms, ensuring that the Navy can secure a favorable position in this critical contest over the fate of the Donghai. In such a context, every update of information and each document review assumes paramount importance. Behind these seemingly mundane tasks lies the Donghai Navy's grasp of future strategic directions, the foundation for every decision, and the key to safeguarding peace in these waters. Within the Donghai Naval Base's intelligence room, The incessant ringing of telephones resembles the urgent beats of a symphony. Echoing through the air, these telephones, diverse in shape and vivid in color, quiver with each vibration, conveying crucial intelligence from distant seas. The intelligence officers dance their fingers lightly over the keys, crafting a tense yet orderly composition. Nearby, officers are engrossed in mountains of paperwork. The scratching of pens on paper recording every detail. Their expressions are grave, eyes shimmering with focused light, each stroke revealing their passion and dedication to their work. These records are not merely dry texts. They are testimonies to the ever-changing tides at sea, the eyes and ears of naval decision-makers, and the cornerstone of defending peace in the Donghai. The rich aroma of coffee permeates the air, making it an indispensable part of the intelligence room. Transparent glass, cups brim with dark liquid, exuding warmth alongside a hint of bitterness and sweetness. The officers occasionally lift their cups, sipping slowly, the stimulation from caffeine helping to dispel drowsiness and maintain alertness. Cup after cup, this coffee serves as their fuel in the race against time, providing the energy necessary for sustained effort. In this place, day and night blend into one, marked only by the urgency of tasks and the flow of information. The intelligence officers resemble a band of night watchmen, safeguarding the tranquility of the Donghai. Amidst this busyness and focus, the rhythmic sounds of ringing telephones and the scratching of pens intertwine, composing an ode dedicated to the intelligence officers. For several days, they have persevered, each day akin to walking on a razor's edge, filled with uncertainty and peril. The intelligence room has become the nerve center of the Donghai Naval Base, with its officers as tireless neurons, connecting the front lines to the rear, relaying life and death messages. The shadow of the lock pirate crew looms over one-third of the Donghai. Once maritime overlords, they have either been forced to kneel or have vanished amidst blood and fire. Each pirate crew's downfall etches a deep scar on the map of the Donghai, a stark reminder of the grave situation facing the Navy. A massive map of the Donghai hangs on the wall of the intelligence room, marked in red to indicate the territory controlled by the lock pirate crew. Their influence spreading like rampant wildfire, gradually consuming the map's blank spaces. The green marks represent the Navy's controlled areas, increasingly isolated and vulnerable amidst the encroaching red. We must find a breakthrough. A seasoned intelligence analyst gazes intently at the map, determination and concern evident in their eyes. The rate of Locke's expansion is alarming. If we do not act soon, the entire Donghai will soon fall into his grasp. We require more intelligence on the core members of the Lock pirate crew, particularly regarding their weaknesses and internal conflicts, another officer adds, lightly tapping the tabletop as they contemplate the next course of action. In a corner of the intelligence room, an old typewriter clatters rhythmically as an officer swiftly inputs the latest analysis report, while a mountain of coffee cups accumulates, towering above the computer screen, testament to their relentless efforts over the days. We cannot allow Locke to continue unrestrained. A young intelligence officer clenches their fists, determination gleaming in their eyes. We must identify his fatal weakness and strike decisively. Discussions within the intelligence room persist into the depths of the night. As dawn gradually breaks outside, the officers, though weary, exhibit unwavering resolve. The outcome of this war hinges not solely on the might of arms, but rather on the mastery and application of information. They are the key holders of this crucial element. As the first rays of sunlight filter into the intelligence room, a new day begins, and the officers once again immerse themselves in their urgent tasks. At the Donghai Naval Base, a tense atmosphere hangs like dark clouds, as the expanding influence of the Lock pirate crew subjects the commanding officers to unprecedented pressure. Days of steadfast defense and struggle have drained their physical stamina and tested their mental limits. Finally, on a morning when the first light barely pierces the heavy clouds to illuminate the command center, several senior officers gather, resolute expressions illuminating their faces. We can no longer afford to remain idle. One imposing commander, Malcolm, the overall commander of the Donghai Naval Base, speaks with conviction, his words resonating with undeniable determination. The threat from the Lock pirate crew has escalated. We have lost too much already. If we do not receive reinforcements soon, the Donghai will truly change hands. Another officer, a shrewd and capable woman named Leah, nods in agreement. We have done our utmost to stall for time, but relying solely on the Donghai Navy's strength may not be enough to withstand the Lock pirate crew's onslaught. It is time to seek assistance from the naval headquarters. Indeed, Malcolm continues, I will personally head to the naval headquarters to request urgent reinforcements. if they fail to comprehend the precarious situation in the Donghai. I will do whatever it takes to make them understand. The assembled commanders nod in support. Malcolm's decision entails significant risk. After all, the naval headquarters is far from the Donghai, and the round trip will consume precious time, while the situation in the Donghai evolves by the minute. Malcolm turns to face the map, his gaze lingering over the Donghai waters, the homeland he vowed to protect. I will return as swiftly as possible, he states. Until then, the command of the base is entrusted to you. Leah and the other commanders immediately stand tall, responding in unison. Yes, Commander. We will hold our ground until your return. Malcolm takes a deep breath and then turns to leave the command center, his back resolute and determined, like a warrior about to embark on a campaign. The journey to the naval headquarters will be fraught with uncertainties, yet he understands that for the peace of the Donghai and the honor of the Navy, this is a step he must take. At the port of the naval base, a swift warship stands ready, and Malcolm boards the bridge, waving farewell to the distant horizon. The roar of the ship's engines shatters the morning calm, akin to a dragon surging forward through the waves, carrying Malcolm's hopes and resolve into the unknown. As the Lock pirate crew's influence undergoes a massive migration, the naval bases of the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea suddenly find themselves facing unprecedented challenges. The once tranquil sea has suddenly been inundated by a multitude of foreign pirates. These pirate crews not only boast a considerable number, but also exhibit a tightly knit organization. Their power not to be underestimated. They surge forth like a new undercurrent, disturbing the previously stable maritime order. In the Donghai, the commanders of naval bases convene an urgent meeting, anxiously deliberating on how to respond to this unforeseen situation. The nautical charts adorning the walls are now marked with densely clustered points, indicating the positions of the newly emerged pirate factions. One commander gestures towards a specific area on the map, stating that this region, once a vital trade route, has now become a hotspot for frequent acts of piracy, severely disrupting the passage of merchant vessels. In the Beihai, the naval base faces a more intricate predicament. Due to its geographical proximity to the Donghai, Beihai has become a preferred destination for many fleeing pirate crews. The naval commander, furrowing his brow as he absorbs the intelligence report, acknowledges that at least 3 large pirate factions are advancing towards Beihai, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Yet, it is evident that their arrival will exert tremendous pressure on the stability of our waters. Meanwhile, in the Shihai, the naval commanders experience similar frustrations. Once a relatively serene maritime expanse, Shihai must now contend with the influx of Donghai pirate crews, whose presence is disrupting the local ecology and exacerbating security issues. One commander expresses at a briefing that they must intensify patrols and swiftly establish communication with the Donghai naval base to glean insights into the backgrounds of these pirate factions, enabling them to take targeted action. The intelligence departments of various naval bases toil diligently, striving to compile comprehensive profiles on these newfound pirate groups. The incessant ringing of telephones transmits urgent messages, while the naval commanders labor ceaselessly, seeking the most effective strategies to address the crisis. The naval commander in Donghai resolves to enhance the frequency of maritime patrols, urging nearby merchant vessels to remain vigilant, and reinforcing communication with neighboring nations to devise collective responses. The Beihai naval forces initiate the formation of a special operations team dedicated to investigating and suppressing the newly emerged pirate factions, while simultaneously bolstering surveillance of critical trade routes to ensure uninterrupted commerce. The Shihai naval base adopts a more flexible approach, attempting to engage with select pirate crews in hopes of negotiating a form of peaceful coexistence to mitigate the likelihood of conflict. However, regardless of the measures taken, the naval commanders across all bases are acutely aware that this sudden upheaval will have profound implications for their respective maritime domains. They must collaborate closely, sharing intelligence to effectively counter the chain reactions triggered by the migration of Donghai pirates, restoring peace and order to the seas. Against this backdrop, the decisions made by the naval headquarters become paramount. A comprehensive strategy must be formulated, taking into account the unique circumstances of each maritime region, with the aim of stabilizing the situation in the shortest possible time and preventing chaos from the Donghai from spilling over into the broader ocean, causing further turmoil and devastation. After all, pirates with the capability to traverse oceans undoubtedly seek lucrative opportunities for both expenditure and profit. Thus, conflicts among pirates will inevitably become simpler and more effortless. Yet, the surrounding civilians fervently hope to avoid witnessing rivers of blood on the sea surface. For those pirates who cannot best their adversaries will not hesitate to unleash violence upon the innocent populace. In this realm of power, sometimes being weak is the true original sin. The indigenous pirate factions of Nanhai, Beihai, and Shihai display little sympathy or welcome towards the suddenly encroaching Donghai pirates. On the contrary, these newcomers are perceived as potential threats and competitors, their arrival disrupting the existing balance of power and igniting the vigilance and discontent of local pirate groups. In the expansive waters of Nanhai, two fleets of pirates face off at a distance, tensions palpable. On one side stands a formidable Nanhai Yoling pirate crew, while the other is the Jifeng pirate crew, recently migrated from the Donghai. The vessels of Nanhai Yoling are meticulously arranged, flags fluttering, crew members armed and on high alert. In contrast, the ships of Jifeng appear somewhat hasty, still acclimating to the new maritime environment. You Donghai newcomers think this place is your refuge? Bellows the leader of Nanhai Yoling, a robust man adorned with intricate tattoos, standing on the deck of the flagship. His voice carries sharply in the sea breeze. This domain is not a playground for just anyone. We merely seek a tranquil space to thrive, responds the leader of Jifeng, a young woman with piercing eyes, her tone resolute yet composed. We harbor no intention of offense, yet if necessary, we shall not retreat. The exchange of words does little to ease the atmosphere, instead intensifying the tension. Around them, the crew members are already preparing for battle, archers drawing their bows, gunners checking their cannons, as the air thickens with the impending scent of war. Similar scenarios frequently unfold in Beihai and Shihai. The friction between new and old pirate factions escalates, often ignited by trivial matters such as an uninhabited island or a lucrative trade route, leading to fierce confrontations. These battles tend to be brutal and swift. The victors claim the spoils, while the vanquished are often entirely expelled from the waters or forced to submit to the might of the stronger. In such an environment, pirates must rapidly adapt to the new survival paradigms, either by forming alliances to bolster their strength or by resorting to force to conquer others, ensuring their place within the new maritime landscape. For weaker pirate factions, the choice may be to align themselves with more powerful crews, becoming subordinates in exchange for protection and resources. The conflicts among pirates ebb and flow like the waves, perpetually reshaping the power dynamics of the seas. However, behind the scenes, the Navy's operations quietly unfold, closely monitoring the dynamics of each maritime region, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice to uphold order and prevent the excessive expansion of pirate influence, which threatens commercial routes and the lives of ordinary citizens. In the face of fierce competition across the Nanhai, Beihai, and Shihai, numerous pirate factions are compelled to seek new avenues. Some weaker or newly established crews begin to turn towards more remote and resource-scarce waters, attempting to carve out a foothold there. While these locales may lack abundant treasures and thriving commerce, they also signify fewer competitors, granting them a relatively serene space for development. In the distant Nanyang, an area known as Luo Ri Chiwendao has become a new haven for many disadvantaged pirate factions. The islands here are scattered across the vast ocean, the land arid, the climate harsh, and seldom visited by outsiders. Yet, it is this desolation that transforms them into a sanctuary, allowing those unable to stake their claim on the main battleground a chance to catch their breath. Here, pirates begin to learn how to survive with limited resources, some even establishing connections with local indigenous tribes to collaboratively develop the land. Conversely, in other maritime regions, powerful pirate factions adopt markedly different strategies for conquest. They do not content themselves with seeking out scraps of territory. Instead, they set their sights on the prosperous waters previously controlled by other pirate crews. A series of sanguinary battles ensued, wherein the strong vanquished the weak with overwhelming force, leading to a reconfiguration of territorial dominions. In certain maritime routes of the Beihai, a pirate crew known as Shuanglong swiftly ascended to prominence, employing astonishing martial prowess and cunning strategies to displace the erstwhile sovereign, the Bingshanjizi pirate crew, and seize control of this bustling trade route. Meanwhile, a significant port city in the Shihai, once ruled by the Jin's pirate crew, now faced an audacious challenge from the Hefen pirate crew hailing from Donghai. After several days of intense offensive and defensive skirmishes, the Hefen ultimately breached the defenses of the Jin's, capturing the city. With this transfer of power, the entire trade dynamics of the Shihai underwent a profound transformation. As new maritime hegemons began to redefine the rules, adjust taxes, and renegotiate trading terms with other pirate crews. Whether opting for seclusion or conquest, pirates were responding to this unprecedented upheaval in their own distinct ways. Malcolm, the commanding officer of the Donghai Naval Base, a seasoned veteran of countless battles, exhibited a glimmer of determination and resolve in his eyes. At this moment, he navigated the naval flagship Zhengyi Chui through the tumultuous seas en route to the naval headquarters in search of assistance. The sea breeze howled, and the white froth surged at the bow, with the ocean itself seeming to narrate the turmoil and chaos of the Donghai. As he approached the threshold of international waters, an unexpected assembly of uninvited guests emerged on the distant horizon. A multitude of ragtag pirate vessels, resembling ominous clouds on the ocean, converged with the intent to intercept the Zhengyi Chui. Malcolm furrowed his brow, having anticipated trouble, though not in such an audacious manner. "Attention, all hands," he commanded with composure. "Maintain formation and prepare for battle. We represent the will of the Navy, and we shall not allow anyone to obstruct our path." The naval soldiers responded swiftly, as cannons turned on the deck and archers readied their bows. Each individual understood that this was not merely an ordinary skirmish, but a confrontation that bore upon the prestige of the Navy. Standing on the bridge, Malcolm gripped a telescope in one hand while resting the other on the railing, gazing intently at the encroaching foes. It appeared that the pirates of the Donghai had grown brazen to the point of disregarding the law. Malcolm muttered to himself, his tone imbued with a hint of sternness. But they shall learn that the justice of the Navy will not be easily shaken. As the pirate vessels drew closer, their demeanor suggested a lack of fear. Rather, they brazenly brandished their weapons and issued provocative shouts. However, upon sighting the Navy flag fluttering above the Zhengyi Chui and Malcolm's unwavering figure on the bridge, a flicker of hesitation crossed the eyes of some pirates. "Fire!" Malcolm decisively issued the command. In an instant, the Navy's firepower blanketed the surface of the sea, as precise cannonades and a hail of arrows wove a dense net, obliterating the foremost pirate vessels and engulfing the sea in thick smoke and flames. The abrupt battle was brief yet fierce. The pirates soon realized they were not confronting an adversary to be easily manipulated. Faced with the Navy's formidable firepower, they began to scatter in a frantic bid to escape the impending disaster. Malcolm refrained from ordering a pursuit. He understood that the true battle lay ahead, and the Navy headquarters was his destination. Turning to his crew, he announced, "Proceed onward. We cannot allow these clowns to delay our mission. The Donghai requires our aid, and the Navy headquarters must hear our voice." The Zhengyi Chui set sail again, cleaving through the waves as it raced towards the Navy headquarters. Malcolm's silhouette appeared particularly grand against the twilight, his heart filled with unwavering faith in the future. Regardless of how intricate the turmoil of the Donghai might be, the light of the Navy's justice would inevitably pierce through the darkness, restoring peace and order to the seas. As the Zhengyi Chui left behind a trail of frothy wake, while racing towards its destination, several anomalous signals suddenly appeared on the radar screen. These signals not only indicated hostile forces, but also suggested that their operational patterns were unlike those of ordinary pirate crews. Malcolm keenly discerned this, and a cold smile crept across his lips, a mixture of disdain and a warning to those daring enough to challenge the authority of the Navy. "It seems some individuals are eager to test our patience." Malcolm's deep voice resonated on the bridge. He turned to the communications officer to issue orders. "Notify all vessels to remain vigilant and prepare for combat. We are about to face a potentially formidable opponent in the Donghai." The naval fleet promptly adjusted its formation, entering a battle-ready state. In a surprising maneuver, Malcolm vanished from the bridge and reappeared on the deck, leaping gracefully into the air. As a naval commander endowed with exceptional skills, Malcolm employed his ability to execute a moon step, a technique allowing him to traverse the air, typically grasped by only a select few of the strongest. He traced an elegant arc in the air, akin to a soaring eagle, directly leaping above the nearest enemy ship. The pirates, filled with terror, looked up to see a figure descending from the heavens, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. It was Malcolm, the commanding officer of the Donghai Navy, the embodiment of justice. He landed on the deck of the enemy vessel, and in that instant, the entire ship seemed to be engulfed by an unprecedented pressure. Malcolm wasted no time. His movements were as thunderous as a tempest, each strike imbued with lethal force. The pirates could hardly react before being subdued one by one at an astonishing speed, leaving only blurred afterimages on the deck. making it difficult to discern his true position. As Malcolm engaged, the naval fleet commenced its counterattack. Cannon fire and arrows intertwined, igniting fierce combat upon the sea. Those once brimming with confidence among the pirates gradually lost their courage to resist under the Navy's relentless offensive, beginning to scatter in flight. Malcolm's actions not only dealt a blow to the enemy, but also served as a formidable deterrent to the entire Donghai region. Standing atop the wreckage of the enemy's ship, he gazed into the distance, where a few pirate vessels attempted to flee. His eyes conveyed determination and ruthlessness, a steadfast commitment to justice and zero tolerance for chaos. Let every corner of the Donghai bear witness. Malcolm's voice resonated through the loudspeakers, echoing across the battlefield. The power of the Navy is not to be underestimated. Any who dare disrupt the peace shall face due punishment. With the battle concluded, Malcolm returned to the deck of the Zhengyi Zhichue. His figure, illuminated by the setting sun, appeared even more majestic, a guardian willing to sacrifice everything for the tranquility of the Donghai and the radiance of justice. As word spread like wildfire among the pirates, fear and reverence swiftly supplanted the initial arrogance and disdain. Those traversing the seas, each having endured countless life and death trials, understood that behind every name in this boundless ocean lay a potentially bloody history. Now, the name Malcolm, which struck terror into the hearts of innumerable pirates, emerged before them in an aura of undeniable authority. Admiral Malcolm, the supreme commander of the Donghai Naval Base, is a name that resonates in the whispers of pirates, each syllable piercing their hearts like shards of ice. For the pirates of the Donghai Sea, Malcolm is not merely a name. He is the legendary executioner, the embodiment of iron resolve. Many years ago, it was this admiral who personally brought an end to the lives of several notorious pirate captains with bounties exceeding 100 million, displaying their severed heads upon the walls of the naval base as a testament to the Navy's authority and inviolability. The pirates began to realize that they were not merely facing an ordinary naval patrol, but the highest commander of the Donghai Navy, a legendary figure who suppresses all rebellion with an iron fist and absolute might. Fear spread within them, their once bold provocations rendered pale and powerless, replaced by profound unease and the impulse to flee. However, Malcolm granted them no respite. Under his command, the naval fleet struck like a razor-sharp dagger at the heart of the pirate horde. The relentless cannon fire served as a judgment upon the sins of the pirates. On the surface of the sea, pirate vessels were reduced to ruins beneath the Navy's might. Some surrendered, others fled, while many sank to the icy depths. None could escape the tempest of justice. Once again, Malcolm appeared on the bridge of the Hammer of Justice, his gaze piercing through the smoky battlefield, landing upon those pirate ships attempting to escape. You may run, but you can never evade the retribution of justice. His voice, transmitted through the loudspeaker, resonated with an air of solemnity akin to that of a divine oracle. As the battle drew to a close, the sea regained its tranquility, yet the scent of gunpowder lingered in the air. Standing on the deck, Malcolm gazed into the distance, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. This was not merely satisfaction with victory, but a profound contemplation of the future. Although he had once again demonstrated the might of the Navy, the vast ocean still harbored new foes awaiting their chance to challenge him, new battles to confront. In the surveillance footage captured by the pirates, every move of Admiral Malcolm was a testament to an artful combat style that fused strength, speed, and precision, showcasing an almost flawless technique. The imagery played back rapidly, each segment freezing at the moment of his fierce strikes, each blow landing precisely on target, as if orchestrating a silent symphony of warfare. Malcolm's combat style was unique and efficient, sparing no effort on unnecessary movements. When he leaped onto the deck of an enemy ship, time seemed to freeze. The pirates, still reeling from shock, could sense the approach of death. His hands, akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, sliced through the air with a sound of tearing, rendering the once mighty pirate elite, whether sword-wielding warriors or sharpshooting gunners, utterly powerless before him. He appeared to possess the ability to foresee the future, always one step ahead of his adversaries, subduing or annihilating them with ease. Malcolm's speed transcended ordinary comprehension, employing moonwalking to weave through enemy ranks, each landing accompanied by the collapse of multiple pirates. His body was like a streak of black lightning, darting across the deck, leaving devastation in his wake. The attacks from the pirates were either effortlessly evaded or astonishingly neutralized, retaliated with lethal precision. His weapon, an unassuming yet immensely powerful naval sword, became his most deadly instrument. Each gentle touch of its blade was sufficient to penetrate the sturdiest defenses, its trajectory marking the signature of death, sealing the fate of the pirates. At the center of it all, Malcolm remained calm and focused, fulfilling a sacred mission rather than engaging in mere combat. His gaze was sharp. Each target he locked on it signified the elimination of yet another threat. There was no rage or fervor, only an unwavering belief in justice and a resolute determination to safeguard the peace of the Donghai Sea. The battle concluded swiftly and decisively, with the core strength of several pirate vessels virtually annihilated, leaving only silence and the debris floating on the sea. Upon learning of Admiral Malcolm's patrol, the pirate world was engulfed in panic, akin to a flock of startled birds. Pirate crews, whether fledgling newcomers or seasoned veterans, began to meticulously adjust their strategies to avoid direct confrontation with this iron-fisted naval officer. News spread like wildfire across the islands, with pirates relaying warnings through various channels, from clandestine radio communications to ancient carrier pigeons, culminating in hushed conversations at the docks, all converging into a singular, clear message: avoid Malcolm, prioritize survival. The more timid pirates even contemplated complete concealment, abandoning their usual hideouts for more remote islands, burying their ships deep within dense forests or hiding them in obscure caves. Like startled birds, even the slightest breeze sent shivers down their spines, fearing it was a signal of naval pursuit. Some astute pirate leaders opted for a more cautious approach, refraining from large-scale plundering activities and instead engaging in small, discreet transactions, reducing their visibility on the high seas to avoid drawing the Navy's attention. They dispatched subordinates to gather intelligence, closely monitoring Malcolm's movements to ensure their territories and fleets remained out of the Admiral's sight. Moreover, some pirates, in a bid for self-preservation, were willing to temporarily set aside their grievances to form temporary alliances, collaboratively strategizing their responses, sharing resources, and offering mutual support. They endeavored to construct a protective network capable of withstanding the Navy's onslaught. Under the shadow of Malcolm, erstwhile enemies learned to shake hands and unite against this unprecedented threat. On the sea, once bustling trade routes grew eerily quiet, with even innocent merchant vessels navigating with utmost caution, striving to circumvent areas likely to encounter naval patrols. The maritime order of the Donghai Sea underwent a seismic shift overnight, with all unease and panic stemming from the presence of this iron-willed admiral. For those who chose to remain, they adopted even more extreme measures, fortifying their defenses, stockpiling ammunition and provisions, preparing for the storm that might befall them. Should they be unfortunate enough to cross paths with Malcolm, a life-and-death struggle awaited them, a battle in which their chances of victory were almost non-existent. Amidst the tidal wave of fear sweeping through the Donghai Sea, Admiral Malcolm's name became synonymous with irresistible power and relentless justice. In the vast expanse of the Donghai Sea, Malcolm's actions resembled a sudden storm, plunging all pirate factions into unprecedented confusion and terror. Intelligence networks, typically vital tools for the survival of pirates, appeared exceptionally frail and ineffective when confronted with such an enigmatic naval commander. Without precise information indicating the admiral's true targets, every pirate organization became a potential target. Previously, pirates could predict naval maneuvers through intelligence gathering, but this time, Malcolm's emergence shattered that norm. Not only did they fail to adhere to any known patterns of action, but they also adopted a guerrilla tactic that left all pirates reliant on informational superiority in disarray. Uncertainty loomed over whether the next dawn would signify a crucial moment of life and death. Particularly noteworthy was Malcolm's route, which conspicuously circumvented the territory of the East Sea overlord, Locke, undoubtedly adding further unpredictability to the situation. Locke, the self-proclaimed king of the East Sea, commanded a vast fleet and a multitude of fiercely loyal subordinates, his influence stretching over the richest waters of the East Sea. However, Malcolm's maneuvers seemed to indicate that even such a formidable presence might not be the primary target of his current undertaking. For the pirates, the unknown was the most lethal adversary. Accustomed to surviving amidst flashing blades and cunning rivalries, they found themselves questioning their judgments, worrying that they might have become Malcolm's next quarry. This sense of dread rapidly spread among the pirates, weaving an invisible net that ensnared them tightly. Each pirate organization began introspection, seeking out any possible clues that might draw the Navy's attention. Even the most trivial hint could become a pivotal factor in determining their fate. They reinforced internal discipline, curbed their usual bravado, and some pirates even contemplated disbanding their crews, seeking to escape and find a glimmer of hope beneath the iron heel of the Navy. Yet, despite these precautions, a stifling atmosphere still enveloped the East Sea. The pirates, restless in their hideouts, were unable to sleep, eyes glinting with vigilance, ears attuned to every subtle sound, fearing it might herald Malcolm's ultimatum. Amidst this fear-laden expanse, the shadow of Admiral Malcolm loomed larger, each of his movements serving as a reminder to the pirates. As currents stirred in the East Sea, some seasoned and astute pirates began to piece together fragmented information, striving to uncover the true intentions behind Admiral Malcolm's actions. As the commander of the East Sea Navy, his every gesture bore implications for the naval dynamics of the East Sea and even the world at large. This operation evidently transcended the internal affairs of the East Sea, directing attention towards a grander stage, the World Navy headquarters. These sagacious pirates understood that the situation in the East Sea rested on a delicate balance. Locke's ascendance posed a significant threat to the Navy's dominion. Should Locke continue to expand unchecked, the order of the East Sea would face collapse, something the World Navy could not tolerate. Malcolm's expedition was likely a quest for higher-level support to counter this burgeoning pirate force. They speculated that Malcolm had perhaps realized the insufficiency of the East Sea Navy's strength alone to curb Locke's ambitions. The World Navy headquarters possessed a more formidable fleet and richer resources, being the only entity capable of posing a substantial threat to Locke. Therefore, the purpose of Malcolm's journey was likely to seek reinforcements or coordinate strategically with commanders from other naval regions to formulate an effective plan against Locke and his forces. Their analysis was not without foundation. As a vast organization, the World Navy's decision-making process often involved considerations across multiple levels, including political, military, and international relations. In the face of a pirate leader like Locke, who possessed disruptive potential, the World Navy would undoubtedly adopt a more cautious approach. Malcolm, as the frontline commander of the East Sea, personally reporting to the headquarters, would not only demonstrate his urgency regarding the situation, but also allow for direct dialogue with higher-ups, securing the necessary support and assistance. Simultaneously, this would serve as an opportunity to showcase the resolve and capabilities of the East Sea Navy. Malcolm could seize this moment to present his plans and potentially gain authorization for more aggressive measures to maintain peace and stability in the East Sea. For the pirates of the East Sea, this undoubtedly marked a significant turning point, one that not only pertained to the future of the East Sea, but would also influence the power balance across the Grand Line. However, for those pirates observing from the sidelines, Malcolm's actions also introduced new variables. The question loomed: how would the East Sea pirates respond should the World Navy intervene? Would they choose to join Locke's ranks in a united front against the Navy's formidable pressure, or would they seek alternative paths to survival? This posed a daunting dilemma for each pirate faction. The complexities of the East Sea situation thus intensified, with every pirate evaluating their positions and calculating future possibilities. As Admiral Malcolm's reputation rapidly spread among the East Sea pirates, those originally intent on wreaking havoc began to adopt an unprecedented level of caution. They altered their routes to avoid encounters with the Mallet of Justice and its accompanying fleet, leading to an unusual tranquility in the waters. The once brash pirate ships now resembled frightened schools of fish, darting away to evade any interaction with this iron-fisted naval commander. The sea, previously bustling with activity, became eerily quiet, with the occasional vessel taking great care to navigate at a safe distance. Communication among pirates became more frequent. They utilized secret channels to share the latest intelligence regarding Malcolm's movements, ensuring their positions remained concealed from the Navy's gaze. This collective avoidance reflected the pirates' profound recognition of Malcolm's power and their intense fear of his actions. In certain instances, some pirates even abandoned their recent plundering plans, opting to retreat to their bases or delve deeper into the islands to minimize their visibility. They fortified their defenses and stocked up on supplies, bracing for a potential prolonged blockade. For smaller, weaker pirate factions, thoughts of temporary dissolution and dispersal among individual members to lie low until the storm passed were even considered. However, for those stronger organizations or those with unique backgrounds, while Malcolm's actions instilled unease, they had not entirely disrupted their momentum. In this context, Malcolm's fleet advanced with relative calm, encountering almost no obstacles. Their destination, the World Navy headquarters, lay far away in Mariejois. the epitome of naval power and the hub for formulating global naval strategies. Malcolm bore a significant burden on this journey. He needed to report on the latest conditions in the East Sea while seeking understanding and support from the higher echelons to confront Locke's escalating threat. The pirates may each have their own calculations, but their shared hope was for Malcolm to swiftly reach the naval headquarters and fulfill his mission. Once the East Sea issue captured the attention of the World Navy, whether in suppressing Locke or deterring other pirates, it would reach a new height. For those residents yearning for peace and stability, Malcolm's actions heralded a glimmer of hope, a potential restoration of the East Sea's former tranquility. Within the highest echelons of the World Navy headquarters in Mariewa, two of the Navy's most formidable forces, Admiral Aokiji and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, were engrossed in a serious discussion over a massive strategic map. Sunlight streamed through the grand windows, casting a solemn glow upon the two figures, thereby heightening the gravity of the tense atmosphere. The Warring States Marshal, an esteemed veteran with a piercing and profound gaze, possessed the uncanny ability to discern every intrigue and stratagem. Clutching an exquisitely crafted tactical pen, he intermittently traced lines upon the map, delineating the strategic concepts that occupied his mind. The arrival of Malcolm bore significant implications. The situation in the Donghai was far more dire than we had anticipated. The voice of Warring States resonated with steady authority, exuding an undeniable command. The young general, with his characteristic icy demeanor, nodded thoughtfully. That rascal Locke had always been a formidable adversary. Yet, Malcolm's actions afforded us greater maneuverability. Though his words were few, each was laden with meaning, striking at the very core of the matter. We must seize this opportunity, Warring States continued. Malcolm's arrival was not merely a plea for assistance. It represented a trial of our overarching strategy. We must demonstrate our resolve and strength, ensuring that all pirates understand the World Navy is not easily provoked. A flicker of brilliance ignited in the eyes of the young general. Indeed, we can utilize this chance to showcase the true might of the Navy. Locke and his subordinates likely remain unaware of the depth of our capabilities. Our objective is to convey a clear message to Locke, signaling that any attempts to disrupt the order of the seas will face severe repercussions. The Marshal's gaze shifted to the expanse beyond the window, envisioning the impending storm on the horizon. Simultaneously, it was an opportune moment to consolidate power and unify actions. We must mobilize naval forces from various seas to collectively confront this threat. The young general nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of determination. Indeed, we must teach that rascal Locke a lesson, making it abundantly clear that the world of the Navy is not one he can easily shake. Moreover, this performance shall not only be for his benefit, but also for all pirates to witness the formidable strength of the World Navy. At this moment, these two naval titans were orchestrating not merely an operation against Locke, but a grand spectacle to showcase the Navy's prowess to the world. Regrettably, the combatants of such high rank were well aware that Locke was indeed a figure within their ranks. Thus, it was inconceivable for them to genuinely venture into the Donghai to display Locke's severed head upon the ship's surfaces. Therefore, every action must be meticulously planned. Meanwhile, Admiral Malcolm's fleet was navigating the tumultuous seas, advancing towards Mary Geos. Within the depths of this edifice, symbolizing the Navy's supreme power, the atmosphere in the office shared by the young general and Marshal Warring States was heavy with an intricate blend of tension and contemplation. These pillars of the Navy were gazing through the window at the azure sky, yet their minds were preoccupied with strategizing Locke's next move. The young general's voice was low and composed. On the surface, Locke's betrayal appeared to be a strike against the Navy. However, in reality, he had long been a pivotal piece in our chess game against the pirates. His plan to unify the Donghai pirates seemed audacious, yet concealed far-reaching intentions. Marshal Warring States nodded, his eyes sparkling with insight. Indeed, we had long been aware of Locke's ambitions. He sought to first unify the Donghai, then use these pirates as leverage to compel us to dispatch our top-tier combatants to eradicate them. This way, that scoundrel Locke could escape the Donghai and venture into the New World, conveniently gathering those pirates for a hunt. What a clever scheme, the young general added. So, do we not have to perform for Malcolm? Admiral Malcolm stood upon the deck of the flagship Hammer of Justice, gazing ahead at the increasingly clear sight before him. As the distance closed, the majestic silhouette of the World Navy headquarters grew ever more awe-inspiring. The vast port resembled the gaping maw of a colossal beast, welcoming every vessel that entered. Each warship gleamed with metallic luster, its hull bristling with cannons, each capable of instantly tearing through the defenses of small pirate ships, unleashing devastating power. Malcolm's naval subordinates, accustomed to the tempests and battles of the Donghai, now held their breath in reverence and astonishment. They whispered to one another, their voices tinged with barely contained excitement. "Look at that ship, Wings of Freedom. They say its speed is unmatched. And that vessel, Guardian, is said to have armor strong enough to deflect boulders." These legendary naval flagships now lay before their eyes, each one a symbol of naval strength, exemplifying the majesty and honor of the World Navy. Malcolm turned to his subordinates, fully aware that he was not merely a representative of the Donghai, but also a bearer of the Navy's will. His gaze was resolute, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. "Remember, we are here for the Donghai, for justice. No matter how grand these warships may be, our mission and resolve shall remain unshaken. We are the Navy. We safeguard the peace of these waters." As the hammer of justice gently docked in the harbor, Malcolm and his subordinates felt an unprecedented sense of duty. The forthcoming meeting would determine the fate of the Donghai and beyond. Every brick and every cannon of the Navy headquarters silently recounted the illustrious history and boundless glory of the Navy, and they would become a part of this legacy, inscribing their own chapter. The hammer of justice finally came to a smooth halt at its designated berth, where naval soldiers lined up to welcome Malcolm's party. Paying their utmost respects, leading his subordinates, Malcolm stepped onto the path toward the Navy headquarters, each stride firm and resolute, filled with hope for the future and preparation for the challenges ahead. The magnificent spectacle of the World Navy headquarters was not merely a visual marvel, but also a profound source of inspiration for Malcolm and his crew. As news of Admiral Malcolm's arrival at the Navy headquarters reached the office, Marshal Warring States and the young general promptly concluded their discussion, readying themselves to receive the envoy from the Donghai. The forthcoming meeting was not only a response to Locke's actions, but also a crucial moment to showcase the unity of the Navy to the outside world. The young general rose, adjusting his uniform to ensure every detail was immaculate, his stern expression betraying no hint of anxiety. Yet the glimmer in his eyes revealed his readiness to confront the impending challenges. "Marshal, everything is proceeding as planned. We must not allow Malcolm to perceive any flaws." The Marshal nodded in agreement, experienced and adept at such performances. "Young general, we must exhibit the Navy's unity and determination, making Malcolm understand that whether in the Donghai or other seas, the Navy's strength is indomitable." Subsequently, the two departed the office, traversing the spacious corridor toward the conference room to greet Malcolm. Along the way, naval soldiers saluted in unison, expressing their highest respect for the two eminent figures of naval might. Upon arriving at the conference room, Admiral Malcolm had already been escorted there, accompanied by a group of naval officers from the Donghai, appearing both serious and somewhat anxious, as this marked his first direct dialogue with the Navy's highest leadership. The Generalissimo of the Warring States was the first to speak, his voice imbued with both authority and reassurance. "Vice Admiral, welcome to Mary Geos. Please trust that we have come to understand the situation in the East Sea, and we will provide the necessary support." Following closely was Admiral Qingji. In his characteristic calm tone, added, "Malcolm, we comprehend your predicament and believe in your ability to manage it effectively. However, remember that the Navy operates as a cohesive entity, and our collaboration is of utmost importance." Throughout the meeting, both naval leaders maintained a high level of professionalism and restraint, refraining from disclosing any information regarding Locke's true identity. They deliberated on specific measures to address the crisis in the East Sea, pledging to provide reinforcements and formulating a comprehensive action plan. Vice Admiral Malcolm expressed his gratitude for the efficient response and unwavering support from the naval headquarters. As he departed, he was filled with confidence, yet remained vigilant regarding Locke's forthcoming actions. This encounter was not merely a response to the immediate crisis, but also a strategic move for the long term. Malcolm's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions, encompassing a deep concern for the security of the East Sea, along with a sober assessment of his own capabilities. Having witnessed Locke's prowess firsthand, he understood the chilling power that emanated from the chaff devil fruit. This ability not only granted Locke the unique skills to manipulate straw and create dummy dolls, but also endowed him with an almost immortal trait. As long as the dummy dolls remained intact, Locke could evade fatal injuries, as if granted a second life. In several skirmishes in the East Sea, Malcolm had observed Locke's cunning strategies in battle, utilizing dummy dolls to sidestep lethal blows at critical moments, thereby turning the tide of combat. Such tactics of exchanging injuries, even lives, led Malcolm to a profound realization. It would be exceedingly difficult to defeat Locke solely with the forces of the EC Navy, let alone eliminate the threat he posed entirely. Malcolm understood that as a vice admiral, his responsibility extended beyond mere combat command. It encompassed the protection of innocent lives and the maintenance of peace and security in the waters. Confronted with an adversary like Locke, he had to acknowledge the limitations of individual strength. Thus, his visit to the naval headquarters to seek reinforcements stemmed not only from a sense of duty to the people of the EC, but also from a clear-eyed recognition of the reality at hand. He knew that only by uniting the power of the naval headquarters could they effectively tackle the challenges posed by Locke. He aspired to leverage the resources and elite combat prowess of the naval headquarters, such as Admiral Qingji and Generalissimo, to compensate for the deficiencies of the East Sea Navy in the face of Locke. Moreover, he hoped to gain valuable insights and strategies for combating Devil Fruit users, so as to secure an advantage in potential future conflicts. During his meeting with Sengoku and Qingji, Vice Admiral Malcolm elaborated on the situation in the East Sea and Locke's unique abilities, emphasizing the necessity of the naval headquarters intervention. He sought not only military support, but also guidance in strategic planning and practical combat techniques to ensure the tranquility of the East Sea and to establish a paradigm for the Navy in confronting similarly formidable foes. Locke, the undercover operative lurking among the pirates, was presently seated aboard his flagship, the Tyrant, poring over a map that detailed the strongholds and territories of various pirate crews in the East Sea. In his deep-set eyes burned ambition and resolve, accompanied by a hint of a cruel smile. Upon learning of the naval headquarters' response, Locke's plans grew more audacious. He resolved to adopt an iron-fisted approach to expedite the unification of the East Sea. Send the orders. Locke's voice was cold and resolute. I want every corner of the East Sea to hear my name and feel my power. Let those obstinate rebels witness the price of resistance. With Locke's command, elite pirate crews quickly assembled, sailing on well-equipped warships across the tumultuous sea, targeting those pirate factions that refused to join Locke's alliance. Locke's strategy was straightforward and brutal. He believed that only through force could these unruly pirates be subdued. The pirates aboard the Tyrant, whether seasoned veterans or fresh recruits, were invigorated by Locke's formidable presence, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they yearned to prove themselves in the impending battle. With each assault, they poured their all into the fight, transforming Locke's will into reality, creating unprecedented pressure on every pirate crew in the East Sea. Under Locke's command, the skies above the East Sea reverberated with the sounds of fierce cannon fire and the roars of pirates. The flags of various pirate crews were torn down, replaced by Locke's emblem, a blood-red sickle, symbolizing death and dominion. Those who resisted were either captured and coerced into joining Locke's ranks or perished in battle, becoming mere casualties in Locke's ambition to unify the East Sea. Locke's actions incited unprecedented turmoil across the East Sea. Many formerly neutral or weaker pirate crews began seeking refuge or chose to flee, shattering the delicate balance of power. However, Locke was not content with this. His ambitions extended to broader seas and greater power, believing that only by mastering the East Sea could he secure a place in the future pirate world. On a moonlit night in the East Sea, a solitary moon hung high in the sky, and the sea breeze carried the salty scent of the ocean across a desolate island. This was the hideout of Staff Truss, a pirate renowned for his bounty of 120 million berries. Yet tonight, tranquility was shattered by Locke's arrival. Locke, famed for his iron-fisted methods, stepped alone into Truss's territory, wielding a sword that emanated a dark glow. His strides were resolute, and his gaze radiated an undeniable confidence. Despite being outnumbered, Truss's men did not dare to intervene. They understood that any resistance against Locke would be futile. When Truss learned of Locke's visit, he initially dismissed it as a mere provocation. However, he soon realized that this opponent was unlike any he had faced before. Locke's speed was lightning quick, and each swing of his sword was precise and lethal. His power and skill exceeded Truss's expectations. After an intense battle, Truss ultimately fell to Locke's blade, his subordinates helplessly witnessing the unfolding events, their hearts filled with shock and dread. News spread like wildfire across the East Sea. The tale of Locke single-handedly defeating Staff Truss transformed the perceptions of those pirates who had previously doubted his strength. They recognized that questioning Locke's power equated to challenging his authority, a challenge that often bore the cost of death. In a world where strength reigns supreme among pirates, this was undoubtedly the outcome they most feared. Consequently, The once indecisive pirate crews began to pledge their allegiance to Locke, no longer questioning, but choosing submission. They started to view Locke as the new king of the East Sea, a leader capable of bringing order and strength. Locke's power, determination, and unassailable authority gradually established a new order in the East Sea, causing pirates to reorganize and form a formidable alliance centered around Locke. For those who had already submitted, Locke was no longer merely a name, but a symbol, representing their means of survival in this tumultuous world. The forces began to unite more closely around Locke, not merely out of fear, but because they perceive an opportunity that could potentially alter the dynamics of the East Sea. Locke sat within the main cabin of the tyrant, his keen gaze sweeping across the expansive map of the East Sea spread before him, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table as he calculated some strategic maneuver. In his plans, two pirate crews stood like thorns in his side, Hurricane Eagle and Abyssal Shark. Their alliance not only held dominion over several of the most lucrative trade routes in the East Sea, but also boasted a significant number of well-trained crew members. The leaders of these crews, Katarina of Hurricane Eagle and Hawk of Abyssal Shark, were notorious for their tenacity. They were not only formidable in strength, but also exceedingly cunning. And thus far, no one had managed to decisively defeat them. The alliance between Hurricane Eagle and Abyssal Shark represented a formidable obstacle that Locke needed to dismantle. If he could shatter this coalition, the other pirate crews in the East Sea would collapse like a row of dominoes, falling under his command. At that point, control over the entire East Sea would inevitably fall into his hands, serving as the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his worth to the Navy. A cold smile crept across Locke's lips as he toyed with his communication pipe, beginning to dispatch clandestine messages to the various pirate crews scattered throughout the East Sea. He meticulously crafted a complex game plan designed to incite conflict between Hurricane Eagle and Abyssal Shark, pitting the two crews against one another. The strategy involved using false intelligence and carefully laid traps to make each side believe the other was plotting betrayal, thus igniting irreconcilable conflict. Locke's strategy was not without risk, but as an experienced infiltrator, he understood how to seize opportunities amidst chaos. The plan was to intervene with his elite forces at the height of their conflict, swiftly annihilating the primary strength of both pirate crews, thereby thoroughly dismantling their alliance. This would not only weaken the resistance in the East Sea, but also bolster his standing within the Navy. Upon returning to the East Sea, Admiral Malcolm was beset by a myriad of complex emotions. After meeting with the high-ranking officials at Navy headquarters, he began to harbor deep suspicions regarding Locke's true identity. Malcolm was not one easily deceived. He had weathered countless battles and possessed a keen insight into both political and military strategy. As he reflected on his encounters with Locke and the Navy headquarters' swift responses, a bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. Locke was highly likely an undercover operative for the Navy, perhaps even of admiral rank. Malcolm pondered that if Locke truly was a Navy agent, then his series of provocative actions, along with the Navy headquarters' rapid response to the situation in the East Sea, would become far more comprehensible. The Navy's decision not to dispatch additional high-ranking officers to the East Sea might stem from their complete confidence in Locke, knowing he could control the situation at critical junctures. Moreover, if Locke was indeed an undercover operative, all his actions could be interpreted as part of a long-term, intricate secret mission. Realizing this eased Malcolm's mind considerably. He began to recognize that his prior concerns and fears regarding Locke were likely unnecessary. He resolved that upon returning to the East Sea, he would adopt a more flexible strategy, neither directly revealing Locke's potential identity nor entirely dismissing the possibility of collaboration with him. Malcolm intended to observe Locke's next moves while simultaneously preparing for contingencies. In the East Sea, he began to secretly bolster his fleet, enhancing the intensity of his soldiers' training, while maintaining close communication with allies to ensure a swift response should conditions change. He would also closely monitor the conflict between Locke and Hurricane Eagle and Abyssal Shark, ready to intervene if necessary to protect the peace and stability of the East Sea. Deep within Admiral Malcolm, his complex feelings toward Locke intertwined. On one hand, he was curious about Locke's true intentions and the plans behind them. On the other, he remained vigilant regarding the potential threat Locke posed to the East Sea. Most importantly, Malcolm understood that in this unpredictable maritime realm, sometimes feigning ignorance could be the wisest course of action. He resolved that regardless of Locke's ultimate objectives, as long as he could ensure the safety of the East Sea, he would be willing to maintain a delicate partnership with Locke for the time being. Malcolm recognized that true wisdom often lay in finding certainty amidst uncertainty, in striking a balance between seemingly opposing forces. Now, he was prepared to observe how Loaka would continue his performance, while silently plotting his own next moves. The atmosphere in the East Sea was tense and fraught with challenges. Amidst the vast expanse of ocean, two islands became the epicenter of the storm. One was a verdant isle cloaked in dense forest, while the other was a desolate land of jagged rocks and towering cliffs. These two islands served as temporary strongholds for the pirate crews of Hurricane Eagle and Abyssal Shark. On the Green Island, members of Hurricane Eagle gathered in an open space, sunlight filtering through sparse clouds to illuminate the faces of the pirates. Katerina stood at the center, her stature proud and her gaze resolute, capable of piercing through the fog to glimpse the light of the future. Brothers and sisters, Katerina's voice resonated with undeniable authority. We face an unprecedented challenge. That man who calls himself Loaka intends to use schemes and deceit to divide us and destroy our alliance. Her words stirred the pirates, igniting a deafening roar of agreement. Absolutely not. On the opposing desolate island, Hawk of Abyssal Shark addressed his crew, standing atop a massive rock with a line of determined faces behind him. His words were equally fervent, brimming with a thirst for battle. We will not allow anyone to divide our strength. Hurricane Eagle and Abyssal Shark have forged an unbreakable alliance. As his declaration echoed, the pirates erupted in unison, loyal to the death. With the oaths resonating from both islands, representatives from the two pirate crews decided to convene, strategizing together to confront Loaka and the potentially vast forces behind him. Soon after, on a concealed small island, the elites of both pirate crews gathered. This place, once a secret trading post for pirates, had now become the venue for a historic meeting. Katerina and Hawk stepped forward, each representing their respective teams, their faces etched with determination. They exchanged steadfast gazes before walking hand in hand toward the altar at the center of the island. We are here today not only to combat Loaka, but also to prove our trust and friendship, Katerina proclaimed loudly. Hawk followed suit, adding, "We shall face this battle together. Regardless of the outcome, we will stand united." As their words settled, the surrounding pirates stepped forward, forming a circle. They extended their arms, stacking their hands atop one another, symbolizing unity and strength. "For the freedom of the East Sea," Katerina cried. "For our shared future," Hawk echoed. "To the death, we shall resist." The pirates echoed in unison, their voices reverberating across the island, stirring the soul. In this solemn and fervent ceremony, two pirate crews officially forged a steadfast alliance. They vowed to jointly confront Loaka, safeguarding every inch of the East Sea, ensuring that no foreign power would infringe upon the tranquility of these waters. Under the shadow of this alliance's oath, the Juhuangjing led by Katerina and the Shun Yuanji Sha led by Hawk stood poised for battle. Loaka would not easily overlook such a coalition. Yet they believed that even the most cunning adversary must ponder carefully before launching an attack. Katerina and Hawk discussed their strategies in a clandestine meeting. They surmised that if Loaka truly chose to wage war, his subordinates would suffer at least a 70% loss. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that, for Loaka, these so-called losses were utterly negligible. As an undercover agent within the Navy, Loaka's objective was to dismantle the pirates' power, not to protect them. On the Verdant Island, members of the Juhuangjing were busily finalizing their preparations. Katerina stood atop the watchtower, her gaze unwavering and calm as she surveyed the distant horizon. The impending battle would determine the fate of the East Sea. Meanwhile, Hawk, on another island, personally oversaw the training of the Shun Yuanji Sha members. His tone was stern and resolute, each command revealing his serious attitude towards the forthcoming conflict. Hawk firmly believed that as long as they remained united, nothing would be insurmountable. However, as they deliberated on Loaka's potential reactions, they failed to comprehend that Loaka held no interest in the demise of pirates. For them, this was a struggle for survival, while for Loaka, it was merely a facet of his broader scheme. As night descended, the atmosphere over the East Sea grew increasingly tense. The sea breeze carried the distant rumble of thunder, heralding an approaching storm. Members of the two pirate crews gathered to share food and drink, recounting past adventures to uplift morale. In such moments, each individual harbored diverse thoughts and expectations, yet they all understood that regardless of the outcome, this battle would be etched into the annals of East Sea history. Within the main cabin of the Baoshan Hao, Loaka sat, gently twirling a communication pipe. A cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as his keen eyes scanned the map spread before him. His subordinates continually reported the latest intelligence from various fronts, particularly concerning the alliance between Juhuang Ji Ying and Shun Yuan Ji Sha. Report, Master Luoka, a subordinate respectfully approached, presenting the latest information. According to our informants embedded within the alliance, the members of these two pirate crews have gathered and seem to be preparing for your assault. Luoka accepted the intelligence and quickly perused it, then dismissively tossed it aside. Two groups of rabble united are merely a greater heap of refuse. Do they truly believe that they can contend with me? Utterly foolish. Rising, he moved to a large window in the cabin, gazing out at the distant sea, foreseeing the impending clash. Soon they shall understand that a disorganized mob cannot assist us. Luoka continued. Send orders for our spies to maintain close surveillance on these two pirate crews. Should they exhibit any unusual movements, report to me immediately. Additionally, notify my elite forces to stand ready for immediate action. With Luoka's commands, his subordinates swiftly dispersed to execute their orders. Luoka settled back into his chair, resuming his scrutiny of the map, contemplating his next course of action. Meanwhile, at the alliance camp of the two pirate crews, the atmosphere was equally tense yet fervent. Katarina and Hawk stood on two separate islands, their subordinates engaged in final preparations, each aware that the forthcoming battle would determine their fates. Katarina stood atop a watchtower, wielding a telescope to observe the movements on the horizon. Hawk, on another island, personally supervised the soldiers' training, ensuring that everyone was ready to face the impending conflict. Though members of the two pirate crews hailed from disparate backgrounds, they now shared a common goal: to repel Luoka's onslaught. They recognized that their alliance was imperfect, fraught with internal discord and mistrust. Yet they all understood that only through unity could they hope to triumph in this battle. In a secret meeting, Katarina and Hawk deliberated their counter-strategies. They resolved to disperse their forces, leveraging the terrain to counter Luoka's elite troops. Each pirate crew would be responsible for defending a critical position, aiming to provide mutual support and create an effective defensive network. We must be thoroughly prepared, Katarina asserted. We cannot underestimate Luoka and his subordinates. We must ensure that everyone understands their responsibilities. Once the battle begins, we cannot afford any hesitation. Hawk nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must ensure that our defenses are impregnable. Although our alliance may not be perfect, we still retain a chance of victory. Seated in the main cabin of the Baoshanhao, Luoka held a special wristwatch communicator, a device custom-made for high-ranking naval officers. Dialing a number, he soon connected to the call. On the other end was his mentor, Admiral Qingji, one of the three great admirals of the Navy. Luoka, it has been a while. Qingji's voice resonated from the communicator, imbued with warmth. Master, how have you been? Luoka replied, his tone revealing the unique bond shared between mentor and disciple. They exchanged brief pleasantries, reminiscing about days gone by. Qingji had been Luoka's instructor during his time at the Naval Academy and a pivotal guide in his development as an exceptional undercover agent. Luoka held deep respect and gratitude for Qingji. Master, I have contacted you regarding a matter of great importance. Luoka transitioned to a serious tone. Speak, Luoka. I know you would not seek me without cause. Qingji responded, evidently anticipating that Luoka's request was of considerable significance. After a period of diligent effort, I have successfully infiltrated the two largest pirate crews in the East Sea, the Hurricane Eagle and the Abyss Shark. In just a few days, I will dismantle these two pirate factions entirely, Locke declared, his tone brimming with confidence. Oh, this is indeed splendid news, Qingji remarked, his voice tinged with surprise, yet predominantly filled with admiration. I hope, by that time, Master, you could assist me with a small favor, Locke continued. Once I have the situation under control, please send a small team to the EC to help eliminate the remaining pirates. You mean to say? Qingji seemed to grasp Locke's intentions. Yes, Master. I hope you can assist me in exterminating those pirates, aiming to eliminate at least 70% of them. Locke unabashedly revealed his intentions. This way, the EC will no longer pose any threats. Qingji paused for a moment in contemplation before responding. Locke, are you certain this course of action is necessary? After all, the Navy's principle is to protect the populace, not to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Rest assured, Master, I have considered this thoroughly, Locke explained. These pirates are stained with the blood of innocents. Their crimes are unforgivable. Moreover, this is for the greater stability of the East Sea. Very well. Since you have given it due consideration, Qingji ultimately acquiesced to Locke's request. I will arrange for a small team to head to the East Sea at the appropriate time. However, you must ensure that your plan is foolproof, so we do not find ourselves in a passive situation. Do not worry, Master. Everything is well within my control, Locke assured confidently. After concluding the call, Locke tucked away the wristwatch communicator, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. With the support of his master, the plan would proceed more smoothly. In the following days, he would devote himself entirely to ensuring that every aspect of the plan would unfold methodically. Locke redirected his focus to the map laid out before him, meticulously strategizing the upcoming actions. He understood he faced a formidable battle, yet with the Navy's backing, he felt assured of ultimate victory. Meanwhile, in other parts of the East Sea, both the members of the Hurricane Eagle and the Abyss Shark were busy preparing for the impending conflict, unaware that Locke had meticulously laid a trap to ensnare them. Within the Navy headquarters office, Admiral Qingji sat at his desk, a cup of hot tea in hand, his gaze reflecting a complex array of emotions. His thoughts drifted back to his conversation with Locke, and he couldn't help but marvel at the growth of his apprentice. Locke, you truly are a sharp blade within the realm of pirates, Qingji mused softly, a blend of pride and concern evident in his tone. Should your plan succeed, the East Sea may find itself devoid of any formidable pirate crews for a decade. Setting down his teacup, he rose and moved to the window, gazing out at the distant sea. Fully aware of Locke's methods, he recognized his disciple's resoluteness in executing missions. Although Locke's plan was efficient, it was also exceedingly ruthless. Such methods were not palatable to everyone. My dear apprentice, you are a truly formidable individual, Qingji remarked. This statement, while seemingly contradictory, resonated with the understanding that in such a challenging world, only individuals of such caliber could accomplish arduous tasks. Turning away from the window, Qingji surveyed the walls of his office adorned with various accolades and memorabilia, symbols of his long-standing career within the Navy. Contemplating how to organize subsequent actions to support Locke's plan, he thought, it seems I must prepare to dispatch an elite team to the East Sea. This unit must not only possess formidable strength, but also be capable of executing the mission with precision, ensuring there are no loopholes left unaddressed. Qingji was acutely aware that Locke's plan required absolute secrecy. Any leak could render their efforts futile. Thus, he resolved to personally select the members of this team, ensuring they were well informed about the entire plan prior to the operation. I must seek out a few trustworthy veterans. They must comprehend Locke's intentions and be adept at executing them. Qingji reflected, already formulating a list of potential candidates. Subsequently, he returned to his desk to draft orders, preparing to mobilize a team to the East Sea. He needed to ensure these soldiers adhered to strict discipline during the operation and could adeptly handle any unforeseen circumstances. After completing the orders, Qingji picked up the phone to contact relevant personnel at Navy headquarters, arranging for the preparation of this team. He knew time was of the essence, and that swift action was imperative. Locke, I hope you can successfully accomplish this task, Qingji silently wished for his apprentice. Despite the harshness of the methods, this may very well be the only means to secure peace in the East Sea. Qingji understood that once Locke's plan was implemented, a long period of tranquility would follow in the East Sea. However, he also recognized that this would come at the cost of countless pirate lives, potentially inciting moral controversies. Nevertheless, he believed these sacrifices were necessary for the greater good. As all preparations were finalized, Qingji felt both trust in Locke and anticipation for the future developments. Locke possessed the capability to complete this task, and all his actions were directed towards ensuring peace and stability in the East Sea and, indeed, the entire world. Upon concluding his conversation with Locke, Admiral Qingji swiftly finalized his preparations at Navy headquarters. It had been quite some time since he had seen Locke. Perhaps it was time to visit him personally. Clad in a simple Navy uniform and flat-soled shoes, he appeared relaxed and unassuming, devoid of the imposing aura typically associated with an admiral. Yet, this casual exterior belied the formidable strength he possessed as one of the Navy's 3 admirals. Exiting the Navy headquarters, Qingji mounted his bicycle and inhaled deeply, savoring the sensation of the sea breeze against his face. With a gentle push on the pedals, a crystalline ice path instantly formed upon the tranquil sea ahead, resembling a silvery bridge extending towards the distant horizon. Admiral Qingji rode along this ice path, increasing his speed, the sea wind roaring past his ears. His unique ability allowed him to traverse this vast ocean freely, resembling a genuine deity of the sea. The bicycle left a clear trail upon the ice surface, which shimmered brilliantly under the light. As he approached, the silhouette of the East Sea gradually came into focus. Contemplating the so-called mob, he mused about his own capability to eliminate them single-handedly. Such strength and confidence were realms beyond what Locke currently possessed. Qingji's figure appeared exceptionally graceful upon the sea, his extraordinary ability and serene demeanor rendering him unforgettable. Unlike Locke, Qingji required no elaborate plans or strategies. He could accomplish his objectives solely through his own power. This was due to Qingji having fully awakened his ice fruit abilities, enabling him not only to wield ice powers, but also to transform himself into an icy element, merging with the ice itself. As he neared the East Sea, Admiral Qingji began to contemplate how to effectively coordinate with Locke's plan, ensuring the successful completion of their mission. Knowing the role one is to play, as well as the opportune moments and locations for intervention, Qingji has already devised a preliminary plan to strategically engage in the battlefield after Locke completes his initial arrangements, delivering a decisive blow to those pirates. When Qingji's figure materializes at the fringes of the East Sea, his arrival is destined to unleash a tempest upon the entire region. Locke's scheme is poised to enter its most critical phase, and the presence of Admiral Qingji will undoubtedly culminate this confrontation with a resounding finale. Filled with unwavering confidence, Admiral Qingji believes that as long as he is present, the peace of the East Sea will no longer remain an unattainable dream. Accelerating his pace towards the destination, he prepares to embrace the impending battle. The two united pirate crews have fortified their defenses around the island in anticipation of Locke's onslaught. Fully aware of Locke's formidable strength, they have implemented a series of measures to ensure their security. From a distance, the island appears to have transformed into an impregnable fortress, surrounded by an array of traps and obstacles. The outermost layer is lined with sharp spikes, concealed beneath the water's surface, designed to deter any vessels from approaching the shoreline. Any ship that inadvertently makes contact with these spikes would suffer severe damage, potentially sinking outright. Following this is a dense array of buoy nets. These seemingly innocuous buoys are tethered to underwater ropes laden with heavy iron balls. Any vessel attempting to circumvent the spikes would find itself ensnared by these buoys, dragged into the depths by the submerged weights. Delving further, the island's beaches have been meticulously arranged. Countless landmines are buried within the sand, some of traditional explosive design, while others are specialized models that release toxic gas. The consequences of triggering these devices are unimaginable. Beyond these physical traps, the island boasts more advanced technological defenses. The pirates have employed rudimentary radar systems to monitor their surroundings and established multiple lookout towers, each outfitted with heavy weaponry, such as machine guns and rocket launchers, poised to confront any intruder attempting to land. The interior of the island is replete with defensive fortifications. Barbed wire and obstacles encircle the primary structures to thwart enemy infiltration. Additionally, concealed observation posts and hidden bunkers are equipped with snipers and long-range weaponry, capable of inflicting significant damage upon invaders. To counter any aerial assaults from Locke, the pirates have positioned anti-aircraft gun emplacements at critical junctures, armed with rapid response artillery capable of intercepting incoming aircraft. In addition to these fixed defensive installations, the pirate crew has assembled a considerable mobile force. This contingent is equipped with a variety of light and heavy weaponry, ready to respond promptly upon detecting the enemy. The mobile units include specialized teams, such as speedboat squads and underwater assault teams, capable of launching surprise attacks from both sea and beneath the surface. To ensure efficient command, the pirates have established a temporary headquarters, equipped with communication devices and an intelligence analysis center to collect and process information, ensuring coordinated defensive efforts. The island is enveloped by layers of defensive systems, resembling a colossal hedgehog, poised to inflict harm upon any who dare approach. This elaborate defensive layout instills the pirate crew with sufficient confidence to face the challenges that Locke may present. Standing upon the deck of his flagship, Locke gazes intently ahead. Under his command, a formidable fleet of pirates glides steadily towards their target, that small island. In this maritime expanse, nearly 80% of the East Sea's pirate strength is amassed, with each vessel brimming with warriors eager for victory. A dense array of sails under the sun resembles a floating forest, swaying with the wind, coalescing into an unstoppable force. Locke clutches a meticulously crafted defense blueprint of the island, a precious piece of intelligence sent by his well-placed informants. He scrutinizes every detail of the map, contemplating how to ensure the success of this endeavor. With a gentle wave of his hand, he entrusts the blueprint to a nearby officer, his eyes exuding confidence and determination, signaling to all present that they are prepared. Relay the orders. Locke's voice resonates throughout the fleet. Proceed as planned. Let not a single ship deviate from its course. His terse yet powerful words carry the weight of command. At this moment, the pirate vessels have formed an immense formation upon the water, poised to launch simultaneous assaults from multiple directions. Locke is acutely aware that the enemy is likely to have infiltrators within his ranks, necessitating caution to prevent any leaks of his strategy. A well-conceived plan takes shape in his mind, one that intends to exploit the island's intricate terrain and defensive mechanisms to achieve his objectives. As the fleet draws nearer to the island, Locke commands a portion of his ships to disperse, creating confusion amongst the enemy regarding the direction of the main attack. Concurrently, an elite task force stealthily approaches the island from the opposite side, preparing for a sudden strike. At that moment, the atmosphere above the sea becomes palpably tense. Locke's gaze remains fixed on the island ahead, where numerous traps and formidable defenses lie in wait. Should the operation commence, any misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. Yet, he is acutely aware that the strength at his disposal is sufficient to shatter any obstacle. With a decisive command, the pirate fleet accelerates, surging towards the island. The sea erupts in a flurry of waves, accompanied by the resounding beat of drums and the blare of horns, heralding the onset of a battle that will determine the future of the East Sea. At the forefront of the ship, Locke stands against the sea breeze, his eyes glimmering with the light of impending victory. The vast fleet advances towards the island, a formidable armada of pirate vessels, casting a shadow over the waters like a floating forest. The two united pirate crews on the island, undoubtedly, take note of this unfolding scene. From their lookout towers, sentinels peer through telescopes at the approaching shadows on the horizon, their faces betraying astonishment and anxiety. "Look, so many ships are coming," one sentinel exclaims, a hint of panic in his voice. It's Locke's fleet. Another recognizes the flags and vessels, quickly alerting the others. Soon, the news spreads like wildfire across the island, igniting a flurry of activity among the pirates as they discuss the impending clash. Some display exuberance, while others exhibit signs of trepidation. All are acutely aware that this will be a battle of life and death. "We must notify the captain immediately," a pirate exclaims, hastily departing towards the temporary command center. Within the command post, the leaders of the pirate crew convene to deliberate on their strategy. They fully recognize the formidable power of Locke's fleet and dare not underestimate the threat. As the news of Locke's imminent arrival reaches them, the atmosphere grows increasingly tense. "Locke is coming," one pirate leader announces, his tone grave. "It seems we must act preemptively," another leader adds, his gaze fixed on a map as he traces potential defensive positions with his finger. "Notify all units to enter a state of heightened alert." The third leader issued a command, his tone resolute. The pirate crew sprang into action, with soldiers hastily proceeding to their respective positions, inspecting weapons and ammunition, preparing for the impending battle. On the beach, the soldiers were busily reinforcing defensive fortifications. The sentinels atop the watchtower vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. The mobile forces stood ready, poised for an assault. As Locke's fleet drew ever closer, the atmosphere on the island grew increasingly tense. The leaders of the pirate crew gathered in the command center, attentively monitoring all developments, prepared to respond at a moment's notice. At this juncture, Locke's fleet had entered firing range. Standing at the bow of his flagship, Locke gazed toward the island, contemplating the forthcoming maneuvers. This battle would determine the future trajectory of the East Sea, and he was resolutely committed to ensuring the realization of his plans. With a command, Locke's fleet initiated their offensive, and the air was instantly filled with a thunderous roar of cannon fire. The battle had officially commenced. On the island, at the sound of the pirate captain's order, the coastal defense batteries sprang to life. Gunners swiftly loaded cannonballs, their movements deft and rapid, each member acutely aware that this was a moment of fate. The air was thick with tension and determination as everyone made their final preparations for the imminent conflict. The gunners pulled the heavy cannon breeches, stuffing massive alchemical cannonballs into the barrels. These projectiles, forged through a special process, possessed not only formidable destructive power, but also the capacity to incite violent explosions. Once loaded, the gunners firmly closed the breeches, ensuring the cannonballs were securely lodged within. They then adjusted the angles of the cannon muzzles, making certain that each shot would accurately strike the target zone. With a command, the coastal batteries fired simultaneously. The cannon mouths belched forth blinding flames, accompanied by thunderous booms. as one alchemical cannonball after another streaked through the sky, hurtling toward the sea. On the surface of the water, Locke's assault fleet raced forward at breakneck speed. The pirates aboard gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions grave yet resolute. Despite their confidence in victory, the surrounding artillery fire loomed as an immense pressure. Some cannonballs struck among the fleet, unleashing colossal explosions that sent plumes of water skyward, capsizing nearby vessels. Locke, standing at the bow of his flagship, gazed ahead with a steadfast and composed demeanor. Now was the moment to test the strength of his fleet. Waving a signal flag, he directed the fleet to deftly maneuver away from the cannon fire. Some of the assault boats cleverly utilized the waterspouts as cover, continuing their advance. On the island, the gunners operated the batteries with fervor, each shot met with cheers. This was their final line of defense in safeguarding their homeland. Meanwhile, Locke's fleet continually adjusted their formations, striving to breach the dense curtain of cannon fire. Among the pirate vessels, some were unfortunate enough to be struck by cannonballs, and the crew's reactions varied. Yet, a shared sense of sudden fear and chaos overwhelmed them. "Look out!" a young pirate shouted, pointing at the incoming cannonball, his face awash with terror. "Dodge! Quickly dodge!" an experienced old pirate bellowed, attempting to rally the crew to evade the impending disaster. "Turn the helm to the left," the captain shouted hoarsely, struggling to maneuver the ship away from the cannonball's trajectory, but it was all too late. The cannonball struck the hull, and a tremendous explosion instantly engulfed part of the vessel in flames. The crew was thrown about, many collapsing onto the deck. Those on the deck screamed in panic, desperately seeking shelter. "Captain! Captain!" a crew member cried out in distress, searching for his leader. "Quick, seal the breach. We must leave here at once." The captain rose from the ground, issuing commands with a loud voice. Despite his pale complexion, his voice remained unwavering. On other ships, crew members witnessing this scene felt a chill in their hearts. Yet they understood that this was not the time for fear, but rather a moment to concentrate fully and follow Locke's orders. "Maintain formation. Do not panic," a captain shouted from his vessel, striving to calm his crew's emotions. "Steady, steady." Crew members on another ship encouraged one another, attempting to suppress the spread of fear. Despite the relentless bombardment, Locke's assault fleet pressed on, determined to breach the defenses and reach the island. As the battle raged on, the atmosphere on the water grew ever more charged. Each cannonball explosion seemed to declare the brutality of war. Nevertheless, neither the defenders on the island nor the assault fleet on the surface exhibited any signs of retreat. Both sides exerted their utmost efforts in preparation for the impending clash, ready to confront the decisive moment. Locke stood at the bow, his gaze unwavering, gripping the hilt of his sword as he sensed the palpable tension emanating from the island ahead. The roar of cannon fire echoed like the wrath of nature, each explosion sending towering sprays of water into the air. Turning to the warriors in his fleet, he called out, "Are you ready? We are about to set foot on the island." "Ready," came the resolute reply from the fleet, their voices merging into a powerful force that pierced through the cacophony of cannon fire. The fleet gradually approached the island, the waves lapping against the hulls with a rhythmic sound. Locke's heart raced, fully aware that a fierce battle awaited, yet he felt no fear. As the first assault boat touched the sandy shore, Locke leapt down first, sword raised, charging forward. Behind him, the crew followed suit, armed and equipped, swiftly forming a battle formation. "For freedom, for our homeland," Locke shouted, leading the charge toward the encampment on the island. The pirates on the island were clearly unprepared for Locke's bold offensive, scrambling to respond. In an instant, the encampment was plunged into chaos. "You scoundrels, how dare you resist?" Locke roared, the glint of his sword slicing through the air like lightning, each strike finding its mark with precision. "Long live Captain Locke!" The crew's morale soared as they coordinated closely, providing cover for one another, advancing relentlessly. "You invaders, halt!" The pirate chief of the island emerged, wielding a hefty broadsword, instantly capturing Locke's attention. "At last, I've been waiting for you," Locke intoned, his gaze resolute. The two faced each other for a moment before engaging in a fierce duel. The clash of blades resonated through the air, each encounter accompanied by sparks flying. Locke's crew did not remain idle. They plunged into a chaotic melee with the island's pirates. Amidst the flashes of steel, neither side was willing to yield an inch. "For our dreams," a young crew member shouted, rallying his comrades. "For glory," responded another seasoned warrior. The short axe in hand glimmered with a cold light under the sun. The battle intensified, filling every corner of the island with fierce combat. The duel between Luo-ku and the pirate captain drew the attention of all. Your era has come to an end. Aokiji Gosoteth. Seizing the moment when his opponent faltered, he thrust his sword forward with great force. Standing on the beach, he faced the pirates lined up along the coastline. Their cannons aimed at him and his crew, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Each one yearned to be the one to end Luo-ku's legend and claim the substantial bounty that awaited them. If we can eliminate this Luo-ku, our bounty will soar to over 100 million. One pirate exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and anticipation. Greed clouded their vision, causing them to forget their fear. The cannons were quickly loaded, their muzzles trained on Luo-ku and his crew. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, and an intense battle was imminent. Observing the unfolding scene, Luo-ku smirked slightly and drew his sword, its tip pointing skyward as if awaiting something. The motion was effortless and fluid. Fire! Commanded a pirate captain. Instantly, the cannons along the coastline erupted in a barrage, cannonballs raining down upon Luo-ku and his crew. Flames shot into the sky, smoke billowed, creating a truly spectacular scene. Yet, Luo-ku did not flinch. He merely waved his sword gently, as if swatting at bothersome flies. An astonishing phenomenon occurred as the cannonballs altered their trajectories, seemingly guided by some arcane force, returning directly to their origin. How is this possible? The pirates gasped, unable to believe their eyes. Is this the legendary swordmaster? Someone whispered, filled with awe. Luoke's swordplay resembled magic, causing the very cannonballs that were meant to strike him to rebound and strike the greedy pirates instead. Chaos erupted along the coastline. The sounds of explosions and the cries of pirates intertwining in a scene of devastation. What immense power! A surviving pirate exclaimed in terror, having completely lost the will to fight. Luo-ku stood there, the tip of his sword lightly touching the ground, uttering no more words. His very presence served as a deterrent, instilling fear in the once greedy pirates. Your choices determine your fate. Luo-ku spoke calmly, his voice echoing across the battlefield. As the battle raged on, Luo-ku and his crew pressed forward, ultimately seizing control of the island situation. Those pirates who had sought to capture Luo-ku for the bounty either surrendered or fell upon the battlefield. Luo-ku stood amidst the chaos, his sword resembling the scythe of death, each swing extinguishing the flames of life. In that moment, Luo-ku's swordsmanship reached an unprecedented level, each strike precise and lethal. You fools, do you still not comprehend? Your greed will only lead you to ruin. His sword traced silver arcs in the air, each curve heralding the downfall of an enemy. The movements flowed seamlessly, each technique revealing the grace of a swordmaster. A pirate captain wielding a heavy sword attempted to challenge Luo-ku, charging at him with a roar. But Luo-ku effortlessly parried the heavy sword, then swiftly thrust his own blade toward the pirate's throat, concluding the battle within mere seconds. Your courage is commendable, yet utterly foolish, Luo-ku remarked, swinging his sword once more to dispatch another pirate attempting a sneak attack. On the battlefield, Luo-ku's crew fought valiantly, coordinating their efforts to repel the enemy's onslaught. Luo-ku's presence instilled immense confidence in them, compelling them to exhibit unparalleled bravery. His gaze swept the battlefield, spotting a small yet nimble pirate attempting to flank him. Luo-ku pivoted, deftly deflecting the pirate's dagger with the edge of his sword, and then executed a sweeping strike that sent the pirate crashing to the ground. Do you truly believe that numbers can triumph overall? Under Luo-ku's leadership, his crew's morale soared. They matched 10 foes with each of their own, dismantling the enemy's offensive one by one. Luo-ku's swordsmanship seemed imbued with magic, each strike incapacitating an enemy while he remained unscathed. On the battlefield, each swing of his sword was accompanied by the wails of the fallen, as if he had become the sovereign of that domain. The pirates began to realize that their resistance against such a formidable foe was nearly futile. Surrender now. Your fate is already sealed. Luo-ku's voice resonated across the battlefield, instilling dread in the hearts of many pirates. Faced with such a reality, most began to retreat, understanding that this battle was utterly meaningless. Luo-ku and his crew stood amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, their silhouettes standing tall. We have won this battle, Luo-ku addressed his crew. But we must not let our guard down. The true challenge lies ahead. Luo-ku and his crew successfully eliminated the enemies surrounding the island. The weaker pirates were powerless against Luo-ku's formidable swordsmanship and the valor of his crew. As the perimeter foes fell one by one, Luo-ku's crew's spirits soared. Fully aware that as long as they followed Luo Ku, no obstacle was insurmountable. All clear, a crew member reported loudly. All right, we shall press on, Luo Ku nodded, fully aware that the true challenge awaited within the depths of the island. Under Luo Ku's leadership, the crew readied themselves and ventured deeper into the island. They cautiously navigated through the dense forest, avoiding potential traps, heading toward the command center. Within the depths of the island's command center, two pirate captains, Kate Na and Huaku, were devising their strategies. They had not anticipated Luo Ku's swift breach of their outer defenses. Huakiskiviko, do you truly believe Luo Ku will waltz in so easily? Kate Na inquired, her brow furrowed. She was a shrewd woman with keen intuition. I'm not certain, but at least we have ample time to prepare, Huaku replied, a rugged man possessing notable combat prowess. Regardless, we must prepare for the worst. At that moment, a pirate on guard hurried into the command center. Captain, it's bad. Luo Ku and his crew have already reached the camp's periphery. The pirate gasped. What? Kate Na and Hua Ku rose simultaneously, exchanging incredulous glances. It seems we underestimated this, Luo Ku, Hua Ku said gravely, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Prepare for battle, Kate Na decisively commanded. Alert everyone, prepare for combat. Outside the camp, Luo Ku and his crew had arrived at the command center's entrance. Luo Ku surveyed his surroundings, discovering the camp's defenses to be even more formidable than he had imagined. Are you ready? He asked his crew. Ready at all times, Captain. The crew responded in unison. Good, Locke nodded. We cannot afford to give them a moment's respite. Follow me, charge in, at Locke's command. The crew divided into several small groups and swiftly sprang into action. They launched themselves into the camp with an astonishing speed. Catalina and Hawk stood ready with their subordinates, prepared for the impending confrontation. As Locke and his crew burst in, a fierce clash erupted between the two factions. It's you, Locke, Catalina bellowed, brandishing her twin blades as she lunged at him. Locke remained composed, countering her precise and swift attacks with equal skill. Their duel was intense, with swords and daggers flashing in a deadly dance. Meanwhile, Hawk led his men into a chaotic melee against Locke's crew. Though Hawk's formidable physique and immense strength were intimidating, Locke's crew gradually gained the upper hand through their cohesive teamwork and well-honed combat skills. After repelling Catalina, Locke gracefully leaped onto a tree branch. Surveying his crew, he felt a swell of pride. These brave souls were his most treasured asset. Listen to me. Locke's voice resonated across the battlefield, capturing everyone's attention. Whoever can slay these two leaders will have their wish granted. His words struck like lightning, igniting the crew's fighting spirit. They understood that Locke was destined to be the supreme ruler of the Eastern Sea, and his promise held boundless possibilities. For many, a single wish could alter their fate and elevate their families to greatness. Now, let us see who the true warriors are. Locke's voice brimmed with passion and challenge. Upon hearing him, each crew member's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light as they gazed towards Catalina and Hawk, their resolve ignited. The crew of Locke began to regroup, preparing to launch a final assault against the two pirate leaders. Among them was Gavin, a young and robust crew member, known for his valor. His eyes were filled with determination, recognizing the opportunity to claim this precious wish. I must seize this chance, Gavin declared to himself, gripping his sword tightly as he charged at Catalina. Simultaneously, another crew member named Leah, an exceptional archer and an indispensable part of the team, swiftly knocked an arrow, ready to support Gavin from afar. Gavin, be careful, Leah shouted, loosing an arrow towards Hawk in hopes of diverting his attention. On the battlefield, Gavin's confrontation with Catalina was fierce. His swordplay was swift and powerful, but Catalina proved no easy adversary. Her twin blades glinted ominously in the sunlight, each strike laden with a sense of impending doom. Before long, Gavin's head rolled from his shoulders, his eyes wide with disbelief. After Locke withdrew to observe from the tree, Catalina and Hawk unleashed their fury, utilizing their years of accumulated experience and combat prowess to thwart Locke's crew's advances. Catalina moved with agility, her blades weaving through the battlefield like two venomous serpents, each strike finding its mark with deadly precision, leaving little room for counterattacks. Her movements were as swift as lightning, making it nearly impossible to predict her next action. Hawk, on the other hand, embodied a different style. His massive frame and muscular build lent immense power to each punch, shattering even the sturdiest shields with ease. Like a raging beast, he charged across the battlefield, forcing Locke's crew to scatter to avoid being overwhelmed. Despite Locke's crew being well-trained and coordinated, they struggled against Catalina and Hawk's relentless assault. The battle raged on fiercely, but as time passed, Locke's crew began to suffer casualties. In the face of the two pirate leaders' overwhelming onslaught, many brave warriors fell into pools of their own blood. From his vantage point in the tree, Locke surveyed the battlefield with admiration for his crew's valor, yet he was also deeply concerned about the unfolding situation. If things continued this way, even if they emerged victorious, the cost would be dire. Just as Locke pondered his next move, he noticed that Catalina and Hawk's attacks had grown increasingly fierce. They seemed to have found a rhythm, their coordination becoming more seamless, rendering Locke's crew nearly unable to approach. Under Catalina's blades, more of his brave crew members fell, and before Hawk's colossal fists, even more were struck down. As the battle continued, despite their advantage, Catalina and Hawk began to feel the toll of exhaustion. Even the mightiest warriors eventually succumbed to fatigue. In the brief pauses between clashes, they inquired about each other's stamina, for even their most trusted allies were falling one by one on this merciless battlefield. "Hawk, can you hold on?" Catalina's voice edged with urgency as she dodged incoming arrows. "I'm still good," Hawk gasped in response, "but we cannot continue this way." Catalina nodded, her gaze sweeping over Locke's crew, who resembled a relentless swarm of fearless bees, each fallen warrior replaced by another, showing no signs of fear. Their numbers seemed endless, placing unprecedented pressure on Catalina and Hawk. Locke, observing the scene, realized he could no longer remain passive. He decided to take action, needing to devise a strategy to break the stalemate. Quickly assessing the battlefield, he formulated a new battle plan. "Listen to my orders," Locke shouted, his voice cutting through the din of combat. "Divide into two teams. One group will continue to engage them, while the other follows me." As soon as Locke's command was given, his subordinates promptly complied. Half of them continued to grapple with Catalina and Hawk, while the other half swiftly moved to the opposite side of the battlefield with Locke. Locke's objective was to sever the enemy's supply lines. He understood that by disrupting their support, he could weaken Catalina and Hawk's strength. Realizing the danger of Locke's maneuver, Catalina and Hawk attempted to pursue, but the remaining crew members held them tightly. As time elapsed, Catalina and Hawk's energy waned, while Locke's strategy began to bear fruit. The enemy reinforcements were cut off, leaving Catalina and Hawk isolated and vulnerable. Under Locke's new tactics, Catalina and Hawk felt unprecedented pressure. They recognized that if they continued to deplete their resources, it would ultimately lead to their demise. In this life-and-death moment, they resolved to unleash their most powerful techniques in a desperate bid for survival. Catalina inhaled deeply, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. With her hands firmly gripping her twin blades, the power within her surged swiftly to the edges of her weapons. Suddenly, her figure flickered and transformed into a bolt of lightning, traversing the battlefield in an instant. The twin blades carved two radiant arcs through the air, as if intending to cleave the world in twain. This technique was the culmination of her years of arduous training, aptly named Siwang Ji Wu, or Dance of Death. The twin blades danced like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, and wherever they passed, enemies fell one after another. Her movements were so swift that they eluded all perception, with each strike claiming a life. In this deadly dance, countless pirates screamed as they succumbed to the ground, never to rise again. Simultaneously, Hoke exhibited his utmost strength, clenching his fists, his muscles bulging as if ready to burst. With a furious roar, he unleashed a punch that warped the very air around him. This blow encapsulated all his might, named Leitingwan Juan, or Thunderous Might. Hoke's fist struck the enemy before him like a cannonball, sending them flying, with some even reduced to mere pulp. The force of Thunderous Might reverberated throughout the battlefield, instilling terror in the hearts of the pirates who gazed upon this man, wild as a ferocious beast, causing them to retreat in fear. After executing their strongest attacks, Catalina and Hoke succeeded in vanquishing a significant number of foes. However, they were acutely aware that such a multitude of pirates could not be eradicated by merely the two of them. In order to preserve their lives, they seized a moment of the enemy's fear and swiftly fled deeper into the island. As Catalina and Hoke darted through the jungle, their figures moved like phantoms. Should they be caught by Luaka's subordinates, there would be no escape for them. In this life-and-death flight, they exerted every ounce of strength, yearning to distance themselves from the blood-soaked battlefield. Their hearts raced like drums, each breath laden with dread and despair. As they fled, they witnessed their pirate comrades being attacked from all directions by Luaka's men. Those who had once fought valiantly by their sides now lay in pools of blood, their screams and cries of resistance echoing in their ears, inflicting upon Kate, Lin-Na, and Hoke a pain akin to being pierced by daggers. The name Laoka loomed over the East Sea like a nightmarish specter, commanding over 70% of the pirate crews, his power immense and unmatched. Currently, the entire island was encircled by his pirate ships, resembling an impenetrable net, leaving Kate, Lin-Na, and Hoke with no means of escape. Kate, Lin-Na, what shall we do? Hoke's voice trembled slightly. His massive fists were still stained with the blood of enemies, yet he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Kate, Lin-Na did not respond. Her gaze was resolute and cold, her twin blades already drenched in the blood of foes during their flight. This was not a moment for hesitation. They must press on if they were to find a glimmer of hope. We must locate a ship. Even if we have to commandeer one, we must leave this cursed place, Kate, Lin-Na declared through gritted teeth. They traversed the dense jungle, leaping over meandering streams. The earth beneath their feet stained crimson with blood. Each glance back revealed Laoka's subordinates pursuing them like relentless hounds. Their comrades, once brave pirates, now fell one by one, some pierced by arrows, some slain by blades, and others captured alive in despair. No, I cannot simply give up like this. Hoke suddenly halted, turning to face the approaching enemies, a blaze of fury igniting in his eyes as he resolved to buy time for his companions. Hoke, what are you doing? Kate, Lin-Na exclaimed in alarm. Yet Hoke had already charged back, his fist striking like a hammer, repelling wave after wave of foes. Kate, Lin-Na, go. I will cover our retreat. Hoke's voice echoed through the jungle, his figure resembling a solitary vessel amidst a storm. Though swaying precariously, he remained resolute. A glimmer of tears shone in Kate, Lin-Na's eyes as she comprehended the weight of Hoke's decision. Yet, she had no time to mourn. She must forge ahead, for Hoke. For all the fallen comrades, she had to survive and continue fighting. Kate, Lin-Na turned and dashed back into the jungle, her figure weaving through the dimly lit trees. Her heart seized by a singular thought: escape and survive. Meanwhile, Hoke, standing as an indomitable war god before the pursuing foes, erected a barrier of flesh and blood for her flight. As Kate, Lin-Na plunged deeper into the jungle, Hoke stood resolutely against the oncoming horde. The bloodthirsty pirates under Laoka's command bore faces illuminated by the moonlight, revealing their insatiable greed and cruelty, their eyes glinting with a thirst for battle and bloodshed. This big fellow dares to stand his ground. He truly seeks death. A pirate wielding a curved blade mocked, a cruel smile twisting at his lips. Enough chatter. The upper echelons commanded us to capture them alive, double the bounty. Another pirate brandishing a spear declared, greed glimmering in his eyes. Their objective clear: to eliminate Hoke and Kate, Lin-Na. Hoke stood resolute, like a mountain, his gaze sweeping over the pursuing band with a cold and unwavering intensity. If you wish to pass, you shall have to tread over my corpse. The battle erupted, with the pirate wielding the curved blade charging first, his weapon gleaming ominously in the moonlight, aimed directly at Hoke's throat. Hoke did not flinch as the enemy closed in. He unleashed a powerful punch that sent the blade flying, simultaneously propelling the pirate backward to crash heavily onto the ground. You scoundrels are not worthy of making me. Hoke, bend, he roared, each punch infused with the power of thunder, each kick like a storm. Though the pursuers vastly outnumbered him, they crumbled like ants before Hoke's might. They began to realize that this seemingly solitary adversary was, in fact, an insurmountable mountain. Everyone together. He cannot hold out for long, a leading pirate shouted, attempting to rally morale. They brandished their weapons and encircled Hoke from all sides. The battle grew ever more grand and intense, with Hoke weaving through the throng, each strike bringing down an enemy. His muscles glistened in the moonlight, each breath synchronized with the rhythm of combat. Do you truly think Hoke will fall so easily? He shouted defiantly, sending two enemies flying with a single punch, his eyes alight with an indomitable spirit. You're a madman, Hoke, a pirate cried out in terror. Yet before he could finish, Hoke kicked him away. At that moment, a cunning pirate stealthily maneuvered behind Hoke, raising a dagger for a lethal strike. But Hoke seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. He spun around fiercely, delivering a crushing blow that sent the pirate sprawling, bellowing, "You wish to ambush? You are a century too early." The battle raged on, Hoke like a colossal wave amid a tempest. No matter how the enemies attacked, they could not topple him. Each of his counterattacks instilled fear in the pursuers, who began to falter, questioning whether victory in this battle truly belonged to them. Remember this name, Hoke. I shall not be defeated by you lowly lackeys. Hawk's voice reverberated through the night sky, his presence akin to an indelible legend, etched deeply into the hearts of every pursuer. Although Hawk possessed immense strength, capable of effortlessly vanquishing hundreds of ordinary pirates, the scenario drastically changed when confronted with those notorious pirates boasting bounties exceeding 60 to 70 million. These formidable foes not only wielded extraordinary power, but also possessed extensive combat experience, each one armed with unique fighting techniques and lethal moves. By this time, Hawk had been engaged in fierce combat for an extended period, his body marred with intricate knife wounds, blood seeping through his garments and staining his skin. His stamina diminished. Each punch felt increasingly laborious. Faced with the relentless onslaught of several pursuing pirates, Hawk found himself ensnared in a bitter struggle. One of the pirates, wielding a massive cleaver adorned with intricate engravings, launched a ferocious attack. Hawk could barely defend himself with his fists, each clash of metal against flesh sending tremors through his arms. "Ha ha, Hawk, look at you now," the pirate taunted, his cleaver slicing through the air like the scythe of death. Another pirate, an agile female swordsman, danced with her blade, each strike emanating a deadly threat. The tip of her sword grazed Hawk's wounds, causing crimson blossoms to erupt. "Your strength is waning, isn't it, Hawk?" she sneered, her blade pursuing him like a venomous serpent. Hawk gritted his teeth, his breathing labored, yet the fire of defiance still burned in his eyes. There could be no retreat. Any sign of weakness would lead to his demise. "You scoundrels, do not underestimate me, Hawk," he roared, delivering a forceful blow to the chest of the pirate, sending him staggering back. However, this fleeting triumph was merely temporary. His physical condition did not permit prolonged combat. The pirate and the female swordsman closed in again, their attacks like a torrential storm, overwhelming Hawk. "Hawk, your era is over," the pirate bellowed, laughing maniacally as his cleaver whistled through the air, aiming for Hawk's throat. In a moment of desperation, Hawk crouched low, narrowly evading the deadly strike. His fist, propelled with the force of a cannonball, struck the pirate's abdomen, causing him to double over in retching agony. Yet, the female swordsman's blade found its mark in Hawk's shoulder, blood immediately staining her blade. Hawk gritted his teeth against the pain, refusing to yield. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he grasped the female swordsman's blade, ignoring the agony of his cut fingers, pulling her close and delivering a punch to her face. This battle had become the most arduous of Hawk's life, his stamina rapidly depleting. Nevertheless, his will remained unyielding, as steadfast as steel. As long as he drew breath, he would not falter. He must secure more time for Katarina, carving a path for her survival. Hawk, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, was already a name of legend in the world of piracy. Now, at this critical juncture of life and death, he resolved to unleash his most potent technique. Even if it meant mutual destruction, he would drag his enemies into hell alongside him. His eyes gleamed with resolute determination, his muscles coiled with tension, an overwhelming aura erupting from his being. The very air around him seemed to thicken with his resolve, an invisible force forming a palpable field around him. "If you seek my head, prepare to descend into the abyss with me." Hawk's voice thundered like lightning across the night sky, each word infused with power and conviction. He inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength into his right fist, the force so immense that it distorted the air around his knuckles. This technique had never been employed before, for its power was too great. Once unleashed, it would lead to a relentless confrontation. Ultimate shockwave, celestial fall. Hawk bellowed, his right fist launching forth like a cannonball, imbued with the capacity to annihilate all in its path. In that moment, the environment shifted under the weight of his might. Trees swayed, leaves spiraled through the air, and the ground trembled as if the entire world quaked in anticipation of Hawk's strike. The pirate wielding the cleaver, the female swordsman, and the other pursuers all bore expressions of unprecedented terror. "This power is terrifying," the female swordsman stammered, her gaze filled with shock and fear. "Run. We are no match for him," a pirate screamed, turning to flee from the confrontation. Yet, Hawk's attack had already commenced. They had nowhere to escape. Hawk's fist connected with the pirate, the sheer force propelling him through the air, crashing violently against a distant tree, his fate uncertain. The female swordsman and the other pursuers were similarly swept away by the shockwave, sent flying like kites severed from their strings. In that instant, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence, broken only by Hawk's heavy breaths. His body, weakened from the exertion of the technique, trembled precariously. Yet his gaze remained resolute. His spirit as unyielding as iron. "This is my power," Hawk murmured to himself, gradually kneeling. However, his head remained held high, like an indomitable warrior. The pirates who had been cast aside lay on the ground, some unable to move, others struggling to escape, their faces etched with fear and despair. In this battle, they had lost all desire for victory. Their sole thought was survival. "We were wrong, Lord Hawk. We underestimated you," a wounded pirate murmured, awe evident in his eyes. Hawk offered no reply, his gaze piercing through the night sky, seemingly searching for Katarina's trace. His mission accomplished, he surrendered the remainder to fate. Katarina dashed through the jungle, her heart pounding like a drum, each footfall a testament to her will to survive. However, upon sensing the immense energy surge behind her, her heart tightened, and her steps faltered involuntarily. She realized that Hawk had unleashed his ultimate move, a force potent enough to shake the very island. Her eyes welled with tears, yet she held them back. Hawk's maneuver signified his inability to continue fighting, a choice to expend his life to secure a final opportunity for her and their comrades. Katarina clenched her jaw, her grief and fury igniting like a raging inferno. She understood that Hawk had departed, and she must endure, for him and for all the fallen comrades. Just then, distant shouts of Rock's pursuers reached her ears. They sensed the energy surge, aware that Hawk had fallen. These pursuers would not squander the chance to seize victory, converging like sharks drawn to the scent of blood towards Hawk's position. Katarina dared not linger, knowing that if captured by Rock's men, she would meet the same fate as Hawk, reduced to a headless corpse. She wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and quickened her pace once more, her figure weaving through the jungle like a streak of black lightning. Soon, Locke's subordinates arrived at Hawk's side, where they beheld the headless corpse and the devastation surrounding it. Their faces bore no sympathy, only avarice for victory and a thirst for the bounty. Hawk was dead. How much was his head worth? One pirate chuckled greedily, raising his weapon, ready to sever Hawk's head. "Wait, we must ensure he is truly dead. We cannot allow him to escape like last time," another pirate cautioned. They gathered around. But even in death, Hawk's body remained in a fighting stance, his fists clenched as if to proclaim his indomitable spirit to the world. Locke's men ultimately confirmed Hawk's demise, mercilessly severing his head and departing with their victorious spoils from the blood-soaked battlefield. Meanwhile, Catalina, hidden in the distant jungle, felt as if her heart was being sliced by the cruel sound of steel. She did not look back, for she understood that from this moment forth, she would carry Hawk's wishes, continuing to survive in this brutal world of pirates until one day she could avenge him and restore justice for all her fallen comrades. With Hawk's fall, the greed and bloodthirst of other pirates became increasingly apparent as they surrounded Hawk's remains, their words dripping with arrogance and a lust for blood. Hawk was nothing but a fool. We're the true pirate kings. One pirate laughed maniacally, his blade still glistening with Hawk's blood. Indeed, with Hawk's head, our fame will spread across the entire sea. Another pirate's eyes sparkled with avarice. Amidst their unrestrained revelry, Catalina's situation grew ever more perilous as she navigated through the thicket, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid any sound that might attract pursuers. Her breath came in quick gasps, sweat mingling with dirt, and tears streaming down her face. Her mind consumed with a singular thought: survive. Yet, she knew that in this death-laden forest, every moment tested her will to live. The footsteps of her pursuers grew closer. Their shouts and the clashing of swords echoed through the night sky, resembling the tolling of death's bell. Catalina's strength waned, her speed beginning to diminish. "She's nearby. Split up and search. Whoever captures her will earn an extra bounty," commanded the leader of the pursuers, their eyes gleaming with a predatory light in the darkness. Catalina hid behind a large tree, her heart racing, aware that her hunters were closing in. Holding her breath, she endeavored to minimize her presence. Just then, a pirate happened to pass by the tree where she concealed herself. Catalina tightly gripped her dagger, prepared for a final stand if necessary. However, the pirate failed to notice her and continued his pursuit. Seizing the opportunity, Catalina quickened her pace once more, her figure darting swiftly between the trees, like a ghost racing through the shadows of the forest. Yet, her pursuers were not so easily deterred. They were numerous and seasoned pirates. Catalina knew her time was running out. She had to find a way to escape. In the depths of this jungle, the relentless game of chase continued, each moment laden with tension and fear. Catalina's struggle for survival had only just begun. Locke stood in the shadows nearby. His identity that of an undercover agent for the Navy. He observed the pirates' internecine slaughter with a detached gaze. His mission was to weaken their forces, and the unfolding scene served his purpose perfectly. He watched the pirates grow more greedy and arrogant in the wake of Hawk's death, pursuing Catalina through the forest while also turning on each other for bounty and glory. Locke's face revealed no emotion, yet internally he reveled in joy. Each clash of steel, every life extinguished, signified a decrease in the number of pirates, an undeniable victory for the Navy. Look at them. How foolish, Locke murmured to himself, his gaze cold as he regarded a swarm of ignorant ants. He was indifferent to how many of his pirate subordinates fell in this pursuit, nor did he care about the fates of the two prominent pirates. They were merely tools to achieve his goals. And now, these tools were effectively depleting one another. Locke's mind was not on the chaos at hand. He awaited a signal, a pivotal moment to conclude his undercover mission. His mentor, Admiral Qingji, would make his appearance at this crucial juncture, orchestrating a long-prepared performance. When will you finally show yourself, Master? Locke silently pondered, casting his eyes toward the depths of the forest, anticipating the familiar figure. Just then, a faint rustle from afar caught Locke's attention. It could be Admiral Qingji's signal. Adjusting his attire, he prepared to flawlessly play his role when Qingji arrived. Soon, a figure emerged at the forest's edge, the Admiral appearing like a ray of dawn amidst the night, instantly capturing Locke's focus. Deep within the jungle, Catalina appeared as a wounded leopard, weary yet maintaining a proud stance. The blade of her sword was stained with the blood of her enemies, but her strength was nearing its limit. Confronted by the encroaching pirate hunters, her heart brimmed with helplessness and defiance. I cannot fall here. I cannot allow Hawk's sacrifice to be in vain, Catalina silently vowed, her eyes shimmering with resolute light. Yet, reality was harsh. With each swing of her sword, each dodge, she felt increasingly outmatched. Her breath grew heavier, the sword in her hand feeling as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. Ha ha, Catalina, you appear to be at your limit. A pirate mocked. Contempt etched upon his face. You pirates will never understand what true freedom and conviction mean. Catalina retorted through gritted teeth, her voice hoarse. The battle persisted, with sheer willpower. Catalina repelled the enemy's attacks time and again, yet her swordplay began to falter, her movements no longer swift. Catalina, surrender. You are already at the end of your rope. Another pirate shouted, his sword aimed at her throat. Catalina evaded this assault, only to feel the sharp bite of another soldier's blade across her back, leaving a deep wound. Blood instantly stained her garments, her body swaying precariously. I will not yield to you pirates. Catalina struggled to declare, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The pirates closed in, aware that Catalina had little strength remaining. However, they were in no rush to end the battle. They wished to torment the once troublesome female pirate. Catalina, your courage is commendable, but in these seas, courage changes nothing. A pirate officer uttered coldly. Katerina attempted once more to raise the sword in her hand, but her arm felt as heavy as lead. A flicker of despair crossed her eyes, for she knew her time was running out. Come, let me witness the courage of you pirates. With every ounce of strength, Katerina made her final charge. However, her assault was effortlessly deflected. A pirate's sword pierced her shoulder, pinning her to a tree. Pain etched across Katerina's face as her body slumped weakly. It is over, Katerina, echoed the voice of the pirate in her ears. Her vision began to blur, and the voice of Hawk reverberated in her mind, along with his smile and resolve. Regret filled her heart. Yet she understood she could not tarnish Hawk's reputation. Hawk, I will find you, Katerina whispered softly as her hand fell limply, the sword slipping from her grasp with a sharp clang. On this solitary island amidst the ocean, two forces engaged in a desperate struggle. One side comprised the united pirates under Luo Ku, brimming with morale and solidarity. The other consisted of those defiant pirates who refused to submit to Luo Ku, valiantly resisting against the odds. The island was engulfed in smoke and flames, the roar of cannons resounding. The united pirates of Luo Ku, armed with formidable strength and exquisite tactics, gradually gained the upper hand. Those unwilling to yield, though courageous, found their numbers dwindling in the prolonged conflict, and their situation grew increasingly precarious. On the beach, the two armies engaged in fierce combat. The pirates of Luo Ku charged like wolves, brandishing their blades with ferocity. The defiant pirates fought with all their might, drenched in blood. The waves crashed upon the shore, staining the sea red, leaving traces of blood on the sand. A defiant pirate fell bravely into a pool of his own blood, facing multiple foes. In the island's jungles, the defiant pirates exploited the terrain to launch guerrilla attacks against the united pirates of Luo-Ku. They lay in wait, striking when the enemy was unprepared. However, the united pirates quickly adapted their strategy, employing tactics of division and consolidation, gradually constricting the survival space of the defiant pirates. The brutal skirmishes in the jungle exacted a heavy toll on both sides. On a mountainous area of the island, the defiant pirates constructed makeshift defenses, resolutely resisting the assaults of the united pirates of Luo-Ku. A fierce battle ensued, with both sides exchanging blows in a contest of attrition. The united pirates relentlessly pressed their attacks, their artillery raining down upon the entire position. The defiant pirates swore to hold their ground, using their flesh and blood to shield against the enemy's onslaught. Yet, as time wore on, their defenses began to crumble, suffering grievous losses. In the heart of the island, the final showdown unfolded. The united pirates of Luo-Ku surged forth like a tide towards the unyielding pirates. The resolute defenders, though exhausted, still wielded their weapons, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against their foes. The battle intensified, with corpses strewn across the ground, the setting sun casting a blood-red hue. Ultimately, under the overwhelming offensive of the united pirates of Luo-Ku, the defiant pirates were nearly annihilated. As the smoke of battle gradually dispersed, the united pirates of Luo-Ku claimed the highest point of the island, gazing down upon the conquered land with triumphant smiles. Their armor was stained with the blood of their enemies, and the weapons they held still bore the warmth of battle. Among this band of pirates, the atmosphere was vibrant as they conversed, filled with delight at the slaughter and greedy anticipation for the future. Pirate A exclaimed, "Haha, look at them! Do they dare to resist us any longer? Captain Luo-Ku is truly wise and valiant, leading us to victory." Pirate B replied, "Indeed. Those who refuse to yield are merely courting death. Now they understand our might. Who would dare defy Captain Luo-Ku?" Pirate C added, "Just imagine the spoils awaiting us. All the territories of those pirates will belong to us. This is a bountiful harvest." Pirate D chimed in, "Absolutely. I can hardly wait to flaunt our achievements in the conquered seas. Let them see who the true masters of the ocean are." Pirate A proclaimed, "Once we unify this sea, those who once mocked us will kneel and beg for mercy." Pirate B laughed. "I can already envision the cowardly expressions on their faces. Captain Luo-Ku, our flag will fly in every corner." Captain Luo-Ku, the leader of this united force, wore a satisfied smile as he patted his comrades on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, my brothers. Your courage and strength are the keys to our conquest. Today's victory is merely the beginning. A vast expanse of territory awaits our plunder, and boundless wealth lies in wait for us to uncover. As long as we remain united, the entirety of the ocean shall belong to the Luo-Ku pirate crew." The pirates cheered in unison, their eyes glimmering with a thirst for power and avarice for wealth. They believed that under Luo-Ku's leadership, their names would be immortalized in the legends of the sea. Just as the united pirates of Luo-Ku reveled in the joy of victory, busily scavenging the spoils of battle, none noticed the once tranquil sea beginning to undergo a subtle transformation. A path of ice, resembling a roadway, silently spread across the water's surface, as if a miracle born of nature's forces and some mysterious power. At the end of this icy path, a figure gradually came into view. It was a man riding a bicycle, his demeanor calm and unhurried, as though he were one with the ice. His features were resolute, and his gaze emanated an undeniable authority. This man was Admiral Ching Ji, one of the three great admirals of the Navy. His appearance was like a chilling wind, instantly cooling the celebratory atmosphere among the pirates. Admiral Ching Ji's bicycle left faint traces upon the icy surface, his arrival making no sound. Yet, his imposing presence unsettled some of the more perceptive pirates. They paused their actions, involuntarily directing their gazes toward the figure on the water. Pirate A asked, "What is that? How can there be an ice path on the sea?" Pirate B replied, "Look at that person. Who is he? Why does the atmosphere seem to shift so suddenly?" Pirate C exclaimed, "Is that a Navy admiral? By the heavens, why is Admiral Chingji here?" Captain Luo-Ku also noted the disturbance on the sea, his expression instantly turning grave. The presence of Admiral Ching-ji signified that this battle was far from over. It had merely entered a more daunting phase. Admiral Ching-ji, riding his bicycle, slowly approached the island. His voice echoed across the water, clear and powerful. Do you believe you have achieved victory? No, the game has only just begun. The justice of a navy will never tolerate your barbarity, pirates. The pirates were thrown into a panic, hastily discarding their spoils and seizing their weapons, ready to face the challenge posed by the Navy Admiral. Meanwhile, Admiral Qing Ji remained calm and composed. A few audacious pirates, under the tacit approval of Captain Luo Ku, unsheathed their curved sabers, revealing arrogant grins. Instead of feeling trepidation at the arrival of the Marine Admiral, their battle lust was ignited. They exchanged provocative glances and boisterously mocked the young admiral. "Bita!" exclaimed. "Ah, look at this Navy clown. Has he come to meet his demise on a bicycle?" Pirate B added, "Indeed, let him witness the might of our piracy. The justice of a navy holds no sway here." Pirate C shouted, "Do not let him escape. Each of us shall deliver a blow, reducing him to mere ice fragments." Fearlessly, they charged towards the young admiral, their raucous laughter echoing across the desolate isle. However, before their attacks could reach him, the admiral merely waved his hand, and an invisible chill emanated from his fingertips. In an instant, the pirates rushing towards him were seemingly frozen in time, their movements stiffened, expressions frozen. In the horrified gaze of other pirates around them, those who had just been so brazen suddenly transformed into ice sculptures. Then, with a sharp crack, the ice sculptures began to fracture, the fissures creeping up from their feet until the entire forms collapsed, shattering upon the ground into countless fragments. This spectacle unfolded so swiftly that many pirates had yet to react before their comrades vanished from sight. The remaining pirates were filled with dread, their bodies instinctively retreating. Mouths agape, but unable to utter a sound. They had never witnessed such overwhelming power. The young admiral's freezing ability plunged them into profound despair. "Pirate d'Istamerd. What is happening? Who is he?" A novice pirate responded. "He is the Navy's ice wielder, the young admiral. We are doomed." Captain Luo Ku's complexion darkened. He understood the caliber of the opponent he faced. The strength of the young admiral surpassed his imagination. This battle, it seemed, would lead them to dire consequences. Wokiskyviko, a covert Navy operative embedded among the pirates, quickly devised a plan as the situation escalated. He knew that, at this moment, he must perform a convincing act alongside his mentor, Admiral Qingji, to solidify his standing among the pirates while simultaneously securing greater benefits for the Navy. Wokiskyviko riekted swiftly, drawing his sword and pointing it at Admiral Qingji, loudly proclaiming, "Brothers, this Navy scoundrel dares to disrupt our victory celebration. Let us unite and turn him into minced meat." Though fear gripped his subordinates, their trust in Luo Ku and their hatred for the Navy compelled them to draw their weapons in response to his call. They launched a frenzied assault akin to their previous slaughter of other non-compliant pirate factions. "For Captain Luo Ku, for our freedom, charge!" The pirates roared, their eyes ablaze with fervor, seemingly forgetting their earlier fear. Luo Ku's men surged towards Admiral Qingji like a tidal wave, their attacks chaotic, driven solely by instinct and rage. Luo Ku, amidst the turmoil, deliberately evaded the admiral's gaze, aware that he must not reveal the charade. The young admiral, faced with the onslaught of pirates, remained unperturbed, his cold gaze fixed upon the fervent attackers as though searching for the opportune moment. He was acutely aware of Luo Ku's true identity and the significance of the performance unfolding. Just as the pirates were about to reach him, he gently waved his hand, and a more intense chill erupted from him. In an instant, those leading the charge were frozen in place, creating an icy barrier that obstructed the advance of the other pirates. Seeing this, Luo Ku intensified his performance, swinging his sword at the ice wall and bellowing, "Accursed Navy." Employing such tactics, he urged, "Fear not, brothers. We must take him down." This meticulously orchestrated spectacle further solidified the belief among the other pirates that Luo Ku was truly their leader, while the admiral's formidable power only stoked their animosity towards the Navy. In this theatrical performance, both Luo Ku and Admiral Qingji played their respective roles, and the outcome of this drama would determine the future balance of power at sea. On this vast isle, Luo Ku commanded a significant number of pirates. Though not in the hundreds of thousands, a force of 40 to 50,000 was formidable enough to instill dread. When Luo Ku issued the command to attack, his voice resonated like thunder throughout the island. The rallying cry spread rapidly, 10 to 1, 100 to 10, until the entire island was filled with the roars of pirates and the clashing of weapons. "Kill him! Fight for our freedom!" The Navy's lackeys, Today marks your end. Long live Captain Luo Ke. We are invincible. The voices multiplied and grew louder. The pirates surged towards Admiral Qingji like a frenzied tide, their eyes gleaming with a thirst for power, a yearning for victory, and a reverence for the devil fruit. Indeed, the young Admiral Qingji before them was also a consumer of a devil fruit, his freezing ability already legendary among pirates. And their leader, Luo Ke, possessed the power of a devil fruit as well, a symbol of status and strength in the world of piracy. Look, Captain Luo Ke has also consumed a devil fruit. What do we have to fear? One pirate shouted. His words were akin to a potent elixir for the others. Yes, our Captain Luo Ke is no less than this Navy Admiral. Another pirate echoed. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, no one questioned whether Admiral Qingji feared their leader, Luo Ke. In their eyes, Luo Ke, endowed with the power of the devil fruit, was unbeatable, while the Admiral's reputation seemed pale in comparison to their united strength. Yet, Admiral Qingji stood resolutely, as calm as an iceberg, his gaze devoid of fear, filled only with determination for battle and confidence in victory. This performance must continue, and he would be one of the most pivotal actors in it, on this island engulfed in the flames of conflict. While the majority of pirates succumbed to blind fervor and the passion of battle, there remained a small faction whose minds were sharper, their judgments more composed. They understood that facing an opponent like the young admiral, even in great numbers, would only result in needless casualties. These discerning pirates had begun observing and assessing the situation even before conflict erupted. Upon witnessing the admiral's calm demeanor and the formidable power he exhibited, they began to reconsider their involvement. Listen, we cannot march to our demise alongside them. One seasoned pirate whispered to his trusted confidants. You are right. That Navy admiral is not someone we can contend with, another replied, their eyes glimmering with a desire for survival. They began to seek opportunities amidst the chaos, exchanging glances with fellow comrades who also wished to flee this battle, using gestures and whispers to devise an escape plan. Cautiously avoiding the gaze of Luo Ke and other fervent pirates, they slowly made their way towards the island's edge. We must find a seaworthy vessel and hasten our departure from this cursed place, an experienced pirate advised. Indeed, we must act swiftly. Once they realize we are missing, they will certainly send pursuit. Another confidant nervously scanned the surroundings. They encountered other pirates who shared their desire to escape, forming a small band that supported one another as they quietly navigated towards a concealed harbor amidst the chaos of battle. If they could find an intact ship, there was a chance to flee this island on the brink of becoming hell. In the hearts of these pirates, nothing mattered more than survival. They refused to become pawns in Luo Ke and Qingji's power struggle. They only wished to live and continue their quest for adventure and freedom upon the seas. The night was inky, and the sea breeze caressed them as the small sailboat glided silently from the hidden harbor, like a timid creature evading its predators. The pirates aboard bowed their heads, striving to make no sound, moving with gentle swiftness, fearful of startling their comrades still engaged in battle on the island. The canvas unfurled slowly in the gentle wind, the sail appearing pale and fragile against the night, ready to be torn by the remnants of war. The pirates exerted every ounce of strength to row, each stroke akin to whispering secrets to the sea, carefully maintaining the balance and speed of their vessel. Their breaths resonated clearly in the stillness of the night, each individual holding their breath, fearing that even the slightest sound might betray their presence. Their eyes were fixated on the flickering lights and sounds from the island, silently praying for a quiet escape from the turmoil. Be gentle, be gentle. Do not let the oars strike the hull, the seasoned pirate whispered to his companions, anxiety evident in his voice. I know, no talking, replied the rower, his voice nearly swallowed by the wind. Their small sailboat left behind nearly imperceptible ripples upon the water, much like prey fleeing from a predator, slipping silently into the darkness. Each person aboard understood that once discovered, a dire fate awaited them. In this flight, they were no longer valiant pirates, but a group of ordinary individuals struggling for survival. Their collective thought was singular: to escape this war, to distance themselves from the naval admiral and their captain in search of a tranquil sea of their own. In this expanse of ocean, their sailboat resembled a tiny firefly, flickering with faint light as it ventured towards the unknown freedom. Among the darkened waters, there were more clever souls like them. They moved like ghosts, one after another, towards the massive pirate ships, silently untying the ropes that bound the small sailboats. Their movements were skilled and swift, clearly seasoned sailors. One boat, two boats, three boats. An increasing number of small sailboats detached from the shadows of the larger vessels, gently floating on the surface like leaves drifting with the current, afraid to light a lantern, lest that flicker of light signal their pursuers. These fugitives could only rely on the moonlight and starlight to navigate, their eyes accustomed to the darkness, able to detect the faintest glimmers upon the water. Cautiously they rowed, allowing the small sailboat to advance steadily through the waves, striving to make no sounds that might attract attention. "Let us stow the oars, we'll drift for a while," a pirate suggested softly, his voice nearly drowned out by the waves lapping against the hull. The companions nodded silently, tucking the oars away and allowing the sailboat to drift with the current. In this realm, any unnatural motion could invite lethal consequences. The fugitives' heartbeats synchronized with the rhythm of the waves, each swell heightening their tension. They frequently glanced back, fearing the sight of pursuing flames or the sound of shouts piercing the night sky. As time passed, they gradually distanced themselves from the war-torn island. Yet the fear within them had not wholly dissipated. They recognized that peril on the sea stemmed not only from the Navy's pursuit, but also from lurking sea beasts and unpredictable storms. In this boundless darkness, they could only depend on one another and that fragile little sailboat, continuing their journey of escape. The vast ocean seemed to silently observe these souls fighting for survival, its expansive embrace encompassing their fears and hopes, guiding them towards the unknown tomorrows. Under Luo Ku's command, the loyal pirates surged forth like warriors driven by fervor, charging towards the naval Admiral Qingji. Their eyes glimmered with trust in Luo Ku and a yearning for freedom, their swords glinting coldly in the moonlight, as if capable of slicing through the bindings of darkness. Yet, faced with the formidable Qingji, their courage and blades appeared woefully inadequate. Qingji stood coldly, his gaze as frigid as ice, wielding the power of frost. With each swing of his arm, a wave of chill erupted from him, instantly freezing the foremost pirates. 1, 2, 3. Pirates transformed into statues of ice, their expressions forever captured in the moment of charge, their bodies frozen in place. Subsequently, these ice sculptures shattered like fragile glass at Qingji's next movement, scattering into shards upon the ground. As the battle raged on, the number of pirates dwindled, their morale waning. Those once fervent gazes filled with fear, their steps became hesitant, no longer resolute. They watched their comrades turn to ice and then to shards, their courage gradually supplanted by dread. "No, don't go forward," a pirate trembled as he retreated, his voice laced with despair. "We cannot defeat him," another pirate stammered, though still clutching his sword, the will to wield it evaporating. The pirates began to falter, their lines fracturing, the once tight formation becoming a loose assembly. Witnessing this, Luo Ku felt urgency, yet could not reveal it. The show must go on, even in such despair. "Brothers, do not fear. We still have strength. Let us charge together," Luo Ku shouted, attempting to reignite his comrades' fighting spirit. However, his voice seemed so feeble amidst the spreading fear, an indelible shadow of defeat had taken root in their hearts. On this cold battlefield, they began to realize that in the face of an opponent such as Qingji, their resistance might have been futile from the outset. Admiral Qingji, the Navy giant possessing the power of the freezing devil fruit, exhibited unparalleled offensive capabilities. With each breath, he seemed to siphon the warmth from his surroundings, transforming vitality into icy destruction. As his will concentrated, a powerful chill erupted from him, enveloping the entire island. Under this onslaught of frost, a third of the island was swiftly encased in ice. The once vibrant pirates found their movements frozen in time, their expressions solidified beneath the icy surface. Their lives abruptly halted in the cold. Fragments of ice sculptures stood tall on this battlefield, creating a haunting yet magnificent tableau. The pirates' frantic stances, their fierce weaponry, and even their expressions of terror were flawlessly preserved by the ice. Some of the frozen pirates appeared to be shouting their final cries, while others, with wide-open eyes, seemed to gaze upon the impending death. A few were captured mid-flight, their forms diverse yet sharing the same fate. The strike of Admiral Qingji not only showcased his formidable power, but also instilled fear in all surviving pirates. They looked upon their fallen comrades, who once fought alongside them, now transformed into cold statues, their hearts heavy with dread and helplessness. They began to comprehend that the strength of this naval admiral was beyond what ordinary pirates could contend with. The island's flora, rocks, and even the seawater were affected by this chilling aura, resulting in a desolate expanse of frost. The sea breeze whistled through the ice sculptures, emitting a mournful sound as if lamenting the lost lives. Admiral Qingji stood like a relentless deity of frost upon the frozen battlefield, devoid of emotion. His gaze resolute and fixated on victory and mission. His eyes surveyed the frozen terrain, finally resting upon the unmoving Locke. His voice was cold and calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Locke, why do you hesitate? Is your courage only found in commanding others?" Locke understood this was a test from his master, a moment to assess his own growth. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination crossed his eyes as he activated the most powerful form of the Xiaoqiao devil fruit, the scarecrow armor. As the fruit's power surged, Locke's form began to change dramatically. Enveloped in straw, growing to a towering height of approximately 20 meters, the straw-woven armor glinting ominously. His hands transformed into massive claws capable of wielding heavy steel blades. "Boys, watch how I fight." Locke's voice resonated from within the scarecrow armor, deep and powerful. Before his words faded, he charged toward Admiral Qingji, his steps heavy yet swift. Each footfall leaving deep impressions in the ground as he swept up steel blades like a tempest of iron, surging toward Qingji. The Admiral remained composed, unfazed by Locke's transformation and assault, but a flicker of appreciation flashed in his eyes. After all, maintaining his fighting spirit under such pressure proved Locke's strength and courage. In the moonlight, Locke's scarecrow armor appeared particularly fearsome, each swing of his blade carrying immense destructive force. The steel blades sliced through the air, as if to cleave the very atmosphere, each strike aimed directly at Qingji's vital points. The Admiral responded with calmness, his freezing power erupting under Locke's heavy blows, forming walls and pillars of ice in an attempt to thwart Locke's relentless onslaught. Their battle raged intensely on this frozen battlefield, each clash of power causing the island to tremble. As Locke unleashed his ultimate form and clashed with Admiral Qingji, his crew erupted in fervor. They gaped in awe at their captain, the usually composed and clever Locke, now transformed into a towering scarecrow warrior, radiating might and intimidation. "Look, that's our Captain Locke. He is incredible," one pirate exclaimed, pointing toward the center of the battlefield, his eyes shining with fervent admiration. "Indeed, he will surely defeat that naval admiral. Long live Captain Locke." Another pirate cheered, waving his weapon. The crew began to rally, their voices merging into waves of sound, echoing across the frozen battlefield. "Captain Locke, take his head. Avenge us," shouted a pirate, his voice filled with trust in Locke and hatred for the Navy. "Yes, let him know the might of us pirates. Captain Locke, we stand by you." The crew echoed, their spirits buoyed by Locke's valiant acts, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Amidst the cheers and shouts, the pirates began to reorganize, their fears replaced by courage, their hesitations inspired by Locke's actions. They started to believe that even against a formidable foe like the naval admiral, their captain could emerge victorious. "Did you see? Captain Locke isn't afraid of the admiral. What do we have to fear?" A pirate encouraged his companions, pride radiating from his smile. "Exactly. We too must fight bravely like Captain Locke," another pirate declared, gripping his weapon with determination in his eyes. Fueled by this newfound zeal for battle, the pirates began to converge toward the heart of the conflict, their hearts brimming with admiration for Locke and a yearning for triumph. On this cold battlefield, Locke's name became a symbol of hope, each strike infusing the hearts of the pirates with renewed vigor. The clash between Locke and Admiral Qingji intensified, their duel nothing short of spectacular. One wielded the power of the Xiaoqiao devil fruit, while the other commanded the forces of ice. These two disparate powers collided on this battleground, sparks flying. Locke, in his scarecrow armor, swung his steel blade with ferocious gales, as if to shatter all frozen entities. His massive form moved with surprising agility, the blade in his hand slicing through the air like lightning, leaving trails of death in its wake. Admiral Qingji appeared unfazed, each of his movements brimming with skill and strength. He needed only a subtle gesture to unleash formidable, freezing energy. His gaze remained calm, as though he could foresee Locke's every maneuver and preemptively prepare. Their combat was a contest between the powers of the devil fruit and martial prowess. Locke's strength lay in his immense size and fortified body, while Qingji's strength resided in his ice and control. "Locke, your power has indeed increased, but you are still no match for me," Admiral Qingji declared coldly. As he spoke, a more potent chill erupted from within him, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it were solidifying. Locke refrained from responding, acutely aware that words were superfluous at such a moment. Concentrating, he brandished his steel blade and charged directly at Qingji, each swing imbued with cataclysmic force. The admiral remained unperturbed, and at the precise moment Locke's blade was about to connect, he gracefully leaped, rotating in mid-air to evade the strike. Simultaneously, his palm faced downward, and a wave of freezing energy rapidly spread across the ground, erecting an ice wall that obstructed Locke's path. Locke roared, cleaving at the ice wall, shards scattering. Yet the wall remained largely intact. Seizing the opportunity, Admiral Qingji launched a counterattack, flicking his fingers as several ice arrows shot toward Locke like bullets, compelling him to retreat. Each step of this battle was fraught with peril. Every action could determine life or death. Locke and Admiral Qingji were both exerting themselves to the utmost, their every clash eliciting silent awe from the surrounding pirates, who dared not utter a single sound. The cacophony of battle and the ensuing tumult echoed across the sea, reaching those pirates in small sailboats attempting to escape. Although their hearts were brimming with dread, they could not help but be captivated by the sounds of combat. They paused in their rowing, listening intently, their hearts racing to the resonant waves of conflict that they could not ignore. One pirate produced a telescope from his belongings, lifting it to observe the direction of the battle. Through the lens, he beheld Locke clad in his scarecrow armor, a formidable warrior valiantly engaging with Admiral Qingji. With each of Locke's powerful strikes, the pirate's heart quickened, his hands clutching the telescope with fervor. "Good heavens, Captain Locke is truly incredible," exclaimed the pirate, his voice tinged with disbelief. Nearby, a comrade snatched the telescope, taking turns to observe the unfolding scene, their eyes glimmering with complex emotions. Admiration for Locke's bravery intertwined with hesitation over their own flight. Should we truly flee? Look at the captain. He can single-handedly confront the admiral, another pirate remarked, his tone revealing a yearning to return to the fight. The pirates aboard the ship began to murmur among themselves, their minds torn. To return meant potentially facing the terrifying might of the admiral and risking their lives. Yet to flee would imply betrayal of the leader who fought valiantly for them on the battlefield. "If we return now, perhaps we could lend a hand," suggested one pirate. Though his voice was soft, it rippled across the calm waters like a stone cast into a pond. "But what could we possibly do upon our return? Against such an enemy, we would merely be a burden," another pirate countered, his words steeped in the harsh reality of their situation. The pirates aboard the small sailboat fell into silence, their gazes once again fixed upon the distant battlefield. The struggle between Locke and Admiral Qingji raged on, each clash reverberating through their hearts. This decision was not an easy one, yet whichever path they chose, they must bear the consequences. Ultimately, the majority chose to continue their flight. Amidst the fierce combat, the exchange of words between Locke and Admiral Qingji was audible only to the two of them, as if they had carved out a private channel amidst the clamor of war. Admiral Qingji's voice was low and resolute, each word striking at Locke's vulnerabilities, highlighting the deficiencies in his attacks and techniques. "Locke, while your swordsmanship is sharp, your rhythm of attack is too predictable, making it easy for the enemy to read you," Qingji remarked while deflecting Locke's steel blade. After a powerful assault, Locke momentarily retreated, nodding with slightly labored breath. "I understand, Master. I will be mindful to adjust. Furthermore, your martial arts are not sufficiently agile. Relying too heavily on your fruit ability may cause you to lose your advantage at critical moments," Admiral Qingji continued with guidance, his words imbued with care and expectation for Locke. In the intervals of combat, Locke listened intently, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge and a pursuit of formidable power. "I will remember, Master. I shall certainly strengthen my martial training." Their clashes did not diminish due to this exchange. Rather, they intensified. Under Qingji's mentorship, Locke began to experiment with altering his attack methods, his movements becoming more varied, no longer merely relying on brute force, but incorporating greater finesse and strategy. Qingji sensed Locke's progress, a flicker of approval in his gaze, yet his assaults remained unrelenting. Only in this life-and-death confrontation could Locke truly evolve. "Very well, Locke. You have begun to grasp the rhythm of combat. But remember, a true strongman never ceases to learn," Admiral Qingji stated, launching a more ferocious ice attack. Locke braced himself, his scarecrow armor creaking under the impact of the freezing energy. Yet he did not falter. Instead, his resolve to learn only grew stronger. "I will remember, Master. No matter how many times it takes, I will rise until I can truly stand beside you in battle. This conflict, for Locke, was not merely a contest of strength, but a valuable opportunity for growth. In Admiral Qingji's eyes, it was also a stern test, hoping his disciple would continuously evolve through combat, ultimately becoming a formidable individual capable of standing on his own. As the battle progressed, both Locke and Admiral Qingji recognized that this charade had achieved its intended effect. It was time to conclude the performance. Admiral Qingji no longer needed to conceal his true power. He resolved to unveil the terrifying strength of the ice fruit. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened, and an even colder aura radiated from him. Gently raising his hands, palms facing downward, an invisible wave of freezing energy surged forth from his being, swiftly enveloping the entire battlefield. Let this farce end. Admiral Qingji's voice was cold and calm, yet underscored with an undeniable authority. In an instant, the temperature across the island plummeted, leaving only Locke's position untouched. The pirates still observing were caught unawares by this overwhelming freezing energy, their bodies stiffening in an instant. Their expressions frozen in the final moments of terror, transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. The speed of the freezing was astonishing, nearly instantaneous, as the entire island became shrouded in an icy embrace. The once roaring pirates now stood as statues, their weapons, garments, and even the expressions on their faces perfectly preserved beneath a layer of ice. Locke remained rooted in place, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, his heart filled with both reverence for Admiral Qingji's might and contemplation of his own future path. Although this battle was a performance, the strength exhibited by Admiral Qingji was undeniably real. "Master, your power is truly unfathomable," Locke said, bowing his head in respect. Admiral Qingji's gaze traversed the frozen battlefield, settling upon Locke. "Remember the poetry of today, Locke. Only by continually growing stronger can you survive in this vast sea." The entire island lay encased in ice, a chilling atmosphere permeating the air. The ice sculptures shimmered under the moonlight, recounting all that had transpired. Those pirates, stealthily escaping in their small sailboats, gazed in horror at this sudden frozen spectacle, their fears piercing like icy thorns in the wintry wind. They clamped their hands over their mouths, terrified that a careless sound might summon the merciless freezing force. Their eyes widened, pupils reflecting a silvery world, as the once boisterous island now entered a deep slumber. They could feel the frigid aura threatening to freeze their very marrow. Locke, could he have already? One pirate trembled inwardly, words caught in his throat, too fearful to utter a sound. They feared that Locke may have perished in this icy fate, and they too might become the next ice sculpture. Thus, these pirates became increasingly cautious, their movements swift yet light, fearful of attracting any attention. The sound of the oars gliding through the water was nearly consumed by the frozen silence, each stroke imbued with a sense of dread and urgency. They yearned to escape this frozen nightmare, to flee from the chilling power that set their hearts racing. In this frigid ocean, they moved like phantoms, driven solely by the instinct for survival. Their hearts pounded fiercely within their chests, each beat seeming to urge them to hasten their flight. They sought escape not only for their lives, but also to disseminate the shocking news throughout every corner of the Donghai. They needed to inform everyone of the terrifying strength wielded by that admiral, a force unparalleled and insurmountable. No one could stand against the admiral. Only the admiral could defeat another admiral. This thought echoed in their minds, a relentless reminder of the brutal rules of the world. Their leader, Luoko, had seemed capable of a fair fight against Admiral Qingji at first, but now it appeared that it had merely been a mockery, a display of mercy towards the weak. It was evident that the admiral's combat prowess was truly among the highest in the Navy. A pirate whispered in awe and despair, for they had once believed their leader to be the strongest in the Donghai. Yet now, they had witnessed genuine power, the kind capable of effortlessly altering the tide of battle and deciding life or death. Their vessel carved a path through the icebound sea, akin to souls fleeing from hell, exerting every ounce of strength to escape the icy breath of death. They understood that once this news spread, the entire pirate realm of the Donghai would tremble. The name of Admiral Qingji would become an insurmountable barrier in the hearts of all pirates, a symbol that inspired terror. In this flight, a seed of desire for greater power was quietly sown within them. Perhaps one day, they would challenge this naval admiral once more. But not now. Not when they were still too weak. For now, their only option was to flee, as far as possible, carrying this legendary tale to distant lands. The entire island now resembled a solitary museum of ice sculptures, with only Luo Ku and Admiral Qingji's figures remaining. Standing amidst this frozen world, Luo Ku inhaled deeply, filled with reverence for his master's freezing abilities. Master, your power to freeze is truly extraordinary. His voice resonated across the island, imbued with genuine admiration. Surveying his surroundings, he beheld the once lush trees transformed into crystalline ice pillars, while the solid ground lay beneath the Admiral's might, now fragile yet robust blocks of ice. Luo Ku approached an ice-encased tree, gently touching its cold surface, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Every inch of this land, every leaf, bore witness to your power. This is not merely a deterrent to pirates, but a demonstration of nature's might. Turning to face Admiral Qingji, his eyes sparkled with admiration. Master, I never imagined that a person's power could reach such heights. You have shown me what true strength is and made me realize how far I still have to go. The Admiral's gaze was gentle yet profound, as if appraising a piece of uncut jade. Luo Ku, remember this feeling. It is a reverence for power and an exploration of the unknown. Only through relentless pursuit and transcending limits can you become a true powerhouse. Volkiskiviko noted, his expression resolute and earnest. I will remember every moment of today, Master. Your strength and your teachings will forever remain in my heart. One day, I will grow strong enough to stand by your side, fighting alongside you. Standing upon the frozen island, a wave of gentle helplessness washed over Luo Ku. He gazed skyward, seemingly assessing his position and strength. At my current level, I could only challenge someone with a bounty of about 300 million. He mused himself, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone, as in this world where strength reigns supreme, bounties often reflect one's prowess and level of threat. He lowered his head in contemplation, continuing to analyze his situation. If I were to encounter someone with special abilities, perhaps even 200 million might be beyond my capacity. Those with unique powers often fought in unpredictable ways, making them elusive. Luo Ku's gaze hardened, and he bowed deeply to Admiral Qingji. Indeed, battling an admiral like you swiftly reveals the weaknesses in every one of my attacks. Every strike, every defense feels utterly futile. Straightening up, his eyes shone with determination. However, I have also understood that only by continuously challenging the strong can I uncover my own shortcomings and grow more rapidly. I will etch this lesson into my heart and strive for self-improvement until I can truly fight alongside you. His words conveyed his yearning for the future and his pursuit of strength. The road ahead is long, yet he firmly believed that under Admiral Qingji's guidance, he would ultimately bridge the seemingly insurmountable gap and become a standout on the seas. In this frozen silence, Admiral Qingji broke the stillness, his voice calm and profound, emanating an undeniable authority. Luo Ku, you now face a choice. Will you continue to remain an undercover agent among the pirates? Or will you return to the Navy and fight as a regular soldier? Luo Ku's expression grew serious, his brow furrowed, clearly aware of the gravity of this decision. After a moment of hesitation, he pondered the pros and cons of both choices. Continuing as an undercover agent meant living among lies and disguises. Yet it also allowed him to gather intelligence directly and influence pirate actions. After careful consideration, Luo Ku finally made his decision, lifting his head to meet Admiral Qingji's steadfast gaze. Master, I have decided to continue as an undercover pirate. After all, as a pirate, I can do many things that I cannot do as a Navy officer. I can gain deeper insights into their movements and even undermine them from within at critical moments. Admiral Qingji nodded slightly, seemingly not surprised by Luo Ku's answer. I understand your choice, Luo Ku. Undercover work is arduous and perilous, yet it is necessary. You must maintain a clear mind in that world and not allow the pirate lifestyle to corrupt your will. Luo Ku inhaled deeply, knowing what his choice entailed. I will be cautious, Master. I will not forget who I am, nor my mission. I will prove through my actions that this decision is the right one. A glimmer of approval flickered in Admiral Qingji's eyes as he placed a gentle hand on Luo Ku's shoulder. I believe in you, Luo Ku. No matter where you are the pride of the Navy. Remember, whatever happens, I will support you. A faint smile graced Admiral Qingji's lips, revealing a rare moment of levity as a teasing glint shone in his eyes. If you happen to escape from my grasp, I fear your bounty might unexpectedly rise by 100 million or so. Upon hearing this, Luoka could not help but laugh, a hint of embarrassment on his face, but more so an appreciation for his master's sense of humor. He gently touched the back of his head and said, "Somewhat embarrassed, master. Are you praising me or mocking me?" Nonetheless, it indeed appeared to be the case. A hint of self-mockery adorned his smile. It had also conveyed a confidence in his own abilities. Luoka understood that escaping from a master like Qingji was, in itself, a testament to one's skill. Although he did not desire the increase in bounty that would accompany such circumstances, it nonetheless served as a side affirmation of his growth and prowess. Resta surat. Master, I will not make it easy for you to capture me. Luoka chuckled, a spark of challenge igniting in his eyes. Such jesting was imbued with the master's expectations and trust in him. Qingji retracted his smile and nodded solemnly. That is good, Luoka. Remember, regardless of how high your bounty rises, what truly matters is your heart and your choices. Do not allow wealth and fame to blind your eyes. The gravity of Qingji's expression deepened as he produced a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Luoka. The page was densely inscribed with names, each representing a dark history and the blood and tears of countless innocent victims. Luoka, this is the list compiled by the Navy. Qingji's voice resonated with depth and strength. These individuals have committed heinous acts in the EC. They're either traitors or blinded by greed, slaughtering civilians and trafficking arms. These people are a disgrace to the Navy and a calamity for the EC. As Luoka accepted the list, his demeanor grew grave. He fully comprehended the weight of this assignment and the daunting peril it entailed. The demise of these individuals would ensure a brighter future for the civilians of the EC. Qingji's words revealed a deep-seated loathing for these scoundrels and a profound compassion for the common folk. Your mission is not merely to act as an undercover agent, but to eradicate these rogues as much as possible and restore peace to the EC. Luoka gripped the list tightly, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. Master, I understand. I will make them pay for their crimes in my own way. The civilians of the EC should no longer live in fear and suffering. Qingji regarded Luoka, a glimmer of approval flickering in his gaze. I believe you'll excel. Luoka, but remember, do not let hatred cloud your judgment. You are the sword of the Navy and the guardian of the EC. Every strike you make must be in the name of justice. Luoka grasped the significance of the list entrusted to him. It was not merely a task of cleansing the ranks, but also an opportunity to justifiably elevate his bounty. The Navy was rife with factions, not all of whom harbored a righteous intent to protect civilians. Some had joined merely for power and wealth. I understand, Master, Luoka responded, his voice tinged with gravity. Some on this list revere the celestial dragons rather than the so-called righteousness behind our cause. They join the Navy solely for greater power and profit, not to uphold world peace. Qingji nodded, a cold sharpness gleaming in his eyes. This is precisely why we need undercover agents like you, Luoka. You must not only combat pirates, but also cleanse the corruption within the Navy. Each individual on this list is a malignant tumor that must be excised. Luoka tightened his hold on the list, feeling the weight of its implications. I will ensure they pay for their greed and betrayal. Their actions have violated the Navy's principles and sullied the symbol of justice. I will use their heads to demonstrate that the Navy's justice is not to be desecrated. Qingji gazed at Luoka, his eyes betraying profound trust. Go forth, Luoka. But remember, regardless of how high your bounty ascends, do not forget your true identity and mission. You are the sword of the Navy, the beacon of light that cuts through darkness. Luoka nodded resolutely, securing the list, his heart steeled for the arduous path ahead. He understood that only through such trials could he truly become the pride of the Navy, a warrior of justice. Luoka set sail on his small boat, quietly departing from the frozen isle, his silhouette gradually receding against the glistening sea, resembling a solitary shadow vanishing into the distant horizon. At that moment, the Navy soldiers, having received the Admiral's orders, arrived tardily. Their vessels approached the icebound island, and the sight before them left them utterly astounded. Gazing at the frozen terrain, they fully realized the immeasurable prowess of the Navy Admiral Qingji. As they stepped onto the icy ground, their footsteps bore the weight of trepidation. They treaded carefully upon the slick surface, fearful of shattering the fragile ice layer beneath them. Their eyes wandered over the frozen pirate figures, stirring within them a profound sense of awe and reverence. Good heavens, how could this have been accomplished? One soldier gasped in disbelief. Another soldier, filled with admiration, gently touched an ice sculpture as if trying to grasp the chilling aura emanating from it. The admiral's strength is truly formidable. These pirates had no chance of escape. Continuing onward, they proceeded with increasing caution. This island now resembled a museum showcasing the remnants of vanquished foes, each ice sculpture a testament to the admiral's might. The soldiers understood that the figure they followed was a true powerhouse, a person capable of altering the tides of battle. Amidst the stillness of the icy isle, their hearts were filled with both admiration for Admiral Qingji and curiosity regarding Luoka, the undercover agent. They remained unaware of Luoka's true identity. Yet they recognized that some individuals chose the most arduous paths in the name of justice. For this cause, they too would continue to fight. News spread like a tempest across the seas, and almost overnight, the entire maritime realm buzzed with the same topic. The man who once roamed the East Sea with impunity, nearly monopolizing all pirate factions, Luoka, had mysteriously vanished. "Have you heard? Luoka is missing," exclaimed one pirate. "The man who was invincible in the East Sea has inexplicably disappeared overnight." Pirates whispered among themselves, their voices rife with speculation. "Indeed, I heard even a Navy admiral has personally intervened." Just how destructive must Luoka have been to warrant such attention from an admiral-level combatant? Another pirate responded in shock. This news reverberated not only among pirates, but also stirred notable unrest within the Navy. Luoka's name swiftly became the focal point of everyone's attention. His disappearance undeniably sent ripples of unprecedented turmoil through the East Sea. Even if this man were to be eliminated, it would still be deemed a form of honorable demise. Some Navy soldiers privately discussed the matter, their tones laced with recognition of Luoka's strength, even respect. The pirates, meanwhile, reminisced about Luoka's legend over drinks in taverns and ports, his name transforming into a mythic tale of the East Sea. Some speculated that he might have perished, while others believed he had merely withdrawn temporarily, certain that he would one day resurface. As the naval soldiers received orders from the general, their hearts were inevitably filled with complex emotions regarding the figure of Luoka. His disappearance had subtly altered the power dynamics of the East Sea, stirring new forces into action, compelling the Navy to reassess its control strategies over the region. In this tumultuous era, Luoka's absence was merely the prelude to an impending tempest, rendering the future of the East Sea increasingly enigmatic. The pirate factions from the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea began to simmer with excitement, as news spread like wildfire to every corner. Pirates gathered in ports, taverns, and even clandestine hideouts, incredulously discussing a singular topic. "Did you hear? That man Luoka actually escaped in front of the general," exclaimed a shocked North Sea pirate, rising abruptly from his seat, his voice echoing within the cramped room. "Is that true?" questioned another pirate from the West Sea, his brow furrowed in skepticism. The thought of someone evading the pursuit of a naval general was beyond his imagination. If this were indeed true, then Luoka's prowess must be formidable. He was, after all, a legend of the East Sea. A South Sea pirate's eyes gleamed with excitement, viewing Luoka's escape as a badge of honor for their waters. Pirates from various seas began to seek the veracity of the information, employing diverse channels to gather intelligence from within the Navy or among other pirate factions. Luoka's escape undoubtedly established a new benchmark for all pirates, awakening the realization that even in the face of a Navy general, survival was possible. If Luoka had truly achieved this, did it not imply that they too might have a chance? Ambitious pirates began to plot in secrecy, inspired by Luoka's audacity to defy the Navy. Within the Navy, Luoka's name became the focal point of discussion. Some soldiers began to question whether anyone could genuinely elude the general's grasp. This doubt, like a seed, quietly took root within the Navy, fostering an unprecedented interest in Luoka. The pirate factions from the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea closely monitored the developments in the East Sea. Luoka's escape not only transformed the power landscape of the East Sea, but also subtly influenced the balance of power across the entire maritime domain. Everyone was eager to discover what changes this audacious man, who dared to escape in front of a general, would bring to the world. The spread of news surged like waves, resonating with the hearts of pirates from the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea. Their initial reaction was one of astonishment, followed swiftly by a greedy ambition. In their minds, the pirates of the East Sea were formidable, yet it now seemed that these once mighty adversaries had all but vanished. "I've heard that the East Sea's lot has been decimated," remarked a cunning North Sea pirate, his tone betraying unmasked avarice. Indeed, that bountiful sea now appears to be a land without a master. Another pirate licked his lips, as though he could already savor the taste of blood and gold. Images of defenseless civilians and pillaged villages flooded their minds. With the formidable East Sea pirates ostensibly absent, they resembled famished wolves, eager to descend upon that fertile territory for a ruthless hunt. We must act swiftly before the scoundrels from other seas get there first. To seize our fortunes in the East Sea, a South Sea pirate declared, his fists raised with impatience. Soon the pirate from the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea began to stir restlessly, organizing fleets, preparing weapons, and sharpening their blades, awaiting the opportune moment to surge into the East Sea like a tidal wave. They understood that this was a chaotic era where the strong survived and the weak perished, and they aspired to become the vanguards of this age. However, unbeknownst to them, while Luaka had vanished, the East Sea was not without its defenses. The Navy's intervention, alongside those pirates who remained steadfast in their pursuit of justice, would not allow innocent civilians to suffer under pillage. The impending storm would surely be a brutal contest and a severe trial for the East Sea. As news of the Navy clearing the battlefield began to circulate, the pirates noted a peculiar detail. Luaka's body had yet to be found. This small clue ignited a spark of hope and curiosity within the hearts of the pirates. They were able to obtain this information primarily because some pirates had infiltrated the Navy with spies. These informants, either bribed by pirates or sympathetic to their cause, discreetly conveyed messages within the Navy. This particular intelligence rapidly spread among the pirates through these clandestine channels. Did you know? Those Navy fellows searched the entire battlefield and couldn't find a trace of Luaka. A North Sea spy whispered to his companion. What does that imply? It suggests that Luaka may have truly escaped. An excited informant from the West Sea analyzed. The pirates of the South Sea began to engage in fervent discussions. That man instigated 99% of the pirate conflicts in the East Sea, causing many factions to exhaust each other. If such a figure can elude a general, our world is on the brink of transformation. This news prompted the previously dormant pirates to reassess their circumstances. They began to doubt the Navy's absolute power and contemplated their futures. If Luaka indeed escaped, perhaps we need no longer fear the Navy's pursuit and can boldly chase our dreams, murmured a mysterious pirate in a tavern corner. Let's not forget, Luaka is not only powerful, he is also a cunning strategist. Perhaps all of this is part of his grand design. This statement landed like a heavy bombshell, plunging the assembled pirates into deep contemplation. If this were indeed Luaka's scheme, what could his ultimate goal be? Was it to incite greater chaos? Or was there a more profound plan at play? As night descended, the pirates of the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea began to secretly devise their plans, preparing to seize opportunities in this tumultuous era, and Luaka's escape undoubtedly provided them with limitless possibilities. Meanwhile, the East Sea, once the dominion of pirate supremacy, was quietly brewing a new storm. 2 days later, the Navy officially released a statement regarding Luaka's escape, a revelation that immediately stirred a sensation across the globe. In the statement, while the Navy endeavored to maintain an authoritative image, the underlying sense of helplessness and shock could not be concealed. Simultaneously, the pirates who had narrowly escaped the recent battle began to spread tales of their leader's valor. Some recounted their stories in taverns, others boisterously proclaimed them at the docks, and some even deliberately circulated these accounts right under the Navy's nose. Did you not witness it? Our leader Luaka. That battle was akin to a deity descending from the heavens, exclaimed an ecstatic escaping pirate, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, his confrontation with the general was nothing short of evenly matched. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely have believed it. Another pirate concurred, his voice brimming with pride. Their vivid descriptions ignited the fervor of the listeners, who envisioned the breathtaking battle. It is said that Luaka exhibited extraordinary strength and wisdom during the clash. Not only did he evade a fatal strike from a general, but he also executed a stunning counterattack at a critical moment. The final scene was nothing short of miraculous. Our captain vanished from the battlefield as if swept away by the wind, a mysterious pirate remarked. Indeed, the general was taken aback, and so were we. By the time we regained our senses, Luaka had already disappeared without a trace, another pirate added. As these tales circulated, they became increasingly embellished, transforming Luaka into a legendary figure. Some claimed he possessed mystical powers, others suggested he had the assistance of ancient weaponry, while still others insisted he was the son of a sea god. The Navy found these rumors quite troubling. Yet they could not quell the public's curiosity and speculation regarding Luaka's escape. The name Luaka grew like a tempest upon the seas, ever swelling and spreading, becoming an indelible symbol in the hearts of all pirates. In this tumultuous moment, however, Luaka himself lay in a hidden, unknown location, quietly observing the unfolding events. He held a newspaper delivered by a wandering albatross, the headline boldly proclaiming the bizarre and convoluted tale of the greatest leader in the East Sea, Luaka's escape. A complex emotion flickered in his gaze as he murmured to himself, "Convoluted, indeed? This spectacle is quite remarkable." In truth, only Luaka understood that the one sent to apprehend him that day was his esteemed mentor, a venerable figure within the Navy. Essentially, Luaka had always been a part of the Navy. His transformation into a pirate was merely a facade, a mission to infiltrate enemy lines as an undercover operative. What appeared to be a thrilling pursuit and escape was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated performance by the Navy to ensure that Luaka's undercover identity remained concealed. They had to stage such a grand drama, convincing the world that Luaka had fortuitously evaded capture. As Luaka recalled the events of that day, every action and glance had been prearranged. He had deliberately exposed weaknesses during the battle, allowing his mentor the opportunity to defeat him. "It seems my mentor's skills remain sharp," Luaka internally admired. He understood that without his mentor's exceptional performance, this charade could not have succeeded. The newspaper's reports and the pirates' discussions served as the perfect cover for Luaka's undercover identity. His mission was not yet complete. The chaos in the East Sea was but temporary, and the true confrontation lay ahead. Luaka folded the newspaper, his gaze steeling with determination. He knew he must continue to remain concealed, awaiting the next command, anticipating the moment that would truly change the world. Until then, he was to play the role of the greatest leader in the East Sea, even if this role would soon inscribe a legendary chapter in history. Seated in a dimly lit room, the only source of light was an oil lamp on the table, its flickering flame illuminating the list in Luaka's hands. The names on that list were more than mere characters to him. They symbolized a series of heinous crimes. Behind each name lay a litany of transgressions: the slaughter of innocents, arms trafficking, collusion with pirates. Luaka's gaze swept over these names, his eyes sharp as blades, slicing through the darkness that enveloped them. His fingers gently tapped against the list, each tap resonating like a tolling bell for the souls of the victims. "The glory of the Navy should not be tarnished by these scoundrels," Luaka murmured, his voice suffused with resolve. Each name on the list, each rank, foretold their impending reckoning for their misdeeds. Luaka recognized that his role transcended that of an undercover operative. He was a harbinger of justice. The infamous naval commanders marked for elimination were facing their doom. His finger paused over one name, that of a powerful figure within the Navy, whose vile deeds had disrupted the peace of the entire sea. Luaka inhaled deeply, aware that this man's demise would serve as the catalyst for a series of actions to come. "You are first, General," Luaka whispered, his tone devoid of emotion. He began to meticulously plan each detail of the operation: how to approach the target, how to ensure the operation's secrecy, and how to withdraw without leaving a trace. Luaka understood that these actions must be executed with utmost precision, for his adversaries were not only formidable but also cunning. Rising, he carefully stored the list away, his silhouette in the dim room exuding unwavering determination. From that moment forth, he would tread a treacherous and bloody path. It was the road he must traverse for the sake of justice and peace, for the innocent souls, for the true glory of the Navy. "I shall spare no effort," Luaka vowed silently, before turning into the shadows to commence his hunt. Major Selwyn Hook, a prominent figure within the Navy, concealed dark secrets beneath his imposing exterior. Selwyn possessed a formidable physique, tall and muscular, with sharply defined muscles, short and neatly kept black hair, and a pair of cold, merciless eyes that nearly melded with the night. A long scar etched across his face, extending from the corner of his left eye to his chin, was a remnant of a confrontation with pirates, symbolizing his brutal nature. Selwyn always donned a pristine naval uniform, the insignia of his rank gleaming upon his shoulders. Yet his actions brought shame to that insignia. His conduct was marked by savagery and a blatant disregard for civilian life, treating them as mere insects to be trampled. Within his jurisdiction, civilians lived in constant fear, for Selwyn not only colluded with criminal elements, but also exploited and oppressed them through his power. He frequently conducted unwarranted searches and arrests under the guise of maintaining order, Even the slightest hint of resistance was met with his ruthless suppression. Selwyn's subordinates obeyed his every command, collectively engaging in the exploitation of civilians, imposing heavy taxes, trafficking arms to pirates, and even participating in human trafficking. One of Selwyn's most heinous acts was to raid civilian villages at night, masquerading as an operation against pirates while actually seeking to plunder goods and abduct young women. His forces would set fire to homes, and for those attempting to flee or resist, Selwyn would personally execute them without mercy. Under his rule, civilian lives became worthless. The name Selwyn Hook became synonymous with terror, each appearance accompanied by weeping and bloodshed. Although his actions sparked some dissent within the Navy, his power and methods silenced many, who chose either to remain silent or to collude with him. Ultimately, Selwyn Hook's atrocities caught the attention of the righteous, and his name inevitably appeared on the Lockhart's list, marking him as a target that must be eradicated. His doom has quietly approached in the shadows. On this deep night, the estate of Selwyn Hook is ablaze with lights, and laughter echoes in every corner. Seated in the opulent banquet hall, surrounded by several beautiful concubines, each embodying his power and desires, Selwyn holds a finely crafted wine glass, its amber liquid shimmering enticingly under the lights. He is in an unusually exuberant mood, for tonight he has learned that the pirate forces of Donghai have been nearly eradicated. This signifies that he can pursue his plans with even greater audacity, plundering wealth like a pirate. My dears, have you heard? Those filthy pirates of Donghai have finally received their just desserts. Sirewin's voice, tinged with the rasp of alcohol, betrays his uncontainable ecstasy. The concubines chime in, some playfully leaning against him, while others wrap their soft arms around his shoulders, using sweet words to coax him into further delight. My lord, you are truly wise and valiant. The demise of the pirates surely means our wealth will increase. One concubine says with a flirtatious smile, her eyes glimmering with avarice. Selwyn bursts into hearty laughter, raising his wine glass. Indeed, without those troublesome pirates, we can amass riches with ease. The glory of a navy, is merely a guise for our accumulation of wealth. His words reveal a playfulness with power and a disregard for life. On this night, Selwyn Hoke has completely shed the facade of a Navy major, revealing his greedy and cruel true self. The banquet continues, intertwining alcohol and desire, plunging Selwyn and his concubines into further indulgent ecstasy. Unbeknownst to them, outside the estate, dark currents have begun to stir, and the shadow of Luo-ku is silently approaching, prepared to unveil the final chapter of this revelry for the victimized civilians and innocent lives. As Selwyn's feast grows ever more debauched, his gaze, clouded by alcohol, becomes glazed and greedy, his hands wandering restlessly over the waists and shoulders of his concubines, at times groping roughly, at others playfully patting. Reveling in the dual pleasures of power and lust, his eyes flit over the beautiful women before him. Yet his thoughts drift to the noble women who reside high above him in society. They are elegant and noble, maintaining a facade of respect toward a Navy officer like him. Yet the coldness and distance emanating from them itch at his desires. A wicked smile curls at the corners of Selwyn's mouth as he imagines the reaction of those haughty, noble women if they were to fall into his grasp. A twisted pleasure courses through him as he fantasizes about breaking their pride, compelling them to weep and plead beneath him. Those noble women always present themselves as pure and untouchable. However, if I were to shed my Navy uniform and don a mask, I could become the very pirate they fear most, Selwyn mutters to himself, his eyes gleaming with madness. He envisions his Navy transforming into pirates at night, raiding the mansions of the aristocracy, capturing those women who are usually beyond reach, forcing them to submit to his will in fear and despair. The thrill of such a power shift, such a change of identity excites Selwyn immensely. With just a command, my Navy can become the fiercest of pirates. The screams and tears of those noble women will be my finest seasoning. Selwyn's voice is filled with arrogance and depravity. Although his subordinates have heard whispers of his mad ideas, none dare to oppose him. Aware that Selwyn Hoke holds their lives in his hands, at his command, they must transform from protectors into plunderers. However, unbeknownst to Selwyn, these crimes and schemes have been secretly recorded, and his end is quietly approaching. The noble women he yearns to conquer may well become his final fantasy before he plunges into the abyss. Suddenly, Selwyn Hoke's drunken gaze sharpens as his ears catch a faint sound from above the ceiling. This unexpected noise douses his revelry like a cold splash of water. His expression shifts, and he roughly pushes aside a nearby concubine, her startled cry drowned out by his next action. Without hesitation, he hurls the wine glass in his hand toward the ceiling. The glass collides with the roof, producing a sharp crack, and the footsteps above grow increasingly hurried, clearly indicating they have been discovered. Who is up there? Sirewin's voice brims with rage and vigilance, his inebriation instantly replaced by terror and fury. His subordinates, startled awake by this sudden turn of events, leap to their feet, drawing their weapons and scanning their surroundings, readying themselves for a possible attack. The atmosphere in Sowen's estate becomes tense, the lights extinguished, leaving only a few flickering torches. His subordinates begin to search, while Sowen stands at the center of the banquet hall, his eyes fierce like a hungry wolf, prepared to confront any uninvited guest daring to intrude upon his territory. Show yourself, Sirewin bellows, his voice echoing in the night, laden with threats and murderous intent. At that moment, a figure descends gracefully from the darkness, having gently shifted a tile on the roof, landing lightly on the banquet hall floor. The torchlight illuminates the face of Luo Ku, revealing his calm and resolute gaze. Sirewin Hoke, your crimes have been exposed. Tonight is your end. Luo Ku's voice is steady and powerful, holding a sharp blade in hand, ready to avenge the victims. Upon seeing Luo Ku's face, Sirewin's heart races with panic. His drunkenness is instantly replaced by cold sweat as the muscles in his face twitch, struggling to form an awkward smile that appears more grotesque than sorrowful. Luo Ku, how did you get here? Sirewin's voice trembles, attempting to mask his fear with a facade of calm. The man before him, renowned throughout Donghai and capable of escaping from an admiral, is not someone he can easily contend with. Sirewin's heart pounds violently as he imagines that if he were to engage Luo Ku in a life-or-death duel, he would likely falter within mere moments. The disparity in strength between him and Luo Ku is like that of clouds to mud. Regret for his greed and cruelty begins to seep in. Had he foreseen this day, he might have restrained himself. Are you here to kill me? Sirewin's tone carries a hint of pleading, his eyes searching for an escape, but Luo Ku stands before him like an immovable mountain, leaving him nowhere to flee. Luo Ku's gaze is indifferent. He does not answer Sirewin's question, but slowly raises the knife in his hand. The blade glints coldly in the torchlight, reflecting the icy glimmer in Sirewin's eyes, causing him to involuntarily step back. No, please. Sirewin finally breaks down, sinking to his knees and beginning to beg. I have wealth. I have power. I can give you everything. Just spare me. Yet Luo Ku remains unyielding, his gaze steadfast, the blade in his hand unwavering as a rock. In the face of a villain like Sai Erwin, there exists no compassion, only the resolute intention to eradicate such a malignant tumor, allowing the common folk of Donghai to attain genuine tranquility. Sai Erwin Hawk's features contorted with despair and avarice, as he shamelessly began to enumerate his wealth at this critical juncture of life and death, attempting to barter material possessions for his survival. Lord Locke, listen to me. My riches are resplendent beyond measure. My treasury is filled with countless rare treasures, diamonds, pearls, gold, everything imaginable. Sai Erwin's voice trembled as he sought to sway Locke with these temptations, gesturing toward the opulent decorations surrounding the banquet hall. These are mere trifles. My estate harbors even greater treasures, which I am willing to offer entirely, pleading only for your mercy. His words grew increasingly despicable, even mentioning his concubines. And there are these hundreds of exquisite concubines, each one meticulously chosen, the finest of humanity. I can have them all serve you, begging only for your grace. His speech dripped with irony and sorrow, as these symbols of his power and desire transformed into mere bargaining chips for survival. The concubines, upon hearing his words, displayed varying reactions. Some covered their mouths in horror, while others regarded the scene with cold detachment, perhaps harboring deep-seated disdain for the tyrant. Locke listened to Sai Erwin's pleas with a chilling indifference, his expression betraying no emotion. To Sai Erwin, these riches and women were mere appendages of power. To Locke, they held no significance whatsoever. Sai Erwin Hawke, do you believe these vile trinkets can absolve your sins? Locke's voice was frigid, his gaze piercing through Sai Erwin's heart like a blade. Your wealth is stained with blood. Your concubines are but unwilling victims. Tonight, I shall seek justice for all the wronged. The sudden screams of the concubines and their frantic conversations shattered the brief silence. Their faces twisted in terror, eyes filled with disbelief and a complex sense of release. What shall we do? One concubine clutched the arm of her companion, her gaze betraying confusion and panic. They were mere toys of Sai Erwin, and now, bereft of their master's protection, Their futures loomed uncertain and terrifying, as this once mighty lord now knelt, begging for mercy. Amidst their fearful cries, their already delicate garments appeared especially alluring in the glow of the torches. Yet at that moment, such allure was imbued with a sense of desolation and helplessness. Their bodies quaked, garments fluttering with their breaths, revealing more skin, yet devoid of the previous allure. A glimmer of determination flashed in Locke's eyes as he moved like lightning through the banquet hall. Though numerous, Hawk's subordinates had never faced an adversary of such formidable prowess. Their swords sliced through the air, yet they could never reach Locke's elusive figure. "Protect the boss," one subordinate shouted, recklessly charging at Locke. Yet Locke's movements were too swift. His blade danced like the scythe of death, claiming life with each swing. The expressions of his foes shifted from resolve to terror, then to despair, their bodies collapsing one after another, heads rolling like severed gourds upon the opulent carpet, leaving trails of crimson stains. The lavish decorations of the banquet hall starkly contrasted with the brutal carnage. The concubine screams and sobs intertwined with the clanging of metal, composing a symphony of death. Sir Erwin Hawke watched in horror as his subordinates fell, disbelief mingling with fear in his eyes. "No, no, you are all worthless. Who can slay this man? I will grant them all my wealth." Sir Erwin's voice had turned hoarse, his body trembling as he attempted to rise from the ground. But Locke afforded him no opportunity. His gaze remained fixed upon Sir Erwin. In the midst of the chaos, Locke maneuvered with the agility of a cheetah, ultimately halting before Sir Erwin. Sir Erwin looked up at Locke, the coldness in his eyes heralding the approach of death. "Your end is nigh, Sir Erwin Hawke." Locke's voice was deep and forceful. The blade gleamed with lethal light in the torch's glow. Locke advanced toward the Major General, his gaze sharp as a knife, seemingly capable of penetrating the soul. The Major General trembled slightly, his hands fumbling in his pockets, yet failing to produce anything. His face bore the marks of desperation. Yet fleeting flashes of ruthlessness in his eyes did not escape Locke's scrutiny. "Speak, Major General. What do you wish to confess?" Locke's tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The Major General swallowed hard, finally extracting a small scroll from his pocket, presenting it to Locke with utmost caution, as if it were his last lifeline. "This is intelligence I obtained from a civilian," he stammered, his voice quaking as he endeavored to sound sincere. "I intended to use it to secure a higher position, but now I hope it can redeem my sins." Locke accepted the scroll, his gaze sweeping over the Major General's face before he lowered his head to inspect the scroll. The seal remained intact, evidently unopened. A flicker of curiosity crossed Locke's eyes, pondering the secrets the scroll might conceal. "Why present this now?" Locke inquired, a hint of skepticism lacing his voice. The Major General offered a wry smile, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. "I thought I could use it to save my life, but now I realize that before you, any schemes are futile." Locke did not immediately unroll the scroll. Instead, he regarded the Major General with a penetrating gaze. This individual, at the brink of life and death, still attempted to play his tricks, yet Locke was indifferent. What he sought was merely the truth. "I shall glance at this scroll, but do not presume that this will absolve you from the punishment you rightly deserve," Locke stated coldly, slowly unfurling the scroll. A glimmer of hope flickered in the Major General's eyes, only to dim once more. At the moment Locke became engrossed in examining the scroll, the Major General suddenly lunged, drawing his sword and thrusting it toward Locke's side. A desperate and ruthless maneuver, clearly a last-ditch effort. However, Locke's reflexes surpassed the norm. He seemed to have anticipated the Major General's action. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Locke deftly deflected it, causing the sword to veer off course as if swayed by breeze. The scene appeared effortlessly executed, as if Locke were merely swatting away an annoying insect. In an instant, Locke retaliated with a swift thrust. His movement was both succinct and powerful, the blade finding its mark with precision as it pierced the Major General's chest. The Major General's eyes widened in shock, his body stiffening, the sword clattering to the ground. Locke's expression remained serene, his gaze devoid of any tremor. As if the preceding events were merely a routine rehearsal, he regarded the Major General, speaking in a tone of nonchalance. "All your schemes are laughable to me, akin to the folly of a child." The corner of the Major General's mouth dripped with blood as his body began to slide helplessly downwards, ultimately collapsing to the ground. His eyes were filled with a mixture of resentment and despair, but more prominently, they reflected a profound astonishment at Luo Ku's transcendent strength. The Major General struggled to utter a few words, Yet Luo Ku offered no explanation. To such a villain, any justification would be superfluous. As Luo Ku sheathed his sword, the Major General's body fell lifelessly, his voice forever silenced. The gruesome scene was unbearable for the concubines, who typically lived in opulence and comfort. Their faces turned as pale as parchment. Some, after shrieking in terror, fainted and collapsed to the floor. The remaining women huddled together, their eyes wide with fear and anxiety, as if the world around them were crumbling. The surviving subordinates appeared as soulless puppets, their weapons drooping limply in their hands, their eyes betraying disbelief and profound terror. They gazed at Luo Ku, the figure resembling the Grim Reaper, too frightened to take a single step closer. They had once believed that their master's power was all-encompassing. However, they now realized how fragile such authority was in the face of true strength. Luo Ku surveyed the scene. Wherever his gaze fell, the subordinates bowed their heads. Unwilling to meet his eyes, they began to comprehend that their allegiance had been to a greedy and tyrannical ruler, while Luo Ku, despite being a pirate, possessed a sense of justice and courage that they could never attain. "You may leave." Luo Ku's voice shattered the silence, devoid of anger but imbued with an undeniable authority. The subordinates exchanged glances, unable to believe their ears. They had assumed their fate was sealed, yet Luo Ku had spared them. "But remember, if you continue to commit evil, I will become your most terrifying nightmare," Luo Ku continued, his words striking like a hammer upon each heart. Relieved, the subordinates dropped their weapons, some rushing to assist the fainted concubines, while others hurriedly departed, unwilling to linger in that place for even a moment longer. They understood that everything that transpired that night would haunt them eternally, and Luo Ku's name would become an everlasting taboo in their minds. Luo Ku chose to ignore them, turning his attention to the frightened concubines, a flicker of sympathy crossing his features. These women were victims as well, their lives irrevocably altered by the events of the night. Before departing, Luo Ku resolved to do something to at least provide these women with a semblance of safety. In the room, shrouded in fear, the women, typically alluring and charming, appeared particularly vulnerable in their thin garments. Each step Luo Ku took seemed to tread upon their taut heartstrings, and as he approached slowly, their bodies instinctively curled inward, resembling a flock of startled quails trembling in the cold wind. Their wide eyes reflected Luo Ku's tall and resolute figure, which seemed to magnify in their gaze like an insurmountable mountain. Their faces were as pale as snow, lips quivering, yearning to voice something, yet only managing to emit feeble whimpers. Their hands clutched one another tightly, seeking a fragile semblance of comfort from their companions. The air in the room felt as if it had solidified. With each step Luo Ku took, the women's hurried breaths and racing heartbeats intertwined, creating a symphony of terror. Tears brimmed in their eyes, yet they dared not let them fall, fearing that such tears might ignite a greater calamity. Though resolute, Luo Ku's gaze bore no malice. He endeavored to soften his expression, seeking to comfort these terrified women. However, for those accustomed to fear and oppression, any approach could be perceived as a threat. They pressed tightly together, wary of being pushed again into the abyss by this unexpected savior. On this night, filled with bloodshed and dread, Luo Ku's arrival represented both a glimmer of hope for liberation and the shadow of unknown fears. They were uncertain of what this man would do next, whether he would inflict upon them the same atrocities as their previous ruler. Thus, as Luo Ku drew nearer, they instinctively huddled closer, trembling, hoping that this nightmare would soon come to an end. In this tense and oppressive atmosphere, several older or more alluring women were filled with confusion and trepidation. In this cruel world ruled by the strong, their status and fate often hinged upon the whims of men. Therefore, mustering their courage, they spoke in delicate tones, attempting to discern Luo Ku's true intentions. "Lord Luo Ku, what do you intend to do with us?" A voice trembled, belonging to a strikingly beautiful woman whose eyes reflected both fear and a plea for help. Another, somewhat older woman, also summoned her courage, though she strove to maintain composure. Her voice quivered. "Please, enlighten us. We are willing to obey." Their words fell like pebbles into a calm lake, shattering the silence, and the other women raised their heads, their expressions a mixture of hope and anxiety, eagerly searching Luo Ku's face for answers. Luo Ku paused, his gaze sweeping over the women, devoid of greed or desire. It was filled only with deep contemplation. These women had grown accustomed to being dominated by the powerful, their lives steeped in uncertainty. Each change a potential trial of life and death. "I will not harm you," Luo-ku declared, his voice steady and resolute. His tone conveyed an undeniable sincerity. "I am not Huoku, nor will I treat you as he did." Upon hearing Luo-ku's words, the women, though still somewhat skeptical, visibly relaxed. The tense atmosphere easing slightly. Luo-ku continued, "I will ensure your safety and assist you in finding a place where you can live in peace. What transpired tonight is a nightmare for you, but nightmares eventually fade." Luo-ku then began to inquire about the nature of their homes, asking if they wished to be escorted back. His question seemed to touch the deepest scars within these women, unlocking memories long buried. As soon as the inquiries escaped his lips, the women, who had been holding back tears, could no longer contain their emotions and began to sob. "Our home," one woman choked out, her voice intermittent, as she recalled the glory of the past and the desolation of the present. "Our home is no more." Another woman bit her lip tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she trembled, rendered speechless by grief. Once the pride of her family, she had been the cherished jewel in her parents' eyes. Now, everything had become a mirage. "I am the daughter of a noble. Our home." The youngest among them wept, her eyes filled with boundless sorrow and loss. "Our home was destroyed by that major general and his army." As they shared their stories, the room resonated with the sounds of their collective lament. These women had once been the pride of their families, the elite, with futures that should have been bright. However, the ravages of war, the relentless struggle for power, and the cruel plundering have mercilessly obliterated their homes, stripping them of their status and dignity. "I was sold to a master to repay my family's debts," lamented a beautiful woman, her tears cascading like pearls severed from their string. "I no longer have a home." As Luo-ku's words fell, a frown involuntarily creased his brow, a wave of helplessness and headache surging within him. He was a pirate, noble in spirit, yet it was evidently impractical to traverse the East Sea with these 100 beauties. The ship served merely as a stage for perilous adventures, not a sanctuary for displaced women. "How many of you are willing to join the Navy?" Luo-ku inquired tentatively, contemplating that perhaps the Navy could provide these women with a relatively stable and secure environment. However, as soon as his suggestion was voiced, the women reacted like startled birds, fear rapidly spreading among them. Their bodies instinctively shrank, tears halted on their faces, replaced by pallor and terror. "The Navy," one woman quavered, her eyes filled with fear and rejection. "That major, he is one of them." Another woman clutched her garment tightly, as if still feeling the lingering pain of past captivity and torment. "How could we ever return? That place is hell for us." Luo-ku immediately recognized the thoughtlessness of his proposal. The suffering these women endured largely stemmed from the corruption and atrocities within the Navy. To send them back, there would undoubtedly cast them back into the fire. "I understand," Luo-ku said solemnly, his expression turning grave and resolute. "I will not allow you to return to such a place. We shall find another way, a haven where you can live in peace." In the residence, troubled by the bloody events, all seemed eerily calm save for the faint flicker of the oil lamp. Yet beneath this calm surface lay an impending storm. The remnants left behind by the major's flight had retreated to a secluded corner, anxiously and fervently deliberating their next course of action. Panic and anxiety etched on their faces. Their eyes flickered with fear and unease. The major's demise not only signified the loss of a powerful ally, but also hinted that they might face retribution from the Navy. "What shall we do now?" a voice murmured, the speaker's brow furrowed, his weapon trembling slightly in his grip. "We cannot simply sit and wait." Another subordinate responded excitedly, determination gleaming in his expression. "The Navy will certainly investigate. If we are caught, it will be the end for us." Their gazes darted swiftly between one another, each attempting to find a path to survival amidst the looming crisis. Suddenly, a shrewder subordinate's eyes glinted with greed. "The major must have amassed considerable belly. Why don't we?" He lowered his voice purposefully, yet his avarice was unmistakable. "You mean we take the belly and then flee across the seas?" Another subordinate chimed in, his eyes a mixture of fear and anticipation. The atmosphere of discussion grew increasingly fervent, each person eagerly voicing their opinions. "Yes, we take a few boxes of belly. Enough for a lifetime of carefree living." One individual raised his fist, a manic smile creeping onto his face. "But how do we escape?" "The Navy's pursuit is no trifling matter," another subordinate questioned, worry evident in his furrowed brow. Their voices escalated, the debate intensifying. Some urged immediate action, while others fretted over the risks of fleeing. Their expressions were a tumultuous blend of fear for the future and yearning for wealth. In this critical moment, each must make a choice that would determine their fates. Ultimately, their discussions culminated in a tense and urgent consensus. They resolved to act under the cover of night, to seize as much of the Major's wealth as possible, then scatter to evade the Navy's pursuit, hoping to vanish into the vast seas before they arrived. The subordinates knew well the dark deeds they had committed for the Major. His death loomed over them like a sword. They understood that once the Navy learned of the Major's demise, they would not escape accountability, perhaps even being scapegoated. In such dire circumstances, none were willing to serve a dead man. Each retrieved their hidden caches, the fruits of years of clandestine accumulations. Some contained heavy bags of belly, while others held precious gems and gold bars. They exchanged glances, acutely aware that preserving their own lives was paramount. "We must see what Luoku is up to. We cannot let him ruin our plans," one subordinate said nervously, a hint of reverence in his tone, for Luoku was the most formidable pirate of the East Sea, his name resounding through both pirate and Navy circles. They crept closer, peering through door cracks or window edges, cautiously observing Luoku's movements. Their eyes brimmed with vigilance and curiosity, seeking to discern the next step of this East Sea pirate king. These subordinates, as the Major's confidants, were intimately familiar with the wealth distribution within the estate. The Major's private chamber, akin to the heart of the residence, concealed the most substantial treasures. Hence, when they saw Luoku enter the Major's room with 100 beauties, a misjudgment surged within them. "Look, this fellow has killed the Major and now wishes to indulge in the Major's women. How greedy!" One subordinate scoffed, disdain for the pirates evident in his tone. Another subordinate sported a lewd grin, whispering with a chuckle, "Indeed, the East Sea's premier pirate, even in murder, is so debonair." They exchanged knowing smiles, secretly relishing the opportunity to discreetly relocate wealth while Luoku was ensnared in his indulgences. In their eyes, Luoku's actions epitomized the quintessential pirate ethos, greedy, lecherous, and unrestrained. Such a person would inevitably fall victim to his own desires. One subordinate maliciously predicted, his gaze shimmering with jealousy and hatred. Yet, they remained oblivious to the true circumstances within the room. Luoku's actions were not as they presumed. His intentions were not to satiate personal desires, but to ensure the safety of these women and to envision a future for them. Their misunderstanding reflected their superficial grasp of Luoku's character. The subordinates continued their clandestine watch, their hearts entwined with contempt for Luoku's actions and excitement for their own schemes. They began to plot how to discreetly transfer the wealth to safety before escaping this estate, which was destined to become a den of chaos. As the subordinates stealthily gathered outside the chamber where Luoku resided, preparing to seize the opportunity, Luoku's voice suddenly erupted from within, akin to thunderclaps that sent shivers down their spines, rendering them momentarily paralyzed with fear, hesitant to make any attempt at escape. "Since you have arrived, why conceal yourselves? Do you require me to personally emerge and send your heads flying like those of your former comrades?" Luoku's voice was frigid and authoritative, imbued with an undeniable aura of dominance. His words struck like arrows, piercing the hearts of his subordinates, raising their already heightened anxiety to an unbearable level. They envisioned Luoku's grim, reaper-like silhouette and the terrifying power he wielded, their faces pale and bodies trembling involuntarily. "We are not here to," one subordinate stammered, attempting to justify their presence, yet their voice was barely audible. "Enter. I shall grant you the opportunity for an explanation." Luoku's voice resounded once more, this time slightly softened yet still laden with an irresistible command. The subordinates exchanged glances, none daring to take the first step. Once they crossed the threshold into that room, their fates could undergo a cataclysmic transformation. However, Luoku's words were akin to an edict, compelling them to comply. Ultimately, amidst mutual pushing and hesitation, they steeled themselves and entered the room one by one, their steps heavy as if marching toward their doom, each movement fraught with difficulty. Upon entering, they beheld Luoku seated calmly, his gaze fixed upon them with an unsettling serenity, utterly devoid of the brutality they had imagined. Yet, it was this very tranquility that intensified their unease and dread. They understood that this greatest pirate of Donghai was far more intricate and perilous than they had anticipated. Prior to deciding to assassinate Major Hawk, Luaka had foreseen the outcome of this endeavor and its subsequent developments through his scarecrow divination. The divination revealed that this returning band of pirates each harbored significant wealth. For Luaka, this was an unexpected boon. Furthermore, he discerned a deeper potential. These pirates could not only bring him riches, but also serve as labor to transport the rare treasures and vast wealth accumulated by Major Hawk over the years. This was a twofold opportunity that Luaka was determined not to let slip away. You have two choices. Luaka's voice reverberated within the room, his gaze electrifying as it swept across the faces of every pirate. Either obey my commands and assist me in transporting these treasures, or my sword shall convey the consequences. The pirates discerned the resoluteness in Luaka's words. This king of the eastern seas was not jesting. His sword was a nightmare they could not resist. And under Luaka's penetrating gaze, they found themselves compelled to submit, trembling, yet with a flicker of excitement in their hearts, for they realized that by fulfilling Luaka's orders, they could not only preserve their lives, but perhaps also share in the newfound wealth. This complex mix of fear and exhilaration propelled them to march toward the Major's quarters. Move quickly, I possess little patience, Luaka coldly urged. His voice exuded an authority that brooked no disobedience. The pirates dared not delay. They set forth, some leading the way, others following, each cautiously entering the Major's room. Every artifact within the chamber might represent their future hope. Thus, despite their hearts brimming with trepidation, they commenced their labor with a blend of trepidation and anticipation. Although Luaka possessed the ability to effortlessly discern the location of the Major's treasures through his divination, he preferred to have these unscrupulous pirates serve his purposes. This was not only a form of punishment, but also a test for them. Listen, should I be satisfied with your performance, I shall reward each of you with several million belly. Luaka's voice brimmed with temptation, igniting a fervor within the hearts of the pirates. As his words settled, their eyes sparkled with newfound fervor, several million belly. For them, this was a fortune ample enough to forsake all risks. Their hearts raced, breaths quickened, and their greedy gazes involuntarily turned toward the door of the Major's room, as if they could already envision the glimmering belly and exquisite treasures that lay beyond. Is it true? Several million belly? A pirate incredulously echoed Luaka's words, his voice laced with desire. As long as you obey, my word is my bond, Luaka assured them. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes, recognizing that these pirates had fully succumbed to his scheme. Hearing Luaka's promise, the pirates seemed to forget their earlier fears, their hearts consumed solely by the yearning for wealth. They began to roll up their sleeves, eager to commence their task, hoping to fulfill Luaka's command swiftly to claim the enticing reward. Their eyes shone with avarice, resembling ravenous wolves spotting a succulent prey, their lips curling into greedy smiles. Under Luaka's command, they swiftly and cautiously began to transport the treasures within the room, each fearful that any delay might cost them their share. Meanwhile, Luaka stood aside, coldly observing the entire spectacle. With sufficient wealth as bait, these pirates would transform into his most obedient instruments, and all of this lay firmly within his control. The spacious chamber was abuzz with an unusual fervor. Hundreds of beautiful concubines, clad in opulent garments, surrounded Luaka, their eyes glimmering with anticipation and reverence. They encircled him, calling him master with the sweetest of voices, laced with endless allure and submission. Master, please indulge in all that we have prepared for you. Lord Luaka, allow us to alleviate your fatigue from the day. Master, you are our protector. Let us serve you. These words flowed like a gentle spring breeze over a tranquil lake, stirring the hearts of everyone present. Yet, Luaka appeared remarkably composed, his gaze unwavering, as if impervious to these temptations. Meanwhile, the pirates laboring to transport the treasures were already enthralled by the sweet murmurs of the concubines. Each of them struggled to contain their desires, their eyes reddening, veins bulging on their foreheads as they inwardly lamented, "These little vixens are truly formidable. Had it not been for our task, we would surely indulge." Despite the tempest within their hearts, these pirates persevered, continuing their labor. To the group of alluring women, Luaka's indifference seemed a challenge, prompting them to exert themselves further to showcase their charms. Their figures were graceful, each curve seemingly sculpted with precision, radiating irresistible allure. They twisted their slender waists or swayed their ample hips, every motion brimming with seduction. Their diaphanous garments billowed gently in the breeze, subtly revealing porcelain skin and enticing silhouettes. Their eyes, hazy and lips slightly parted, spoke to Loaka with even more beguiling tones. Master, do you not wish to experience our gentle caress? Lord Loaka, allow us to untie the long-standing shackles that bind you. Your strength only intensifies our yearning for your affection. Some of them gently caress their long hair, while others glide their fingers delicately along Loaka's arm, attempting to attract his attention through the most direct sensory stimuli. Yet, Loaka remains as still as a statue, his gaze piercing through these temptations, as though he is contemplating matters of greater depth. The pirates, tasked with transporting treasures, strive to fix their eyes on the ground or the burdens in their hands. Beads of sweat, mingled with tension and desire, fall drop by drop. They dare not lift their heads, fearing their resolve might shatter at this moment, terrified of being overwhelmed by temptation. They grit their teeth and hasten their pace, hoping to escape this ocean filled with allure. Each of these beautiful concubines has been meticulously selected and trained. They are adept at using their bodies and voices to entice men, with every smile and exchange of glances forged through rigorous refinement. However, confronted by Loaka's unyielding indifference, their confidence begins to waver. A sense of doubt and unease fills their hearts, and uncertain glimmers flicker in their eyes, leading them to question whether their charms have truly lost their efficacy, or if Loaka possesses an extraordinary composure. Is our allure insufficient to captivate him? One concubine murmurs softly, her brow slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of anxiety in her gaze. Perhaps he truly has no interest in women? Another replies, her voice tinged with disbelief. Their exchanges of glances become more frequent, each gaze brimming with inquiry and confusion. They begin to scrutinize one another, seeking answers within each other's eyes. These concubines, usually brimming with confidence, now resemble a flock of lost birds, utterly at a loss. What shall we do? One concubine bites her lip, her gaze flitting between Loaka and her companions. Let us try again. Perhaps we have not exerted enough effort. Another encourages, though her voice lacks conviction. They adjust their postures once more, attempting to draw Loaka's attention with exaggerated movements and sweeter tones. Yet, Loaka remains unmoved, his expression betraying not a flicker of emotion, as if he were an impervious stone. This unprecedented sense of defeat spreads among the concubines, leading them to question their worth and even to worry about their futures. In the face of Loaka's impregnable fortress, their beauty and allure seem to lose all value. The pirates finally transport the treasures aboard the ship, the heavy burden lifted, their shoulders relaxing as their breaths grow lighter. Under the port's sunlight, they gather to wipe the sweat from their brows, exchanging weary smiles. Naturally, the conversation shifts to the indifferent Loaka in the face of temptation. Haha, do you think that guy Loaka might be incapable? One pirate laughs heartily, his tone laced with mockery. Those nearby respond with knowing smiles, a camaraderie unique to men, imbued with a rugged and carefree spirit. Indeed, how could he remain unaffected by such beauty? Another pirate concurs, dramatically shaking his head as he speaks. They form a circle, patting each other's shoulders, laughter echoing across the harbor. These men, accustomed to the tempests of the sea, find the allure of beauty familiar, yet they cannot fathom how Loaka maintains such tranquility. Perhaps he possesses some peculiar preference. Ha ha. A pirate jests, prompting another round of laughter. Yet, to be honest, I admire that fellow's composure, a more stoic pirate remarks, his words tinged with genuine admiration. Yes, in such a situation, I would likely have surrendered long ago. Another pirate muses, stroking his chin as he contemplates Loaka's unique capabilities. Their discussion, though lighthearted, betrays a hint of curiosity and confusion. Loaka's behavior disrupts their traditional perceptions of masculinity, leading them to ponder the possibility that, in this world, some things are perhaps more irresistible than mere beauty. Loaka may very well be one who has grasped such elusive qualities. The laughter of the pirates gradually subsides, their expressions becoming serious as they begin to delve deeper into the potential reasons behind Loaka's actions. Living on the edge of danger. The respect among strong individuals often stems from an understanding of each other's goals and beliefs. Do you think someone like Loaka harbors grander ambitions? A pirate muses thoughtfully, his eyes glimmering with awe for the unknown. Indeed, that makes sense. For us, beauty may represent the greatest temptation. Yet for someone of his caliber, it may hold little significance. Another pirate nods in agreement, his tone revealing a deeper understanding of Loaka. Right? Perhaps what we consider a luxury is merely a fleeting fancy in his eyes. An experienced pirate interjects, his words reflecting insight into individuals like Luaka. Or perhaps he simply scoffs at such second-rate offerings. A young pirate suddenly states, plunging the group into silence. His bluntness carries a certain truth. In their eyes, Luaka likely seeks something more pure and unique. The pirates pause for a moment, reflecting on their lifestyles and their definitions of strength. Perhaps true strength lies in the pursuit of those things that are beyond the comprehension and reach of the ordinary. Indeed, we drift upon the sea, merely chasing wealth and women, but someone like Luaka may be after entirely different aspirations. One pirate concludes, a tinge of envy in his voice. Regardless, I am quite eager to discover what kind of goal would render a man indifferent to such beautiful concubines. Another pirate adds, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and yearning. The pirates return to their tasks, yet questions about Luaka linger in their minds. This man, akin to an enigma, evokes both curiosity and reverence, prompting them to contemplate the true meaning of their lives. Their discussions gradually shift from Luaka's mystery and aspirations of the strong to more tangible and enticing topics. Millions of berries in their future. Their eyes gleam with visions of what lies ahead, their voices brimming with excitement and anticipation. Hey, what do you think we should do first when we acquire those millions of berries? A pirate excitedly initiates. His words resonate with a hunger for wealth. As for me, I want to find a bountiful place, buy a plot of land, build a small house, cultivate some crops, and live a peaceful life. An older-looking pirate chuckles, his face revealing a longing for a tranquil future. Cultivating crops? Are you planning to retire? I wish to venture into the casino, showering a wealth of belly, and indulge in the exhilarating sensation of extravagant spending. Another pirate brandishes his arms, as if already immersed in the opulence of a casino. A casino, you say? It is but an abyss. I would prefer to revel in the pleasures of a brothel. Have you not heard? In certain establishments, the maidens are so exquisite that they can make one forget their very surname. A young pirate's eyes gleam with fervor, his words betraying an unquenchable yearning for the life of a courtesan. You lot truly fail to appreciate the finer things. Were I to amass such wealth, I would first procure a fine ship for myself, then recruit a band of trustworthy crewmen, and continue my adventures upon the seas in search of greater treasures. A pirate with dreams of captaincy declares passionately. The pirates engage in lively discourse, each painting a vivid picture of their ideal lives. Their aspirations vary, yet they share a common thread. The millions of belly are their keys to freedom and dreams. Nevertheless, it must be said that all this must wait until we secure the funds. For now, we must diligently labor, lest Locke deem us a mere band of daydreamers. A pragmatic pirate concludes. His words prompt nods of agreement, and they momentarily shelve their fantasies, redirecting their focus towards their tasks. Throughout these hours, the alluring voices of the courtesans linger in the air like the haunting melodies of sirens, refusing to dissipate. Their slender forms and graceful movements tantalize the senses of these rugged men, igniting an insatiable fire within them. The pirates' gazes grow fervent, their breaths heavy. Despite their efforts to concentrate on their work, the visions of the courtesans remain etched in their minds, stirring a restless yearning within. Brothers, to be frank, the sound of those women is truly tantalizing. One pirate cannot help but whisper, his voice tinged with desire. Indeed, my mind is consumed by thoughts of their soft bodies. How I wish I could find a place to release this pin-up energy immediately. Another pirate concurs, his eyes revealing an infinite longing for the brothel. Once this mission is complete, we shall visit the finest establishment, order a veritable horde of women, and revel in excess. A pirate who appears to be the leader brandishes his fist, his words brimming with determination. Yes, we shall indulge in only the best. Those women must surpass these courtesans in allure. Another pirate licks his lips, as though envisioning his own debauchery in the brothel. Within the hearts of the pirates, desire has been thoroughly ignited. They begin to fantasize about nights spent in the brothel, filled with alcohol, women, and laughter. These will be their ultimate means of releasing stress and seeking joy. Their work efficiency escalates due to this anticipation, each one eager to complete their tasks and partake in the impending revelry. Hundreds of women, once favored courtesans of a major general, feel a growing dread under Locke's indifferent gaze. Their hearts race, and their smiles falter, replaced by pallor. They understand that their fates now hinge entirely upon Locke's whims. Should he truly harbor no interest in them, their futures would become exceedingly bleak. They envisioned potential outcomes, each thought sending shivers down their spines. If Lord Locke truly discards us, where shall we be sold? One courtesan murmurs, her voice trembling with profound unease. It is said that those slave owners are merciless. If we fall into their hands, we might find life worse than death. Another courtesan bites her lip, her eyes glistening with fearful tears. Perhaps we shall become those brothel women, enduring endless torment and humiliation day and night. One courtesan's complexion pales further. She has heard of the tragic fates of brothel women. And such a life is more terrifying than death itself. No, perhaps worse still, we might be given to brutish warriors, becoming their playthings, forever stripped of our freedom. Another courtesan trembles slightly, unable to accept such a fate. These courtesans, who once dwelled under the protection of a major general, indulging in luxury and privilege, now face a fate that may be even grimmer than that of brothel women. Their hearts brim with despair. Their efforts to entice Locke are not merely to fulfill their tasks, but to secure their futures. However, Locke's indifference shatters their hopes. Their delicate faces turn ghostly pale, the light in their eyes dimming, as they begin to feel a deep anxiety about their fates. In this critical moment, they realize that they may have lost their value as courtesans. What awaits them now is an unknowable dark future. During the busy hours, Locke distanced himself from the clamor and temptation, immersing himself in his own world. Seated in a quiet corner, he toyed with the straw devil fruit that bestowed upon him unique abilities. His gaze was focused, fingers gently caressing the surface of the straw, as if drawing forth some mysterious power. As time elapsed, Locke commenced his tarot card divination. He shuffled the cards lightly, then laid them out before him, each card revealing threads of fate. Furrowing his brow, he interpreted the messages conveyed by the cards until, at the final moment, a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. The time has come, Locke murmurs to himself, his voice calm and resolute. Rising to his feet, his form appeared particularly imposing in the dim corner, his steps steady, each movement calculated. The subsequent actions would serve as the most crucial part of his plan. Locke silently approached the Major General's mansion, a structure brimming with opulence and power. His silhouette glided through the night like a phantom, unnoticed by any. Navigating the estate's every corner with ease, he ultimately arrived at the hall. There, the Major General's head lay conspicuously placed, akin to an offering upon an altar. Locke retrieved a pen from his pocket, dipped it in ink, and inscribed several bold characters upon the pristine ceiling. Killer Locke. The strokes were bold and potent, each line exuding Locke's resolve and coldness. Those words stood out starkly under the dim light, proclaiming to the world that he, Locke, was the mastermind behind the massacre. He stepped back, surveying his handiwork. In that moment, his heart felt no tremor, only the satisfaction of completing his task. What kind of uproar would these words incite? He did not care. For Locke, this was merely a cog in his grand design, a necessary process. The pirates, having fulfilled their transport duties, began guiding the courtesans aboard the pirate ship. Their hearts a complex mix of satisfaction and fatigue. The atmosphere aboard the vessel grew increasingly lively, the pirates' laughter intertwining with the soft voices of the courtesans, creating a unique maritime symphony. Locke stood aside, a hint of mockery in his gaze, coldly observing the scene. His eyes, sharp as blades, seemed to pierce through each individual's heart, exposing their truest desires and fears. Impassive, the corners of his mouth subtly curving upwards, as if mocking their ignorance and avarice. The pirates busied themselves. Some adjusted the sails, others inspected the ropes, while a few directed the beautiful concubines onto the ship. Their movements were rough yet skilled, each action reflecting their professionalism and experience as pirates. The concubines cautiously stepped onto the deck, their eyes filled with anticipation and unease regarding their future lives. At last, everything was prepared, and the pirate ship raised its sails, ready to set sail. The pirates gathered before Loaka, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles, paying homage to their leader with expressions of reverence and loyalty. One among them, seemingly their spokesperson, approached Loaka with an air of pride and expectancy, reporting on the completion of their tasks. "Master Loaka, all the treasures and concubines have been safely aboard. We are ready to sail," spoke the pirate's representative, his tone tinged with obsequiousness. Loaka nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping from the spokesperson to the busy pirates on the ship, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. Then, he spoke slowly, his voice calm yet powerful. "Well done, you have worked hard." His words, though simple, instilled a sense of satisfaction and pride among the pirates present. Under the scrutiny of the pirates, the concubines began to discreetly assess each individual, their eyes glinting with shrewdness and calculation, as if evaluating every potential future ally. They understood that since Master Loaka showed no interest in them, their futures likely depended upon these rugged pirates. Their slender fingers gently played with their hair, their gazes flitting among the pirates, seeking clues from their appearances, actions, and interactions with their companions. One concubine noted the spokesperson's eloquence and confidence, which seemed to suggest a significant status among the pirates. Another focused on the skilled crew members operating the ship, believing that technical expertise would secure a place at sea. "That tall fellow, muscular and strong, perhaps he could protect me," one concubine murmured, her gaze fixed on a burly pirate. "I find that composed middle-aged man quite appealing. He commands respect when directing others. Following him should be advantageous." Another concubine leaned toward selecting a seemingly experienced pirate. Their thoughts spun like a web, each seeking to find their optimal position in this game of fate. Once affiliated with a pirate, their destinies would be inexorably entwined. Thus, they had to consider not only the pirate strengths, but also their personalities, statuses, and the likelihood of genuine affection towards them. Among this group of concubines, one particularly astute individual refrained from hasty decisions, choosing instead to observe every detail quietly. The true potential candidates might not be easily discernible, requiring more time and information to solidify her choice. "Perhaps I should take the initiative rather than passively wait," this concubine mused, a glimmer of resolve shining in her eyes. This sudden upheaval caught both the pirates and concubines off guard. While they were still contemplating their futures, Master Loaka suddenly sprang into action, his movements swift as lightning, leaving no room for reaction. At the moment Loaka drew his sword, the blade glimmered like lightning tearing through the night sky. The pirates had no time to unsheath their weapons or even utter a cry before Loaka's sword fell mercilessly. The blade sliced through the air, blood splattering as pirates fell one by one, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The concubines, who had just been evaluating the pirates, were instantly horrified by the bloody scene before them, hands clasped over their mouths, unable to fathom what they were witnessing. The calculations of profit and future, once so significant, now appeared utterly pale and insignificant in that moment. Loaka's actions were cold and precise, each strike claiming a life. The bodies of the pirates accumulated on the ship, blood flowing and staining the deck crimson, their expressions frozen in the moment of death, questioning why Loaka would so suddenly unleash his wrath. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by Loaka's heavy breaths and the soft sobs of the concubines. Standing amidst the pool of blood, Loaka's sword dripped with crimson, his face betraying no emotional fluctuation. He resembled a machine executing a task, cold and unfeeling. This abrupt massacre not only stunned everyone present, but also made the concubines realize how shallow their understanding of Loaka truly was. In this man's world, life was as fleeting as grass. His motives were far more intricate and profound than they could ever imagine. On this harrowing morning, their perceptions of survival and future were irrevocably shattered. In the wake of Loaka's merciless slaughter, some pirates recognized their dire predicament. Lacking the courage to confront the sudden specter of death, they chose to flee. Some leaped into the sea, others sought refuge in the corners of the cabin, while a few desperately raced towards the ship's edge, hoping to find a sliver of hope amidst the bloody carnage. However, there was no mercy in Loaka's eyes. His figure moved with the agility of a cheetah, pursuing every escaping pirate. In their flight, they emitted desperate cries and fervent pleas. "Master Loaka, we have always been loyal. Why do you treat us this way?" One pirate shouted, turning back in confusion and fear. "Please spare me. I am willing to do anything." Another pirate knelt, hands clasped together, tears mingling with snot as they streamed down his face. His voice trembled, saturated with despair. Yet Loaka remained deaf to these pleas, his expression unyielding, the sword in his hand descending mercilessly, akin to the scythe of death, reaping the lives of every fugitive. His cold gaze communicated that their fates had long been sealed in his eyes. One by one, the pirates fell during their flight, their anguished screams echoing in the night sky, yet failing to stir any ripple within Loaka's heart. His movements were mechanical and efficient. Each thrust of the sword, each cut, was executed with unwavering precision. "This is a necessary sacrifice." Loaka's voice was low and resolute, as if justifying his actions. Yet it was more a declaration of his unwavering conviction. In this brutal massacre, no pirate could escape. Beneath Loaka's sword, life was as fragile as reeds, easily snapped. Ultimately, the entire pirate ship transformed into a scene of carnage, bodies strewn everywhere, blood flowing like a river. The ship now resembled a hellish tableau. The deck was littered with corpses, blood staining the wooden surface, creating a thick pool of crimson. The air was heavy with the stench of blood, inducing nausea. The sea breeze carried the metallic scent, chilling the atmosphere further, rendering it more ominous and terrifying. The sails of the ship flapped in the wind, seemingly mourning the massacre. The concubines huddled in the corners of the cabin, their faces as pale as paper, their eyes filled with terror. Their bodies huddled closely together, reminiscent of frightened quails, desperately attempting to ward off the chill of fear and cold with each other's warmth. Their hands clamped tightly over their mouths, stifling the impulse to scream, while tears welled in their eyes, yet they dared not let them fall. In their gazes was a profound sense of helplessness and despair, as they watched once vibrant lives vanish in an instant. The cold and merciless Lord Loaka, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, ruthlessly harvested lives. "Mother, I wish to return home," a young concubine sobbed softly, her body trembling like leaves caught in the wind. Another concubine clutched the hand of her companion tightly, her teeth chattering, her voice laced with cries. What should we do? Their garments clung to them as they quivered, exposing the terror within. Some began to pray, hoping this nightmare would soon come to an end, while others sank into profound despair, unable to contemplate the future. In this bloody night, the hearts of these concubines were filled solely with fear and confusion. They were oblivious to Lord Loaka's next move, uncertain if they would survive this massacre. They could only wait, awaiting fate's final verdict upon them. Loaka stood upon the blood-stained deck, his gaze icy as it swept over the scattered corpses of pirates. These pirates, who had followed the Major General, had hands stained with the blood of innocents. Their crimes were numerous, with plunder and slaughter as their norm. In Loaka's lexicon, there was no such thing as mercy. He believed solely in strength and utility. These scum, their hands drenched in blood, have long since forfeited their right to exist as humans. Loaka coldly mused, his voice calm and devoid of emotion, recounting an inconsequential fact. To him, these pirates were mere tools for achieving his aims. Once they lost their utility, they became burdensome. Loaka's principle was simple: never leave behind any potential threats to his safety. He felt no sympathy for those pirates who had once aided in tyranny. Rather, he viewed his actions as a form of mercy, a gift bestowed upon them. "To die by my sword is a liberation," Loaka sneered, his eyes betraying no hint of turmoil. The recent slaughter was merely a routine exercise. He turned to the trembling concubines, their eyes brimming with terror. Yet, Loaka understood they were not entirely blameless. Their choices, their lives, were likewise a part of the survival rules in this cruel world. However, at this moment, their lives still held value to him. "You should be grateful to me. At least you are still alive," Loaka stated indifferently, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, the concubines trembled even more violently, comprehending that Loaka's words implied they had temporarily escaped disaster. Yet, uncertainty loomed regarding the future. Under Loaka's reign, their lives hung precariously like blades poised to fall. Loaka's gaze drifted once more to the distant sea, his mind already formulating new plans. For him, this massacre was merely the beginning. The true game had just commenced, and he would forever be the architect of the rules. In the midst of Loaka's silence, a perceptive concubine mustered her courage and stepped tremblingly from the crowd. Her voice soft and tinged with a hint of flattery, breaking the oppressive stillness of the deck. "Lord Loaka, we are willing to serve you, to handle these corpses and cleanse away the traces of battle." Bowing her head, a fleeting glimmer of fear crossed her eyes, but more so, a sense of urgency to win even a modicum of Loaka's favor through this proposal. Her suggestion was immediately echoed by the others, each nodding eagerly, vying to express their loyalty and willingness to serve. Among these concubines, some were filled with dread, yet they understood that in this merciless sea, the sole means of survival lay in pleasing those who wielded life and death. "Indeed, my lord, we can undertake these tasks," another concubine affirmed, her voice faint yet resolute. "We will restore this ship to its former state, Lord Loaka." Another voice chimed in, as they seemed to compete, eager to demonstrate their worth through action. Luoka observed these women with an unyielding expression, revealing no emotion. Their actions stemmed from an instinct for survival. They were willing to do anything to preserve their lives. Nodding in tacit agreement to their proposal, he declared, "Let us begin." His tone was flat, yet for him, their initiative to deal with the corpses alleviated considerable hassle. The concubines sprang into action. Though physically frail, they displayed remarkable tenacity and efficiency in this moment. They divided into small groups, some responsible for transporting the bodies to the ship's edge, while others wielded buckets and brushes, beginning to cleanse the bloodstains from the deck. Throughout this process, they endeavored not to gaze upon the faces of the deceased pirates, nor to dwell on their past laughter and lives. They mechanically executed their tasks, silently praying to survive this tempest. Meanwhile, Luoka stood aside, coldly supervising the proceedings, his gaze perpetually maintaining its indifference and vigilance. As the sun gradually ascended above the horizon, illuminating the pirate ship's deck, its warm rays failed to dispel the gloom and dread that lingered aboard. The concubines, at the dawn of this new day, faced a heavy and cruel task. Though they had witnessed opulence and the shifting of power within the major general's estate, the brutality of this scene, the experience of personally handling corpses, was unprecedented for them. Confronted with contorted bodies and congealed blood, they endured immense psychological and physiological strain. One concubine bent to grasp a bucket, her stomach churning uncontrollably before she could no longer suppress her nausea. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, striving to remain silent, fearful of drawing Luoka's attention. Trembling, she fought against her revulsion, continuing to scrub the deck. Another concubine's tears welled in her eyes. She bit her lip in an effort to stifle her sobs. Her hands grew numb in the icy water, yet she dared not cease, mechanically repeating the cleansing motions. The sunlight fell upon her face, rendering it pale and feeble, as silent tears slipped down, landing on her garments before merging into the bloodied water on the deck. "I must be strong. I cannot falter here," a concubine silently chanted within. Her visage was streaked with tears, yet her gaze revealed a flicker of resolve. Each of them endeavored to master their emotions, acutely aware that any display of weakness could provoke Luoka's ire, perhaps leading to graver consequences. As time progressed, and the sun blazed ever more fiercely, the concubines busied themselves on the deck, their tears and sweat intermingling, dripping onto the planks as a final lament for the massacre. Though their movements were slow, the bloodstains on the deck gradually faded under their efforts, and the atmosphere aboard the ship appeared to lighten slightly with their diligent work. Nevertheless, deep within their hearts, fear and uncertainty continued to shadow their every step. They remained oblivious to the duration of their plight and uncertain of their future. Following the brutal massacre at the hands of Luoku, these concubines found themselves reminiscing about their days in the Xiaozhang's residence. Although that particular general was a lecherous man, his desires and demands often left them utterly exhausted. Yet compared to the merciless Luoku, life in the Xiaozhang's abode seemed significantly more tranquil. At the very least within those walls, they were spared the grim task of cleaning up such bloodshed. One concubine silently compared their current situation, her eyes betraying a longing for their past existence. While the Xiaozhang was indeed debauched, he would never resort to such indiscriminate killing. Another concubine contemplated, her gaze flickering with a myriad of complex emotions, mingling hatred for the Xiaozhang with a profound fear of Luoku. They began to understand that, despite the general's depravity, his atrocities were at least predictable and manageable. In contrast, Luoku's actions were unfathomable, and his cruelty plunged them into a deep despair. Within the Xiaozhang's residence, they had some semblance of status and security, whereas before the cold-blooded Luoku, their lives felt as insignificant as weeds. They once believed themselves to be the general's treasures, but now it seemed they were merely his playthings, while Lord Luoku regarded them as utterly inconsequential. One concubine's heart brimmed with bitterness as she began to reflect on her past life and current predicament. However, they were acutely aware that the Xiaozhang's head had already been severed by Luoku, and the man who once sheltered them was no longer. His death, though liberating, left them without a pillar of support. Under Luoku's dominion, their future appeared increasingly bleak, necessitating a complete adaptation to new survival rules. Now, they could only rely on themselves. One concubine resolved silently in her heart, her eyes shining with an unprecedented determination. The Xiaozhang's residence, a magnificent edifice, stood as a symbol of power and wealth. The towering gates reached for the heavens, flanked by imposing stone lions, with exquisitely carved patterns signifying the owner's noble status. The expansive courtyard within was shaded by lush trees and filled with floral fragrances, with pavilions and towers arranged harmoniously, each an artistic masterpiece. The interior decorations were opulent, with shimmering gold and brilliant hues. The lofty beams were embedded with jewels, precious artworks adorned the walls, and the floors were covered in soft Persian carpets, every inch exuding an air of luxury. In the center of the grand hall hung a massive crystal chandelier beneath the dome, radiating brilliance that illuminated the entire space. However, on this particular day, the atmosphere in the Xiaozhang's residence was unusually grave. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting light upon a chilling sight at the center of the hall, the head of the Xiaojiang. This head lay upon a delicate silver platter, pale and lifeless. With eyes forever closed, the once formidable general was now reduced to this cold relic. A group of colonels marched in step into the hall, their movements synchronized, faces marked with solemnity and respect, prepared to report on daily affairs to the Xiaojiang. Yet, upon entering, they were met not with the familiar figure of the general, but rather his solitary head, leaving them all frozen in shock. "My lord Xiaojiang," a colonel exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief. The other colonels displayed similar expressions of astonishment, unable to process the reality before them. This hall, this residence, had once been the epicenter of the Xiaozhang's power, now transformed into his final resting place. Their gazes darted around the hall, seeking clues to comprehend what had transpired. Yet no matter how fervently they searched, they could not alter the harrowing truth. The Xiaozhang's head lay there, silently proclaiming the end of an era and the impending turmoil that would envelop the residence. In their shock, the colonel's eyes were irresistibly drawn to the bold words inscribed on the wall, "Killer Luo Ku." The strokes were rugged and powerful, each line seemingly infused with boundless malice, deeply etched into the wall like a brand that could not be overlooked. "What is the meaning of this?" one colonel stammered, pointing at the inscription, his complexion pale and cold sweat beading on his brow. Another colonel gently traced the letters with his fingers, as if to confirm their authenticity. "Wolkiskiviko, the man who had escaped from Admiral Qingji, how dare he slay a general in broad daylight?" This revelation struck like a thunderbolt, shocking every soul present. They had heard of Luo Ku, knowing him to be a brash pirate, but they had not anticipated such audacity, to commit murder so brazenly and leave behind such a defiant declaration. This man was utterly reckless, his audacity unfathomable. One colonel gritted his teeth, his eyes glimmering with rage and fear. They all understood that Luo Ku's actions constituted a blatant provocation of the Navy's authority, a subversion of the entire order of the East China Sea. He was challenging us all, defying the dignity of the Navy. Another colonel clenched his fists, his voice laced with resolve and fury. This matter was of utmost importance. It must be reported immediately to the East China Sea Naval Headquarters for action. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense and heavy, the death of the Xiaojiang and Luo Ku's provocation instilling an unprecedented pressure upon all present. The days ahead would no longer be peaceful. A tempest was imminent, and Luo Ku, this audacious man, would become a formidable adversary they must confront. The atmosphere at the East China Sea Naval Headquarters suddenly turned tense, the assassination of the Xiaojiang akin to a powerful bomb, triggering immense upheaval within the Navy. In recent days, there had been no sign of Luo Ku, leading everyone to believe he had vanished, only for him to reemerge with explosive news. He had directly slain the Xiaojiang. In the command room, senior officers gathered around a long table, each face etched with seriousness and shock. Before them lay intelligence reports, prominently marked with Luo Ku's likeness, accompanied by detailed accounts of his latest maneuvers. This was a declaration of war against the East China Sea Navy. One senior officer slammed his palm on the table, his voice filled with indignation and unease. Another officer furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, "This is not merely a challenge. It resembles a forceful proclamation of his return. He intends to convey that he, Luo Ku, remains the invincible pirate." The atmosphere in the meeting room grew ever more oppressive as each individual pondered the implications of this sudden upheaval. Luo Ku's actions were undoubtedly a profound affront to the Navy's authority. He had not only roamed the seas with impunity, but had also audaciously slain a high-ranking naval officer, trampling upon the dignity of the Navy. "We must respond. We cannot allow such brazen behavior to continue." A general's voice resonated with unwavering determination. The officers in the command room promptly commenced urgent preparations, formulating an operational plan against Luo Ku. This move was not merely to showcase his strength, but also a test of the East China Sea Navy, a challenge to the very essence of a navy's might. Luaka stood at the bow of the ship, the biting sea breeze billowing his ample cloak with a resonant flutter. His gaze was profound, akin to the brightest star in the night sky and the coldest darkness of the deep sea. His face bore no excess expression. The cold, chiseled lines seemed as if sculpted by a knife, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. The atmosphere aboard the vessel was extraordinarily oppressive, with over 100 former beauty queens, now reduced to mere shadows of their past, bowing their heads in silence, not daring to utter a breath. Their hearts brimmed with fear and unease, for they understood that this man before them was not only their potential savior, but perhaps also their worst nightmare. Luaka's eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the women who once lived in luxury. His silence was more intimidating than any words could convey. The concubines held their breaths, trembling yet striving to suppress their quaking, fearful of attracting the attention of the pirate king. Today, they had witnessed Luaka's cruelty firsthand, as he indiscriminately executed the pirates who had served him after completing their mission, without a hint of hesitation. The gruesome scene had instilled in them a profound awareness that, in these waters, Luaka's name signified absolute authority and terror. Luaka was acutely aware that the loyalty of these women was founded upon fear. Their love was unnecessary. Only their unyielding obedience was required. His gaze ultimately fixed upon the horizon, where the endless sea lay, marking his journey and battlefield. From this day forth, you have but two choices. Luaka's voice, deep and powerful, shattered the ship's eerie stillness. Either become warriors aboard my ship, or he left the sentence unfinished. Yet the implication resonated with every soul present. Without turning back, his words echoed, prompting the women on the ship to kneel in submission, willing to forsake all that they had known in hopes of a mere glimmer of survival in this merciless ocean. And Luaka, the unyielding pirate king, would continue his expedition, prepared to confront both the Navy's pursuit and the challenges posed by other pirates, for he was Luaka, an unparalleled legend upon these seas. Standing by the helm, Luaka's gaze pierced through the tumultuous waves toward the distant horizon. His mind was already made up regarding these women. His intentions were merely to maintain necessary order and authority, devoid of malice. As the ship sliced through the waves, Luaka's spirits gradually lifted. In less than a dozen hours, they would reach the island he once governed, a realm far removed from the clamor and strife of the world. The atmosphere at the EC Navy base was tense and heavy, as news spread like wildfire through every corner. Soldiers whispered among themselves, while officers exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched across their faces. In the grand hall of the first base, a group of senior officers gathered around a table, at the center of which lay the severed head of the unfortunate Major General. The blood had congealed, yet those wide-open eyes seemed to narrate the terror experience before death. Is this real? Has Colonel Luaka truly returned? A trembling voice from a lieutenant colonel inquired, unable to comprehend that one he had once respected could commit such an atrocity. It seems he has not only returned, but has also brought with him a tempest of fury, another colonel remarked gravely, his brow furrowed in contemplation of their next course of action. How do we receive no intelligence? How did he manage to do this so stealthily? A remorseful intelligence officer asked, confusion and unease evident on his face. Colonel Luaka has always been a paragon within the Navy. His capabilities should never be underestimated. If he opted to conceal his whereabouts, discovering him would indeed be a formidable task. A seasoned rear admiral spoke slowly, a flicker of trepidation for Luaka gleaming in his eyes. Now is not the time for self-reproach. We must act immediately. Luaka's actions have breached the Navy's bottom line. We must bring him to justice, an indignant Major General declared, his words imbued with resolve. However, Luaka is no ordinary adversary. His strength and cunning are beyond the grasp of mere mortals. We require a meticulously crafted plan. Otherwise, we shall only incur needless casualties, a tactical expert calmly assessed. Notify all bases to enter a state of heightened alert. Simultaneously, report the situation to Navy headquarters and request reinforcements. We cannot allow Luaka's rampage to continue. The Navy Major General issued the command with unwavering conviction. The officers promptly rose to execute their tasks. In the hearts of the East Sea commanders, Luaka's escape had already become a legend. They widely believe that to evade the grasp of an admiral, Loaka must have been grievously injured and bedridden. However, the reality far exceeded their expectations. The former Navy colonel not only regained his strength within mere days, but also orchestrated a staggering upheaval. How can this be? Is his body forged of iron? A commander shook his head in disbelief as Loaka's actions shattered his preconceptions. This is Loaka, an existence that defies the heavens. His strength and confidence are beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings, another seasoned commander remarked, a mixture of admiration and concern reflected in his eyes. His hatred resembles a ravenous wolf in the dark, bloodthirsty and ferocious. Each of his strikes is imbued with profound animosity toward the Navy, an intelligence officer analyzed, his voice betraying a deep-seated apprehension of Loaka. We can no longer underestimate him. His vengeance has merely begun. If we do not remain vigilant, the next head upon the hall table may very well be one of ours. A major general solemnly cautioned every individual present. Indeed, against such an enemy, we must exert our utmost efforts. We cannot allow his atrocities to prevail. The honor and justice of the Navy require our defense. Another commander clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination, as Loaka's name transformed into a nightmare within the hearts of the EC Navy. A newfound understanding began to quietly take root among the commanders. Loaka was not merely their foe. He was a formidable adversary that warranted the utmost seriousness. The commanders of the EC Navy base were acutely aware that Loaka's modus operandi had become strikingly clear. His targets extended beyond the ill-fated Major General. His vengeance was likely indiscriminate, with any senior Navy officer potentially facing the grim fate of his blade. Such unrestrained slaughter undeniably plunged the entire East Sea Navy into a profound state of panic. He is declaring war on us. Every chief officer at the Navy bases may find themselves in his crosshairs. A vice admiral spoke with a tremor in his voice, as Loaka's actions transcended the conventional laws of warfare. His defection had initially been a rebellion against the Navy system. Now, he was expressing his discontent and rage through a gruesome display. Loaka is a man of unpredictable moods, bloodthirsty by nature. A former colleague of Loaka spoke solemnly, possessing a deeper understanding of him than most. His erratic temperament and bloodlust were evident even during his time in the Navy. We simply lacked sufficient vigilance then. A psychological analyst joined the discussion, seeking to dissect Loaka's motives. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative. We must enhance security measures across all bases, especially regarding the protection of senior officers. A chief of staff swiftly proposed a countermeasure. Concurrently, we must enhance our surveillance of Loaka's movements. He cannot remain concealed forever. There will inevitably be moments when he reveals his true position, an intelligence officer added, determination flickering in his eyes. The atmosphere within the naval base grew increasingly tense. Each general contemplating how to confront this former colleague, now transformed into a formidable adversary. Although Loaka's actions were brutal, they served to illuminate potential vulnerabilities within the Navy. In this moment rife with tension, every member of the Donghai Navy understood that they were not merely facing a defector in the form of a naval colonel, but a man consumed by deep-seated hatred, willing to obliterate the naval structure at any cost. While Loaka wreaked havoc upon the seas, the island he once governed descended into chaos and turmoil. The locale, once meticulously managed under his stewardship, now lay in disarray. The port, no longer a sanctuary for merchant and fishing vessels, had transformed into a haven for pirates. They plundered with impunity, turning the port into a place rife with fear and disorder. The pirate flags billowed in the wind, as if proclaiming their dominion to the world. Deep within the island, amidst the dense forest, bandits established their stronghold. Concealed within the thickets, they frequently descended upon the unsuspecting residents, plunging them into a state of despair. The presence of these bandits left the inhabitants in a perpetual state of threat, with even their most fundamental peace rendered unattainable. Once sheltered under Loaka's protection, albeit strict, the residents now found themselves caught in the crossfire of two warring factions, constantly dodging senseless conflict. The clashes between pirates and bandits were relentless, each vying for territory and profit, often resulting in deadly confrontations. When will this end? An elder sighed as he gazed at the smoke rising in the distance. When Loaka was in charge, though stern, we at least lived in stability. Now, we are on edge every day, a young fisherman lamented. Weariness and helplessness etched across his face. Rumors of Luaka's transformation into a pirate circulated, and a woman, cradling her child, wondered if he would return if he knew their plight. Who knows? Perhaps he no longer cares for this island. A merchant shook his head, harboring no hopes for Luaka's return. Unbeknownst to the islanders, their once revered leader had now become a figure that instilled dread within the navy as the pirate king. Luaka, for his part, might still reminisce about the island's former prosperity and order. How would he feel to learn that his former domain had devolved into such disarray? In the evenings, the islanders gathered beneath the dilapidated eaves, reminiscing about their erstwhile guardian, Luaka. Their faces unwittingly revealed a sense of nostalgia as they recalled the iron-willed, yet just naval colonel. I remember when Colonel Luaka led the navy to purge the pirates. The island was remarkably tranquil then. An elder stroked his beard, his eyes shimmering with the glow of bygone days. Indeed, he was like a guardian angel for our island. The mere mention of his name struck terror into the hearts of pirates. A middle-aged fisherman concurred, respect evident in his tone. Even now, I remember Colonel Luaka's resolute gaze, his unwavering resolve when vanquishing pirates. It was truly reassuring, a young woman remarked wistfully, despite having been merely a girl at that time. Who would have thought such an upright naval officer would choose the path of defection and piracy? A merchant shook his head, incredulity written across his face. The world is unpredictable. Perhaps there were matters within the navy compelling Colonel Luaka to make such a choice, an intellectual speculated, his eyes revealing a complex understanding of Luaka's emotions. Regardless, I still hope Colonel Luaka will return. At the very least, he could restore peace to this island. An elder spoke with hopeful fervor, resonating with many. The residents exchanged words, discussing Luaka's past and present, their hearts brimming with complex emotions. They yearned for the protector Luaka once was, yet feared the pirate he had become. They remained uncertain whether his return would herald salvation or greater calamity. In this island besieged by war and terror, Luaka's name became a flicker of hope for the residents, a potential catalyst for change. Yet Luaka may never learn of the memories he left behind or the intricate feelings the inhabitants harbored for him. As night fell, just as the islanders prepared to drift into slumber, the distant sounds of gunfire and the clash of swords, accompanied by the roars and shouts of the crowd, shattered the stillness. These sounds echoed ominously through the quiet night, raising the tension in everyone's hearts. Those bandits and pirates, do they not know how to cease? A resident muttered angrily, hurriedly securing the doors and windows of their homes. Housewives swiftly ushered their children indoors, checking every window and locking every door with urgency. The men armed themselves with kitchen knives, axes, and even farming tools, ready to defend themselves if necessary. Hurry, take the children to the inner room and be silent. A mother commanded in a hushed tone, clutching a kitchen knife, fully aware that it offered little protection. The elders nestled under their blankets, grasping the edges of their beds as if that would provide a semblance of safety. Their faces bore the marks of helplessness and fear, silently praying that the conflict would not encroach upon their homes. Outside, flames illuminated the night sky, gunfire and cries of battle reverberating in a cacophony. The islanders understood this was yet another bloody struggle between bandits and pirates vying for territory and control. They could only listen helplessly, their hearts heavy with anxiety for the future and nostalgia for the peaceful days of the past. When will this ever end? A young man clenched his fists, determination flickering in his eyes. If only we could return to the days of Colonel Luaka. At least there was order on the island. His father sighed, recalling the tranquil times that once graced their home. On this night, shrouded in fear and conflict, the residents could only silently pray for the swift conclusion of the battle, yearning for the return of a peaceful sanctuary. And Luaka, once their guardian, had become a distant dream in their hearts. In the shadows, the fierce clash between the two factions unfolded in the heart of the island, a brutal and chaotic battle. Pirates and bandits encountered one another in narrow alleyways, their mutual hatred and animosity igniting the air. The battleground was merciless. Torches flickered, casting elongated shadows against the crumbling walls. Debris and shattered furniture littered the streets, creating obstacles amidst the chaos. The acrid smoke of gunpowder filled the air, suffocating all who inhaled it. The clash of swords ignites sparks that flicker in the darkness, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal colliding. You wretched scum of the sea, do you dare to wreak havoc on land? The leader of the mountain bandits brandishes his great sword, bellowing at the pirates. Ha! You forest-dwelling monkeys only know how to lurk in the trees and ambush. If you have the courage, step forth and face us with real blades. The pirate captain, unwilling to back down, taunts while directing his subordinates to launch an assault. You brigands only prey on innocent fishermen. What kind of men are you? A mountain bandit curses loudly as he fights. Look at yourselves, robbing villagers and committing arson and plunder. How are you any different from common thieves? The pirates retaliate, their words dripping with contempt. Throughout the battle, neither side forgets to hurl insults, attempting to psychologically overpower the other. Their shouts, laughter, and curses intertwine with the sounds of combat, painting a chaotic and brutal tableau. Your pirate flag is the very emblem of your shamelessness. The mountain bandits spit at the pirate's banner. Your mountain stronghold will sooner or later be leveled by us. The pirates brandish their weapons, malevolence glinting in their eyes. In this conflict, neither party embodies justice. Only endless hatred and the struggle for power prevail. The island's inhabitants shut their doors and windows, filled with dread and helplessness as they listen to the tumult outside. Both pirates and bandits are not their saviors, but mere harbingers of further suffering. Unbeknownst to them, this battle could drag on indefinitely. In a naval base command room, just half an hour sailing from the island, a colonel indulges in a cigar, the smoke swirling around him as he sits in the center of the command room, appearing utterly relaxed. Surrounding him are several lieutenant colonels, engrossed in a card game, seemingly indifferent to the external strife. It seems fortune smiles upon us today. What a splendid hand. The colonel exhales a thick cloud of smoke, grinning as he discards his cards. Colonel, your card skills are becoming increasingly refined. None of US can rival you, a lieutenant colonel chuckles, though a flicker of tension crosses his gaze. Those pirates think they can overturn the situation? Once we have recuperated our strength, we shall deal with them. Another lieutenant colonel remarks, casually picking a card with a hint of disdain. Indeed, the priority now is to conserve our strength. The losses of our elite navy cannot be replenished in the short term. The colonel takes a deep pull from his cigar, a barely perceptible worry gleaming in his eyes. Yet, with such fierce fighting outside, should we not venture out to assess the situation? A younger officer inquires anxiously. Fear not. Those scoundrels are merely slaughtering one another, which is advantageous for us. Once they have sufficiently exhausted themselves, we can strike without haste. The colonel waves his hand, exuding confidence in the current circumstances. The smoke within the command room thickens, the banter and laughter from the card table echoing amidst the haze. Their demeanor suggests that the chaos outside is of no concern to them. They merely await the optimal moment to strike. I have heard that Locke was once a member of our navy. I wonder how he fares now. One officer suddenly mentions Locke's name. Locke, that traitor? He has become a pirate, though he is but a lost soul. Should he dare to show his face, we will ensure he pays dearly. The colonel's tone is laced with coldness, clearly harboring deep-seated animosity towards Locke. Within this smoke-filled command room, the naval officers persist in their card game, maintaining an attitude of detachment from the external flames of war. The battle eventually subsides after a frenzy of slaughter, both factions temporarily retreating amidst mutual attrition, leaving behind a desolate battlefield. The streets are strewn with shattered walls, broken furniture, and scattered clothing, remnants of the conflict's aftermath. Flames continue to rage in certain corners, consuming all flammable materials. Civilians timidly emerge from their hiding places, confronted with a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Their faces are etched with terror and sorrow, tears welling in their eyes. Injured residents and lifeless bodies litter the streets, these innocent civilians becoming the sacrificial pawns in the struggle for dominance. An elderly man kneels, cradling his deceased grandson's body, overwhelmed with grief. His shoulders tremble, silent tears cascading down, landing on his grandson's face. Surrounding onlookers attempt to console him. Yet words feel woefully inadequate in this moment. Why? Why must we endure such suffering? A woman clutches her injured child, weeping as she questions. Our home, our island. How has it come to this? A young man gazes at the burning ruins of his home, his eyes filled with rage and confusion. The islanders begin to clear the debris, striving to reclaim their former lives from the rubble. They assist each other, transporting the injured to makeshift clinics and laying the deceased aside to prepare for simple funerals. On this war-torn land, the cries of children, the sobs of women, and the sighs of men intertwine, composing a sorrowful symphony. The vitality of the island appears to have been utterly obliterated, leaving only profound wounds and unhealable pain. The residents understand that even if the fighting has temporarily ceased, fear and unease will continue to accompany them. They do not know when they will regain tranquility nor when they will awaken from this nightmare. All they can do is pray silently, hoping for an end to such days, wishing for their island to once again embrace the serenity and harmony of yore. By the port, the pirates, wearied and furious, curse the mountain bandits with their coarse voices. Sunlight glimmers on the undulating sea, yet cannot dispel the gloom in their hearts. Those bandits are nothing but beasts, utterly disregarding human life. A pirate shakes his fist, rage igniting in his eyes. Another chimes in, yes, if they had surrendered the territory sooner, we would have lived in peace. How did it come to this? Now the ground is littered with corpses, leaving no place for solace. Their comrades echo in agreement, complaints rising in unison. Although the pirates are notorious at this moment, they seem to embody justice, finding the bandits' actions detestable. Look at this scene. How many innocents have perished? A pirate points towards the distant island, where black smoke billows. His voice carries a note of desolation. In their eyes, civilians are akin to sheep in a pen. While they too may engage in plunder, the sight of such widespread slaughter evokes a sense of pity. After all, for pirates, civilians are the very source of their livelihood. How can they exploit them if they are dead? These bandits are truly cutting off their own means of survival. A pirate exclaims with bitterness. They recognize that if too many civilians fall victim, the entire island's ecosystem will be disrupted, rendering even the most basic supplies problematic. Though ruthless, the pirates understand that an island devoid of civilians is akin to a desert without water, unsustainable for the long term. The pirates commence a discussion regarding their forthcoming plans, acutely aware that to maintain their foothold in this place, a transformation of the current state of affairs was imperative. Some proposed a temporary alliance with the Navy to jointly confront the mountain bandits and restore order to the islands. Though this suggestion seemed rather ludicrous, it appeared there was no superior alternative in the prevailing circumstances. The pirates by the port bore a complex and heavy demeanor. Both the mountain bandits and the Navy disregarded the lives of the civilians in this struggle for power. They might become a new force amidst this chaos, not only for their own interests but also for the innocent lives on the islands. Meanwhile, the mountain bandits, in their hideout, were equally enraged. Gathered around a fire, they vociferously denounced the pirates, likening them to locusts. One bandit brandished his wine bowl, spitting as he spoke with indignation. At the slightest setback, they would scurry back to their pirate ships like a pack of hunted wild dogs, tails tucked between their legs. Another bandit laughed derisively, prompting his companions to join in the mirth. They believed themselves to be the true masters of this land, incomparable to the pirates. The bandits were rooted in these mountains, viewing this place as home, and would not easily abandon it regardless of the warfare. We are the ones who truly inhabit the island, living like family. An elder bandit lamented, his words imbued with profound affection for the land. They understood that the pirates were transient, drifting on the seas without a fixed base, whereas the bandits had a closer bond with the island. They cultivated the land, hunted, and coexisted with the natural environment. The pirates, in contrast, knew only plunder and had no comprehension of the land's value. A bandit expressed his resentment fervently. Though bandits themselves, they perceived an essential difference from the pirates. They would not indiscriminately slaughter civilians, for they recognized the latter as part of the land and their means of survival. As the sun rose, the flames on the mountain glimmered brightly in the dimness. The bandits continued their conversation by the fire, their voices echoing in the valley. Despite their hatred for the pirates, they understood that to continue living on this land, they must devise a means to contend with both the pirates and the Navy. On this war-torn island, both pirates and bandits fought for their beliefs and survival, while the innocent civilians could only silently pray for the day peace would be restored. Although the bandits and pirates were adversaries, they shared a mutual apprehension and disdain for the Navy base a few dozen kilometers away and its avaricious colonel. Both the mountain bandits and the port pirates had received the colonel's invitation, an order that brooked no refusal, a blatant threat. The bandits debated fervently in their stronghold, their faces etched with hesitation and unease. That Navy colonel is an insatiable abyss, a bandit seethed. Indeed, if he genuinely sought collaboration, he would not impose such harsh conditions. He desires not only our loyalty, but everything we possess, another bandit added, his eyes betraying a deep-seated trepidation towards the colonel. The pirates at the port engaged in similar discussions, their expressions equally grave. What does that colonel take us for? His pawns? The moment we lose our utility, he will discard us like a worn-out shoe, one pirate exclaimed angrily. Precisely. He is far too greedy and cunning. If we ally with him, We may end up with nothing but bones, another pirate warned, his gaze filled with vigilance. They all understood that the colonel's invitation was merely a trap. Stepping into it could render them cannon fodder for the Navy, paying the price for the colonel's ambition and greed. Though they were a band of outlaws, they were not fools, unwilling to venture into such perilous territory lightly. Despite their reluctance to collaborate, the mountain bandits and pirates were compelled to reconsider their relationship in the face of this common threat. On this island ravaged by war, every faction struggled for its own survival, while the avaricious colonel loomed overhead like a vulture, poised to devour everything at the opportune moment. The leaders of both the bandits and the pirates had first-hand encounters with the Navy colonel. Behind that greedy smile lay insatiable desire and ambition. The colonel's demands were always excessively stringent. What he sought was not merely wealth and resources, but also the subjugation of their freedom and lives. The leader of the bandits, a middle-aged man with a thick beard, had once confronted the colonel during a clandestine meeting. He recalled how the colonel's cold eyes seemed capable of penetrating one's soul, extracting every ounce of value. The way that colonel looks at us is akin to viewing a troop of puppets, the bandit leader declared indignantly. What he desires is not just our possessions, but our allegiance and our very lives. The captain of the pirates, a seasoned veteran, had also had an encounter with the colonel. He vividly remembered the absurdity of the colonel's conditions, treating them as expendable henchmen. He spoke of collaboration, but in reality, he merely wanted us to undertake perilous tasks for him. The pirate captain scoffed. In his eyes, our lives are worth no more than mere weeds. These leaders understood that accepting the colonel's invitation would mean surrendering their fates to another's whims. Though they lived on the edge of a blade, they were unwilling to become pawns in someone else's game. We must not allow him to manipulate us, nor sacrifice our brothers in vain, the bandit leader asserted resolutely. Indeed, we must devise a strategy to thwart the colonel's scheme, the pirate captain responded, determination gleaming in his eyes. This Navy colonel, notorious for his unquenchable greed and ambition, was covertly dubbed Bloody Crocodile Hawkins among the island's inhabitants. The name of Hawkins echoed between pirates and bandits like a malevolent curse, causing fear to grip the hearts of those who heard it. In the command room of the Navy base, Colonel Hawkins sat upon his throne, surrounded by swirling smoke, his gaze cold and reptilian as he scrutinized every mark on the map. His officers, those majors, sat around him, awaiting their superiors' insights. Gentlemen, mountain bandits and pirates are like oil and water, forever incapable of merging, Colonel Hawkins intoned with a deep, resonant voice. Their conflict is an unending war, a perpetual cycle of mutual consumption and hatred. He exhaled a heavy cloud of cigar smoke, which swirled above him, manifesting the very essence of his avarice. They engaged in a relentless struggle, and one day, a victor would inevitably emerge, Colonel Hawkins remarked, his tone imbued with a chilling confidence. We are akin to hunters perched atop a mountain, awaiting the opportune moment. His fingers glided lightly over the map, already envisioning future triumphs. When they are mutually weakened, that shall be our moment to strike. A cunning glint sparkled in Colonel Hawkins' eyes. By then, subduing them will be as effortless as plucking fruit from a tree. The lieutenant colonels nodded in agreement. Though they harbored reservations about Hawkins' avarice and ambition, they were acutely aware that his strategies often yielded unexpectedly fruitful results. They commenced deliberating specific action plans, pondering how to maintain neutrality amidst the skirmishes of bandits and pirates, while positioning themselves to seize the moment and decisively secure victory. Colonel Hawkins' schemes were as drenched in blood and cruelty as his name suggested. He cared little for the lives of civilians or the loyalty of his subordinates. His sole concern lay in his power and status. In this intricate game of power, he resembled a chess master, biding his time to seize all the pieces into his grasp. Deep within the naval base, mid-ranking sailors and officers often gathered under the dim light during the dead of night, exchanging stories of the past. Their voices were low and laden with emotion as they reminisced about the once proud Lord Locke. Do you remember Lord Locke? His piercing gaze, sharp as a falcon's, could instill terror in the hearts of both pirates and bandits with just a glance. An old veteran's eyes grew misty, as if he could once again see that valiant figure. He was never afraid, always the first to charge into the fray, and he had never been haunted by the spirits of the fallen. Indeed, Lord Locke was decisive in his actions. The tip of his sword marked the end of evil. Another officer interjected, his voice brimming with reverence. He showed no mercy, punishing those who harmed innocents with the most severe measures. They recalled the heads of enemies displayed on their territory, once the nightmares of pirates and bandits. Lord Locke was not merely their commander. He was their faith. Each of his campaigns was a battle for the Navy's glory and for justice. Lord Locke never disappointed us. He led by example, his courage and fervor inspiring each of us. A young soldier reflected with emotion. I still remember when he single-handedly faced a horde of pirates. It was as if we witnessed a myth come to life. In those days, following Lord Locke made us feel as if we were divine beings, fearless and resolute. A lieutenant's eyes shimmered with tears. The Navy of today has lost the spirit and glory of those times. They harbored dissatisfaction and resentment towards Colonel Hawkins, whose greed and indifference rendered them disheartened. They began to question whether they still belonged to the Navy that once filled them with pride. Had Lord Locke been alive, he would never have tolerated Hawkins' actions, an old veteran exclaimed with indignation. He would have stood up to protect the innocent and uphold the Navy's justice. In the hearts of these sailors and officers, they were not merely members of the Navy, but guardians selected from the humble folk of the islands. Their duty was to protect these waters and islands, safeguarding those who placed their trust in them. As time passed, their worries and unease regarding the current situation deepened. They pondered, what if today's battle were not to occur in someone else's homeland, but in their own? What if the flames of conflict spread to their villages, affecting their families and friends? Would they still remain indifferent? A soldier's eyes reflected profound concern. Our responsibility is to shield the civilians, not to allow them to become victims of war. Another officer's voice carried a hint of anger. If our own homeland were to suffer, could we still sit idly by, watching events unfold? These questions pierced their hearts like a sharp blade, prompting them to reassess their stance. Could they continue to remain silent? Could they continue to endure Colonel Hawkins' greed and indifference? Our families await our protection. Our children are watching us. If we cannot defend our own homeland, how can we call ourselves the Navy? A lieutenant's voice trembled, yet his eyes shone with determination. These soldiers and officers began to realize that their silence and forbearance had reached their limits. They could no longer stand idly by, nor allow Colonel Hawkins' ambitions and disregard for civilian lives to persist. It was time to take a stand for our homeland, for our honor, for the civilians who placed their trust in us. An old veteran rose to his feet. His resolve ignited the spirits of everyone present. They understood that if they did not act soon, one day, when confronted with the ruins of their homeland and the tears of their loved ones, they would be unable to face their own conscience. They must rise to restore the Navy's glory and protect all that they cherished. By the harbor, pirates were gathered around a fire, drinking and venting their anger and dissatisfaction towards the bandits. Their curses and jeers echoed in the air, filled with the scent of alcohol and agitation. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed pirate pointed towards the coastline, his voice laced with surprise and vigilance. Look over there. It was a pirate ship. All eyes turned in unison to behold a fearsome vessel slowly entering their view, its flag snapping in the wind. Clearly a harbinger of ill intent. The pirates tensed, exchanging meaningful glances before rising to sharpen their steel blades. Their expressions turned fierce, eyes glinting with the thrill of battle. For them, the harbor was their territory, and any foe daring to challenge their authority would pay dearly. It seemed these fools did not know the meaning of danger, daring to wreak havoc on their domain. A burly pirate gritted his teeth, the blade in his hand screeching against the sharpening stone. Indeed, they had worked hard to establish their stronghold. They would not allow these ignorant intruders to snatch it away effortlessly. Another pirate raised his fist, his face etched with a longing for combat. The atmosphere at the harbor became charged with tension as the pirates prepared for battle. They checked their weapons and organized their gear, each movement infused with resolve and ferocity. This clash will be a test of strength, a stern challenge to their claim of dominion. Let them know our blades are the sharpest, our fists the mightiest, a leader-like pirate shouted, his words igniting the fighting spirit of his comrades. The pirates echoed his sentiments, their battle cries reverberating through the harbor, a direct challenge to the approaching pirate ship. They were ready. Whatever lay ahead, they would give their all. For their territory, for their survival, they fight to the bitter end. The pirate ship, slowly entering the harbor, was once the vessel of Major General Luo-ku. The flag aboard still proudly flutters, emblazoned with emblems that once signified the glory and authority of a naval major general. Now transformed into a symbol of piracy. Luo-ku, a name that once resonated as a legend within the Navy, has now become a mere tale of the sea. Standing at the bow, his gaze cold and resolute, he surveyed the approaching harbor. Within his mind, he silently reflected that his former identity was now a distant memory, unworthy of his attention. He had become merely a pirate fighting for survival. On board, the former concubines of Major General Luo Ku sat silently within the cabin, resembling puppets. Their faces were pale, their eyes filled with dread. The man before them had once been a hero of the Navy, but now he was a fearsome pirate captain. Luo Ku was not a heartless killer, yet his renown and methods were enough to instill terror in these women. Their silence was not a result of any harm he had inflicted, but rather an inherent fear of his very presence. Casting a glance at the concubines, Luo Ku felt an unwillingness. He neither needed their fear nor their submission. However, a tranquil sailing environment was preferable, devoid of their incessant chatter. You need not be so afraid. As long as you remain compliant, I will not trouble you. He spoke with a calm yet firm tone, devoid of threats, radiating an undeniable authority. The concubines trembled at his words, but still dared not raise their heads or respond. In their eyes, Luo Ku's image had solidified as that of a ruthless pirate captain. They could not fathom that this man had once safeguarded them from pirate incursions as a naval hero. Luo Ku shook his head, choosing to disregard them as his focus returned to the impending battle. The pirates at the harbor would not easily allow any intruders. One must be prepared to face all challenges. After all, in this maritime world, strength is the sole passport. Standing at the bow, facing the sea breeze, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated that in such a short time away from this domain, the harbor would have fallen into the hands of pirates who had established their stronghold. This realization stirred a cold smile within Luo Ku, his fist unconsciously tightening around the hilt of his sword. "It seems my blade is destined to taste fresh blood once more," he murmured softly, his voice light yet filled with chilling intent. For Luo Ku, combat and slaughter had become integral to his existence. His sword was akin to his shadow, ever ready to serve its master. A smile crept upon his lips, appearing particularly sinister amid the tension. The corners of his mouth curled upward, revealing a cruel grin unbefitting of a peaceful era. This expression only deepened the terror of the already fearful concubines, who lowered their heads, afraid to meet his gaze, lest the murderous intent hidden behind that smile should extend to them. Their hearts raced, acutely aware of the intense aura of death emanating from Luo Ku. They could almost foresee the brutality of the battle that lay ahead. They knew of Luo Ku's reputation for formidable combat skills and ruthless tactics. Now, he would become the nightmare of the pirates in the harbor. Luo Ku paid little mind to the women's terror. He even relished the atmosphere. In this predatory world of the sea, fear served as the most effective means of control. He had no need for their affection, only their obedience and, when necessary, their silence. As the ship drew closer to the harbor, Luo Ku's smile grew more pronounced, his eyes gleaming with a desire for combat. This forthcoming battle would serve as a validation of his new identity and a test of his strength. For the pirates at the harbor, Luo Ku's arrival would spell unforeseen disaster. The visage that had once haunted countless pirates in the East Sea now stood vividly before them. The pirates widened their eyes in shock, rendered speechless, their hearts plummeting from exhilaration to dread. Thoughts of escape flickered in their minds, yet their trembling legs felt as if they were nailed to the spot, unable to budge. For this man was the infamous Luo Ku, the pirate who had stirred monstrous waves across the East Sea, his name akin to a terrifying incantation that struck fear into the hearts of all pirates. Now, Luo Ku had manifested at this island port, undoubtedly heralding calamity for this band of pirates. Under the weight of Luo Ku's piercing gaze, the pirates sensed their grim fate unfolding. Their minds churned with turmoil as they silently cursed their misfortune. Was it bad luck or ill omens that had summoned this fearsome specter? Some recalled the ominous signs of the day, wondering where they had gone awry to invite such a disaster. One pirate remembered the raven that had inexplicably entered the cabin that morning, its cries echoing like a harbinger of doom. Another recalled the spilled drink before their departure, its liquid pooling on the deck like a stain of blood, inducing panic. Yet another thought of the sudden, fierce winds at sea, conjuring waves more ferocious than usual, as if warning them of impending catastrophe. Regret filled their hearts. Had they known they would face the dreaded Luo Ku, they would have never ventured forth from the safety of the harbor. Yet, no remedy for regret exists in this world. They were left to confront this unforeseen crisis. The pirates were engulfed by fear, understanding that fleeing was futile, and resistance akin to throwing eggs against stone. They could only submit to fate, hoping this tyrant of the East Sea might show them mercy. However, Such hopes appeared feeble under Luo Ku's cold stare. As Luo Ku's formidable figure drew nearer, the pirates' fear reached a crescendo. They understood that their only chance lay in appealing for the mercy of this great pirate. Thus, they fell to their knees, their heads bowed almost to the ground, embarking on a desperate plea. "Lord Luo Ku, please show us mercy," spoke a seemingly leading old pirate, his voice trembling. "We are but unfortunate souls, driven to piracy for the sake of survival. Our families are wretched. Fate has cast us aside since childhood. We did not choose this path. It was born of necessity." Beside him, a young pirate echoed the lament. "Lord Luo Ku, I have an aged mother and a young brother at home. If anything were to happen to me, how would they survive? I assure you, we harbor no ill will towards you. Please, spare us and grant us a chance to live." Others joined in, some claiming their wives awaited their return, while others insisted they had taken to piracy to provide for sick family members. Their voices were imbued with desperation and sorrow, hoping to touch the hardened heart of Luo Ku. "We have always been cautious, never daring to provoke formidable adversaries. Today, encountering the esteemed one is indeed our misfortune." Another pirate continued, "Expressing our willingness to surrender all our possessions, hoping that the esteemed one might grant us a chance for survival." Amidst the sorrowful pleas, Luo Ku's demeanor remained impassive, his gaze betraying no hint of emotion, as though he had long grown accustomed to such tragic tales. The pirates felt their hearts leap into their throats, uncertain whether this great pirate possessed a heart of compassion, whether he would spare them. Their fates now rested solely within the whims of Luo Ku. Standing at the bow of the ship, Luo Ku gazed down upon the kneeling pirates, a faint, cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, seemingly amused by the scene before him. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and resonant, shattering the silence of the port. "Pray tell, what compelled you to emerge from that island's harbor?" The pirates exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond and quell the ire of the esteemed one. Ultimately, it was the leading old pirate who mustered his courage and stammered a reply. "Esteemed Luo Ku, we merely saw the advantageous location of this port, believing it to be unclaimed, and thus we took it for ourselves." Upon hearing this, Luo Ku's eyelids flickered slightly, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes, akin to a blade unsheathed, instilling dread in all present. Coldly, he inquired, "You dare to occupy the island I, Luo Ku, once protected?" His voice, though not raised, resonated with an oppressive force that enveloped the pirates in an unprecedented terror. Luo Ku had once been the guardian of that island, holding a profound emotional bond with it. To realize that it had fallen into the hands of pirates in his absence was unfathomable. "Do you understand how the people on that island live? They trusted me, relied on me, and I promised to shield them from harm." Luo Ku's tone conveyed an undeniable authority and fury towards the traitors. "How dare you wreak havoc beneath my very gaze? You are courting death." The pirates felt the murderous aura emanating from Luo Ku, each one paralyzed with fear, realizing that they were likely facing an inescapable doom. His icy gaze swept across the faces of each pirate, making them feel as though they had already been sentenced to death. In the face of such overwhelming presence, despair was the only thought that filled their minds. Why they dare to provoke this terrifying pirate? On Luo Ku's ship, a group of beautiful concubines nestled against the rail, adorned in exquisite attire, their expressions laced with arrogance and disdain as they gazed down at the pleading pirates. Hearing their pitiful entreaties, the concubines exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into mocking smiles. One could not suppress a laugh, while another disdainfully shook her head, as if observing the struggles of mere insects. "Look at their current state. It's both pathetic and laughable," one concubine remarked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. These ruffians dared to offend us before, and now they know fear," another replied, her eyes gleaming with malice. "Let us see if they dare to harass us again." They recalled how these pirates had previously encountered them at sea, their rudeness and frivolity evident, unaware of the true nature of their targets, believing them to be mere objects of amusement. Now, in the presence of the esteemed Luo Ku, they could only grovel, begging for mercy. The concubines reveled in this reversal of power, relishing the sight of their enemies in fear and despair. They were certain that Luo Ku would not easily forgive those who dared infringe upon his territory. Yet, deep within the fearful hearts of the pirates, a flicker of hope emerged. Some seemed to recall a piece of information, a glimmer of light flashing in their eyes. The news spread rapidly through their minds, like a current quickening their heartbeats. "Wait, have you heard? Did not Luo Ku just escape from the grasp of Admiral Qingji? One pirate whispered nervously to his companions. This revelation ignited a stir among the pirates, their gazes meeting, each seeing hesitation and trepidation reflected in the other's eyes. Indeed, I have heard that Luo Ku sustained grave injuries and sought to return to his origin for recuperation. Another pirate responded, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. Once this notion took root, it swiftly permeated the ranks of the pirates, who began to scrutinize Luo Ku with newfound perspective, searching for signs of injury in his demeanor and expressions. Yet, Luo Ku's impassive face and sharp gaze remained too intimidating to confront directly. Nevertheless, doubt began to kindle within the pirates. Perhaps this great pirate strength was merely superficial. Their eyes gradually ignited with a spirit of defiance, the initial despair supplanted by a burgeoning sense of opportunity. If Luo Ku was indeed wounded, perhaps they could exploit this weakness, even escape what seemed an inevitable calamity. The pirates exchanged knowing glances, their fingers instinctively brushing against their weapons at their sides. Though still kneeling, their posture no longer exuded humility, as fear was supplanted by a reckless bravery. This could be their sole chance. Even if fraught with peril, it was preferable to inaction. However, Luo Ku remained still, his expression unchanged, oblivious to the turmoil brewing within the pirates. His stoicism led them to mistakenly believe that his once formidable presence had waned. Perhaps he was truly injured and unable to crush his enemies as before. This illusion emboldened them, or perhaps it was a foolish impulse. They began to deride Luo Ku, dismissing him as nothing more than a paper tiger. "Haha, esteemed Luo Ku, what ails you? Has Admiral Qingji frightened you so?" one audacious pirate mocked. Soon, they brandished their swords and drew their guns, launching a sudden frontal assault. The pirates charged at Luo Ku, their eyes ablaze with fervor and greed, as if they had already glimpsed the dawn of victory. Yet, they forgot that Luo Ku had become the sovereign of the East Sea not merely due to strength, but also cunning and ruthlessness. As the pirates surged forward, Luo Ku moved. His actions were as swift as lightning. In an instant, those at the forefront faced obliteration. It was as though he wielded the scythe of death, each swing claiming a life. In a mere span of seconds, the pirates' assault was utterly dismantled, their bodies torn asunder in the air, limbs and blood showering down upon the sea and deck like rain. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air, a horrifying scene that left every onlooker trembling. The once impetuous pirates found their courage rendered laughable in the face of Luo Ku's true might. The remaining pirates stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. In mere seconds, their comrade had been reduced to a mere pile of flesh upon the sea. Luo Ku stood amidst the pool of blood, his gaze devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of a demon returning from the depths of hell, radiating only an endless coldness and murderous intent. This massacre was but a proclamation to the world, affirming that despite the rumors of his injury, he remained the formidable pirate, Luo Ku, that struck fear into the hearts of many. Luo Ku observed the remaining pirates with a cold-eyed scrutiny, their courage shattered by the bloody spectacle they had just witnessed. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips as he mockingly addressed them, questioning their earlier bravado. "What happened to your bravery from just moments ago? Why do you now dare only to grasp your weapons, yet refrain from advancing?" His words pierced like a dagger into the hearts of the pirates, who, in a panic, glanced at their weapons and then unhesitatingly cast their swords onto the deck, producing a clattering sound. They had completely lost the will to fight, now solely desiring to preserve their lives. "Lord Luo Ku, we were wrong. We truly acknowledge our mistakes." The leader of the pirates knelt once more, his voice laden with despair and pleading. "Please, show us mercy and spare us ignorant souls." With his actions, the other pirates followed suit, kneeling and bowing deeply, their heads striking the deck with a dull thud, as if offering their very lives as remorse to Luo Ku. "Lord Luo Ku, we shall never dare again. We are willing to do anything, just beseeching you to grant us a path to survival." One pirate wept profusely, his expression contorted, tears and snot mingling as if he had lost a beloved kin. Their cries and pleas intertwined, creating a mournful melody that echoed across the sea. The arrogance and hubris of these pirates had been utterly erased, leaving only an insatiable thirst for survival and an overwhelming fear of death. Colonel Hawkins furrowed his brow at the mention of Luo Ku, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Releasing the woman in his arms, he straightened. attempting to awaken from the haze of alcohol and beauty. Wolkiskivika. His voice trembled with uncertainty. Which Luo-ku could it be? Among the multitude of pirates and mountain bandits around, many bore the name Luo-ku, all willing to part with a portion of their profits. The lieutenant quickly clarified, Colonel, it is not those minor characters. It is Lord Luo-ku, the very Luo-ku who once dominated these waters. He has returned. Instantly, the color drained from Colonel Hawkins' face. He vividly recalled the fearsome reputation of Colonel Luo-ku, a man who was not only the nightmare of pirates, but also a figure of dread within the Navy. His return would undoubtedly shatter the tranquility of this place. Particularly for Colonel Hawkins himself, his greed and depravity might soon be laid bare. Colonel Luo-ku. Hawkins' voice quivered, struggling to maintain his composure. He has returned? When did this happen? Just moments ago, his ship had docked, and he now might already be on the island. The lieutenant responded, tension evident in his tone. The atmosphere within the banquet hall suddenly grew tense, the lieutenants and courtesans sensing the shift, ceasing their laughter and casting anxious glances at Colonel Hawkins. They understood that if Colonel Luo-ku had indeed returned, all present might soon face dire consequences. Colonel Hawkins took a deep breath, striving to appear composed. He waved his hand, signaling the lieutenants to withdraw, then turned towards the women, attempting to adopt a casual tone. All right, my darlings, the banquet concludes here for today. You may return. Just as Colonel Hawkins endeavored to gather his thoughts in preparation for Luo-ku's arrival, a cold voice abruptly resonated within the banquet hall, shattering the awkward silence. You Navy are more disgusting than I, a pirate. In broad daylight, you embrace these courtesans, living a life more lavish than any pirate. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, and there stood Colonel Luo-ku at the door of the banquet hall, his figure appearing particularly imposing under the light, a sardonic smile adorning his face. His sudden appearance was akin to emerging from the shadows, catching all off guard. Colonel Hawkins and his lieutenants froze, the color draining from their faces, rendering them as pale as specters. The courtesans, too, were left aghast, retreating to the sides. Unable to meet the gaze of this tyrant of the East Sea, Colonel Luo-ku strode into the banquet hall, his eyes sweeping over each individual, emanating an undeniable authority that left no room for defiance. Lord Luo-ku, what brings you here? Colonel Hawkins stammered, his voice rife with fear and unease. Luo-ku offered no response, continuing forward until he stood before Colonel Hawkins, scrutinizing him with disdain. The Navy's duty is to protect the populace and maintain peace in these waters. Yet, what of you? Luo-ku's voice was deep and resonant. Look at yourself. Look at this banquet hall. This is no naval base. It is a den of vice. Colonel Hawkins and his lieutenants bowed their heads, unable to meet Luo-ku's piercing gaze. Their actions had completely diverged from the Navy's mission, and the formidable pirate before them possessed a reputation and power that could exact a heavy toll. Colonel Hawkins attempted to defend himself, but found no justification. Luo-ku scoffed, dismissing Hawkins entirely, and instead turned his attention to the lieutenants and courtesans, his gaze instilling a chill in all present. All of you get out. Luo-ku commanded, his voice imbued with an unassailable authority. Standing in the center of the banquet hall, his gaze pierced through Colonel Hawkins' heart as he began to enumerate the transgressions of the Navy present. His voice remained calm, yet powerful, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of all who were there. Colonel Hawkins, as a member of the Navy, you conspired with pirates and brigands, accepting protection fees, allowing your comrades to overlook your crimes. Luo-ku's voice echoed within the spacious banquet hall. In broad daylight, you consort with these women of ill repute, neglecting the duties of the Navy and tarnishing its reputation. The faces of Colonel Hawkins and his lieutenants shifted dramatically from pallid to flushed, then to a deep shade of blue as they sought any loophole in Luo-ku's accusations, but found themselves utterly speechless. Every statement made by Luo-ku was an undeniable truth. Your actions not only betray the honor of the Navy, but also constitute crimes against the denizens of these waters. Luo-ku continued, his tone laced with profound disappointment and anger. Colonel Hawkins could no longer restrain himself, his voice tinged with hysteria. You have defected, Luo-ku. Why do you have to question us? You are nothing but a pirate. Luo-ku chuckled coldly, his gaze sharpening, capable of penetrating Hawkins' very soul. Though I'm a pirate, I have never forgotten my principles and boundaries. I protect the weak and stand against injustice. And you, Colonel Hawkins, what have you done? You have wielded the authority of the Navy to satisfy your own desires, exploiting and oppressing the innocent populace. Colonel Hawkins, cornered by the words of Lieutenant Colonel Locke, recoiled, trembling, unable to retort. Each word from Locke's lips sliced through Hawkins' hypocritical facade like a sharp blade. My defection stems from my inability to endure the corruption and depravity within the Navy. As Lieutenant Colonel Locke's voice rose in intensity, he declared that you are one of the reasons for my departure. Today, I shall cleanse these waters. You scoundrels will receive the punishment you deserve. As Locke's words concluded, the banquet hall was enveloped in a deathly silence, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of Colonel Hawkins and his subordinates. With fury igniting within them, their gazes turned fierce, their faces contorted, as if they wished to rend Locke to shreds. The battle was imminent, and the scene transformed into a whirlwind of chaos. They brandished their weapons, launching a tempestuous assault on Locke. Blades flashed, fists flew, and an array of techniques unfolded. Yet, amidst this overwhelming onslaught, Locke remained remarkably composed, his movements agile as he danced through the blades, effortlessly neutralizing their attacks. In the heat of battle, their anger reached a crescendo. Yet they discovered their strikes to be as ineffective as a stone cast into the ocean, failing to harm Locke in the slightest. A smirk of disdain played upon Locke's lips, inciting their fury further. Ignoring all else, they intensified their assault, yet this only exposed more of their vulnerabilities. In that moment, Locke struck. His movements were a blur, swift as lightning. His powerful punches and kicks landed precisely on their vital points. They cried out in agony, each one sent reeling like a severed kite, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Locke stood amidst the battlefield, his garments billowing, his gaze cold and contemptuous as he surveyed the fallen adversaries, mocking their impotence. For him, this confrontation was merely another stepping stone to reaffirm his prowess, while they were reduced to footnotes beneath Locke's illustrious achievements. Under Locke's scornful gaze, some of the remaining foes harbored glimmers of cunning and despair. They understood that direct confrontation offered no hope of victory, thus concocting schemes, quietly reaching for concealed weapons at their waists. These hidden armaments glimmered menacingly, clearly intended to deliver a fatal blow while Locke was caught off guard. Their movements were executed with utmost caution, seeking the opportune moment to strike without attracting Locke's attention. However, Locke's vigilance exceeded their wildest imaginations. His eyes, sharp as daggers, pierced through all their plots. Just as they believed they were poised to succeed, Locke's form suddenly moved. His actions were so swift they defied belief, as if time itself stood still. In an instant, he pivoted, his sword springing to life, stabbing forth with a speed surpassing that of their concealed weapons. The flash of his blade was accompanied by anguished cries, as those who attempted to ambush him fell one after another. Locke's sword pierced their chests with unerring accuracy, blood cascading down the blade, staining the ground crimson. Their hands lingered in the moment of throwing their hidden weapons, their eyes reflecting terror and unwillingness. They had not anticipated that, even in stealth, they would be so easily vanquished before Locke. With his sword sheathed, Locke stood impassively, surveying the fallen adversaries with precision and ruthless efficiency, devoid of any superfluous movement. This battle reaffirmed his absolute dominance on the battlefield. Any machinations appeared utterly impotent in the face of undeniable strength. Among the impulsive Navy personnel, a few individuals displayed a calm demeanor and quick wits. Amidst the tumult of anger and chaos, they endeavored to maintain their composure, seeking clues within this sudden tragedy. These astute naval soldiers understood that their superiors were not paragons of virtue. The officers slain by Locke had long stirred discontent among the lower ranks with their nefarious dealings. They colluded with pirates and bandits, extorted protection fees, and traded in weaponry, their actions long betraying the Navy's principles of justice and honor. Did those in power truly deserve the title of Navy? A clear-headed soldier muttered to himself, his eyes revealing an insight into the truth. Another soldier nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lord Locke was once so upright that he would not strike down his colleagues without cause. Perhaps he had reasons unknown to us. These soldiers began to recall Locke's past deeds within the Navy, his integrity, his courage, his unwavering commitment to justice. Such memories began to erode their faith in Locke. They began to doubt whether Locke had truly descended into bloodlust, or if deeper reasons lay behind his actions. "We cannot condemn Lord Locke based solely on superficial appearances," remarked a soldier once close to Locke. His voice, though low, resonated with conviction. "We must locate him and hear his explanation firsthand." Certainly. Here follows a more detailed description of the aforementioned scene. The ship's engine roared, a deafening cacophony echoing the soldiers' frantic maneuvers, resonating with the ocean's fury, mirroring their inner turmoil and anxiety. Upon the warship's deck, the clatter of boots against metal reverberated as naval soldiers dashed about, their figures appearing particularly hurried in the morning light. "Full speed ahead," commanded the captain, his voice slicing through the stillness, eyes resolute and profound, piercing through layers of fog to the depths of the human soul. Gripping the helm firmly, he fixed his gaze upon the distant horizon, the direction of Locke's escape. On the deck, soldiers strained to haul the sails, filling the canvas with the wind, capturing every whisper of breeze that could hasten their vessel. Their hands bore the rough marks of the coarse ropes, yet their faces reflected no hint of retreat, only an unwavering dedication to their mission. "Inspect the weapons. Prepare for everything," another officer commanded loudly, his tone infused with undeniable authority. The soldiers responded swiftly, checking the cannons and calibrating their firearms. While they hoped to avoid a confrontation with Locke, necessary precautions were indispensable. "We must find him. We require an explanation." The soldier's voice, though somewhat faint against the sea breeze, carried an intensity of emotion. His comrades nodded in agreement, their eyes flickering with complex sentiments toward Locke. A blend of nostalgia for a past hero and confusion regarding the present situation. The warship carved a white wake across the sea, akin to a path in pursuit of the truth. The waves rhythmically lapped against the hull, cheering on the naval soldiers. They understood that every inch closer to Locke brought them nearer to the long-sought answer. Above, the cries of seagulls mingled with the ship's roar, seemingly narrating the challenges of this pursuit. Within the soldiers' hearts lay both anger toward Locke's actions and sympathy for his plight. They yearned to uncover what had driven the man, who once led by example and instilled in them the values of justice and honor, to forsake it all. As the warship surged forward with increasing velocity, the soldiers' spirits soared correspondingly. This pursuit was not merely for an explanation. It was a testament to their beliefs and their future. Aokij's choice not only altered his own fate, but, to a significant extent, influenced each and every one of them. Now, they were on the brink of confronting a Aokiji they had never truly understood. Synopsis: Aokiji, an ordinary individual unexpectedly transported to the world of pirates, now stands at the crossroads of destiny. This realm is rife with unimaginable death and peril. Pirates ravage the seas like feral beasts, while slave ships lurk in the shadows like phantoms. The law of the jungle, where the strong reign supreme, is vividly exemplified here. With a single punch, Baihu can trigger earthquakes. Jinshi Z can cause dozens of islands to float at an altitude of 10,000 meters for years. And Kai Duo is hailed as the mightiest creature in history.